At the break of dawn, as 10,000 households sank into darkness and the last city lights went out, riotous neon hues lent a faint breath of life to the boundless night. Without warning, countless specks of green luminescence descended from the heights like drifting snowflakes. Skyscrapers pierced the heavens while low brick and tile houses clustered beneath them. The falling green lights passed straight through roofs of concrete and steel, as though these structures offered no hindrance at all. They pierced through floor after floor until they reached the bodies of those still deep in slumber, only coming to a halt once they melded into human flesh. Deep within the forest, the rustling of leaves and the chorus of insects and frogs intertwined into a flawless nocturnal symphony. Beneath the ocean's surface, the green luminescence did not fade. An agile fish snapped it up in a single gulp. Across every corner of the globe at this very moment, the same wondrous spectacle was unfolding. All animals lifted their heads to gaze at the sky, frozen in place as though time itself had stalled. Green radiance flickered within their eyes while they waited for the luminous motes to settle upon them. When the glow finally sank into their bodies, they arched their necks and released howls and cries, their faces contorted in an almost ecstatic comfort. That night, the world underwent a silent metamorphosis, and such transformations are so often shadowed by a night. 12 years before the Beast-era animals began to slip out of control. Their offensive power surged, their strength eclipsed tanks, and their speed outstripped airplanes. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, had never changed. Only now humanity had forfeited its throne at the pinnacle of the food chain and become meat upon the plate of countless beasts. The sudden reversal of roles left humankind utterly unprepared. 10 years before the Beast-era, human civilization suffered a devastating blow. Populations plummeted and hot weapons could no longer injure the mutated monsters. Guns and cannons became nothing more than cold lumps of scrap metal. It was as if humanity had regressed to a primitive age overnight. Shrouded in despair, humanity unleashed its final trump card, nuclear weapons. Yet even nuclear fire could only suppress them for a brief time. These aberrant beasts could withstand nuclear contamination. In comparison, the toll taken on human bodies by such weapons far surpassed the damage dealt to the monsters. 2 or 3 colossal mushroom clouds bloomed over the earth almost every day, and death gradually became the norm. Fortunately, heaven did not abandon humankind entirely. When the global population had dwindled to less than 1/10 of its former number, 5 great figures emerged. Each of them wielded power beyond imagination, as if gods had descended to dwell within mortal flesh. The 5 revealed in full the method of obtaining such strength to all humanity. Over the following year, human power exploded upward until the world reached a realm where every person could stand like a dragon among men. Under the leadership of the 5 great ones, humanity staged a breathtaking comeback against the wind, reclaiming control over the world. Human civilization finally won a brief respite. 7 years before the Beast-era, the world once more descended into chaos, this time by human hands. Armed with overwhelming power and freed from fear of the beasts, people secured their own territories of survival, but in doing so shattered the shackles of morality and law, giving free rein to boundless desire. The very notion of the nation-state crumbled. Heroes and warlords rose in every direction, banners unfurled as countless factions fought for supremacy. The rule of might made right, where the victor was king, endured for 2 full years. History would remember those 2 years as the age of chaos. To quell the endless wars, the 5 great figures intervened once more, and in a mere 5 years they reforged the order of the world. They gathered the surviving humans together and divided the land into 26 cities in which mankind could dwell. From that moment, the world entered a true age of peace, the Beast-era. Year 10 of the Beast-era. In the classroom of Class 2, Grade 9, at Huaning Middle School, a teacher stood upon the 3-foot podium, lecturing ceaselessly. The wolf, a canid carnivore. Its fur is coarse and long, its claws thick and blunt, and its sense of smell extraordinarily keen. It mostly moves at night, acting in packs. If one were to take the wolf as a manifestation, one would generally obtain a 5-fold increase in physical capacity. Moreover, there is great demand on the market for wolf people, so for you, it is quite a promising choice. The male teacher adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping across the students below. The classroom was silent for a moment, then soft murmurs began to rise, growing louder and louder. If you have any questions, raise them. Do not whisper down there, the male teacher barked. Teacher, a student raised his hand and asked, what kind of manifestation is the most powerful? When you say powerful, in which aspect do you mean? Different manifestations possess different abilities. On land, the manifestation with the greatest strength is that of the armored might. Such a manifestation can endure tensile force equivalent to 1180 times its body weight, with a base enhancement of 1180. In other words, if your manifestation were the armored might, you alone could pull roughly 82 tons. However, this manifestation has already become a legend. Since the advent of the Beast-era, it has gone extinct. Teacher, aside from the armored might, which manifestation is now the strongest in terms of strength? The strongest land manifestation that still exists is an insect-type manifestation called the dung beetle, commonly known as the scarab. A dung beetle can lift weight equal to 1141 times its own body weight, and its base enhancement is likewise 1141. With this manifestation, you would be able to lift 60 tons with ease, virtually unmatched in terms of strength. There is one more point I must emphasize. You all know that the only reason we now enjoy a stable and peaceful life is because 5 great figures drove away the aberrant beasts, pacified the age of chaos, and opened the era of beasts. Toward these great figures we must harbor gratitude and reverence. And what I wish to tell you is that the dung beetle was the manifestation of one of these great figures. Wow! A chorus of exclamations erupted beneath the podium. The teacher continued, in the ocean the most powerful in strength is naturally the blue whale. A blue whale can weigh over 100 tons, its heart alone weighs about 500 kilograms. In the ocean, it is a veritable overlord. Moreover, the blue whale is likewise the manifestation of one of our great figures. Wow! Another wave of exclamations surged through the classroom. Teacher, then what is the fastest manifestation? The male teacher's brows knit slightly. The living environment of manifestations is not fixed, so your question lacks rigor. Ask again. The student thought for a moment and said, Teacher, which manifestation runs the fastest on land? An insect-type manifestation, the tiger beetle. A tiger beetle can run a distance equal to 170 times its body length every second, and its base enhancement is likewise 170. If you possess the tiger beetle manifestation, in theory your running speed could approach the speed of sound. As they listened to the teacher's explanations, every student below the podium had excitement flickering in their eyes. The blood within their bodies seemed to boil. The yearning for power is human instinct. For these children whose minds have yet to fully mature, possessing power means being the focus of attention. Possessing power means being able to rule over everything. Although this method of subtly instilling a doctrine of supremacy of strength in the students cannot truly be called correct, the tragic reality is that the entire era is built upon this very principle. Do not treat what I say as mere stories. Based on the examples I have just given, have you noticed any pattern? A classmate raised his hand. Insect-type manifestations generally have a very high base enhancement. Exactly. Though insect-type beasts are small in size, they contain tremendous energy. This also means that insect-type aberrant beasts are extremely difficult to capture and extremely dangerous. To capture a single insect-type aberrant beast, at least dozens of lives must be sacrificed. Therefore, I still hope you will choose the wolf manifestation. After all, it is currently the most practical choice, and also the easiest manifestation to obtain. Students, the final exams are approaching. Manifestation, fusion, and physical tests are right before you. The choices you make now concern the entirety of your future lives. I hope you treat this with utmost caution. I know I have said this many times, but I must repeat it once more. Remember, before you fuse your manifestation, you must not consume any meat. Have you all remembered this? We remember, the students replied in unison. The boy sitting in the very first row at the far left raised his hand, his face still tinged with fear and unease. The teacher looked at him. What is your question? Teacher, I ate a meal of pork last night. My manifestation won't become a pig. The plump boy asked this with an expression on the verge of tears. The entire class burst into laughter at his words. Only the teacher, after hearing the boy's question, had his face change drastically, then darken with anger. Have I not already told you many times? 14 to 16 is the critical period for choosing your manifestation. Before 14, I do not interfere if you eat meat. After 16, I can no longer control what you eat. But in these 3 years alone, you must not touch meat. How many times have I told you this? The classroom fell silent again. The students watched the teacher in his anger, each one as mute as a cold cicada. How much did you eat? 1 meal. Oh no, I only ate 5 mouthfuls in total. It was my birthday yesterday, and I. The teacher looked at him furious, yet disappointed, then sighed heavily. Go to the office and call your parents. At these words, the student's eyes immediately reddened. He looked at the teacher with a pleading gaze. Teacher, I am sorry I was wrong. Please don't make my parents come. Do your parents know you ate meat? Yes. The student nodded vigorously. Do not worry. I am not asking them to come in order to scold you, but to have you undergo a full body examination to see whether your manifestation has already been determined. The teacher did his best to sound kindly. And if it is determined, then, will my future manifestation be nothing but a pig? The student asked, lips quivering. A student below the podium could not help letting out a snort of laughter. The teacher shot a glare toward the class, and the classroom fell silent at once. Do not let your imagination run wild. The examination has not yet been done, and everything remains unknown. The plump boy, sobbing under his breath, walked out of the classroom. Then the teacher resumed his stern expression. Let me nag you once more. Since the great upheaval 10 years ago, each of us carries beast cells within our bodies. Beast cells have altered human genetic chains, enabling the grafting of portions of animal genetic chains into ours, granting us the ability to evolve into beast people. And the source from which beast cells absorb genetic chains is precisely our food. According to Dr. Darwin's research, before the age of 14, beast cells remain dormant. Between 14 and 16, they become active, reaching a peak at 16. This is the optimal period for you to choose your manifestation. Therefore, before the age of 16, for the sake of your future, you must not consume any meat whatsoever. Once your manifestation is confirmed, you may eat whatever meat you like in any quantity. It will no longer matter. But before your manifestation is determined, you must endure. Is that clear? Teacher, the boy in the second to last row raised his hand again. Speak. If during the manifestation's election period, I eat a piece of wood, will I turn into a wooden man? Before I answer your question, recite for me the first rule, third paragraph of the beast cell evolution laws. The student's expression stiffened while the others cast sympathetic looks his way. Ahaha. Unable to recite, the boy scratched his head and let out 2 dry laughs to ease the awkwardness. After class, copy the beast cell evolution laws 5 times. Hand them in before the next period begins. Research currently shows that beast cells can only absorb animal genes. They cannot absorb genes from plants, inanimate matter, human genetic chains, or synthetic biological genes. Once a beast cell absorbs the genetic chain of one kind of animal, it cannot be altered and will not absorb genes from any other species. In other words, a person can have only one animal manifestation in their entire life. This is precisely why I keep stressing that the type of manifestation you choose determines your future profession and how far you can go in life. You must be cautious when you choose. As he spoke, the teacher's gaze shifted toward the back row to the right-hand corner. Wang Xingrui. At that moment, the boy in the corner lay sprawled on his desk motionless. His deskmate nudged him with an elbow. Still no movement. The teacher stepped down from the podium and walked toward him one measured step at a time. Xingrui, wake up, the teacher is coming, the deskmate whispered through clenched teeth, his lips barely moving, his expression unchanged. Meanwhile, the teacher drew ever closer. Seeing that the teacher was about to reach them, the deskmate calmly turned his head aside, choosing to preserve himself. The teacher extended a finger. At its tip flashed electric light accompanied by crackling sounds, and he slowly reached toward Wang Xingrui. The deskmate face turned away, wore an expression of guilt and torment. I am sorry, Xingrui, I have wronged you. The teacher's fingertip touched Wang Xingrui's arm, the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly, and a scream instantly tore through the classroom. Ark. When the electric light faded, Wang Xingrui, his hair standing on end, slid off his stool and collapsed onto the floor, foaming at the mouth, while his entire body convulsed uncontrollably. The other students did not dare to breathe too loudly. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on their foreheads. In the neighboring class, 3 grade 9, the female teacher paused in the middle of her lecture, then smiled and shook her head. Teacher Jiang, teacher, Hu Yan has lost his temper again, a student suddenly said with a laugh. It is probably Wang Xingrui again, another student added. I truly admire him, this is already the 3rd time this week. Wang Xingrui's constitution is really strong. The entire class burst into laughter, and even teacher Jiang could not help covering her mouth to laugh twice. Ahem, no making fun of others behind their backs. All of you pay attention to the lesson, or I will deal with you the way teacher Hu Yan does. As teacher Jiang spoke, she playfully made a fist, and her already cute face took on a hint of mischief. Yes, teacher Jiang, the students responded in unison, their voices tinged with joy. Though the 2 classes were separated by less than 3 meters, their atmospheres were entirely different, one like the rising warm sun, the other like millennial ice. After class, have Wang Xingrui come to the office, teacher Hu Yan said to Wang Xingrui's deskmate. Oh, all right, Wang Xingrui's deskmate replied hastily. After class in the corridor, Wang Xingrui walked towards the office with a displeased expression, recalling the scene in the classroom. His deskmate said, Old Wang, the electric demon, asked you to go to the office after class. Heavens and earth, I called you so many times at the risk of my life, almost pulling your ear to wake you up. What were you doing last night? You slept like a dead pig. So I don't mention it. I washed over 200 plates last night, my arms are about to give out. Just to earn that little bit of money. Wang Xingrui muttered in the corridor. It's easy to talk when you're not the one earning money. How will I buy a beast without any money? Without a beast, how will I have an incarnation? Without an incarnation, what will I do for the final exam? If I fail, I won't graduate. If I don't graduate, I won't get a diploma. If I don't get a diploma, I won't find a job. And if I can't find a job, who will support me? As he spoke, he had already arrived outside the office, and Wang Xingrui knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, a melodious voice called out. Without a doubt, such a wonderful voice must belong to teacher Jiang. Wang Xingrui felt a bit more at ease. With teacher Jiang present, the outcome of this conversation shouldn't end up with a call to his parents. Wang Xingrui entered. The office was large, about the size of 2 classrooms combined, and there were 6 teachers inside. After he entered, he saw the electric demon standing there along with the fat girl and his parents. By the way, the fat girl is actually a boy, but he is so chubby and has a gentler personality than most girls, so his classmates nicknamed him Fat Girl. His real name is much more imposing, Yun Patian. Tisk, 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 Fat Girl's father truly has great aspirations. I hope his son can break through the heavens. Looking at Fat Girl, who was hiding behind his parents with tears in his eyes, Wang Xingrui suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Fat Girl's father. He walked up to them and said, Teacher. Teacher Hu Yan glanced at him and said, You wait over there for a moment. Wang Xingrui found a corner in the office where no teacher would notice him and sat down casually, even propping up one. Then he heard teacher Hu Yan conversing with Fat Girl's parents. Mr. Potion, I don't understand why you would let Patian eat meat, especially pork, knowing he's already 16. Yun Potion's father said with some guilt. It's been 4 years, for 4 whole years Xiao Tian hasn't eaten meat. Watching him get thinner day by day, I feel uneasy. Wait, Fat Girl is still thin. One of his arms is bigger than my thigh. I'm really curious what he looks like when he's not thin. Wang Xingrui thought to himself while watching the spectacle. Mr. Potion, have you ever considered that your moment of weakness might ruin Potion's 4 years of perseverance and effort? What if his incarnation truly is a teacher? Hu Yin didn't finish the sentence. Then all of Potion's suffering over these 4 years would have been in vain. Teacher, please don't blame the child's father. It's my fault. I thought letting him eat a little wouldn't matter so. I'm sorry, teacher Hu Yin, it's all my fault. As she spoke, Potion's mother began to cry. Haha, the case is solved. Finally, I know Hu Yin Patian takes after. When the parents cried, the teachers felt troubled too. The electric demon was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Watching the electric demon falter, Wang Xingrui secretly felt a bit of delight. That's what you get for shocking me earlier. At that moment, Teacher Jiang stepped forward and said, Potion's mother, teacher, Hu Yin was just too anxious. His attitude could have been better. He may seem cold, but he has a warm heart. Don't take it to heart. After all, we all want what's best for the children, right? Potion's mother wiped her tears and said, I understand, teacher Hu Yin. A strict teacher produces outstanding students. My husband and I have always believed that teacher Hu Yin is a responsible teacher. Ugh, disgusting. Is it the first time I've heard of a teacher who uses electric shocks being a good teacher? Teacher Hu Yin inadvertently glanced at Wang Xingrui and noticed the strange expression on his face. Saying so much now is useless. You should take Patian to the hospital for an examination. If there is no confirmed incarnation, that would be fortunate. If it is confirmed, then you can only accept your fate. Upon hearing this, Potion's parents' eyes flashed with disappointment and regret. Potion's face was filled with if Yun Potion's incarnation really turned out to be a pig, it would mean that they as parents had personally doomed their child's future. Okay, I understand. Thank you, teacher Hu Yin. Potion's father thanked him and took Patian and his mother out of the office. After they left, teacher Jiang scolded. Hu Yin, can't you be a bit more tactful? Don't you see that Potion's parents are already very upset? Why say things that provoke them? They are upset. Who can we blame? I hold a parent meeting almost every month informing parents that during this crucial period they must not let their children eat meat, and if they do, it should be moderate. And what did they do? They let Patian eat pork at 16. I really don't know what to say to them. Hu Yin angrily walked to his desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Teacher Jiang understood that Hu Yin was angry because he genuinely cared for his students. She sighed and said, which parent can bear to see their child suffer? At that moment, Wang Xingrui really wanted to stand up and shout, but my parents are. However, thinking that family matters should not be aired in public, he ultimately held back. Teacher Hu Yin glanced in his direction and said sternly, Wang Xingrui, come here. Wang Xingrui obeyed the call of Hu Yin and walked up to him. What's the matter, Xiaorui? Did you provoke the teacher again? Another teacher in the office asked. Wang Xingrui did not respond. He wasn't familiar with this teacher and didn't see the need to engage. Teacher Li is talking to you. Teacher Jiang gently patted Wang Xingrui's head and said softly, I was sleeping in class. Wang Xingrui looked at Teacher Jiang a bit shyly. Teacher Jiang is recognized as the most gentle teacher in the entire school without exception. She is approachable and down-to-earth, and no matter how troublesome a student is, they would still greet her with hello, teacher. Why are you sleeping again? Did you not get enough rest last night? Teacher Jiang asked. Hu Yan's expression was cold as he said, including this time it has happened 13 times already. And every time it has been during my class. Can I take it to mean that you have some objections to me? If you have any objections to me, speak up. You're a man, let's be clear about it. Don't do these petty things that make me look down on. Teacher Hu Yin, he's still a child, Teacher Jiang reminded. Wang Xingrui locked eyes with Hu Yin, who had a calm expression showing no signs of anger. No. Xiaorui, do you have any difficulties? If you do, tell the teacher. I can help you find a solution. Teacher Jiang asked. Wang Xingrui's mind drifted back to the moment when his parents left. Xiaorui, daddy and mommy are going on a honeymoon and will be back in 6 months. You must take care of yourself, okay? His mom cuddled into his dad's arms, sharing this good news with Wang Xingrui. Dear parents, you've been married for over 10 years. What kind of honeymoon are you going on? But looking at the happiness on his mother's face, he ultimately couldn't say those words. Mom, in 6 months, I will be confirming my incarnation. Here's 5,000 mana. Spend it wisely, it should be enough. Dad pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and tossed it. Dad, 5,000 mana is only enough to buy a pig. Xiaorui, you've grown up. You need to learn to be self-reliant. Your dad has worked hard. You need to be understanding. All right, enough said. You're old enough to solve your own problems. We need to get to the airport soon. Dad wrapped an arm around Mom, holding a suitcase with the other hand, and confidently walked out the door. No. Wang Xingrui shouted painfully at them. Wang Xingrui forced a bitter smile and shook his head. Teacher, I have no difficulties. His parents left him to go on their honeymoon during the critical period for choosing his incarnation. He simply couldn't bring himself to. Moreover, Wang Xingrui's family had lived a very tough life prior to this. Their daily meals were almost just porridge and pickles. Unless it was on a birthday, they could only afford meat once, and even then they would take turns being considerate, and no one wanted to eat that piece of meat. This way of life continued until the 5th year of the Beast Era, which was when Wang Xingrui was 11 years old. Dad obtained the incarnation of a grass turtle and became a security guard at a company, earning 10,000 mana a month, which was a significant improvement for their family. After years of hard work, his parents were finally able to live a little for themselves and enjoy life. As their son, Wang Xingrui had no reason to stop them. Teacher, I'm just a bit insomniac lately. There's nothing major. Really? Teacher Jiang asked with concern. Really? Wang Xingrui, what kind of incarnation are you planning to choose? Teacher Huyan asked. I don't know, I haven't decided yet. With 6 months until confirming his incarnation, his dad had only given him 5,000 mana, which was barely enough for half a year's living expenses, let alone choosing an incarnation. Wang Xingrui didn't want the teacher to delve deeper into this issue, so he shifted the topic and asked, Teacher, if Patian really confirms that his incarnation is a pig, is there any way to remedy it? No. As of now, even the world's most outstanding scientist Dr. Darwin has not found a method to change. Dr. Darwin, one of the greatest figures in the contemporary world, is at the pinnacle of intelligence. He was one of the first to have an incarnation before the Beast Era began. Rumor has it that his IQ is 200 years ahead of humanity. If even he has no solution, then Patian will truly have no hope at all. Wang Xingrui frowned. Returning to the classroom, it was empty. Wang Xingrui stared at the card in his hand, lost in thought. 100,000 money, his father's salary for nearly a year, just given like that. Are all teachers this rich? To be honest, this move from the electric demon truly surprised and warmed him. Wang Xingrui rested his head on one hand, flipping the bank card back and forth with the other. The electric demon wouldn't have given him all his savings, would he? Old Wang, what are you doing? Suddenly Zhang Xuanyu burst into the classroom, interrupting his thoughts. What's wrong? What's wrong? This period is PE class, why are you still here in the classroom? Wang Xingrui slammed the desk and stood up in shock. What did you say, PE class? This period shouldn't be history. The PE teacher took over the history teacher's class. Come on, let's hurry and talk while we run. Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xuanyu ran out of the classroom like crazy. In this school, the two people that terrified all the third-year students were the electric demon and, of course, the PE teacher. If the electric demon had a cold personality like ice, then the PE teacher was unpredictable. The definition of his most common twisted tactic was to punish students by making them run. 1 lap around the playground is 500 meters. Latecomers had to run 5 laps, first a rule established on the first day of PE class. Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xuanyu squeezed into the end of the line on the playground just before the bell rang. Both of them gasped for breath and exchanged a smile. Thank goodness they made it just in time. The distance from the classroom to the playground was about 200 meters, so they had effectively done a sprint warm-up before class. Are all the PE representatives here? The PE teacher's powerful voice came from the front. Li Fei, the representative for the PE department, stepped to the front of the line facing everyone and shouted, count off. The line counted off from front to back, and then back to front. 1, 2, 3, 83. Report teacher 84 were supposed to be present. 83, actually present. 1 person is absent. After reporting, Li Fei returned to the line. Who is absent? PE class, such an important class, who dares to be absent? Teacher Yun Patian had a health issue and went for an examination, Li Fei explained. Did your homeroom teacher approve it? Yes, approved. Upon hearing it was the homeroom teacher's approval, the PE teacher's expression softened slightly. At school, the electric demon and Old Pig were known as good friends. It was unclear why, but whatever decisions the electric demon made, Old Pig would never oppose. By the way, Old Pig was the nickname given to him by the students. The PE teacher's real name was Zhu Fu. The students didn't just call him that because his surname was Zhu. It was also because his transformation was that of a wild boar. Alright, let's start class. Li Fei will lead everyone in warm-ups, sprinting 1 lap around the playground with a time limit of 90 seconds. Once Old Pig spoke, the students immediately began to complain. The inhumane, illogical, and unscientific PE class was about to begin. Li Fei took the lead, running around the playground. The first line of students followed. Then came the second line, the third line, and the fourth line. The speed gradually increased, and all the students began to run, desperately knowing that if they didn't meet the standard, they would face more laps. As the number of laps increased, their remaining stamina decreased, and the hope of meeting the standard became slimmer. The scariest part was that if they didn't meet the standard in this class, in the next class, Zhu Fu would take those students aside for. Thus in Zhu Fu's class, one often witnessed a certain phenomenon. A group of students ran continuously around the playground, and suddenly a few of them collapsed from exhaustion, but the surrounding students paid them no mind, simply stepping over their bodies and continuing to run madly forward. Fortunately, every time during warm-ups, Wang Xingrui managed to barely pass. This time was no exception. After completing 1 lap, everyone bent over, hands on their knees, feeling a fiery sensation in their throats. Some even ran to the side, retching continuously, and Wang Xingrui was among them. Zhu Fu approached, looking at everyone and the 3 corpses lying on the bend of the playground, saying, "Good, not bad." This time, only 3 people failed. Everyone take a 2-minute break, and he'll say a few words. You are about to determine your transformations. A strong physique is fundamental. It's like building a house. Only with a solid foundation can the house be built higher. A student covering his stomach said, "Teacher, once we have our transformations, both speed and strength will increase several times. There's no need to suffer like this." As soon as the student finished speaking, he immediately regretted it, and the other students looked at him in shock, their hearts mourning. He was finished. He was finished for this class. He wasn't just finished for this class. To dare to contradict this twisted teacher was a bold move. Impressive. Though these words were not spoken, their eyes clearly showed deep admiration. At the same time, the one who spoke realized his mistake, feeling as if his heart had died, wanting to cry, but having no tears. "Teacher, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Zhu Fu looked at him and then at the other students. Surprisingly, he didn't explode in anger, but spoke in a deep voice to everyone. Do you think the same way? Do you think the current PE training is trivial or unnecessary? Wang Xingrui looked at Zhu Fu in surprise. Wow, old pig actually used 2 idioms in a row. All right, then let me ask you a question. Who can answer this in this class? You don't need to run laps. How many times does the wolf transformation enhance a person's physical abilities? 5 times. As soon as Zhu Fu finished speaking, Wang Xingrui immediately answered. The people around Wang Xingrui looked at him strangely. Why did he answer so quickly? Wasn't this kid sleeping in the last class? Wang Xingrui's face showed a proud expression. What a coincidence, he slept through a class and just caught that one line. Old pig nodded in satisfaction. You don't need to run laps for this class. Thank you, teacher. Wang Xingrui didn't show excessive joy, bowing calmly to the teacher, then stood still, enjoying the envious gazes from those around him. Then he heard Zhu Fu continue. Let me ask another question. Who can answer this similarly? You don't need to run laps for this class. When this was said, all the students suddenly became alert, their spirits highly concentrated. 1 times 5 equals 5, so what does 3 times 5 equal? 15. Before Zhu Fu's voice fell, a voice swiftly provided the answer, and everyone looked towards Zhang Xuanyu, who lay on the ground. Zhang Xuanyu was over 20 meters away from Zhu Fu. Wang Xingrui couldn't help but admire being able to hear from so far away such sharp ears. Good, you also don't need to run laps. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanyu covered his eyes with one arm, stepping from hell into heaven. This feeling was indescribable excitement and joy crystallizing into tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Xuanyu shouted those 4 words loudly. Zhu Fu continued. If a person's strength can be quantified with numbers, your physical abilities before consuming the transformation are equivalent to a base number. The same wolf transformation, the same 5 times enhancement, will yield different results on different individuals. The stronger your physique, the greater your base number, leading to a significant increase in strength after the 5-fold enhancement. However, if you don't have a strong physique, your base number will remain at 1, meaning after the 5-fold enhancement, your physical abilities will still only be 5. And if someone else's base number is 2 or 3, multiplying by the enhancement factor will greatly widen the gap between. Of course, there is one exception. If your parents can find a transformation with a strong enhancement factor for you, then, as long as you put in a little effort, your strength will increase much faster than others. However, as far as I know, to find such a transformation, having a few hundred million in funds is essential. So if you want to escape the bottom tier of society in the future, there's only one path ahead of you. Exercise, exercise, and more exercise. Everyone get ready for push-ups. The students who were still resting instantly dropped to the ground, preparing for push-up positions, including the 3 corpses. In PE class, Zhu Fu implemented a level of military management that even exceeded that. 200 push-ups per set, 5 sets in total, 100 sit-ups, 5 sets. The ground beneath everyone was soaked with dripping sweat, and their clothes clung to their bodies. But everyone seemed accustomed to this, and no one complained, appearing like emotionless perpetual motion machines. Throughout the workout, Wang Xingrui kept reflecting on Zhu Fu's words. If he could achieve a 30-fold enhancement, even with a base number of 1, just increasing it to 2 would instantly elevate his overall strength from 30 to 60, giving him a 30-point boost in physical abilities. Thus, it seemed crucial to choose the right transformation. Previously, Wang Xingrui hadn't decided what type of transformation to seek, but Zhu Fu's words inspired him. The choice of transformation isn't about type, the focus is on the enhancement. As long as the enhancement is strong, everything else doesn't matter. Therefore, my transformation must be a super beast transformation. Mom, I'm back. Zhang Xianyu stepped into the house, changed his shoes, and Wang Xingrui followed him inside. Zhang Xianyu's family condition was much better than Wang Xingrui's, living in a villa where one could even play skateboards indoors. Zhang Xianyu's father is an entrepreneur. After gaining his beast transformation, he founded his own company, Xianling Textile Factory, leveraging his exceptional business acumen and keen commercial sense. Since Xianyu's father transformed into a silkworm, he used the abilities of his transformation to start from scratch and establish this textile factory. The employees there also transformed silkworms, utilizing the silk they produce to weave fabric that is highly breathable and elastic, making clothing feel as if an extra layer of skin was added. This way, transformed beastmen no longer need to worry about their clothes tearing apart, nor face the embarrassing situation of running naked down the street after a battle. The idea of using silkworm transformations to produce silk and weave fabric was proposed by Dr. Darwin. Zhang Xianyu's father was merely one of the first batch of many implementers who seized the opportunity. In the past, Zhang Xianyu's family situation was not much different from Wang Xingrui's. Although his current net worth is not at the billionaire level, he earns a salary of 5 million a year, making a name for himself in the business circle. Upon entering, Zhang Xianyu found his mother sitting on the sofa eating fruits and watching TV. A little Rui is here. Wang Xingrui hung his backpack on the coat rack and said, Auntie, I'm here to mooch off your food. He sat beside Shenling, casually taking a piece of watermelon from the fruit platter and taking a bite. Shenling frowned slightly, covering her nose, and said with a hint of disdain, You had PE class this morning, right? Yeah. It smells really strong, go wash up. Xiaoyu, you should wash up too. Wang Xingrui sniffed himself, not smelling too bad. Oh right, Annie Shin's transformation is a wolf, so her sense of smell is quite sensitive due to her transformation. Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xianyu simultaneously walked to the bathroom door. You first or me first? Wang Xingrui asked. Let's go together, Zhang Xianyu replied, raising his eyebrows. No way. What are you afraid of? We're all grown men. I'm afraid of needles. While speaking, Wang Xianyu glanced down at Zhang Xianyu's lower body. After saying that, he entered the bathroom without giving him a chance to retort. Zhang Xianyu was stunned for a few seconds, then glanced at his crucial part and angrily shouted, Old Wang, what do you mean by that? Explain yourself. What do you mean you're afraid of needles? Who is the needle? 15 minutes later, the two came out of the bathroom wearing bathrobes. Mom, what's for lunch today? Aunt Zhang made charcoal grilled golden eagle, braised eagle wings, chopped pepper, eagle claws, kung pao, eagle cubes, vegetarian mixed vegetables, spicy cabbage, and tomato, eagle egg soup. 7 dishes should be enough for you, right? Oh right, Xiaorui. Xiaorui, are you sure you've transformed? Not yet. Hearing Shenling list the menu, Wang Xingrui already knew what transformation Zhang Xianyu had chosen. Shenling quickly shouted to the kitchen, Sister Zhang, could you make a few more vegetarian dishes and pastries? Sure, no problem. A woman's voice came from the kitchen. Sorry to trouble you, Aunt Shin, Wang Xingrui said, smiling awkwardly. Shenling gently slapped his head, saying, Silly boy, there's no need to be so polite with me. Before long, the maid from Zhang Xianyu's house came out carrying a nearly 2-meter-long tray, wearing an apron and wrapped in a thick woolen layer with 2 prominent sheep horns on her head. On the tray were 4 meat dishes, 4 vegetarian dishes, 2 plates of pastries, and a pot of soup totaling at least 30 to 40 pounds. Without the transformation, a 40-year-old woman would never be able to carry all of that at once. Is uncle not back yet? Wang Xingrui asked. Shenling glanced at her phone. It's already this late, he should be back soon. No need to wait for him, let's eat first. Sister Zhang, you should sit down and eat too. Aunt Zhang hesitated, saying, I want to eat here. My transformation control isn't very good, and it takes an hour to recover. It wouldn't look good to sit here. Just as Aunt Zhang was about to turn to leave, Wang Xingrui suddenly spoke up. Annie, my mom's transformation is also a sheep. I think my mom is the most beautiful person in the world, and when I was a child I loved it when she would use her transformation to hug me to sleep at night. It felt really comfortable. Wang Xingrui did not try to retain Aunt Zhang nor comfort her. He merely praised his mother and shared his feeling. But Aunt Zhang felt warm inside. Sister Zhang, come sit and eat with us, Shenling said gently. Okay. Aunt Zhang, feeling shy, could not refuse a second invitation, so she sat next to Wang Xingrui at the end of the table. Just as they were about to start eating, Zhang Xianyu's father came home dressed in a suit and looking quite energetic, not at all like a 40-year-old. This was Zhang Xianyu's biological father, Zhang Dong. After entering, he changed into slippers, hung his suit and tie on the coat rack, loosened his collar, and let out a long sigh. Oh, you all started eating without waiting for me. Zhang Xianyu's father walked to the dining table, looking at the full spread and smiling. Aunt Zhang quickly stood up, her attitude a bit respectful and reserved. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Xianyu's father waved his hand, saying, Sit, sit, sit. Aunt Zhang sat back down. During the meal, Zhang Xianyu's father appeared very easygoing with a smile on his face, but both Zhang Xianyu's mother and Wang Xingrui noticed that he had something on his mind. Only his son Zhang Xianyu was completely oblivious to others' gazes, devouring his food without a care. Shenling glanced at her son, who was shoveling food into his mouth, and then at Wang Xingrui, who was serving dishes to her husband. Helplessly, she supported her forehead with her hand and sighed. Why is it that while being the same son, I ended up with such a character? Lunch ended. Aunt Zhang tidied up the dishes, then hesitated, standing to the side. What's wrong, Sister Zhang? Is there something on your mind? Zhang Xianyu's father asked. Mr. Zhang, I would like to ask you for a favor. My daughter is 16 years old this year, and she is at the age to choose her transformation. I would like to ask if you could advance me a portion of my salary. I promise to repay you as soon as possible. Before I repay the loan, I absolutely will not leave Zhang's house. Aunt Zhang looked quite nervous, her voice trembling as she spoke. Aunt Zhang had worked in the Zhang family for a year, which wasn't long, but during that year, she had always been diligent with no complaint. In just a year's time, even if it were a friend you had known for a year asking to borrow money suddenly, you might not lend it to them. Moreover, Aunt Zhang and Uncle Zhang leaned more towards a master-servant relationship. Zhang Xianyu's mother placed one hand on her husband's thigh. Zhang Dong did not look at Zhang Xianyu's mother. He asked, How much do you need? Wang Xingrui noticed that Uncle Zhang was asking not how much Aunt Zhang wanted to advance, but how much she still needed. Wang Xingrui remained silent, quietly watching with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Aunt Zhang hesitated, saying, I still need 30,000 manas. What kind of transformation do you want to buy? A rabbit, but we can't afford an expensive one. I won't lend you any money, Zhang Xianyu's father said. Aunt Zhang's face went pale, and she said dejectedly, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I was too abrupt. Just as Aunt Zhang was about to turn and leave, Zhang Xianyu's father spoke again. Let me finish my words. I won't lend you money, but I can gift you a transformation. Tomorrow you can take your daughter to my pet store and pick whichever one you like, just take it with you. The pet store was opened by Zhang Xianyu's father for him, and Wang Xingrui had been there before. The shop was quite small. Transformations are generally divided into 4 categories: crawling, flying, insect, and aquatic. In Zhang Xianyu's father's store, there are only 2 types of transformations: crawling types, such as dogs, cats, rats, and rabbits. Flying types include white doves, parrots, magpies, and crows. Even these common transformations are still quite valuable. After the beast transformation appeared, beastmen emerged, and to gain power in the initial period, animals suffered extensive hunting and trading. Tens of thousands of animal species faced extinction. The prices of animals skyrocketed as well. Just to mention, even the most ordinary little mouse starts at 5,000 manas. Before the beast transformation began, who would have thought someone would spend 5,000 manas just to eat an ordinary mouse, unless that person was insane? Aunt Zhang turned around, looking at Zhang Xianye's father in disbelief, her eyes instantly reddening. Covering her mouth with her hands, she was so excited she couldn't say a word. The choice of transformation largely determines a person's fate and future. For someone like Aunt Zhang from an ordinary family, Zhang Xianye's father had granted them a tremendous favor. Aunt Zhang bent her knees, ready to kneel down. Seeing this, Zhang Xianye's father quickly stepped forward to support her, preventing her knees from touching the ground. He frowned slightly and said, "Sister Zhang, what are you doing? This might be a big deal for you, but for me it's nothing at all. I also share the surname Zhang. Technically, we are still family. I can help with this little favor." "Yes, Sister Zhang, this is just a small favor. You don't need to take it to heart," Shunling echoed. Aunt Zhang was slowly helped up by Zhang Xianye's father, but ultimately couldn't hold back her emotions and began to cry. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang. Just knowing him for a year, he could do this much." Aunt Zhang sincerely appreciated Zhang Xianye's father. "Aunt Zhang, if you really want to thank me, just make a few good dishes in the afternoon. Your cooking is something I can never get tired of." Hearing Zhang Xianye's words, Aunt Zhang smiled through her tears, saying, "Hee, alright, if Xiaoyu likes to eat, Auntie will cook for you every day. Whatever you want, Auntie will make it for you." The atmosphere shifted from tense to much more relaxed. Xinling looked at Zhang Xianyu with appreciation, thinking that her silly son was finally being useful. "Sister Zhang, tomorrow take your daughter to choose a transformation. Let me know once you've made your choice. I have some matters to discuss today, so you can go back to your room and rest for a bit." Aunt Zhang was also a clever person and immediately understood. "Oh, okay, really, thank you." Aunt Zhang bowed again to Zhang Xianye's father, saying, "You all chat. I'll head back to my..." After Sister Zhang returned to her room, Zhang Dong sat back in the main seat, his expression calm as he said, "Let's have a brief meeting. I have something to announce." Seeing this, Wang Xingrui stood up and said, "Uncle Zhang, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." "Where do you think you're going?" "Sit down." "Uncle, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate?" Before Zhang Dong could speak, Zhang Xianye's mother interjected. "Exactly, you're the only one here treating yourself as an outsider." "Why?" "The child is at the perfect age for meat consumption," Xinling asked. Zhang Dong replied, "After the beast origin event, animal prices surged dramatically, and so did feed costs. Running the pet shop demanded enormous capital investment, over 5 million money, just for feed procurement. Without my textile mill's financial backing, the shop would have collapsed long ago. If it can still hold on, then let it hold on for now," Xinling said indifferently. "It's precisely because it's nearing collapse that I've called this meeting. Next, I'll address the second matter. I earned a modest fortune from the textile mill, only because I seized the opportunity first. But I'm not the sole visionary. Recently, several new textile mills have opened in the East District. Their workers spin silk faster than ours, and their product quality matches, or even surpasses, ours, all at lower prices. Several longtime clients have already signed contracts with them. A pack of profit-driven opportunists. It's only natural. They never sign with us out of charity. Whomever offers greater returns earns their loyalty. Xianling Textile Mill's revenue is now in negative growth. Their departure is perfectly understandable. What's your plan?" Xinling set aside her usual languid demeanor and asked calmly. Zhang Xuanyu watched his father intently, expression solemn. "Our fabric prices have been severely undercut. For now, we must sell the pet shop to cut unnecessary expenses and devise other solutions later." "Fine. I have no objections." After speaking, Xinling turned to Zhang Xuanyu. Zhang Xuanyu instantly sat upright. "Neither do I." "Xiao Rui, have you chosen your avatar yet?" "Not yet. Tomorrow, accompany Aunt Zhang to the pet shop to select one." "No need, uncle. Don't stand on ceremony with me. You've heard it yourself, the shop will be sold anyway. Giving you an avatar before the sale is merely my small token of goodwill." "Uncle, you've misunderstood. I simply don't like any of the animals in your shop," Wang Xingrui stated bluntly. Zhang Dong's expression froze, his lips twitched. For a moment, this millionaire entrepreneur was utterly speechless. So he'd met warmth with indifference. Watching her husband's flustered face, Xinling couldn't help but laugh, not unkindly. What kind of avatar do you envision? Perhaps I can help locate one. I haven't decided yet." "You're 16. Why hasn't this been settled?" "Such choices demand early deliberation. Our teacher emphasized that choosing an avatar shapes one's entire life. It requires utmost caution." "Your teacher is absolutely right. Yet don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. Today's youth all chase grandeur, dreaming of mighty avatars. Yes, lions, tigers, elephants, formidable beings. Choosing any of these guarantees a secure future. But acquiring such elite avatars is anything but simple. Setting aside astronomical price tags, measured in hundreds of millions, the requisite connection, status, and influence are indispensable. Without them, you won't even lay hands on a single hair. So heed my counsel, choose wisely within your means." Under the table, Xinling tapped her husband's arm. Xiao Rui having aspirations is commendable. Perhaps fortune will smile upon him someday. At worst, let Xiao Rui follow Xiao Yu's path and select a golden eagle as his avatar. Why discourage him? Who says I'm discouraging him? I fear his ambition will blind him and cost him dearly. Look at him. He still acts utterly carefree with barely half a year remaining. By the way, I haven't asked yet. Where's your father? What's his plan? Dad, he's honeymooning with Mom. Wang Xingrui replied utterly nonchalant. What a... Zhang Dong slammed the table and shot upright. Even Xun Ling froze. Her gaze shifting to Wang Xingrui, suddenly softened with quiet pity. Instantly Zhang Dong pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Xingrui's father. Xun Ling made no move to stop him. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? What is it? A relaxed voice answered from the other end. Where are you? Xuanyu recognized his father's tone instantly, the calm before restrained fury. I'm touring in city. With whom? Obviously, with my wife. Do you imagine I'd be gallivanting with Xun Ling? His voice boomed so loudly that Xun Ling, hearing it through the phone, rolled her eyes with exasperation. Wang Kaming, you absolute jerk. How dare you still be angry? You truly believe I'd ever pursue your wife? Rest assured, she's not my type. At that moment, Wang Xingrui felt a pang of unease. He noticed Xun Ling's smile had vanished, and instinctive Zhang Dong, seemingly oblivious to the insult against his wife, erupted instead. Stop evading. Do you even realize Xiao Rui's avatar selection is imminent? Of course I know. I left him 5,000 money before departing. 5,000? That won't even cover a single rat. Minimum price starts at 10,000. Oh come now, he has hands, feet, and 6 months. Let him earn it himself. At his age still, depending on parents. Preposterous. Zhang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief, rage boiling over. How could a father be so utterly irresponsible? You despicable wretch. Snap. Zhang Dong crushed the phone in his fist. Unnoticed until now, his lower body had transformed into the segmented torso of a silkworm, numerous short legs sprouting along its sides. Gazing at Zhang Dong, half-man half-silkworm, Wang Xingrui found the sight oddly endearing, his uncle's plump form strangely charming. Zhang Dong tossed the shattered phone aside and slowly ponderously inched toward Wang Xingrui, on his silkworm limbs leaning forward slightly from the waist. He clapped Wang Xingrui's shoulder. Don't worry. Your father may neglect you, but Uncle Zhang won't. First find one you genuinely love, as your Aunt Shin suggested. If none suits you, follow Xiao Yu's lead and choose a golden eagle. Uncle Zhang stands ready to back you completely. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, Wang Xingrui replied with quiet sincerity. Zhang Dong ruffled his hair affectionately. From now on, don't go home. You've no one there. Stay with us. Wang Xingrui glanced at Xun Ling. Why look at me? Your uncle's word is mine. Wang Xingrui nodded. In Xuanyu's room, Wang Xingrui lay stretched across his bed, while Zhang Xuanyu sat riveted to his computer, immersed in a game. Xuanyu, why choose a golden eagle as your avatar? Have you abandoned inheriting your father's business? You figured it out. Of course, I'm not blind. Every dish on the table was eagle meat. Because I long to soar freely through the skies, to glide unbound across the heavens, wings spread wide above mountains and valleys. Just imagining it thrills me. Damn it, I lost. He slammed the keyboard in frustration. Just for flight? Certainly not. My choice rests on 3 pillars. First, the golden eagle ranks third among extant avian species in flight speed, reaching up to 320 km/h faster than high-speed rail. Second, its predatory prowess is unmatched, talons razor-sharp, capable of eviscerating prey in a single strike once targeted. Third, aerial avatars are exceedingly rare, and among them the golden eagle stands as a paragon of scarcity. Only such majesty befits me. Moreover, one of the 5 great sages possessed a golden eagle avatar, the universally acknowledged sovereign of the skies, honored with the title Golden Eagle King. As he spoke, Zhang Xuanyu's eyes shimmered with reverent awe. Every child carries within them a hero, invincible, unconquerable, eternal. Though Xuanyu harbored no delusions of rivaling those sages, sharing their avatar kindled profound pride. He wheeled his gaming chair beside the bed and leaned in voice hushed with theatrical mystery. Let me share a little secret. Spit it out already. Ha ha. My avatar isn't an ordinary golden eagle. The one I consumed carried beast cells. Wang Xingrui bolted upright, eyes wide with shock. After the beast origin event, 3/4 of humanity developed beast cells, but they also permeated the animal. Yet unlike humans, animals bearing beast cells cannot assimilate genetic traits from other species, thus cannot merge attributes or refine strengths. This capacity for synergistic evolution remains uniquely human. Conversely, beast cell-infused animals gain extraordinary innate talents, all physical faculties amplified geometrically. Hence they're dubbed hyperbeasts, beings transcending natural fauna. When humans with beast cells consume ordinary animals, the prey's inherent capabilities, strength, speed, agility senses, transfer, directly yielding what's termed baseline augmentation. The mightier the source animal, the stronger the baseline augmentation. And hyperbeasts possessing beast cells themselves exhibit physiological capacities several-fold greater than ordinary creatures. Thus, their augmentation multiplies the baseline figure by another factor, termed composite augmentation. Take the golden eagle, for instance. An ordinary golden eagle boasts exceptional flight velocity, razor talons, and acute vision. Its baseline augmentation coefficient is 8. A hyper-beast golden eagle, bearing beast cells, amplifies each of those 4 traits exponentially 1, 2, 4, 8, or even 16. The exact multiplier dependent on beast cell concentration within its body. Higher beast cell density yields greater composite augmentation. Thus, total augmentation baseline composite. Typically capturing aerial hyperbeast avatars proves nearly impossible. Their velocities exceed human limit. Wang Xingrui blurted, how much augmentation? Sharp question. You've hit the crux. Guess higher. Go bold. Baseline is 8. If hyper-augmented say 2, then 16-fold total. Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. I told you, guess higher. Could it be 8 times 4, 32? Higher still. Wang Xingrui leapt from the bed. Higher. Surely not 8 times 8, 64. Wang Xingrui recoiled in utter disbelief. 8 times 16, 128. His voice cracked, uttering a figure he scarcely dared believe. Ha ha. A triumphant grin spread across Zhang Xuanyu's face. Whoa, whoh. Wang Xingrui vaulted off the bed and gripped Xuanyu's shoulders, demanding confirmation. Your avatar's total augmentation is 128-fold. Shoo. Xuanyu pressed a finger to Wang Xingrui's lips, then pinched his cheek playfully. Mine may well be the world's sole avatar exceeding 100-fold augmentation. Bow before me, mortal. Xuanyu closed his eyes, arms outstretched, like a deity descending upon earth. For one fleeting instant, just one, Wang Xingrui truly believed Xuanyu was magnificent. Then reason reasserted itself. Wait, no? If Xuanyu's avatar was a beast cell-infused golden eagle, its flight velocity must exceed 33. 5 Mach, 3675 kmh, over 33 times the speed of sound. Not even legendary fighter jets could match such velocity. So how had Xuanyu captured it? Hey, where did you get this avatar? You want one too? Don't bother. You lack the luck. Luck. Truth is 2 months ago, my birthday, I told Dad I wanted a golden eagle avatar. So he spent every cent our family had saved, bought 5 golden eagles. Then what happened? One of those 5 carried beast cells. Wang Xingrui interjected eagerly. No, don't rush, let me finish. Dad bought 5 eagles. The seller, impressed by Dad's generosity, gifted him 2 golden eagle eggs. That birthday night, Mom placed the eggs in the fridge. I didn't know. Next morning I fried one thinking it was just an egg. Soon after I sensed something strange in my body. A visit to the beast hospital confirmed it. 1 egg contained beast cells. Pure dumb luck, probably 90% beast cell content. Haha. Xuanyu scratched his head, grinning. Whoa, you didn't just get lucky. You walked straight down the protagonist's path from a novel. Wang Xingrui sighed deep. A single egg granted 128-fold augmentation, while lions and tigers, apex terrestrial predators, yield mere 10 to 15-fold gains. Xuanyu's avatar amplified power 8 times greater. Wang Xingrui envied him fiercely. Why hadn't he drawn such fortune? I feel the same. If that seller knew he gifted away a beast cell-infused golden eagle egg, he'd probably die of rage. Xuanyu grinned mischievously. Undoubtedly, any beast cell-infused creature, even common reptiles, commands prices exceeding 5 million money. And a golden eagle, a sovereign among aerial hyperbeasts, whose augmentation breaches the 100-fold threshold. Such a treasure would never be sold. Its worth is incalculable. In Xianye's parents' room, Dad lies on the bed looking at his phone. Mom is applying a facial mask in front of the vanity mirror. Honey, do you think Xiao Yu and Xiao Rui are talking about the transformation right now? Zhang Dong casually responded while looking at his phone. Do you think Xiao Yu will let that slip out? Zhang Dong continued to stare at his phone. Xinling glanced at Zhang Dong through the mirror, picked up a slipper from her foot. The slipper hit Zhang Dong squarely on the forehead. Ouch. I'm talking to you, did you hear me? I heard it's about that matter, right? Xiao Yu is not an outsider, so what's the big deal? Zhang Dong put down his phone and rubbed his head. Haha, you seem quite at ease with Xiao Yu, but that concerns our son's future. You seem to care for Xiao Yu more than for Xiao Rui. I wonder which one is your biological child, Xinling casually complained, but immediately regretted it after speaking. Xinling glanced at Zhang Dong. At this moment, Zhang Dong was looking at her with a serious expression. Do you know what you were saying? I was just saying, what's wrong with that? Your son won't lose anything. Zhang Dong's expression darkened. Your words not only depleted the trust between us, but also sowed discord between Xiao Yu and Xiao Rui. Although Xiao Rui's academic performance is not strong, we have seen his character. I won't even mention how kind he is to you, and Xiao Yu, you should know in your heart that even if he isn't Kai Ming's son, he absolutely qualifies to be friends with Xiao Yu. So am I wrong to think about my own son? It's not wrong to think about our son, but if he carries the same thoughts as you while dealing with Xiao Rui, is that what you want to see? The suspicion and doubt of adults shouldn't be imposed on children. Xinling ran to the bed and fell into Zhang Dong's arms. I'm sorry, honey, I was just a bit scared. Zhang Dong hugged Xinling, gently patting her shoulder, and said softly, I know I feel the same. The more people who know about that matter, the more danger Xiao Yu faces. I even regret buying the golden eagle for Xiao Yu. Haha, who would have thought such a big opportunity would fall on my son's head? 128 times a growth rate over 100, I dared not even imagine it. But ultimately Xiao Rui is someone we've watched grow up. We can't let our fear of our son getting hurt lead us to distrust everyone. That would also be a kind of pressure for our son. Moreover, Xiao Rui is someone our son trusts. I hear you. Xin Ling rubbed her face against Zhang Dong's chin. Xianyu, who else knows about this matter so far? Wang Xingrui asked with a serious expression. Apart from my parents, only you know. What about the vet who did the checkup? Didn't they do the examination on you? Oh, the doctor just checked if I have B cells in my body, what type of transformation it is. After I found out the transformation was a golden eagle, my parents took me home. Wang Xingrui immediately asked, then how did you know you have a 128 times growth rate? Wait a moment. Zhang Xianyu walked out of the room mysteriously and soon returned with something that looked like a metal syringe with a data line attached to the other end. This is a physique detector my dad bought for me. If you draw a vial of blood with it, it can automatically analyze your growth rate, what type of transformation you have, and the content of B cells in your body. The internet is the most insecure thing. Doing this will expose your information to everyone. Wang Xingrui expressed some concerns. Don't worry, it doesn't need to connect to the internet. The phone just serves as a display similar to the calculator or flashlight in our phones. Otherwise, my dad wouldn't let me use it. That's good. Zhang Xianyu was silent for a moment, and then Wang Xingrui said, just say what you want. Although I feel like you don't act like a man, don't really see yourself as a woman. I want to go see the textile factory in the East District, specifically the Xing Hui building that always goes against our family. Zhang Xianyu hesitated for a long time before saying, I'll go with you. Wang Xingrui immediately agreed. Aren't you going to ask what I am going there for? Zhang Xianyu asked curiously. To cause trouble, what else? Wang Xingrui leaned back, hands clasped behind his head, looking indifferent. But I must remind you, you have the opportunity of the male lead now, but you don't have the strength of the male lead yet. It's best to develop quietly for a while. I know, but I just want to do something for my dad right now. In school, I consistently ranked second to last while you stubbornly held onto the third to last position. All the classmates look down on us, but my dad has never blamed me for my grades. A hint of guilt flashed in Zhang Xianyu's eyes. When Wang Xingrui heard Zhang Xianyu say this, he couldn't help but recall when his dad chased him around with a feather duster. Why couldn't his dad educate him with quality? So hurry up and tell me your plan. Wang Xingrui urged. You won't stop me. Zhang Xianyu looked at Wang Xingrui in surprise. I won't stop you. Zhang Xianyu smiled. My plan is. The next morning, Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xianyu changed their clothes. Wang Xingrui looked like a bodyguard while Zhang Xianyu indulged in luxury, wearing a gold watch and a gold chain. Then they rented a luxury car and went to Xing Hui building in the Southern District. Are you sure this mall is your dad's rival? Wang Xingrui asked, looking at the Xing Hui building, which was twice the size of Zhang Xian, yes, family's Xianling textile factory, with some skepticism. I'm sure. I've checked. Xing Hui building was established in the last 2 years, mainly selling finished clothing, and the prices are always much lower than ours. Zhang Xianyu stated confidently. Since you are sure, let's go. Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xianyu entered the mall, with Wang Xingrui positioning himself behind Zhang Xianyu, who looked like a rich second generation. A female sales assistant dressed in professional attire with a name tag hanging in front of her chest immediately approached them upon seeing the two wearing a professional smile. Zhang Xianyu glanced at her name tag sales manager. Hello, welcome to Xing Hui. Sir, are you here to buy clothes, or does... Zhang Xianyu looked around critically and said bluntly, why would I come here just to look at you? The sales manager's smile became somewhat stiff, but she still maintained her professionalism. Could you please share the purpose of the fabric purchase? I can help you find the most suitable fabric based on your needs to save your time. Needs? I'm just tearing it for fun. The sales manager's expression grew even more rigid, and she forced a laugh. Please come this way, gentlemen. The Xing Hui Mall has a total of 4 floors. The first 2 floors sell clothing, while the third and fourth floors sell fabrics. The sales manager led Zhang Xianyu and Wang Xingrui to the 3rd floor. There were very few people on the 3rd floor, as people these days prefer ready-made items and fewer would buy fabric to make their own clothes. Unless they are fashion designers. Under the guidance of the sales manager, they visited each store with salespeople introducing them to the years, colors, elasticity, and other characteristics of silk in great detail. However, after a round of browsing, Zhang Xianyu kept shaking his head and did not express any dissatisfaction. Gentlemen, are you sure you're here to buy fabric? The sales manager's expression suddenly changed 180 degrees, it becoming cold. What do you mean? Wang Xingrui calmly stared at her. It means nothing. Our Xing Hui building may not be the best in the textile industry, but we are among the top. If you two sincerely want to buy fabric, we welcome you. But if you are here to have fun, I'm afraid you're in the wrong place. The sales manager clapped her hands, and 2 tall men dressed in suits nearly 2 meters tall suddenly appeared behind them. They exhaled heavily, causing Zhang Xianyu and Wang Xingrui's hair to flutter. Wang Xingrui, feeling uncomfortable with the wind blowing at the back of his head, stepped forward and stood in front of Zhang Xianyu. However, to the sales manager, Wang Xingrui's action appeared more like a loyal dog preparing to protect its master, and their gazes met, causing the atmosphere to become tense. At that moment, a voice came from behind the sales manager. What's going on? The sales manager turned around and immediately became respectful, lowering her stance and saying, Boss. The man wore a deep blue suit, his upper body straight, as if it were a steel plate, with glasses on his face, exuding a warm smile that made him look like a friendly neighbor. Charisma is something elusive yet real. The moment this man appeared, Wang Xingrui sensed an aura of authority emanating from him. The invisible pressure made him feel like he was merely an ant that could be crushed at any moment in the eyes of the other. Zhang Xianyu immediately noticed Wang Xingrui's change in expression and quick-witted took the initiative to say, "We came to buy fabric, but your store is bullying customers." His voice was so loud that it nearly attracted everyone's attention on the third floor, and many fabric-buying customers, people on the first and second floors, also looked up. The man looked at the sales manager with a questioning gaze. The woman quickly said, "I have shown them all the shops on the third floor, but they are still not satisfied." "What about the fourth floor?" Linny asked. "Boss, the fourth floor is filled with premium stores, and these two kids can't afford to buy anything there." The woman's voice gradually lowered as she realized the coldness in the boss' gaze directed at her. She immediately fell silent, lowering her head and daring not to speak. When the boss turned to face Wang Xingrui, a smile reappeared on his face. He placed his right hand on his chest and bowed at a 90-degree angle, saying, "My name is Lin Yi, the owner of Xinghui Building. I sincerely apologize for my employees' rude behavior to you both. Today, for all the fabrics you purchase, I will grant you a 50% discount with my authority." As soon as this was said, a wave of gasps spread through the surroundings. Xinghui's fabrics are of good quality at reasonable prices, but there are also items worth hundreds of thousands. If they're all at half price, wouldn't Xinghui incur a significant loss? Customers who didn't understand the situation felt that the boss of Xinghui had suddenly gained a high favorability, as these two kids were clearly putting on airs and looking for trouble. Instead of throwing them out, the boss not only apologized, but also offered such a big discount. The service attitude of Xinghui is just too good. Lin Yi turned the situation around with just a few words and conveniently reaped a wave of goodwill. The customers' balances of favorability now tilted towards Xinghui. Zhang Xianyu suddenly felt as if he had punched a pillow. At that moment, Wang Xingrui stepped forward. "If you hadn't shown up just now, our young master might have been thrown out of the mall by those two idiots behind us. Now you plan to offer a discount and think that will settle things. Using money to smooth everything over, is this how Xinghui handles matters? Is this your way of admitting fault? Let me tell you the truth." Wang Xingrui walked in front of the sales manager and pulled out 2 stacks of cash from his pocket, slapping them hard onto her face. "Our young master doesn't lack this little pocket money." The cash scattered like flowers in the air, falling to the ground. Zhang Xianyu slightly raised his head, feeling secretly pleased. Thankfully, he had given some money to old Wang today. He didn't expect to use it so soon. Nice taking back a victory. No matter what, we can't lose momentum. The sales manager looked at the cash on the ground, her expression somewhat stunned, regretting it deeply. Wang Xingrui's actions were like a death sentence for this woman. The sales manager shot a fearful glance at Lin Yi, only to see him walking toward Wang Xingrui and standing beside him. He raised his hand and swung. Slap. A sharp sound echoed, and the woman flew backward several meters, 2 of her teeth flying out midair, and she crashed violently to the ground, spitting out blood and falling unconscious. Lin Yi's hand stopped abruptly, less than 10 centimeters from Wang Xingrui's face, the force of his palm blowing Wang Xingrui's hair. Wang Xingrui stood motionless, his face expressionless, not even blinking. Lin Yi looked deeply at Wang Xingrui and smiled. "Sorry, I didn't control my strength." They locked eyes for a few seconds and Lin Yi turned away, coming to Zhang Xianyu. Zhang Xianyu looked up at him, though his face did not show any signs of panic. His trembling legs had already exposed his inner turmoil. The woman was being dragged in front of Zhang Xianyu by 2 security guards holding her arms. "Are you gentlemen satisfied with this way of handling things?" Cough, cough, "It's acceptable." Zhang Xianyu pretended to be calm. "Since you are satisfied, can I invite you to take a look at the 4th floor to make amends? I heard there are no fabrics you like on the 3rd floor, and to make up for the mistake and for the reputation of Xinghui, I assure you as a person that our fabrics will not disappoint you. Enough, let's do it another day. I'm not in the mood today." It was not that Zhang Xianyu was playing hard to get. Seeing Lin Yi's fierce methods, he had already lost his nerve and no longer dared to stay. To be able to send someone flying several meters, it was clear how strong Lin Yi's slap was. If that slap landed on him, he wouldn't die, but would at least lose half his life. After Zhang Xianyu finished speaking, he didn't give Lin Yi a chance to reply and turned to leave. He originally thought Wang Xingrui would follow, but after walking a few steps, he suddenly felt something was off, so he turned around. He saw Wang Xingrui standing still, not moving. Why wasn't he leaving? Could it be that Xiao Rui was scared silly by Lin Yi's actions just now? Zhang Xianyu walked over and kicked him, then frantically gestured for him to leave. "Why are you just standing there?" Wang Xingrui turned around, a wicked smile on his face. "Young master, since they have extended their hospitality, we might as well go take a look." His eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing that expression, Zhang Xianyu knew that Wang Xingrui was acting up again. This kid couldn't stop himself upon encountering powerful transformations. Lin Yi's slap earlier must have struck a chord in his heart. But brother, the situation is not right. Who knows if Lin Yi has arranged for people to ambush them on the 4th floor? What if they go up and can't come back down? Zhang Xianyu wanted to leave, but he couldn't abandon Wang Xingrui alone. Helpless, he sighed deeply and with a serious expression walked into the mall. "Let's go." "Sir." Lin Yi called out to Zhang Xianyu. Zhang Xianyu turned to look and Lin Yi pointed in the opposite direction. "The elevator is this way." The elevator on the 4th floor opened and Zhang Xianyu and others stepped out. Under the boss' guidance, the two began to traverse the various shops on the fourth floor with the boss constantly wearing a smile as he patiently introduced each of his products. Although Wang Xuanyu had never managed the family business, he was the only child of the Wang family, and having followed his father since childhood, he had absorbed a lot. Upon seeing the fabrics on the fourth floor, he immediately determined that these fabrics were of premium quality with elasticity and material that were on an entirely different level than those on the third floor. More importantly, the same premium fabrics were surprisingly half the price compared to their own. No wonder Xinghui Building was doing such good business. However, this was completely illogical. Opening a textile factory would involve significant manpower and resources, and the prices offered by Xinghui were already below cost. How could they profit and support their employees? Could it be that Xinghui was a charitable enterprise? After examining the products on the fourth floor, Wang Xinghui wanted to find a chance to ask Lin Yi what his incarnation was, but with his socially awkward personality, he hesitated to ask such a personal question. Boss Lin. Lin Yi turned around and smiled at Wang Xinghui, saying, "Yes, do you have any questions?" Where's the bathroom?" Before he could finish, Wang Xinghui suddenly changed his words. "Go straight down this path for 50 meters, then turn left. The second door on the left is the bathroom." Lin Yi's service attitude was excellent, so much so that Wang Xinghui couldn't find a flaw. "Thank you." Wang Xinghui glanced at Zhang Xuanyu. Zhang Xuanyu had originally wanted to go with him, but felt uneasy being alone with Lin Yi. After thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, it was inappropriate for a young master to accompany his subordinate to the restroom. So he coldly remarked, "Such a hassle." Wang Xinghui immediately played along, saying, "I'm sorry, young master, I took up." "Hurry back, my time is very precious," said Zhang Xuanyu. "Understood." Wang Xinghui followed the manager's directions to find the bathroom. In the bathroom, after finishing, Wang Xinghui was about to zip up when suddenly a pair of hands appeared from behind and grabbed. A 16-year-old boy, suddenly having his neck grabbed from behind, felt an overwhelming fear. With self-protective instincts, he forcefully pried apart the assailant's fingers, then quickly seized one of their arms. He exerted force at his waist, intending to throw the assailant over his shoulder, but realized his strength was insufficient to accomplish that. Instead, the assailant tightened their grip, relocking Wang Xingrui's neck. He lost his balance and fell backward. His weight, weighing 120 pounds, fell entirely onto the person behind him, who gradually released their grip. Wang Xinghui took the opportunity to stand up and finally saw the true face of the assailant. It was a barefoot girl with disheveled hair covered in dirt and wearing tattered clothes. In his memory, he should have never seen this girl before, and it was impossible for him to have any enmity with her. He couldn't understand why she would ambush him in the men's restroom. No, it shouldn't be called an ambush. The men's restroom only had one entrance and exit, and he hadn't seen anyone else enter. This meant that the girl must have been hiding there in advance. That made it even stranger. Wang Xinghui took a step back, leaning against the wall, and tentatively asked, "Friend, I'm not from Xinghui Building. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Did you mistake me for someone else?" He re-examined the girl, his gaze gradually moving downward, and then an expression of surprise appeared on his face. "Wait, why is this girl's pants bulging? Is she a boy? If she is, then her appearance is extraordinarily enchanting." Although she looked disheveled, her messy hair couldn't hide the liveliness in her eyes. Wang Xinghui couldn't help but think to himself, this boy will definitely grow up to be a scoundrel. While he was pondering, the boy ignored his question and suddenly pounced on him again. With her legs clamping around Wang Xingrui's waist and her hands grasping his hair, she opened her mouth wide and bit his neck like a vampire feeding. Wang Xinghui let out a muffled groan. A trickle of blood slid down his neck. "Damn, that hurts. What does this madman want to do?" Fear quickly grew within Wang Xinghui. This boy was definitely not normal. He couldn't help but think it can't be that he's really so unlucky as to encounter a vampire while using the restroom. Wang Xingrui's gaze landed on the urinal beside him, and in a moment of desperation, he quickly grabbed the boy's body and forcefully slammed it against the urinal. Bang! Bang! "Let go! Let go of me!" After slamming twice, each impact causing the boy to bite down even harder until a large portion of the urinal was shattered, the boy finally loosened her grip but still clung to him like a sloth. Seeing this, Wang Xinghui picked up the broken piece of the urinal from the ground and smashed it onto the boy's head without holding back. Bang! Bang! If there had been 3 people present at that moment, they would have thought Wang Xinghui had gone insane. His actions appeared extremely, but at that moment Wang Xinghui couldn't care less about ethics or morals. His instinct for survival control. As the boy's head was struck repeatedly, blood flowed uncontrollably, splattering a series of dense blood spots on the pristine white wall. Feeling the strength in the assailant's legs diminishing, Wang Xinghui threw a punch at the boy's ribs. The boy cried out in pain and finally fell off Wang Xinghui. The boy got back up, crouching on the floor like a beast, glaring at Wang Xinghui with hostility. A wooden box fell from the boy's possession, rolling to Wang Xingrui's feet, and at the same time the boy's pants also deflated. Wang Xingruo, quick on his feet, picked up the wooden box and glanced at the person on the ground. Indeed a girl, at least the gender is clear now. The girl stared fixedly at the box in Wang Xingrui's hand, but did not dare to approach. Her disheveled hair and blood-soaked face added a touch of terror to her appearance. Just then a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded from outside the restroom, accompanied by a man's deep voice. "She's in the men's restroom. Move quietly, and don't corner her. The boss instructed to capture her alive. Hearing the voices, the girl quickly looked toward the restroom door, then turned back to glance at the wooden box in Wang Xingrue's hand, her expression caught in a dilemma. It seems the people outside are looking for you. Wang Xingrue detected her emotions and immediately warned, if you don't run now, you may not have the chance later. After a brief moment of hesitation, the girl bared her teeth at Wang Xingrue in a fierce display and then turned to flee the men's restroom. Wang Xingrue let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately outside, there was a series of startled cries. She's out. Stop her. Be careful not to damage anything on her. The sounds of battle continued outside. Meanwhile, Wang Xingrue leisurely opened the box inside the restroom. It contained a thumb-sized spherical white jade with a slight yellow hue. Holding it in his hand, he sensed something was off. The texture didn't feel like jade. Although the surface was smooth, it lacked the cool sensation. Wang Xingrue examined it closely, illuminating it under the light, and it seemed like something was moving inside. An egg that looked like jade placed in such an exquisite box and fought over by so many people. No matter what kind it was, it must be extremely valuable. From the sounds of the people outside, it seemed this item was stolen by that girl. Wang Xingrue suddenly smirked, thinking stealing from a thief shouldn't be illegal, right? The boss was accompanying Zhang Xuanyu when a male salesperson hurried over and whispered a few words in his ear. As a result, Lin Yi's face instantly turned ashen, and Zhang Xuanyu clearly saw the veins on Lin Yi's face. He quietly reprimanded the salesperson. Useless. 8 of you couldn't keep an eye on a single box. What are you all? I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I have some urgent matters to attend to. As compensation, you may choose any 10 rolls of fabric from the 4th floor shops as a gift from me. I must excuse myself first. Without giving Zhang Xuanyu a chance to respond, he hurriedly left. It was evident that he was truly anxious. But after taking just a few steps, Lin Yi suddenly stopped. He looked in surprise at Wang Xingrue, who was slowly walking toward him with a wooden box in hand. This box belongs to— Yes, how did it end up in your hands? Lin Yi asked with a smile. While I was using the restroom, a madman suddenly attacked me, and the box fell from her. By the way, when I came out of the restroom, I saw your people all knocked down by that madman. Lin Yi took the box and noticed the bite mark on Wang Xingrue's neck. He realized that Wang Xingrue couldn't have bitten himself, so what he said must be true. He opened the box to take a look, and his gentle expression suddenly turned cold. The box was empty. Immediately, he looked at Wang Xingrue with a burning gaze. What happened? Did you lose something? Wang Xingrue asked nonchalantly. Yes, the contents of the box are very important to me. I hope you can allow a search. Are you suspecting that I took what's inside? Wang Xingrue replied. If I had taken it, why would I risk being searched by you to return it? I'm sorry, sir. Please understand, if my things aren't found after the search, it'll definitely provide you with satisfactory— Wang Xingrue considered for 2 seconds and noticed that Lin Yi's fists were already clenched. If he disagreed, it seemed Lin Yi was prepared to use force. Fine, Wang Xingrue replied calmly. Lin Yi signaled to the salesperson behind him. He took Wang Xingrue to the fitting room, and Wang Xingrue stripped down completely, handing his clothes to the salesperson. The salesperson carefully inspected him, then entered the fitting room. Soon after, Wang Xingrue returned to Lin Yi's side accompanied by the salesperson. Nope, the salesperson reported softly to Lin Yi. It was a misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Mr. Wang, from now on, whenever you shop at Xinghue Building, you can enjoy a 10% discount. Xinghue has branches in all 4 districts of K-City. This is our platinum membership card. Please accept it. Lin Yi tossed the wooden box to the nearby salesperson and pulled out a silver white card, handing it to Wang Xingrue with one hand, as if a wealthy man was giving alms to a beggar. Wang Xingrue received the card without showing any expression. It was typical of a businessman to prefer solving everything with money. But then again, having taken his things, he still gave him a card. This guy was truly a good person. I apologize for the inconvenience. Lin Yi turned back to Zhang Xuanyu, his face beaming with a friendly smile, a stark contrast to his demeanor while speaking with Wang Xingrue. Zhang Xuanyu said, take these 2 rolls of fabric. Let's go. I don't like taking advantage of others. 1 roll is my purchase, while the other is a thank you gift for your useless subordinate. Is that all right? Since it's Mr. Li's request, I have no problem with that. However, my earlier promise still stands. Feel free to come and collect whenever you need it. Lin Yi replied to Zhang Xuanyu. Zhang Xuanyu responded. After sending off Zhang Xuanyu and Wang Xingrue, Lin Yi returned to the office, and his expression instantly turned cold. Have we caught the person? Not yet, the salesperson in front of him said, looking down. Lin Yi's right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the man's head and lifting him up. Do you know how important the contents of that box are to me? Lin Yi couldn't hide the killing intent in his heart, tightening his grip slightly. I'm sorry, brother Lin. The salesperson said, his feet leaving the ground as his face turned red, struggling to speak. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, seemingly touched by the brother Lin, and relaxed his grip, causing the salesperson to— You have 1 hour. You only have 1 hour to find it, no matter what method you use. Bring it back to me. Brother Lin, the box was only ever touched by the girl who escaped, and that subordinate of Li's today. I suspect the item— What if you're wrong? Those 2 guys just spent 100,000 in the store to buy a premium roll of fabric. The ones who returned the wooden box are them too. We even searched them. What reason do you have to keep them? Lin Yi said coldly as he approached the salesperson. The salesperson was too scared to look up. He hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Brother Lin, I didn't consider this thoroughly. They'll go catch that girl right away. Even if it costs me my life, they'll definitely bring her back." Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xuanyu got into a luxury car, and after driving for a while, Wang Xingrui glanced at the rearview mirror. "Someone is following us from behind." "That's for sure," Zhang Xuanyu replied calmly. "What do you plan to do?" Wang Xingrui asked. "We didn't mention our names back at Xinhui building, did we?" "No," Zhang Xuanyu said with a sly smile, leaning back comfortably. "If I remember correctly, Li Fei's birthday is coming up soon, and I plan to give him a big gift in advance." Wang Xingrui's expression showed some hesitation. "The people at Xinhui building aren't exactly kind. Are you sure you want to do this?" Li Fei is the study committee member and the sports representative in their class, and he is the arch-rival of Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xuanyu, as well as the teacher's pet. His academic performance in class can only be described as average, yet he looks down on classmates who perform worse than him, while always smiling at those who do better. Because he manages the class well and has strict academic requirements, he is favored by the teacher. Li Fei comes from a wealthy family, just like Zhang Xuanyu. His father is a businessman, and showing off his wealth in class is part of his daily routine. Word spread quickly, and after 3 years, almost everyone in school knows that his father is the manager of a flower factory and his mother is a designer. However, despite Li Fei's praise for his parents, he has never seen them attend a parent-teacher meeting. It is always their family's butler who shows up. Li Fei would quietly sit in his seat going through the motions. Yes, for Li Fei, attending parent-teacher meetings is merely a formality. His academic situation is reported to his parents by the butler. Sadly, his parents never pay attention to it. In contrast, Zhang Xuanyu's situation is quite the opposite. Even though his grades have remained stable over the past 3 years, consistently in the bottom 3, no matter how busy Uncle Zhang is, he always attends the parent-teacher meetings with Aunt Xin, and they return with grim faces. The next day, Zhang Xuanyu showed up at school with a bruised face. Perhaps it was due to the overlap in professions between Li Fei's mother and Xuanyu's mother, and since Li Fei's mother isn't as famous in the design field as Xuanyu's, or perhaps it was out of jealousy of Zhang Xuanyu's upbringing. Li Fei often targeted Zhang Xuanyu in class, belittling his grades to enhance his own sense of superiority. It was probably this kind of thinking: although my mom isn't as good as yours, I'm still better than you. Zhang Xuanyu indeed struggles with his studies, disappointing his parents. Li Fei seizes on this point relentlessly, and when Li Fei infuriates him, Zhang Xuanyu would sometimes get into a fight with him and then call their parents. Later on, to avoid causing trouble for his family, Zhang Xuanyu had no choice but to endure and dismiss Li Fei's words as nonsense. Now Zhang Xuanyu plans to make Li Fei repay him for the 3 years of grievances in one go. "I'm certain," Zhang Xuanyu replied earnestly. Meanwhile, Li Fei's villa was just ahead. Wang Xingrui pressed the brake, and as the car came to a halt, he also made a decision. As a good brother, he felt that Zhang Xuanyu was acting somewhat out of character at that moment, possibly entering a brief period of arrogance after gaining a new persona. Logically, he should persuade Zhang Xuanyu to back down. However, he did not. Since Zhang Xuanyu had already devised a plan, he felt he had no right to let him continue to endure. Wang Xingrui got out of the car, pressed the doorbell on the wall, said a few words into it, and then returned to the car. Not far away, in the shadow of a large tree, a man in a suit hid behind the tree, watching the luxury car drive. He immediately took out his phone and made a call. "Hello boss, it's Li Honggang's son." "Yes, I confirm I saw him enter the Li family's gate with my own eyes, and the security guard at the entrance was quite polite to them. The Li family's security is tight, so I can't get in for now." "Oh, okay." After hanging up, the man quietly remained behind the tree, staring at the Li family's gate. Inside the villa, Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xuanyu sat somewhat stiffly on the sofa. They had left their valuable belongings in the car and had changed into their school uniforms, now looking like 2 ordinary students. The decor at Li Fei's home resembled that of Xuanyu's family, especially when they saw Li Fei's mother lazily reclining on the sofa. It felt even more similar. "Auntie, you look even better than before. You seem at least 5 years younger compared to the last time I saw you," Zhang Xuanyu. "Really?" Li Fei's mother gently touched her face, smiling brightly. "Xuanyu, you really know how to flatter. How is your mother? Is she not working anymore?" Good news seldom leaves the house, but bad news travels far. This woman must have heard about the crisis at Xuanyu's father's textile factory, or she wouldn't have asked me that. "No, my mother is either eating or sleeping at home, and she can't compare to you in terms of looks or figure," Zhang Xuanyu responded calmly. "Oh ho ho, is that so? That's truly unfortunate. How can a woman not know how to take care of herself?" Li Fei's mother covered her mouth, her laughter becoming even louder. At that moment, Wang Xingrui immediately determined that the woman before him could not possibly be Aunt Xin's opponent. Her face couldn't hide her emotions. "Annie, we came today because we want to ask you for a favor." "Why are you using the word ask with Andy? If there's anything, just tell me." "If I can help, I definitely will," Li Fei's mother said gently. Zhang Xuanyu's fingers were intertwined, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "You should have heard about our textile factory's current situation. I was wondering if Annie could lend us some money for a little while. Don't worry, in 2 months max, once my father's factory recovers, I'll return the money to you right away. We will definitely remember your kindness. If you ever encounter any difficulties, the Zhang family will surely assist you," he added, pushing 2 pieces of fabric forward. Li Fei's mother did not continue along the lines of Zhang Xuanyu's words, but instead glanced at the fabric, gently running her hand over it. "Oh my, this is fine fabric. It should be worth quite a bit, right?" These are all top-grade materials. In my father's factory, one piece sells for 500,000 maris. But since it's my nephew asking for a favor, how could I take your money? This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope Auntie doesn't mind. Li Fei's mother looked at the fabrics on the table and then at Zhang Xuanyu. She felt a sense of disdain towards Xuanya's father. It seemed Zhang Dong was truly desperate, actually sending his son to borrow money from her. After thinking for a moment, Li Fei's mother said to the butler behind her, "Lu, butler, bring my bag over." Lu, butler, handed the bag to Li Fei's mother. Li Fei's mother pulled out a stack of checks from her bag, wrote down 2 amounts, tore them off, and placed them on the table, then said with a troubled expression, "It's not that Annie doesn't want to help, but Annie is having some difficulties at home right now. You all know that Xiao Fei will soon be choosing his persona, and he will be graduating from middle school soon. Picking a good academy is a considerable expense both inside and out. However, Auntie won't let you come here without any help. This is 200,000, take it, as Auntie buying the fabric." "Auntie, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to sell fabric," Zhang Xuanyu said somewhat anxiously. "Annie understands, but right now Annie's family is really in trouble, you have to understand. Old Lu, see them out." Li Fei's mother continued watching television, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Xuanyu's eyes as he accepted the check, bowed to Li Fei's mother, and said, "Thank you, Auntie." Then he turned around dejected with Wang Xingrui following behind. After a while the butler returned. "They left." "Yes, they left through the back door," the butler respectfully replied. "The back door? What does that mean?" Li Fei's mother asked in confusion. "They were afraid of being seen by others and didn't want anyone to know they came to the Li family to borrow money." "Madam, should I spread the news?" "No need. Although I have a feud with Xin Ling, that's a matter between her and me. There's no need to escalate the conflict to the Li and Zhang families. Even if their family collapses, it has nothing to do with my Li family. Giving him 200,000 is already the limit of my kindness." "Madam, you are wise and perceptive, I admire you," said old Lu. "Oh ho ho, where we're all learned from our old Li." After Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xuanyu exited through the back door of the villa, Zhang Xuanyu's expression changed. The gloomy mood vanished. "I understand now where Li Fei inherited that snobbishness from. Did you see her arrogant demeanor just now? Zhang Xuanyu mimicked our little Fei is about to choose his persona, and everything is a matter of money. Their family is much wealthier than ours, and I hadn't even asked how much to borrow, and she chased me out with a single word. Bah, what a joke. Those 2 pieces of fabric are worth at most 200,000, you're really asking for too much." Wang Xingrui glanced at the rearview mirror and laughed. "What if she confronts Uncle Zhang?" "That won't happen. My dad has a somewhat special relationship with Li Fei's mother, they generally don't meet." Wang Xingrui sensed a hint of gossip and raised his eyebrow. "Continue, I'm all ears." "Li Fei's mother is my dad's ex-girlfriend." Zhang Xuanyu casually revealed his own father's secret. "No way. Is that true?" Wang Xingrui's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time he had heard about it. "It's true. My dad and Li Fei's mother were college classmates. My dad and my mom were childhood sweethearts. During college, Li Fei's mother had the advantage of proximity and got together with my dad first. After graduating, they broke up, and that's when my dad got together with my mom. College romances are often sweet, but they rarely last. Most campus couples are defeated by work, rent, and reality after entering society, and very few can endure together. Clearly Zhang Dong and Li Fei's mother were not among them." Wang Xingrui said, "Given this relationship, if your dad is in trouble, Li Fei's mother should help him outright. After all, they had a past together. Who knows? Maybe it's to avoid suspicion. After all, they're both married with kids now." As they talked, they arrived at the bank. Zhang Xuanyu cashed the check Li Fei's mother had given him, transferring 1 million to Wang Xingrui and keeping 1 million for himself. Wang Xingrui didn't hold back. "You really are cut out for business. It's a pity you're not taking over Uncle Zhang's business." Zhang Xuanyu grinned. "Hey, one must have dreams. A living just for money is too exhausting." Wang Xingrui said, "If you don't want to manage a business, acting would suit you too. Your acting skills are quite good." Zhang Xuanyu stroked his chin, pondering. "Really? I have that talent." "Dad, Mom, I'm home. Welcome back." Xin Ling reclined lazily on the sofa, her slender figure elegantly draped in a violet silk nightgown. Wang Xingrui surveyed the room's interior, and for a fleeting second he felt as though he had stepped back into Li Fei's home. The sharp sizzle of stir-frying echoed continuously from the kitchen. Xiao Yu, come here." Zhang Xuanyu and Wang Xingrui approached and sat down on the sofa. Zhang Xuanyu glanced at the girl beside Xin Ling and asked, "Mom, who is this?" "Stand up now." Xin Ling's expression hardened instantly, her voice turned icy and commanding. Even the girl beside her flinched involuntarily. Zhang Xuanyu and Wang Xingrui shot upright without hesitation. "Teacher Hu Yin called this morning. He said neither of you attended school. What's going on?" Zhang Xuanyu and Wang Xingrui exchanged a glance, each catching the other's bewilderment reflected in their eyes. They had deliberately chosen today to visit the Xinghui Tower, precisely because they knew teacher Dianimo had no class. So how had he managed to call their home? No time to dwell on that now. Better focus on calming down the formidable matriarch before them. Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xuanyu exchanged a swift, silent look. A mother's own son must be soothed by her own hands. "Mom, Zhang Xuanyu began to explain. Xin Ling cut him off sharply. "Silence. Xiao Rui, you speak." Wang Xingrui raised an eyebrow. This morning, as he spoke, Zhang Xuanyu frantically shook his head and flashed urgent signals. But Wang Xingrui pretended not to notice, continuing calmly, "We went to swindle money." Wang Xingrui was never adept at lying, especially not to his own family. And given Aunt Shun's razor-sharp perceptiveness, honesty in this moment was the wisest path forward. "Whose money did you swindle, and how much?" Shenling demanded. "Yi Wenlan, Li Fei's mother. 2 million yuan. Both Shenling and the girl beside her widened their eyes in unison. Shenling sat upright, astonished. "How much?" 2 million, Zhang Xuanyu repeated. Shenling hastily slipped on her slippers and rushed to Zhang Xuanyu's side. Her expression shifted like winter yielding to summer. She pulled her son tightly into her arms and joyfully kneaded his cheeks. "Tell me quickly, how did you pull it off?" Dai Yu watched the tender scene with quiet astonishment. Was elite family upbringing truly this unconventional? Shouldn't a parent first reprimand their child for deceit, rather than celebrate it? Zhang Xuanyu recounted everything that had happened that morning, though he quietly substituted scammed with purchased the 2 bolts of fabric from the Xinghui Tower. "Truly, my son. Back then that woman couldn't best me, now she can't even outwit my son. Huh, what a wasted life she's led." "Mom, enough already. There's someone else here," Zhang Xuanyu murmured, embarrassed. "When I'm happy I hug my son. That's only natural. Xiao Rui isn't a stranger after all. Uncle Wang isn't a stranger. But what about her?" Zhang Xuanyu's gaze flickered toward the girl seated on the sofa. "Oh, right, I forgot to introduce you. This is Aunt Zhang's daughter Dai Yu. She'll join us for lunch today." Shenling offered the introduction. Dai Yu rose immediately, clasping her hands tightly before her. Her eyes were large and luminous. She wore her hair in a neat ponytail, her skin lightly tanned, her limbs long and slender. She wore the uniform of Huaning Middle School, quiet, reserved, almost timid in demeanor. Aunt Zhang hurried out of the kitchen, wiping her hands repeatedly on her apron. "This is my daughter. Mr. Zhang said yesterday she could choose a spirit form. I brought her along. What kind of spirit form would you like?" Zhang Xuanyu asked Dai Yu. "The young master is speaking to you." Aunt Zhang nudged her daughter gently with her elbow. "I haven't decided yet," Dai Yu whispered softly. "And what career path are you considering for the future?" "I haven't decided yet," she replied, her voice even quieter. Aunt Zhang hastened to explain. "Our girl is shy around strangers. Please forgive her, Xiaoyu." Her perpetual sense of subservience, as if she were merely household staff, only deepened Dai Yu's quiet self-consciousness. "No trouble at all, Aunt Zhang. Choosing a spirit form is crucial. It deserves careful thought. I've thought it over enough. I'll take a canine spirit form. After university, I could become a police officer." As Aunt Zhang spoke those words, Dai Yu lowered her head, crestfallen. Wang Xingrui noticed every nuance of her expression and turned to Aunt Zhang. "Aunt Zhang, I don't have a spirit form either. May I speak with your daughter privately for a moment?" Dai Yu lifted her gaze to meet Wang Xingrui's, held it for a single second, then dropped her eyes again. "Of course. Your peers, you'll have plenty to discuss." Aunt Zhang felt no anxiety about leaving her daughter alone with Wang Xingrui, not with Shenling present, and certainly not given how often he visited Zhang Xuanyu's home. Her impression of him had always been favorable. Wang Xingrui gently took Dai Yu's arm and led her upstairs. Zhang Xuanyu made to follow, but Shenling called him back. "Where do you think you're going? Stay right here." Hey Mom, I just want to exchange insights with them." Ever since Zhang Xuanyu had unexpectedly acquired the Golden Eagle spirit form, with amplification exceeding 100-fold, he'd begun to feel like the protagonist of a cultivation novel. That feeling had grown stronger now. He sensed the story's heroine might well have already appeared. "Stop meddling. Sit here and watch TV with me." Shenling pulled him onto the sofa. Zhang Xuanyu kept glancing upward, toward the second floor, utterly unable to focus on the screen. Inside the room stood a neatly arranged desk, a tumter-high bookshelf brimming with volumes of every kind, crisp white bed linens, a towering wardrobe, and an expansive sense of space that made Dai Yu feel as though reality itself had dissolved. She had imagined this room countless times, the very embodiment of her deepest dreams. "Please sit down," Wang Xingrui said. Dai Yu remained rooted in place, afraid that if she sat the dream would shatter like glass. Wang Xingrui didn't press her. True ease and companionship requires no coercion, only space for another to move at their own pace. "If you prefer to stand, then stand. Let me introduce myself. I'm not the young master of this house. I'm just an ordinary student temporarily staying here." Hearing those words, Dai Yu studied the youth before her anew. "Then, who are you?" to Zhang Xuanyu. Wang Xingrui replied, "That's irrelevant. You need only know my name, Wang Xingrui. I rank dead last in my class, third from the bottom in the entire grade. Meanwhile, your academic scores have held first place school-wide for 3 consecutive years. So, in my presence, you are exceptional." Dai Yu hadn't expected Wang Xingrui to know her record. Slowly she lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with quiet, unspoken defiance. University entrance exams fall into 2 categories: physical aptitude and academic performance, weighted at 70 and 30% respectively. From birth, my constitution has been weaker than average. My physical test scores consistently rank last in class. What good are top academic marks then? They're invaluable. With your scores, admission to even elite academies is within reach, let alone reputable ones. Since academics are your strength, I recommend pursuing medicine. If I recall correctly, such disciplines place minimal demands on physical stamina. By the way, how's your biology? Excluding species driven to extinction during the early beast cell era due to rampant human hunting, over 2 million animal species remain known today. Over 3 years of middle school students must memorize each species' taxonomy, behavior, and amplification potential, a staggering volume of data few ever master completely. Yet Wang Xingrui suspected this top-ranked student might be among that rare few. Daiwa, puzzled by his question, answered simply, fair. Be more specific. What was your score on the last mock exam? 102. Damn, maximum score is 102 and you call that fair? Wang Xingrui withdrew an egg from his pocket and opened his palm. Let me test you. Do you recognize which creature laid this egg? It was the very egg he'd acquired at the Xinghui Tower. Earlier, before undergoing security screening, he discreetly slipped the egg into the salesperson's pocket. After inspection, he'd accidentally brushed against him and retrieved it. He'd learned that sleight-of-hand technique from his father. As a child, whenever his mother forbade his father from smoking, his father would casually stash the cigarette on him, then retrieve it later unnoticed. After witnessing this trick repeatedly, Wang Xingrui not only recognized it, but mastered it too. Daiyu examined the egg in Wang Xingrui's palm carefully, then paused in quiet recollection. This is the egg of Darwin's barking spider. Are you certain? Absolutely. Chapter 1, Section 1 of the Insect Beast curriculum covers Darwin's barking spider. Wang Xingrui rummaged through his backpack. Damn, his biology textbook was missing. He checked Zhang Xuanyu's bag instead. Thankfully, it was there. Flipping to the entomology section, he found the entry on Darwin's barking spider. The common Darwin's barking spider exhibits predominantly black serrated coloration, possesses mild toxicity, and measures under 2 centimeters in length. It can project silk strands up to 25 meters long, weaving webs spanning 2.8 square meters, the most proficient web weaver among spiders. Its silk is extraordinarily resilient, stronger than steel. The description of the egg appears in the final paragraph. Daiyu reminded him. The full entry spanned 4 pages. Daiyu couldn't bear watching Wang Xingrui leaf through them slowly. Her heart ached for him. Anyone who'd flipped through the textbook even once wouldn't forget its opening chapter. Wang Xingrui's cheeks flushed faintly. He hurriedly turned to the page describing the egg and compared the illustration to the real specimen. Egg of the transcendent beast Darwin's barking spider, milky white, semi-transparent, thumb's eyes adorned with pale yellow striations. Typically found near soil surfaces or beneath tree roots. Incubation period, 13 to 16 days. Wang Xingrui's breath caught. His mind reeled. According to the textbook, the egg in his hand was unmistakably that of a transcendent beast. He'd earlier envied Zhang Xuanyu, longing for fate to grant him a similar stroke of fortune. Never did he imagine it would arrive so swiftly. Fate, it seemed, was exceedingly generous. Beside him, Daiyu too realized the egg might belong to a transcendent beast. Her lips parted slightly in awe. Which page covers cellular amplification for spider spirit forms? Wang Xingrui asked urgently. Still stunned herself, Daiyu snapped out of her daze and flipped directly to the amplification section. This was Daiyu's first encounter with a transcendent beast egg. Though it bore no relation to her, her blood surged with exhilaration as if boiling within her veins. She remembered the textbook's description of Darwin's barking spider perfectly and recited it aloud before Wang Xingrui had even finished reading. Darwin's barking spider common amplification 2. Darwin's barking spider transcendent beast base amplification 2. Composite amplification 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. Spirit forms of the insect beast lineage constitute the most distinctive of the 4 major categories. The other 3 share low base amplification but high composite amplification. Take Zhang Xuanyu's golden eagle spirit form for instance, base 8, composite 16. In contrast, insect beast spirit forms invert this ratio, characterized by exceptionally high base amplification yet extremely limited composite potential, typically capped below 5. Thus, this egg guaranteed at least 2 amplification, but even under divine favor its upper limit would scarcely exceed 16. Wang Xingrui weighed the egg in his palm, torn. His luck had always been abysmal. If the amplification proved merely 2, he'd effectively fused with a mundane canine spirit form. That would be an absurd anticlimax. In that case, requesting an ordinary golden eagle spirit form from Uncle Zhang would have been far more practical. After prolonged deliberation, Wang Xingrui sighed and turned to Daiyu. Would you object to having a spider spirit form? If not, would you dare gamble with me? Would you mind if your avatar were a spider? If not, would you dare to take a gamble? Wang Xingrui asked. Having witnessed Zhang Xuanyu's avatar, Wang Xingrui had already set his heart on a goal. His avatar must grant an enhancement multiplier exceeding 100. If that proved unattainable, 50 would suffice. And if even 50 remained out of reach, 30 would still be acceptable. Should 30 prove impossible, he could even ask Uncle Zhang to pull strings and secure an avatar with at least a 20-fold enhancement. Yet this spider egg offered only. If he kept it any longer, Wang Xingrui feared he might succumb to settling for second best. After hesitation, he resolved to burn his bridges, acting on the principle that wealth should never flow to outsiders, and gifted the spider egg to Daiyu as a gesture of goodwill, expanding his network while severing his own lingering attachment. Daiyu excelled academically, yet came from humble origins, refusing to accept mediocrity. Given opportunity, such a person would undoubtedly rise to extraordinary heights. And if Wang Xingrui extended aid at this pivotal moment, offering timely support like snow in midwinter, she would surely cherish that kindness for life. Though the spider egg's enhancement multiplier likely capped at 16 for Dai Yu's circumstances, even such modest amplification constituted a rare and valuable boon. Yet when Wang Xingrui announced he would give her the spider egg, Dai Yu thought she'd misheard, until the latter half of his sentence registered and her eyes gradually widened. An egg of a hyperbeast, specifically of the insect occult lineage, though no larger than a thumb, held the power to transform her entire destiny. Though its enhancement factor was modest, spiders possessed the innate ability to weave webs. Even ordinary Darwin barking spiders produced silk stronger than steel. This egg carried compound enhancements. Should she master silk projection, her future prospects would rival, if not surpass, those of Tigeravitors. You must know this, one classmate. Dai Yu stared intently at the insect egg resting in Wang Xingrui's palm. Undeniably, in that instant her heart stirred, profoundly, irrevocably. Given her current predicament, the spider egg was as precious to her as an oasis in the desert. Yet still she asked, "You're giving me an insect occult hyperbeast egg? Why? Its enhancement is too low. I don't want it. Also, I think you're beautiful and admire you. Is that enough?" Wang Xingrui replied with crystalline sincerity, teasing lightly. Girls truly were complicated, demanding justification even when receiving a gift. Indeed, during biology class, their teacher had thoroughly explained the capabilities of spider avatars. Had Wang Xingrui stayed awake during Chapter 1, Section 1, the lecture on insect occult avatars, he would never have given away this egg. Alas, during that lesson, he drifted into a pleasant dream. He abandoned knowledge, and knowledge in turn. Wang Xingrui's bluntness flushed Dai Yu crimson as she lowered her head, shyly glanced hesitantly at the egg, then bit her lip and whispered, "No, I can't accept it." "Why not? Are you truly planning to settle for a canine avatar with merely twofold enhancement?" Dai Yu bowed her head in disappointment, hands clasped behind her back, fists tightening slowly. "What will you do now that you've given me the spider egg?" "With months remaining until final exams, Uncle Zhang is helping me. I'm certain he'll find me a tiger avatar without difficulty given his financial means." Wang Xingrui continued, "You're different from me. You refuse Uncle Zhang's assistance, not because you distrust him, but because you dread your mother having to beg him for favors, fearing Aunt Zhang's standing within the Zhang household would sink even lower. Am I right? I understand you, and deeply respect your filial devotion. Still, I urge you to confront reality. Your mother works for others. Laborers by nature occupy a lower station than employers. Don't glare at me. I'm merely stating facts. Your mother earns wages while Aunt Shin spends them. Aunt Zhang draws salary from others' pockets, yet demands status. Do you truly believe that possible? In truth, your mother is fortunate. Aunt Shun treats her with abundant respect, and every member of the household cherishes her as family. Upon learning of your need for an avatar, Uncle Zhang immediately promised Aunt Zhang he'd gift you an exotic beast. Bear in mind, even the most common exotic beasts cost no less than 30 or 40,000 money. Not every employer possesses Uncle Zhang's generosity. Dai Yu's expression abruptly hardened. So what? Are you telling me all this to make me grateful to Uncle Zhang, the father of Zhang Xuanyu? Wang Xingrui extended the spider egg toward her. No. My point is simple. Since you wish to avoid owing the Zhangs a debt, why not owe it to me instead? This spider egg is the opportunity one offer you, though the risk is immense. The enhancement multiplier stands clear before you, a maximum of 16-fold. The question is, do you dare wager your entire future upon it? Dai Yu remained torn. Every soul harbors a dream of strength. Yet children of ordinary families seldom dare envision it, let alone pursue it, knowing their families cannot bear the cost of failure. Mindset and economic constraints stifle action, often requiring external encouragement to break through. Wang Xingrui seized Dai Yu's hand and pressed the spider egg firmly into her palm. Take it, eat it, or discard it if you prefer. Wang Xingrui turned and walked out of the room. In the living room, Wang Xingrui sat beside Zhang Xuanyu, plucked a grape from the cluster, and popped one into his mouth. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "What did you two discuss?" "Our worldviews." A boy and girl locked in a room discussing worldviews. "Do you take me for a fool?" Zhang Xuanyu regarded Wang Xingrui with an odd expression. Seeing his friend's reluctance to elaborate, he dropped the matter. After a long silence, Dai Yu emerged from the room and strode directly into the ground floor kitchen. She said to Aunt Zhang, "Mom, I won't choose an avatar. I'm fine." Aunt Zhang replied absently, then froze mid-motion, whirled around, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh? What did you say?" Dai Yu repeated softly. "Why not? Don't you realize how rare this chance is? Are you worried about money? Didn't I tell you, mister?" Zhang refused payment. "That's just how kind he is. Go anywhere else, and where would you find such generosity?" "I already have an avatar," Dai Yu murmured. In the living room, Wang Xingrui's lips curled faintly upward as he popped another grape into his mouth. "She has an avatar? When? What kind?" Aunt Zhang pulled Dai Yu from the kitchen and hurried to Madame Shun. "Madame Shun, my daughter says she's chosen an avatar." Desperate for guidance, Aunt Zhang rushed Dai Yu to Shun Ling, her voice fraught with anxiety. "This child decided everything without consulting me. I don't even know if her choice is good." Her eyes glistened with tears. Shin Ling quickly comforted her. "Sister Zhang, calm down first. Dai Yu, Tell Annie, what avatar did you choose? A spider. A spider. How could you possibly choose a spider? A young woman. If people learn your avatar is a spider who'll dare marry you. Before Shenling could respond, Aunt Zhang scolded sharply, and Dai Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. Sister Zhang, please don't speak so harshly. Marriage has little to do with avatar type. Dai Yu is a wonderful girl, bright, diligent, and beautiful. Who knows how many young men will fall hopelessly in love with her. Besides, spiders belong to the insect occult lineage, whose enhancements are consistently high. Perhaps Dai Yu has stumbled upon a true treasure. Now, dear, tell Annie honestly, how did you obtain this avatar? I mean, no offense. I only fear you may have been deceived. Shenling knelt, took Dai Yu's hand, and spoke gently, her gaze flickering subtly toward Wang Xingrui. His heart leapt into his throat. Hey, please don't expose me. A friend gave it to me. Dai Yu murmured, eyes darting away, unable to meet Shenling's gaze. Male or female? Shenling pressed. Male. At that word, every pair of eyes instinctively turned toward Wang Xingrui. Dai Yu, reserved by nature, had no friends, even among peers, let alone acquaintances of the opposite sex. Yet after a brief moment alone with Wang Xingrui, she emerged declaring she'd acquired an avatar, gifted by a friend coincidentally male. Too convenient. Only missing his name outright. Don't look at me. It's got nothing to do with me. Wang Xingrui spread his hands wide, feigning innocence, though his pulse hammered wildly. The spider egg belonged to Lin Yi. He'd merely taken it out. Whether Dai Yu accepted it or rejected it was entirely her choice. He'd exerted no pressure. Thus the matter truly involved him not at all. Throughout Wang Xingrui's explanation, Shenling held his gaze steadily. Turn around first. Why, do as I say now. Madame Shun had lost her patience. Though she usually overlooked Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xuanyu's antics, this concerned Aunt Zhang's daughter's lifelong destiny, and she owed Aunt Zhang an answer. Dai Yu, don't be afraid. Annie stands with you. If Wang Xingrui truly selected this avatar for you, I won't punish him. Tell me anything. Whatever the problem, I'll help resolve it. Agreed. Tell me the truth. Did Wang Xingrui give you this avatar? Punish me. Absurd. Wang Xingrui knew Shenling's temper well. Outwardly detached, yet once enraged, even Uncle Zhang couldn't restrain her. If Shenling learned the truth about the spider egg, he'd likely be strung up and beaten soundly. And if his own parents heard of it, they'd probably ask Shenling whether she'd grown tired. No, Dai Yu shook her head. Look me in the eyes. Truly it wasn't him. She lifted her gaze steady and resolute. Truly it wasn't. Wang Xingrui exhaled in quiet relief. Oh, Shenling too relaxed. Turn back. Wang Xingrui faced forward. I told you it wasn't me. Zhang Xuanyu stepped forward. Mom, if old Wang owned a spider-type exotic beast, would he really give it away instead of keeping it for himself? You're overthinking this. Now that Dai Yu has settled on an avatar, shouldn't we test her constitution first? Shenling tapped Zhang Xuanyu's head, lightly exasperated. Dai Yu, that's not how you address her. Yes, ma'am. Moments later, Zhang Xuanyu brought the constitution analyzer before the group, drew a vial of Dai Yu's blood, and connected the data cable to his phone. Zhang Xuanyu opened the app. The analysis required time. A red progress bar advanced steadily, accompanied by a soft beep, then shifted to green. A cascade of data appeared on the screen. Dai Yu. Intrabody beast cell concentration, low 1/10th. Avatar, Darwin barking spider. Enhancement multiplier tenfold. As the figure materialized on screen, stunned silence fell over the room. Even Zhang Xuanyu suspected his phone had only tenfold. Insect occult avatars typically began at 20 or 30-fold enhancement. An awkward hush settled. Shenling looked at Dai Yu with quiet sympathy. A fine girl, alas, ill-fated. Dai Yu stood motionless, face unreadable, lost in thought. Zhang Xuanyu, the group's natural peacemaker, stared at the display, utterly speechless. Wang Xingrui felt both relief and guilt. Tenfold equaled an ordinary tiger avatar. Not poor, yet far from exceptional. Just as silence thickened, Aunt Zhang's jubilant cry shattered it. Tenfold. Madame Shun, my daughter's avatar multiplies tenfold. Tears streamed down Aunt Zhang's cheeks as she covered her mouth, disbelief etched across her face. Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xuanyu exchanged incredulous glances, their shared thought echoing silently. Only tenfold, and she's this ecstatic. They didn't know Aunt Zhang's own sheep avatar granted merely twofold enhancement. Her hopes for her daughter had been modest. Fivefold would have sufficed. Seeing her daughter exceed expectations so vastly filled her with uncontainable joy. Perhaps this was what people meant by contentment being the root of lasting happiness. Shenling instantly recovered, smiling warmly. Sister Zhang, Dai Yu's future shines brilliantly. You'll never need to worry about her again. Yes. Aunt Zhang dabbed her tears, nodding vigorously. Dai Yu embraced her mother, smiling tenderly. Mom, I'll work twice as hard from now on. I'll never let you suffer again. The scene radiated warmth. Watching it, Shenling's nose stung unexpectedly. Her right hand rose softly to brush. Then Zhang Xuanyu approached Shenling and whispered, Mom. Shenling gazed at her son with indulgent affection. Well, I hate to spoil the mood, but I'm starving, Zhang Xuanyu admitted sheepishly. Shenling's smile. Wang Xingrui wisely retreated several steps. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xuanyu's agonized wail echoed through the villa. To celebrate Dai Yu's transformation, it sounds a bit strange, but it is indeed the case. Aunt Zhang prepared a feast featuring braised sculpture meat, sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried pork, and fish-flavored shredded pork, among others. Today is a happy occasion. Aside from the braised sculpture meat, all the other dishes were paid for by Aunt Zhang. Since the transformation has been confirmed, she thought to treat her daughter well. At the dining table, Aunt Shen occupied the seat of honor, while Aunt Zhang and Dai Yu sat on her left side. According to custom, Zhang Xuanyu should have been seated next to Wang Xingrui, but today Zhang Xuanyu changed his position and sat beside Dai Yu. Looking at the table filled with meat dishes, Wang Xingrui sighed helplessly. There was nothing he could eat. He had no choice but to get up and fry himself 2 vegetarian dishes in the kitchen. Oh dear, look at my brain, I forgot that Xiao Rui hasn't chosen his transformation yet. Xiao Rui, I apologize. Wait a moment, Aunt will go fry you some vegetarian dishes. Saying this, Aunt Zhang was about to get up. Wang Xingrui smiled faintly. No need to trouble yourself, Aunt Zhang. When Aunt Zhang mentioned going to fry more dishes, Dai Yu, though bowing her head, felt her expression change significantly. The hard-earned connections should not be ruined over 2 plates of food. Aunt Zhang, this meal is meant to celebrate Dai Yu's transformation. You and Dai Yu are the main characters here. How can we keep making you serve? Moreover, vegetarian dishes cannot compare to meat dishes in taste. Once Xiao Rui confirms his transformation, you can show off your skills again and let him savor your cooking. Zhang Zuanya's face was almost swollen from the effort. His words were unclear, yet they warmed the atmosphere that was about. Aunt Shen also said, yes, Sister Zhang. Xiao Rui is not an outsider, don't worry about him. Only then did Aunt Zhang sit back down. Haha, alright, let's make do with this meal for now. Once you have your transformation, just tell Aunt Zhang what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you. Wang Xingrui nodded slightly. Zhang Xuanyu picked up his chopsticks to start eating, but Aunt Zhang reminded, let's wait for Mr. Zhang to return before we start. No need to wait for him, he won't be back for lunch today. Let's eat first, Aunt Shen said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanyu immediately picked up his chopsticks, placing a piece of rib into his mother's bowl, and then another piece in a Dai Yu's bowl. Aunt Shen discreetly shot him a glance, her expression unchanged. Aunt Zhang also quickly noticed the problem, but continued eating as if nothing was wrong. Dai Yu politely said, thank you, while quietly glancing at Wang Xingrui as she put the meat into her mouth. Wang Xingrui was engrossed in eating the vegetarian dish in front of him, completely oblivious. You haven't transformed yet, have you? Dai Yu took the initiative to speak up. Wang Xingrui, while serving himself more dishes, looked up at Dai Yu. Didn't I just say that? Dai Yu paused before continuing. I heard that the Tianlong Group has opened a mine in our city and is currently hiring. Wang Xingrui, eating his dishes, replied indifferently, what does the mine hiring have to do with me? Dai Yu was silent for a few seconds. A billion years ago, during the Jurassic era, some insects were struck by tree resin dripping from large trees. The resin enveloped the insects, which were then buried underground. After millions of years of geological processes, the resin's volatile components polymerized and solidified, eventually forming amber. The insects in this amber carry minuscule amounts of prehistoric genes. The chairman of the Tianlong Group wants his son to gain a transformation from that era by consuming these genes. I think you could try your luck. I know, I've seen that movie. Zhang Xuanyu's heart surged with astonishment, and he slammed the table. Are you saying that the chairman of the Tianlong Group wants his son to have a dinosaur transformation? Impossible. Aunt Shen immediately dismissed it nonchalantly. The bugs in amber have long since turned into empty shells after billions of years. There's no way they still carry any animal blood. Where would he extract Jurassic animal genes from? I'm not sure. I just heard that Dr. Darwin developed a method to extract genes from those insects. Dai Yu said, somewhat unconfident. After she spoke, everyone immediately focused on the key point of her statement. Dr. Darwin. In the age of beasts, the name Darwin represented the unknown possibility and all uncertain factors. If Aunt Shen was previously certain that Dai Yu heard false information, then, with these 3 words added, she had to reconsider. Wang Xingrui asked, who did you hear this from? Dai Yu did not answer. In fact, it wasn't that she couldn't say, but the channel of information was not proper. She worried that Wang Xingrui might misunderstand her character. However, seeing his expression was a bit cold, she hurriedly explained, I overheard it. That day, I helped the teacher deliver documents to the principal and heard them discussing matters related to transformations in the principal's office. At that time, I didn't have a transformation, so I stood by the principal's office door for a while. Fortunately, you weren't discovered. Oh, otherwise you might have been silenced on the spot. Wang Xingrui joked. Dai Yu lowered her head to look into her bowl, then quickly picked up her chopsticks to eat 2 mouthfuls of rice. Old Wang Yeye is a straightforward person. Don't scare her. Zhang Xuanyu turned to Aunt Shen and asked, Mom, do you think this is, whether it's credible or not? Xiao Rui, you're not allowed to go. Aunt Shen's tone was firm. Before Wang Xingrui could speak, Zhang Xuanyu retorted, since old Wang doesn't have a transformation now either, if he goes and manages to get a prehistoric transformation, how great would that be? Aunt Shen glared at him. You're dreaming. Who wouldn't want to keep good things for their own children? If there really were prehistoric transformations, the Tianlong Group, a company valued at hundreds of billions, do you think they wouldn't put proper protective measures in place and just wait for you to steal? Furthermore, if they were truly trying to get a prehistoric transformation for their child, they should have completely sealed off the news. How could it reach our ears as common folk? There must be a problem here. Xiao Rui, I will speak on behalf of your parents. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Just focus on your studies. Regarding the transformation, Uncle Zhang will help you solve it. Understood? Seeing this, Aunt Zhang quickly apologized to Aunt Shen. I'm sorry, ma'am. My child doesn't know any better and casually shares all sorts of gossip. I've caused you trouble. Sister Zhang, there's no trouble at all. Yaya meant well. Aunt Shin said, gently looking at Dai Yue. Yaya, you don't need to be so restrained. Oh, just treat it as being at home. Dai Yu kept her head down, ignoring Aunt Shin. Aunt Zhang nudged her with her arm. Aunt Shin is talking to you. Dai Yu continued to lower her head to eat. Aunt Shin, Aunt Zhang, I'm full. You all take your time. At that moment, Wang Xingrui stood up, drawing everyone's attention back to him, took his bowl and chopsticks, and headed to the kitchen. Xingrui, just leave the bowl here, I'll clean up later. Aunt Zhang advised. No need, I'll just wash my own bowl. It's not a hassle. The sound of washing dishes came from the kitchen. Aunt Shin looked at the kitchen, secretly leaned over to her son, and quietly said, you keep a close watch on Xiaorui. If he tries to go to our city, stop him, understood? Zhang Xuanyu replied righteously, Mom, I can't possibly monitor my brother for you unless you pay. You little rascal, you're asking me for money. Didn't I just give you 200,000 this month? Have you spent it all so quickly? Aunt Shin poked Zhang Xuanyu's forehead hard. Mom shouldn't say that. You gave me 200,000, but I'll bring back him. Aunt Zhang and Dai Yu buried their heads in eating, pretending they had heard nothing. Wang Xingrui returned to the dining table after washing the dishes, looking at Dai Yu. Dai Yu, I won't be going to our city, but thank you anyway. Aunt Shin and Aunt Zhang, you all take your time. I'll go back to my room and sleep for a while. Aunt Shin replied, go ahead. Aunt Zhang said, oh, okay. The next morning at 5 o'clock, under a large tree outside Li Fei's villa, a shadow tapped the communicator on his ear twice and said, Boss, those two kids haven't come out since yesterday. They are confirmed to be from the Li family. A gloomy voice came from the other end of the phone, bring them back alive. Understood. After hanging up the communicator, the shadow donned a black mask and white gloves, heading toward Li Fei's house. The 3-meter-high gate was as good as non-existent in front of him. With a gentle leap, he flew over the gate and landed steadily on the other side. At that moment, alarms rang out around the villa. The surveillance cameras on both sides of the gate autonomously turned, focusing on the man of unknown origin. Security personnel soon arrived on the scene. The masked man paid them no heed and continued striding forward. A security guard rushed forward, attempting to subdue him, but the masked man merely lifted his leg and kicked, sending the guard flying several dozen meters. The remaining guards, seeing this, immediately released their transformations, their bodies beginning to change. Their expressions turned fierce, teeth sharpened, ears becoming pointed and erect on either side of their heads, and their heads elongating. The entire process took less than 3 seconds, and a pack of pure black Doberman dogs, each under 1 meter tall, reflected in the eyes of the masked man. Doberman dogs are a type of hunting dog. They possess high intelligence and are extremely loyal to their owners. The bodyguards with Doberman transformations had their strength increased threefold. In their transformed state, each of them, or rather every single one, could easily crush a person's thigh. The hunting dogs barked incessantly, demonstrating their prowess. The masked man continued forward, his gaze fixed on the house not far away. At this moment, 5 hunting dogs simultaneously pounced at him, targeting his arms. The masked man clenched his fists and struck swiftly, moving faster than the eye could see, hitting them on their necks. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the crisp sounds and the dogs' wails, the necks of the 5 dogs nearly snapped simultaneously. They fell to the ground and slowly reverted to human form, motionless. The remaining hunting dogs, seeing how ferociously the masked man fought, felt fear, but his eyes, revealing a murderous intent, seemed to tell them that he had no intention of letting any of them go. The masked man's figure instantly vanished from his previous location, appearing behind one of the hunting dogs. He gently grasped its head and gave it a slight twist. The hunting dog's eyes widened suddenly, its vision spinning 180 degrees from bottom to top, its body stiffly standing still. In the next 5 seconds, the masked man resembled the angel of death in the darkness, continuously reaping lives. Once he left, the remaining standing hunting dogs began falling one by one until they reverted to human form, their heads awkwardly gazing up at the sky, terror still lingering in their eyes. The masked man entered the villa, and the 2 doors behind him suddenly closed automatically, shutting out the moonlight. The villa was completely engulfed in darkness. The masked man remained vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged within him, and his body instinctively darted to the left, sensing something whizzed past his ear. Immediately after, he spotted a Persian cat silently sitting 5 meters away from him, its feline face displaying a human-like smile, and it spoke, the police will arrive in 5 minutes. If you can't deal with me within that time, you won't be able to leave. This Persian cat was none other than Butler Liu in his transformation form, with a 16-fold amplification. As soon as it finished speaking, it leaped powerfully, covering several meters in distance. Its agile form and sharp claws allowed it to reach any corner of the villa. The villa was pitch black, but in the eyes of the Persian cat it was as bright as day. It circled around the masked man, leaping and climbing, sometimes appearing above his head, sometimes hanging at the corner of the ceiling, and at times leisurely strolling along the railing on the 2nd floor. However, no matter where it was, those cat eyes that could see through the darkness were always fixated on the masked man. Suddenly, the Persian cat launched an attack, pouncing at the masked man with its sharp claws aimed at his throat. The masked man performed a backflip to evade, while the Persian cat twisted its supple body and lunged again. The masked man, unable to dodge in time, crossed his arms to shield himself. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing echoed in the darkness. The masked man stepped back a few paces looking at the 3 claw marks on his arm. For the first time a grave expression appeared in his eyes. In front of him the Persian cat was licking its own paw, seemingly unfazed. Super beast transformation, not weak, the masked man said calmly. It's just a cat, unfortunately. The Persian cat furrowed its brows, and then its pupils suddenly constricted, its gaze slowly rising. Opposite it the masked man's form swelled, limbs crawling on the ground, his hair transforming into a snowy mane, a thick tail swaying behind him. A 3-meter-tall, entirely white lion stood before it like a statue of a king, exuding a majestic aura. The masked man's transformation was a Kruger lion known as the White Lion with a 30-fold amplification. In terms of size, power, and amplification, it overshadowed the Persian cat before it. The white lion's light blue eyes looked down at it from a height. Just that single look made the Persian cat's fur stand on end, its heart filled with fear, the animal instinctively unable to muster any desire to resist. However, as Butler Liu, the housekeeper of Li Honggong, decided to fight to the death for the sake of his master and mistress, he only needed to hold on for 4 more minutes to complete his task. The Persian cat leaped vigorously, pouncing at the lion that was dozens of times larger than it. In the next second, the white lion casually swatted with its paw, and the Persian cat's body immediately bent, then flew like a cannonball, crashing through a wall and landing in the kitchen. The continuous sounds of pots and pans falling declared Butler Liu's defeat. The white lion slowly reverted to human form, picked up the mask from the ground, and put it back on. Then step by step, he walked toward Li Honggang's room. Old Zhang, I'm going to City R. Please help me ask Electric Demon for a 5-month leave. They'll be back before the graduation exam. If there's anything, call me. By the way, don't mention this to Uncle and Auntie. I don't want them to worry. If they ask, just say I went home. In Wang Xingruo's room, Zhang Xuanyu stared at the note in his hand, his hands trembling with anger. Zhang Xuanyu's room is adjacent to Wang Xingruo's. This morning Zhang Xuanyu went to wake Wang Xingrue up, but upon entering, he found no sign of him, and the bedding was also gone. Then he discovered this note on the table. Wang Xingrue actually asked him to help request a 5-month leave. Isn't that equivalent to dropping out? What a joke! What kind of person is Electric Demon? Without a parent present, how could he possibly process a leave of absence for you? Looking at the note in his hand, Zhang Xuanyu sighed, helplessly wanting to cry, but having no tears. Old Wang, why leave a note? Isn't this just pulling me into the fire pit? What if the person who comes in isn't me? Tearing the note to shreds and composing a response, Zhang Xuanyu turned and left the room. Next he would face his own. As long as he got through the toughest part, his father would be easier to deal with. Zhang Xuanyu came down from the 2nd floor, where Shenling was eating breakfast on the 1st floor. You're awake. Go call Xiaorui down. What time is it? And he's still not up. Mom. Zhang Xuanyu said with a forced smile, I forgot to tell you, Xiaorui went home. He just left this morning and said he had something urgent. Shenling shot Zhang Xuanyu a skeptical glance, but didn't question further. She directly picked up the phone from the table and called Wang Xingrue. On the other end, Wang Xingrue's phone rang on the bus. Looking at it, he saw it was Aunt Shen calling. Wang Xingrue took a deep breath and answered. Hello, Aunt Shen. What's going on with you? Huh? Didn't Xuanyu tell you? I had something to take care of, so I came back early. You in a city are? Aunt Shen's calm voice came through the phone. Wang Xingrue's mouth twitched. It was indeed impossible to deceive the smartest woman in the Zhang family. He had thought that Zhang Xuanyu could delay for a while, at least for a month, but it turned out he couldn't even hold on for an hour. Zhang Xuanyu, what use do I have for you? Yes, Wang Xingrue replied, I'll just take a look when I get there and come back. You don't need. Aunt Shen replied, gently, Xiaorui, if you really want to undergo the prehistoric transformation, we can discuss it together when your Uncle Zhang returns. Running off alone without any preparation is risky and the chances of success are low. Furthermore, only Xiao Yu and I know that you in a city are. To put it bluntly, if something happens to you over there, it would be as if Aunt Shen didn't take good care of you. The friendship between your dad, your Uncle Zhang Mi, and your mom over 20 years would come to an end. Do you understand? On the other end, Wang Xingrue was silent for a long time. Annie, don't worry. I won't put you in a difficult position. I've already called my parents and they support my trip to City R. As for Uncle Zhang, I'll call him later and say I snuck out without your knowledge. Does that work for you? Wang Xingrue knew very well what kind of person Aunt Shen was. She was family-oriented and protective. In her eyes, her husband was everything and her family was her whole world. Aunt Shen cared about him for 50% due to Uncle Zhang, 30% because of his own mother, and 10% because of Xiao Yu. As for his position in her heart, it might only be 10%. But even if it's only 10% of sincerity, it's enough. As long as Uncle Zhang is around, as long as Zhang Xuanyu and he are still brothers, that 10% of sincerity will never fade. This time it was Aunt Shen who fell silent. After a while she said, if you had discussed this with Auntie in advance, I could have I know that's why I didn't tell you. My choice to undergo transformation has nothing to do with my parents, nothing to do with Xiao Yu, and has no relation to you and Uncle. My future path is mine to walk, and I will decide what kind of path it is. Annie, don't worry, I'm fine. Let's leave it at that. Goodbye. Wang Xingrue hung up the phone, looking out at the scenery rushing by outside, feeling much more relaxed. You little brat, you've learned some skills daring to hang up on me. Aunt Shen glared at the phone in her hand, but as she walked to the dining table, her brow suddenly relaxed, and she hummed a little tune as she sat down. Mom, you're not angry anymore. Zhang Xuanyu approached Shen Ling cautiously. Does being angry help? You all have grown wings now. Oh, I can't control you anymore. Anyway, I've said everything that needs to be said. My duty as an aunt is fulfilled. Aunt Shin picked up a plate of cucumber slices from the table and began to apply them to her face. But again, although that little brat usually keeps to himself like a gourd and doesn't say a word, when something really happens he's calmer than you. Mom, it sounds like you're saying I can't handle things. Zhang Xuanyu brought the plate of cucumbers closer to his mother. You just know how to talk. Shenling poked his forehead with her finger. If danger really comes, you would definitely be the first to retreat, lacking even the courage to fight back. That little Rue is better than you in this regard. He has more guts. TCH. Zhang Xuanyu stuffed 2 pieces of bread with eggs into his mouth in one go, patted his hands, picked up his school bag from the coat rack, and left the house, without saying goodbye, clearly feeling a bit upset. Aunt Zhang came out and said, Mrs. Shin, your words just now were a bit harsh. Although Xiao Rue is very steady, Xiao Yu is not bad either. He's sensible, obedient, cheerful, and a good kid. Sister Zhang, don't spoil him. It's because we've been too good to him that he's become so lazy. I'm saying this to motivate him to see if he can become a bit more ambitious. People have their own ways of educating their children. Aunt Zhang had nothing more to say. She cleaned the plates from the table and went into the kitchen to continue her work. After applying the cucumbers, Shenling walked to the sofa, lay down, and turned on the TV. The morning news was this morning at 610 in K City Dongshi West District, a burglary occurred in a villa resulting in 3 serious injuries and 12 deaths. It is reported that the victims were the owner of a flour mill and his family. The deceased include the victim's housekeeper and bodyguard. The victim, Li Fei, has now been abducted by the murderer, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. 3 police cars stopped outside the Li family's villa, and the police set up a cordon around the villa, sealing off the scene. Inside the villa, other officers were busy collecting evidence, while a young officer with a handsome appearance and a heroic aura stood sternly in the living room, observing the traces of the struggle. He slowly closed his eyes, and the surroundings began to shift rapidly. A masked man and the butler appeared before him, engaged in a life-and-death struggle, each move perfectly corresponding to the marks of the fight in the villa. The young officer was like a bystander, quietly watching everything unfold. Meanwhile, in reality, a brownish-gray patterned black-browed snake swayed its body, flicking its tongue, and slithered behind the young officer. The black-browed snake reared up its upper body, transforming into the visage of a female officer. The female officer, named Hua Ling, held the position of forensic specialist responsible for collecting evidence while deducing the sequence of events. Her embodiment was the black-browed snake. The black-browed snake is a non-venomous species favoring a diet of rodents and birds. The snake's sense of smell is not particularly acute. It generally captures scents with its slender forked tongue. After transforming, Hua Ling could use the snake's tongue to detect tiny particles of scent in the air, allowing her to identify the perpetrator. Between the snake's eyes and nostrils lies an organ known as the facial pit, which functions like an infrared sensor capable of sensitively detecting temperature variations, especially the body heat of living beings. The facial pit transmits the detected temperature to the brain, rapidly forming a thermal map. Objects with higher temperatures emit an orange-red halo, while cooler objects emit a blue glow. Hua Ling utilized this ability to locate the barely conscious butler within 3 seconds of arriving at the scene. Whenever the team is dispatched, a forensic specialist is a standard requirement. Some specialists take the form of snakes, others as mice, but the majority take on canine forms. Hua Ling gently tapped the young officer on the shoulder. The young officer frowned slightly, his mind haunted by the fragmented images of the masked man and the butler as the scene gradually merged with reality. He opened his eyes and turned to the female officer, asking, "Is there something you need? Zhangji, do you have time after work to grab a meal together?" Hua Ling said generously. "Sorry, I don't have time. Also, during work hours, please try to focus a bit more," the young officer replied, coldly staring at Hua Ling. The young officer named Zhangji was a rookie who had just completed his first year on the job. True to his name, he was serious and possessed a strong sense of justice, often holding himself to exceedingly high standards. However, due to his extreme personality, blunt speech, and severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies, he was often regarded as an oddity within the police force. Yet what was hard to accept was that the department's flower of justice had a peculiar fondness for such an oddball. Hua Ling playfully slapped a document folder against Zhang Ji's chest, saying, "I usually discuss personal matters only after finishing my work." Her words carried both a hint of defiance and a sense of explanation towards Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji opened the file, glanced at it, and without turning back, quickly exited the villa. Hua Ling watched Zhang Ji's retreating figure with annoyance, saying not even a thank you. Zhang Ji approached a police car, glaring at the man slumped in the driver's seat, reeking of alcohol and sound asleep, his anger boiling. He slammed his hand on the car roof, shouting, "Wake up." The man was startled awake, blinking drowsily. "What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" "Chen Tuxing, you're a police officer here to handle a case. If you want to sleep, go home." Zhang Ji barked without holding back. "Why are you shouting? I'm still your master. Is this how you speak to your teacher?" Chen Tuxing rubbed his ears, adjusted his seat, grabbed a bottle of water from beside him, took a sip, and tilted his head, making a gurgling sound. He disregarded Zhang Ji standing outside, casually spitting towards the outside. Zhang Ji stepped aside, saying, "Where's the forensic report?" Chen Tuxing inquired. Zhang Ji handed over the document in his hand. Chen Tuxing opened the document, and while he was looking at it, Zhang Ji said all valuable items in the villa have been taken, but the victim Li Fei has been kidnapped. So far, the kidnappers have not contacted the victim's family, indicating that the home invasion and robbery were merely a cover. Their target was a person, not money. The footprints lead directly from the entrance to the victim Li Fei's room. 12 bodyguards tried to intervene, but were ultimately killed. Afterward, the culprit encountered the butler, injuring him before rushing into Li Honggang's room, injuring the couple, and taking the victim Li Fei. The bloodstains in the air came from those 12 bodyguards, indicating that the culprit was unharmed, able to easily kill 12 wolf embodiments. Moreover, judging by the butler's wounds, the assailant's embodiment must be a feline type. Officer Chun, the range is still too broad. Can't we determine the type of embodiment of the assailant? Zhang Ji frowned. Not for now. Officer Chun looked at the two papers in hand. Li Honggang, 43 years old, weasel embodiment, threefold amplification, owner of a flour mill in the southern district of East City, was in a struggle with the assailant at the time of the incident, sustaining 3 claw wounds on his chest, lower abdomen, and inner right arm. He was found in critical condition, unconscious, and is currently undergoing emergency treatment at Huikong Hospital. Yi Wenlan, 40 years old, blue-gray butterfly embodiment, one-fold amplification, clothing designer, and owner of a flour mill in the western district, fought with the assailant during the incident and was knocked unconscious. She is currently receiving treatment at Huikong Hospital. Butler Li, 45 years old, Persian cat embodiment, 16-fold amplification, Li Honggang's butler fought with the assailant during the incident, suffered broken left hand and right leg, 2 broken ribs, and a skull fracture. He is currently undergoing emergency treatment at Huikong Hospital. 2 full pages document all the information about the injured and deceased individuals, as well as the assailant's action. From this report, it appears that the assailant nearly crushed everything in the villa with the entire crime, taking no more than. In those 5 minutes, he killed 12 people, injured 3, and managed to take someone away with ease, indicating the assailant's formidable strength. Chen Tuxing flipped through the report repeatedly, trying to find clues, when suddenly his phone rang. Upon answering, a woman's voice came through. Officer Chun, Yi Wenlan has awakened. Understood. After hanging up, Officer Chin took out a pack of cigarettes from his chest pocket, pulled out one, placed it in his mouth, lit it, took a puff, and slowly exhaled the smoke. You stay here, I'm heading to the hospital. Is Li Honggang awake? I'll go with you. No need, I'll go by myself. Chen Tuxing directly refused. Are you afraid I'll steal your credit? Don't worry, if the case is solved, all the credit will go to you. Zhang Ji said, coldly indifferent to promotions or raises. He just wanted to solve the case and capture the assailant as soon as possible. The scene left no blood, fingerprints, or hair, indicating that the assailant was a very experienced criminal, indifferent to life, and without boundaries. If such a person continued to roam free, more people could fall victim in the future. I'm not interested in credit either. The reason I don't want you to go is that the victim has finally awakened, and I'm afraid your mouth might make her faint again. Chen Tuxing left with a forced smile, then pressed the accelerator to the floor, leaving Zhang Ji standing alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. Huikong Hospital. Chen Tuxing walked into the room. Yi Wenlan was sitting against the bed, her head wrapped in bandages, her face pale. Chen Tuxing pulled up a chair and sat by the bed. The doctor said you have a mild concussion and can be discharged after resting for a while. Where's my husband? He's still in the emergency room. Yi Wenlan showed little reaction, but Chen Tuxing, with years of experience confronting criminals, could tell she was forcing her. What about my son? He was taken by the assailant. We suspect the assailant was targeting your son. Yi Wenlan maintained an expressionless face, yet tears slid down the corners of her eyes. Yi Wenlan discreetly wiped her face and said, Officer, if you have any questions, please ask quickly. I will tell you everything I know. Please make sure to rescue my son. Since Yi Wenlan has said so, Chen Tuxing no longer beat around the bush. We will do our utmost to save your son. Did you see what the assailant looked like? No, when that person entered the room, he was wearing a black mask, so I couldn't see his face. Yi Wenlan recalled the events of this morning, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes as she instinctively hugged her arms tightly. Chen Tuxing noticed Yi Wenlan's nervousness, but pressed on to save time, asking what embodiment did that person have. A white lion with an amplification of at least 16 times. A lion embodiment with over 16 times amplification is troublesome. Has your family recently offended anyone? Tell me everyone you can think of that may have a conflict with you. Too many of my husband is in business, and there are at least dozens of competitors. The cake in K City is limited, and to eat more one must take from others. In the last 6 months, have you offended anyone? Officer Chun continued to press for a time frame. Yi Wenlan thought for a moment, a person flashing in her mind, then shook her head. It shouldn't be him. Who? Officer Chun stared at Yi Wenlan. The day before the assailant broke into my home, Zhang Dong's son came to find me along with one of his friends. They are all classmates of Li Fei. Officer Chen scrutinized her. What did they come to your house for? The Zhang family's textile factory had some problems recently, and they came to ask me for a loan. I didn't lend them any money, but I bought their fabrics and gave them 2 million money. Why do you think it's impossible for them? What's your reasoning? I can't think of a reason for them to do this. If they were just after money, they shouldn't have taken Li Fei. Zhang Dong and his wife are not lion embodiments, and what? Nothing. Is it possible that because you didn't lend them money, Zhang Dong became desperate and hired someone to— Yi Wenlan frowned. You are the police. Your job is to deduce the case, capture the assailant, and rescue the hostage. I've said all I can do. I hope you can bring my son back quickly. Officer Chen was unsure why Yi Wenlan suddenly became so cold. Was it because he shifted suspicion onto the Zhang? Yi Wenlan's relationship with Zhang Dong might not be ordinary, but today's questioning would have to stop here. So I won't disturb you, please rest well. He stood up and walked out of the ward. After leaving the hospital, Chen Tuxing arrived at Zhang Xian's home and pressed the door. Hello, who is it? A woman's voice came from the wall-mounted speaker. Hello, is Mr. Zhang Dong home? Chen Tuxing asked. Who are you? We are from the East City South District Public Security Bureau. A kidnapping incident occurred in the South District, and we have some questions we'd like to discuss with Mr. Zhang. On the train, the phone rang, and Wang Xingrui took out his phone to see that it was a call from Zhang Xuanyu. What happened? Zhang Zuanya's anxious voice came through the phone. Who is in trouble? Wang Xingrui sat up straight, his first thought going to Uncle Zhang and Aunt Xin. Had Xinghue Tower acted so quickly against Zuanya's family? It's us who are in trouble. Let me tell you, at 5 this morning the Li family was wiped out, and Li Fei was kidnapped. The police just came to investigate at our house, and it seems they suspect my dad is behind this. Zhang Xuanyu spoke rapidly. On the other end, Wang Xingrui's expression froze. Uncle was taken away. No, they just verified the types of incarnations our whole family has and talked for a while before leaving. They probably didn't have enough evidence to make an arrest. Old Wang, do you think this might have been done by people from Xinghue Tower? It should be, Wang Xingrui replied gravely. Damn, Xinghue Tower is ruthless. It's just 2 pieces of cloth, why take it this far? I heard that 12 bodyguards from their family were killed, and Li Fei's father was beaten into the ICU. A critical condition notice has already been issued. They actually dared to brazenly kill people in the city. At this moment, only Wang Xingrui knew that the destruction of the Li family and the kidnapping of Li Fei had nothing to do with those 2 pieces of cloth. Zhang Zuanya's voice continued from the phone. Old Wang, I confessed everything about us selling cloth and your trip to our city. However, the officer analyzed that Xinghue Tower is highly suspicious. But they wouldn't have stirred the police just for 2 pieces of cloth. Old Wang, are you hiding something from me? Having played together since childhood, Zhang Xuanyu sensed something unusual. Wang Xingrui decided to stop hiding the matter of the spider egg. Do you remember the wooden box I gave to Linny back then? Zhang Xuanyu immediately pressed for more information. What was inside? An egg of a super beast incarnation. In the villa, Zhang Zuanya's eyes widened as he immediately associated it with Dai Yu's incarnation. Was Dai Yu's incarnation really given by you? Yes. Wang Xingrui's phone emitted a sound akin to a lament. You bastard, Old Wang, how could you gamble with my whole family's safety for chasing girls? I'm sorry, Xuanyu. I underestimated the importance of the spider egg to them, and also their methods. Zhang Zuanya's voice fell silent for a few seconds before he spoke again. Since the spider egg is in your hands, they are likely to turn their attention towards you next. Hurry back, it's too dangerous for you to be alone out there. We've hired bodyguards at home, and the police are on 24-hour guard. Even if Xinghue Tower is audacious, they shouldn't dare to kill police officers. Moreover, Officer Chun has listed you as one of the suspects. If you don't return soon, I suspect he will go to our city to talk to you about life. I found out that this guy is the captain of the criminal police team at the East City West District Public Security Bureau, a super beast incarnation of a Northeast tiger with a 40 enhancement. The police consider him a suspect. Wang Xingrui suddenly realized that before the incident at the Li family, he had visited Yi Wenlan at the Li family, and after the incident, he had quietly left K-City. It was indeed too coincidental. But he couldn't return now. If he went back and the police asked him to assist in the investigation, he didn't know how long it would take for them to let him go. If they couldn't catch the culprit for a month, his prehistoric incarnation would be in jeopardy. Although it might not take that long, better safe than sorry. Sigh, if I had known it would be this troublesome, I wouldn't have taken that spider egg. Not only did I make a wedding dress for Dai for nothing, but I also got into a pile of trouble. Slap. After a crisp sound, Wang Xingrui's right cheek quickly swelled up, accompanied by a ringing in his ears. He was a bit dazed and then looked shocked at the woman opposite him who weighed 200 pounds and towered over him. Big sister, pervert, I've endured you all the way. You've been staring at my chest and sighing. What do you mean by that? Let me tell you, I have a boyfriend. The woman warned while covering her chest. Wang Xingrui's forehead twitched. Big sister, you're so much taller than me, your chest is at the same height as my head. Can you blame me? Then why don't you look out the window? Why do you have to stare at my chest? I didn't. Realizing that the surrounding people's attention was drawn by the woman's voice, Wang Xingrui didn't want to cause trouble, so he forcibly suppressed his anger and looked elsewhere. Zhang Zuanya's concerned voice came from the phone. Old Wang, what happened over there? Wang Xingrui took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and spoke normally. I'm fine. Xuanyu, the police can't stay at home forever. If people from Xinghue Tower come to you, just tell them the spider egg is with me, and I'm in our city. Remember to tell them the purpose of my trip to our city and make it clear. If they dare to touch a hair on you, I'll eat the spider egg right away. Zhang Xuanyu replied, Big brother, this is not something that can be solved in just 2 sentences. Hurry back. Wang Xingrui said, I can't return for now. That's it, hanging up. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Xuanyu hid in his room, sitting at his desk looking at his phone. Hello, Old Wang. Damn. Zhang Xuanyu angrily slammed his phone down on the desk. Suddenly a chill surged from his feet to the top of his head. He slowly turned around and saw his mother standing behind him, staring at him with a frosty expression. Zhang Xuanyu forced a smile. Mom, when did you arrive? Without a word, Xinling's body visibly sprouted dense white fur at a rate observable to the naked eye, and her figure grew larger. Under the light, her shadow transformed from a human into a giant wolf. Zhang Zuanya's gaze shifted from level to looking up, mixed with a hint of fear. "Mom, this is not my fault. Those things were all done by old Wang." A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the villa. The train attendant's gentle voice rang out. "We have arrived at the terminal station in our city. Please take your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner." Wang Xingrui sat in the front row, picked up his backpack, and prepared to get off. The chubby woman sitting opposite him was the first to stand up, blocking his way and pushing forward. With her natural advantage, no one could stop her. Wang Xingrui followed behind unobstructed, but when she reached the doorway, she suddenly began to shout. "Who called me a fat ass? Come out. Fine, if no one apologizes today, no one gets off the train." The carriage erupted in a chorus of insults criticizing the woman's arrogance and low quality. But the fat woman stood at the door like a wall, ignoring the surrounding people's comments. The female attendant came over first, trying to persuade her kindly. After failing, she called for the train's security personnel. The fat woman remained relentless, unleashing her hamster incarnation. Round and gray with 4 short pink legs clinging to the edge of the train door, paired with her sharp little eyes, she looked quite cute. However, she was not weak. 2 security personnel combined couldn't budge her. The train's whistle blew, and as it was about to set off again in a moment of desperation, Wang Xingrui shouted, "You're exposed." The hamster's eyes widened, instinctively returning to human form and covering her skirt. At that moment, 2 security personnel forcefully bumped into the fat woman, pushing her out. Her upper body lay outside the train, while her lower body remained inside. Wang Xingrui, without hesitation, stepped directly over the woman and got off the train. With one stepping out, others followed suit. People wanting to get off the train stepped on the fat woman's body one after another. No matter how she screamed, those behind her didn't pause, and some even intentionally lingered for a few seconds, but that had nothing to do with Wang Xingrui. Just as he exited the station, a man in a shirt approached him immediately. "Little brother, need a ride?" Wang Xingrui scanned him from head to toe. "Do you know where there are mines in our city?" "Yes. Little brother is also going to the mine." "Hurry up then. Most of the young people coming to our city these days are going to the mines. I've already taken a lot of them." "Little brother, let me tell you, once you get to the mine, you'll have to wait in line for an interview. If you arrive late, you might have to wait for it. I want raise the price 300. How about that?" The driver held up 3 fingers. Wang Xingrui couldn't be bothered to find another driver. Just as he opened the back door and prepared to get in, a hand grabbed him from behind and shut the door. "Brother, $300 to the mine is too much." "Who are you?" Seeing the duck he was about to catch being intercepted, the big man looked sullen, as if blocking someone's way was akin to killing their parents, while the driver appeared ready to fight at any moment. "I'm his brother. Is there a problem?" A young man in his 20s boldly stated. Wang Xingrui immediately recognized this person, who had taken the same train as him and sat behind him. He had even seen him once in the restroom, so he quickly thought of a way to complain. "You know, you're my brother now. I've been looking for you for ages. If you didn't come, I was about to leave on my own." The young man was slightly taken aback, then his expression softened. "It's my fault, brother. I should have found you sooner." Seeing that the two looked somewhat alike, the big man's anger dissipated instantly, and a smile spread across his face. "Perfect, the two of you can share 300. How about that?" 150. Wang Xingrui's brother offered a price he thought was reasonable. Wang Xingrui was shocked. This guy was tough, cutting the price in half right away. The big man immediately rejected. 150 won't cut it. That's not even enough for my gas money. It's 150, don't negotiate. I've asked all the nearby drivers, and they all charge 120 for a trip. I'm offering you 150 to let you earn an extra 30. If you don't take it, well, find someone else. The big man's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, what extra 30? The nearby competitors charge 150 a trip. Then he put on a look as if he had suffered a great loss. Fine, let's consider it making friends. Get in the car. You can always trust a taxi driver's driving skills and eloquence. During the 1-hour journey, this brother chatted nonstop, covering everything from family disputes to national situations. There was nothing he didn't know. Wang Xingrui's cheap brother was even more impressive, keeping up the conversation the whole way. When they arrived at their destination, Wang Xingrui got out of the car, but his cheap brother still seemed a bit reluctant to part. Wang Xingrui got out and knocked on the passenger window. "Brother, are you done chatting? We should go." Only then did the cheap brother get out. After paying, he left a polite remark. "Thank you, master. We're leaving now." "All right, take care." The driver smiled as they left. After Wang Xingrui and his cheap brother departed, the driver sighed in relief and wiped his sweat. "Goodness, I met a tough opponent today, but he can really talk." Stepping on the gas, the tires screeched against the ground, and the taxi gradually drove away. The drop-off point was still some distance from the mine, and the two walked side by side. Wang Xingrui said, "Thanks for earlier." "Don't be polite. My name is Murong Yi, and I'm also here to mine. I feel that we have a good connection. Once we enter the mine, how about we team up to look out for each other? What do you think?" "No thanks." For some reason, even though Murong Yi helped him, he instinctively wanted to distance himself from this person. Moreover, after entering the mine, he had to find the prehistoric avatar, and having a stranger with him would not be convenient for his actions. After being decisively rejected by Wang Xingrui, Murong Yi did not get angry and continued walking towards the mine. Wang Xingrui stopped, turning to look at Murong Yi, who had been following him. Don't misunderstand him not trying to cling to you. There's only one road to the mine, Morong Yi explained. At this moment, many people heading to the mine passed by them, and Wang Xingrui turned around to blend into the crowd. Morong Yi immediately followed, saying, "Little brother, since we have to travel together to the mine anyway, how about we exchange some information for mutual benefit? This way we won't be too passive once we enter the mine, how about that? How much do you know about the mine?" "Not at all," Wang Xingrui replied honestly. He had only learned about it the day before and came the next day without any preparation. Wang Xingrui thought to himself that if he could get the prehistoric avatar, that would be the best. Even if he couldn't, he could still earn some money in return without any losses, so he came to give it a try. Morong Yi hesitated for a few seconds and said, "All right, then I'll share what I know just to make a friend. This mine belongs to the Tianlong Group. The owner of the Tianlong Group intends to extract some prehistoric beast genes from the prehistoric insects preserved in amber to find the best avatar for his son. To this end, he is collecting amber on a large scale and has even purchased a mine. The mine is divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is where the management staff rests. The middle layer has been mostly mined out, and if we enter, we will be assigned to the innermost layer of the mine. The innermost layer has 12 mining tunnels, and once inside, the miners will be assigned to these 12 tunnels." Morong Yi eagerly shared all the information he knew with Wang Xingrui without holding back. Wang Xingrui did not interrupt him, quietly digesting the information while thinking to himself that this person seemed a bit reckless, revealing information about the mine so casually without any conditions. Earlier, he could still negotiate with the driver, but how did he suddenly become so naive? "Little brother, what kind of avatar? Which city are you from?" "I'm from the North District of City, as here to earn some money for my future wife." "At your young age, you shouldn't be in a hurry for money. Why did you come here? How old are you?" He looked about 15 or 16, soon to take the college entrance exam. "Which college are you planning to apply for?" Morong Yi was very talkative, his mouth running like a machine gun. Wang Xingrui now understood that this person wasn't simple, he was just a chatterbox. However, Wang Xingrui didn't interrupt him because amidst the chatter there would occasionally be 1 or 2 crucial pieces of information. With this information, Wang Xingrui felt a bit more confident. His luck was indeed good to encounter such a talkative person. He hoped that once they entered the mine, his good fortune would continue. Soon the two of them unknowingly arrived outside the mine. There was only one entrance to the mine, and the recruitment had not yet started. Looking around, there was a sea of people, at least 500 or 600. From a high vantage point, the crowd looked like a torrent flowing from the mine's exit. The sky was dark, and the humid air made it difficult to breathe. Wang Xingrui stood in the crowd, his height of 1.7 meters, unremarkable. Wang Xingrui tugged at his collar when suddenly his forehead felt a chill. At first he thought it was someone else's spit and hurriedly wiped it with his sleeve. But then 1 drop, 2 drops, rain began to fall continuously. Within seconds, a torrential downpour ensued. Wang Xingrui felt some worry that with such heavy rain would the mine still continue to recruit. He was at least 200 meters away from the entrance. Standing on tiptoe, he could barely see the security personnel in camouflage standing on either side of the entrance. Their bodies were being drenched by the rain, yet they stood like statues on either side of the mine's entrance, unmoving. Not far in front of them, 4 large umbrellas were planted, each 3 meters apart, with a table set up under each umbrella where the interviewers, also in camouflage, sat. Estimating when it would be his turn for the interview, he figured he would have to wait at least another 2 hours. As he was thinking about this, Wang Xingrui accidentally made eye contact with one of the interviewers. In that instant, he felt himself disconnect from the surrounding reality, plunging into an endless darkness where a 3-meter bloodthirsty flower leopard emerged from the shadows, standing in front of him with a fierce look poised to strike. Wang's Xingrui's body involuntarily began to tremble. Suddenly, he felt a slight weight on his left shoulder, and the darkness instantly dissipated. Startled, he gasped for breath and turned to see Morong Yi smiling, one hand holding an umbrella and the other resting on his shoulder, looking at him and saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Let me tell you a secret, those mercenaries may look intimidating, but they're actually weaklings." Wang Xingrui thought, big brother, with so many people around, is it really a good idea to say such things? Wang Xingrui noticed that after Morong Yi said this, the people around them subtly began to distance themselves. Great, even before entering the mine, he was already isolated. If those words reached the mercenaries' ears, he would probably be taken care of once inside. The road to finding the prehistoric avatar was already fraught with dangers, and Morong Yi had filled it with thorns for Wang Xingrui. "Why do you have that expression? What I said is true." Morong Yi whispered, "The truly powerful ones are in the army. At the beginning of the beast era, the country recruited most of the strong individuals. Otherwise, this world wouldn't have stabilized so quickly. Those who weren't recruited are usually weak or have limited potential in their avatars. Such people can only form groups on their own, establishing organizations to earn a living through private contracts, living a life on the edge." Wang Xingrui thought to himself that if they knew they were living on the edge, why would they say such things? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Adversity can temper a person's will. There may still be hidden masters among them. Indeed, some people can break through themselves through repeated life and death trials, but such individuals are rare. Morong Yi shook his head. "They're not." People around them moved a little further away. Wang Xingrui dared not continue Morong Yi's line of thought. He felt that if he asked why are they not, this person might say something irreversible. He certainly didn't want to lose his life in city or before even entering the mine. He must find a way to shake off this madman. Everyone form 4 lines and queue up in a straight line, come forward one by one. Ahead, the tallest mercenary shouted at the crowd. The interview was finally starting, and the rain-drenched people could barely. The large crowd began to move in the rain, gradually splitting into 4 lines. Wang Xingrui was in a forward position. Fortunately, he and that madman were separated by the crowd and were not in the same line, and the umbrella remained in his hand. The line moved forward little by little, and the interview proceeded faster than he had imagined. An hour later, only one person remained in front of him, and it would soon be Wang Xingrui's turn. You are not qualified. The heavy and firm voice of the interviewer came from ahead. The man in front of Wang Xingrui slammed his hands on the table and angrily questioned, "So many people before me had no issues. Why am I the only one deemed unqualified? What are your recruitment standards? I crossed 3 cities to come here and spent half my family's savings. You think you can just send me back with a single sentence? Are you messing with me? How you got here is none of my business. Get lost." The interviewer's gaze was icy and his attitude was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. The man in front of Wang Xingrui gritted his teeth and suddenly roared up to the sky, his figure suddenly towering. His face began to sprout orange fur interspersed with black stripes. Whiskers grew from the corners of his mouth, and then he hunched over, hands touching the ground, transforming into a fierce tiger. This was about to turn violent. The surrounding people began to back away, but Wang Xingrui, standing closest to the tiger, remained still, curiously observing the tiger's avatar before him. Previously, he had only seen tiger avatars and wolf avatars on TV. Observing one up close was a first for him, making him somewhat excited. This creature was nearly 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. Wait, the tigers on TV all had claws. Where were its claws? Wang Xingrui reached out just as he was about to grab the thick tail in front of him when the tiger suddenly spoke. "Today I'm going to enter the mine. Let's see who can stop me." As it said this, it dashed towards the mine's entrance. Just as it leaped over the interviewer's head, the interviewer bent his knees and pushed off the ground, instantly disappearing from his spot and appearing beside the tiger. In midair, the interviewer reached out and grabbed the tiger's tail, then forcefully swung it, sending its massive body crashing into the falling raindrops, splashing them onto the nearby interviewer. The interviewer, who had been riding, only raised his left hand slowly when the tiger was about to land on him. Bang! The tiger's head collided with the interviewer's palm, coming to a halt. If an X-ray were used to scan the tiger's head at this moment, one would see several fine cracks spreading from the point of contact with the interviewer's palm, resembling a crystal ball on the verge of shattering. Meanwhile, the interviewer remained seated like a mountain, undisturbed. "Sorry, my hand slipped," the interviewer who threw the tiger said softly to the person next to him as he sat back down. The interviewer who caught the tiger casually tossed it aside. The waiting people immediately scattered, and the tiger fell to the ground, slowly regaining its human form, lying there unconscious. "Here we are the rules, we are the standards. Next." The calm voice sounded as if nothing had happened. The queue quickly resumed its original order, and no one paid attention to the troublemaker. Wang Xingrui approached the long table, expressionless, looking at the middle-aged man before him. Without releasing an avatar, yet able to effortlessly toss the tiger avatar away, the interviewer displayed extraordinary strength in just a few seconds. Impressive. Name: Wang Xingrui. Age: 16. The interviewer glanced at Wang Xingrui before returning to fill out the form. Family situation: what do your parents do? Orphan. Type of avatar: none. When he got to this point, the interviewer looked up again, curiously asking, "You don't have an avatar?" "No," Wang Xingrui replied, feeling a bit nervous as he saw the interviewer mark none on the form and stamp a red seal in the lower right corner, wondering what it meant. Would he be eliminated? It made sense. If even the tiger avatar looked down on him, how could he with no avatar have any chance of entering the mine? Just as Wang Xingrui prepared to turn and leave, the interviewer handed him a form. "Go in." Next, Wang Xingrui was left in confusion. Did he just pass the interview? Wang Xingrui took the form, trembling with fear under the watchful eyes of the mercenaries, and stepped into the mine. He first passed through a passage enveloped in iron mesh on all sides. Upon exiting the passage, apart from a several-meter-high wall and a few distant buildings, there was nothing else in sight. This should be the first mining site mentioned by Murongyi. He then walked straight into another passage also covered in iron mesh, but the space was much wider than the previous one, allowing 2 cars to pass side by side without issue. After exiting the passage, the view opened up. He entered a mining area roughly the size of a football field, with muddy ground littered with various pits. In the pouring rain, some individuals were using water pumps to extract water and then impact the soil layer, causing amber to float with the water flow, which was then filtered out using a mesh net. A miner walked past him, cradling amber rough stones in both hands, a blissful yet frantic smile on his face. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as someone fell from a height. With a splash, water sprayed up from the ground, the individual landing headfirst, motionless, with their face buried in the mud. Soon blood seeped from their head, mingling with the rain. No one paid him any mind. Even those who passed by didn't spare a glance. The miners continued their relentless work, with mining becoming their sole purpose for survival. Cold-blooded, focused, mad. These were the 3 words that repeatedly flashed in Wang Xingrui's mind after arriving at the second mining site. The oppressive and heavy atmosphere of work made Wang Xingrui want to leave the mine quickly. He feared that this atmosphere would. Wang Xingrui stopped a miner to ask for directions, but before he could finish his question, the miner interrupted with a sharp reply. With bloodshot eyes, a reflection of countless sleepless nights, the miner glared at Wang Xingrui with a ferocity that suggested he could kill him with just another second wasted. Wang Xingrui dared not say another word or ask any other miners. All the miners here shared the same demeanor. Asking them for directions would surely be futile. His gaze fell upon a small building in the center of the mine, and Wang Xingrui prayed that there might be a sane person. He walked over, knocked twice on the door, but received no response. He then put away his umbrella and pushed the door open. The room was small but fully equipped with a small television, a bed against the corner, a table beside the bed, a water dispenser, and in the center of the room a man wearing sunglasses and headphones lounged in a rocking chair, looking utterly relaxed. Even though it was pouring rain outside, this person seemed to be on vacation at a beach. Only those in management could afford to live so leisurely in a mine. Wang Xingrui approached him and gently tapped his shoulder. "Hello, is this the third mining site?" The man removed his headphones, tilted his head back to glance at him, and lazily said, "Application form." Wang Xingrui handed over the application form, which the man glanced at before immediately returning it and putting his headphones back on. "Exit the room and go straight into the cave." "Thank you." He probably didn't hear that last thank you, but it didn't matter. Wang Xingrui left the room and, following the man's instructions, walked into the cave, where the ground was still covered in iron mesh. The Tianlong group really had money to burn. Oh, what was the point of installing so much iron mesh in the passage? If the tunnel really collapsed and tons of heavy rocks fell, the iron mesh wouldn't hold for long. He muttered a complaint in his heart, rubbed his arms, and continued deeper. The further he went, the colder it became. The sound of clanging and banging echoed from within. When he emerged from the cave, he was greeted by 12 enormous circular caverns scattered throughout the mountain, like a multitude of eyes watching him, with the sounds emanating from these eyes. Connecting each cavern were 2 iron cables that curved around the mountain's interior, cutting across the edges of the cavern. Wang Xingrui speculated that these 2 cables were likely there to stabilize the mountain and prevent collapses. The entire interior of the mountain was almost hollowed out, with a space comparable to a palace. Such a grand and magnificent project must have taken an immense amount of time to achieve its current state. From the cliff, he had a clear view of everything in the mine. He stood at the edge of the cliff, glancing down, estimating a height of at least 20 meters. 2 rope ladders were secured at the edge of the cliff, extending vertically downwards. Wang Xingrui took 2 steps back. "No way are they really expecting me to climb down that rope ladder? What if it breaks halfway?" Wang Xingrui was still conflicted in his heart. At that moment, someone walked out from the cave behind him. An ordinary-looking man, just like Wang Xingrui, glanced around briefly, then, without hesitation, jumped off the cliff. "Hey!" Wang Xingrui thought he had slipped and fallen, rushing to the edge of the cliff to try and catch him. But upon looking down, he saw that the man had transformed into a goat, skillfully balancing on the protruding rocks of the cliff as he descended step by step. Then another person passed by him. Before Wang Xingrui could catch a glimpse of that person's appearance, the individual jumped off, and in the next moment, a large white goose soared into the air, its feathers as white as snow flapping its wings as it flew toward the ground. Wang Xingrui had thought of asking it to take him along, but due to a moment's hesitation, the white goose had already flown away. Next, a man around 30 years old circled the edge of the cliff, found a less steep spot, and transformed into a pangolin, curling into a ball and rolling down the slope, finally landing safely. Without comparison, there could be no harm. Watching one person after another jump off the cliff, Wang Xingrui felt a surge of envy. For a fleeting moment, he even thought that he would accept any transformation as long as it could grant him the ability to do the same. But that was ultimately just a fantasy. Without a transformation, Wang Xingrui could only leave his umbrella at the edge of the cliff and slowly descend the rope ladder. Without any safety measures, the rope ladder swayed violently, his body occasionally crashing against the wall, causing him pain. As he climbed down, Wang Xingrui continually prayed in his heart, hoping the rope wouldn't snap. "Please don't break. As long as the rope holds, I'll go vegetarian for a month." Though he could only eat vegetarian food now. When his feet finally touched solid ground again, the sensation of being grounded allowed him to relax, but his heart still raced uncontrollably. After a brief rest, he arrived at the health check area, where those undergoing the check formed a long line. At the front of the line stood a doctor and a mercenary, the doctor responsible for the check, while the mercenary maintained order. Wang Xingrui rushed to the end of the line, and when it was his turn, the doctor used a high-looking device resembling a carbon pen to prick his fingertip and draw a drop of blood, causing a green light to illuminate at the end of the device. The doctor glanced at the form Wang Xingrui submitted, then handed it to the man in camouflage beside him. The mercenary in camouflage looked at the form in hand and commanded, "You go over there to get a hoe and enter the 12th. The mercenary's gaze towards him was filled with obvious disdain. Wang Xingrui guessed it was probably related to his lack of. In today's society, lacking a transformation meant being looked down upon no matter where you went, even if you were looking for a labor-intensive job. However, this was actually a good thing for him. The less noticeable he was, the easier it would be for him to act in the future. After the theft of the prehistoric transformation, the likelihood of being suspected became lower. "Feel free to look down on me. Oh, once I acquire a transformation, we won't be from the same world anymore." After getting the hoe, he followed the direction given by the mercenary to the entrance of the 12th mining cave. The reason it was referred to as below was that this cave was over 30 meters above ground, even higher than the entrance's cliff. An acrid smell still lingered in the air. Wang Xingrui let out a sigh. Having just come down from the rope ladder, he was now expected to climb back up. Judging by the situation, climbing the rope ladder might become the norm in the future. This is truly maddening. If only I had a flying transformation right now, it would be so much easier. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Wang Xingrui grasped the rope ladder with both hands and began to climb step by step, looking up at the mining cave above with determination in his eyes. They had no choice. They had come here only to work as miners for money. I still have options. My future is not yet determined. I must acquire a transformation with an amplification over 100. I must. Reiterating this sentence in his heart as he was about to reach the edge of the mining cave, an iron cable blocked his head. Wang Xingrui released one hand from the rope ladder to grasp the iron cable that cut across the edge of the cave, but at that moment his feet suddenly slipped and he found himself hanging by one hand. The mercenary responsible for the health check casually glanced at the 12th mining cave and noticed the situation here, but merely scoffed disdainfully before turning away. As Wang Xingrui dangled, he looked down and saw that it was at least 10 stories high. If he fell from this height, he would undoubtedly die. The strength in his right arm was rapidly draining, and his left hand couldn't reach the iron cable. Damn it, I'm about to lose my grip. Heaven, I'm begging you, I still have many things left undone. Please, don't let me die so soon. No one could fathom the despair he felt at that moment. Wang Xingrui's mind involuntarily flashed back to the scene of the miner falling to his death at the second mining site. Fear began to fester within him. Just when he was about to let go, as if heaven was responding to him, a hand suddenly appeared, grabbing his arm. Wang Xingrui instinctively clutched that hand tightly, slowly pulling himself into the cave, and then lay on the ground gasping for breath. Thank you, Wang Xingrui said to the woman who had pulled him up. The woman in her 20s had a delicate appearance and was wearing a short-sleeved top adorned with floral patterns with a pair of long pants caked in mud. Her arms were muscular with many calluses on her hands. Without this woman, he might have had to say goodbye to the world. In the mine, amber can be used as currency. If you encounter trouble in the future, trading amber will get you help. The more you offer, the more help you'll receive. Thank you, I owe you a piece of amber. Wang Xingrui wasn't naive. Regardless of whether the woman was hinting at him, he felt it necessary to express gratitude. When he was in danger, only she had come to his aid, making her seem more approachable than the others who remained silent in the cave. Perhaps he could gather more information about prehistoric transformations from her. The quickest way to bridge the gap between them was through mutual benefit. The woman glanced at him before returning to the cave to continue mining. Wang Xingrui followed her into the cave and began to mine amber rough stones beside her. However, the man to his right suddenly frowned and said, "Hey, do you understand the rules? This area is mine. Well, I've been mining here for 2 years. Sorry, I'm new here." Sorry. In the mining cave, everyone has their own digging area, and Wang Xingrui was still unclear about the rules of the game in the cave. Confused, he did not want to clash with anyone and could only walk a few more meters inside. At that moment, a robust man with a bald head tattooed with a dragon approached him, followed by a few shifty-eyed individuals. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Wang Xingrui calmly asked, "Is this area yours?" The tattooed man, resembling a gang leader, spat to the side, snatched the hoe from Wang Xingrui's hands, threw it to the ground, and stamped on it hard. With a crack, the handle of the hoe immediately broke. Wang Xingrui glanced at the woman behind the crowd. She seemed completely indifferent to the situation, clearly showing no intention of helping him. Outside the mine, the cold rain washed away people's patience. The long wait caused many to become restless, and the line gradually descended into chaos, with those at the back constantly pushing forward, hinting at a trend of rushing. Everyone who wants to enter the mine stand properly. Those who don't want to enter get lost. A recruiter standing at the front of the crowd roared at everyone. His voice drowned out the sound of rain piercing into everyone's ears. As soon as he finished speaking, all the mercenaries stepped forward in unison, their movements synchronized. Although they hadn't said a word, their presence instantly subdued everyone. The crowd rearranged itself into a line, but one figure remained unmoved, standing still with eyes closed and arms outstretched, seemingly savoring the gifts of nature. "Hey, you in the back? Why are you just standing there? Move forward," a mercenary shouted at Murong-Yi. Murong-Yi opened his eyes. In that moment, his expression was entirely different. His cold, indifferent gaze carried no emotion. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating half of Murong-Yi's face, highlighting his eerie smile. All the mercenaries felt their hair stand on end, each one feeling a sense of imminent danger. Both humans and animals possess an instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Just like when someone throws a punch at your face, you instinctively raise your hand to block or dodge. When humans acquire the ability to transform, this instinct is magnified several times, transforming into a capacity to sense danger. At this moment, these mercenaries sensed an extreme danger emanating from the person in the distance, a danger so potent that they lacked the courage to even unleash their transformations. The feeling was akin to being targeted by a loaded sniper rifle. Despite the distance, their lives were at risk at any moment. However, as the lightning faded, the smile on that person's face also vanished, replaced by an expression of deep apology and a hint of shyness. He resembled a big boy who had made a mistake, scratching his head in embarrassment as he rejoined the line. The mercenaries wore solemn expressions, not relaxing their vigilance due to Murong Yi's shift in demeanor. They were seasoned warriors, often flirting with death, and though it lasted only an instant, they wouldn't deceive themselves with the excuse of seeing things. They trusted their instincts far more than what their eyes observed. The rain continued to pour heavily. The line advanced in an orderly fashion. When it was Murong Yi's turn, the mercenaries present felt a tightening in their hearts. Standing in the middle, a mercenary with a cross scar on his forehead felt his heartbeat quicken, his throat unconsciously moving up and down. Whether it was rainwater or cold sweat, it trickled down his cheeks. Before the recruiter could speak, he personally stepped forward to ask name. Murong Yi. Age. 26. Type of transformation. Box jellyfish. What are you here for? What else can you do in a place like this? Make money. The mercenary with the scar scrutinized Murong Yi for a long time. We're all just trying to make a living, I hope we can keep to ourselves. By the way, have you seen a 16-year-old boy? Murong Yi gestured, about this tall, no transformation. The mercenary with the scar turned to the 4 recruiters and said, filter out all 16-year-old boys without transformations right now. The 4 recruiters immediately halted the interviews, began searching through the materials, and soon the profile of Wang Xingrui appeared in front of Murong Yi. Murong Yi took a glance, returned the form, and said, thank you. As he walked into the mine's passage, the 2 rows of mercenaries simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. Until just now, they had all felt as if their hearts were being gripped tightly by someone else. Boss, what should we do? A mercenary asked. Should we send someone to keep an eye on him? Keep an eye on what? The man with the scar immediately activated the communicator on his shoulder. Everyone pay attention. A killer has arrived at the mine. Murong Yi, male, 26 years old, transformation is box jellyfish, has gone to the 3rd mine. This person is not one we can deal with. As long as he doesn't disrupt Boss Long's plans, don't engage with him. Let him do as he pleases. Repeat, do not engage with him. Acknowledge receipt. After a while, a voice came through his communicator. 1st mine received. 2nd mine received. 3rd mine received. Friend, how do I get to the 3rd mine? Murong Yi arrived at the small house of the 2nd mine. The mercenary lying on the chair still hadn't opened his eyes, but the difference was that his headset was set aside. Application. Murong Yi handed him the form. Once he saw the name on the form, the mercenary immediately perked up, sitting up straight and carefully verifying the information. Murong Yi, 26 years old, transformation is box jellyfish. Everything matched. Is he the killer Boss mentioned? The mercenary pointed to the entrance of the 3rd mine on the right. Go in through that door and keep walking. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Murong Yi looked at the mercenary, who was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Why are you still not leaving? The mercenary asked, slightly anxious. You haven't returned the application form to me yet, Murong Yi said with a smile. Only then did the mercenary realize and immediately returned the application form to Murong Yi. Thank you. Murong Yi turned and left. The mercenary looked through the window at Murong Yi's departing figure, then put on his headset and lay back on the chair. Boss instincts never miss, but how did I not sense his killing intent at such a close distance? Is there really someone who can suppress their killing intent to such an extent? What a terrifying person. Thankfully, he's not within my jurisdiction. Murong Yi entered the 3rd mine, and upon entering, he immediately spotted an umbrella on the cliff, then gazed forward to see Wang Xingrui standing in front of the No. 12 mine. He picked up the umbrella and jumped straight down from the cliff, his body slowly floating down as if gravity had lost its effect on him. Upon landing, he walked directly towards the No. 12 mine. The doctor responsible for the health check was about to stop him when a nearby mercenary suddenly grabbed the doctor's shoulder, shaking his head seriously. The doctor was puzzled. He had naturally heard Boss' message, but shouldn't they at least go through the motions? As he looked towards the No. 12 mine, his eyes gradually widened in disbelief. Hey, Gray 8, am I seeing things? How did that person seem to fly straight into the No. 12 mine? The doctor asked, poking the nearby mercenary. Gray 8 replied seriously, you're not mistaken. Although I don't know how he did it, he indeed flew in without releasing his Boss information said his transformation is a box jellyfish. The doctor exclaimed, I've been a doctor for over 10 years. Are you telling me a box jellyfish can fly? Are you joking? Gray 8 fell silent. Why aren't you speaking? The doctor asked. Gray 8 replied. If you with your 10 years of experience can't explain it, what? Little brother. Murong Yi joyfully waved at Wang Xingrui. While confronting the man in front of him, Wang Xingrui suddenly heard a familiar voice calling him. He turned around and saw Murong Yi standing at the cave entrance, walking towards him excitedly. Little brother, we got assigned to the same mine. What a coincidence. You don't know, the selection criteria were so strict this time that I almost didn't make it in. Wang Xingrui immediately turned his head away, pretending not to hear. Why is it him again? To encounter him with 1 in 12 odds, how unlucky can one be? No, perhaps I can divert the trouble and let this guy deal with the tattooed man. Do you know the selection criteria? Wang Xingrui asked in an inquiring tone as he casually walked to Murong Yi's side, or rather slightly behind. To outsiders, Wang Xingrui appeared to be Murong Yi's subordinate. Murong Yi, unaware of Wang Xingrui's intent, continued. I summarized it based on those who entered the mine before us. For this recruitment, the transformation enhancement cannot exceed 15. Just this requirement eliminated 2/3 of the candidates. Then transformations from the diving category were not accepted. Lastly, those under 16 and over 25 were not accepted. Anyone who fails to meet even one of these 3 requirements cannot enter. The restriction on transformation enhancement likely aims for easier management. If the miners are too powerful, it would be challenging to control them with a larger number. Transformations from the diving category would be significantly weakened on land, let alone for mining. As for the last point, after the Beast Era, the newly enacted regulations stipulated that the legal age of adulthood was uniformly lowered from 18 to 16 by the World Alliance Organization. So from this perspective, the Tianlong Group is still a law-abiding company. He just happened to avoid all the pitfalls, which is why he was able to enter so smoothly. Through his conversation with Murong, Yiwang Xingrui couldn't help but reflect. He had also stood in a long queue, but had never thought to summarize the rules, while this chatterbox had managed to do so. This won't do. He needed to change his mindset quickly. He was here to steal transformations and could no longer act carelessly. In the enclosed mind, determining the hiding places of prehistoric transformations required crucial information and connections. He needed to befriend the mine workers, closely observe everything around him, gather all beneficial information, and devise a meticulous plan. After finding the prehistoric transformation, how to take it out without being discovered was also a problem. Wang Xingrui supported his chin with one hand, deep in thought. The robust tattooed man beside them had veins bulging on his forehead, his face turning beet red. He had come to establish rules, yet these two were casually chatting in front of him as if he didn't exist. Damn it, I was someone who had spent time in an underwater prison. The tattooed man punched the wall with a loud bang, creating fine cracks in the wall, and the area where his fist struck caved in. Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui's gazes shifted simultaneously towards the tattooed man. Murong Yi remained unperturbed, while Wang Xingrui was slightly surprised. The No. 12 mine is my territory. If I want you to stay, you can stay. If I want you gone, it's just a matter of a word. Do you understand? The miners' wages are performance-based, regardless of size. Each piece of amber ore is worth 5,000 mani. The more they dig, the more they earn. Typically, an average person can mine at least 3 pieces a month, earning 15,000 mani in a month. Those who are lucky might dig up 7 or 8 pieces. This job offers a chance for quick wealth, and there is no compulsion to stay out. Anyone can cash out and leave at any time. The mine provides ample food daily, and the rich profits awaken deeper desires within them, which is why the workers at mine know. Two seem almost frenzied. They all understand that their time is limited. If someone else digs up one more piece, they themselves dig up one less. Such opportunities for rapid wealth may only come once in a lifetime. Once the amber is exhausted, the chance to earn money will vanish, leading them back to a life of mundane busyness. Thus, they strive to seize this opportunity to change their fate. Amber ignites the flames of desire within them, and as time passes, these flames burn away their limits, and the mine does not stipulate that amber must be dug up by oneself. Since there are no restrictions on methods or means, and amber can make one richer, the situation becomes simpler. Of course, the mine's management is not foolish. They anticipate that some individuals might try to take shortcuts and will not allow theft or robbery to occur, as if everyone were to steal internally, no one would dig, and the total amount of amber would not increase, severely reducing production efficiency. To increase amber production, management will impose severe penalties for such actions. However, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Although theft and robbery have been significantly suppressed, there are always a few individuals willing to take risks. Aren't you prohibiting theft and robbery? Well, if someone offers it willingly, that shouldn't be a violation, right? If life were likened to a play, and you are the protagonist among the people you encounter, there will always be one or two willing to play supporting roles or antagonists, like the tattooed man in front of Wang Xingrui. With a strong personality and an arrogant tone, he embodies all the characteristics of a villain. Just as Wang Xingrui was about to respond with "sure," he was interrupted by Murong Yi. "Baldy, why should we give you the amber we painstakingly mined? Have you looked in the mirror? You look like a hairless cactus trying to act like a boss. It's truly shameful." Murong Yi's tirade caused the tattooed man's expression to grow colder, while Wang Xingrui casually shifted to the side, creating some distance. Before he could divert attention, Murong Yi had already ignited a conflict. Logically, the situation was developing as he had hoped, yet he felt an unsettling sense of anxiety. The tattooed man's followers widened their eyes and subconsciously swallowed hard. It was over. This kid had stepped on a landmine by uttering the 2 words their boss hated most. The last person to mock their boss for being bald ended up with broken bones all over and couldn't be saved. For that, their boss spent 5 years in an underwater prison and had only just been released 3 months ago. "Kid, do you know what you're saying?" A shadow loomed over the tattooed man's face, and Wang Xingrui could clearly hear the grinding of his teeth as the 4 subordinates approached with shovels. "Do you know who I am?" Murong Yi said calmly. His even tone and composed expression suddenly made the bearded man feel uncertain. "What path are you on?" Murong Yi pulled Wang Xingrui closer and proudly stated, "I am his brother." Wang Xingrui's pupils contracted in an instant as he silently cursed Murong Yi's mother multiple times in that moment. This was trouble. "Then who are you?" The tattooed man's gaze shifted to Wang Xingrui, pressing for an answer. Wang Xingrui forced a laugh. "Just an ordinary person." The tattooed man's forehead bulged with veins. "Are you trying to play me?" The next moment, a fist the size of a sandbag swung towards Wang Xingrue's head. He quickly turned to hide behind Murong Yi, then closed his eyes tightly and pushed him forward with all his strength. Sorry. Then he heard the sound of a shovel falling and a person collapsing. Wang Xingrue slowly opened his eyes, having already thought about how to beg for mercy from the tattooed man, only to see Murong Yi standing there unscathed, while the tattooed man lay on the ground frothing at the mouth, eyes rolled back. The tattooed man's four subordinates looked at Murong Yi with fear in their eyes. What had just happened in that instant? Murong Yi had taken down the tattooed man. This chatterbox was surprisingly formidable. While everyone was still in shock, Wang Xingrue's mind raced as he immediately declared his stance, coldly addressing everyone in the cave from now on in mind no. 12. He calls the shots. Anyone disagree? The crowd fell silent, showing their stance. Murong Yi regarded Wang Xingrue with appreciation. Initially indifferent the moment he demonstrated a hint of strength, Wang Xingrue immediately chose his side. This kid is quite quick on the uptake. Seeing the sudden shift in the situation, the tattooed man's four subordinates exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then quickly rushed forward to ingratiate themselves. Big brother, we were forced into this. You have a broad mind, please don't hold it against us. Yes, big brother. We came here just to earn a living. Following that jerk was merely to avoid being bullied. We've never bullied anyone. Big brother, what do we call you? From now on, you are our dear brother. Wherever you lead us, we will follow. Whatever you tell us to do, we will do. We will definitely look up to you. So whatever he tells you to do, you'll do. If he tells you to call him dad, will you call him that? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xingrue had yet to react. Dad, 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 dad. The four of them bowed simultaneously to Murong Yi, collectively shouting that title, their voices echoing throughout the mine. Wang Xingrue shook his head in disbelief. I'm done. Get back to what you were doing, and don't bother me, Murong Yi said to them, then nudged Wang Xingrue with his arm. Hey. My name is Wang Xingrue. Oh, then I'll call you Little Wang. Such childishness, using such an old joke. Murong Yi rested an arm on his shoulder and whispered in his ear, just kidding, don't be mad. Xingrue, you really don't have a transformation. Being poked at a sore spot, Wang Xingrue couldn't help but retort, aren't you without a transformation as well? What's so strange about that? Murong Yi smiled without refuting. I have a brilliant plan to quickly obtain amber. Do you want to hear it? If your brilliant plan involves robbing the amber from others in the cave, then no thanks. The others in the cave immediately tensed up and took a step back, gripping their shovels tightly, watching these two warily. Just a moment ago, Wang Xingrue had closed his eyes, but they had not. When the tattooed man's fist was about to strike Murong Yi's face, Murong Yi swiftly executed a clean cut across the bearded man's neck. With that one action, the tattooed man fell to the ground. The tattooed man had controlled Mind No. 12 in just 3 months, and now a stronger character had arrived. They were uncertain what rules this new boss would establish or what preferences he had, leaving the miners feeling anxious. Of course not. Forcing and robbing would lower my status. What status do you have? I'm your brother. Wang Xingrue raised an eyebrow, thinking, big brother, you're too deep into character. This role ended the moment you got out of the taxi. So do you have any other ideas? Murong Yi smiled mysteriously. Let me ask you, what is the most important thing in this mine? Excavation ability. This question is a bit dull. Coming to a mine as a miner, what else could it be besides excavation ability? Exactly. From my observations, miners are assigned to various mines based on the type of transformation. Those with stronger excavation abilities are definitely assigned to mines rich in amber ore. In Mine No. 1, all transformations are pangolins, the strongest in excavation ability. In Mine No. 2, the transformations are wolves, wolf dogs, and rabbits, possessing strength and digging attributes. In Mine No. 3, the transformations are moles and groundhogs with lesser strength, but also possessing digging attributes. In Mine No. 10, the transformations are of the flying type, responsible for transport rather than excavation. In Mine No. 11, the transformations are cattle, sheep, and horses, powerful yet herbivores that do not understand digging techniques, responsible for transporting waste from various mines apart from mining. In Mine No. 12, there are no transformations, just ordinary humans. Therefore, I can confidently assert that Mine No. 1 contains a significant amount of amber, while as for us in Mine No. 12, there likely isn't much. Wang Xingrue glanced at Murong Yi. Although Murong Yi appeared unremarkable based on his observation skills and strength displayed, so far it was clear he was not as simple as he seemed. Why was he deliberately hiding his abilities? Why was he getting close to himself? Why, after I sold him out, did he not retaliate? Could his target also be the prehistoric transformation? Questions swirled in his mind as Wang Xingrue calmly asked, so you mean you want to switch minds? Murong Yi leaned forward and whispered in his ear, there are too many people in the cave, we'll discuss the specifics later. What does the boss want? The few sycophants immediately approached with grinning faces. Move this baldy aside, he's in the way. All right, brothers, the boss has spoken, let's move this baldy. Sure. The other 3 subordinates eagerly replied in unison. Wang Xingrue, holding a broken shovel, followed Murong Yi deep into Mine No. 12. The further they went, the drier and darker it became, to the point where they couldn't see their hands in front of them. With only the 2 of them present, Wang Xingrue worried that Murong Yi might turn on him, so he tried to gauge Murong Yi's position through sound while gripping the shovel tightly, just in case. The tattooed man outside can't be dead, right? Mu Rongyi replied, no, I just severed his spinal nerve. He might end up a vegetable, but he won't die. Wang Xingruo's heart tightened at this. He was alone in the dark with a ruthless and psychopathic individual. Was there anything more terrifying than this? Oh heavens, where had he gone wrong to end up like this? Just as he lamented his unfair fate, a faint blue light appeared. He was meditating with his eyes closed. You have a doppelganger. Wang Xingruo's eyes widened in shock. Yes, from the diving system, Mu Rongye replied nonchalantly. The diving system? Aren't they not hiring from the diving system at the mine? How old are you? 26. Mu Rongye did not meet 2 of the 3 criteria for hiring. How did you get in here? Of course I walked in step by step, Mu Rongye answered dismissively, seeming reluctant to tell the truth. Wang Xingrui did not press further as they had only met a few times and their relationship was not close enough for such discussions. He placed his backpack aside, sitting quietly on the ground, his grip on the hone never loosening. Until the evening when the mine distributed boxed meals, the woman who had once extended a helping hand to Wang Xingrui approached the cave entrance with a basket climbing down the rope. At this moment Mu Rongye opened his eyes saying, let's go get the food. Wang Xingrui, who had been leaning against the wall and had fallen asleep at some point, was utterly exhausted from the day's events, especially from dealing with Mu Rongye, who seemed to torment him every moment. Upon hearing Mu Rongye's voice, he immediately opened his eyes and said, I'm not hungry, I want go down. Come down with me, I have something to tell you. With that, Mu Rongye stood up and jumped down the cave entrance. It was probably about mining again. Although unwilling, Wang Xingrui did not dare to refuse. He dragged his weary body and climbed down the rope to the ground. Mu Rongye had already picked up 2 boxes of meals and was waiting for him. Behind him lay a dozen people. The gazes of the others around focused on Mu Rongye, and as he walked slowly over, they finally shifted to Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui felt he had missed a good show while also having landed in a huge trouble. Mu Rongye handed a box lunch to Wang Xingrui, pulling him to a corner excitedly saying, let's go mine in cave no. 1. Just as I thought. I want to know. Let's sneak over there. No way. Wang Xingrui directly refused. Do you think the overseers are just decoration? If we get caught, who will take the blame? If you change minds without permission and the mercenaries here find out, you will be expelled from the mine. He had not even seen the prehistoric doppelganger yet. He could not take that risk. Moreover, when it came to changing minds, the more people who knew, the greater the risk of exposure. He could easily keep the benefits to himself, so why was Mu Rongye looking for him? Don't overthink it. I consider you my younger brother, of course I want to think of you when there's good fortune. Wang Xingrui looked at him expressionlessly, thinking it was a joke. After a few seconds, Mu Rongye awkwardly scratched his head saying, alright, I'm a bit timid alone and wanted someone to bolster my courage. I initially wanted to find an experienced miner, but after some thought I realized trust is more important than experience. You are the one I'm most familiar with in the entire mine, so it's safest to choose you. Wang Xingrui did not believe a word of Mu Rongye's explanation. How could someone who just became the boss of Cave No. 12 be timid? Moreover, he had used Mu Rongye as a shield earlier in the morning, and now, by evening, he had become the person What a joke. Did he take him for a fool? This only further confirmed Wang Xingrui's suspicion that Mu Rongye's invitation was absolutely suspicious. He promptly refused again. Sorry, I don't want to take that risk. Find someone else. Wang Xingrui turned to leave. Suddenly, Mu Rongye's confident voice rang out behind him. You didn't come here to mine, did you? Wang Xingrui's expression stiffened, but his movements did not pause as he continued walking forward. What you're looking for isn't here, Mu Rongye continued. Wang Xingrui still did not stop. What you seek is definitely not in the mine. Of course you can choose not to believe me, but you probably don't have much time left. I hope you won't regret today's decision for the rest of your life. At this moment, Wang Xingrui paused, turned his head, and looked at Mu Rongye, as if he were insane. I don't know what you're After he turned to leave, Mu Rongye smiled slightly, thinking to himself, this kid is quite composed. Let's see how long. Miners work tirelessly for a week to earn money. Irregular sleeping patterns can make people irritable and emotionally unstable. Therefore, to facilitate management, Mine No. 3 has regulations that no miner may work between midnight and 6 in the morning and must return to the cave to rest. At 2 in the morning, the human body enters the best stage of deep sleep. In the quiet mine, the miners have entered a brief dreamland with damp air as the blanket and muddy ground as the bed. In Cave No. 12, a hand gently shook Mu Rongye's body. Mu Rongye groggily opened his eyes, and upon seeing the person illuminated by the blue light, he looked puzzled. What are you doing? Wang Xingrui hurriedly covered Mu Rongye's mouth with his hand, placing a finger on his lips to signal for silence, looking around before gesturing for Mu Rongye to follow him. Mu Rongye maintained a puzzled expression, but secretly laughed. He had overestimated him. It seemed he couldn't last. Leaving Cave No. 12 and arriving at the corner where they had dinner, Wang Xingrui directly asked, do you know what I'm looking for? The prehistoric doppelganger, right? Mu Rongye yawned and casually replied, at least half of the people here have the same goal as you, but unfortunately they're in the wrong place. So do you know where the prehistoric doppelganger is? Wang Xingrui asked, why should I believe you? My silly little brother, think about it. Such a precious thing as the prehistoric doppelganger couldn't possibly show up in a place like this. The chairman of the Tianlong group deliberately spread the news of the doppelganger being in city, or just to lure the tiger away from the mountain using city, or to attract firepower, while also drawing people like you to serve as labor. The real place where the doppelganger is hidden is definitely not here. You dare to come to city or without knowing anything. Aren't you afraid of coming back empty-handed? Wang Xingrui didn't even listen to the last sentence. His expression was grave, deep in thought. There was some truth in Mu Rongya's words, but he couldn't fully trust him. He still had to extract more information. This is just your speculation. Unless you provide evidence, I can't trust you. Mu Rongya smirked. Believe it or not, just call me brother, and I'll tell you the location. You can verify it yourself, brother. As soon as Mu Rongya finished, Wang Xingrui immediately responded. Mu Rongya was momentarily dazed. Although Wang Xingrui had said it casually, it broke through his tough exterior and touched the softest part of his heart. Mu Rongyi's gaze became gentle and sincere. Since you want it, brother promises to help you get the prehistoric doppelganger. But now is not the time. Before that, you need to do something for your brother. What is it? Mining. Mining. What time is it? He had no interest in mining anymore. In a few months, if he couldn't find a suitable doppelganger, his entire life would be ruined. Seeing Mu Rongyi's money-hungry expression, Wang Xingrui's heart wavered again. This guy felt somewhat unreliable. Wang Xingrui cautiously moved along the edge of the cave, slowly inching onto the iron cable, eventually lying flat on it, and crawling forward, while Mu Rongya stood firmly on the cable following him, as if walking on flat ground. Don't look down. Don't look down. Wang Xingrui repeatedly reassured himself, yet he couldn't help but open a small gap to glance down. It's a bit high. When he had climbed up from the ground before, it hadn't seemed this high. Wang Xingrui looked up, fixing his gaze forward while crawling, and softly called out, Mu Rongya, are you behind me? Stop shouting, I'm right behind you. Hearing the voice so close, Wang Xingrui relaxed. In fact, he regretted not letting Mu Rongya go first when he reached halfway. What if this was a trap set by Mu Rongya, pulling back at the moment he was about to climb to the top and calling the overseer over? Then he would be doomed. Fortunately, the scene he imagined did not occur. Cave No. 1 was more than twice the size of Cave No. 12, with 5 people lying there fast asleep at the entrance. After entering, they carefully stepped over their bodies. The cave was very dim, and Mu Rongya emitted a faint blue light ahead, guiding Wang Xingrui. In the quiet cave, the sound of their shoes scraping against the rubble was distinctly audible. They hadn't walked long when they arrived at a fork in the path. There were unexpected tunnels inside the cave, which just proved that Mu Rongya's earlier deduction was correct. From the 3 tunnels came the sound of muffled thunder. Wang Xingrui immediately stopped and warned Mu Rongya, they're on a shift system. The ones outside are on duty while the ones inside are resting. From the sound, there should be quite a few of them. I don't have a doppelganger, and yours is from the diving system. If we wake them up, we might not be able to handle them. Don't worry, I have a plan. Follow me, Mu Rongya said confidently with a smile. He chose the middle tunnel, and Wang Xingrui reluctantly followed. After walking a distance, he could faintly see about a dozen figures lying on the ground ahead. There's no place to hide in the tunnel. If we go any further, we'll definitely be discovered. Let's turn back. We've come this far, why are you being scared? Watch me. Next, Mu Rongya put his hands together and rapidly formed various hand signs. Haven't you seen this before? This is called sealing technique. It went extinct after the Beast era, but it would have been all the rage 18 years ago. Wang Xingrui looked at him with a strange expression. Are you out of your mind? At that moment, someone opened their eyes, and upon seeing Mu Rongya and Wang Xingrui, exclaimed, Hey, you guys. Wang Xingrui hurriedly covered his face with both hands. Just as he was about to turn and escape, he saw Mu Rongya stop his movements and whisper, Sleep technique, dream snatch. In the next second, that person fell to the ground, swaying like a drunkard, unable to get up. Watching this scene, Wang Xingrui was left speechless. By the time he finished mining amber with Mu Rongya and left Cave No. 1, his mind was still in a daze. The man before him had knocked someone down from a distance without even releasing a doppelganger. Who exactly was he? It was too incredible. Back at Cave No. 12, Mu Rongya noticed Wang Xingrui's reaction and proudly said, Brother, I'm impressive, right? Wang Xingrui asked, Why didn't you take the amber from those people and insisted on mining yourself? Mu Rongya replied, I told you the reason before, taking without asking is stealing, and I don't like stealing. You who dare to sneak into another mine to mine amber still insist on your principles. What a contradictory person. What exactly is that so-called sealing technique? Wang Xingrui continued to ask, Do you want to learn it? Mu Rongya grinned. Wang Xingrui looked at Mu Rongya with bright eyes. I wanna. For the next month, Wang Xingrui's life was unbearable. Every night, he would follow Mu Rongya to mine No. 1, where they managed to dig out 3 or 4 pieces each time, repeatedly succeeding without ever being discovered. He found it puzzling. For an entire month, with 2 adults crawling back and forth along the iron chain every day, how could the mine administrator not see them? Were their eyes blind? Mu Rongya had also imposed an extremely perverse requirement on him that during the day, they must mine for a full 12 hours. Mu Rongya's reasoning was that if no one mined during the day, it would appear very suspicious. And since Mu Rongya needed to conserve energy for his nighttime dream snatching technique, this glorious, yet arduous task fell upon Wang Xingrui. A full 12 hours, not counting the time spent mining at night. Every day, he would collapse into bed utterly exhausted, too tired even to eat, and when he woke the next day, every muscle in his body ached unbearably, wishing he could immediately switch bodies. The effect Mu Rongya desired was indeed achieved. The adults in the mine had no suspicions. They heard the continuous clinking sounds from the depths of the cave for 12 hours straight, and one by one they began to push themselves harder at work. When the month ended and the performance was tallied, Mine No. 12's overall output had doubled compared to the previous month. Wang Xingruo's earnings were quite considerable, having dug out 30 pieces amounting to 150,000 money. He should have gotten 33 pieces, but gave 3 to Lu Xinruo as a reward for her past help. Looking at the numbers on his phone, he felt no stirrings of emotion. After all, before coming to the mine, his worth had already exceeded 1 million. Compared to making money, he was now more eager to find the prehistoric avatar quickly. It's about time we should set off, Morong Yi reminded. Sorry, I'm not going, Wang Xingruo replied. Morong Yi was taken aback. What's wrong? Not feeling well. Wang Xingruo suddenly said, I'm leaving the mine. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Here's my salary for last month. I gave 3 pieces of amber to Lu Xinruo, so I only have 150,000 left in my card. Morong Yi glanced at the bank card handed to him, puzzled. What do you mean? Aren't you going to look for the prehistoric avatar? I came to the mine just to try my luck. Since I know the prehistoric avatar isn't here, there's no need for me to stay any longer. I told you I would help you, Morong Yi insisted. No need for that. We're just 2 strangers who crossed paths. You've already taken care of me enough. Without you, I couldn't even last a month here. I'll find the genetic serum myself. If I find it, I'll count it as good luck. If not, I'll accept it. Wang Xingruo had originally agreed to follow Morong Yi to mine, while Morong Yi would help him find the prehistoric avatar. Yet a month had passed, and Morong Yi never mentioned the prehistoric avatar. Whenever Wang Xingruo asked Morong Yi's answer was always the same: the timing is not right. Don't you trust me? Morong Yi gazed at Wang Xingruo with deep eyes. Why the sudden change of heart? I've taken care of you for a month. Can't you at least leave me with the truth before you go? Wang Xingruo met his gaze, and after a few seconds said earnestly, what you demonstrated in Mine No. 1 wasn't some sign seal at all, but rather using the ability of an avatar to put those people to sleep, right? Seeing Morong Yi not denying it, he continued, I was so foolish to believe your words. No wonder we could go in and out of Mine No. 1 for a month without being discovered. But I still don't understand, why could you use the avatar's abilities without releasing it? How could your avatar attack a target? Why were you assigned to Mine No. 12 when you clearly have an avatar? Wang Xingruo's voice was strained, but growing more agitated, the faint blue light illuminating his increasingly contorted face. Morong Yi replied, Are you blaming me for not telling you the truth? Yes and no. Wang Xingruo took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Everyone has secrets. Our friendship isn't deep. You're not obligated to tell me. I know you're powerful, and perhaps your abilities exceed my imagination. For you, this month may have just been child's play, but for me, you know my purpose for coming here. My birthday is in 2 months, and I don't have time to waste here. I feel you're very mysterious and dangerous. My instincts tell me that dealing with you is more troublesome than stealing the prehistoric avatar, so I want to keep my distance. Morong Yi chuckled. To be honest, I'm quite pleased that you're so candid with me. This month wasn't wasted. But since you know I'm dangerous and are still so frank, are you not afraid I won't let you go? Wang Xingruo's expression suddenly darkened. Had he trusted him too much? Morong Yi continued, Stay for another month, and I'll let you go after that. Is that necessary? You should know if I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be able to escape. If you want to leave after a month, I won't. By the way, I'm not asking you. This isn't a discussion. Morong Yi picked up a fist-sized stone and gently pinched it between his thumb and forefinger, crushing it instantly. Sensing Morong Yi's indifferent gaze, Wang Xingruo sighed inwardly. Indeed, he shouldn't have gotten involved with this person. Now he found himself trapped. Why choose me? Morong Yi answered with his eyes closed. I've already given my reasons. I've agreed to stay. How can I at least get the truth? Wang Xingruo began to use Morong Yi's words against him. The two fell silent for a few seconds. Morong Yi spoke up. Because you look like someone I know. Who? My brother. Wang Xingruo looked at him suspiciously. Was it really that cliché? Would he now tell his life? Morong Yi said, Do you want to hear the story? No, Wang Xingruo immediately rejected. The more he knew, the harder it would be to shake him off later. Morong Yi smiled slightly and began narrating his story. I was born in the beast era when the concept of avatars did not exist. Humans preferred to call them animals. Back then, ants were everywhere. A single step could crush a swarm. Sparrows appeared in pairs, and if humans approached, they would fly away in fright. In the summer, we could catch a dragonfly with just a broom, and killing mosquitoes only required a couple of sprays of insecticide. We could row wooden boats on the lake, fish, and enjoy the scenery, or cruise freely on the ocean. Even the deep-sea hunter could. Also, we could parachute from thousands of meters high. By the way, you haven't heard of parachuting, have you? Parachuting was once hailed as an extreme sport where jumpers had to carry a backpack containing a device called a parachute. This was a huge canopy made of flexible fabric that when a person jumped from a plane would open to increase air resistance and slow down the descent. Even though humans didn't have wings back then, it still didn't stop us from yearning for the sky. Listening to Morong Yi's story, Wang Xingruo felt he had a serious delusion of grandeur. Putting aside how absurd it was for one person to catch a dragonfly with a broom, he actually claimed that spraying insecticide twice could kill mosquitoes. Each mosquito was the size of an adult's fist, and their blood-sucking speed was faster than a syringe. A single mosquito could drain 1/5 of a person's blood in a minute. 2 mosquitoes could kill a person in less than a minute. Good grief, he thought, spraying insecticide twice to deal with them. What amazing insecticide does your family use? Concentrated sulfuric acid. And what's this about rowing wooden boats on the lake? Fish can leap nearly 3 meters out of the water. With a single swipe of their tails, they could break the branches of trees on the shore. If you didn't get knocked out by a tail slap, you'd consider yourself lucky. Moreover, claiming to crush a swarm of ants with a single step was simply a fantasy. They were ants. Even a student like him who ranked at the bottom of his class knew that 2 super beast ants could kill a super beast wolf, 5 could kill a super beast lion, and 10 could take down a super beast elephant. Every year the news reported dozens of people killed by super beast ants. If it wasn't 100, it was at least 80. Yet he claimed he could crush a whole bunch with a single step. Furthermore, while he had seen in history books that humans could fly in the sky using a machine called airplane, Wang Xingrui simply could not believe that parachuting had ever existed in the human world. In the sky, flying type avatars numbered in the thousands. Their beaks could shatter bones, their claws could tear flesh from bodies, and the scariest part was their speed. When Wang Xingrui was 10, he witnessed a swallow dive from a great height, piercing a person like a cannonball. That man fell not far from him. If it were really as Murong Yi described, those who enjoy parachuting would be devoured by flying avatars without a trace left within seconds of jumping from the plane. In conclusion, Murong Yi's story was pure nonsense. So what do you think? My story is quite science fiction, isn't it? Murong Yi laughed. Just consider it me talking to myself. No need for any reaction, just listen to me speak. Murong Yi's eyes were filled with nostalgia. Back then I had a father who loved me, a mother who adored my father, and a younger brother who always followed me around throwing little tantrums. We lived in a coastal area where fishing, netting, and checking boats for damages were our daily routines. Every night we would sit by the sea enjoying the sea breeze, counting stars, and chatting about our dreams. My father's dream was to save enough money to buy a bigger fishing boat and then work hard to give my mother a wedding ceremony. They were too poor when they met through friends and dated for 2 years before getting together. By the time they married, they had prepared nothing and just went directly to get their marriage certificate. This has always been a regret in my father's heart. My mother's dream was for my brother and me to grow up healthy, attend a good university, and see the world beyond that small. My brother's dream was to always be by my parents' side. My dream was for my parents and my brother's dreams to all come. But sometimes the more you desire something, the less likely you are to obtain it. This ordinary yet blissful time in my life lasted only 3 short years. That winter my brother was 5 and I was 8. Our family took a walk by the sea and green snow began to fall from the sky. We stood in the snow for a long time, mesmerized by the beautiful scenery. The green snow fell upon us, melting into our bodies. My brother and I played in the sea while my mother nestled in my father's arms, watching us from the beach as patches of starlight filled the night sky. Murong Yi paused for a few seconds as if reminiscing about that scene. Wang Xingrui remained silent, knowing the turning point of the story was about to occur. As expected, Murong Yi's tone grew somber. And then, just as I was pulling my brother back, my father suddenly waved at us, shouting and running toward us as if he had gone mad. My brother and I were overjoyed, thinking Dad was coming to get us. But when he reached us, he suddenly pushed us aside. Murong Yi's mind flashed back to that moment. Just as Dad reached them, he pushed them aside. As Murong Yi fell, he saw a thin tendril erupt from the sea, spreading infinitely and piercing through his father's body. In that moment, Murong Yi's mind went blank and his instinct to survive urged him to stand up. However, as soon as he regained his ability to move, his first reaction was not to save his father, but to grab his brother and dash toward their mother. He hesitated for a moment and looked back. That scene was forever etched in his mind. His father's eyes were vacant, blood pouring from his mouth, yet his lips curled into a slight smile of reassurance. Dad! Mom screamed, tragically running past them toward Dad. Mom, don't! Murong Yi wanted to stop her, but with his brother in his arms, he couldn't free a hand. Mom tried to reach Dad, but ultimately it was too late. Just as her hand was inches away from him, the tendril coiled around Dad's body, snapping back like a rubber band, pulling him back into the sea. Mom chased into the sea, frantically slapping the surface of the water, but aside from a sea of crimson, Dad's figure was nowhere to be seen. And then, oi! Wang Xingrui asked in the mind. Are you interested? Murong Yi grinned mischievously. To know what happens next, please tune in next time. Damn it, I can't stand people like you. Ending the story at such a cliffhanger. Wang Xingrui rolled his eyes, contemplating for a moment. I hope you understand, I am not your brother. I certainly know you're not my brother. My mother and brother died 8 years ago. I'm the only remaining fruit of our family, so I need to quickly save enough money to marry a wife, or else the Murong family will really die out. Murong Yi spoke casually, as if it were someone else's affair. Wang Xingrui was slightly taken aback, staring at him for a while, wanting to say something comforting, but unsure what to say. Suddenly footsteps echoed outside the cave, growing closer, and a woman appeared before them. The woman looked to be in her 20s, her slender hair clinging to her face, beads of sweat trickling down her chest into the deep ravine. Her simple attire could not hide a hint of allure. Upon seeing the radiance emanating from Murong Yi, she did not show any signs of surprise. Wang Xingrui, seeing her arrival, asked, Sister Lu, is there something you need? Lu Qingru clutched the edges of her clothing, speaking timidly. I want to know where you found the amber. Can you take me with you? I'm not afraid of hard work. I can do anything. Lu Xinru's words revealed much information. She knew that Wang Xingrui and Murong Yi weren't mining in mine, no. 12, but didn't expose it. She wanted to join them and was willing to pay a price, but had not specified what that price was. Wang Xingrui hesitated for 2 seconds and said, "Sure, you can come inside to mine later." Even though Lu Xinro had once saved him, Wang Xingrui did not divulge their activities in other mines. He wanted to help Lu Xinro, but he really couldn't take the lead. Frankly speaking, he was merely Murong Ye's follower now, with no decision-making power. But this clearly wasn't the answer Lu Xinro wanted. She turned her hopeful gaze toward Murong Yi, but he seemed to hear nothing, still asleep. At this moment, silence had already become an answer. Lu Xinro, understanding the situation, said nothing more, apologizing to Wang Xingrui with a slightly disappointed expression before returning to her spot. Wang Xingrui noticed Lu Xinru's reaction, and after a brief internal struggle, he still did not call out to her. Under the persuasion of Murong Yi, Wang Xingrui decided to stay for another month. At midnight, Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui set off again, and just after they left Cave No. 12, Lu Xinro, who had been sleeping nearby, suddenly opened her eyes. When Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui returned to the mine, they found Lu Xinro sitting there waiting for them obediently. Murong Yi was slightly surprised. Before leaving, he had injected each person in the cave with a certain amount of neurotoxin, enough to make them sleep like dead pigs for 6 hours. Lu Xinro shouldn't have been awake. "You don't need to use excuses like you went to the restroom together for an hour to brush me off. Don't worry, I won't speak a word about it," Lu Xinro said. Murong Yi noticed a new wound on the palm of Lu Xinru's hand. "Using pain to keep yourself awake, what a clever woman, but unfortunately, she has outsmarted herself." Murong Yi walked straight toward Lu Xinro with a smile, yet there was no hint of laughter in his eyes. Lu Xinro began to move backward nervously, saying, "As long as I scream, the administrator will rush over and kill someone in the mine, and you won't be able to escape. Thank you for thinking of us even at this point. Don't worry, I won't make your departure painful." Murong Yi did not stop walking. Seeing Murong Yi's murderous intent, still unyielding, Lu Xinro prepared to scream for help, but as soon as she opened her mouth, her feet left the ground, and her body floated in midair, a mark appearing on her neck as her face turned red. Wang Xingru's gaze sharpened as he realized Murong Yi truly intended to kill her. He immediately positioned himself in front of Lu Xinro, saying, "She saved my life. Can you spare her? What do you think?" Murong Yi replied with a vague smile. Wang Xingru's heart sank. It seemed there was no room for negotiation. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted the hoe in his hand and placed it against Murong Yi's neck. Wang Xingrui and Murong Yi's relationship had always been delicate. Not that they were close. Wang Xingrui had accompanied Murong Yi to Cave No. 1 to steal amber, risking expulsion from the mine, and Murong Yi had shared his experiences with Wang Xingrui. Yet they had only known each other for a little over a month, and they weren't even sure if their names were real. However, during this time, Murong Yi had treated him quite well, and Wang Xingru's actions now undoubtedly felt like a... Murong Yi was not angered by Wang Xingru's actions. He sighed, "The more people know about this matter, the greater the risk. You said that yourself. By your logic, I am also an informed party. Does that mean I will die too?" Wang Xingrui looked directly at Murong Yi. "What nonsense are you spouting? You are my brother. How can this woman compare to you? We have known each other for less than 2 months. I am not your brother." The moment those words came out, Wang Xingrui immediately regretted them. Saying that was equivalent to tearing the face off Murong Yi, who knew what this madman would do. The two were at a standstill, and in the end it was Murong Yi who compromised. "All right, for your sake, I will spare her this once. Just this once." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xinro dropped back to the ground unconscious. Wang Xingrui threw the hoe aside, muttering thanks, then walked over to Lu Xinro and placed his right hand on her carotid artery. She was still alive. "Hey, do you have feelings for her?" Murong Yi approached Wang Xingrui, grinning mischievously. "No. If I don't believe you. We have known each other longer, and just for this girl you were ready to confront me earlier." Their attitudes toward each other remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened just moments before, but Wang Xingrui felt a twinge of guilt towards Murong Yi. "I'm sorry she saved my life." When Lu Xinro woke up, the mine had already resumed operations. The first thing she did upon waking was to check if her clothes were still there. Finding nothing unusual, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Wang Xingrui, are you in the cave?" In the pitch-black space, Lu Xinro called into the darkness. "I am," came a gentle voice from nearby. "Thank you. I swear I really didn't tell anyone about your matters." Lu Xinro spoke softly, afraid of being overheard. "I believe you. Our matter is inconvenient for you to be involved in, so don't ask too much. Each time I return, I will give you a piece of amber. All you need to do is keep this matter to yourself." Lu Xinro was extremely excited and immediately expressed her stance. "All right, I have been sleeping since midnight last night, and nothing happened." Wang Xingrui and Lu Xinro spoke in low tones, reaching a consensus in a voice only they could hear. At that moment, Murong Yi, glowing blue all over, entered with 3 lunchboxes. He handed one to Wang Xingrui, and then another to Lu Xinro. Lu Xinro did not dare to take it, curling up in the corner with her legs wrapped around her. Whether it was Murong Yi's bizarre abilities displayed earlier or his ruthless decisiveness, both left a deep fear in Lu Xinru's heart. She had no doubt that if it weren't for Wang Xingru's persuasion, Murong Yi would have truly killed her. "Your name is Lu Xinro, right? Yesterday, I acted against you for the safety of my brother and myself. I apologize." Murong Yi's voice was gentle and amiable, a stark contrast to his demeanor in the early morning. If it weren't for the faint pain from the mark on her neck, Lu Xinro might even have doubted whether everything that had happened before was just a dream. She hesitated for a moment before accepting the lunchbox, saying thank you. Murong Yi smiled in satisfaction. Opening the lunchbox, Wang Xingruo's face was filled with disdain. The food in the mine is getting worse and worse. Last time, there was a vegetarian. Opening the lunchbox, Wang Xingruo's face was filled with disdain. The food in the mine is getting worse and worse. Last time, there was a vegetarian trio. Now, there's only greens. I have meat in my box here, you can have it. Lu Xinro said. At that moment, Murong Yi asked, don't you eat meat? I am on a diet. My brother is also on a diet. Give me the meat. Wang Xingruo confirmed that he couldn't eat meat before transforming. Lu Xinro honestly complied and handed all the meat to Murong Yi. Throughout the day, mealtime was the most relaxing time. Just as they were enjoying a moment of peace, Wang Xingruo suddenly felt the wall behind him starting to shift, as if something was about to drill out. He quickly stood up and pulled Lu Xinro over to Murong Yi. Lu Xinro lost her grip on her lunchbox, spilling it all over the ground, feeling distressed, but she didn't show it, and instead asked, what's wrong? There's something in the wall, Wang Xingruo said gravely. As soon as he finished speaking, a dog had popped out from the wall. How could there be a dog in the mine? Did someone from another cave release their transformation and ended up here? No, that thing had 2 oversized front teeth. Rather than a dog, it looked more like. As everyone pondered, it had fully emerged from the wall, revealing itself to be a red-haired rat over a meter in length. Lu Xinro screamed in fright, stepping back 2 paces. I'll go get the administrator. Saying this, she turned and ran. Wang Xingruo swallowed hard, hesitating to flee immediately because he saw Murong Yi's calm demeanor. Suddenly, he thought of Murong Yi's dream-stealing technique. Since that technique could put those with transformations to sleep, dealing with a rat should be a piece of cake. Taking a gamble. Do you have confidence in dealing with it? Wang Xingruo asked, his heart racing. Murong Yi held the lunchbox, chewing his food, and casually examined the rat in front of him, saying, it's just a rat. Why are you so nervous? Hearing this, Wang Xingruo felt much more at ease. The rat sniffed around on the ground, ran over to the food Lu Xinro had dropped, and began to eat quickly. The food on the ground was soon devoured, and then it turned its head, aiming for Murong Yi. Hey, that thing is targeting you. Are you really okay? Wang Xingruo suddenly became anxious. Before Murong Yi could answer, the rat had climbed to his feet, opened its mouth, exposing its sharp front teeth, ready to bite down, but suddenly its body stiffened, and it fell over. Again like this time, he made the rat fall, without even forming a seal. Wang Xingruo stared intently at Murong Yi. What exactly are you? Just as he was halfway through his sentence, Lu Xinro led the administrator into the mine and approached them. The administrator looked at the rat's corpse on the ground, then glanced meaningfully at Murong Yi, walked over, picked up the corpse, and left the mine without saying a word. In the mine, Lu Xinro asked in surprise, what happened? How did the rat die? It ate your food, took a few steps, and then suddenly lay down and didn't move again. Murong Yi said. Lu Xinro was taken aback and looked at Wang Xingruo. Wang Xingruo could only cooperate with Murong Yi's performance. Indeed, after the rat ate your food, it was about to charge at him, but it didn't take many steps before it died. At least that's how it appeared. Lu Xinro felt a chill run down her back, and she immediately turned and ran to the edge of the cave, pressing her index and middle fingers together. She forced herself to vomit everything she had just eaten. Is scaring her like this really interesting to you? Wang Xingruo asked. Murong Yi said. The more she fears, the more she will depend on us. Remember, someone who relies on and fears you won't easily betray you. By the way, let me remind you, the appearance of rats in the mine is a good sign, indicating that the environment here allows life to exist. Rats have long lived underground without exposure to ultraviolet light, so their fur is red and has no special properties. The only thing to be cautious of is their teeth. Super beast rat teeth are very hard and can grow continuously. If left unchecked, they can even bite through steel bars, and they carry dozens of pathogens. Once bitten, it's easy to get infected. Understood, Wang Xingruo replied. 2 months after entering the mine, Murong Yi and Wang Xingruo dug through the other 11 mines every night. They thought last month was already quite miserable, but compared to this month, last month's life was simply paradise. During the day, they still dug for 12 hours, and in addition to that, at night, they had to risk their lives climbing chains around the mountain. Originally, they only needed to climb one route, but now they had to go around in a circle while sneaking into various mines to steal amber. By the end of the day, there was almost no time for sleep. By the end of the month, Wang Xingruo felt as if he had lost his soul, looking lethargic with prominent dark circles under. In contrast, Lu Xinra's situation was the exact opposite. She was glowing with health and seemed to be going crazy with happiness. This month she had done nothing but bring lunchboxes to Murong Yi and Wang Xingruo, and she had received 30 pieces of amber, 10 times her performance from last month. In the past, this was something she wouldn't have dared to dream of. It proved that her initial decision to forcefully integrate into this duo despite the risk of being killed was the right one. Sometimes making a choice is more important than working hard. After receiving her salary, she even took the time to leave the mine and check her bank balance. Looking at the string of numbers on the ATM, Lu Xinro felt ecstatic yet hesitant. Murong Yi and Wang Xingruo's actions were always against the mine's regulations, posing a high risk. If this continued, if the administrator found out, not only would the wages previously paid by the mine be reclaimed, but she would also be expelled from the mine, rendering her 2 years of suffering in vain. After all, she had already saved up 500,000, which was certainly a substantial amount. Should she just quit while she was ahead and resign? In the morning, the third mine began serving food. Wang Xingrui was in line scanning his surroundings when Murong Yi said behind him, "Stop looking, this morning someone saw Lu Xinro leave the mine." "When? Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" Wang Xingrui asked hurriedly. Murong Yi replied, "There aren't many women in the mine. How could a living person be mistaken? What are you reluctant to part with her?" That made sense after all they had spent a month together. It was somewhat heartless for her to leave without a word. "I estimate she was afraid that if we knew she was leaving we would kill her to silence her, so she sneaked away." From another perspective, this woman had depth and decisiveness barely worthy of you. It was indeed a bit of a pity that she left without even leaving a contact method. "I have nothing to do with her, it's fine if she leaves," Wang Xingrui said calmly. "Tsk tisk, you're being disingenuous. I really want to find a mirror to let you see your current expression." Just as Murong Yi finished speaking, he accidentally spotted Lu Xinro at the end of the line. His smile gradually faded. "Brother, it seems you have quite a connection with Lu Xinro." "What?" Murong Yi gestured for Wang Xingrui to look to the end of the line. Wang Xingrui followed his gaze, and when he saw Lu Xinro, his eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Then he returned to normal. "She shouldn't have come back." "She indeed should not have come back," Murong Yi said, devoid of any emotion. "A greedy woman will not have a good ending." The three of them picked up their meals and gathered together again. Lu Xinro explained to them the reason for leaving the mine. After she finished speaking, only Wang Xingrui murmured an while Murong Yi said nothing and continued eating his lunch. The relationship among the three had always been like this. Lu Xinro fiddled with her food with her chopsticks, hesitating to take a bite. It wasn't because she was worried about being poisoned. After the rat incident, Wang Xingrui had explained to her that Murong Yi was just playing a prank and that no one had poisoned her lunch. As for how the rat died, Wang Xingrui didn't elaborate. Lu Xinro, upon learning this, showed no signs of dissatisfaction. Being able to amuse others was also a reflection of her own value. Now she was hesitating whether to express her thoughts. Having been in this small group for a month, she felt she should have some say. After some internal struggle, Lu Xinro spoke up. "I have an immature little suggestion I'd like to discuss with you." "Since you know it's immature, then don't say it," Murong Yi directly cut her off. Lu Xinro lowered her head awkwardly. "Go ahead, I'm listening," Wang Xingrui said quickly. "I think our actions have been a bit too bold lately. The administrator has likely discovered something unusual. I think we should lay low for a while. What do you think?" Murong Yi let out a cold laugh, interrupting. "Woman, clarify your position. You don't have the right to meddle in our mind your own mouth. That's your capital for surviving right now." Lu Xinro bit her lip and fell silent. She couldn't understand why Murong Yi had been so friendly to her before, but after her brief absence his attitude had changed so drastically. Had something happened during her time away? The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Since the lunchboxes were disposable and would be collected after eating, Wang Xingrui tried to break the deadlock and asked, "Have you finished eating? If so, hand me the lunchboxes, I'll throw them away." "No, no." Murong Yi and Lu Xinro replied in unison. Wang Xingrui, who had just stood up, raised an eyebrow and sat back down. Wang Xingrui knew what Lu Xinro was worried about, but he hadn't had the chance to tell her that he would be leaving the mine soon and everything here would be severed from him except for her. After a while, both Murong Yi and Lu Xinro stood up. Murong Yi tossed the lunchbox to Wang Xingrui and stretched, saying, "I'm going back to catch up on sleep. Help me. Throw away the lunchbox. Thank you." Lu Xinro stood silently clutching the empty container as she turned and walked away. The two parted ways there. Halfway down the path, Lu Xinro suddenly stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Wang Xingrui hurried over, concern etched across his face. "Are you all right?" "Just a twisted ankle," she replied, slipping off her shoe and massaging her pale, delicate foot with her right hand. Wang Xingrui froze for a moment, his pulse quickened. He averted his gaze, cheeks faintly flushed. "Sit here for a while. I'll dispose of the lunchbox. I'll be right back to carry you to the cave." "No need. I'll do it myself. I haven't been much help with the mining anyway. It's only fair I handle this small task." "It's fine." Whether by design or chance, as Wang Xingrui reached for the lunchbox, their fingertips brushed lightly against one another. Wang Xingrui paused mid-motion. His eyes met hers, and his heartbeat surged anew. He forced composure, then turned and strode away. After he left, Lu Xinro rose effortlessly as though nothing had happened, gazing after his retreating figure, her beautiful eyes glinting with cold calculation. Since joining their small group, Lu Xinro's standing within Mine No. 12 had subtly shifted. Aside from Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui, no one else dared assign her meal duties anymore. Instead, the 4 underlings of the tattooed man now handled all her tasks. Returning to the cave, Lu Xinro crouched beside Murong Yi and withdrew a bank card from the deep cleavage beneath her blouse, placing it before him. "Thank you for letting me join you, and thank you for your kindness these past days. This is but a token of my gratitude. Please don't think it insufficient." "You've mistaken who deserves thanks," Murong Yi murmured without opening his eyes. "I understand your meaning. I'll never forget Xingrui's grace, but without you I wouldn't have earned this wealth. So truly I owe you my thanks." Murong Yi remained silent. "If ever you need anything in the future, just say the word. I'll provide it." As she spoke, she lowered her collar slightly, revealing a sliver of rosy white skin and deepening the shadow between her breasts. Her gaze drifted aside, cheeks burning like ripe apples, inviting tenderness almost irresistible. When a woman goes this far, her intent becomes unmistakable. At that moment, Morong-yi appeared to her like a flawless sapphire, reflected perfectly in her pupils. Beautiful, powerful, irresistibly magnetic. Lu Xinruo's gaze grew rapturous. Just as she reached out to caress his cheek, an invisible force hurled her backward, slamming her into the opposite wall. Miners outside heard the commotion and instinctively glanced inward. When silence followed, they resumed their labor without further thought. Inside, Lu Xinruo suppressed her resentment and fury, enduring the pain as she sat upright. Just then Wang Xingrui re-entered, the bruises marring his body, his gait uneven and halting. Hearing the irregular rhythm of his footsteps, Morong-yi opened his eyes. His brow furrowed slightly as he asked, "What happened?" "Slipped on the rope, climbing up. Nothing serious," Wang Xingrui replied casually. "Even now you can't grip a rope properly." For the first time since they'd known each other, Morong-yi rebuked him. Yet warmth bloomed in Wang Xingrui's chest. He turned to Lu Xinruo. "Didn't I tell you to wait where you were? Why did you come up yourself? Is your foot better? I got some anti-inflammatory medicine from the supervisor. Here." Lu Xinruo's eyes flickered upon seeing his battered state. She accepted the medicine hesitantly. "Thank you. Still worrying about others. Look at yourself. You're bruised head to toe." Lu Xinruo instantly understood. She handed the medicine back. "Right. You're more injured. Keep it for yourself." "I'm fine." Wang Xingrui picked up his pickaxe and began mining. While others aimed to extract as many amber stones as possible each day, his goal was simpler: dig 12 hours straight. Finish early, rest sooner. On my way up, I saw a man acting suspiciously, clutching something beneath his coat. Wang Xingrui wondered if it might be a prehistoric incarnation. Lu Xinruo said, "He's probably trying to smuggle amber out." "Smuggle? Wages here were generous. Why risk?" Sensing Wang Xingrui's confusion, Lu Xinruo explained, "The Tianlong Group CEO is buying amber at exorbitant prices, 5 to 10 times what the mine pays. It's worth more than diamonds. Just a few stones smuggled out could yield a fortune, assuming he makes it out." Morong-yi remarked, "A miner's incarnation amplification rarely exceeds 15, while even the weakest mercenaries exceed 30. Perhaps escape might be feasible from Mine No. 1, but we're all stationed deep inside Mine No. 3. Attempting to smuggle out from here is suicide." A burly, unshaven man hurried toward the exit, clutching a bundle tightly. A foreman at the mine's central hub spotted him, instantly halt. The man stopped, expression tense, then turned, offering a fawning smile. "What is it, boss?" "Where are you going?" "Boss, I'm stepping out to run an errand. I submitted my leave request 2 days ago, and you already approved it." "Show it to me." The man handed over the form. The foreman glanced at the red seal, then searched the bundle. His demeanor softened slightly. "Yes, sir, thank you." The man bowed humbly, retrieving his leave slip. The moment he turned away, his smile vanished. Step by deliberate step, he advanced toward the gate. After passing through the iron mesh corridor, he entered Mine No. 2, his right hand tightening around the bundle. Skirting the edge of the compound, he bypassed the central guardhouse, almost reaching the exit, when a lazy voice sounded behind him, "Leaving? Fine, but you'll need to ask me first." He spun around, chuckling awkwardly. "Didn't want to disturb your rest. My leave was already vetted by the Mine No. 3 supervisor. I assumed no further clearance was needed. Let me see it." The man produced the document again. The mercenary scanned it, then fixed his gaze on the bundle strapped to the man's chest. "What's inside?" "Just spare clothes, boss." "Open it." "Mine No. 3 supervisor already inspected." "Open it now." The Mine No. 2 foreman's tone hardened. The man hesitated, then slowly unzipped the bundle. Inside lay only clothing. The foreman rummaged through the garments, confirming no contraband, then ordered, "Strip." "Boss, surely that's unnecessary," the man replied, discomfort flashing across his face. "I'm merely following protocol. Please cooperate." "Understood. Understood." The man began removing his shirt, revealing steel-hard muscles. Seeing his compliance, the foreman prepared to call it off. A perfunctory check would suffice. But in that instant, the man's eyes sharpened. His body swelled, limbs dropping low to the ground, horns like curved daggers erupting from his forehead. In seconds, he transformed into a massive water buffalo. The beast charged the mercenary, its colossal frame moving with startling speed. From transformation to ambush, less than a heartbeat elapsed. Caught entirely off guard, the mercenary was slammed backward, hurtling through the air in a perfect arc before crashing 50 meters away against the mine's stone wall. Other miners turned at the noise. Exposure imminent, the buffalo abandoned the bundle and bolted toward the exit, reverting to human form mid-sprint. The foreman rose, twisting his neck with audible cracks, not rushing after the fugitive, but sprinting back to his hut. Calmly, he pressed a switch embedded in the wall, then spoke into his shoulder. "Calm. This is Jackal 3. A miner has fled Mine No. 2 carrying amber. Acknowledge." "Jackal 2 copies." A low voice crackled through the device. Jackal 3 settled back into his chair, utterly unruffled. Meanwhile, the man neared the tunnel's end, about to burst into Mine No. 1, when high-voltage currents surged through his body. Arcs seared his flesh, every second annihilated cells. He dropped to one knee, sparks exploding where his skin touched the iron mesh. Veins bulged along his neck and temples, his face contorted in agony. Jaw clenched, he dragged himself forward, one excruciating step after another, even as his legs felt leaden immovable. 10 meters from freedom, he emerged drenched in sweat, face deathly pale, as if he'd just completed a marathon. He raised his head and faced 10 mercenaries standing rigidly in formation, hands clasped behind their backs. Wouldn't honest labor suit you better? Why break the rules? The central mercenary, Zhang Chu, codenamed Jackal II, possessed a jackal incarnation and a 42-fold amplification. He regarded the man coolly and spoke. No. One stood separated from the outside world by a single wall. Break through, and victory was his. The man straightened, resolve hardening his features. Without hesitation, he unleashed his water buffalo form, hooves scraping the earth twice before launching forward in unstoppable fury. The ground throbbed rhythmically, thud, thud. A water buffalo could sprint at 50 kilometers per hour, amplified, its impact force exceeded 5 tons, easily breaching a 20-centimeter thick concrete wall. As the charging beast bore down, the mercenaries stood unmoved. The outermost stepped forward, transforming into a gray wolf nearly matching the buffalo in size, yet faster. At the moment of collision, it lunged, jaws wide, sinking razor-sharp fangs deep into the buffalo's horn, then wrenched its neck sideways, flipping the beast onto its back. The wolf pressed its advantage, releasing the horn to clamp its teeth onto the buffalo's throat, piercing flesh with brutal precision. Moo! A guttural cry tore from the buffalo's throat. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. Sensing death's approach, its limbs thrashed wildly, yet no strength, no trick could free it from those merciless jaws. One, a brute force water buffalo amplification, barely 15. The other, a gray wolf forged in 10 years of battlefield discipline, power, and technique, honed to perfection, amplification more than double its foes. The chasm between them widened the moment they clashed. The outcome had been sealed before the first blow landed. Stand down. A commanding voice echoed from behind. The wolf obeyed instantly, releasing its grip, stepping back, reverting to human form. Blood still slicked its mouth, yet it wiped none of it, merely fell back into formation with military precision. The buffalo lay bleeding, breath ragged, chest heaving, eyes blazing with defiance. Moments later, its massive frame deflated like a punctured balloon, shrinking back into human shape. The bite wound on its neck remained, unchanged by the reversion. Search him, Zhang Chu ordered. 2 mercenaries moved in, one stripping the man bare, the other scanning his body with a fluorescent wand-like device. Report 5 amber stones found concealed at the waist. Report no internal traces detected. Zhang Chu said, throw him out. Wait, please. The man on the ground suddenly cried out, crawling desperately toward Zhang Chu, leaving a trail of blood. He seized the mercenary's pant leg. Give me back the amber. I need money for my wife's surgery. I swear I'll repay you. Every stone. I beg you. Zhang Chu didn't even deign to look at him, kicking him squarely in the head. The man tumbled once motionless. Whether his plea was truth or fiction mattered little. The world held countless sufferers, and mercy for one meant ruin for all his comrades. Zhang Chu could not save everyone, so he chose to safeguard only those he swore to protect. Throw him out now, Zhang Chu repeated. A mercenary seized the man's head and dragged him from mine. No. Just then Zhang Chu's comm chimed. Jackal 2, this is Stone 9. Target is active. Killed 5 miners in Tunnel No. 10. Jackal 2 copies. Stone 9, elaborate. Those 5 tried to steal the target's younger brother's amber. When discovered, the target crushed their skulls. Midair. Zhang Chu confirmed. Affirmative, Midair. Maintain surveillance. I'm en route. Stone 9 copies. Mine No. 3. 20 minutes earlier, after the man departed Mine No. 3, Wang Xingrui left the tunnel to relieve himself. But the moment he descended the ladder, a hulking figure lunged, clamping a hand over his mouth, wrenching his wrist behind his back. Helpless Wang Xingrui watched bystanders pass indifferently, pretending ignorance. The foreman noticed, but looked away. No one offers kindness without motive, no one invites trouble. Here human indifference revealed itself with chilling clarity. His breath faltered. Just before unconsciousness claimed him, Murong Ye's face surfaced in his fading thoughts. The man unleashed his rooster incarnation, a towering 1.8-meter avian crowned in vivid crimson, tail shimmering like a rainbow, majestic, fearsome. Its head bobbed twice. Golden talons seized the unconscious Wang Xingrui, lifting him skyward and vanishing into Tunnel No. 10. His clothes stripped bare, icy water splashed across his face. Wang Xingrui snapped awake. The henchman tossed the ladle back into the bucket, then seized Wang Xingrui's throat with one hand, hoisting him aloft. With his free fist, he drove a vicious blow into his abdomen. Ugh! Wang Xingrui's spine curled inward, blood and bile erupting from his mouth. Agony blazed through his gut. Tears streamed uncontrollably. Through blurred vision, he saw a man in yellow athletic wear seated on a stone chair at the tunnel's far end, legs crossed, elbow propped on the armrest, observing him with detached curiosity. A bank card flipped lazily between his fingers. I gave you one chance. Where's the money? The man in sportswear asked. The grip on his throat loosened slightly. Wang Xingrui gasped, wheezing. My friend carries his card everywhere. It'll take time to retrieve it. How long? 3 days. Wang Xingrui continued, My card holds 15,000 yuan. His holds another 15,000. 30,000 total, in 3 days. You won't lose. The man in sportswear glanced at the henchman. The henchman nodded, delivered several sharp punches to Wang Xingrue's face, then another devastating blow to his stomach. Afterward, Wang Xingrue hung limply, like a wilted eggplant, blood dripping slowly from his lips, clinging in thin, trembling threads to the floor. The man in sportswear approached, bent slightly, and lifted Wang Xingrue's chin with his index finger. One day. You have until tomorrow. No money, and I'll shatter your limbs. You'll spend the rest of your life in this mine. He straightened, then instructed the henchman return him. The henchman sneered, grabbed Wang Xingrue, and was about to exit the tunnel, when a figure appeared at the entrance, smiling gently as he pointed to the captive. Sorry, friend, you're holding my younger brother. Would you mind returning him? In the morning, Wang Xingrue returned to the cave, covered in injuries, claiming he had fallen from a rope ladder. Morong Yi felt something was amiss. After all, the iron chain was smooth and slippery, and he had climbed it for 2 months without issue. How could he have simply fallen from a rope ladder? Suddenly, he recalled what Lu Xinro had done in the cave today, as well as her unnatural reaction upon seeing Wang Xingrue injured. Morong Yi began to harbor a suspicion in his heart. Thus, while Wang Xingrue was in the restroom, he kept a watchful eye. Seeing that Wang Xingrue had not returned for a long time, Morong Yi left the No. 12 mine. The mining area was small, and there was nowhere outside to hide. If one truly wanted to engage in something unspeakable, the best way was to drag the person into the cave. Morong Yi began his search from the No. 11 mine. Fortunately, his luck was good, and he found the person after just 2 mines. A man in sportswear suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as lightning. Outside, more than 20 people were keeping watch, yet Morong Yi was able to swagger right in front of them. The silence outside was a testament to the fact that this person was far more powerful than him. If the man in sportswear had to fight against more than 20 opponents by himself, he believed he would not be able to manage. In that moment, he understood that he might have gotten himself into big trouble. Are you his brother? So you were also involved in the theft of amber? The burly man asked with ill intentions. Some dim-witted individuals always like to act as cannon fodder. Yes, I am the mastermind. Morong Yi nodded, pulling out a bank card. You want money, right? Here you go. Seeing the other parties understanding, the burly man was somewhat surprised. However, with meat delivered to his mouth, he couldn't resist not eating. He stepped forward, ready to reach for the card. Wait. Morong Yi's actions were too unusual, and the man in sportswear had a bad premonition in his heart. He wanted to stop the burly man, but it was already too late. Bang! The burly man's head exploded like a compressed ball. Blood sprayed, splattering onto Wang Xingrue's face, and the body stood for a few seconds before collapsing. Wang Xingrue also fell to the ground. The other 4 individuals in the cave immediately showed fear, retreating to the corner. The current situation was akin to a wolf entering a sheep pen, cornering the lambs against the wall. Morong Yi approached Wang Xingrue, crouched down, and gently patted his face. Little Wang Ba, are you awake? Don't call me Little Wang Ba. Wang Xingrue, lying on the ground, used the last bit of his strength to You dare kill someone? One of them questioned, his tone filled with anger and fear. After entering the new era, most laws were integrated from the old era's laws, gathering the strengths of various schools of thought. To restore order in human society, 5 great figures spent 5 years drafting the Earth Alliance Code. Regardless of how the times change, murder remains an unforgivable crime. With the human population drastically reduced today, personal safety is paramount. The code states that once a murder occurs, regardless of status or identity, one will face the judgment of the Earth Alliance, with only 2 outcomes: life imprisonment or being sent to the zoo. The former is easy to understand, while the latter. In the early days of drafting the code, many who underestimated the situation were common. Those accustomed to chaos found it hard to live by others' rules. Thus, to set an example and establish authority, the Earth Alliance sent people to arrest 1,000 of the most vicious criminals, each bearing at least a dozen lives on their conscience. They were banished to an unknown land where a zoo was established, with 1,000 lesser criminals remaining nearby to observe. Within just 1 day, the zoo was filled with cries of despair, which later turned into pleas for help, then confessions, and finally curses, until the curses reverted back into pleas for help, continuing from dawn to dusk. By the next day, all sounds had completely vanished. The unknown always stirs the deepest fears within people. The sounds spread fear into the hearts of every surviving criminal. No one knew, nor did they wish to know, what kind of ordeal could turn a group of fearless criminals into those begging for mercy in a mere day. The only thing that was clear was that the zoo was a place more terrifying than death. Later, the zoo became widely known, and people referred to that day as the Sleepless Night Incident. With the lessons learned, no one dared to underestimate the code. The crime rate plummeted. Even if criminals were sentenced to banishment in the zoo, they would choose to commit suicide before being exiled. Morong Yi chuckled. Yes, I dare. Who came up with the idea? As Morong Yi's gaze swept over the 4 men, felt a chill in their hearts. The man in sportswear began to sweat coldly and said gravely, Friend, it's a misunderstanding. We misjudged the situation and found the wrong person. However, we robbed your brother, and you killed one of our brothers. Let's call it even. He'll return the money to you, and from now on we won't interfere with each other at the mine. How about it? Morong Yi shook his head. You think you are worthy to be compared with my brother? Friend, I hope you think this through. We are not afraid of you, we just don't want to hurt each other. If it comes to a fight 1 against 4, you may not end up well. We all came here to seek wealth, and it's unnecessary to escalate matters. The man in sportswear threw 2 pieces of raw amber at Morong Yi. Consider this compensation for your brother's medical expenses. Looking at the amber in his hand, Morong Yi turned to Wang Xingrui. Do you want revenge? Wang Xingrui struggled to support his body, sat up, gasped for a moment, and then spoke, yes. As soon as he finished, puff, blood sprayed. In the corner, the person standing on the far left had his head exploded, collapsing to the ground. The smell of blood filled the cave, invading his nostrils, causing his stomach to churn. The 3 individuals beside him looked at the broken flesh on the ground, already scared pale. One of them knelt on the ground, retching incessantly, while another's legs went weak, and he knelt repeatedly, bowing to Morong Yi. Big brother, I was a fool, I offended you. Please spare my life. It was him, he was the one who ordered the robbery against your brother, and said he wanted to break your brother's hands and feet, so he would be stuck in the mine for life. It was all his idea, it has nothing to do with me. As he spoke, he cried, and pulled out all the amber from his body, tossing it on the ground. Big brother, I beg you, spare. The man in sportswear shouted angrily, idiot. He has already killed 2 people, do you think he will let us go? We're all of the flying type, let's attack together. As long as one of us escapes and calls the administrator, he's finished. Perhaps in his extreme fear, he blurted out his plan without thinking too much. The man pleading on the ground upon hearing this had a flash of understanding. Indeed, the fact that the other party dared to kill in front of them meant that he had no intention of leaving survivors. They had to call the administrator quickly, or they would all be dead. At that moment, Morong Yi said to the man who had just pleaded for mercy, you deal with him, and I may consider letting you all. Morong Yi proposed an enticing condition, wanting the pleading man to kill the one in sportswear, letting them turn on him. Upon hearing this, the man in sportswear worried that his subordinate would be swayed at this moment and hurriedly said, don't listen to him. If I die, you 2 are no match for him. He will definitely not let you go. Morong Yi replied, everything is his idea. Since you didn't act against my brother, we have no grievances between us. As long as you don't leak what happened in the cave today, I won't make things difficult for you. Before you make a move, think carefully about whether the odds of living by opposing me are greater or by opposing him. You only have one chance to choose. The man kneeling on the ground looked around, hesitated for a moment, and then a ruthless expression appeared on his face. His body gradually became covered in yellow-green feathers, his mouth elongated and thin, and a crown made of yellow feathers formed on his head. He turned into a large yellow-crowned woodpecker, but was several times larger than an ordinary yellow-crowned woodpecker. Morong Yi remained unfazed, standing in place, while the man in sportswear became increasingly alert, as he was still unaware of what choice his subordinate would make. Suddenly, the woodpecker turned around, its claws reaching for the body of the man in sportswear, while its beak shot towards his head at incredible speed. A woodpecker can strike a tree trunk 20 times in 1 second. Thus, a woodpecker about 1 meter 80 long with a beak of around 20 centimeters could easily pierce a person's head in a second. However, those who could be the boss in the mine were not simple characters. The man in sportswear was quicker. It was as if he had anticipated this situation. He reached out and grabbed another subordinate, using him as a shield. The man who had been kneeling and retching had not reacted in time, and only felt a sharp pain in his head before everything went dark. The woodpecker's beak pierced through the man's head, the tip pressing against the forehead of the man in sportswear, but failing to injure him in the slightest. The woodpecker's beak got stuck in the skull, causing it to pause for a moment. The man in sportswear seized the moment to grab the woodpecker's neck and twist with all his might, the sound of bones cracking echoing at that instant. The woodpecker reverted to human form, its eyes rolling back and its head dying on the spot. At that moment, Wang Xingrui, leaning against the wall, wiped his face, removing the bloodstains, spat on the ground, and walked over to Morong Yi. Oh, you can still stand. You're quite resilient, Morong Yi teased. Wang Xingrui did not respond to Morong Yi, as he felt that the moment he opened his mouth he would vomit. Could a 16-year-old boy not feel fear when looking at the 2 corpses on the ground and the man standing there covered in blood like a demon? Of course he felt it, not only fear but a voice in his heart continuously urged him to run quickly and not look. The intense visual shock made him tremble all over, tears welling up uncontrollably in his eyes. Even so, Wang Xingrui gritted his teeth to hold on. He needed to adapt to the current situation in the most extreme way possible. Morong Yi had killed 4 people for him. He understood that he had become intertwined with Morong Yi's fate. Once the administrator began to investigate, their relationship could not be easily clarified, so he couldn't escape, nor could he run away. Having someone with him was far better than facing all this alone. By the time Wang Xingrui could finally hold back his tears, he appeared to have regained his composure. Morong Yi asked, there's only one left. Do you want him alive or dead? Wang Xingrui had not yet replied. Suddenly, the man in sportswear transformed into a ghost owl and flew toward Wang Xingrui. The ghost owl, a type of owl, had exceptional flying abilities among its kind. A typical ghost owl is only about 25 centimeters long and weighs less than 200 grams, excelling in short-distance ambushes on prey. The man in sportswear had a simple thought: Morong Yi cared deeply for Wang Xingrui, which couldn't be more obvious. He intended to use Wang Xingrui as a hostage to threaten Morong Yi into letting him leave the mine. If successful, he might have a glimmer of hope. A good idea, but he still underestimated Wang Xingrui's importance in Morong Yi's heart. Since Morong Yi allowed Wang Xingrui to stand there, how could he be unprepared? A translucent thread flickered, moving through the air and piercing into its body without it noticing. Morong-yi was only 2 meters away from it, but as the ghost owl spread its wings, it suddenly stopped moving, returning to human form, its body rigid, leaning forward like a wooden stick. What's wrong with him? Wang Xingrui asked. Daring to lay a hand on my brother, it's too lenient to let him die so easily. I injected him with a bit of neurotoxin, or it's not much, but it will make him endure the fiery pain every moment, and his muscles will tense up naturally to resist this pain. Thus, he currently doesn't even have the ability to bite his tongue to end his life. So he can't live or die now. Wang Xingrui replied. Exactly. Morong-yi snapped his fingers. Can you temporarily return him to normal? I have a few questions to ask him. Sure, wait a minute, he'll recover by himself. A minute passed. The man in sportswear had lost all his previous composure, fear, and regret intertwining on his. It was torturous. In that minute, he felt like he was lying on an iron frame being scorched by flames, the fire burning every inch of his skin from head to toe. He wanted to end it all, but his body simply wouldn't move. A light yellow liquid slowly flowed from his pants, and a strange odor emanated from him. Kill me. Kill me. The man kept repeating this phrase. Not begging for mercy was his last shred of dignity. Wang Xingrui looked at him with disdain, took a step back, and asked, Tell me, with so many people in the mine, why did you have to? Was it a coincidence? Or were you ordered by someone? Wang Xingrui suspected they might be from Xinhui building. Because you stole amber from our mine. We just wanted to reclaim the money that originally belonged to us. The man's answer surprised Wang Xingrui. How do you know it was me who mined the amber from your mine? Someone told us you go to other mines every day to steal amber, so we were tempted. Who? Wang Xingrui pressed. It's a woman, her name is. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Xingrui smashed the stone in his hand against his temple. The man's eyes instantly filled with blood, his head tilted, and he fell unconscious. Who had betrayed him? And Morong-yi. At that moment, Wang Xingrui already had the answer in his heart, but he had not yet figured out how to handle the matter, so he could only pretend not to know. Clapping his hands, Wang Xingrui maintained a calm expression and said, Let's go back. After returning to the No. 12 mine, Morong-yi followed behind Wang Xingrui, observing him with great interest. Why are you looking at me like that? Wang Xingrui suddenly stopped and asked, You killed someone before? No, Morong-yi replied with satisfaction. Your psychological quality is quite good, as expected of my brother. I am not your brother, Wang Xingrui said. Hey, that's a bit too cold-blooded, right? Does being my brother cost you any flesh? I just killed 4 people for you. If it were outside, those kinds of people wouldn't even qualify to die by my hands. I didn't ask you to help, let alone to kill them. Wang Xingrui tossed a bank card to Morong-yi and said, A month has passed. According to our previous agreement, you should let me go. So many people suddenly died in the mine. The administrator will definitely come to investigate the cause of death. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to anymore. Morong-yi glanced intentionally towards a certain direction outside the cave. It was indeed time to leave. Alright. At the number 1 mining site in the northwest corner, there was a residential area, housing for the mercenaries at the number 1. At this moment, a gray stone frog jumped out from the exit of the number 2 mining tunnel and leaped high into the air, landing on the balcony of the top floor of the employee dormitory. The stone frog crouched outside the window of the top room, and after regaining its human form, knocked on the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. A deep voice came from inside the room. Come in. A mercenary in camouflage entered the room looking somewhat nervous and said, Boss, something happened. The target killed 5 miners, and I feel like he has already discovered me. Is everyone all right? A man holding a middle school textbook with a cross scar on his forehead asked calmly. This man was the one who interviewed Morong-yi for entry into the mine, and was also the leader of the Thunder Leopard Mercenary Corps, codename Lei. They're fine. The mercenary leader put down the book in his hand, sat at the desk, crossed his hands, and rested his chin in thought, inadvertently glancing at the photo frame on the desk, which contained images of his wife and 2 sons. Having a family brings attachments. They are his motivation to live. Since things have come to this, it's better to avoid Tell the brothers at the number 3 mining site that the 5 miners died in an accident. Prepare 5 death certificates, and then according to the contract compensate as much as needed. The boss has given the order for the mine to stop operations. Our task is about to end, and we must not make any mistakes, especially in such a time. The informing mercenary looked a bit troubled and said, Boss, all the amber on those 5 has been cleaned out. We can't calculate the compensation. Which mining cave did the dead belong to? Number 10. They have been here for 4 years, mainly responsible for transporting waste rock. Compensate 1 million money per person. Lei said with a serious expression. Yes, boss. The informing mercenary opened the window to release the stone frog's form, ready to jump down. Take the stairs, Lei said coldly from inside the room. The stone frog scratched its head and replied, Sorry, boss. Mercenary Corps are a new legal profession that emerged after the Beast Era, with a cultural nature similar to that of a corporation, but without precise positions, engaging in high-risk work that most people are unwilling to take on, existing in a gray area between black and white. Nominally, a mercenary corps is an organization without a limit on the number of people. It can be a group or just one person. With good fortune, a single mission could ensure the entire mercenary corps will not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. With bad luck, a single mission could lead to the end of the entire mercenary corps. Simply put, it's a group of people fishing for oil from the hands of death. The vast majority of mercenary corps receive direct assignments from the state to hunt down killers, eradicate gangs, protect important personnel of state agencies, and so on. There are also a few mercenaries who do not wish to be constrained by the state, choosing to work for large consortiums, helping wealthy second-generation individuals hunt ultra beasts. The Thunder Leopard Mercenary Corps chose the latter. The Tianlong Group offered a generous reward of 100 million money. The Thunder Leopard Mercenary Corps has 21 leopard people and 12 werewolves and has been at the mine for 6 years, averaging 3 million money earned per person each year. Most importantly, the danger level of the tasks is low. There's no need to fight bloodily, just supervise and manage. Enjoying food and drink for 5 months allows them to receive their payment, making it an exceptionally lucrative job for the Mercenary Corps. Originally, this way of life should have continued indefinitely, but a remarkable individual has mixed in. Now all mercenaries are tense every day, including Lei Yi, who after falling asleep at night can only think of that person smiling in the pouring rain. Through the glass window looking outside, Lei Yi sighed, "I hope it can end safely." Morong Yi carried Wang Xingrui back to the number 12 mining cave and sent LV Shinro outside. Wang Xingrui kept staring at Morong Yi. "If you have any questions, just ask." Morong Yi smiled. Wang Xingrui tentatively asked, "How did you take care of those 2 people?" Although Morong Yi killed 4 people, in reality only 3 of them forced him to act. The other 2 killed each other, and their leader was half killed by Morong Yi, ultimately dying at Wang Xingrui's hands. So in total, Morong Yi killed 2.5 people. Morong Yi said, "Let's take it one by one. My avatar is a box jellyfish, a water diving type. Do you know what a box jellyfish is? The most poisonous creature in the world. A normal box jellyfish's venom can kill 60 adults, making it one of the most dangerous creatures in the ocean. A normal box jellyfish is almost transparent, and besides being extremely toxic, it has 60 tentacles, 3 meters long. My avatar is a super beast, so its tentacles are even longer than those of a normal box jellyfish, about 300 meters. Each tentacle, when swung, generates immense force akin to transparent iron whips. I directly used my tentacles to explode the heads of the first 2 people. As for the one in sportswear, I injected him with 0.0001 milliliters of neurotoxin. This neurotoxin acts directly on the heart once it enters the body. The poisoned person experiences pain akin to being burned by a hot iron. However, since I injected a small amount, and he possessed an avatar with a certain self-healing ability, the toxin could only last for 1 minute. I know what you want to ask next: why I could use the powers of my avatar without releasing it. This question is still too early for you, knowing it won't be of much use. When the time is right, I will tell you." Wang Xingrui pondered for a moment. The box jellyfish. The toxin of a normal box jellyfish can kill 60 adults. If it's a super beast avatar. Wang Xingrui asked, "What is the amplification factor of your avatar?" 128. 128. The amplification factor is the same as Zhang Zuanya's golden eagle avatar. Wang Xingrui looked incredulous, but his astonishment was not due to Murong Yi's avatar amplification exceeding 100. Super beasts with amplification over 100 have undergone a qualitative change in ability, reaching a level unattainable by human effort. For example, Zhang Zuanya's golden eagle avatar, with an amplification of 128, is faster than the speed of sound. Birds with such speed are beyond human capability. Even having a golden eagle avatar with the same amplification chasing them would have a very slim chance of success. Wang Xingrui was surprised precisely because such rare avatars are 1 in a million. He had seen 2 in succession, both from different categories. In some aspects, his luck was indeed quite good. Wang Xingrui now finally understood why Morong Yi was able to enter the mine despite not meeting the recruitment standards. A person with the world's most poisonous avatar and the toxicity had been amplified 128 times. Who would dare to stop such a person? When someone becomes strong to a certain degree, the rules will yield to them. Morong Yi responded naturally. "How did you get your avatar?" Morong Yi raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you want one?" "If I can't get a prehistoric avatar, having a box jellyfish would be nice too." Wang Xingrui said frankly. Water diving type avatars are the cheapest among the 4 types due to spatial restrictions, as their abilities weaken on land. However, based on the abilities Morong Yi has displayed, the box jellyfish is indeed very powerful. With Wang Xingrui's current assets, he definitely couldn't buy a box jellyfish with an amplification over 100, but getting one with around 50 would suffice. Morong Yi said, "Don't give up so quickly. Your avatar can only be a prehistoric avatar. Since I promised you, I will definitely help you get your avatar. Besides, we are about to set off, and changing your mind at this point would put me in a difficult position." "What do you mean? Are you going to help me steal a prehistoric avatar?" Wang Xingrui's heart stirred with a hint of anticipation. "Of course. Haven't you noticed that the number of vehicles transporting amber has been decreasing recently? This indicates that the Tianlong Group's demand for amber is nearing saturation. Do you know what that means? It means that prehistoric avatars may have already been born." Wang Xingrui's voice was somewhat excited. "Exactly," Wang Xingrui said, "then we need to hurry. Don't you know where the prehistoric avatars are? Take me there." Morong Yi extended a finger, shaking it side to side. No. Instead of us looking for prehistoric avatars, it would be better to let them come find us." "What do you mean?" "Now everything is in place, we just need the right timing. Just wait, at the latest we can leave tomorrow." "Hey, do you want to hear a story? No. Since you're doing nothing, just consider it keeping me company to pass the time. Before Wang Xingrui could refuse, Murong Yi began to narrate. The story begins from the last time my father was pulled back into the sea by tentacles, and my mother was mentally broken for quite a while. To take care of my mother and my younger brother, I had to suppress the fear in my heart and continue fishing by the sea to earn money. At the same time, I sought revenge for my father. The monsters in the sea grew more numerous, and the fish we could catch grew fewer. After a long time, I don't know if it was heaven taking pity on our family, or if my father was blessing us from above, but the monster that pulled my father down was washed ashore. Indeed, it was a box jellyfish. Through its bell, I saw fragments of my father's clothes. At that time, it was already on the brink of death, but I still didn't act rashly. I searched all around for anything that could burn, including the wine my father had treasured for 5 years, and tossed them all around it, then set them ablaze. I roasted it for over 2 hours before I dared to approach. Unfortunately, I had no seasoning at that time. You wouldn't believe it, even though not much meat was left after roasting, the taste was incredibly fragrant. You didn't leave any for your younger brother or your mother. At that time, the beast era had just begun, and there was no concept of avatars in the world. The food at home was scarce, so I thought about eating the jellyfish myself, while leaving the family's food for my mother and brother. Who would have thought that after eating the jellyfish I would gain its abilities? Had I known it would be like this, I would have definitely saved the jellyfish for my brother and mother. Perhaps they wouldn't have died, and everything would be different. Murong Yi did not say this out loud. Does your younger brother look much like me, eh? Wang Xingrui asked. Murong Yi took out a somewhat old wallet from the inner pocket of his chest. He handed the wallet to Wang Xingrui and said, "Don't damage it, it's my mother's keepsake." Wang Xingrui opened the wallet, which contained a photo. In the photo, there was a family of 4. The father held a child in his right hand and embraced the mother with his left. A teenager stood between the couple. After Wang Xingrui carefully observed the child held by the father, he was instantly shocked. That child indeed bore an 8-point resemblance to him as a child. They looked so much alike. Wang Xingrui returned the wallet to Murong Yi and said, "I am really not your brother. I know my brother was bitten to death by an ultra beast shortly after I obtained my avatar. I buried him with my own hands. I do not see you as a replacement for him. I just feel a long-lost sense of intimacy from you, that's all." When someone has been lonely for a long time, they crave a spiritual anchor. Murong Yi smiled with self-deprecation at the corner of his mouth. Wang Xingrui looked at Murong Yi, remaining silent. He had a sudden thought, why not call him brother? After thinking it through, he decided against it. Perhaps he could have spoken before Murong Yi started telling stories. Now that the story was over, he simply couldn't bring himself to say it. What Murong Yi needed now was family, not sympathy. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a figure suddenly walked into the cave and stood in front of him. "Are you Wang Xingrui?" Wang Xingrui looked up. It was the administrator of the number 3 mining site. His cold gaze made it hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. 2 tufts of white hair flanked his head, and his face was pockmarked, making him look fierce. "I am. What's the matter?" Wang Xingrui stood up. "Just now there was an accident involving 5 miners in the number 10 mining cave. Someone reported that you just came out of the number 10 mining cave 10 minutes ago. Yes, they wanted to rob my amber, and I didn't give it to them," Wang Xingrui admitted generously. "And then you killed them." Wang Xingrui initially wanted to say those 5 people beat me up and then let me go, but the administrator didn't even give him a chance to defend himself and directly put a murder charge on him. At this point, Wang Xingrui could basically confirm that this guy was here to cause him trouble. They all should have avatars, right? How could a normal person like me possibly be their match? One of the 5 miners died from poisoning. I suspect you poisoned to kill them. Now I need to take you for an examination. The administrator extended his hand, his palm large, directly grabbing Wang Xingrui's arm and turning to leave. Wang Xingrui felt as if his arm was bound by 5 steel bars, unable to escape. The others in the mine noticed this scene, but pretended to mind, trying not to make eye contact with Wang Xingrui. If Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui were the bosses of this mine, then the administrator was the king of the entire number 3 mining site. No one dared to defy the king's orders, and even fewer dared to block the king's path. At that moment, a cheerful voice suddenly emerged from behind the administrator. "The east wind has arrived. Do you need my help?" "No need. Don't hold on too stubbornly. You just call me brother, and I'll save you." The voice behind the administrator glanced at Wang Xingrui, in his hand slightly, tilted his head, his cold gaze piercing like an arrow towards Murong Yi. "The mine has its own rules. It don't meddle in others' affairs." After speaking, he continued to drag Wang Xingrui forward, seemingly about to leave the mine. "I killed him," Murong Yi shouted. The administrator stood with his back to Murong Yi, his face showing a look of surprise. He turned around and coldly said, "The crime of murder is not small. I advise you to think carefully before you speak." This was both a warning and a way out. When Murong Yi committed murder, the administrator had already sensed the smell of blood. He had not intervened when Murong Yi carried Wang Xingrui back to the mine because he had not intended to get involved at all. Just at that moment, a woman approached him and reported that Wang Xingrui had killed someone. As the administrator, he could no longer pretend not to know. Faced with Murong Yi, the administrator had no intention of tearing their faces apart. Since the woman reported Wang Xingrui, as long as he dealt with Wang Xingrui, this matter could be considered resolved. However, he did not expect Murong Yi to cooperate at all. "They robbed my brother of money, and I caught them red-handed. In a fit of rage, I killed them. That's about the process. Do you want me to tell you the details?" Murong Yi wore a smile, his tone tinged with provocation. The administrator's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he released Wang Xingrui and straightened his posture. The administrator before him was codenamed Drywood. Before the Beast era, Drywood was originally a judo coach who opened a martial arts school teaching children daily, barely making enough to support himself. After the Super Beast appeared by chance, he killed an injured Mexican wolf, gaining the ability to transform into a Mexican wolf. The biting power, sense of smell, and hearing of the Mexican wolf rank among the best of all wolf transformations, being the top breed in overall combat power. The transformation instantly enhanced all his physical functions by 35 times. His physical condition was already superior to that of ordinary people, and after the enhancement coupled with judo, his combat power skyrocketed. He later joined the Thunder Leopard Mercenary Corps, becoming a mercenary traveling around with the Corps and participating in countless life and death battles. His strength ranked among the top 5 in the Thunder Leopard Mercenary Corps, making him a vital member. Kid, do you know who you are facing now? Drywood asked coldly. Tut tut tut, the standard line for a minor character. Murong Yi used his little finger to poke his ear and said, Thunder Leopard Mercenary Corps, a small group of fewer than 40 people, is somewhat famous in City R. The captain is codenamed Thunder 1, transformed into a Jaguar with a 66 enhancement, and the vice captain is codenamed Jackal 2, transformed into a Jackal with a 40 enhancement. The group has 33 members, with 21 being Jaguar transformations and 12 being wolf transformations. Let me guess. You should be a wolf transformation, right? Drywood narrowed his eyes. Knowing I'm a member of the Thunder Leopard Mercenary Corps and still remaining calm, what kind of background does this guy Murong Yi have? Murong Yi pretended to be surprised and said, oh, you guessed right. Then I want to ask you a question. I remember that both wolves and leopards have sharp hearing. You must have known when my brother was being beaten, right? Where were you at that time? What do you mean? Murong Yi revealed a wicked smile, remaining silent. The next moment, Drywood's pupils constricted and he felt a warning surge in his heart. He picked up Wang Xingrui and leaped back 2 steps to distance himself from Murong Yi. Wow, quick reflexes. Just moments ago, Murong Yi's delicate tentacle was only a finger's distance from Drywood, almost leading to an intimate encounter. Had Drywood not moved, he would have been a corpse by now. It can be said that Drywood narrowly escaped Murong Yi's attack by instinct. Seeing that the other party was about to attack without discussion, Drywood no longer held back. Throwing Wang Xingrui aside, he unleashed his Mexican wolf transformation. His yellowish-gray fur enveloped his body, and his sharp gaze fixed intently on Murong Yi. His 3-meter-tall figure nearly filled the entire mine. The miners, sensing the situation was amiss, rushed out one after another like ants climbing down a rope ladder, and Lu Xinro was among them. Suddenly a loud crash was heard from above, and the crowd on the ladder looked up. A giant wolf flew out from the mine, plummeting vertically before their eyes. During its fall, it brushed past the crowd on the ladder. Some with sharp eyes clearly saw the giant wolf with closed eyes, tongue out, limbs curled, as if paralyzed, and with a distinct footprint on its body. An absurd thought suddenly arose in their minds. Could it be that the administrator was kicked out? That shouldn't be possible, the miners in no. 12 mine are all ordinary people. How could they possibly overpower an administrator with a transformation? With a thud, the giant wolf landed. The crowd retracted their gazes and swallowed hard. It seems not impossible. The giant wolf on the ground was surrounded by the miners, who were discussing amongst themselves. What's going on? Not clear. It fell from no. 12 mine. Judging by its motionless state, could it be dead? Shouldn't be. If it were dead, it wouldn't be able to maintain its transformation. A transformation falling from the mine is not a rare occurrence. It happens once or twice every year. What truly attracted people's attention was the clothing on the giant wolf. The whole mine only has one type of person who wears camouflage clothing, and that is the administrator. Did the administrator fall? Shouldn't be. Look, it has a footprint on it. Was it kicked down? I heard that every mine administrator has a transformation enhancement of at least 30. To kick down an administrator, the enhancer must be at least 40, right? Is there someone like that in our mine? Lying on the ground, Drywood could not move at all, suffering unbearable pain, but what he found harder to endure was the humiliation of being watched and the words of doubt. At this moment, he recalled everything that had happened in the mine. After he released his transformation, he suddenly felt something pierce his neck. 2 seconds later, a heart-wrenching pain surged into his brain, and his body began to tighten uncontrollably. Then Murong Yi raised his leg and kicked him out of the mine. He was eliminated just like that by someone who hadn't even released their transformation. That guy's strength should be at the same level as the vice captain. Drywood now only hoped someone could quickly report the situation at no. 3 mine. If the administrator was injured by the miners, it would lower the Thunder Leopard Mercenary Corps deterrence against the miners. If not suppressed in time, no. 3 mine might go out of control. In the crowd, Lu Xinro looked at the giant wolf on the ground, a slight smile curving her lips. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Lu Xinro originally planned to inform the people of no. 10 mine about the 2 who were secretly mining amber, allowing them to dispose of Wang Xingrui, thus becoming Murong Yi's only companion. She would receive more amber every month and have more say. But unexpectedly, Murong Yi brought Wang Xingrui back. From that moment on, Lu Xinro knew that Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui likely already realized she had betrayed them. Having not kept the secret, her remaining value was lost. Wang Xingrui might show mercy and let her go, but she had witnessed Murong Ye's ruthlessness. Therefore, rather than waiting for Murong Ye to kill her, it was better to strike first. Thus Lu Xinro thought of teaming up with the people from No. 10 Mine to deal with Murong Ye. However, when she crawled into No. 10 Mine, she was directly stunned by the scene before her. Outside, over 20 people lay scattered fast asleep, while 5 bloody corpses lay inside. After a brief shock, what surged in Lu Xinra's heart was not fear, but excitement. Having killed so many people, Murong Ye was definitely finished this time. Lu Xinro hurriedly crawled back to No. 12 Mine, then climbed back up the rope ladder to the surface to find the administrator. But she did not report Murong Ye, instead she reported Wang Xingrui. She was well aware of Wang Xingrui's status in Murong Ye's heart. Reporting Murong Ye might result in cooperation. But if she reported Wang Xingrui, Murong Ye would definitely not sit idly by. Once the two sides started fighting, Murong Ye would offend everyone in the mercenary corps. Mercenaries are not comparable to those useless people in No. 10 Mine. Can he fight 10 alone, let alone 30? Wow, without a transformation he can still fly. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, interrupting Lu Xinra's thoughts. Lu Xinro noticed that the people around her were looking up, and she followed their gaze. Above, Murong Ye and Wang Xingrui were now suspended in midair, slowly descending. It was as if gravity on Earth had given them a backdoor. In reality, the two were not suspended. Murong Ye was using 2 tentacles to support the ground while binding Wang Xingrui with 1 tentacle. The tentacles were colorless and transparent, which made it look like they were flying. The two landed steadily beside the giant wolf, and the crowd stepped back a few paces. Wang Xingrui's eyes sparkled. He wanted to touch it himself. Halfway through extending his hand, he withdrew it, fearing he might wake the giant wolf. Wang Xingrui looked at Murong Ye with a questioning gaze. Don't worry, it can't move. Murong Ye smiled. With Murong Ye's assurance, Wang Xingrui began to inspect the giant wolf. He pried open its mouth, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and poked a finger at the sharp teeth, feeling the prick. He lifted its eyelids, and the pupils were yellow-brown. The fur of the Mexican wolf was very soft and warm, with well-developed muscles in its legs and back, and its claws were extremely sharp. It was Wang Xingrui's first time touching a wolf transformation, and he was overly excited. Although the giant wolf had its eyes closed, a drop of humiliating tear flowed from the corner of its eye. Hey, that toad over there, have you seen enough? Murong Ye's voice held no emotion. The stone frog lying in the corner felt a chill run from its feet to its head upon hearing Murong Ye's summons, and its legs began to tremble. Could he be bluffing me? A mercenary with a stone frog transformation walked out of the captain's room. Upon returning to No. 3 Mine, he happened to see the scene of the Mexican wolf being kicked out of the mine. He felt as if struck by lightning, his face pale. It's over, it's really over, this time it's finished. I was made to walk the stairs, and now it's good. Oh, a fight has broken out, and we've lost. While he was considering whether to report back to the captain, Murong Ye and Wang Xingrui flew out of the mine. Although his transformation enhancement was also 35, his offensive capability was far inferior to that of the Mexican wolf. If Drywood couldn't match Murong Ye, he was even less of a match. It would be better to hold back and observe the opponent, and once the captain arrived, strike decisively in coordination. That was a nice thought, but plans never keep up with changes. Murong Ye's devilish voice echoed in his ears. The stone frog kept comforting itself that Murong Ye must be bluffing him. From start to finish, I hadn't moved at all, and my color had blended perfectly with the wall, and I had slowed my breathing to the minimum. He could not possibly discover me. Just as he thought this, the stone frog suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness. Looking down, he realized he was floating up and moving towards Murong Ye. Toad, I just spoke to you, didn't you hear? As he watched Murong Ye getting closer, the stone frog's heart raced to its throat, and it was so frightened that its lips trembled. Although it was nearly impossible to tell where its lips were. Since I entered the mine, you've been watching me. When I ate, you watched me. When I drank, you watched me. When I slept, you watched me. What I couldn't stand the most was, when I went to the toilet, you still watched me. As Murong Ye's voice suddenly intensified, the stone frog's fat waist tightened, as if something was squeezing it. Spare me, sir. I was just following orders. Although the scenery is magnificent, if it weren't for the money, I wouldn't be interested in peeping at you while you use the toilet. The stone frog now looked quite comical, and hearing his words, Wang Xingrui couldn't help but laugh. Murong Ye said, stop the nonsense, get everyone outside in here. I can't, my communicator is dead. Murong Ye bent his right hand slightly, and the communicator on the giant wolf flew into his hand. Use this. Okay. The stone frog opened the communicator. This is Stone 9 from No. 3 Mine. The target has shown unusual activity, killed 5 miners, and attacked dry wood. The situation is quite urgent, I'm requesting support. Coyote 3 received, I'm heading over immediately. A vague voice came from the communicator. When Coyote 3, the administrator of No. 2 Mine, walked out of the passage, one of Murong Ye's tentacles had been waiting for a long time. Coyote 3's senses were not as sharp as those of the Mexican wolf, and the tentacle, with poison needles, smoothly pierced into his body. The toxin quickly took effect, causing him to kneel on the cliff in severe pain. Damn, I fell for it. He hugged his arms, digging his nails into his biceps, pulling out 5 bloody marks, trying to numb the pain with pain. Murong Ye smiled at the person on the cliff. After injecting him with the neurotoxin, he could still move. His self-healing ability was somewhat stronger than that of the Mexican wolf, and his willpower was also stronger. Not bad, let's see how long you can hold on. No matter how strong a person's strength is, the sensation of pain is the same. Even if some training dulls the pain, there is always an unbearable limit. The neurotoxin Murong Yi injected would last for 24 hours, and its effects would increase over time. 1 minute later, Coyote 3 ultimately could not endure the searing pain. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Wang Xingrui, with a serious expression, said, "You've already dealt with 2 mercenaries. Can you tell me your plan first, so I can be somewhat mentally prepared?" My plan is to make things a bit bigger," Wang Xingrui replied. "Do you know how many mercenaries are in the entire mine?" My plan is to make things a bit bigger," Wang Xingrui replied. "Do you know how many mercenaries are in the— Don't worry, I'm very capable, no need for your help." Murong Yi patted Wang Xingrui on the head. Wang Xingrui took a step back, slightly annoyed, dodging his hand. Murong Yi had no choice but to pinch the stone frog's face. "Toad, so your code name is Stone 9. Now call for help. If only one person comes in again, I will twist your head off." "All right. Okay." The stone frog reopened the communicator. "Report to Shatter, this is Stone 9. There's been a disturbance. 5 miners were killed in Cave No. 10 and they attacked Kumu." Shatter received. Stone 9 explained the situation. Those 5 wanted to rob the target's brother of his amber, but the target noticed and crushed their heads from a distance. "From a distance, say?" "Yes, from a distance." Kumu wanted to investigate, and was also injured. "Keep an eye on it," Stone 9 received. Before long, 10 wolves of different breeds and forms rushed wildly from the cave entrance. Upon seeing their fallen companion on the cliff, the wolf pack showed no hesitation, swiftly crossing over the body of their comrade and leaping down the cliff towards Murong Yi, baring their teeth and growling. Leading the pack was a wolf, maintaining a safe distance from Murong Yi, while the other wolf forms stood behind, poised to strike. Wang Xingrui, standing beside Murong Yi, felt the blood within him surge, the excitement in his heart far outweighing his fear. What stood before him was not a specimen nor a model, but a real wolf pack. 10 living wolf forms, each 3 meters tall. What a spectacular sight! Though it was highly inappropriate, Wang Xingrui couldn't help but take out his phone and snap a picture, quickly putting it away as if nothing happened. Why is it just a bunch of wolf cubs? Not a single leopard. Murong Yi scanned them and said, somewhat dissatisfied, "Why did they attack my people, eh?" The wolf spoke, pacing back and forth, articulating human words. Murong Yi couldn't be bothered with it and turned to Wang Xingrui, stating, "Wolf forms belong to the reptilian category, mostly around 3 meters tall. They are long-bodied with well-developed limbs, good at running, and highly mobile. Their weaknesses are also very obvious. As long as you break one of their legs, they lose most of their combat ability. In terms of combat power, wolf forms rank lower among all forms." Wang Xingrui looked somewhat oddly at him, saying, "What time is it, and you still have the mind to give me a lecture?" Previously, Wang Xingrui's biology teacher would have them refer to books and videos for lessons. Now, using an entire wolf pack as teaching material was quite a leap. Don't interrupt, listen carefully. The basic amplification for ordinary wolf forms is generally 5 times, but even among wolves of the same species, there are slight differences in amplification. At this point, Shatter lost his patience. He was the only one here feeling anxious, while the others completely ignored him and exchanged glances with his subordinates. 2 gray wolves leaped to pounce on Murong Yi. Immediately after, both wolf forms felt a sharp sting in their bodies, their forms stiffening in agony. They ultimately fell at Murong Yi's feet. For example, these 2 wolves belong to the Mongolian wolf species. Their basic amplification is a standard 5 times. Then a slightly smaller red wolf charged, but the outcome was the same as the previous 2 Mongolian wolves. This wolf has cinnamon red fur, belongs to the red wolf category, is more agile than the gray wolf, and was critically endangered before the beast era with an amplification of only 4 times. And this Arabian wolf, a subspecies of the gray wolf, is slender with an amplification of only 4 times. Everyone attacked together. With Chai-Air's command, the remaining 7 wolves surged forward. Murong Yi remained unperturbed and continued, "This one is quite powerful, the tundra wolf, which also belongs to the gray wolf subspecies, but its basic amplification is 6 times. After saying that, the tundra wolf was sent flying. And these 2 northern Rocky Mountain wolves, their basic amplification is also 6 times. This wolf is a jackal with a basic amplification of only 4 times. As Murong Yi introduced them, the wolf forms fell one by one, lying on the ground howling, while only the deputy leader Zhang Chu gritted his teeth, standing there glaring fiercely at Murong Yi. Everyone in the mine stood at the edge watching this overwhelming battle. Standing at the edge of Cave No. 12, Lu Xinru's expression changed in a series of transformations: joy, shock, anger, and worry. She was not worried about Wang Xingrui, but about herself. She had pinned all her hopes on the Thunder Leopard Mercenary Corps, and in less than 2 minutes those wolf forms had already fallen. She had thought the Thunder Leopard Mercenary Corps was formidable, but a bunch of useless people. Why couldn't they even deal with a single Murong Yi? It seemed she needed to quickly find a way to leave the mine. Wang Xingrui, on the other hand, was utterly shocked by the strength Murong Yi displayed. Why did I end up holding such a big The amplifications of these wolf forms were all above 30. They were resolved so effortlessly. Stone 9 floated in the air, crying like a child. "I'm sorry, Deputy Leader, I got you all in trouble." Murong Yi placed his left hand behind his back, striking a heroic pose, while his right hand gently lifted Wang Xingrui's chin closing his astonished mouth, enjoying the look of admiration from Wang Xingrui. I told you I'm very capable. This was no longer a level that could be described as capable. Zhang Chu's limbs were already trembling slightly, yet he still forced himself to stand there. Even with everyone attacking together, they couldn't even make this guy budge an inch. A monster. Morong Yi approached Chai saying, I've increased the toxin dosage to 0.001 milliliters. Even those with a 50-fold amplification would fall. Yet you can still stand here. Deputy leader of the Thunder Leopard Mercenary Corps, you're not bad, barely qualifying to die at my hands. Who? Exactly. Are you? Chai asked, slowly struggling with each word. Morong Yi did not answer him. Any explanation would be a waste of time. The communicator on Chai's leg floated to Morong Yi and then opened automatically. Hey Lei, can you hear me? Your people are now in my hands. Every 10 seconds, I'll kill one until you appear before me. Hurry up. As soon as the words fell, the communicator was twisted into a twisted shape by an unknown force. To outsiders, it seemed as if Morong Yi was controlling everything with his mind. 10 seconds later, Morong Yi looked at Stone 9. Time's up, let's start with you. Wait a moment, sir, don't kill me. I can tell you about the other mercenaries' forms and amplifications. Shut up. Chai shouted in anger. If the opponent learned about the types of forms and their amplifications, it would put the upcoming battle in a very unfavorable position for the leader. However, as soon as Chai shouted, he was struck by a powerful force, sending him flying and crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You continue, Morong Yi said calmly. Stone 9 replied. The Thunder Leopard Mercenary Corps has 21 members who are leopard forms, and our leader's code name is Lei. Sir, I'm fat, and you're squeezing me so hard I can't breathe. Can you let me down first? Morong Yi set the stone. At the moment he felt the restraints on his body vanish, the stone frog disappeared from the spot, leaping up and appearing beside Wang Xingrui, a military knife pressed against Wang Xingrui's neck. Since your form is poisonous, you must have an antidote on you. Hand it over. Morong Yi's smile completely vanished and a cold, killing intent was released from him for the first time. He walked step by step towards Stone 9. I really underestimated you. You seemed so meek, but dared to threaten my brother. Don't come any closer. If you take another step, Before Stone 9 could finish his sentence, the military knife fell from his hand, and with a series of cracking sounds his bones broke. By the time he realized that his limbs had already been twisted into a twisted shape, followed by red spots appearing on his body, Morong Yi injected a full milliliter of neurotoxin into his body. The stone frog transformed back into human form, unable to even scream, just lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, convulsing constantly. Who knows what kind of pain he was enduring? Wang Xingrui wandered around the wolf forms. Comparing his hand with the claws of the wolf forms felt like a baby's hand in the palm of an adult. One could imagine that if he fought with this body, it would produce tremendous explosive power. He touched each wolf form, thoroughly indulging in the experience. Before long, 21 leopards arrived at the mining site. Leading them was a jaguar 2 meters long, covered in black spots, with a fierce gaze and a wild demeanor. It approached Morong Yi, glanced at the people lying on the ground, and when its gaze returned to Morong Yi, it noticed he was clean and unscathed, causing its brow to furrow. The leopard transformed into human form, casually saying, Hello, I'm Lei, the leader of the Thunder Leopard. Brother, weren't we supposed to keep to our own business? I don't know how my brothers offended you. As their leader, I apologize. I just want to mine honestly and earn some money for my family. While saying this, Morong Yi pulled Ku Mu's ear, facing Lei. But this person neglected his duties, and when my brother was attacked, he turned a blind eye to it. Afterwards, he even had the audacity to find trouble with my brother. Don't you think he was wrong? Lei looked at Ku Mu, fully aware of his subordinate's conduct. Ku Mu always held himself in high regard, as he had good combat power and enjoyed being a tyrant in the mine, but in reality, he didn't handle any serious business. He usually bullied people in the mine, and no one dared to retaliate. It was just that this time, they met a tough opponent, so it could only be considered as bad luck. Indeed, my brother was at fault. How is your brother now? He's fine, Wang Xingrui stepped forward to say. Morong Yi raised his eyebrows. Oh dear, this foolish boy isn't doing well. Isn't this a good opportunity to extort them? Then Wang Xingrui said, Brother Lei, we all came out to earn a living. Everyone has their difficulties, which I can understand. We didn't want to make things so awkward, but this matter originated from your brother's negligence, forcing me to act in self-defense, resulting in injuries to them. We did not intend to pick a fight, and I hope you understand this point. Lei looked at Wang Xingrui, sizing him up, and smiled. Of course, little brother is a reasonable person. We were at fault first, and we admit that. Since you admit it, then it's easy to handle. Brother Lei, although I have no issues right now, I almost died in the mine due to your brother's negligence. If I die, he certainly won't let you off easy. Wang Xingrui patted Morong Yi's shoulder. You all saw his strength. Even if the leopard forms are 1 time stronger than the wolf forms, if it comes down to a life-and-death struggle, how many of you do you think will be left in the end? Lei's gaze flickered. I am a hot-headed person. Oh, little brother, feel free to speak directly. I want your mercenary fee this time as compensation for me. What did you say? Why should our mercenary fee go to a little brat? Who do you think you are? Before Lei could even speak, someone beside him couldn't hold back. After all, the mercenary fee was 100 million money, and they were on the verge of completing the task. Suddenly, a little brat pops up wanting to take their money with just a few words. Who would agree to that? Wang Xingrui wanted just that. Lei Yi pondered for a moment and said 1/3. I'll give you 1/3 of our reward this time as compensation. My brothers have families to support too. Let's each take a step back and become friends. How about it? Boss, boss, boss. The other leopard people were furious, each grinding their teeth at Wang Xingrui preparing to strike. Enough. Have you all gone mad for money, willing to risk your lives for it? Lei Yi turned his head, lowering his voice, angrily reprimanding his subordinates. Wang Xingrui's expression turned vigilant as he moved closer to Morong Yi, whispering as softly as a mosquito, if they all come at once, can you handle it? Rest assured, even 20 more would be no problem. After hearing his words, Wang Xingrui immediately straightened his back, stepping forward, his tone deep. If you like to negotiate, then so be it. I want the money, and I also want your lives. As soon as the words fell, all 21 leopard forms, including Lei Yi, let out a muffled groan. At the moment they made a sound, Wang Xingrui knew they were doomed. Next, the scene he had anticipated unfolded. Lei Yi suddenly sank to his front knees, while all 20 other leopards collapsed to the ground, looking as if they were meeting a king. Wang Xingrui smiled slightly, secretly amazed. Well done. Morong Yi had completely taken control of the mine, with life and death resting on his word. Yet until now, not a single mercenary had died. Eliminating the mercenaries was not the goal. The main objective was to draw out the person behind the Thunderstorm mercenary group. After Morong Yi dealt with all the wolf avatars, Wang Xingrui had roughly guessed Morong Yi's plan. Instead of seeking out the prehistoric avatars, he would let them come to us. How clever. The question was, how could a man worth billions be quickly made to notice oneself? The answer was twofold. One could either go to great lengths to curry favor with him, or the other option was to damage his interests. Naturally, when his interests were harmed to an undeniable extent, he would notice you. Morong Yi naturally chose the latter. Understanding Morong Yi's intentions, Wang Xingrui walked toward a leopard avatar. Upon seeing this, Lei Yi thought Wang Xingrui was about to unleash a massacre and hurriedly shouted, "Little brother, we agree to your terms. Please spare us." Wang Xingrui halted his steps. In reality, he only wanted to observe the leopard avatar up close. I already gave you a chance. Wang Xingrui's voice was devoid of emotion. Since things had come to this, he could only press on, thereby accelerating the negotiation process. Lei Yi hesitated for a few seconds before his gaze turned resolute. Shatter is my brother. He offended you because I, as the elder brother, failed to discipline him properly. I will give my life for him. What use do I have for your life? Wang Xingrui felt utterly speechless. He was just a middle school dropout. How had he ended up resembling a villain from a TV drama? Bring your boss to me, and I might consider sparing you. You have 5 seconds to think about it, Wang Xingrui said as he leaned closer to Lei Yi, whispering in his ear. What do you want him for? Lei Yi asked in confusion. Do I really need to explain my reasons to you? Wang Xingrui picked up a sharp-edged stone and placed it against Lei Yi's neck, starting the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lei Yi's expression shifted repeatedly until the last moment, when the images of his wife and children suddenly appeared in his mind, their smiling faces igniting his will to survive. Lei Yi shouted, all right, I agree. His teeth ground together, and he began to mumble to himself. Hey boss, I'm really sorry, but something happened at the mine. Someone wants to see you. Okay, I understand, Lei Yi said. I called, but whether he comes here or not, I'm not sure. Wang Xingrui leaned in closer, saying, open your mouth. The lives of the entire group were in their hands, so Lei Yi had no choice but to comply. Wang Xingrui then turned to Morong Yi and said, can you take that thing out of his mouth? I want to take a look. Morong Yi smiled slightly, and then controlled a tentacle to reach into Lei Yi's mouth. With a crunch, he forcibly removed a tooth from the back, placing it into Wang Xingrui's hand. The mouth was filled with a metallic taste of blood, and soon a trickle of fresh blood slid down from Lei Yi's mouth. Wang Xingrui pinched the silver-white tooth, which was only the size of half a fingernail, examining it closely. High-tech indeed. Had Lei Yi not been operating in front of him, he would never have imagined that a phone could fit inside a person's mouth. Beside him, Morong Yi watched Wang Xingrui with deep meaning. Step by step, they pushed their limits, constantly challenging their psychological boundaries. Finally, they suddenly lifted the pressure, presenting a condition easily manageable for them. In reality, the phone was the main goal, but at this moment Lei Yi was too preoccupied to think much. One phone for the lives of the entire team? Even a fool would know how to choose. Even though Lei Yi knew at this moment that Wang Xingrui had ulterior motives, he could only comply because the lives of the entire group depended on him, and Lei Yi couldn't afford to gamble. Skilled in psychological manipulation, advancing step by step and grasping the nuances perfectly, no wonder he was Morong Yi's brother. Morong Yi pulled out 3 long syringes from his clothes and tossed them on the ground. These 3 are antidote serums. There are only 3, so handle it yourself. Looking at the serums on the ground, Lei Yi hesitated for a moment. There were a total of 33 of them, yet only 3 serums were provided. After a moment's hesitation, he picked one up and injected half of it into himself. The burning sensation in his body gradually faded, and his limbs slowly regained feeling. He stood up and injected the remaining half of the serum into Shatter, then gave a full syringe to Sergio. Sergio was hanging by a thread, and if he didn't inject the serum, he would truly lose his life. Shatter was the vice captain. He couldn't afford to have anything happen to him. The remaining serum was handed to Shatter. Although they were part of the same team, the members were divided into two factions. The leopard avatar mercenaries were under his command, while the wolf avatar mercenaries were under Shatter. One serum couldn't save them, it could only prolong their lives and alleviate their suffering. The leopard avatar mercenaries had a self-healing ability significantly stronger than that of the wolf avatars, and even without the serum, they should last 10 days to half a month. During this time, Boss Long Yun could create new serums for them, but the wolf avatars were in dire straits. You distribute them, saving one is better than none. Shatter clutched the serum in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. He should have symbolically declined, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. If he were to be overly sentimental at this point, more than 10 brothers would lose their lives. Shatter knelt before all the leopard avatars, his head banging against the ground, then turned and administered a suitable dose of serum to each of his subordinates, just finishing the last of the serum. The others on the ground also returned to their respective minds. With matters having escalated to this point, there was no turning back. The next developments would yield only two outcomes. Either the Tianlong Group's personnel would come and deal with Wang Xingrui and Murong Yi, or Wang Xingrui and Murong Yi would deal with the Tianlong Group's personnel. Although they believed that the chances of Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui surviving were minimal, none of them could afford to offend either side before the outcome was revealed. Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui found a random spot to sit down. Murong Yi asked, "Don't tell me that even now you still don't know who betrayed us." "I know," Murong Yi replied. "It was her. In order to gain more amber, she informed those 5 individuals about our theft of the amber, intending to use them to eliminate you." "I know," Murong Yi continued. "After that, she also informed the foreman of the mine about our theft of the amber." "I know," Murong Yi said. "She never really liked you. She only wanted to use you to get closer to me." "I know." Murong Yi's words had already made sense to him when he saw Lu Xinru's reaction upon returning to the mine. Yet Wang Xingrui still tried his best to suppress his suspicions about her. He didn't want to, nor did he wish to harm Lu Xinru, the one who had saved his life. To help her avoid blame, Wang Xingrui even created an imaginary enemy for himself. The Xinghui Tower people had been trying to retrieve the spider eggs. Could it be that one of their people infiltrated the mine? Exactly. It must have been them. Lu Jie and I had only known each other for 2 months. She had been treating me well during this time. She had no reason to harm me. To escape reality, Wang Xingrui hid in the dream. He wove for himself, but all dreams come to an end. Murong Yi calmly said, "It doesn't feel good to be betrayed, does it? If you want to cry, just let it out." Wang Xingrui lowered his head in silence. "So what do you plan to do?" Murong Yi asked. Adults cannot return to the innocence of childhood, as they have experienced too much, leaving their hearts riddled with scars. Even if they heal, scars will remain. These scars serve as constant reminders of everything they have endured. Changes in a person often occur without notice. Even if Wang Xingrui is unwilling, the painful experiences were still urging him to grow. Exchanging one's innocence for maturity is hard to quantify in terms of value because this matter does not allow for choice. However, given the current situation, this transformation benefits Wang Xingrui. He now naturally exudes an air of authority, showing no hint of fear, even during negotiations with the leader of the leopard mercenary group. The fortunate part is that while he possesses courage, he has not lost his kindness. "She saved me," Wang Xingrui said. "But she almost caused my death as well," Murong Yi replied. "Therefore from now on I am done with her." "Done with her? You really don't understand women. A woman like Lu Xinru won't stop until we're dead," Murong Yi said, gazing at him. Murong Yi knew that the shadow he had cast over Lu Xinru was too deep. If she wanted to rid herself of the fear within her, only option was to make herself disappear from this world. So she would never give up the opportunity. Wang Xingrui had a feeling that Murong Yi was always guiding him toward murder. "Do you have a persecution complex? What threat could a woman without an avatar pose to us?" "Enough about her. Let's discuss important matters. What if the Tianlong Group's boss does not come?" "He will come. Don't worry if it's been 2 months. What's another half a day?" 3 hours later, a man in a suit and sunglasses appeared at the cliff. The man pushed off forcefully with his feet, causing the cliff to collapse. While he leapt high into the air, his right foot raised above his head as he struck down toward Murong Yi. An invisible tentacle violently grew from above Murong Yi's head, striking at the man. The man's eyes suddenly turned sharp as he sensed the impending crisis, changing his movements midair and performing a horizontal kick, knocking the tentacle aside. Wang Xingrui immediately perked up. This was the first time he had seen someone withstand a strike from Murong Yi. A master had arrived. Yet Murong Yi remained completely calm. If one tentacle could be blocked, could two? 2 tentacles lashed out simultaneously at the man. He crossed his arms over his chest, lying straight in midair as the 2 tentacles passed by him, one above and one below. Then the man flipped over and landed on the ground, his legs bent, thigh muscles tensed, and suddenly he exerted force, propelling himself toward Wang Xingrui like a cannonball. Murong Yi controlled 10 tentacles to weave into an invisible net, blocking it in front of Wang Xingrui. Each tentacle was covered with millions of stinging cells. The man became ensnared in the net, and the moment his body came into contact with the tentacles, the stinging cells injected toxins into his system. Immediately, an indescribable pain spread throughout his entire body. Murong Yi threw the man aside. He stood up, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. A massive rock suddenly floated up and hurtled toward him. The man tried to dodge, but at that moment he didn't even have the strength to take a step aside. He watched helplessly as the boulder was about to fall on him when a bamboo pole, no, it looked more like a giraffe's leg, shot out from the mine entrance, piercing through the rock. The rock did not shatter, but instead hung on that leg like a candied hawthorn. This was a demonstration of extreme. The long legs swept brutally toward Murong-Yi, who controlled hundreds of thin tentacles to weave into a wall to block on his right side. The wall was split in two by the long leg, and Murong-Yi immediately raised his hand to block. Bang! A loud noise erupted as the long leg struck Murong-Yi's forearm, the violent impact causing the surrounding air to ripple. The ground beneath Murong-Yi cracked, but his body did not move an inch. Meanwhile, in the passage, a man with a doll-like face and orange hair maintained a one-legged stance, his other leg poised to kick, his brow furrowed. This man Yuan Zhong was Long Yun's personal bodyguard. He had been sent to test Murong-Yi's strength, but now he felt his leg being held and couldn't pull it back. A force was pulling him toward the exit of the passage. Yuan Zhong's foot carved a trench in the ground, but ultimately he was pulled out of the passage, crashing into the no. Free mine. Inside the mine, Murong-Yi gripped that bamboo-like leg, pulling it down in a tug-of-war formation. Yuan Zhong, seeing Murong-Yi's calm demeanor, was filled with anger. His other leg quickly elongated and kicked. Murong-Yi swiftly grabbed both legs, trapping them under his arms, then smiled slightly. Let's spin around. He began to whirl quickly, using his body as the axis. Yuan Zhong's upper body still maintained a human form. Meanwhile, before Murong-Yi started to spin, 12 miners stood at the edge of their mines, observing the situation below. Suddenly, a doll-like face appeared before them, and before they could react, lips swiftly brushed across their faces. After the spin, all 12 miners took a few steps back into the mine, some still wiping their mouths. Phew. What just flew past my face? Did it kiss me? Me too. It felt like something just grazed my face. You merely brushed against my face while I was groped on my chest. The man with his muscular upper body covered his critical points and spoke with grievance. Yuan Zhong was on the verge of collapse internally. He had kissed over 70 men, and they were all big, muscular guys. Fighting is one thing, risking one's life is another, but why should he suffer such a humiliation? Anger surged within Yuan Zhong as his arms elongated into slender forelegs, his neck began to stretch upwards, and a pair of short horns sprouted from his head, fully unleashing his giraffe transformation. With his forelegs digging into the ground to stabilize himself, his hind legs closed in like chopsticks, pinning Murong-Yi. You like to spin, huh? They'll make you spin. The giraffe's hind legs slightly bent, then together they kicked forcefully against the wall, like a long spear, repeatedly stomping the same spot. Murong-Yi was trapped in the wall, leaving an irregular hole as the giraffe's attack grew faster, making the hole larger and causing the entire mine to shake with falling debris. This scene startled Wang Xingrui. This man was hitting hard. Hey, if you keep kicking, the whole mine will collapse. He clenched his fists, tightly dodging the falling rocks, while shouting, picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it. The stone hit the corner of the giraffe's eye, drawing a thin line of blood. Wang Xingrui's heart sank. Crap, this is bad. He only intended to attract the giraffe's attention so Murong-Yi could retaliate, never thinking he would actually injure it. The giraffe, just as he wished, stopped its attack, reverted to human form, wiped its finger across the corner of its eye, tasted the blood, and then approached him. Wang Xingrui turned to run. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But how could he outrun Yuan Zhong? Yuan Zhong raised his hand, his arms transforming again into bamboo-like shapes, rapidly growing forward. Wang Xingrui ultimately couldn't escape, pinned against the wall by Yuan Zhong, who was slowly approaching, his arms gradually shrinking. Big brother, save me. Wang Xingrui, in a last-ditch effort, shouted at the top of his lungs. At that moment, hundreds of invisible tentacles shot out from the irregular hole, wrapping around Yuan Zhong's limbs and pulling him into the hole. Sounds of a struggle erupted from within the hole, causing the mine to tremble again. After a while, the tremors ceased and the mine returned to calm, yet everyone's hearts simmered like boiling water, anticipating the final victor of this battle. Footsteps echoed from inside the irregular hole, and soon a dirt-covered figure emerged, dragging another person behind him and brushing the dust off his head. Finally, you're willing to call me brother. Roars. The mine filled with thunderous cheers. Everyone except the Thunder Leopard mercenary group was ecstatic. Wang Xingrui had no idea what they were so excited about, but seeing that Murong-Yi was unharmed, he genuinely felt a sense of relief. Murong-Yi held Yuan Zhong and walked up to Wang Xingrui, saying, this person's transformation is a giraffe, and his enhancement must be over 100. To develop a herbivorous reptilian transformation to such an extent, he deserves a score of 60. Did he maintain a half-human, half-deer form after unleashing his transformation? Can he still retain human? Yes, this is a type of differentiation ability, allowing one to use part of their transformation abilities while retaining their human form, facilitating increased combat power and reducing consumption. This person has decent control over his power, but his use of differentiation is poor. He could only sustain his transformation for a minute. True experts can make subtle controls over parts of their bodies unaffected by emotions instinctively using differentiation. For instance, I can differentiate my hair into tentacles. A typical box jellyfish has only about 100 tentacles, but I can differentiate all my hair into tentacles numbering up to tens of thousands. They act like my limbs under my control and can maintain this form 24 hours a day. How about that? Impressive, right? Differentiation is still too early for you. To possess such an ability requires extensive training and high innate talent. However, since you are my brother, I believe you have no issue with talent. Once you acquire your transformation, I will gradually teach you. Morong Yi proudly lifted his head. Wang Xingrui suddenly recalled that among the people he knew there was another who could use differentiation. The nanny from Wang Zuanya's family, Daiyu's mother. He envisioned the scene of the nanny releasing her Mianyang transformation, her body enveloped in thick fur, two human-like hands holding a tray. It looked exactly like Yuan Zhong earlier. Isn't this differentiation? No wonder Daiyu studies so well, the family genes are evident. Brother, the person we were waiting for has arrived, Morong Yi suddenly said. Wang Xingrui looked up to see three people standing across from them. Two were in black suits with icy expressions appearing to be under 30, while one was over 50 wearing a hat and a white striped shirt paired with casual pants. The man took off his hat revealing white hair and stepped forward asking, "May I ask who is Mr. Morong?" Wang Xingrui raised an eyebrow. He actually came. He is Long Yun, the billionaire boss of the Tianlong Group. Wang Xingrui had never seen such a high-level figure before and couldn't help but steal several glances. According to online media reports, 8 years ago Long Yun was just a small businessman in the aquatic industry. The reason he amassed such great wealth in 8 years was that he controlled the water source of City I. After the Beast Era, as the chaotic age just ended, even though the world had restored order, 5 great beings cleared a peaceful land for humanity. Yet for a long time humans still lived in the shadow of fear, huddling in their homes afraid to go outside, lest they encounter. The streets were empty. In such circumstances, living supplies gradually became scarce. Long Yun seized the opportunity, ventured out, and with his keen business acumen and extraordinary courage rallied a group of brothers to quickly seize a water plant in the city center and establish the Tianlong Group. He then began delivering bottled water door to door, enticing people to join by offering free water resources after employment. The influence of the Tianlong Group quickly expanded until it controlled all the water plants in City I. But Long Yun's ambition didn't stop there. He then extended his commercial reach to surrounding food processing plants. The rapid rise of the Tianlong Group ignited the entrepreneurial spirit in many people's hearts. They also began to emulate the Tianlong Group to seize various production sectors. However, at this point, the commercial empire of the Tianlong Group had already taken shape. Those emerging small businesses would be no match for it. The Tianlong Group used various strong-arm tactics to acquire half of the food production companies, ultimately becoming the leader in the food and beverage sector in City I. Since then, the Tianlong Group has become deeply entrenched in City I. Long Yun's net worth, one could say, has been soaring ever since. Wang Xingrui gave Morong Yi a nudge with his thumb. Long Yun wore a gentle smile. "Mr. Morong, I am Long Yun, here to pay my respects." Morong Yi ignored Long Yun. Long Yun was not offended. "Mr. Morong, with such great talent, why would you come to this small place? Is there anything I can do to assist you?" Although Long Yun could be considered Morong Yi's father by age, his attitude towards Morong Yi was as respectful as if he were facing an elder. In this world where humans devour each other and beasts devour humans, combat power is the primary factor determining a person's status. Long Yun's wealth is undoubtedly immense. But no matter how rich one is, he only has one life. He understands this principle deeply, so he lowered his posture from the very beginning. Morong Yi stood up and said, "I came here to make some money and also wanted to see your gene laboratory." Mentioning the gene laboratory, Long Yun maintained his smile. "Mr. Morong already possesses such a formidable transformation. Why are you still interested in my gene laboratory?" "I just lack funds and am purely curious, wanting to see what prehistoric transformations are like." This was the truth. Morong Yi wanted to see how strong prehistoric transformations are. He also wanted to give Wang Xingrui a prehistoric transformation as a gift for his coming of age. "If I agree to your request, what benefits can you offer me?" The businessman nature of Long Yun quickly revealed itself. Morong Yi pondered for a moment. "I can protect your son until he merges with his transformation." Long Yun's expression began to change. Currently, he was most worried about 3 things. One was the quantity of amber. The second was the security of the prehistoric genes. And the third, the most critical, was the safety of his son. Many people were eyeing the prehistoric genes. Even though he had already spread the news that the prehistoric transformations were in City, or such a tactic could only deceive some small fry. Truly smart people wouldn't be fooled like the person in front of him. "Mr. Murong's proposal is very tempting, but I have only this one son. I need to ensure that you have the ability to protect him. So may I ask how high Mr. Murong's enhancement is?" Long Yun didn't ask about Morong Yi's type of transformation, but directly inquired about the enhancement, as the enhancement of a transformation is the most intuitive representation of a person's strength. 128. Morong Yi casually replied. Long Yun stared at Morong Yi in shock, speechless for a long time. Even the icy faces of his 2 bodyguards showed obvious emotional fluctuations. The 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward, blocking Long Yun, and Wang Xingrui could see that both of them had become tense after Morong Yi announced his transformation enhancement. "Don't block me out. If I truly wanted to kill him, he would have already been dead when he entered." At this moment, Long Yun fell into deep thought, considering whether the other party was merely bluffing or truly possessed such strength. Being able to take down the Thunder Leopard mercenary group and deal with his 2 bodyguards was enough to prove Murongye's formidable strength. However, claiming that his transformation had a 128-fold enhancement seemed a bit unbelievable. After all, very few people exceed a 120-fold enhancement. Those who do belong to the world's top combat strength, who apart from the 5 great beings, almost no one can suppress them. How could someone like that appear here? At the same time, Long Yun also felt a strong sense of crisis. If the other party's identity was genuine and he was eyeing the prehistoric transformation, what should he do? In an instant, Long Yun's brain was racing, thinking of countermeasures, and he finally came to a conclusion. There was no solution, unless he could invite another person of the same level of power. Otherwise, there would be no answer to this problem. But even if he were to offer a lot of money, he could not possibly invite someone of Murongye's caliber. Having enough money is one thing. The key is that at this level it equates to being a city lord. They wouldn't care about money. Thus Long Yun was under immense pressure. Every word and step he took next had to be flawless, or a mistake would lead. Long Yun took a deep breath, lightly poking the ground twice with his cane, prompting the 2 bodyguards to step aside. Long Yun's forehead broke out in a layer of sweat, and he said sternly, "Mr. Murong, if you are willing to ensure my son's safety until he can merge with his transformation, the Tianlong Group is willing to offer 10 billion money as a reward, but I also ask Mr. Murong to guarantee that you won't make a move against the prehistoric genes. You think you are worthy to negotiate terms with me yet?" Murongye stood up, brushed off the dust from his body, and fixed his piercing gaze on him. "Even if I agree to you now, what if I suddenly change my mind after I see the prehistoric transformation? What can you do to me? Even if I were to kill you now and seize the prehistoric transformations in your laboratory, what could you do to me?" Long Yun's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He felt stifled, but could only endure it. Indeed, as Murongye said, what could he do? Even if he offered a hefty bounty for Murongye in the black market, no one would likely take on this task. Power determines one's voice. This is why he exerted himself to secure a prehistoric transformation for his son. In the present, power is everything. Wealth is ultimately external. Murongye's tone shifted, and he smiled. "I was just joking with you. Don't be so tense. One body cannot simultaneously possess 2 types of transformations. I have no use for that. I just want to broaden my horizons. If you are scared, just forget it. Pay me this month's salary, and I'll leave right now." Murongye walked step by step towards Long Yun, brushing past him. Wang Xingrui followed behind, but just as he was about to walk out of the mine, Long Yun immediately turned around. "Mr. Murong, please wait." He then turned towards Murongye and deeply bowed. "I beg you." Long Yun left the No. 3 mine waiting for them outside the mining area. Wang Xingrui asked, "Now that everyone is here, when shall we leave?" "You don't understand, do you? Businessmen are often suspicious. If you agree to him too readily, he might think you have ulterior motives and will be on guard against you. On the contrary, the more you make things difficult for him, the more anxious he will be, and afterward, he will trust you more. But we do have ulterior motives." An hour later, a Persian leopard came over carrying the disheveled Lu Xinro, whose hands and feet were bound. Lei smiled and said, "Mr. Murong, your matter has already been discussed by the boss with me. The boss instructed that if you are willing to agree to his request, please follow me." "What if I am unwilling?" Murongye laughed. "This is 50 million money along with this woman as an apology to your brother." The boss' exact words were that he wants to befriend Mr. Murong. Spending 50 million just to befriend Murongye. Truly a big boss. Lavish. Murongye didn't even touch the boxes, but glanced at Lu Xinro and asked, "What happened here?" "This woman sneaked out of the mine and was caught by our boss. She even reported that you were stealing amber from other mines and killing miners during the mining process. The boss ordered that she be handed over to you for handling." Wang Xingrui gazed at Lu Xinro with a complex expression. Murongye walked to Lei Yi's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him, saying, "She is clearly slandering us. You will handle this matter properly, right?" "Naturally," Lei Yi promised with a flicker in his eyes. Hearing their conversation, Lu Xinra's heart sank. During her time away, what had actually happened in the mine? Murongye had injured so many people. Even if their relationship wasn't mortal enemies, it was absolutely irreconcilable. If she could just stir things up a bit, she might be able to use that big boss to deal with Murongye, and if luck was on her side, even earn that big boss favor, making her future bright. But why? Why was the outcome completely different from what she had imagined? The Lei Leopard mercenary group treated Murongye with utmost respect. Even the boss of the Tianlong group was willing to befriend him. At this moment, Lu Xinro felt immense regret. She had clearly planned to leave the mine, had even filled out her resignation form, but upon returning and seeing Murongye, she felt a flicker of hesitation. As long as Murongye was around, she would receive 15,000 every month. If she could become his woman, perhaps she could obtain even more in the future. Unable to suppress her greed, she chose to stay. Looking back now, she realized she had made an incredibly foolish decision. Had she not returned to the mine, the 500,000 in her account would have allowed her to enjoy life for a while. If only she hadn't betrayed Murongye and Wang Xingrui, perhaps Wang Xingrui would have taken her along to meet the boss of the Tianlong group. What if? Lu Xinro lay on the ground, tears of regret and unwillingness streaming down her face. Am I going to die? After fighting hard in this damned mine for years, having finally saved 50,000, is this how it ends? No way. Lu Xinro looked around for a glimmer of hope, and suddenly her eyes lit up as she saw the reluctance in Wang Xingrue's eyes. So she began to twist her body, slowly moving towards Wang Xingrue, crying pitifully, her expression genuine and filled with real fear. Please, Xingrue, save me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have revealed our affair. Please, for the sake of me saving you before, for the sake of me bringing you food every day, spare my life. Xingrue, do you remember? When you had a fever, I got the fever medicine and hot water from the administrator. Do you know how difficult it was to climb up the mine with a bucket of hot water? My calves were all scalded. I can give you all my money. Please let Murong Yi spare my life. Lu Xinruo recounted the events that had transpired in the mine, hoping to stir up Wang Xingrue's memories. Wang Xingrue lowered his head, silent, his eyes revealing an increasingly intense hesitation. Murong Yi, can you? Before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud bang. Lu Xinruo's head suddenly exploded, blood splattering everywhere. The mercenaries around who had just recovered were startled by this sudden scene and instantly tensed up. Wang Xingrue looked at Murong Yi in shock. Murong Yi had his hands behind his head, whistling nonchalantly, looking away and not meeting Wang Xingrue's gaze. Seeing this, Lei Yi quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. The boss is waiting outside. Why don't we leave the mine? All right, Murong Yi replied. Lei Yi instructed his men, handle this place properly. Yes. Before leaving the mine, Wang Xingrue glanced back at Lu Xinruo's corpse, feeling a mix of emotions. After spending 2 months together, someone who had saved him ended up in such a tragic state. Lei Yi, Murong Yi, and Wang Xingrue crossed through the No. 1 mine, walking along the corridor. As they were about to exit the corridor, Lei Yi suddenly unleashed his transformation. His strong limbs moved swiftly, exploding into ultimate speed as he crossed through the passage. Murong Yi and Wang Xingrue were still somewhat confused. The next second, they heard Lei Yi shout from outside, "Power on!" Murong Yi frowned, sensing trouble, and grabbed Wang Xingrue, lifting off the ground. At that moment, time seemed to slow down infinitely. Blue arcs of electricity erupted around, sparking against the iron net, rapidly encroaching towards Murong Yi and Wang Xingrue. Just as the arc was about to touch Wang Xingrue, Murong Yi's 2 tendrils grasped either side of the corridor entrance like an elastic band, stretched to its limit, propelling them out of the passage at high speed. After they left the corridor, a series of crackling sounds followed. Wang Xingrue glanced back with lingering fear. Oh my, he finally understood what the iron net was for. If he hadn't come out just now, he would probably have been electrocuted. As they emerged, it was midday, the sun shining brightly. After being in the dark, damp mine for so long, the moment he saw the daylight, his body felt extremely uncomfortable. The sunlight was blinding, and he felt completely drained of energy. Murong Yi took off his clothes and draped them over Wang Xingrue, landing steadily in front of Lei Yi, looking at him. Lei Yi chuckled awkwardly a couple of times and backed away, saying, "Please don't misunderstand, the boss just wanted to test your strength to ensure your transaction with him is viable. Nothing more." Lei Yi was somewhat afraid that Murong Yi might lose control of his emotions and finish him off here. Murong Yi calmly said, "Let's go." Lei Yi breathed a sigh of relief and brought Murong Yi and Wang Xingrue before Long Yun, who greeted them with a warm smile while casually glancing at Lei Yi. Lei Yi nodded slightly. Then Long Yun smiled wider, saying, "Mr. Murong, I heard some commotion inside just now. Did something happen? What's going on?" Long Yun looked at Lei Yi. "When Mr. Murong came out, I electrified the passage." Long Yun's expression turned serious, and in a reproachful tone, he said, "Sai, I've told you all not to test Mr. Murong. I have complete confidence in Mr. Murong's strength. Oh, why did you still electrify the passage? Fortunately, it didn't hurt his brother. Otherwise, even if Mr. Murong wanted to kill you, I wouldn't stop him. So Mr. Murong, I'm willing to add another 500 million to the commission. Please don't refuse. Consider it some compensation for our nephew from me, on behalf of Lei Yi." In just a few sentences, he shifted the blame onto Lei Yi, cleaning himself of any responsibility. Murong Yi and Wang Xingrue watched quietly as Long Yun performed. Seeing his shrewd demeanor, this uncle must be a fox in disguise. Murong Yi smiled without speaking, not exposing him, then took out Wang Xingrue's card and handed it to Long Yun. Seeing this, Long Yun laughed. "Ha ha, Mr. Murong is a straightforward person. In that case, I will immediately have someone transfer 100 million to your card as a deposit." The blonde bodyguard took the bank card, tucked it into his pocket, then moved to an empty spot, unleashing his transformation into a giant white-headed eagle. Wang Xingrue's mouth opened slightly, staring at it in shock. Its head, neck, and tail feathers were as white as snow, while the rest of its body was dark brown. The orange-yellow claws bore 4 sharp black hooks. It stood proudly like a prince in a tuxedo, its arrogant eyes and perfect form highlighting its noble aura. Wang Xingrue couldn't help but think of Zhang Xuanyu. The white-headed eagle resembled the golden eagle, and he wondered if Xuanyu's golden eagle transformation would be this handsome as well. How exciting! The white-headed eagle spread its right wings, seemingly inviting everyone. Long Yun gestured for Murong Yi and Wang Xingrue to follow, then led the way, stepping onto the eagle's back. Wang Xingrue, feeling curious, lightly hopped on the wing twice. It felt like there was a layer of sponge on the stairs. Though the touch was soft, there was no sense of stepping into thin air. He crouched down, gently stroking the feathers, each feather warm and thick. Swoosh! Wang Xingrue pulled out a feather. A pair of eagle eyes immediately shot down. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Wang Xingrui straightened his chest, continuing to walk, casually hiding the nearly half-meter-long feather behind his back. Seeing this, Long Yun found it amusing, while also feeling it carried deeper meaning, casting a significant glance at Wang Xingrui. Even though he was being watched by the white-headed eagle, one would naturally show signs of unease in their behavior. A teenager meeting the gaze of a white-headed eagle, yet remaining so calm, is quite impressive. What Long Yun didn't know was that Wang Xingrui had undergone countless head-blasting experiences with Murong Yi, and his psychological defenses had become incredibly strong. Furthermore, with Murong Yi, who had just taken down 21 leopard transformations right in front of him, he didn't believe this white-headed eagle would dare to act against him in front of Murong Yi. Even if it did act, Wang Xingrui believed Murong Yi could protect him in the first instance. Perhaps Wang Xingrui himself had not yet realized that unknowingly his trust in Murong Yi had deepened to the extent that he could entrust his life to him. Once everyone had climbed onto the back of the white-headed eagle, it flapped its wings, kicking up a cloud of dust, and flew towards the setting sun. Wang Xingrui felt the wind flowing around him, opened his arms, closed his eyes, and savored the moment. Is this the feeling of flying? It was truly enchanting. How does it feel? A gentle and kind voice appeared beside him. Wang Xingrui opened his eyes and turned his head. Long Yun was sitting next to him, his gaze filled with goodwill. Murong Yi kept himself hidden, making it hard to approach. However, even the coldest person has a soft spot, and Long Yun was quite certain that this child was Murong Yi's soft spot. Since the path with Murong Yi was unfeasible, he planned to take a detour through his brother. The white-headed eagle, also known as the white-tailed sea eagle, has exceptional eyesight and can observe objects 10 kilometers away. It is a true pair of eyes from 1,000 miles away, capable of speeds up to 70 kilometers per hour. Given the current ecological changes and the rapid increase in animal populations, if it were in our era, this bird would be a nationally protected species, classified as a globally endangered species. Killing one would land you in prison. So what? Wang Xingrui replied. So do you want to have a white-headed sea eagle transformation? Long Yun asked enticingly. His meaning was clear. If you want it, I'll give you one. Long Yun learned from Lei Yi that Wang Xingrui had yet to undergo transformation. So the two brothers were likely aiming for a prehistoric transformation. Thus, Long Yun planned to take the initiative, tempting Wang Xingrui to fuse with another transformation first. In doing so, he not only offered a favor, but also eliminated a potential crisis. What's the amplification of it? Wang Xingrui and Murong Yi walked down the street. Wang Xingrui asked in confusion, are we really going to attend the interview? Otherwise, how will you get close to Long Yun? Wang Xingrui recalled the scene in the villa. Long Yun stood on the second floor, passionately declaring, everyone present is a top expert from various cities. Time is precious, so I won't say too much pleasantries. The prehistoric avatar represents not only my son, but also the future of the entire Tianlong group. It is a matter of great importance, and not informing you about the need for an interview is my fault. I am a businessman who values mutual benefit. Since you all are giving me face, I will not let your trip be in vain. If anyone is willing to participate in the upcoming interview and succeeds, I promise to double the conditions offered to you. Of course, for those unwilling to participate or who fail the interview, as long as you do not oppose me during my son's avatar fusion, I will transfer 200 million money to each of your accounts today. How about that? So good. Just by doing nothing we can get 200 million money. One of the twins playing poker questioned. Yes, Long Yun said with a smile, then what more is there to say? Let's go, brother. Okay, brother. They dropped the cards in their hands and stood up, walking towards the door, their movements perfectly synchronized, like looking in a mirror. As they stepped out the door, they suddenly pulled back at the same time. The twin brother turned around and grinned. Hee, just kidding. The twin brother mimicked, just kidding. They returned to the villa, sitting back in their previous positions. Spending time on such boring things serves no purpose other than highlighting your lack of intelligence. The man sitting by the window with silver long hair was holding an English book, which caught Wang Xingrui's attention. Wang Xingrui hesitated, wondering if he should remind him that he seemed to be holding the book upside down. The man lazily remarked, there's no need for any further testing. That minute just passed is something that money cannot buy back. I like efficiency, so please clarify the interview content in 3 sentences. The twin brother arrogantly approached the man reading, saying, hey, four eyes, who are you calling dumb? We're just trying to liven up the atmosphere since you all are quiet. Understand? You're holding the book upside down, You're holding the book upside down. Being called out twice must be quite embarrassing for that guy now. The man reading ignored the twin brothers and continued looking at his book. Long Yun smiled slightly as he looked at the people below. Except for the small prank by the twin brothers, everyone else remained in their positions, not moving an inch. This was the outcome he had hoped for, and the reason he had gathered these people. Being invited by a billionaire is itself a recognition of their strength. Entering this villa is akin to stepping into a circle of the strong. Whoever chooses to withdraw first admits they are inferior to the other 15. Apart from Long Yun and Wang Xingrui, everyone present is at a superhuman level, who doesn't hold a bit of pride in their hearts. There's no way they would concede without even trying in front of others. Long Yun laughed. All right, since no one is withdrawing, I suggest everyone introduce themselves. Just as he spoke halfway, a bodyguard suddenly stepped forward and reached out a hand towards Long Yun. A straight hair was grasped in his hand, hovering in front of Long Yun's eyes, just a millimeter away from piercing his left eye. Then, accompanied by the sound of pages turning, a cold voice came from below. You have 2 more sentences to speak. Long Yun swallowed hard, taking a step back, looking nervously downward. The twin brother maintained a dodging posture, angrily saying, "Hey, Four Eyes, you played dirty. You almost shot me, but if you have the guts, let's duel outside." The twin brother angrily shouted, "Duel outside." Others also turned their gazes towards the man, reading their eyes filled with hostility. The chubby man said, "Hey, that's too much. Although the old man is a bit verbose, if you kill him, who will fulfill the promise made?" A disheveled man in pajamas and shorts spoke up to diffuse the tension. "Everyone, don't be too nervous. This friend still knows his boundaries. He only shot at his left eye, not fatal." But the old man reading, "I still urge you to endure a bit longer. After all, so many people are relying on him, and if he gets killed now, things will get very complicated." Hearing the discussions below, Long Yun's heart raced, and he had the 4 bodyguards surround him. The strength of these people was indisputable, but their flaw was their murderous intent, making them hard to control. Long Yun dared not delay any longer. If he truly angered them, 4 bodyguards wouldn't be enough, so he hastily said the interview consists of 3 assessments. The first is to capture a super beast with an enhancement of over 80. Any species and life or death is irrelevant. The second is to deal with the people on the list and bring back a part of their body to the villa. The third is to complete the above 2 tasks before midnight tonight. It's now 1:15 p.m., which means they have less than 11 hours to complete the tasks. While Long Yun was speaking, a bodyguard casually threw down 16 lists. The twin brother stuck out his long tongue, quickly wrapping around 2 flyers in midair and retracting the list appearing in. He handed one of the lists to the twin brother. "Thank you, brother." Meanwhile, Murong Yi also used his tentacles to grab 2 flyers. The chubby man, the man reading, the shy boy in the corner, and the disheveled uncle remained in place, while the others leaped up to snatch the lists. Each list recorded the personal information of the targets. During the descent of the lists, everyone had already gotten a rough idea. The most crucial information was the type of avatar and enhancement multiplier. The weaker the avatar, the easier the interview would be. Among the 8 who jumped up, they all aimed for the last flyer that floated down, which had the highest enhancement multiplier. They grabbed the flyers simultaneously and landed, yet none of them let go. A disheveled man picked up the scattered list from the ground, keeping one for himself, before walking over to the man reading, placing the list in front of him. "Do you see anything you like?" The man reading casually picked one. "Thank you. No need for politeness." The disheveled man then placed the remaining lists in front of the chubby man. "Choose one." The chubby man selected the one with the lowest enhancement multiplier and extended his snack-filled hand. "Want to try?" "No need, I'm too old for that, not used to it." Then he walked over to the corner. "You don't have a list yet, take one." The timid boy in the corner quickly took a list and lowered. The disheveled man set the remaining lists aside. The first to leave the villa was the furied man reading, followed by the chubby man, and then Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui left together. Wang Xingrui looked at the list in his hand. Song Qingyu, female, age 24, water type, avatar, butterfly tail, fish, enhancement 80, O occupation model. "Who is your target?" Wang Xingrui asked. Chun Kong, male, age 43, reptile type, avatar, koala, enhancement 81, A occupation, fashion designer. Murong Yi smiled and said, "Our target occupations are quite complementary. Are we really going to kill someone to achieve our goals? Even if it's a person unrelated to us? Don't be so heavy. Let's catch the super beast first, we can talk about these 2 later." "What about him?" Wang Xingrui pointed behind. The disheveled uncle had been following them the whole time. Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui turned back simultaneously. The disheveled uncle smiled and waved his hand. "Hey, you two, let's go hunt the super beast together." "On what grounds? On what grounds?" Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui echoed. The disheveled uncle said, "More people means greater strength. If the 3 of us stick together, we can look out for each other, and hunting super beasts together is much faster than 2 people. Help me hunt a super beast first, and then I'll help you in return, a win-win situation." "No need. No need." Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui turned and walked away. The uncle hurriedly followed. "Hey, don't rush to refuse. I can share information with you. You are the last to arrive. Have you learned about what your competitors are like and what their weaknesses are?" Hearing the uncle's words, Wang Xingrui did not immediately refuse this time. He looked at Murong Yi. Murong Yi confidently said, "There's no need for that." Wang Xingrui shrugged at the uncle and continued walking forward. The uncle didn't give up. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Yu Gong. Yu means extra and Gong means straightforward. My avatar is a golden eagle. I know where to find super beasts with an enhancement of 80, and I can take you there directly to save at least an hour of time." Upon hearing the uncle's avatar, Wang Xingrui's eyes narrowed, and he immediately stopped, turning to ask, "Your avatar is a golden eagle. Oh, what's wrong?" The disheveled uncle asked in confusion. "It's nothing. My avatar really is a golden eagle." The disheveled uncle thought Wang Xingrui didn't believe him and directly released his avatar. A giant golden eagle blocked their path. Its dark brown feathers resembled armor, and its sharp gaze was intimidating. It had 4 talons, 3 pointing forward and 1 backward, each equipped with a sharp black, curved hook at least 20 centimeters long. Wang Xingrui circled the golden eagle, examining it closely. He couldn't help but compare it with the bald eagle in his mind. Both had similar sizes, but their temperaments were completely different, one like a prince of the sky, the other like a tyrant. "Is this what Xuan Yu will look like in the future?" The golden eagle is definitely cooler. Morong Yi asked, what do you have a friend with a fused golden eagle avatar? Wang Xingrui shook his head. The flying speed of the golden eagle ranks among the top 3 in flying type avatars. Initially, I wanted a golden eagle avatar, but it's rare to find one with an enhancement over 100, so I gave up. Perfect timing, our meeting is fate. Although you couldn't have a golden eagle avatar, I can carry you and let you experience the feeling of flying as a golden eagle. Wang Xingrui was still contemplating. Morong Yi looked at Wang Xingrui with a doting gaze. It settled then. In the high sky, a figure darted through the clouds. Wang Xingrui sat atop the golden eagle, his face unable to hide his excitement and joy. Wow, this is exhilarating. Uncle, your avatar's enhancement should exceed 80, so theoretically your flying speed can reach supersonic. Can you fly a little faster? Indeed, my speed can reach supersonic, but for your safety this is already the fastest. If I speed up more you will be thrown off. The golden eagle replied. Uncle, you're so impressive. Why do you want to hunt super beasts with us? Wang Xingrui asked loudly. I just have a powerful avatar, but I've been cooped up at home and have no experience in hunting beasts. Then you shouldn't be short on money. Why accept Boss Long Yun's invitation? Everyone in the villa accepted Boss Long Yun's invitation, not for money. When Long Yun invited these people, he promised not only a huge reward, but also some additional conditions. For instance, the one sitting in the corner, Long Yun promised that once the task was completed, he would find him a girlfriend. And that guy over there stuffing his face with snacks at the dining table, his shirt can't contain his belly button. Long Yun promised that once the task was completed, he would hire the world's top chef to serve him for free for 3 years. Keep in mind, a top chef not only earns over 100 million annually, but also takes pride in their culinary art. Exploring the ultimate taste is their lifelong goal. Asking them to dedicate 3 years of their time to become someone's property is the greatest insult. To meet the chubby man's request, Long Yun not only offered astronomical rewards to that top chef, but also leveraged extensive connections. Using both persuasion and pressure, that top chef ultimately agreed. And that's just for hiring a chef. Top chefs can often turn the simplest dishes into the most exquisite flavors, but what if they're given the finest ingredient? In this era, the finest ingredients are nothing but the meat of super beasts. Take ordinary fish, for example. The meat of super beasts is several times more delicious than regular fish, and of course, it's priced several times higher. Tools, ingredients, chefs, all combined amounts to astronomical figures over 3 years. In City G, Wang Xingrui stood outside a tall wall, turning to Yu Geng and asking, are you sure there are super beasts with an amplification above 80 inside? Of course, my home is in City G. I used to work here and know this forest very well. Most of the creatures inside are super beasts with amplifications above 50. Wang Xingrui looked up, unable to see the top of the wall, as if a chasm had fallen from the sky. This wall must be at least 100 meters high. Wang Xingrui said. Yu Geng replied. It's 50 meters high and 210 meters wide. The wall is constructed from special materials and is very sturdy. Follow me, the entrance is this way. The 3 of them arrived at the entrance. 2 police officers immediately saluted upon seeing Yu Geng. Mr. Yu Geng took out an ID from his pocket. One of the officers took the ID and used a scanner to... The scanner displayed Yu Geng's information with the word qualified appearing in green. The officer returned the ID to Yu Geng with both hands. These 2 are my friends. I'm taking them inside, and if anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Yes. The officer saluted again. Then one of the officers walked to a 3-meter-high iron door and summoned his avatar, a lion-tailed macaque. The ordinary lion-tailed macaque had a face covered in white whiskers, while its fur was black, resembling an elderly man. Typically measuring between 40 to 70 centimeters in length, the avatar released by the officer clearly grew to 2 meters tall. It grabbed the bottom edge of the door with both hands and lifted it forcefully, producing a loud metallic screech as the iron door slowly ascended. Let's go. Wang Xingrui pulled Morong Yi aside and whispered, I'll wait for you outside. If possible, I hope you can help me hunt a super beast avatar, and I'll owe you one more favor. Aren't you going in? Morong Yi asked curiously. Once I go in, I'll only be a burden to you. It's better to stay. Wang Xingrui replied. The way you say it makes it sound like you won't be a burden if you don't go in. Do you think I can hunt super beasts inside with you alone outside? Morong Yi lightly flicked Wang Xingrui's forehead and said, don't overthink it. Just follow me and you'll be doing me a huge favor. I feel that the uncle's status here is not low, and since I'm brought by him, no one should dare to target me. You go in by yourself. Why is this stubborn kid so obstinate? I haven't said anything yet. You're being all dramatic here. It's not a matter of being dramatic. You need to team up with Yu Geng to hunt 3 super beasts with amplifications above 80, but you don't even know the amplification of the super beasts in there. An amplification above 80 means the super beasts could have an amplification of 90 or even 100. If I become a distraction during your hunt, the consequences won't be trivial. I know what I'm doing, just come in with me. Not going. Are you going in or not? Not going. You. 5 minutes later. Have you 2 finished chatting? Could you please hurry up? The lion-tailed macaque holding the iron door urged through gritted teeth. Coming. Morong Yi used a tentacle to wrap around Wang Xingrui and carried him through the iron door. Yu Geng was already waiting for them in the tunnel behind the door. The tunnel was 200 meters long with searchlights installed on both sides and a layer of iron plates on the ground. All the way Yugong observed Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui, who remained silent. This surprised Yugong. Upon seeing his work environment, neither Murong Yi nor Wang Xingrui tried to probe. Had they guessed it already, or did they simply disdain to inquire? Inside the walls was a vast primitive forest, lush with greenery resembling a sea of trees. Yugong walked in front while Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui followed behind. Wang Xingrui surveyed the surroundings, feeling nervous yet excited. Is this the forest? It's my first time seeing this in my whole life. The TV said there are all kinds of exotic beasts in the forest. Why haven't I seen any yet? Be careful, the territorial awareness of the creatures here is very strong. The sense on us will quickly attract some super beasts. Since it's summer, the exotic beasts are in their foraging phase, so try not to make eye contact with them. Come on. Wang Xingrui was starting to get impatient. Murong Yi patted Wang Xingrui on the shoulder and reassured him, don't be afraid, I'm here. Wang Xingrui responded with a faint Suddenly a rustling sound came from the tree above, and something darted past a nearby trunk, startling Wang Xingrui, who hurriedly moved closer to Murong Yi. Murong Yi steadied him and comforted, it's just a squirrel. A squirrel? Where is it? Wang Xingrui quickly searched. Murong Yi chuckled, don't look for it, a squirrel with a 50-fold amplification moves faster than you can see right now. The trio continued forward, and before long a brown-yellow wild boar suddenly passed in front of them. Strangely, its head and body were separated. The body was running ahead with its legs in the air, while the head chased behind. An utterly illogical scene unfolded before their eyes. Yugong came to a halt, saying, stop for a moment, there are ants 50 meters ahead. Ants? That's one of the most dangerous creatures listed by the Earth Alliance. We just entered the forest, and we've already encountered them. Wang Xingrui quickly walked to Yugong's side, asking where. Yugong pointed ahead, saying, there are 2 ants beneath that wild boar's body, and there's one under the pig's head as well. Following Yugong's indication, Wang Xingrui spotted 2 thumb-sized ants hiding beneath the massive body, which could lift a wild boar weighing hundreds of times their own size. Nature had crafted a miracle. Murong Yi noticed that Wang Xingrui was getting too close to Yugong and frowned slightly, stepping forward to say, those are the hunting sickle ants, known for their solitary combat style and agility. Their tails have stingers used to inject venom into their prey. Although ordinary hunting sickle ants are less than 2 centimeters in size, they can lift objects weighing 400 times their own weight. So that means the basic amplification of those 3 ants is 400 times, and if you add in the compounded amplification, their amplification factor is at least 800. Wang Xingrui asked, dumbfounded. Correct, that's why they can easily lift a wild boar. Murong Yi proudly displayed his knowledge, waiting for Wang Xingrui to look at him with admiration. Damn. Wang Xingrui couldn't help but curse. He had never dared to imagine an avatar with an 800-fold amplification. What would it be like if a person's strength increased by 800 times? An ordinary person's punch generates a force of 150 kilograms, which when amplified by 800 times equals 120 tons of force. And that's just for an ordinary person. If one were to train a bit more, it would be simply invincible. Wang Xingrui gazed at Murong Yi with fiery eyes, asking, can you help me catch one? No, while the hunting sickle ant can enhance a person's strength, its future development potential is limited and not suitable for you. How is it not suitable? I like this type of avatar. Murong Yi, I'm begging you. Wang Xingrui pleaded desperately. Whether he could obtain a prehistoric avatar was still uncertain, but a super beast avatar with an 800-fold amplification was right in front of him. This was his ideal avatar. If he missed it, he would regret it for a lifetime. Yugong, who was nearby, noticed Wang Xingrui's words and felt somewhat surprised. This kid hasn't merged with an avatar, yet dares to enter such a place. It seems he has great confidence in his brother's strength. No, Murong Yi still refused Wang Xingrui's request. Yugong also advised, while hunting sickle ants prefer to fight alone, they will seek help from their companions if harmed. They will mark a scent on their prey for their companions to track, and they move quickly. It wouldn't be wise to hunt them under such circumstances. What's there to fear? Even if they're fast, can they surpass you? Once we deal with these 3 ants, you can immediately take me and Murong Yi outright. Yugong shook his head, saying, you've underestimated them. The Ant Queen also possesses flight capabilities. If they swarm out, our chances of survival are very slim. At that moment, a short distance ahead, 3 gray wolves slowly approached, drawn by the scent of blood. They had been following the wild boar for a long time, and after confirming that Murong Yi and the others were not competing with them for food, they prepared to enjoy this free meal. As one of the gray wolves bit into the wild boar's body to drag it away, the leaves lying flat on the ground suddenly trembled slightly. Then one after another hunting sickle ants jumped out from beneath the leaves, landing on the legs of the gray wolf. They began to bite into the gray wolf's fur, their stingers piercing into its body. The 3 gray wolves frantically clawed at the nearby trees, attempting to crush the ants on their legs through this method. Each scratch dug deeper, and although their size was only about 1 meter, after just 3 strong swipes, the tree they were clawing at, which was thick enough for 2 people to hug, fell with a loud crash. The other 2 wolves followed suit, but it had no substantial effect. The excruciating pain continued to torment them. The anguished howls echoed throughout the forest, and more hunting sickle ants gathered, climbing onto the bodies of the gray wolves, completely enveloping them like a mass of wolf shadows. It felt as if the three gray wolves had fallen into a trap set by the hunting sickle ants with the severed wild boar's heads serving as bait to draw them in. Can such small ants possess such high intelligence? When ants encounter a fire, they will huddle together and roll out of the flames as a ball. The outermost layer may get scorched, but the innermost layer remains unharmed. This is the instinct for survival. As for designing traps to lure prey, it is merely a survival strategy that ants have evolved to adapt to their environment. Wang Xingrui, having missed out on the avatar he longed for, felt unwilling but had no other options. Seeing Murong Yi notice his dejection, he comforted. If you really want an ant avatar, I can help you catch one after we finish our task. Wang Xingrui's eyes lit up. Really? With Murong Yi's promise, a smile finally appeared on Wang Xingru. Yugung thought to himself that it sounded easy, but catching a super beast ant was not something that could just be done. Bang bang. In the center of the forest, two loud noises erupted. Yugung exclaimed with excitement, found it. The three rushed toward the sound and discovered a giant brown bear under a tree that stood several dozen meters tall. The amplification factor of the super beast exceeded 80, which would show some differences in size compared to super beasts below 80 amplification or ordinary exotic beasts. This difference has no specific pattern, as some are much larger than their kind, while others are much smaller. This is one way people judge the amplification factor of super beasts. The brown bear not far away was twice the size of an ordinary brown bear, resembling a small giant. Dozens of bees circled around it, while the bear was oblivious, contentedly licking at a half piece of honeycomb on the ground. Wang Xingrui looked up at the top of the tree. A 1-meter-high beehive hung like a curtain on the trunk, honey continuously flowing out and falling to the ground. Countless worker bees were repairing the already broken hive. This is what I meant, a super beast with an amplification above 80. Are you referring to the bees or the bear? Murong Yi asked. Of course I'm talking about the bear. Every year around this time, the bear collects honey. It finds the largest hive and strikes the main trunk of the tree. Interestingly, it always strikes with just the right amount of force, knocking down half of the hive, while leaving the rest to ensure it has honey to eat in the following years. If there's only one bear, who gets the kill? Wang Xingrui asked. Yugung laughed, saying, don't worry, there are 6 bears in this forest with amplifications over 80, and there are also 2 lynxes with amplifications above 80. You won't be going back empty-handed. However, I have one request. While we're helping you hunt the super beast, you still have the audacity to make a request. Yugung smiled awkwardly and said, my request is simple. Boss Long asks us to each bring back 1 super beast regardless of life or death, so I hope you don't kill them. Can we capture them alive? Yugong's duty was to ensure the integrity of this forest. He could neither let the super beasts inside escape, nor allow outsiders to come in and hunt indiscriminately. If it were just about hunting the brown bear, Yugung could handle it himself, but capturing it alive was a bit challenging for him alone, which is why he had sought out Murong Yi. Sure, Murong Yi readily agreed. But I want to know, besides you, there are 15 other people in the villa. Why choose us? Do you think that even if we wanted to go on a killing spree after you brought us into the forest, you would have the ability to control us? Don't misunderstand. Just like a small ant can defeat a gray wolf, I never judge a person's ability solely based on their appearance. Bringing you into the forest is not a sign of looking down on you. Yugung chuckled, saying, can we first get down to business, then talk about other things? Murong Yi replied, the bear has already been dealt with for you. What? Yugung didn't react immediately, turning his head to see the brown bear lying dead nearby. He looked at Murong Yi with a smile, but his mood was slightly heavy. Oh dear, I seem to have brought in an extraordinary character. His avatar can attack remotely, yet is invisible. Could it be a chameleon? Chameleons can become invisible by changing their color, and their only means of remote attack is through their tongues. Yet he was just talking to me without any sign of attacking. No, my thinking has gone astray. Who says that an avatar that cannot be seen is solely due to a change in body color? Perhaps his avatar is inherently transparent. My mind raced through the species of transparent super beasts. Glass butterflies, glass squids, transparent shrimp, jellyfish. An avatar that is inherently transparent and has remote attack capabilities possessing both characteristics. Should be a glass squid or a jellyfish. To have such strength at such a young age is truly enviable, Yugung remarked. Let's skip the pleasantries and talk about the reason I sought your help is because of him. Yugung smiled as he looked at Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui, puzzled, pointed at himself and asked, because of me? Wang Xingrui from K City has a father named Wang Kaming and a mother named Lu Duan. He attended Huaning Middle School for junior high and is about to graduate. Wang Xingrui frowned and remained silent. Murong Yi stood in front of Wang Xingrui and asked, are you investigating my brother? Don't misunderstand, I haven't investigated him. It's just that last week his information came into my hands, Yugung hurriedly explained. Then he said to Wang Xingrui, the owner of Xinghui Building Lin, you should know him, right? He is suspected of murder, kidnapping minors, forcing minors to consume metamorphoses, and employing child labor, among other serious crimes. K City police discovered 83 victims under the age of 15 on the 3rd underground level of Xinghui Building, including 14 deceased children. According to victim descriptions, Lin had sent people to force them to consume silkworm metamorphoses, which caused those 14 children to die from psychological exhaustion as they produced silk continuously for 24 hours. The Lord of K City has already issued a global arrest warrant for Lin. Over the past 6 months, all information regarding people related to Lin Yi has been sent to me, including yours. So you think I'm an accomplice of Lin Yi and want to arrest me, eh? Wang Xingrui asked. On the contrary, the information in my hands shows that you had contact with Lin Yi 2 months ago and even took something from him. Lin Yi and his subordinates are currently missing. Previously, when you were at the mine, Lin Yi's people couldn't get in, so you were safe. But now that you are out, I'm worried they might come after you, which is why I've been following you. As he spoke, Yu Geng gently pulled Wang Xingrui to his side, saying, the information I received indicates that you are an only child. Morong Yi observed Yu Geng's actions with a wary eye. Does he suspect my identity? Wang Xingrui took a step back, standing next to Morong Yi, and said, don't worry, he is not Lin Yi's man and hasn't forced me to do anything. On the contrary, I am curious about you. There are 4 cities between G City and K City, and we have no ties. Why do you want to protect me? Half for the sake of justice in my heart and half for the sake of merit. You should have guessed my identity. Indeed, I am a member of the World Alliance organization. This case has a severely negative impact on society, drawing the attention of the World Alliance organization. All active personnel have received orders to arrest Lin Yi. Publicly capturing Lin Yi would be a significant achievement that would benefit my future career. Privately, such a beast that harms children deserves to be punished. If I encounter them, resolving it won't be difficult for me even without a reward, as it would be a good deed. Wang Xingrui looked at Morong Yi. Yu Geng's logic was coherent, but the truth remained to be assessed. Ultimately, it was up to him to decide. Let's go find the links, Morong Yi said casually. Wang Xingrui observed his reaction and had a rough idea. He turned to Yu Geng and said, please lead the way. Yu Geng was momentarily taken aback. Okay. They just believe him. No further questions. These 2 brothers are quite naive. On the way, Yu Geng carried a brown bear on his shoulder, clearly explaining the habits of the lynx and repeatedly emphasizing not to kill it and to capture it alive. The lynx belongs to the feline family, significantly larger than a cat, but much smaller than a leopard. It has black tufts on its ears, is agile, and prefers to feed on wild rabbits and rodents, making it extremely rare in this forest. After following the tracks to find the lynx, Morong Yi took only a second to bring down 2 lynxes. Soon the 3 of them appeared at the end of the tunnel, each carrying a prey, and the person responsible for opening the door was waiting there. Upon seeing the 3 return, the person responsible for opening the door's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed like they were all enhanced beasts with an amplification of over 80. There are only 8 enhanced beasts in the entire forest with an amplification over 80, each being priceless. To take them out, a document signed by the city lord is required. A layer of sweat appeared on the forehead of the person responsible for opening the door, and he nervously asked, Mister, I ask, do you have the document? No, I just need to borrow these 3 enhanced beasts for a few hours, and will return them. It's not a big deal, no need to trouble the city lord. The person responsible for opening the door looked conflicted. Yu Geng continued, your responsibility is to guard the door and prevent outsiders from entering. My responsibility is to safeguard the enhanced beasts and prevent them from escaping. Let's each perform our duties. Even if something happens, as your superior, the city lord won't blame you for it. Open the... Yes. The person responsible for opening the door released the lion-tailed monkey metamorphosis and slowly lifted the metal door. At this moment, Wang Xingrui stepped forward, using one hand to grasp the edge of the door frame and pull up. The lion-tailed monkey looked visibly stunned. Morong Yi hurriedly pulled him back. What are you doing? It's already difficult for someone releasing a metamorphosis to lift it. Why are you meddling? I just wanted to see how heavy this door is. This door looks like a regular metal door, but is actually made of 3 layers of materials. The outermost layer is a highly corrosion-resistant titanium alloy, the middle layer is tungsten metal with a high melting point, and the innermost layer is the hardest synthetic diamond. The metal door weighs 9.3 tons, and even a beast with over 100 amplification cannot easily break through it. Lifting it also requires a metamorphosis with over 50 amplification. The lion-tailed monkey slowly lifted the iron door above its head. Yu Geng and the others walked out beside him. Wang Xingrui turned back as the door slowly lowered, feeling a sense of amazement. Even the guards are this powerful. Today has truly opened my eyes. Yu Geng carried Morong Yi and Wang Xingrui back to I City. Since they still had to deal with the people on their list, carrying the enhanced beasts was inconvenient, so they planned to store the beasts temporarily at the villa and return them after completing their tasks. Upon returning to the villa on the first floor, there was a person sitting by the window reading a book, seemingly having never left. On the second floor, 4 bodyguards stood outside Long Yun's room. The prey was carelessly thrown on the floor. Yu Geng looked up and said, these are the enhanced beasts we captured alive, temporarily placed here until the interview is over, after which we will take them away. A bodyguard jumped down from the second floor, took out 3 syringe-sized tubes from his pocket, and tossed them with precision, inserting them into each enhanced beast. The ends automatically stretched outward, and when the bright red liquid gradually filled the tubes, the bodyguard removed them and held them between his fingers. This is the fee for watching the enhanced beasts. Is that all right? No problem, Yu Geng replied. Humans do not necessarily need to consume the flesh of enhanced beasts to fuse with their metamorphoses. Their blood also contains complete DNA, and consuming the blood can achieve the same effect. There are many merchants selling enhanced beasts on the market. They want directly sell high-quality enhanced beasts because those with high amplification are expensive and extremely difficult to capture with very few able to afford them. An enhanced beast with an amplification of 50 has a market price of 80 million. However, for a vial of blood, only 10 million is needed. Moreover, selling enhanced beasts is a one-time transaction, while selling enhanced beast blood can continue for a decade or more as long as the beasts do not die. The sales volume is much better than selling enhanced beasts directly. The 3 tubes of blood in the bodyguard's hand are worth at least 600 million. Wang Xingrui stepped forward and asked, "Has that person over there never left?" "He has already passed the interview," the bodyguard said. "Are you saying he has completed both of his tasks?" Wang Xingrui asked in disbelief. "Yes," the bodyguard confirmed succinctly. Yu Geng, Murong Yi, and Wang Xingrui all turned to look at the man sitting by the window with surprise. He passed the interview in just 1 hour. Those invited to the villa by Long Yun are certainly not ordinary individuals. "Let's go, don't stare. We still have work to finish." Murong Yi patted Yu Geng and Wang Xingrui on the shoulder and turned to walk out with Yu Geng following. Wang Xingrui kept his eyes on the man by the window as they left the villa. Seemingly sensing his gaze, the man looked up and made eye contact with Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui smiled, and the man ignored him and continued reading. Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui's targets were both in I City in the Western District. Yu Geng's target was not in the same city as Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui, so they temporarily parted ways. Wang Xingrui walked down the street holding an ice pop in one hand while looking at the list in the other, saying, "I just glanced at Yu Geng's flyer and found a problem. All 3 of our targets have 2 common points. Their metamorphosis amplification is above 80, and they are all competitors of Tianlong Group in the market. This old man, under the guise of an interview, first uses us to hunt down expensive enhanced beasts, then uses us to eliminate his rivals. Once the interview is over, he can sell the enhanced beasts, not only recovering costs, but possibly making a profit, rapidly expanding his future business territory. This old fox really knows how to play the game. No wonder he's a billionaire boss calculating so cleverly." Murong Yi asked, "The list only has some basic information. How do you know these 3 are competitors of Tianlong Group?" "I found it online. Moreover, based on the information I found, our targets may have some unusual connections, and I mean personal connections. Does it matter? They are merely chips for us to approach Long Yun." Murong Yi said nonchalantly while licking his. "I'm not interested in their private lives, but since we have to act, it's still important to know ourselves and our enemies," Wang Xingrui replied. "Knowing yourself and your enemy means you will win every battle. This saying applies when both sides are equally matched. Do you think they are on par with us?" Wang Xingrui thought to himself, "I don't have a metamorphosis, and you have to fight 2 opponents. Overall, it should be about even, right? Are you nervous?" Murong Yi asked. "A little. I know you are very strong and can take down the brown bear in the forest, but humans and bears are different." Murong Yi looked at Wang Xingrui, calmly finishing the last bite of his sweet cone. The scene shifted to Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui in a room. On the bed lay a naked couple, both of them rolling their eyes. As they unleashed their instincts, Murong Yi simultaneously destroyed their brains with his tentacles, and the situation progressed unexpectedly smoothly. "You really guessed right. The relationship between these 2 is indeed unusual," Murong Yi said. "You go cut off their ears and our mission will be 2/3 complete." Wang Xingrui turned to the kitchen, grabbed a fruit knife, and suppressing his urge to vomit, cut off the ears of both individuals. He then wiped the fingerprints off the knife with his clothing and returned it to the kitchen. "Let's go." When the 2 returned to the villa, it was 6:30 in the evening. Long Yun had already prepared dinner, and the long table on the first floor was filled with dishes, both meat and vegetables. Besides Long Yun sitting at the head of the table, there were already 4 people seated on either side. A long-haired man who didn't take his hands off his book, a timid young boy, and a gluttonous fat man. There was also a girl with 2 bun hairstyles. Everyone was separated by a seat, maintaining a safe distance. The ranking of everyone's strength was already evident in the seating arrangement. The closer the seat was to Long Yun, the earlier the arrival, and the stronger the strength. After Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui presented their spoils, they sat on one side of the long table and began to feast. Following them were the twin brothers. They originally walked into the villa in high spirits, but upon seeing so many people at the dinner table, they immediately fell silent. "What's so great about that? It's just that they arrived a bit earlier." "Brother, sit here," the twin brother said. "Okay, brother." The twin brother sat at the end of the table. "What are you sitting there for? Come over here," the twin brother chastised him fresh. "All right, brother." The twin brother picked up a large plate of roasted goose before sitting beside his brother. The reason he sat at the end of the table was that he had his eyes set on that plate of roasted goose. During the meal, people gradually walked into the villa. By 8 o'clock, with 4 hours remaining until the end of the interview, everyone at the dinner table had left to return to their rooms, but Wang Xingrui still had not seen Yu Geng. It wasn't that Wang Xingrui was particularly concerned about Yu Geng, he just felt that the guy gave a decent first impression. He had previously asked Murong Yi what he thought of Yu Geng, wondering if his words were partly true or partly false. Murong Yi's answer was that he didn't care. Murong Yi interrogated Yu Geng merely as a formality. He didn't actually expect Yu Geng's answer. What are the chances that 2 people meeting for the first time will share heartfelt words? The answer is 0. However, he couldn't show indifference, otherwise it would be challenging to continue coexisting with Yu Geng. Since he was to protect Wang Xingrui, keeping him around was acceptable. However, as long as he dared to do anything to harm Wang Xingrui regardless of whether Yu Geng's words were true or false, and who he really was Murong, Yi would turn him into a certain kind of person, dead. This was such a domineering and reassuring answer. At 11:58 in the evening, everyone had returned to their rooms to rest with only the bodyguard waiting at the door constantly glancing at the time on his wrist. After the minute hand moved one tick and the second hand was about to make a full rotation, Yu Geng hurriedly ran into the villa. Sorry, I was helping a child with homework and came late. The next morning at 8 o'clock, 16 people summoned by Long Yun gathered on the first floor. Among them 8 were wrapped in bandages glaring angrily at Long Yun. If it weren't for Long Yun being a business tycoon and having promised them some irresistible conditions, they would have pounced on him and torn him apart when they returned to the villa last night. The information on the list did not match the actual targets at all. Some held lists that indicated a target enhancement of 84, only to find out during the confrontation that the opponent's enhancement had already surpassed 100. Then a tragic battle ensued. Underestimating the opponent's strength during a melee could cost lives, especially when the actual enhancement of the target was 20 times greater than what was listed. What does 20 times mean? For example, it's like 2 10-year-old children fighting, and suddenly one of the children transforms into an adult towering at 1 meter 80. How could they even fight in such a case? If those 7 could return alive, it would mean they had exhausted all their luck. After suffering a beating and nearly losing their lives, it's easy to imagine how intense their anger towards Long Yun was upon their return to the villa. They needed Long Yun to give them an explanation. Everyone, I believe you have noticed that the information on the flyer has some discrepancies with the actual targets. Along would like to apologize for that. However, I must clarify that this is also part of the interview process. There are 26 cities worldwide and countless individuals covet the prehistoric avatars. In the upcoming months, the enemies you all will face are unknown. Unknown strengths, unknown identities. I cannot investigate each of these enemies individually and present their identity information to you. Therefore, I can only mislead you to test your strength and adaptability. 16 lists, all target avatars had enhancements ranging from 90 to 105. Those who fail to eliminate their targets will be considered failures in the interview. Long Yun addressed the 8 individuals. I apologize for making you come all the way to city. But as I mentioned earlier, even if you do not pass the interview, my promises to you remain valid. You're playing us. Do you even realize that your so-called interview nearly got us killed? If you had clarified beforehand that the information on the list was inaccurate, we would at least have taken precautions and might have completed the task. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, as I mentioned earlier, this is part of the interview process. Damn you. Mr. Lee's anger erupted, suddenly releasing his avatar. The Australian demon lizard, a 2-meter-tall, earth-colored humanoid lizard, appeared before everyone. Its body was covered in enormous spiked scales with 2 massive spikes resembling horns growing above its eyes and a fist-sized fleshy lump fixed at its neck. Wang Xingrui's eyes lit up at the sight. His fists clenched and his entire body began to tremble with excitement. He had never seen such an avatar before. Although it was ugly, it exuded an overwhelming aura, radiating a dangerous presence like a devil crawling out of hell. Unconsciously, Wang Xingrui took 2 steps forward, but the next second he was pulled back by Murong Yi, who knocked his head lightly. You see a novel avatar and rush forward without considering the situation around you. We're about to engage in battle and you want to run over. Are you out of your mind? What kind of avatar is that? The Australian demon lizard looks intimidating, but is useless. If its enhancement multiplier isn't high, its overall strength is inferior to that of a tiger avatar. For bodyguards shielded Long Yun behind them. Yu Geng saw that both sides were about to clash, so he hurriedly stepped in between them, acting as a mediator. Don't fight, don't fight. Everyone coming together is fate. This is none of your business, step aside. The humanoid giant lizard spoke human language. Calm down, everyone's interview procedures are the same. Just because you failed the interview doesn't mean you can vent your anger on the examiner. Besides, he has promised you he will give you what is due. If you continue to behave irrationally as a grown man, isn't that a bit petty? After Yu Geng finished speaking, Long Yun, who was behind the bodyguards, frowned. Was he mediating or adding fuel to the fire? This guy couldn't be doing this on purpose, could he? Sure enough, Mr. Lee was stunned for a few seconds, then roared angrily without saying a word and swung his hand. Seeing the spiked fist coming towards him, Yu Geng instantly transformed his arms into tumtor-long wings overlapping in front of him. The fist struck the wings, causing a muffled sound to erupt from the villa. Yu Geng remained unmoved while Mr. Lee retreated half a step. With his wings spread wide, Yu Geng smiled and said, "Friend, let's call it a day. If this continues, it won't be pretty for anyone." Mr. Lee snorted coldly, realizing his strength was slightly inferior, and his tone softened a bit. "I demand a retest." Just as Long Yun was in a difficult position, Murong Yi's voice suddenly rang out. The Australian demon lizard looks intimidating, but is useless. If its enhancement multiplier doesn't exceed 80, its overall strength is weaker than that of an ordinary tiger avatar. All eyes were instantly drawn to this clear voice. If Yu Geng had just been pricking Mr. Lee's heart with needles, then Murong Yi's words were like a knife stabbing directly into Mr. Lee's heart. Noticing the sudden silence in the environment around him, Wang Xingrui sighed. It was this again. Why was he always so precise with his timing when speaking? Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled. The humanoid giant lizard walked heavily to stand before Murong. Yi lowered its head, its eyes sharp, and said in a deep voice, "Repeat what you just said." The spikes on the humanoid giant lizard were less than a centimeter away from Murong Yi's eyes. Murong Yi calmly raised his head, just about to speak. Suddenly Wang Xingrui interjected, "You can't win against him." This was of course directed at the humanoid giant lizard. Although Murong Yi was a bit neurotic, his words were highly credible in battle. If I say you can't do it, then you can't. If being ruthless worked, Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui wouldn't have the chance to stand it. The humanoid giant lizard reached out to grab Wang Xingrui, and Murong Yi smiled slightly. A thin thread shot through the giant lizard's head at high speed, flying out from its mouth. Then the giant lizard's body suddenly stiffened, its movement ceased, and its body fell straight back like a wall. As the giant lizard tilted to a 45-degree angle, it suddenly hung in midair with Murong Yi holding its four limbs and neck with his tentacles. The giant lizard gradually transformed back into a human form. At this moment, Wang Xingrui leaned slightly backward, looking at Mr. Li's closed eyes, which were close enough to touch, swallowing hard with lingering fear. That was close. He almost lost his first kiss. Murong Yi manipulated the tentacles to pull him up, and as he retracted them, Mr. Li barely stood for a few seconds before falling straight back. A bodyguard stepped forward to check, turned around, and said, "He's dead." Upon hearing this result, everyone in the villa felt a chill in their hearts. They didn't look toward Murong Yi at first, but collectively turned to the man reading by the window. Just as Mr. Li was about to attack Wang Xingrui, a hair sprang from that man's head, piercing Mr. Li's head like a steel needle at an incredibly fast speed. The hair did not stop after passing through Mr. Li's head, but shot straight into the concrete wall, leaving a barely. Wang Xingrui had not sensed any abnormalities throughout. He still thought it was Murong Yi who had acted. However, aside from him and Long Yun, the others present were top-tier experts, and such small movements naturally did not escape their eyes. Based on the method of attack, they could all guess the type of avatar that person had. The only animal that could shoot out spikes from its own body was the porcupine. Porcupines have muscles on their surface that act like springs. When they sense an enemy, they raise their quills, which are essentially spikes, and when they make contact with the opponent, the spikes rapidly detach, each spike tipped with thousands of backward-facing barbs. Once embedded in the enemy's body, they continue to burrow deeper. Ordinary porcupines lack the ability to shoot their quills, but super beast porcupines can do so, as their muscle structure has been significantly enhanced. Rather than springs, they resemble individual projectors, providing great thrust to their quills in a very confined space, allowing them to attain explosive kinetic energy for a projectile effect. The higher the enhancement multiplier, the faster the projection speed. And that person had an enhancement above 80. The atmosphere grew tense. Everyone realized that the man might be the most dangerous among them. Because unless you had a turtle avatar, as long as he shot out millions of quills from his body, it would be equivalent to a 360-degree, indiscriminate attack that no one could defend against. Murong Yi's face also lost its smile for the first time as he stared at that man. If it were just him dodging the attack, wouldn't be a big deal, but with Wang Xingrui added into the mix, it became troublesome. Should he eliminate him now? While thinking this, thousands of thin tentacles had already wrapped around the crowd, silently spreading toward the man, enveloping him like a giant cocoon. But the cocoon was transparent, and only Murong Yi could see it. The man sitting by the window suddenly trembled, closing the book in his hand, his expression grave as he scanned the surroundings. What was this sense of crisis? He had become a target. Scanning everyone in the villa, 6 hairs shot out from his head, without warning, piercing the 6 remaining eliminated individuals. Before the 6 could react, they were pierced through the forehead and fell to the ground. If it wasn't them, the sense of crisis had not dissipated, which meant it was among the remaining individuals. His gaze fell on the nearby twins, who met his stare with a hint of fear in their eyes. No, it wasn't them. Next, he looked at Long Yun's 4 bodyguards, who had grave expressions written across their faces. No, it wasn't them either. Then he turned to Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui ducked behind Murong Yi, and the next second Murong Yi grabbed Wang Xingrui and shielded him in front of himself, looking terrified. 2 useless fools. Finally, his gaze swung back and forth between the girl with the bun and Yu Gong. Murong Yi tapped lightly at his throat with a tentacle, while another tentacle teased the girl's body. The man immediately stood up in terror, his entire body's hair standing on end. How could someone approach him without him noticing? Who could it be? Meanwhile, the little girl let out a few giggles, and then her laughter grew louder and more unrestrained, her body twisting in a strange manner. The man by the window fixed his gaze on the girl. Murong Yi secretly retracted the tentacles around her. The girl stopped laughing and began to curiously explore her body. Just now, for some unknown reason, someone had been tickling her. She almost laughed herself breathless. The girl scanned her surroundings in confusion. Damn it, if I find out who dared to mess with me, I will beat them to a pulp. Why does the man by the window keep staring at me? The girl, like a frightened bird, hid behind Yu Gong, shyly lowering her head. In that moment, as she looked down, her expression turned fierce and menacing. It must be him, that bastard. Little brother, your clean and swift action has saved us a lot of trouble. Boss Long, shouldn't you arrange the next process? Yu Gong chuckled and looked at Long Yun with meaningful eyes. Long Yun immediately understood Yu Gong's intention. He was reminding him that it was time to regain control of the situation. Long Yun did not disappoint Yu Gong, saying, In that case, I won't waste words. I wonder if you all are interested in visiting the birthplace of the prehistoric avatars with me. At this, everyone's attention was once again captured. Prehistoric avatars. I want to see. The twin brother excitedly raised his hand. I want to see too. The twin brother not only echoed his brother's words, but also mirrored his emotions and movements. The little girl weakly raised her hand. I want to go too. In a corner, a boy with messy hair was drawing circles with his fingers, glanced at the little girl, then lowered his head, muttering to himself. Prehistoric avatars aren't important, but this opportunity could allow me to interact with her. Maybe she will want to be my girlfriend. I remember her name is Yushi. A year later, maybe I can propose. By the way, what should we name our child? I'm so troubled. Wang Xingrui turned back to look at the boy in the corner, noticing the sounds coming from behind. The boy in the corner looked to be about the same age as him, muttering to himself, as if possessed. What was he mumbling about? He looked rather creepy. The man by the window closed his book. When do we depart? Long Yun replied, now. City Eye. A bald eagle soared above the towering city, arriving at a derelict building on the outskirts. Long Yun and the others entered the derelict building, arriving at an underground room of less than 20 square meters. In the dim room, a worn-out bookshelf stood in the corner, filled with books. Besides that, there was a table, a chair, and a desk lamp placed opposite the bookshelf, and everything in the room was covered in dust. It looked like it hadn't been visited in a long time. In such an environment, it was likely that there was a hidden door here. For instance, pulling a certain book from the shelf would cause the shelf to automatically shift, revealing a secret door. That's how they always portrayed it in dramas. The twin brothers searched for something on the bookshelf, seemingly sharing the same idea as Wang Xingrui. The little girl obediently stood beside Yu Geng, tugging at his clothes. The boy who liked to draw circles found a corner to nestle into as soon as he entered the room. The man holding the book stood in the center of the room. The book in his hand had somehow opened again. Long Yun approached the table, reached into the lampshade, and grasped the light bulb, which immediately emitted a soft blue glow. Immediately after, the entire room began to tremble. Wang Xingrui distinctly felt a sense of weightlessness. The entire room was descending. The room descended at a steady pace. The extravagance of Long Yun once again shattered Wang Xingrui's perception. He had expected an elevator, but he never imagined that the entire room was an elevator. You think you've seen through the disguise, but in reality you are merely within the disguise yourself. This approach of breaking conventional thinking isn't something just anyone can accomplish. Well, at the very least, having no money won't work. The light bulb in the lamp should have some sort of fingerprint recognition device, which serves as the switch for this elevator. The twin brother curiously walked to the lamp and peered into the lampshade. At that moment, 4 bodyguards simultaneously fixed their gazes on him. Wang Xingrui said, old man, aren't you afraid that we'll leak the information by operating the elevator so openly? Long Yun chuckled, never doubt those you employ and never employ those you doubt. The most taboo in business is to be indecisive. Since I have chosen you all, even if you truly wish to harm me, I will accept it. Moreover, even if you were to leak the information, this elevator cannot be opened without my fingerprint. What if we cut off your... Wang Xingrui asked nonchalantly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 bodyguards stepped forward, surrounding Wang Xingrui. Long Yun chuckled, that won't work, it has to be me in person. Wang Xingrui lowered his head, resting a hand on his chin, and thought, only you in person. The difference between you and a severed finger is temperature. A severed finger once detached from the body will rapidly lose heat, meaning this light bulb not only recognizes fingerprints, but also has a thermal sensing device. Hearing Wang Xingrui's murmurs, Long Yun awkwardly smiled and took out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sweat from his brow. He actually guessed it right. No, it can't be considered a guess anymore, it was a well-reasoned deduction. Just from a single statement, he connected it to a thermal sensor. This kid's thinking is too quick. The sensation of descent disappeared after a minute. The room opened and Yun Long Mu Ronya Wang Xingrui and the 4 bodyguards stepped out of the elevator one after another. What came into view was an enormous experimental base. Wang Xingrui stood in the corridor looking down through a layer of glass. Conveyor belts crisscrossed below, weaving into a massive spider's web, with dozens of nodes, each guarded by 2 professionals. In the center stood a gigantic pipe, radiating blue light, towering like a pillar of heaven supporting this space. Dozens of scientists were operating around that pipe. Just from this glance, one could tell how grand this project was. The corridor was fixed to the cliff surrounding the entire experimental base. As Yun Long walked, he proudly introduced that pipe is the central extractor. The amber brought in will first be placed into those pipes below, each of which contains hundreds of electronic genetic eyes. After scanning through these genetic eyes, the amber will be initially classified based on the types of internal insects. After that, it will be cut, retaining only the insect body. The remaining insect bodies will undergo another scan. With the electronic eyes scanning at a rate of 100,000 times per second, those insect bodies that may carry prehistoric genes will be preserved, while those without prehistoric genes will be directly crushed by lasers. To speed up the efficiency of the central extractor, any prehistoric genes below 0.002, then the insect bodies with prehistoric genes will be transported to the entrance of the central extractor. There we have specialized personnel to test the gene content. Preliminary statistics show that for every 100,000 pieces of amber, there is only one that meets the standard. After that, the qualifying insect bodies enter the central extractor, which will compare the same type of genes, pair them, and assemble them into a complete genetic chain. Finally, the central extractor will output the genetic chain in the form of genetic agents. Mu Rongye said, I didn't expect you to understand all this. But wait, after an organism dies, the nucleases in the cells actively cut the DNA, leading to DNA fragmentation, while hydrolysis, oxidation, and interactions will also degrade the DNA. How could it possibly be extracted? Wang Zuanyi's mother had also said the same thing, and Wang Xingrui looked at Long Yun expectantly. Long Yun replied shamefully, I'm just parroting what I heard. I don't understand the specific principles. This technology was developed by that great man, and only he can explain the intricacies involved. Long Yun gazed ahead with admiration in his eyes. Such a grand project must have cost a fortune. Mu Rongye sighed, money is not a problem. If I lose it, I can earn it again. The most costly part is time. Do you know how long I spent preparing for this? 10 years, a full decade. Since the beast era began, I've been preparing for this. Am not afraid of your laughter. My avatar is that of a diving tuna, a complete waste of an avatar. So after accumulating enough wealth, I firmly decided that I cannot let my child be like me. His avatar must be. Later, I spent a year using all my connections to find that great man who possesses wisdom beyond mortals. If anyone in this world could grant my son the strongest avatar, it could only be him. After meeting him, I proposed an idea. Since we wanted the most powerful avatar, we could try using organisms that do not exist on Earth today. Prehistoric organisms. Wang Xingrui added. Exactly, extracting the genes of prehistoric organisms, reviving them, and letting my son consume them. The method for extracting genes is something I coincidentally saw in a movie. Long Yun recalled the scene from when he conversed with that great man. At the time, the great man was engrossed in an experiment in his laboratory, and Long Yun walked in without even a glance from him. The great man, busy with his work, said to himself, your idea is interesting. I can give it a try, but the success rate for this project is very low. I can only promise to do my best to improve the technology. As for the final result, the probability of success should be only 32,575. Long Yun asked, how long will it take to see results? The great man replied him, approximately 10 years, 1 month, and 20. My son is only 5 now, if there's still time. Long Yun said, how much funding is needed? The great man replied, I don't know, perhaps all your assets. Do you want to proceed? The laboratory fell silent for a long time. Long Yun said nothing further, and the great man did not ask him to leave. 5 minutes later, Long Yun took a deep breath and said, let's do it. Over the course of 10 years, I spent 150 billion. Most of the Long family's wealth was invested to bring forth 150 billion. Sounds like just a number, but in reality, it represents unimaginable manpower, resources, and financial effort. The central extractor was invented by Darwin, but without people to operate it, it's utterly useless. Moreover, that great man cannot always focus on this one task. So Long Yun gathered 100 top scientists who spent half a year tirelessly researching and brainstorming before finally mastering how to use this machine. Everything Long Yun did was solely to pave the way for his son. To be honest, at this moment, Wang Xingrui felt a tinge of envy for Long Yun's son. To spend lavishly for one's child, to incinerate one's lifetime wealth, and with a success rate of less than 50%. What kind of courage does that require? And then to think of his bastard father. Let's not think about it. The more I do, the more uncomfortable I feel. Is the prehistoric avatar ready yet? Wang Xingrui casually asked. Not yet. The quantity of amber is insufficient, and we still need about 2 months. Long Yun said, so for the next 2 months, I'll be counting on you all. In fact, the prehistoric avatar could be completely finished in just 1 more month. Long Yun intentionally added an extra month because he dared not guarantee that the group of beasts he invited would not turn against him. If his son secretly fused with the avatar a month early, it would be too late for anyone to snatch it away 2 months later. Businessmen always keep a hand in reserve. Everyone understood that Long Yun's words were likely not the full truth. The completion deadline for the prehistoric avatar was definitely less than 2 months. However, everyone had their own plans, and they all tacitly understood without exposing each other. After visiting the experimental base, everyone returned to the resting area. Room 203 had 2 beds, and Wang Xingrui sat opposite Mu Rongye. Long Yun is an old fox, exposing the experimental base, so easily feels off to me. Mu Rongye took out paper and pen, wrote a note, and handed it to Wang Xingrui. Be careful with your words, there might be listening devices in this room. Wang Xingrui took the note, and his expression shifted. Then Mu Rongye wrote another note, I've memorized the layout of the experimental base. If you can sense something's off, then it definitely is. Let's observe for a few days. We aren't the only ones wanting to steal the prehistoric avatar, let others test the waters first. Mu Rongye laid back on the bed with his hands behind his head, and said that man who likes to hold a book has an avatar of a porcupine, and has mastered the ability to split. He's quite troublesome, so you'd better stay by my side during this time. I know. That guy is ruthless. He killed 7 people without hesitation. Honestly, just looking at him makes me feel a bit scared. No, he only killed 1, the other 6 are alive. His hair pierced through the center of the forehead, but it didn't harm the brains of those 6, it merely knocked them unconscious temporarily. Only Mr. Lee had his hair enter through the back of his head, destroying his brainstem and killing him instantly. People are the root of all trouble, eliminate them, and the problem is solved. This efficient way of doing things is very much like a professional killer. To find a killer of such caliber, one must admit that Long Yun does have some skills. Can you take him on? Haha, I don't need to fight. Mu Rongya wrote on the paper, my foolish little brother, when your enemies come from various different forces, don't think about defeating everyone with your own strength. Instead, consider utilizing their relationships to your advantage. Suddenly, a girl's scream came from the next room. Normally, Wang Xingrui should have opened the door to see what was happening, but he obediently sat on his bed without making any move. Aren't you going to go see? Mu Rongya asked. Didn't you say to stay by your side? Wang Xingrui countered. Wang Xingrui had already figured out his position in this villa. Anyone he randomly pulled out would be much stronger than him. The only thing he could do now was not to cause trouble for Mu Rongya. A smile of appreciation appeared on Mu Rongyi's face. Pervert scoundrel, get away. The neighboring room echoed with the girls crying insults. Then came the sound of a series of bullets being fired. Bang! The door fell down, and a disheveled boy rushed out in a panic, colliding with Long Yun, who had just arrived. Long Yun emanated a commanding aura and glanced at the door riddled with bullet holes, calmly asking what happened. I. The boy was so nervous he couldn't speak. The girl in the room yelled in tears. He barged into my room and tried to watch me shower. The girl, having changed her clothes, stormed out of the room, glaring angrily at the boy, then took a deep breath. Bullets made of condensed air shot out from her mouth, like a machine gun firing wildly. One bodyguard immediately stepped in front of Long Yun, transforming into a brown bear avatar to shield against the girl, forming a meat wall that blocked the entire corridor. The thickness of the bear's fat is famously resilient in the animal kingdom. The bullets hitting it felt like raindrops in the ocean, causing no harm. Long Yun had previously instructed that unless commanded by him, they should not engage with these people, so the bodyguard could only stand there as a living target. The disheveled boy hunched over, swiftly grabbed the doorknob of the neighboring room, and pushed the door open. Excuse me, After entering, the boy closed the door and stood in the corner like someone reflecting on their mistakes, speaking in a barely audible voice. Wang Xingrui and Mu Rongya looked at the boy, who had rushed in with confusion. How did he open the electronically locked door without a password? Moreover, they couldn't catch a single word he had said. Hey, can you turn around and talk? Wang Xingrui patted his shoulder, and immediately his whole body went numb with a burning smell emanating from his hair. Damn, this guy is quite a static charge. Wang Xingrui rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. The boy turned back to glance at the ground, quickly turning his head in fear. Mu Rongya furrowed his brow, lifting Wang Xingrui onto the bed, and felt a tingling sensation as his hand made contact with Wang Xingrui's body. He checked Wang Xingrui's body. The pulse was steady, and his breathing was smooth, indicating that the injuries weren't severe. Mu Rongya smiled and said, "Can you discharge electricity? Is your avatar a stingray or an electric eel?" The boy remained silent. "You knocked my brother out. It's inappropriate not to say anything," Mu Rongya remarked. The boy continued to huddle in the corner without speaking. Oh, quite the personality. Mu Rongya controlled his tentacles to wrap around the boy's neck, tightening his grip. "Since you have such a personality, then take it with you to death." The boy's face turned red from the strangulation, his veins bulging, when suddenly a surge of high-voltage electricity was released from his body, instantly coursing through Mu Rongya's tentacles and entering his own body. The electricity surged wildly within his body, yet Mu Rongya showed no reaction. The boy's electric output was increasing. 1200 volts, 1800 volts, 2400 volts, 3000 volts. As the electric output increased, the tentacles tightened little by little, while Mu Rongya's expression remained calm and serene. The boy was filled with overwhelming terror. No one had ever been able to withstand this level of electricity. Is he a monster? At that moment, the door to the room was opened. A little girl stood outside, astonished by the scene before her. Although she didn't know what was happening inside, the little girl shyly said, "Brother, can you hand over that person in your hand to me? I'm afraid I can't do that. He hurt my brother." "Brother will give you money. Will you give him to me?" You name your price, and would 100 million be enough?" The little girl inquired tentatively. Mu Rongya shook his head and said, 200 million. 200 million. Are you out of your mind? If it weren't for him peeping at me while I was bathing, I wouldn't even spend 2 cents on him." The little girl hesitated for a moment, her innocent face asking, "Brother, I only want his eyes." "How much?" "Sorry, I don't sell body parts separately." The little girl's gaze fixated on Mu Rongya, revealing a pitiful expression. "All right, 100 million it is. But I must clarify that this person is very dangerous, so be careful." "Thank you, brother. He'll be careful." The little girl beamed with a bright smile. "All right, catch him then." Mu Rongya tossed the boy to the little girl. She immediately aimed at the boy in midair and released 4 streams of air that pierced through his limbs. The boy lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his blood quickly soaking into the floor. Just as the little girl was about to reach out for him, Mu Rongya said, "Little sister, where's my money?" "What money? I don't understand what you're saying." Then the little girl lunged for the boy, and in that instant the 3000 volts of electricity instantly engulfed her body. Bang! The little girl's face turned black, her hair instantly transforming into a frizzy explosion, collapsing on the ground, her body twitching incessantly, with white smoke escaping from her mouth. "I told you to be careful. Why didn't you listen?" Mu Rongya sighed regretfully as he dragged the boy back into the room. The next day, The little girl returned to room 203 and knocked on the door. Wang Xingrui opened the door looking at the porcelain-like girl and asked, "Is there something?" "Hello, brother. My name is Zhang Yuqin from room 208. Is my brother Mu Chun here?" Zhang Yuqin had already searched for Mu Chun in his room, but there was no one. As for how she got into the room, it was simple. Mu Chun could break the electronic lock, and so could she. However, the methods differed. Mu Chun used electricity to destroy the internal components of the electronic lock, while she used air bullets to damage the exterior. Mu Chun. Wang Xingrui glanced at the boy in the corner who was shaking his head vigorously. Mu Chun is not here, but Mu Rong has won. "Can I come in to play with you?" "Sure, but first pay up." After Wang Xingrui regained consciousness, Mu Rongye had already told him everything that happened yesterday. "What money?" Zhang Yuqin feigned ignorance. "Of course the money to come in and play. Do you think I would let you in for free?" Wang Xingrui looked at her in surprise. According to Mu Rongye, the more arrogant he acted, the less she would dare to act against him. This girl could spit bullets, but would there be any problem? Speaking of which, this girl who looked even younger than him was actually willing to spend money to buy someone else's eyes. "Is it for real? Brother, can I be your friend?" "Sure, but first pay up." Zhang Yuqin. "Money, money, money. All she thinks about is money. Does she need so much to buy herself a coffin?" "I don't have money, but I can trade something else." Wang Xingrui glanced at Zhang Yuqin. "Sorry, too young, not my type." He was about to shut the door. "Wait a minute, how much do you know about that brother with the book?" Zhang Yuqin gritted her teeth and smiled. "That brother is on duty. I think if you have time now, we can have a good chat." While Wang Xingrui was unconscious, Long Yun divided the people in the villa into 5 groups, 2 in each group. Over the next 2 months, these 5 groups would take turns guarding outside the experimental base, ensuring the safety of the prehistoric avatar until Long Yun's son merged with it, at which point the mission would be considered complete. No one wanted to be in the same group as that man, and since he was incredibly strong, he was assigned to a group by himself. Mu Rongye had already explained the grouping to Wang Xingrui. Now this girl intends to exchange information about that man from Mu Chun. Wang Xingrui turned to look at Mu Rongye, who maintained a smile. "Come in then." Wang Xingrui stepped aside. As Zhang Yuqin walked into the room and saw the boy, her face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. "Don't act rashly," Wang Xingrui reminded her. "If a fight breaks out in this room, do you think you can take on the 3 of us?" Although Wang Xingrui did not have an avatar, fortunately the girl didn't know that. "Are you related to him?" Zhang Yuqin asked in confusion. "No. Are you friends?" "Not quite yet." Zhang Yuqin ran to Wang Xingrui's side, holding his hand with both of hers, looking pitiful, and said, "Brother, he was the one who peeped at me while I was bathing first. Since you two have no relationship, why are you helping this bad person?" Wang Xingrui thought to himself, "I also want to know why Mu Rongye wants me to help him. Could it be that Mu Rongye found a kindred spirit in that lecherous man who discharges electricity?" Wang Xingrui said, "You broke his limbs, but his injuries had already healed by yesterday afternoon while you were still unconscious. At that time he had every ability to retaliate against you, yet he did not. And look at him now, he struggles to even speak. How could he have the courage to peep at you bathing? You can ask him if he entered your room to try to watch you bathe." After hearing Wang Xingrui's words, Zhang Yuqin's fighting spirit diminished slightly, and her gaze fell on Mu Chun. He slightly tilted his head and nodded. "Wang Xingrui." "Mu Rongye." Wang Xingrui felt an impulse to kick this beast to death. "Can't you put your honest and trustworthy noble qualities aside for a moment?" Wang Xingrui looked at Zhang Yuqin. The coldness that had just dissipated from the little girl's face suddenly returned. Her chest heaved repeatedly, and it seemed she was about to explode. Wang Xingrui quickly stepped in front of Mu Chun, saying, "I told you not to act in my room." Staring into Zhang Yuqin's eyes, he held a slight advantage in momentum. Wang Xingrui felt like crying without tears. Why am I being pushed out again? Don't you realize this is dangerous?" Just now, when Wang Xingrui saw the little girl about to act, he was preparing to hide beside Mu Rongye, only to be pulled in front of Zhang Yuqin by him with his tentacles. Fortunately, Wang Xingrui reacted quickly and scared her off. Mu Chun in the corner glanced back, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. This was the first time since his birth that someone was willing to stand up for him. At that moment, Wang Xingrui's figure became immensely tall in his heart. "Goodbye." Zhang Yuqin suppressed her anger and turned to leave. "Wait a minute, little sister Yuqin." Mu Rongye approached, patting Zhang Yuqin's head gently, and said softly, "That man who likes to read is not easy to deal with. Also, I noticed he has been watching you closely. He might have ulterior motives, so be careful." Looking at Mu Rongye's handsome face and his caring expression, Zhang Yuqin's cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with hesitation as her hand lingered on the doorknob, not turning it. Mu Rongye smiled and said, "I'm Mu Rongye, Wang Xingrui's brother. My avatar is a box jellyfish with a strength multiplier over 100. If you need help, feel free to come find us." "And him?" Zhang Yuqin looked at Wang Xingrui. Mu Rongye gently pinched Zhang Yuqin's cheek, saying, "My brother has a special avatar and cannot tell you about it." Zhang Yuqin's face turned even redder. She turned to sit on Wang Xingrui's bed, her feet dangling and swaying back and forth. Mu Rongye smiled slightly and sat opposite her. Zhang Yuqin said, "Actually, I don't know much either. I only know his name is Wen Lang. His avatar is a porcupine. He lives in L City and he's a doctor. I've heard that his medical skills are top-notch in L City and he has treated many poor people for free, making him a renowned philanthropist in the city." At the same time outside the experimental base when Lang sat in front of a half-finished building holding a book in his hand engrossed in reading. At that moment he was surrounded by a pack of Bengal tigers, each pair of fierce eyes fixated on him. Each Bengal tiger stood at least 2 meters tall, with a king stripe on their forehead exuding power. Their sharp claws slowly extended from their toes, and their muscular backs paced back and forth on the ground. When Lang held the book showing a hint of impatience on his face, and his hair suddenly stood on end followed by an explosive outburst. Several slower reacting tigers were shot through the head by 3 steel-like hair strands and died on the spot, while others shot through the lungs lay on the ground gasping for air. Those tigers that nimbly dodged behind the building thinking they had escaped found the hair piercing through the walls and shot through their spines causing them to lose all mobility except for breathing. Throughout it all when Lang remained seated flipping a page of his book with calm composure. Great philanthropist, are you sure? On our first day here, he almost took down Long Yun. Wang Xingrui walked over and sat beside Zhang Yuqin expressing his doubt. Go away. If you keep talking to me ill so your mouth shut. Zhang Yuqin turned her neck away not wanting to engage with Wang Xingrui. Just then she suddenly trembled all over her hair, standing on end her head turning black slowly opening her mouth and exhaling a puff of white smoke. Wang Xingrui raised an eyebrow. Why does this scene seem so familiar? He glanced at Zhang Yuqin's back where Mu Chun was gripping her arm, electricity continuously flowing into her body. Moreover, Mu Chun was muttering something under his breath. I will not let her sew your mouth shut. Zhang Yuqin groggily opened her eyes, and the handsome face of Murong Yi came into view. Are you okay, Yuqin? Murong Yi looked worried. What happened to me? Zhang Yuqin covered her forehead slowly, sitting up her mind. Murong Yi placed a pillow behind her back and adjusted the blanket to cover her lower body. You suddenly fainted earlier and were unconscious for nearly 5 minutes. We were about to call Dr. Long if you didn't wake up soon. Doctor. Upon hearing this word, Zhang Yuqin instantly recalled the lazy figure of Wen Lang. Forget it, even if I die, I won't let that pervert treat me. Strange, why did I faint? Zhang Yuqin scanned her surroundings in confusion. Everything around her was unchanged. Wang Xingrui stood still. Murong Yi sat at the bedside, and Mu Chun was still curled up in the corner facing away from her. Yet she still felt something was off. 5 minutes earlier, Wang Xingrui and Murong Yi were staring at Mu. He looked extremely lewd, and a seemingly weak person suddenly laid hands on Zhang Shuiqin. Was he seeking revenge? Wang Xingrui gazed at Mu Chun. He and Murong Yi had worked hard to ease their relationship, but now it seemed, because her avatar amplification is very high, her self-healing ability will also be strong, so she should wake up soon. Therefore, please tie her up as quickly as possible. You don't need to thank me, this is what I should do since you helped me too. By the way, if possible, would you like to be friends with me? It's fine if you don't, just asking casually. Mu Chun spoke a long monologue with his head down, his voice quieter than a fly. Feeling the slight anger in Wang Xingrui's gaze, he dejectedly lowered his head and returned to the corner, sitting on the ground and drawing circles. Murong Yi chuckled twice, manipulating dozens of tentacles to help Zhang Yuqin tidy up her appearance, placing her on Wang Xingrui's bed and covering her with a blanket. That kid is doing this for your sake, afraid that Zhang Yuqin might harm you, so he struck first. When she wakes up, just follow my lead. A teenage girl is easy to manipulate. Wang Xingrui turned to Mu Chun and said thanks. Mu Chun lifted his head, his eyes brightening as he excitedly stood up, turned around, and faced away from Wang Xingrui, his shoulders shaking continuously. Filled with confusion, Zhang Yuqin left room 203. Before leaving, she reached an agreement with Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui. For Murong Yi's sake, she was willing to reconcile with Mu Chun. In exchange, if Wen Lang laid hands on her, both Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui would stand by her side. Murong Yi took out a piece of paper and wrote, tomorrow the twin brothers are on duty. The day after is Zhang Yuqin and Yu Gung, followed by Mu Chun and that fat guy. We are last on the list. Zhang Yuqin, Yu Gung, Wen Lang, and the types and abilities of their avatars are already known. The remaining 3 consist of 1 glutton and 2 playful ones. Their weaknesses are all laid bare, so they are not to be feared. Once we finish a round, we can start the next phase of the plan. You never told me what your plan is exactly. Wang Xingrui complained. Murong Yi replied, Xingrui, have you ever thought about why Zhang Yuqin was willing to tell me Wen Lang's identity, but wouldn't even say a word to you? Wang Xingrui said, because you are articulate and handsome. Partly correct. Excluding those external factors, the main reason is that I know what she needs here. Murong Yi poked his finger at his own heart, a girl younger than you struggling for survival amongst several adults. Her fragile exterior is a facade to gain the sympathy of adults, beneath which lies a willful and strong heart, still hiding a little girl deep inside. She needs someone to rely on, someone who can protect her, and I just happen to provide her with that feeling. So don't expect me to explain everything clearly to you. I'll learn to think for yourself and understand people's hearts. Only by anticipating the escape route of your prey can you lead them step by step into your trap. Wang Xingrui pondered for a moment, walked over to Mu Chun, and reached out to pat his shoulder. However, recalling yesterday's experience, he withdrew his hand. Mu Chun, I am Wang Xingrui. I have helped you, and you have helped me. Can we be friends? Mu Chun did not respond. Can we be friends? Wang Xingrui raised his tone and asked again. Mu Chun turned his head, avoiding eye contact with Wang Xingrui, but he still nodded. Zhang Yuqin won't trouble you anymore. Morong Yi and I need to discuss some things privately. Can you return to your room for— Of course, if you want to stay in room 203, you can come back after we finish our chat. Mu Chun opened the door and silently walked out. Wang Xingrui closed the door and Morong Yi said with relief, as expected of my brother, quick to understand. But if you could be a bit gentler in your tone, it would be even better. Mu Chun's avatar is very likely an electric eel with great potential and decent amplification. Becoming friends with him won't be a loss for you. Morong Yi looked at Wang Xingrui, who was frowning. What's wrong? I feel dirty. Morong Yi burst out laughing. At that moment, Wang Xingrui's phone suddenly vibrated and Wang Xingrui took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Xianyu. A gentle swipe on the screen brought the anxious voice of Xianyu. Old one, you finally picked up my call. I couldn't reach you for 2 months. Where have you been? Wang Xingrui had been in the mine for 2 months where there was no signal, so Zhang Xianyu couldn't connect with him. Wang Xingrui sensed something was off in Zhang Xianyu's tone. What's wrong? Yesterday the people from Xinghui came to our house. Zhang Xianyu's voice was tinged with a sob. Wang Xingrui immediately stood up, his face dark as water. He quickly asked, Uncle Zhang and Aunt Xin are okay, right? You jerk, you didn't even ask if I'm okay. They didn't hurt us, but they said they would come back tomorrow, giving us 1 day to contact you. I don't know what to do. My parents won't let me call you, but I'm afraid they— I know. Before Zhang Xian, you could finish. Wang Xingrui said, this is my fault, I dragged you into this. Don't worry, I will handle the Xinghui people. How will you handle it? You don't even have an avatar, and they sent 2 people this time, both with wolf avatars. It's just a wolf avatar. Don't worry, you'll be fine. That's it, I'm hanging up now. As Wang Xingrui was about to hang up, Zhang Xian, yes, anxious voice suddenly came through the phone. Old Wang. What else? Please don't die. The voice on the phone was already crying. Wang Xingrui softly— After hanging up the phone, Wang Xingrui took a moment to calm his emotions. Xian, you must have struggled for a long time before— The Xinghui people have already found out about Uncle Zhang's family, and Uncle Zhang and Aunt Shun must have been seriously injured. Otherwise, with Zhang Xianyu's temperament, he would never contact me just because of a threat. Xinghui's target is the spider egg. As long as they don't get it, they won't dare to act too ruthlessly. However, even with this in mind, Wang Xingrui did not dare to gamble. Morong Yi asked, what happened? Do you remember when I told you I took something from Xinghui Tower? They went to my friend's home. I don't know what your plan is, but I hope you can hear mine. Go ahead. Wang Xingrui planned to tell Lin Yi about his arrival in City I. Morong Yi pondered slightly and quickly understood the key to the matter. Are you planning to use a knife to kill someone, letting Long Yun deal with Lin Yi? Yes, and by the way, let them help me scout the way. After listening to Wang Xingrui's plan, Morong Yi's eyes brightened. Brilliant. If luck is on our side, we could achieve 2 goals with 1 move, obtaining the genes while eliminating Lin Yi. Wang Xingrui added, it's 3 birds with 1 stone. We can frame Xinghui for stealing the genes. Once successful, we won't have to worry about being hunted by the Tianlong group. Of course, this is just my idea. If I notify them, they should head to the laboratory today or tomorrow. I might need your help then, and if it works out, I owe you another favor. Call me brother, and I'll help you. First, help me get this done. Wang Xingrui immediately called him big brother. Morong Yi shook his head and said, it still feels wrong. Initially, Lin Yi had given him a business card with his phone number. Wang Xingrui rummaged through his bag for a long time before finally finding it. Looking at the business card in his hand, he breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that it wasn't lost. He dialed the number on the card, and once connected, Lin Yi's flat voice came through. Hello, who is this? Isn't Lin Yi wanted globally? How can he be so calm? Do you want the spider egg? Wang Xingrui directly stated into the phone. On the other end of the line in Lin Yi's office, Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing the voice, then a smile crept onto his lips. Mr. Li, you've made it quite hard for me to find you. Lin Yi, I will only say this once, listen carefully. I am in an abandoned building on the outskirts of the western district of City I, and I have the spider egg in my possession. You have 1 day to find me. Brotherly, no, I should call you Wang Xingrui. You took something that belongs to me without asking, but it's only right that you come to find me instead. How about this? You go back to City K and return what belongs to me, and I won't hold it against you. From now on, you can walk your own path, and I will walk mine. Or we could be friends. I Lin Yi like capable people. Just based on the fact that you managed to steal the spider egg from me, you deserve my friendship. In the future, considering your face, I can also look after Zhang's textile factory a bit. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence. You have only 1 day. During this time, if you dare to harm anyone near me, I will eat it immediately. I don't know how much amplification it has, but if it exceeds 100, then I'll have made a huge profit. The countdown starts from the moment I hang up and the game begins. With that, Lin Yi hung up and his smile gradually faded, his eyes filled with coldness. Since Wang Xingrui knows the value of that item, he should have already consumed the spider egg. Why is it still in his hands, and why did he bring it to City I? According to Lin Yi's past behavior, he should have sent someone to City I to investigate to avoid falling into a trap set by the other party. But in 3 days, it will be the boss' birthday. He had promised the boss that he would deliver the spider egg on that day. There isn't much. So the situation now is that even if this is a trap prepared by Wang Xingrui, he has no choice but to jump in. After hesitating, Lin Yi dialed the phone again. Gather everyone and meet in the parking lot downstairs. The next day, everyone was still asleep when the twin brothers went to the experimental base in the Western District to hand over their work with Wen Lang. Shortly after the twins entered the base, Lin E and the others arrived. They were standing directly above the laboratory. Boss, we've searched the entire building, but there's no one here. Lin Yi's face darkened as he prepared to call Wang Xingrui, when suddenly a figure descended from the sky, like a cannonball crashing to the ground with a bang. The ground beneath him cracked and dust erupted into the air. Lin Yi and the others immediately became alert. Cough, cough, Lin Yi. It was a masked man dressed in black who waved his hand to disperse the dust in front of him and coughed a couple of times before asking, "Who are you?" Lin Yi asked suspiciously. "Mr. Ouyang is my boss," the masked man replied. Lin Yi's pupils constricted. "Is he one of Mr. Ouyang's people?" "You came too early. The prehistoric avatar will take at least a month to complete," the masked man said. "Came too early, prehistoric avatar. What does that mean?" Lin Yi found it hard to connect with this man's channel and couldn't understand what he was saying for a moment. "Wait a minute. Prehistoric avatar. There is actually a prehistoric avatar hidden here." Lin Yi had always thought that the news of the imminent emergence of the prehistoric avatar was merely a scheme concocted by capitalists, but he didn't expect it to actually exist. From this man's words, it seemed he had long known that he would come and that he had come at the wrong time. He is one of Mr. Ouyang's people. Could it be that after he submitted the spider egg, Mr. Ouyang would assign him the task of stealing the prehistoric avatar? It must be so. A person like Mr. Ouyang could not possibly be satisfied with just an insect avatar. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with surprise, and then a series of doubts surged in his mind. This place was chosen by Wang Xingrui, yet the prehistoric avatar is hidden nearby. What is Wang Xingrui's purpose in bringing him here? He can't possibly want to give the prehistoric avatar to him, right? Lin Yi's thoughts suddenly connected and his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He wants to use a knife to kill someone. Wang Xingrui is certain that I will steal the prehistoric avatar, and if I succeed, he will then report me to Long Yun, leading to a deadly confrontation between us. If I fail, I will most likely die at Long Yun's hands. So regardless of success or failure, I will ultimately face Long Yun's revenge unless I give up on the prehistoric avatar right now. At this moment, Lin Yi's phone rang. He answered the call and the voice on the other end spoke first. "I didn't expect you to act so quickly, but am sorry to inform you that the spider egg I've eaten. As a gesture, I can tell you a secret: the experimental base for creating the prehistoric avatar is right beneath you. You should have guessed my purpose by now, but this is indeed an opportunity for you. Long Yun's people have already discovered you. You can either run now or take the risk to obtain the prehistoric avatar. The choice is yours." Lin Yi's face darkened. Since he already knew the prehistoric avatar was nearby, what other choice did he have? "Kid, if I make it back alive this time, I will definitely take down your whole family. Haha, I'll be waiting." After saying this, the call was disconnected. Lin Yi looked at the person in front of him. Since Wang Xingrui had deliberately lured him here, this person's identity was likely questionable. "How can you prove you are one of Mr. Ouyang's people?" The masked man did not waste words. With a powerful push of his foot, he appeared in front of Lin Yi in the next second, grabbing his head and pressing him against the wall, causing the wall to dent. Sometimes action is the best explanation. The bodyguard displayed absolute strength for Lin Yi was simply not on. Lin Yi also realized this. Faced with the masked man, he didn't even have the chance to resist. A person with such strength had no reason to deceive him. The sudden change made Lin Yi's subordinates tense. Just as they were about to release the avatar, the masked man first released Lin Yi. "Stop!" Lin Yi quickly shouted, halting them. He rubbed his neck, his face showing no displeasure. "Tell me how to enter the laboratory. The prehistoric avatar is not yet complete. Your efforts are futile. Now that I've come, I have to give it a try?" The masked man said, "You only have 5 minutes. There is a basement under Unit 5. After you enter, turn the light bulb in the desk lamp. The bulb has a fingerprint recognition device. This is a fingerprint glove that can mimic Long Yun's fingerprint and body temperature fluctuations. Put it on and twist the bulb to the left 2 turns to enter the experimental base. The experimental base has a self-defense mechanism, and there are also 2 experts hired by Long Yun inside. If you haven't come out in 5 minutes, I will report the mission failure to Mr. Ouyang. Once the mission fails, Lin Yi will face Mr. Ouyang's wrath. For those who can only create failure, Mr. Ouyang has always cleaned them out." Lin Yi glanced at him, said no more, took the gloves, and was about to lead his team into the unfinished building when Wen Lang. Upon meeting Lin Yi was stunned for a second. In that second, Wen Lang had already unleashed over 1,000 steel needles. The dense steel needles came rushing in, but ultimately seemed to freeze in time, halting just in front of Lin Yi. At that moment, the masked man's voice exploded in his ear. "What are you still doing standing here? I'm executing my mission to go do what you were supposed to do." Lin Yi immediately came to his senses and quickly led his men into the unfinished building. Wen Lang did not continue his attack on them, but instead focused his attention on the masked man. His hair stood on end as he approached the masked man step by step. With each step forward, thousands of steel needles erupted from his body, while the areas where hair fell would quickly regrow new hair, repeating endlessly. The masked man stood in place, hands behind his back, allowing the rain of steel needles to fall. The speed at which the steel needles shot toward him was faster than bullets, and the masked man's dynamic vision couldn't capture the needles' trajectories. Thus, he split his hair into tendrils, weaving them into impenetrable walls between the two. As the steel needles passed through the wall and reached him, their speed had significantly slowed down. At this moment, the remaining tendrils would precisely entangle the steel needles. In this way, it appeared as if the masked man was using his will to halt the steel needles in midair. From the fighting methods, it wasn't hard to guess the masked man's identity. Wen Lang had never seen Murong Yi use avatar abilities, and in his impression both Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui were cowards, so he would not expect that the equal match fighting him was the very person he had once looked down upon. Wang Xingrui wanted to use Long Yun's hand to eliminate Lin Yi. The idea was good, but the plan was too vague. As an older brother, he had the responsibility to help his younger brother handle some of the details. To this end, he specifically changed his voice and hair color, and placed 2 layers of height-increasing insoles to help him smoothly enter the experimental base as one of Lin Yi's companions. The height-increasing insoles were personally bought for him by his younger brother. They were just a bit too small and pinched his feet. He clearly told him the shoe size, so why were they still small? Murong Yi complained in his heart, while Wen Lang continuously attacked him for 30 seconds. Murong Yi was completely covered by the steel needles. Suddenly the attack stopped, and Wen Lang began reading a book in his hand. The spikes that had been hovering before Murong Yi all fell to the ground. Murong Yi asked, "Why did you stop?" Wen Lang replied while reading, "Ordinary attacks won't hurt you. Continuing would just be a waste of time. If I really wanted to kill you, I would have to fight desperately. However, my mission is only to protect the prehistoric avatar, and I have already finished the handover. It is not my working hours, and I have no obligation to risk my life against you. In that case, my friend, let's make it convenient for each other. After I obtain the avatar, I'll give you half of it." As he spoke, Murong Yi walked toward the unfinished building. Suddenly, 3 steel needles pierced into the ground beneath his feet. Murong Yi immediately halted side. "All right then, let's just stall here." At the same time, following Murong Yi's instructions, Lin Yi arrived at the basement, put on the gloves, and twisted the light bulb 2 turns to the left. The basement began to tremble slightly, and everyone felt a sensation of weightlessness. 1 minute later, the door to the basement opened again. Lin Yi and the others stepped out, gazing at the magnificent scene before them. Without hesitation, he immediately issued orders. "Old 2 and Old 3, take your people to find the prehistoric avatar. Old 6 and Old 9, gather all the people in white lab coats." Yes, 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 yes. The scientists were herded together. Lin Yi stood at the forefront and picked out the youngest-looking one, who seemed to be under 20. "You come here." The young man trembled as he walked up to him. "Where is the prehistoric avatar?" Lin Yi asked calmly. I don't know." Lin Yi's hand strike pierced through the young man's chest. Pulling back his hand, the young man's eyes lost their light as he fell to the ground, blood quickly staining the floor. Lin Yi casually took a handkerchief from his chest pocket and wiped his crimson hand, then pointed at another young man. "Where is the prehistoric avatar?" The young man was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, suddenly bursting into tears. "I really don't know where it is. We are only responsible for screening nodes and haven't even seen the prehistoric avatar's face." Lin Yi yanked hard. The young man's head spun around, and he fell to the ground. At this moment, an elderly man stepped forward and painfully said, "Do you know what you are doing? There are less than 500 research scientists left in the world, and you are killing the future of all humanity." Lin Yi glanced at the elderly man's badge on his chest. "Professor Lin Gong. What a coincidence, he is also from the same family. So you need to quickly tell me where the prehistoric avatar is hidden. I promise as long as I get the item, I will leave immediately and not kill another person. You are all great scientists, and I only have respect for you. However, if I can't obtain the item, I will have no future, so please understand me." Seeing the elderly man hesitating, Lin Yi coldly said, "Next." A furious shout came from the crowd. "Wait." Lin Yi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a pair of twins not far to the left. They frowned, their expressions grave, each holding a game console, their fingertips rapidly tapping the screen. "Wait a minute, brother, don't rush. Now is the time. Unleash the big move." "Okay, brother." Interesting, someone actually dared to play games in front of him. Could they be the experts the masked man mentioned? Lin Yi walked through the crowd to them and calmly asked, "Where is the prehistoric avatar?" "Wait a minute, just give me a minute, I'm almost done." The twin brother answered off topic. Lin Yi's fingers came together. Suddenly a shout from behind his subordinates rang out. "Found it! Found it!" Hearing this voice, Lin Yi's spirit jolted. Although he felt a hint of strangeness, he quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for the source of the sound, and ultimately fixed on a direction, charging straight towards it. He arrived at the rear of the massive gene extractor, where a rectangular groove was located at its base. A transparent protective cover was embedded within the groove with 3 long tubes connected at both ends, the other ends linking to the giant extractor. Looking at the red, yellow, and green gene serums lying within, Lin Yi's heart raced. Is this the prehistoric avatar? I never expected the legendary prehistoric avatar to be a serum, not some kind of creature. In fact, until he laid eyes on these 3 serums, he was uncertain about the existence of the prehistoric avatar and whether he could obtain it. Yet now, even the usually composed Lin Yi was overwhelmed by ecstasy and excitement. Lin Yi stepped forward and gently placed his hand on the glass cover. Immediately, a set of red numbers appeared on the surface: 99, 86, 99, 86. Does this mean the gene serum is not yet complete? Lin Yi placed his hand on the glass cover once more. This time, yellow numbers appeared: 99, 85. Lin Yi tried again. This time green numbers appeared 100. This meant that only the green gene serum was complete. After some contemplation, Lin Yi ordered his subordinates, bring that old man over. Yes. The elderly man was brought before Lin Yi by two of his subordinates. Professor Lin, as a senior scholar at this experimental base, I believe you have seen the prehistoric avatar. I will ask you once, please tell me truthfully, is this the prehistoric avatar? I don't know, the old man replied calmly. Lin Yi smiled slightly. I admire your persistence, old Jiu. Do it. Old Jiu and old Lu were watching over this group of the future of humanity. Hearing the order from the boss, old Jiu smirked wickedly, turned to the crowd, and seized a researcher by the neck, twisting it with force. A crack was heard, and the researcher's pupils suddenly constricted. No. The old man rushed forward, but was stopped by Lin Yi's two subordinates. You bunch of robbers. Looking at the young man lying on the ground, the old man's eyes reddened, and his desperate screams could not save the young man's life. However, what was most despairing was that the slaughter continued. Watching one researcher after another die before his eyes, the old man's heart was finally shattered. These children were all his students. I will tell you, yes, this is what you are looking for. The old man slumped to the ground, his heart dead as ash. The sound of breaking echoed again. The old man suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, standing up and grabbing Lin Yi's collar tightly, questioning, why? Lin Yi calmly replied, I want to hear the truth. Crack. The old man turned around suddenly, and another, I am telling the truth, I swear. I swear. Quick, tell your people to stop. Please stop. The old man knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Then he clutched his heart and gasped for breath, falling backward onto the ground. One subordinate stepped forward to check the old man's breath. Still alive. Lin Yi had no time to consider the old man's life or death. His gaze was filled with pity, fixated on the other two serums within the glass cover. There were only 3 prehistoric genes left in the world, and only one was a complete version. Oh, what a pity. His expression stiffened as he made a decision, turning to his subordinate and saying, smash it open. Boss, the numbers haven't reached 100. If we forcibly take it out, will there be any problems? One of the clever subordinates present guessed the implication of the numbers on the glass cover. I can't care about that anymore, smash it. Lin Yi's two subordinates exchanged glances, moving forward to release their boar transformation. The large brown-gray boars resembled ordinary tigers and leopards with a massive head that made up a third of their body length, containing 4 curved tusks that bent outward and upward, and a long gray mane on their backs. Each had a pair of warts under their eyes, giving them a fierce appearance, hence the name. The 2 boars bit onto the thick tubes at both ends of the machine, preparing to pull them out. Another person stepped forward, standing in front of the protective cover, crossing his hands into a hammer shape, raising them above his head, ready to smash down. Then both boars exerted force, and the person in the middle brought his hands down heavily. Bang! Cracks appeared on the protective cover, spreading swiftly outward. At the same time, 3 tubes detached from the glass cover, and the broken end sparked. At that moment, someone from the crowd behind shouted excitedly, "We won!" The twin brothers high-fived each other. See, I told you their operation was too poor. They could never be our match. Yeah, brother. The older twin stretched, placing the game console into his embrace. All right, it's time to get down to... Okay, brother, let's get down to business. The younger twin similarly put away his game console. Lin Yi had already obtained the 3 gene serums, and just as everyone thought they had completed their task, he heard this inappropriate conversation. Lin Yi's expression darkened as he turned around, and 2 figures flew toward him, landing at his feet. It was old Lu and old Jiu, both with their necks broken. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he looked in the direction they had come from, seeing the older twin waving at them, while the younger twin stood in the corridor guarding the exit. Beside him, old San furiously unleashed his red-headed vulture transformation. Damn it, I will tear you apart. The red-headed vulture, a type of vulture, is a large bird with a wingspan of about 1.8 meters. Its head and neck are featherless, just purplured wrinkled skin, while the area below the neck is covered in black feathers resembling a black robe. Old San's transformation was just an ordinary red-headed vulture, not a super beast transformation. Since the opponent was sent to protect the prehistoric genes, their strength was certainly not something they could compare with. Old Lu and old Jiu didn't even have time to call for help before being dealt with. That was the best proof. Unfortunately, Lin Yi hadn't had time to stop him. Old San spread his wings and flew out. Lin Yi cursed inwardly, already prepared to abandon old San. The gray claws of the red-headed vulture aimed at the opponent's eyes, but this was just a feint. If the opponent countered, it would take the opportunity to grab their arms and tear them off directly. If the opponent turned to flee, it would aim for their neck, tearing off their head. With the aerial advantage of the flying transformation, this tactic had already led to the death of 26 individuals at Old San's hands, 3 of whom even possessed super beast transformations. Seeing the prey standing still, Old San felt confident of victory. Good, just stay there and wait to be torn apart. In contrast, the older twin faced the attack of the red-headed vulture without defense, without releasing a transformation. He bent his knees, slightly leaping gently, performing a backflip to appear directly above the vulture, his legs straddling its neck. Brother, look at my steed. What? Old San was stunned. This person actually managed to evade his attack. Damn it, he was so close to catching him. Not far away, Lin Yi frowned. That kid seemed to have merely performed a backflip, But in reality, this simple action carried enormous risk, like a bullet firing from a gun, until it reaches the target requiring precise timing and extreme confidence in one's strength. Old Sen seemed to miss by a hair, yet was actually off by a mile. Moreover, the opponent had not even released their transformation, and Old Sen was already at a disadvantage. The strength of these two individuals was clearly not on the same level as theirs. In the corridor, the younger twin looked on with envy. "Brother, I want to do that too." The younger brother leaped into the air, tracing an arc before landing steadily on the red-headed vulture. Bang! The sudden pressure slammed the red-headed vulture back to the ground. The red-headed vulture coughed up blood, gradually transforming back into human form. How did it change back? "Hey, wake up, hey." The older twin patted Old Sen's head, but there was no response. "Brother, I'm sorry, brother," the younger twin said apologetically. The older twin stood up and reassured him. "It's all right there." He looked back toward the direction of the gene extractor. Lin Yi and the others had long since left, desperately run. "Everyone, we have the goods. Old Sen, Old Lu, and Old Zhou's revenge can be sought later. As long as we can live together." The three serums were held tightly in Lin Yi's arms as he stared at the approaching exit, commanding. Younger brother blocked them. "All right, brother." A 30-meter-long tail as thick as an arm sprouted from behind the younger twin, the fur black and white in circular rings. The younger twin gave his behind a slight twist, and the tail swung like a long whip towards Lin Yi and the others. Except for Lin Yi and Old Air, everyone else released their transformations as they saw the tail sweeping in. 2 gray boars charged forward first. Then 3 orange foxes and 4 otters lined up, biting down hard on the younger twin's long tail. Lin Yi and Old Air dodged the tail attack as a white sparrow carried them toward the exit. The white sparrow, a type of ornamental bird, was quite popular before the beast era, commonly kept in households. An adult ornamental bird is snow white except for its red feet and beak, making it very beautiful. After the beast era, the white sparrow also became a common flying transformation. An ordinary white sparrow transformation could carry 2 people while maintaining agile flight. "Get down." The younger twin swung his tail, forcefully breaking the tusks of the 2 boars on the spot, sending the 3 orange foxes and 4 otters flying back. The combined strength of the 9 transformations was not even a match for the younger twin's single blow. The younger twin quickly maneuvered his tail into the glass corridor, chasing after the 3 who had slipped away. The white sparrow dodged several times, avoiding the tail attack, while the younger twin's tail followed closely behind, like a suspended giant python. "Don't linger, speed up," Lin Yi coldly reminded. "Yes." The white sparrow flapped its wings, speaking human words. Just as they were about to reach the exit, suddenly another tail descended from above, smashing down onto the corridor ahead, blocking Lin Yi and the others' path. Lin Yi turned to look, seeing through the glass corridor that the owner of this tail was the older twin. "Boss, what do we do?" The white sparrow spoke. "What else can we do? Charge out." "All right." The white sparrow's gaze sharpened as it flapped its wings and charged toward the glass corridor. With a loud thud, the expected cool scene did not occur. Lin Yi, Old Air, and the white sparrow's faces pressed against the glass, slowly sliding down. The older twin below pointed at the 3 of them, laughing heartily. "Younger brother, look, there are 3 idiots in the corridor." "Brother, I see them, 3 idiots." The younger twin also laughed loudly. The corridor's glass was special, twice as hard as steel. The white sparrow could not break it. However, the older twin could control his tail to smash the entire corridor apart, and the strength gap between the 2 sides became evident at that moment. Taking advantage of the older twin's distraction, Lin Yi and the others slipped toward the exit once more. However, the older twin controlled his tail, gradually smashing the corridor, forcing them to retreat step by step. Behind them, another long tail was rapidly closing in. Surrounded, Lin Yi and the others had no way to escape. "Execute Plan B. I will hold him off, and you will have only 3 seconds to take the gene serum out no matter what." "Yes." Lin Yi inserted the yellow serum into Bai Wenyao's clothing while he quietly passed the red serum to the second brother. The twin brothers narrowed their eyes, simultaneously directing their gaze towards Bai Wenyao. "Moved," Lin Yi commanded. The elder twin controlled his long tail, swiping down at them. As the glass above shattered, Lin Yi raised his arms overhead, bracing himself against the tail's attack. Lin Yi's face turned grim, and he roared, "Go!" Bai Wenyao hurriedly carried the second brother through the gap toward. At that moment, the younger twin's long tail extended around Lin Yi, ensnaring his body, then forcefully yanked him along. Lin Yi was pulled in front of him, and the younger twin asked, "Hey, is your avatar of the flying type?" He wanted to provide his brother with a mount. It would be great if this person was flying type. Lin Yi chuckled coldly. "Want to know? Then let me show you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi instantly released his avatar, his body twisting into a completely black king cobra. The king cobra does not belong to the cobra family, but is an independent genus. It is fiercer and more agile than the. Although its toxicity ranks only 10th among all snakes worldwide, the cobra can rank 3rd among the most dangerous. The danger level of a venomous snake cannot be assessed solely by the strength of its venom, but must also consider the amount of venom it can deliver. A mere 12 milligrams of the king cobra's venom can kill an adult elephant, yet it can expel between 200 to 500 milligrams of venom in one go. In addition to its large venom yield, the king cobra possesses a unique ability that makes it one of the most evolved venomous snakes in the world. It can be immune to the venom of other snakes, which makes it an anomaly among snakes. Lin Yi's avatar increased its toxicity by 50-fold. After he released his avatar, the smooth scales on his body helped him instantly break free from the younger twin's bindings. Lin Yi opened his mouth, exposing two sharp fangs to the air, and then struck like lightning towards the younger twin's tail. The younger twin furrowed his brow, showing no hesitation. With his fingers together like a blade, he forcefully slashed at his own tail. The tail was severed on the spot, blood gushing from the severed end. Brother. The elder twin noticed his brother was injured and hurried over, controlling his long tail with all his might to fling the king cobra away. The king cobra rolled in the air several times before crashing down onto the gene extractor like a cannonball, falling to the ground and spitting out blood, returning to its human form. Brother, are you okay? The elder twin quickly tore a piece of cloth from his clothing and wrapped it around his brother's wound. I'm fine, just lost a part of my tail. I'm sorry, brother, I was careless. Although the younger twin spoke calmly, the elder twin could clearly see beads of sweat forming on his brother's forehead. Even though the younger twin decisively cut off his tail, the toxin still entered his bloodstream. Brother, those two have escaped, the younger twin said, gasping for breath, his eyes unfocused. Lin Yi's avatar had increased its toxicity by 50 times. A bite from him was no joke, and at the moment of biting, Lin Yi injected 200 milliliters of venom into the younger twin's tail. Unless an antidote was injected within 10 minutes, the younger twin was doomed. No matter, brother, I'll take you back. First, Boss Long must have a way to save you. At that moment, a group of researchers blocked their path, all glaring at them. Why? Since you possess such a powerful avatar, why didn't you reveal yourself sooner? Do you know how much time and effort it takes to train a researcher? Because of your cowardice, we have lost so many compatriots, including Professor Lin. You must take full responsibility for this. The others began to accuse them as well. Get lost. The elder twin had no time to waste with them. He roared, sweeping his tail to send the two in front of him flying. Carrying his brother on his back, he leaped into the exit. Outside the laboratory, Bai Wenniao and the second brother had just emerged from the dilapidated building when they were met with two slender steel needles. The needles shot towards them, halting right before their eyes, causing them to freeze in fear. Wenlang looked at them in confusion, wondering why the intruders were the ones who came out. What were those two fools in the research? Murong Yi controlled the tentacles, pulling Bai Wenniao and the second brother close to him, while defending against the steel needles fired at them by Wenlang. Where is your boss? Still below, the second brother replied. Did you get the prehistoric avatar? Where is it? The gene serum was hidden in Bai Wenniao's clothing, and the second brother remained silent, fearing Murong Yi might turn on them. All right, just 5 minutes left. Split up, or whether you survive is up to luck, Murong Yi said. The second brother released his mole avatar and began to dig a tunnel in the ground. The mole's body is short and stout, adept at burrowing with developed forelimbs and sharp claws. In just a second, its sharp claws easily pierced through the concrete, and its body dove into the hole, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Bai Wenniao flew in the opposite direction. After they left, Murong Yi said, My task is complete. It was nice to duel with you. May we meet again by fate. Wait, I'm curious, what is your avatar? Murong Yi smiled and replied, Not worth mentioning. After saying that, he soared into the sky. At this moment, Murong Yi had his back to Wenlang. If Wenlang were to strike, he would have a good chance of hitting Murong Yi, but he did not do so. The elder twin emerged from the dilapidated building, carrying his brother on his back. Seeing Wenlang still there, the elder twin exclaimed, Great, you're still here. I heard that little girl say you are a doctor. My brother was poisoned during a fight. You must save him. Your way of begging is quite unique, Wenlang said, looking at the book. The elder twin anxiously replied, I beg you, please save my brother. Two intruders just walked out of the building so casually. The prehistoric avatar is all right. It was stolen. The elder twin's gaze flickered, murmuring, Even with me blocking a master for you, the prehistoric avatar was still stolen. You two useless fools. Wenlang snorted coldly, cursing before turning to leave. You. The elder twin was instantly furious. If not for his brother being seriously injured, he would have already fought Wenlang. At that moment, a golden eagle slowly descended in front of the dilapidated building, its claws grasping a dying Bai Wenniao. Are you all right? The golden eagle spoke human words. From its voice, it was evident that this was Yugong. Why are you here? Wenlang asked. Boss Long said he received an alert that the prehistoric avatar was tampered with. He was worried you couldn't handle it, so he sent me to check the situation. Coincidentally, as I was flying over, I saw this bird flying out of the dilapidated building. Seeing it in such a hurry, I felt something was off, so I caught it. The golden eagle said. Is he really an intruder? Is he still alive? Wenlang asked. He shouldn't be dead. Wenlang glanced at the twin brothers. Let's go. With him we can at least report to Long Yun and not make these two fools look. The golden eagle looked at the twin brothers. The elder twin stubbornly turned his head away. Your brother looks seriously injured. Was the enemy very strong? Before the elder twin could speak, Wenlang interjected, speaking to himself, Indeed, very strong. In the eastern district of City I, at the intersection with the western district, a mole emerged from the ground. The second brother advanced straight for over 40 kilometers at a depth of 3 meters underground, not daring to stop for a moment. As soon as he poked his head up, he found Murong Yi standing before him. The second brother looked up, and upon seeing Murong Yi, a look of despair mixed with a hint of relief crossed his face. Was he to be blacked out for real? Today was a bit unlucky. He hoped to escape back safely. The second brother looked up at the sky, with vacant eyes slowly reaching into his clothing pocket to grasp the gene serum. He couldn't let this one go, he couldn't let it benefit others. Morong-yi watched his every move calmly, observing the second brother felt as if his head had been pricked by something, and then his face began to flush, his eyes bloodshot, and he stood frozen in place. Morong-yi approached the body, pulling the second brother from the ground, as if pulling a carrot, then rummaged through his back pocket and took out a red gene serum. Morong-yi displayed a look of disappointment. Is this all? Well, having one is better than none. In gratitude for you helping me get the gene serum, it'll make your death a little easier. Morong-yi raised his leg and stamped on the second brother's neck, lifting his head, blood continuously dripping from the severed. After both twin brothers had left, a completely black king cobra slithered out from the shadows in the corner, startling the researchers back a few steps, huddling together. Lin-Yi did not attack them, but bit each of the severely injured and unconscious subordinates. The venom injected into their bodies through the fangs. After completing all this, the king cobra swiftly slithered towards the exit. At the moment the basement door was slowly closing, the king cobra reverted to human form, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with a ruthless glint. Lin-Yi's so-called plan B was for one of them to act as bait to draw the opponent's attack when they encountered an unbeatable foe, protecting the others to escape. In this battle on the surface, it appeared that Lin-Yi fought desperately to protect his subordinates against the twin brothers. In reality, at the moment the elder twin attacked Lin-Yi, he instinctively retreated and reduced his attack's intensity, then pretended to be dead, passing the bait identity onto his subordinates. After they chased out Lin-Yi would escape with the gene serum, ensuring beforehand that those severely injured and unconscious subordinates would not wake up. Lin-Yi could not save them all, to prevent anyone from betraying him, he could only let them rest in eternal sleep. Yu-Gung flew towards the villa with Wen Lang and the twin brothers. In the high sky, Yu-Gung fell into deep thought. The day before, Morong-yi had approached him asking if he wanted to capture Lin-Yi. Later, Morong-yi informed him that Lin-Yi might come tomorrow to steal the primal avatar. Are you sure? Can I know the source of this information? Yu-Gung asked with a serious expression. Of course, the information comes from my brother. He wants to use Long Yun's hand to eliminate Lin-Yi, so he called Lin-Yi. For some reason, Lin-Yi wants to kill my brother, which means he will definitely come tomorrow. Morong-yi candidly told Yu-Gung. Just a phone call could entice Lin-Yi to travel from K-City to I-City to kill him. What had Morong-yi's brother done to cultivate such deep hatred? What do you need me to do? Morong-yi said, if Long Yun wants to send reinforcements, I hope you can volunteer and arrive as late as possible, preferably more than 10 minutes late. This way Lin-Yi will have ample time to leave the experimental base. At my speed, it would take no more than a minute to get from the villa to the abandoned building in the West District. If I delay any longer, it might raise Long Yun's suspicions. Don't worry, he'll leave you a target. You just need to wait near the abandoned building and capture him. Once you see the target, that will be enough to clear your suspicions. After a moment of contemplation, Yu-Gung said, your intentions must be more than just using someone else's dagger to kill, right? Morong-yi chuckled, if you continue to ask, I might have to use a dagger on you instead. Everything was proceeding according to Morong-yi's plan. Yu-Gung finally understood the true intentions of Morong-yi and Wang Xingrui. They were not seeking revenge, but rather the primal avatar. This bold idea was so far-fetched that Yu-Gung hadn't dared to think in that direction initially. Long Yun was not only the boss of a 100 billion group, but also the lord of I-City. These brothers actually planned to steal the primal avatar right under his nose, ruining his son's future. This could no longer be described as madness. Yu-Gung couldn't help but sigh. Morong-yi was powerful and skilled in schemes. Such a person was best kept at a distance. Upon returning to the villa, the twin brother immediately found Long Yun and briefly explained the situation at the experimental base, urging him to quickly find someone to treat his brother. Long Yun immediately ordered his bodyguards to bring his private doctor over. The back and forth took 5 minutes, after which the doctor administered an antidote to the twin brother, saving his life. In room 206, the twin brother saw his brother's breathing gradually stabilize and breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes filled with gratitude and remorse as he pondered his words. He set aside his frivolous demeanor and said seriously, thank you, Boss Long. This time we underestimated the situation, causing you to lose the primal avatar. We brothers have decided to withdraw from this mission. We do not want any payment. What you promised us before can be disregarded. If you need help in the future, as long as it's not a life-threatening task, just call us, and we will not refuse. You don't need to blame yourselves. Not everything was lost. Yu-Gung retrieved part of it and just handed it to me. If you wish to withdraw, it's no problem. I will still fulfill the promises I made to you. This is what we agreed upon. In this business, integrity is the most basic principle for me as a businessman. Long Yun was clearly trying to win people's hearts. The twin brother understood his intentions, but even though he knew this was a common tactic among businessmen, he still felt touched. The twin brother remained silent for a long time. This serious conversation felt somewhat awkward for him. After thinking for a long time about what to say, he finally managed to squeeze out 2 words, thank you. In the afternoon, Morong-yi returned to the villa, first circling around Long Yun's room, before heading back to room 203 to summon Wang Xingrui. The two went to an open space outside the villa, and Wang Xingrui asked, so how is it? Did you deal with Lin-Yi? No, Lin-Yi is not particularly strong, but he is very cunning. The twin brother's tail was cut off by him. Morong Yi replied. Then what about the primal avatar? Well, it's more or less in hand. What do you mean by more or less? Did you get it or not? Wang Xingrui asked anxiously. At this moment, everyone received a message. Morong Yi glanced at his phone and said, let's go, we need to gather in the hall. I'll explain the avatar situation to you later. In the first floor hall, besides Long Yun and 4 bodyguards, there were only 7 others. The twin brothers had quietly left. They couldn't admit their failure in front of so many people. Once everyone had arrived, Long Yun announced that the twin brothers were withdrawing from the mission, emphasizing that they had suffered serious injuries while protecting the research staff and thus had to leave. This statement left enough face for the brothers. Details reveal character. Although the twin brothers were unaware that Long Yun had once again helped them, his actions undoubtedly enhanced the goodwill felt towards him by those present. Everyone tacitly understood the true reason for the twin brothers' departure. If they had botched the task, they too would be too embarrassed to remain. Long Yun was willing to preserve their last shred of dignity, indicating that he was not the kind of person who would discard someone once they were no longer useful. From beginning to end, he never mentioned the loss of the primal avatar. Due to changes in personnel, Long Yun needed to reassign tasks. Suddenly, Morong Yi raised his hand as, sorry, we also want to withdraw. Is that okay? Wang Xingrui turned his head in surprise. Long Yun looked at him calmly and asked, Mr. Morong, may I know the reason? There's no special reason. Oh, we just don't want to do it anymore. What other reason could there be? Seeing someone get hurt scared them. Cowards. Weaklings. Useless. This was the impression everyone had of Morong Yi at that moment, and it was clearly written on their faces. Morong Yi didn't care at all. That's fine. Long Yun nodded slightly. Then what about the things you promised us before? I will fulfill my promise. How shameless, asking for benefits after not daring to do anything. The others thought in unison. That's great, brother, pack your things and let's go home. Under the disdainful gazes of the other 5, Wang Xingrui was blankly pulled away by Morong Yi from the hall back to room 203. In the room, Wang Xingrui stared at Morong Yi. Are we really leaving? Morong Yi, carrying his luggage, walked over, ruffled his hair, leaned down, and whispered in his ear, this is part of the plan. Wang Xingrui's expression changed as he looked at Morong Yi's smile, feeling somewhat perplexed. He could no longer guess what Morong Yi was thinking. What are you still dawdling for? Grab your bag, we're going home. After Morong Yi and Wang Xingrui left the hall and returned to the room, Long Yun chuckled and said to everyone, is there anyone else who wants to leave? Step forward together. Wen Lang sat by the window, basking in the sunlight, engrossed in the book in his hands. The fat man sat not far away, stuffing his mouth with snacks. Zhang Yuqin obediently walked to Long Yun's side, taking his hand as a gesture of comfort. Mu Chun squatted in the corner, drawing circles, looking dejected, possibly because he was about to part with his only friend, feeling somewhat sad. Yu Gung looked up thoughtfully towards room 203. Long Yun said, since no one is leaving, I will continue to rely on all of you for the next 2 months. Morong Yi and Wang Xingrui left the villa, and before leaving, Wang Xingrui gave his phone number to Mu Chun, and Mu Chun's eyes immediately lit up. Although they had only spent a few days together due to shared interests, their emotional connections still remained at the level of strangers. Except for Mu Chun. Parting between strangers does not carry a sense of sadness. Except for Mu Chun. After leaving the villa, Wang Xingrui looked back and said, you've already been given all of Lin Yi's subordinates. That's enough for you to achieve something. Why are you still following us? Well, I just can't bear to part with you. Sai, I just received news this afternoon that the Lord of K City has revoked the wanted order for Lin Yi. This trip has been in vain for me. What happened? Wang Xingrui stopped and turned to ask. The Xinghui building found someone to take the blame, taking all the responsibility on themselves. The Xinghui building will be closed for a year, and Lin Yi was found not guilty. How is that possible? It can only be said that the forces behind Lin Yi are enormous enough to influence the Lord's decisions. The world has been reset and order restored in just a decade. It's not surprising that they could achieve this. But stealing the primal avatar is a serious crime, and its value is immeasurable. If caught, he could be sentenced to If we interrogate Lin Yi's subordinates one by one, we will surely find evidence. They are all dead. Except for the little shrimp I caught, the rest have been silenced. Lin Yi is a ruthless character. Before escaping the experimental base, he eliminated all his subordinates and destroyed all surveillance footage, leaving no evidence. I checked the identities of those people, and they all had blank files. There is no evidence to prove they were Lin Yi's men. So what does Yu Gung mean? Morong Yi smiled and handed a card to Yu Gung. This card has 10 million on it, and the password is 6 zeros. I made you work hard for nothing this morning. You've earned it. What are you doing? That's not what I meant. Saying this, Yu Gung took the card. I'll just take you this far. Let's keep in touch when we have. Okay. After Yu Gung left, Wang Xingrui looked at his back and said, after all this time, it turns out you were just looking for a fee for your efforts. I thought he was a decent person, but I didn't expect him to be so pragmatic. Although I know that no one would do good for another person without reason, I always feel there would be exceptions. You know so much about Yu Gung's situation. How do you know it so clearly? Where did you get this information? Morong Yi smiled. What? My feelings have almost been invested, and you tell me this is all just a guess. Are you even human? Wang Xingrui sighed. I really hope a good person can deliver the primal avatar to me with both hands. Don't worry, your wish will be fulfilled soon by your brother. How will it be fulfilled? We've already come out. Is it possible for Long Yun to chase us down and ask us to go back? Morong Yi smiled mysteriously. Wang Xingrui thought to himself, still acting mysteriously, what are you trying to pull? Room 201. Long Yun sat at his desk, gazing at two gene serum vials before him, one red and one yellow. Mu Rongyi sat in the adjacent chair munching on a fruit platter. The yellow one was brought back by Yu Geng, while the red one was retrieved by Mu Rongyi. Wang Xingrui exclaimed, "Wait a minute, you returned the prehistoric incarnation to Long Yun." Mu Rongyi replied, "Don't interrupt, let me finish." In the room, Long Yun inquired, "How did you obtain the gene serums?" Mu Rongyi explained, "This morning while I was out for a stroll, I happened to encounter a mole incarnation and found it carrying this item. It looked quite valuable, so I took it. After returning, I showed it to Yu Geng, and only then realized what it was." Wang Xingrui remarked, "Brother, your lie has too many holes." Will Long Yun believe it? Mu Rongyi insisted, "I told you not to interrupt. The most complicated people often believe the simplest lies. Furthermore, these words come from me, a person with an incarnation amplification of 128. My identity and strength will enhance the credibility of the lie. Besides, I've dealt with the person involved, so he has no way to provide evidence." Wang Xingrui replied, "All right, continue." Long Yun asked, "Isn't your brother without an incarnation? Why does he need to give it up?" Mu Rongyi responded, "To be honest, we did approach you with ulterior motives. However, my brother's intentions differ from mine. He seeks the prehistoric incarnation to gain power while I won't allow him to do so. I just hope he can live a safe and sound life. Merging with the prehistoric genes is an entirely unknown territory. Using it may have unknown side effects. He is my only brother, I cannot take that risk." During the conversation, Long Yun observed Mu Rongyi's expression, unable to discern any flaws. Risks and opportunities are proportional. He will eventually leave you to venture out into the world, and he will need the power to protect himself then. Long Yun firmly believed that in this world possessing strength is paramount, and his son would be the one to be. "I will find my brother's incarnation, which may not be inferior to the prehistoric incarnation. Gaining power is to protect oneself and those one cares about. Losing oneself in the pursuit of power is merely a deviation from the essence." "Old man, you seem decent. Let me advise you not to impose your regrets on your child. Your child is not an object for you to make up for your regrets." Mu Rongyi clapped his hands and stood up, saying, "I'm leaving." Long Yun's eyes shifted continuously, as if hesitating over a difficult decision. "Mr. Mu Rong, please wait." Mu Rongyi turned back and asked, "What is it?" Long Yun stood up and walked out from behind the desk. "Could you please withdraw from this mission?" "What do you mean? Are you questioning my ability?" Mu Rongyi's expression turned cold. "Of course not." Long Yun hurriedly replied, "It's precisely because I have enough confidence in you that I have a more challenging task to assign to you, and it can only be given to you." "Is there a task more difficult than protecting the prehistoric incarnation?" A hint of surprise flashed across Mu Rongyi's face, quickly replaced by interest. "Do tell. Before my son merges with his incarnation, I hope you can become his personal bodyguard to ensure his safety. The prehistoric incarnation is undoubtedly important, but more crucial is my son's life. After the news of the prehistoric incarnation spreads, my son will face assassination attempts almost daily. I have hired many bodyguards and upgraded the surveillance equipment at home to the latest models, yet the frequency of the assassinations has not decreased. Choosing Mu Rongyi to be his son's personal bodyguard is indeed a risky move. Mu Rongyi's combat power is top-notch. What if he uses his son as leverage to force him to hand over the gene serum? Long Yun fears he may become extremely passive then. However, after much contemplation, Long Yun decided this move must be made. The moment Mu Rongyi returned the gene serum to him, the words he spoke made Long Yun conclude that the pawn must be Mu Rongyi. Not interested in the prehistoric incarnation possessing humanity and having a brother without an incarnation, Mu Rongyi revealed too many weaknesses in front of him. Only someone like him becoming his son's personal bodyguard would make him feel the most at ease. Why choose me? Yu Geng works for the authorities and knows some secrets that I would prefer not to be revealed to them. Among the remaining four, one likes to eat, and one is too sleazy and prone to losing control of their abilities. Aren't there still two left? In the end, Yuqin is just a little girl. Her strength is inferior to yours, and Wen Lang's strength is too formidable. If he had any designs on the prehistoric incarnation, I fear I wouldn't be able to stop him. Therefore, considering all aspects, you are the best candidate." "So you mean you withdrew from this mission on Long Yun's orders, and his purpose is to have us serve as bodyguards for his... Not us, but me. Once you go, you just need to eat, drink, and play off him. So when you said going home, you meant going to Long Yun's home." "Exactly. Then what are we doing here now?" "In the western district of city, I at the train station." Mu Rongyi and Wang Xingrui stood amidst the bustling crowd with their backpacks. Waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? Him. Mu Rongyi pointed forward. A white-headed eagle cried out and descended, its proud and upright posture immediately capturing the attention of the passers-by. Wang Xingrui raised an eyebrow upon seeing the person on the eagle's back. "Mr. Mu Rong, brother Wang, sorry to keep you waiting. Boss Long, you are 3 years older than my father. Is it appropriate to call me brother?" Mu Rongyi patted the dazed Wang Xingrui on the shoulder, saying, "Let's go." "Oh, okay." The two of them skillfully climbed onto the back of the white-headed eagle. In the next moment, the white-headed eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Wang Xingrui had once imagined what life for the wealthy would be like. drinking red wine, eating steak, wearing designer clothes, living in a villa, just like Xian Ye's family, until he entered Long Yun's domain. Yes, indeed, Long Yun's home was vast enough to be described as a territory. He owned an entire manor complete with ponds and forests. The most extravagant sight was a castle filled with an ancient charm, standing amidst the woods. As the white-headed eagle glided above, Wang Xingrui looked down and felt as if he had stepped into a fairy tale world. He had never imagined that someone could actually own a castle as a residence. Everything before him reshaped his concept. "Welcome to Long Yun Manor," Long Yun said elegantly. The white-headed eagle landed in front of the castle where a row of bodyguards stood on either side dressed in suits with shiny hair as if they had been produced on an assembly line. Some gardeners were trimming the flower beds on the lawn, all of which had been shaped into the form of tuna. Wang Xingrui found it hard to agree with this aesthetic. With a creak, the castle's grand door slowly opened. What came into view was a chubby butler as well as 2 rows of neatly aligned maids. They all bowed to Long Yun in unison, their movements synchronized. "Welcome home, sir." Wang Xingrui's mouth slightly opened, his eyes gradually widening. "This is just too excessive." Stepping into the castle's entrance, a red carpet lay on the ground, with the butler following closely behind Long Yun. "Where's Xiaoao?" "The young master is studying in his room," the butler replied. "Sai, all he knows is studying." "Old Chin, these 2 are my invited guests, please treat them well." "Understood." Long Yun turned to Mu Rongyi and Wang Xingrui, saying, "Mr. Mu Rong, Mr. Wang, feel free to look around while I go calm my son down. If he knows someone like you has come to our home, he will surely be very happy." Mu Rongyi agreed. Under the guidance of the butler, Mu Rongyi and Wang Xingrui arrived at the reception hall. The butler arranged for the maids to prepare refreshments for the 2. The fragrance of tea wafted from the exquisite white porcelain cups. Wang Xingrui picked up a cup and handed it to the butler. "You take a sip first." The butler was momentarily stunned, then smiled and gentlemanly accepted the teacup, taking a spoonful from his pocket. After placing the teacup back, he waited a minute before Wang Xingrui took a sip. The flavor was indeed delightful, with a fragrant aroma lingering on his lips and a hint of sweetness on his tongue. His gaze shifted to the desserts on the table, which had 6 layers, each a different color, looking quite appetizing. Wang Xingrui's throat involuntarily moved up and down. Food consumed by a person worth billions must taste fantastic. "Feel free to eat. If anything happens to you, I'll have everyone in this entire castle accompany you in death." Mu Rongyi chimed in with a laugh. "If I'm dead, what use is it for them to accompany me in death?" Hearing this, the butler immediately instructed a maid to cut a small piece of cake for himself and taste it. He then stepped back, introducing, "This dessert is made by the top chef in City I. It consists of 5 layers. The first layer is matcha powder, the second layer is cream, the third layer is ice cream, the fourth layer is chocolate, and the 5th layer is blueberry bits. It melts in your mouth, offering a variety of textures of fragrance, sweetness, creaminess, and richness, with distinct layers of flavor." Wang Xingrui, midway through the butler's introduction, had already taken a spoon from the side and scooped a piece of cake into his mouth. He chewed slowly, then looked at the cake in his hand in astonishment. Indeed, it melted in his mouth. He had never tasted anything so delicious. In just a few bites, Wang Xingrui finished the piece of cake on his plate. "Another plate, please." A maid stepped forward, took the empty plate, and walked to the serving cart, opening the lid and cutting a piece of cake to place on the plate. At this moment, Wang Xingrui appeared behind the maid. "I'll do it myself," he said, directly picking up a large plate of cake from the serving cart and placing it on the dining table. The maid showed an expression of difficulty and glanced at the butler. The butler slightly nodded, and the maid stepped aside. "I can't stand you high-class people. Why must good food be served in small plates?" Wang Xingrui cut a large piece for himself, and then took Mu Rongyi's plate to cut a piece for him, pushing the plate in front of Mu Rongyi, saying, "It tastes great, give it a try." Mu Rongyi smiled and followed Wang Xingrui's example, grabbing the cake in his hand and taking big bites. Before long, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the room, and a handsome young man with bright eyes and a tall posture pushed the door open and entered. Long Yun followed behind, a look of indulgence on his face. Mu Rongyi and Wang Xingrui simultaneously turned to him, their cheeks bulging with cream stains around their mouths. Mu Rongyi and Wang Xingrui simultaneously patted their chests, clearly choking. They raised their teacups, and the 2 maids hurriedly stepped forward to refill their tea. Then both men downed their red tea in one go, exhaling deeply. "Ah, how comfortable." Mu Rongyi picked up a napkin to wipe the corner of his mouth. "Are you Long Ao?" Long Ao walked over to Mu Rongyi without any roundabout way, asking earnestly, "Is it true that your incarnation amplification is really 128? At this statement, all the maids in the hall looked at Mu Rongyi in shock, awaiting his reply. "Yes." One word struck like a thunderbolt, causing everyone present except for Wang Xingrui, Long Yun, and the butler to feel a shiver run down their spines, their hair standing on end. The hall fell into silence, where one could hear a pin drop. The maids even dared not breathe. They realized they were serving such a formidable individual. "Hey, refill my tea," a voice broke the silence. Everyone turned their gaze to Wang Xingrui, suddenly remembering there was still someone sitting beside Mu Rongyi. They couldn't help but begin to speculate about Wang Xingrui's identity. A young person able to sit alongside Mu Rongyi. Could he be an ordinary person? Certainly not. Wang Xingrui raised his teacup, looking at a maid. The butler quietly urged the maid holding the teapot, "Quick, pour the tea." The maid hurriedly picked up the teapot from the serving cart. As she trembled, she walked towards Wang Xingrui. After just 2 steps, her legs suddenly went weak, and she fell to the ground, losing grip of the teapot, which flew towards Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui sat there calmly, not moving an inch, and not even a change in expression. The teapot flying towards him, and the spilled tea seemed to be suspended by an invisible force. After a flip, the teapot gently landed on the dining table, and 2 drops of water that spilled from it danced midair before jumping into Wang Xingrui's teacup. Without a doubt, it was Mu Rongyi who intervened. However, aside from Long Yun and the butler, everyone present thought that the earlier events were all Wang Xingrui's impressive maneuver. Wang Xingrui nonchalantly poured himself a cup of tea, blowing on the cup and taking a sip. This calmness appeared to them as profound and unfathomable. The butler stepped forward to assist the fallen maid, and then, slap. With a single slap, the maid flew out of the hall, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. He then took out a white handkerchief from his chest pocket, elegantly wiped the blood from his hands, and smiled at Wang Xingrui, saying, "Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize for her disrespectful behavior." "It's nothing," Wang Xingrui replied nonchalantly, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion. "What incarnation do you possess?" Long Ao stood opposite Wang Xingrui, his stature comparable, wearing a look of cold arrogance. "Long Ao, do not be rude." Long Yun reprimanded Long Ao. Long Yun had only Long Ao as his son. His wife had passed away due to illness years ago, and he had been busy with business, nearly missing out on Long Ao's entire childhood. Feeling guilty towards his son, he had always been very compliant with Long Ao, fulfilling all his requests, which resulted in Long Ao developing a rather aloof character, speaking bluntly to everyone. However, the 2 individuals before him were not ones the Long family could offend. A slight misstep could lead to their family's ruin. Wang Xingrui glanced at him, saying, "If I don't tell you, what can you do about it?" Long Ao glared at Wang Xingrui with anger. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. "Fight me." As soon as Long Ao finished speaking, the steward suddenly felt a chill in his heart, a strong sense of crisis surging within. He immediately looked towards Murong Yi, only to find Murong Yi smiling brightly at Long Ao. In that instant, the steward rushed forward and pulled Long Ao behind him. "The young master is still young and inexperienced. Please do not take offense, Mr. Murong Yi replied, "What are you saying? How could I hold a grudge against a mere child?" Although he offered an explanation, his eyes remained narrowed and his smile showed no sign of fading. Wang Xingrui turned to look at Murong Yi, who immediately wore an innocent expression. "I can handle it myself," Wang Xingrui said. "I know." Murong Yi gave him a doting look, causing Wang Xingrui to break out in goosebumps. Long Yun's heart raced. He regretted inviting this powerful figure to his home. If treated well, he was a guardian spirit. If treated poorly, he was a harbinger of doom. Long Ao remained filled with fighting spirit, unaware that he had just brushed against death. Long Yun stepped between Wang Xingrui and Murong Yi, chuckled awkwardly, and led them away from the hall to tour the castle. Long Yun arranged rooms for Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui found it boring and followed the steward to his. A maid followed and pushing a food cart. The steward said, "Mr. Wang, here are some fruit platters for you to enjoy at your leisure. If you need anything, just let her know." Wang Xingrui looked at the maid, who kept her head down, visibly nervous. "No need, I just want to be alone for a while." The steward waved the maid off, and she pushed the cart out of the room. "Mr. Wang, I won't disturb you any longer. There's a button by the bed. You can call me anytime you need me." The steward carefully closed the door as he left. Wang Xingrui lay on the soft bed, deep in thought. Was he now infiltrating the enemy's ranks? Long Yun, a billionaire businessman, was a legendary figure in Wang Xingrui's eyes. And now he could stay in Long Yun's castle and speak with him on equal terms. Reflecting on the past 2 months' experiences felt surreal. Regardless of whether Wang Xingrui wanted to admit it, he owed a significant debt of gratitude to Murong Yi for reaching this point, of debt he couldn't repay with his current abilities. It doesn't matter. The more lice, the less fear of itching. Whether it's 1 debt or 10, it's still a debt. He would slowly repay it once Murong Yi helped him attain the primordial avatar. Unknowingly, he seemed to have gotten used to relying on Murong Yi for hope. The estate had a separate training ground where Long Yun brought Murong Yi. On the training ground, 5 muscular men wearing tank tops on their upper bodies and military pants below surrounded Long Ao, continually attacking him. Long Ao skillfully dodged while searching for weaknesses, taking them down one by one, the entire process flowing smoothly without a single unnecessary movement. He walked over to Long Yun, who wore a proud expression. "Mr. Murong, what do you think of my son's physique?" As a father, he couldn't help but boast about his outstanding son. At that moment, Long Ao approached, and the maid quickly presented a towel and juice. Long Ao took the towel to wipe his head and handed it back, then took a sip of the juice. "No comments," Murong Yi replied lightly. Long Ao smirked. Even though he was a proud person, he still needed recognition from others. Being acknowledged by someone of Murong Yi's caliber made it impossible for him not to feel happy. However, Long Ao quickly adjusted his mindset. He had a long way to go and shouldn't become complacent over minor achievements. What he desired was not to become someone like Murong Yi, but to surpass him. Hearing Murong Yi's praise, Long Yun's pride swelled even further, his chin lifting slightly. At his level, wealth and fame had reached their peak. Nothing else could stir his heart. Only Long Ao was the person he cared about most in this world. If it were a business partner saying those words, Long Yun would merely smile and humbly respond overstated. But now the one saying this was Murong Yi. Long Yun wished more people were present to hear it. Did you hear that? The top experts in the world say my son's physique is unmatched. Which family's son could have such glory? Mr. Murong, you flatter me. My son is young and still has much to learn from you. Long Yun wanted to strengthen the bond between Murong Yi and Long Ao, believing that having Murong Yi around would greatly benefit Long Ao. Murong Yi asked, puzzled, flattery. When did I praise him? Long Yun was taken aback. Didn't you just say my son's physique is unmatched? Indeed unmatched, but such a disparity, what is there to praise, eh? Long Yun, the steward, and the servants present all widened their eyes in disbelief looking at Murong Yi. So that's what he meant by unmatched. Long Yun quickly reacted, glancing at Long Ao, who, true to his name, had a strong sense of pride and could hardly tolerate such an evaluation. At that moment his forehead veins bulged, his eyes reddening, ready to make a move. Just as Long Yun intended to stop Long Ao from doing something foolish, he heard Long Ao grit his teeth and say, dare you fight me? Murong Yi chuckled, I dare not. Coward. Long Ao glared at Murong Yi. Long Yun felt his heart nearly leap out, and the steward's expression changed dramatically. You brought me here just to watch this childish performance. Boring. I'm going back to sleep. Murong Yi turned and left. Long Ao's eyes sharpened. Seizing the opportunity, he threw a punch at the back of Murong Yi's head. Long Yun hurriedly tried to stop him, but before he could speak, Long Ao had already flown past him. The 5 earlier sparring partners rushed forward to block the flying Long Ao. As a result, the 5 men were sent flying in all directions like bowling pins hit by Long Ao's body. Fortunately, with them acting as a buffer, Long Ao stopped and fell to the ground. Quick, call a doctor, the steward shouted urgently. Long Yun quickly called a doctor. This scene caught Murong Yi's attention. The young master was getting hurt, and the steward seemed more anxious than the master. It was amusing. Within the castle, Long Yun had private doctors. Upon receiving the call, 2 doctors rushed over, one of whom took out a scanning device and began scanning Long Ao's head. Purple light from the device revealing a series of data. The other doctor injected Long Ao with an unknown liquid. How is the young master? The steward inquired anxiously. The examining doctor replied, the young master is fine, he just received a blow to the head and fainted. Upon hearing that Long Ao was fine, Long Yun sighed in relief, and the steward's expression also relaxed significantly. The 2 medical personnel lifted Long Ao back to his room. In the room, the doctor stated, the young master has no visible external injuries, just minor fractures in both arms, no internal bleeding in the skull, mild concussion, and intact organs. He is not in danger, but will require some recovery time. How long is some time? At least 4 months. 4 months. With only 3 months left before the academy begins enrollment, the doctor telling him that his son needed 4 months of recovery was simply impossible. Looking at the unconscious Long Ao on the bed, the steward's expression darkened. Murong Yi, you dare ruin my son's future. Bring me someone. Instantly, over a dozen bodyguards rushed into the castle. At this moment, rather than being angry at the steward's impudence, Long Yun became more humble, advising, my lord, you must not act impulsively. Mr. Murong did nothing wrong, you shouldn't hold him accountable, but rather thank him. Upon hearing this, Murong Yi, standing outside the room, finally understood. Tisk tisk, he was quite cautious, even playing the substitute game. That makes sense. With a net worth of billions, having earned so much money, he must have offended many. With many enemies and lacking real power, if he wanted to live a few more years, he had to be fully prepared. What did you say? Upon hearing Long Yun's words, the steward suddenly erupted in anger. He harmed my son? Nonsense. Long Yun spoke gently. Mr. Murong's avatar amplifies by 128 times. With his strength, if he truly struck, the young master's mortal body would not withstand it, and I too would undoubtedly be obliterated on the spot. Yet now the young master has not even broken a bone, sufficient proof that Mr. Murong spared him at that moment. Long Yun, flustered by his son's injury, was momentarily blinded by rage. Now, after the steward's analysis, he began to reconsider and realized it might indeed be the case. An avatar amplified by 128 times a world-class combat power, even a casual strike, could not merely result in a fracture. At this moment, Murong Yi entered the room. Long Yun's heart sank. Oh no, I have inadvertently exposed my identity. The steward looked at Murong Yi, finding him smiling knowingly as they locked eyes. The steward donned a businesslike smile, his entire demeanor changing as he approached Murong Yi with a face full of apology. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Murong. He is my only son, and I was flustered earlier, speaking out of turn. I hope you can forgive me. It's fine, Mr. Long. The last 3 words were emphasized by Murong Yi, who then casually remarked, your son has a decent foundation, but his fighting skills are lacking. Since there's still 2 months left, he might as well train with me. Really? That's wonderful. It's an honor for my son to receive guidance from Mr. Murong. Don't be in such a hurry to flatter me, though I haven't finished yet. Training your son will take time and effort. Don't you think you should pay some tuition? Of course. How much? 100 million. Murong Yi held up a finger. No problem, the steward answered immediately. After Murong Yi left, the steward dropped the pretense and resumed Long Yun's identity, while the Long Yun who brought Murong Yi and Wang Xingrui back to the castle returned to being the steward. Long Yun walked over to the steward, gently patting his shoulder, his eyes filled with gratitude. Old Chen, I owe you today, otherwise I might have made a grave mistake. My lord, you were merely flustered. Even if I didn't say anything, you would have figured it out eventually. The young master has always been gifted, but is also proud, looking down on others. Perhaps today's incident will help him grow. Will it, eh? It will. Old Chen had been by Long Yun's side since the beginning of his entrepreneurial journey, being a few years older than him. As the Tianlong group grew, so did the number of enemies. Once Long Yun faced an assassination attempt and spent half a month in the ICU, nearly losing his life. Ever since, Old Chen volunteered to become Long Yun's body double, managing everything for him. In times of significant issues, the steward would appear in Long Yun's stead. Old Chen's left eye was a prosthetic. Although it looked like an ordinary eyeball, it housed a miniature camera. The footage captured by the camera would be transmitted directly to Long Yun's computer, allowing him to issue orders to Old Chen and instruct him on what to do. The two understood each other's personalities so well that they could imitate one another perfectly. Although externally Old Chen was Long Yun's steward and body double, everyone in the estate knew that their master treated him more like a confidant and brother. All matters in the estate, big or small, were arranged by the steward. It is no exaggeration to say that the steward held a position just below Long Yun, commanding great respect. No one dared to disrespect him. Whenever Long Yun faced an insurmountable problem, this old friend seemed to possess some magical ability, calming him with each word. Then he would help him sort out his thoughts and find the root of the problem. It's just that with such a ruckus from Xiao Ao, his schooling, I am somewhat worried about that, Long Yun said. After thinking for a moment, Old Chen replied, it shouldn't be an issue. Once the gene serum is fully completed and Xiao Ao consumes it, his self-healing ability will improve, so he should be fine in time. After obtaining an avatar, aside from enhancing strength and speed, the Bodhi's self-healing mechanism will also vastly improve. As long as it isn't a shattering fracture, recovery from regular fractures will take less than half a month. Look at my brain. That's right, there's still the gene serum. It should be fine, definitely fine. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Mu Rongya opened the door and first poked his head in. Wang Xingrui glanced up and then lay back down. Brother, are you feeling better? My mood was never bad to begin with, Wang Xingrui replied lazily, seemingly having accepted the term brother. I just stood up for you. That brat Long Ao tried to sneak attack me and was sent flying 5 meters away. He won't recover for at least 10 days to half a month. Oh, Wang Xingrui replied casually. Mu Rongya sat beside him on the bed and asked, are you still thinking about? Yes, aside from that I have nothing else to think about. Let me tell you a secret related to the avatar. Do you want to know? Not really. I'm not joking. What really is related to the avatar? Wang Xingrui turned over, facing away from Mu. Seeing his lackluster demeanor, Mu Rongya whispered, the genetic serum I gave to Long Yun was fake. Wang Xingrui remained lying on his side, eyes closed, ignoring Mu Rongya. Mu Rongya continued, to be precise, the experimental base, the genetic serums, including the Long boss we met, are all fake. The so-called mission to protect the prehistoric avatar is merely a facade. The real Long Yun is actually the butler, Wang Xingrui interjected. Wang Xingrui had noticed this long ago. The butler's gaze towards Long Ao lacked respect. When Long Ao faced a crisis, the butler was the first to shield him, even faster than Long Yun. Moreover, when Long Ao offended Mu Rongya, the butler remained far calmer than Long Yun, indicating that the butler was not ordinary and his relationship with Long Ao was unlikely to be just that of a typical master-servant. Of course, these were merely Wang Xingrui's speculations, and it wasn't until Mu Rongya revealed the butler's identity that he confirmed his guesses. Wang Xingrui sat up. Although Long Yun's identity is fake, how can you be sure that the genetic serum you handed over is? Mu Rongya smiled. My silly brother, didn't you notice that when we first entered the villa, Long Yun claimed that the prehistoric avatar was more important than his own life? Yet 2 days later the serum was stolen and 10 years of effort was nearly in vain, but Long Yun acted as if nothing happened. Even if he is worth billions and has extensive experience, he shouldn't be so calm. Coupled with the fact that Long Yun took us to his experimental base without reservation, I am certain that everything he showed us was an illusion. Wang Xingrui realized and exclaimed, so you deliberately handed over the genetic serum to win his trust. Smart. You can think about it. Since Long Yun wants to help his son merge with the avatar, where would the avatar be placed? Naturally, it would be placed as close to his son as possible, for only then could the risk of being stolen during transport be minimum. Wang Xingrui's excitement surged. So, the real prehistoric avatar is hidden in this manner. Bingo. Correct. That old fox set out the message that the prehistoric avatar was in the mine, then spent an exorbitant amount to create a false experimental base. With so many top experts stationed there, it would be hard to suspect that the prehistoric genes in the experimental base were fake. A sleight of hand, one after another, almost deceived everyone. Wang Xingrui looked meaningfully at Mu Rongya. There is always a higher mountain. Those who play conspiracies are increasingly underhanded. In the room, Long Yun sat at his desk with the computer screen replaying the battle between Wen Lang and the masked man outside the unfinished building over and over. Old Chen, go do 3 things. As you command, sir. First, find out the identity of the invaders. I want to know which faction they belong to. Second, inform all major media outlets to spread the news that Laboratory No. 2 has been invaded. It is imperative that the information about the genetic serum no longer being in my Tianlong group reaches the world in the shortest time possible. Third, offer a high reward for the invaders. Whoever can bring the prehistoric genes back to Tianlong group, I am willing to pay 3 billion. If they can bring back the head of the invader, I will add another 2 billion. Understood, sir. After the butler left, Long Yun's gaze returned to the computer screen. Only 1 month remained. If they could last 1 more month, Long Ao could merge with the prehistoric avatar. He took out a pocket watch inside, which was a 1-inch family photo. Looking at the woman in the family photo, Long Yun's expression softened immensely. Our son has suffered a lot for this. I hope you can bless him to merge with the avatar smoothly. Long Yun gently kissed the watch, pressing it against his forehead with both hands. In order to arrange all this outside, he not only had to harden against various factions, but also had to find ways to protect his son's safety at home. He exhausted all his efforts to reach this point, and now he truly felt helpless. He could only leave the last month to fate. Long Ao's recovery speed was surprisingly fast. Even though he had not consumed the genetic serum, he woke up from the medical chamber in less than half a month. The doctors treating him said it was a miracle. After he woke up, Long Yun told him that Mu Rongye was willing to be his coach. Long Ao was instantly shocked. Before his father finished speaking, he eagerly ran to Mu Rongye's room. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open. Mu Rongye was still sleeping. Upon hearing the noise, he opened his eyes, saw it was Long Yo, turned over, and continued sleeping. Mu Rongye, you promised my father to guide my training. When do we start? Long Ao stated bluntly. Mu Rongye, still in bed, opened his eyes and said with an unfriendly expression, "It's early morning. You're disturbing my dreams. Get lost." Long Ao walked around the bed to stand in front of Mu Rongye. "I hope you won't go back on your word, otherwise I will look down on you." After leaving those words, he turned and walked away. Long Ao, so arrogant, can't say a single soft word. Long Ao stood not far from the castle, hands crossed over his chest, waiting quietly. It seemed this was his lowest posture. After half an hour, Mu Rongye walked out of the castle, followed by Wang Xingrui. The three gathered together. Mu Rongye said to Long Ao, "Sit." Wang Xingrui obediently sat down on the lawn. Long Ao stood there. Mu Rongye said, "It's up to you. Before guiding your training, I want to clarify why training is necessary to avoid you giving up midway and wasting each other's time. Only weaklings give up. That won't happen to me," Long Ao declared. Wang Xingrui remained silent. He found it hard to say such edgy words. "All right, then I'll continue. Every human body contains beast cells to varying degrees, and before devouring the avatar, the beast cells remain dormant. During this period, the beast cells continuously devour other cells in the human body to obtain energy, generating new beast cells. In medicine, the cells that are devoured are referred to as primitive cells. The quality of primitive cells determines the quality of the newly generated beast cells. The higher the quality of the primitive cells, the higher the quality of the newly generated beast cells after being devoured. For example, under the same conditions of avatar type, amplification factor and beast cell content, an athlete's strength is greater than that of an ordinary person. This is because athletes undergo extensive training before devouring the avatar, and their primitive cell activity is much higher than that of ordinary people, leading to higher activity in the new beast cells, thus increasing strength. Wang Xingrui's middle school PE teacher had mentioned this, but without analyzing the principles so thoroughly. "I understand your point, but I only have less than 4 months' time. Will that be enough?" "That's up to how hard you work," Mu Rongye replied. "For the next month, I will make you regret being born into this world. Are you mentally prepared?" "I have no problem," Long Ao responded. Wang Xingrui replied softly. "Great, start by running laps around the track until you can't stand up anymore." "What's the point of doing this?" Long Ao asked. Mu Rongye glanced at him. "I need to assess your physical limits to tailor the training plan to avoid excessive training intensity that might kill you." "Understood," Mu Rongye said. "Long Ao, out of respect for your father, this is the last time I will explain this to you. If you doubt my decisions, there's no need to come to me again in the future." Long Ao said nothing further and turned to run out. Wang Xingrui followed closely. Thus days turned into nights. Long Ao ran from 8:30 in the morning until 8:30 at night, enduring 12 hours before finally collapsing. Wang Xingrui managed to endure half an hour longer than Long Ao, finally collapsing beside him. Two maids brought 2 cups of high-grade nutrient solution to Long Ao and Wang Xingrui. The cups had straws, and the maids gently brought the straws to the two's mouths. Long Ao and Wang Xingrui both took a big gulp, drinking the nutrient solution clean. That feeling was like a long-awaited rain after a drought. Every cell in their bodies rejoiced, tingling, as if a faint electric current coursed through them. "Another cup!" both exclaimed simultaneously. The maids brought another cup of high-grade nutrient solution. They quickly finished it off again. "Another cup!" they shouted again in unison. Thus the maids went back and forth, pouring them 5 cups of high-grade nutrient solution. Their stomachs swelled, but before long they returned to normal. Mu Rongye stood beside them and said, "When the human body's strength is overdrawn, the speed at which beast cells absorb energy will drastically increase. Remember this feeling, master it, it will be helpful to you in the future." Long Ao executed a fish leap to stand up, but Wang Xingrui remained seated on the ground. "You ran half an hour less than my brother, so you are punished not to eat dinner tonight, plus 500 push-ups." Long Ao frowned, taking off 2 sandbags from his ankles. I was running with weights, which is why I was half an hour slower than. Long Ao explained this not to avoid punishment from Murongya, but simply to prove he was not inferior to Wang. How much weight? Murongya asked. 1 kilogram for each sandbag, totaling 2 kilograms. I see, Murongya nodded, turning to Wang Xingrui, and said, you should take yours off too. Wang Xingrui, upon hearing this, lifted his pants. He also had weights strapped to his ankles, and in addition weights strapped around his waist. Long Ao was suddenly shocked. He had weights too. My brother has lead plates strapped to him, 5 kilograms on each leg and 5 kilograms around his waist, totaling 10 kilograms. Even like this, you were still half an hour slower than him. You're truly useless. You won't eat dinner tonight and do 1,000 push-ups, is that understood? Murongya smiled as he patted Long Ao's face. Long Ao's face flushed red, his fists clenched, looking down. Understood. Tomorrow 5 o'clock in the morning, gather at the usual place. After saying that, Murongya turned and left. Wang Xingrui followed him, asking, what are we having for dinner tonight? You are so exhausted, how can you still eat? I can't. Vegetarian burgers, I tried one, it's quite good. Murongya and Wang Xingrui exchanged words as they walked into the castle, leaving Long Ao alone, standing lonely on the lawn. Long Ao gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He roared towards the sky, venting his displeasure. In his 16 years of life, he had never felt so humiliated as today. Tonight his pride suffered an unprecedented blow. Inside the castle there was an independent dining room. A rectangular table sat in the center of the dining room, covered with a white cloth with 2 luxurious candlesticks in the middle. The maids carefully arranged the plates and food. Long Yun, Murongya, and Wang Xingrui then sat at the dining table and began to enjoy their dinner. Long Yun heard Long Ao's roar outside and asked with some concern, Mr. Murong, is my son all right? He's fine, he just suffered a little setback. That's good. Long Yun said, his mother passed away early and I've been busy with business, so I never cared for him when he was young. This has led to his proud and aloof personality, but in fact he is not bad at heart. If my son has offended you in any way, I hope you will forgive him. As long as you serve me well and pay on time, I will not care how he offends me. Ha ha ha, so straightforward, Mr. Murong, I toast to you. Murongya raised his goblet to lightly clink with Long Yun's, whose cup was slightly lower than Murongyi's. After Long Yun finished his drink, he stood up and said, Mr. Murong, I'm getting old and can't stay up late. I won't keep you company. You two enjoy your meal, and if you need anything, just tell old Shun. Wang Xingrui directly grabbed food from the plate with his hands and stuffed it into his mouth. This mushroom is so delicious, and this black truffle, and this pasta. Murongya looked at Wang Xingrui affectionately. Eat slowly, it's all yours, no one is stealing it from you. Wang Xingrui stuffed his cheeks like a squirrel and mumbled, after running all day, I am exhausted and my belly feels like a bottomless pit. No matter how much I eat, I can't get full. You dug mines for 2 months and climbed iron ropes for 2 months. That's a solid foundation. Otherwise, let alone eating, you wouldn't even be able to stand. Murongya poured himself a glass of red wine, the bright red liquid slowly going down his throat. You performed well today, didn't embarrass your brother. How about this, he'll give you a reward. Wang Xingrui paused his actions of grabbing food and looked at Murongya expectantly. What reward? I reward you with 1,000 push-ups. Are you joking? I ran half an hour longer than Long Ao. Why do I still have to do push-ups? Murongyi's expression suddenly turned calm. To make you stronger. Wang Xingrui chewed on his food and sighed. Understood. Long Yun returned to his room, sitting at his desk. Old Shun poured him a cup of black tea, the aroma wafting in the air. Sir, we've already clarified the background of those people. They are from Xinghue Tower. Xinghue Tower. Never heard of it. Long Yun said as he lifted the teacup, blowing on the tea leaves before taking a sip. Old Shun explained to Long Yun, it's a minor force in K-City. The one who escaped is named Lin E. His avatar is a king cobra with a 50 amplification. It's said there is a backer behind him, but when our people dug deeper, the clues were completely cut off, indicating the other party might have significant connections. And also, as for our 4 bodyguards, I found out their contact list for the past 5 years, and I have checked the backgrounds of everyone they contacted. There are no problems. Long Yun looked at Old Chun, who seemed hesitant. If you have something to say it directly. There's no need to hide. Sir, what I am about to say may upset you. Do we need to beat around the bush? Just say it. Based on the fighting style of the masked man, I believe the masked man at the unfinished building was very likely Mr. Murong, and Lin E might also be Mr. Murong's person. Long Yun did not react with the anticipated anger, but instead replied calmly, so what? Do you want me to search him? Ultimately, we managed to keep a genetic serum. If I were to completely fall out with him, what would the consequences be? Have you thought about that? The butler slightly lowered his head. Actually, I considered the possibility you mentioned, but he is now Xiaoao's teacher. Therefore, Old Chun, whether he intentionally let Lin E escape, or whether he conspired with Lin E against me, I must treat him as if he is innocent. Understood. You've worked hard all day, go rest, Long Yun said. Alright, I'll take my leave now, sir. You should also get some rest. After Old Chun left the room, Long Yun's hefty body leaned back against the chair, lost in thought. I can't afford to gamble. Once I begin to probe if the masked man is not Murongya, it would completely shatter Murongyi's trust. The relationship built with great difficulty would collapse in an instant. He simulated countless scenarios of reconciliation in his mind, but they all ended without resolution. Just hold on for another month. Once Xiao Ao successfully merges with the Avatar, I will settle this debt properly. Anyone who dares to scheme against Long Yun, even if your amplification exceeds 100, be prepared to pay the price. Long Yun opened the drawer below, revealing 3 palm-sized remote controls, each with only one button colored yellow, red, and green, corresponding to 3 genetic serums. After looking for a long time, Old Chun closed the drawer again. He clasped his hands under his chin, his gaze dark as water. If it weren't for Xiao Yao, I wouldn't trust a stranger. I hope it's not you. In the eastern district of J City, there is a small supermarket on a busy street. Inside the supermarket, there are only a little girl and a little boy. The girl appears to be no more than 14 years old, dressed in a delicate yellow long dress, with an oval face and lively eyes that have lost their childishness, showing no emotion. At this moment, she is using a calculator to tally the accounts at the counter. The boy is very cute, around the same age as the girl, slightly shorter and looking quite frail. He is currently mopping the dingling. A somewhat disheveled figure pushes the door open and enters. The girl glances at him and continues calculating, saying, I remember telling you that without Brother Ouyang's order you are not allowed to come find me on your own. I want to see Mr. Ouyang. Brother Ouyang is busy and has no time to see you. Did you bring back the spider egg? No, but I brought back the prehistoric avatar. Linny spoke. The girl paused in her actions, her delicate eyes slightly raised to look at Linny. The boy, still holding the mop, walked over and hung a closed for business sign on the doorknob outside. Where's the item? The girl asked. I need to see Mr. Ouyang first. The girl glanced at Linny's chest, and the boy immediately understood, transforming his right forearm into a green serrated blade positioned in front of Lin Yi's neck. Don't misunderstand, we need to confirm whether you really brought back the prehistoric avatar. The girl extended her hand and said, show it to me. Lin Yi took out the gene serum from his pocket and handed it to the girl. The girl picked up the gene serum and scrutinized it carefully, saying, you can leave it here. When Brother Ouyang returns, I will truthfully inform him that the prehistoric avatar was brought back by you. Then she took out a black card and placed it on the counter, saying, take this card. There is no password and you must have lost quite a few people to obtain the serum. The girl pushed the black card towards Lin Yi, saying, consider it compensation for you. Lin Yi clenched his fist, staring at the black card on the counter, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger. To obtain the prehistoric avatar, all the brothers Lin Yi brought with him perished in I City. Now they think they can simply appease him with some money. What do these 2 kids take him for? If it weren't for the fact that they are trusted subordinates of Mr. Ouyang, what qualifications do these 2 little brats have to act so arrogantly in front of him? Lin Yi, feeling unwilling, picked up the black card without saying a word and turned to leave the grocery store. He has quite the temper. Is a black card not enough to satisfy him? The boy said what he wants is not money but an opportunity to cling to Brother Ouyang's thigh. If Lin Yi had brought back something genuine, he would get everything he desires. As the girl spoke, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Brother Ouyang, Lin Yi just came over, the one from K City. He has obtained the prehistoric avatar and it's currently in our shop. All right. The girl hung up the phone. The boy asked, what did Brother Ouyang say? He will be back soon. Before long, a handsome young man dressed in white with an extraordinary demeanor walked into the grocery store. Brother Ouyang. The boy and girl both ran to the young man's side. The young man gently patted the heads of both. The boy shyly lowered his head while the girl closed her eyes in enjoyment. By the way, Brother Ouyang, the item brought by Lin Yi is here. He'll show it to you. No need to look. The serum is fake. How do you know the serum is fake without even looking, Brother Ouyang? The girl asked. Long Yun is the lord of I City. His items cannot be easily obtained. I just spoke with Yin Gaofei on the phone, and he said the real gene serum will take another month to complete. The girl, somewhat angered, said, that despicable Lin Yi made me hope for nothing, and I even gave him a black card as compensation. Linger, notify Mo-chan to take back your black card and deal with Lin Yi. We cannot let anyone know about his connection with Brother Ouyang. Although the gene serum Lin Yi brought back is a fake, it doesn't warrant a death sentence, does it? He was able to find the Tianlong Group's laboratory and bring back the serum, which shows he has some skills. Moreover, his flaws are obvious. Selfish, ambitious, lacking principles, yet craving recognition from others. Such a person is easy to control, and I find him quite handy to use. What Lin Yi brought to us is a fake gene serum, and the problem with this is that only we know the authenticity of this. From my understanding of that old fox Long Yun, he will soon spread the news that the gene serum was stolen. Afterwards, everyone wanting the serum will come looking for Lin Yi. What worries me is that if he is caught by others and reveals that the serum is in our hands, all factions will point their spears at us. Even if we step forward to explain, we won't be able to shake off this blame. The little girl's gaze sharpened. So that's how it is. All right, I will contact Mo-chan right now. The little boy shot a glance at the girl, knowing that Brother Ouyang's insights were likely already in her thoughts. Pretending to be naive, pretending to be simple-minded, how disgusting. At the Xinghui building in the southern district of K City, Lin Yi returned to his office. Only in this familiar environment could his inner unease gradually calm down. This is the refuge of his soul. The lonely room allows his mind to become clearer. Lin Yi began to calculate the gains and losses of this mission. Though he lost his subordinates, the shop remained, and he also boarded the great ship of Mr. Ouyang. With the money given by the little girl and the shop, as long as Mr. Ouyang gives him a chance, Lin Yi believes that with his abilities and means he will be able to rise again in no time and climb even higher. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking interrupted his train of thought. Come in, boss. Lao Wu entered the office. Before Lin Yi took his men to I-City, he had let his subordinates draw lots to decide who would stay to watch the shop. In the end, it happened that Lao Wu was the lucky one. Lao Wu was the strongest among his subordinates. If he had gone with Lin Yi, perhaps the casualties wouldn't have been so heavy. Boss, why didn't I see Lao Jiao and the others? Lao Wu asked curiously. Normally, in front of outsiders, Lin Yi is the boss of Xinghui building, but privately his subordinates like to call him boss. Logically, regardless of whether the mission was successful or not, after the mission ended according to Lao Jiao's character, he should have come to drink with Lin Yi. Yet he hasn't been seen this time. They are all dead. We fell into Wang Xingruo's trap, entered Tianlong Group's experimental base, and obtained the prehistoric avatar, but during the evacuation, we encountered two masters. My brothers fled to protect me. Lin Yi slightly altered what happened at the experimental base, his voice tinged with guilt and bitterness, and he didn't continue. The office fell silent for a long time. Lao Wu was a rough man skilled at killing, but he could not find the words to. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pants pocket, lit one, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Was the mission completed? Our lives were pulled back from the gates of hell by you. Since we chose to follow you, we are already prepared to die for you at any time. Dying peacefully is too extravagant for us. That's fine, at least we can die with purpose. Lao's calm tone carried a hint of sorrow. Speaking of which, if I hadn't secretly brought those kids to the basement to force them to spit out silk, we wouldn't have been wanted, and you wouldn't have had to beg Boss Ouyang. The brothers wouldn't have had to rush to I-City for a spider egg. Lao Wu, let's not bring up the past anymore, Lin Yi said. Now there is only you left by my side. You must live well. We still have to avenge them. Lao Wu said no more. He snuffed out the cigarette between his fingers and turned to leave. Even though Lao Wu often brushed shoulders with death, it didn't mean he could accept death immediately, especially the death of those close to him. After Lao Wu left, Lin Yi opened his computer and searched for Tianlong Group. Obtaining the prehistoric avatar was just the beginning. The real battle was yet to come. The theft of the prehistoric avatar would not go unnoticed by Tianlong Group. If he were Long Yun, he would definitely find a way to seal the news and quickly locate the person who stole the avatar to prevent other forces from getting ahead. Lin Yi needed to grasp Tianlong Group's movements in advance and prepare to face Long Yun's wrath. Clicking on the search bar, the news displayed was all about the theft of Tianlong Group's gene serum. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. Why was it exposed so quickly? It even topped the trending search list. As the instigator of this incident, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction, as this was a recognition. The whole world is craving the prehistoric avatar from Tianlong Group, but who has truly obtained it? Only Lin Yi. Even if his avatar doesn't compare to those with enhancements over 100, so what? Lin Yi clicked on the top trending. However, upon clicking, the content instantly made his pupils constrict and his back chill. Lin Yi's profile name: Lin Yi, gender male, avatar King Cobra, enhancement 50, position boss of Xinghui building, address K-City East District South Area, Guangming Community, 52401, bounty 2 billion. Tianlong Group actually publicly offered a bounty on him. Is this so direct? Moreover, even if each pound of his flesh were sold at diamond prices, it wouldn't be worth 2 billion. Long Yun certainly thinks highly of him. Since Long Yun dared to publicly offer a bounty on him, it was clear that the second group had been captured and the remaining 2 gene serums had already returned to Long Yun's hands. Damn it, this is completely different from his plan. No, he couldn't stay in City K any longer. He had to leave quickly. Lin Yi wanted to seek help from Mr. Ouyang. He hurriedly dialed a number, but the voice that responded was not Mr. Ouyang's. The number you dialed is not in service. Please check and try again, sorry. Was it a betrayal? Lin Yi's face darkened as he stared at his phone, gripping it tightly until it shattered into pieces. Nighttime, colorful neon lights from outside shone through the glass window into Lin Yi's office. A figure emerged from the darkness, moving silently with a black mask covering half of the man's face, his eyes revealing no emotion. Lin Yi sat at his desk facing away from him. You've arrived. Did Mr. Ouyang send you? The figure remained silent. This tactic was familiar to Lin Yi. It was to eliminate anyone who might betray him. Dead men are always the best keepers of secrets. He just didn't expect that after sacrificing so much for Mr. Ouyang, he would end up with this result. I swear I won't reveal anything about the avatar. Can I have another chance? Lin Yi pleaded. The sir has already helped you once. You have no right to make further demands. The figure vanished from sight, and in the next second appeared in front of the swivel chair. As the chair turned, the cold gaze slightly shifted. On the chair was a 3D display device, and Lin Yi was not in the office. To get the gene serum for him, my brothers died, leaving only one. I have been loyal to him. Oh, why doesn't he trust me? Lin Yi's voice trembled. The figure lost interest in continuing the conversation with the dead. He directly broke the window and jumped down from the upper floor. Immediately, a pair of transparent wings sprouted from his back, vibrating at a high frequency as he flew into the night sky, merging with the boundless darkness. Meanwhile, Lin Yi crouched on the road, holding his head in despair. Those who coveted the ancient avatar wanted to kill him. Those who lost the ancient avatar wanted to kill him, and those he had trusted and invested his feelings in also wanted to kill him. Lin Yi suddenly started to laugh, while crying, his laughter growing louder and more chilling until he clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably in a mad manner. Old Five stood silently behind him, not saying a word. Once Lin Yi calmed down, his eyes became somewhat terrifying, filled with hatred. Old Five, one day, I will take revenge on those who want to harm me. I will trample them underfoot, and I will ensure they die a miserable death. Old Five replied. Let's go. Lin Yi stood up and said calmly. Are we leaving City K? Lin Yi sneered. No, everyone who wants to kill us probably thinks the same way as you, believing we will do everything we can to escape City K. Therefore, there must be many assassins lurking at the exits of City K. Thus, we can only go against the current to survive. Where to? Lin Yi suddenly thought of someone, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. To an old friend's house. Huikong Hospital is the best tertiary hospital in City K. The 6th floor has VIP rooms which are spacious, equipped with televisions and air conditioning, with dedicated staff caring for patients. At this moment, Zhang Zuanya's parents lay in their hospital beds. After the Li family incident, Officer Chun Tuxing stayed at their home for a month to capture Lin Yi and to protect the Zhang. During this month, Lin Yi did not take any action until a few days ago, when Officer Chun was temporarily reassigned from the Zhang family due to work needs. Only then did Lin Yi send his subordinates to check on Zhang Zuanya's parents, forcing Zhang Xuanyu to reveal Wang Xingruo's whereabouts. Zhang Xuanyu had no choice but to comply. After Lin Yi's people left, Zhang Xuanyu called Wang Xingruo. When Wang Xingruo received his call, he guessed that Uncle Zhang and Aunt Shen might be in danger, so he thought of using Long Yun's hand to eliminate Lin Yi, which led to everything that had happened before. Zhang Dong had a fractured left leg and Shen Ling had a fractured right hand. Their injuries weren't too severe. Zhang Xuanyu sat beside their hospital beds playing games on his phone. Honey, I want to eat an apple, Shen Ling said in a sweet tone. Zhang Dong picked up a fruit knife and began to peel an apple for Shen Ling, but the two beds were too far apart to pass it over. Xuanyu, give the apple to your mom. Hey, come on. Hurry up. Zhang Xuanyu frowned, completely engrossed in the game. Suddenly, seeing Zhang Dong passing an apple, he grabbed it without a second thought and took a bite. Thanks, Dad. Zhang Dong's mouth twitched. You're welcome, my good son. If nothing's wrong, you should go home. Your mom and I have dedicated staff taking care of us. No way, I don't trust outsiders to take care of you. Don't worry, go back and get some good sleep, Shen Ling advised. It's okay, Mom, I'm not tired. I'd rather stay here and keep you company than go back and do nothing. You're not tired, we are, Zhang Dong and Shen Ling said in unison. Zhang Dong shouted coldly, staying here won't do any good. We two patients still have to serve such a young master like you. I want to live a few more years with your mom, so hurry up and get lost. Mom, Zhang Xuanyu said, somewhat aggrieved. Go ahead. Zhang Xuanyu stood up, thought for a moment, and placed the half-eaten apple in front of Shen Ling. Mom, do you want a bite? Shen Ling replied. You should nourish your brain more you eat it. Hearing this tone, Zhang Xuanyu knew his mom was angry, and he hurriedly ran out of the ward. Honey, I'm sorry for giving you such a son. Shen Ling looked at Zhang Dong with deep regret. Sai, I also have my responsibilities. I was too careless back then. Zhang Xuanyu returned home, and as soon as he entered, he saw someone sitting on the sofa in the living room watching. At first, Zhang Xuanyu thought it was Wang Xingruo, but when Lin Yi turned and faced him, he recognized him. Lin Yi looked at him and said casually, you're back. Zhang Xuanyu was instantly frightened, his legs going weak. The incident involving the theft of the gene serum in City I had spread wildly online, and the boss of the Tianlong group was offering a hefty bounty for Lin Yi's head. When Zhang Xuanyu saw this news, he had been relieved, thinking Lin Yi was doomed. That was a full 2 billion. Who wouldn't be tempted? How long could kinship, friendship, and love withstand the impact? He thought that it wouldn't be long before he heard the happy news of Lin Yi being killed. But now this fugitive had suddenly appeared. The joy in his heart was instantly drowned by fear. Without thinking, Zhang Xuanyu turned to escape, but a hand slapped the door, shutting it behind him. Zhang Xuanyu looked up and saw that the person was Old Five, the one who had harmed his parents. Old Five grabbed his head and dragged him to Lin Yi. Young Master Zhang, why do you run as soon as you see me? I even gave you 2 pieces of cloth before, have you forgotten? Lin Yi asked casually while looking at the television. Boss Lin, let's make a deal. He'll return the cloth to you, he'll pay you, just leave my house, okay? Zhang Xuanyu sat on the ground, his voice trembling. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile. Your subordinate Wang Xingruo schemed against me, causing me to lose everything, and I ended up being wanted by the police and hunted by assassins. Do you think our matter is just about 2 pieces of cloths? Then you should go find Wang Xingruo. I already told you where he went, or why did you come here to bother me? Our family is currently a key protection target for the police. If they discover something happened to us after your visit, it will be troublesome for you, won't it? Lin Yi laughed. You have a good way with words. Don't worry, I won't kill you. In this world, the victor takes all. I admit I was outmatched and fell into that kid's trap. You also know our situation. Coming to your house is just to find a place to stay for a while, let's say a month. After a month, we will leave. Why are you coming to my house? Lin Yi picked up the remote control, turned off the television, and turned to Zhang Xuanyu. Do you know what the best way to hide something is, eh? It's not to put it in some corner where you can't see it, but to place it in the most conspicuous position and cover it with a cloth. As long as the cloth stays on, the thing will never be found. People tend to habitually ignore what is in front of them, and you are our cloth. Of course, you can choose to call the police, but let me remind you, the Li family's incident started because of you. Once the police find out about this matter, you won't be able to escape responsibility, and getting sentenced for 3 to 5 years is not out of the question, especially since Old Five killed quite a few people that time. Old Five sneered coldly from the side. I don't know what you're talking about. The Lee family incident has nothing to do with me. Despite saying this, Zhang Zuanyu's panicked expression had already betrayed him. He grabbed his head and pulled it closer, his expression stern, his tone low. No relation. If the police catch me, in order to get leniency, I will spill everything. Do you think whether or not it has anything to do with you will be up to you to decide? The wife of the Lee family is a witness, and the cloth you gave to her family is physical evidence. There's also surveillance in Xinhui building. You can't clear yourself of this matter. Zhang Zuanyu's mind gradually collapsed, and he sat on the ground crying loudly. He gently stroked Zhang Zuanyu's head, his voice gentle, like a big brother from the neighborhood. Just 1 month. As long as you help us get through this month, we will leave City K and never return. Your matter will never be known to anyone, I promise. A few stars flickered in the sky. A cold breeze occasionally swept by. In Long Yun's manor, while everyone else was still lost in dreams, Long Yun was already standing outside the castle waiting for Mu Rongyi. He did not train in advance. His training schedule should be arranged by Mu Rongyi, and training privately would be disrespectful to Mu Rongyi as a coach. The reason Long Ao woke up so early was to express an attitude he would no longer lag behind anyone. He had underestimated his opponent yesterday and lost to Wang Xingrui, which was also a form of self-punishment. At 8:30 in the morning, after Wang Xingrui and Mu Rongyi finished breakfast and exited the castle, they saw Mu Rongyi standing there. Wang Xingrui said, "You woke up quite early. Have you eaten breakfast? I will not lose to you again." Long Ao stared coldly at Wang Xingrui. "Oh, whatever, you're so fired up this." Wang Xingrui walked past him puzzled. "Oh, after all, it was just 1 loss yesterday." Mu Rongyi stood before the two, saying, "Today's training content: climb the castle from the outer wall to the top. Think for yourselves. In 1 hour, I want to see you at the very top of the castle." With that, Mu Rongyi turned and walked back into the castle. Long Ao first reached a corner of the wall. The corner was nearly 90 degrees. With his back against the wall, he supported himself with his hands on either side, his feet parallel to his hands, also resting on the walls. He began to climb slowly, and surprisingly, he made it. By the time Long Ao climbed to the outside of the second-floor window, Wang Xingrui had not yet left the ground. He looked thoughtfully up at the highest point of the castle. A spark of inspiration struck him, and he tapped his wristwatch, a communication device given to him by Long Yun. "Hey, boss Long." The communicator was quickly connected, and Long Yun's voice came through. "Hey, Wang bro, what's up? I remember you told me that the butler's avatar is an ordinary octopus, right?" "That's right, what's the matter?" "I'm outside the castle now. How can you have the butler come over to help me?" "No problem, hold on." The wristwatch has a positioning function, and soon the butler arrived in front of Wang Xingrui, respectfully saying, "Mr. Wang, you called for me." The butler previously referred to Wang Xingrui as Wang bro because he was Long Yun's stand-in, imitating Long Yun's tone of speech. Since the butler and Long Yun swapped back their identities, the butler had changed his address for Wang Xingrui from Wang bro to Mr. Wang. "I still prefer you calling me Wang bro. Can you help me climb up there?" Wang Xingrui pointed to the top of the castle. Although Butler Lao Chun didn't quite understand what Wang Xingrui wanted to do, he still complied. "All right." Butler Lao Chun transformed his lower half into the shape of an octopus with 8 tentacles wriggling continuously. His body slowly approached the wall, and each tentacle had 300 suckers firmly adhering to the wall. Wang Xingrui was wrapped by 1 tentacle, and with the butler's help, he quickly caught up with Long Ao on the second floor. The butler immediately realized that Wang Xingrui might be competing with his young master. As Long Yun's butler, he naturally did not want his young master to fall behind, so he stopped and asked, "Young master, shall I take you up together?" Wang Xingrui said nothing. He just wanted to complete the task assigned by Mu Rongyi and had no desire to compete for. Long Ao looked furious, finding Wang Xingrui's opportunistic behavior extremely disgraceful. No need, only the weak rely on others. As he spoke, his gaze was fixed firmly on Wang Xingrui, hoping that Wang Xingrui could compete fairly with him like in their last training session. But the result disappointed him. "Impressive, really impressive," Wang Xingrui said sarcastically. "Lao Chen, let's allow young Master Long to rely on himself. We mustn't let your young master become someone like me, who enjoys taking shortcuts." The butler couldn't help but compare Long Ao with Wang Xingrui in his mind. Mr. Wang was relatively flexible, while the young master's character was still too straightforward, which was both his strength and his weakness. He hoped that under Mr. Wang's influence, the young master would change. "Then young master will go ahead." The butler continued climbing up. The vertical wall was as easy as walking on flat ground for him, and within half a minute he had brought Wang Xingrui to the top of the castle. At the top of the castle was a small attic where Mu Rongyi stood looking through the window at Wang Xingrui, waving at him outside, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His original intention was for Wang Xingrui and Long Ao to improve their physical strength and limb coordination. However, Wang Xingrui managed to find a loophole in the rules, using everything and everyone around him to achieve his. He possessed a mindset that broke conventions, which was 100 times better than merely training physical strength. The tentacles opened the window and carefully placed Wang Xingrui on the attic. Wang Xingrui looked at Mu Rongyi and calmly said, "You said to climb to the attic within an hour, but you never said we had to climb by ourselves. This shouldn't be against the rules, right?" "Not against the rules," Mu Rongyi smiled. Wang Xingrui turned to the butler who was clinging to the outer wall and said, "Thank you." The butler slightly bowed to Wang Xingrui and said, "It is my honor to serve you." Then he twisted his body and like a gecko crawled down the wall. Wang Xingrui poked his head out of the window, glanced down, and then turned to ask, "In the next 59 minutes, we won't just be waiting for that young master to climb up, will we?" "Of course not," Mu Rongyi said, pulling out a deck of playing cards from his pocket with a smile. "Do you know how to play poker?" 56 minutes later, Long Ao climbed up to the attic where Mu Rongyi was. He pushed open the window and saw Wang Xingrui and Mu Rongyi playing cards, their faces covered in sticky notes. "King Bomb. You lose." Mu Rongyi tossed away the last 2 cards and his hand stood up and continuously posed victoriously in front of Wang Xingrui, excited like a child. Wang Xingrui, looking displeased, put away the playing cards and returned them to Mu Rongyi. Long Ao crawled into the attic, lying on the floor covered in sweat, panting heavily. Today he had also carried a load of 10 kilograms like Wang Xingrui, and with Earth's gravity, it felt even more exhausting than running yesterday. He almost couldn't hold on halfway through. Long Ao had no protective measures on him. If he had let go at that moment, he wouldn't have died, but would have been injured. Nevertheless, he ultimately broke through his limits and defeated himself, overcoming the opportunistic Wang Xingrui. Mu Rongyi glanced at the timer on his wrist. "Not bad, you met the standard. Rest for 5 minutes, then climb again. I want you at the top within 50 minutes. Long Ao's eyes widened suddenly. "What about me?" Wang Xingrui asked. "Keep running around the castle until you can't stand anymore. For the next half-month you will climb and you will run." After assigning the training content, Mu Rongyi placed a bottle of nutritional liquid next to Long Ao and then left the attic. "Where are you going?" "I'm going back to sleep. I've played poker with you for half a day. Oh, I'm too tired." Wang Xingrui. He glanced at Long Ao on the ground and squatted down, asking, "Are you still climbing?" "I have a feeling he's playing us both." Long Ao sneered. "If you can't persist, then go back to sleep. That's something I should say to you. Look at your current state. You're exhausted and can't even stand. If you keep climbing down, something bad will happen. We're 20 meters above the ground. If you fall halfway down, it won't be a joke. Even though I dislike you, if you die now, we'll be in big trouble," Wang Xingrui said. "Besides, don't you think his training method is very unscientific?" Long Ao shot him a glare, gritted his teeth, and sat up straight. He reached for the bottle of nutritional liquid with trembling hands, but at that moment, the 500 milliliters bottle felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Seeing this, Wang Xingrui helped him unscrew the cap and placed it in front of him. "Drink the nutritional liquid and rest well, or you really might die." Wang Xingrui walked down from the attic. Long Ao looked at the nutritional liquid in front of him, his heart beginning to waver. He knew his own physical condition best. If he climbed down again, he would really die. However, Mu Rongyi had given him a rest time of 5 minutes. At this moment outside the castle, Wang Xingrui and Mu Rongyi stood together waiting for something. Wang Xingrui asked, "I've told him everything you asked me to say. Oh, what's the point of this?" "The point is that this will determine whether he has the qualifications to become your enemy in the future. To become a strong person, having a good avatar is just one condition. The most crucial support is a belief that dares to face death. If the avatar is not good enough, no matter how hard you work, your strength will ultimately be limited. But if you fear death and seek comfort, such a person, even with a great avatar, will only be strong on the outside and weak inside, unable to achieve anything. Only by possessing both and standing out in repeated battles with enemies, immersing oneself in bloodshed, stepping over mountains of corpses, and climbing step by step, can one have the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of strength." Mu Rongyi spoke these words in a calm tone, explaining and educating Wang Xingrui at the same time. Wang Xingrui naturally understood Mu Rongyi's meaning and suddenly felt a bit excited about Long Ao's choice. Before Long Ao walked out from the castle. When he saw Mu Rongyi, he paused slightly. Without saying a word, he turned and walked to the place where he had been climbing the wall, preparing to continue training. Mu Rongyi glanced at the time. It was still not 4 minutes. He patted Wang Xingrui's shoulder. "It seems you will have a formidable enemy in the future." Wang Xingrui's gaze lingered on Long Ao for a long time before turning, saying, "I'm going to train now." He then began to run in circles around the castle. Mu Rongyi walked to Long Ao's side. "You stop climbing and go run in circles as well." Long Ao was just about to climb up when he heard. Mu Rongyi spoke without a word, showing no complaints, and turned to start running around the city. Because his body bore 10 kilograms less than Wang Xingrui, he quickly caught up and surpassed him. Wang Xingrui frowned slightly and quickened his pace. Mu Rongyi watched their figures intertwine, chasing and being chased, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is youth." Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Apart from 6 hours of sleep, Wang Xingrui and Long Ao trained the rest. The training content for Long Ao and Wang Xingrui consisted of only one thing: running, and more running. While they trained together, in addition to the weights they carried, a heavy wooden board was dragged behind them, with Mu Rongyi sitting on it holding a whip. At first the two pulled slowly, but with a crack of the whip their speed immediately increased. The training for the day only ended when the board they pulled caught fire from the friction. Due to Long Ao's family having a medical chamber which not only treated injuries, but also helped restore the body, Mu Rongyi's training became increasingly intense. Initially both trained together by pulling Mu Rongya, but later one person would pull both of them. After training each day, Wang Xingrui and Long Ao would almost always foam at the mouth, and then they would be thrown into the medical chamber lying there for a night, and the next day they would continue training as if nothing happened. Torn ligaments, strained muscles, and dislocated joints had become their norm. The torment of half a month nearly drove them to escape from Mu Rongya. However, to be fair, although Mu Rongyi's training method was extremely brutal, the results were very significant. The muscle definition on both of them became increasingly apparent, and their six-pack abs were also evident. At 6 in the morning, as dawn broke, the three gathered at the tennis court that had been previously agreed upon. The net in the middle of the court was removed and 5 baskets of tennis balls were placed at the edge of the empty court. Your physical training will come to a pause for now. For the next week we won't train, let's relax and play some games. Mu Rongya had 2 baskets of tennis balls beside him. Looking at those tennis balls, Wang Xingrui had an ominous premonition. Long Ao also frowned tightly. Clearly both of them had already guessed what Mu Rongya wanted to do. I will throw the balls, and you will dodge, understood. Both of them immediately wore expressions of as expected. Wang Xingrui and Long Ao instinctively distanced themselves 20 meters from Mu Rongya. Be careful, losing the game could be fatal. Also, let me remind you, don't fall down. Accompanied by Mu Rongyi's meaningful smile, several tennis balls floated up from the baskets. In the next moment, Wang Xingrui instinctively turned his head to the left. A black shadow whizzed past his face, and a red line immediately appeared on his cheek, followed by blood oozing from the line, trickling down his cheek. The tennis ball landed on the net behind him, but did not drop immediately, instead spinning and rubbing against the net, gradually emitting white smoke. Wang Xingrui dared not look back, his eyes fixed ahead, cursing inwardly. Damn it, you can't even say start. Beside him, Long Ao also looked at Mu Rongya with a solemn expression. He could be this ruthless even to his own younger brother. His throat moved unconsciously. Then a ball flew towards him. Long Ao suddenly crouched down. The tennis ball brushed past the top of his head. But then another tennis ball bounced off the ground not far in front of him and hit his abdomen. Long Ao's eyes bulged out, saliva sprayed everywhere, and his expression was somewhat comical. He endured the sharp pain, clutching his stomach as he knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly his pupils constricted as he recalled Mu Rongyi's words before the game began. Don't fall down. Oh no. When he raised his head again, 4 tennis balls came in succession. 2 balls slammed directly towards his head, and 2 others landed on the ground, spinning half a turn before bouncing up, drawing 2 incredible arcs as they slammed into his shoulders. Both of his arms dislocated once again, and Long Ao fell back to the ground, unable to get up. Damn it, even the rebound trajectory can be changed. Mu Rongyi's tennis balls did not stop because of Long Ao's fall. One after another they came faster and faster. Long Ao could no longer count how many times he had been hit. His muscles quickly turned purple and swollen from extreme pain, gradually shifting to numbness. He opened his already swollen eyes and vaguely saw Wang Xingrui being hit by a ball spitting out blood. But he did not fall down. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and continued to dodge. Damn it, I am going to lose to him again. No, absolutely not. Long Ao stood up, his body swaying, and another ball came flying, hitting his knee. Long Ao groaned, bending his right leg, stopping just 2 centimeters from the ground. This time, he did not kneel down. Instead, he worked hard to stand up, even taking steps forward, going against the current. Perhaps the pain stimulated his adrenal glands, making his brain more excited and his reactions quicker, or maybe it was just his illusion. He felt that Mu Rongyi's ball speed seemed to have slowed down a bit. To the left. Long Ao shifted his body to the left. The tennis ball brushed past his chest. He dodged it. To the right. Long Ao shifted his body to the right. He dodged again. Then 2 balls came at him simultaneously. Long Ao suddenly crouched down, and the 2 balls flew over his head. At this moment, the same situation occurred again. A tennis ball bounced up again not far from the ground. This time, Long Ao's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pin, and he turned to dodge this ball. For a period of time afterward, Long Ao seemed to have found a sense of feeling as if he had entered a certain state. Every ball Mu Rongya threw at him was narrowly dodged. He no longer feared or felt nervous, and his body slowly moved towards Long Ao. The distance closed to 18 meters. Bang! 2 balls hit his lower abdomen, and Long Ao took 2 steps back. In contrast, Wang Xingrui kept moving laterally. Although he couldn't move forward, he had not taken a step back either. His face was already swollen like a pig's head, but his steps remained agile. Whenever a tennis ball attacked his legs, he could always dodge it in an instant. Because Wang Xingrui knew that once his legs were injured, he would truly have no chance of winning this match. Even though the weights he wore provided some defense, Long Ao's situation told him that it was not very effective. He couldn't guarantee that he would still be able to stand up after being hit like Long Ao. His heart pounded rapidly like a drum. His breathing rate also increased. He was sweating profusely. But at the moment Wang Xingrui closed his eyes, a tennis ball hit his chest, causing him to lose balance and squat down on the ground. It's over. In an instant, despair filled Wang Xingrui's heart. Just as he was preparing to accept the onslaught of tennis balls like a storm, he heard Mu Rongyi's voice say, "All right, the game is paused. You 2 pick up the balls and put them back in the baskets, then go eat. We'll continue at 1 in the afternoon." Wang Xingrui closed his eyes in lingering fear. Long Ao also leaned back and lay on the ground, not moving. Simply dodging was not tiring, but the deadliest part was that Mu Rongyi's ball speed was too fast, forcing them to maintain a high level of concentration at all times. Moreover, from 6 in the morning until now noon, 6 hours of being in a tense state had exhausted them. Hey, you, go, pick up the balls. Long Ao didn't want to move at all now, and speaking required him to gasp 3 times. Wang Xingrui, why should it be me? The training venue is my family's. Wang Xingrui, the one training you is I'm injured, badly injured. Wang Xingrui, I am weak, I am useless. Long Ao. In the end, Long Ao picked up 2 baskets while Wang Xingrui picked up 3. There was no other choice. Long Ao's hobbling appearance while picking up balls was too pitiful, and Wang Xingrui couldn't bear. At the dining table, Long Ao and Wang Xingrui looked like beggars who had been starved for ages. They disregarded any table manners, using no chopsticks, directly shoving the dishes on the table into their mouths. Long Yun, the butler behind him, and the surrounding maids stared in shock at this scene. Even as a piece of vegetable leaf flew onto Long Yun's head, he was oblivious, and it was the butler who helped him take it off. Long Yun asked, Mr. Mu Rong, what have you done to my son? This question is not a doubt about your ability, but purely we played games. This morning we had a lot of fun. Mu Rongya rolled a piece of pasta into a circle and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. After he finished speaking, Long Ao and Wang Xingrui simultaneously stopped their actions, recalling the experiences from the morning, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes. It seems only you had fun. Both of them silently cursed in their hearts. As long as you are happy, that's good. Long Yun was a smart person. He knew when to keep his mouth shut. Seeing that Mu Rongya was unwilling to elaborate, he no longer asked. After Wang Xingrui and Long Ao finished their meal, they directly went to the medical chamber to lie down for an hour to recover their bodies, and then they began the afternoon training. Long Yun and the butler secretly arrived at the tennis court. Long Yun was truly curious about what kind of training method Mu Rongya had. They stood aside looking through the iron net, watching Wang Xingrui and Long Ao continuously dodge as tennis balls flew towards them at an astonishing speed. The butler explained, Mr. Mu Rong is likely training their reaction abilities. The young master has undergone similar training before. He won't have any problems. Just as he finished speaking, Long Ao got hit by a ball, which struck his nose. The ball bounced away and blood began to flow from Long Ao's nose, but he didn't even have time to wipe it before continuing to dodge. Seeing this, Long Yun felt anxious and wanted to rush up to pause the training, but the butler stopped him. Sir, calm down. Strict teachers produce excellent students. What kind of ridiculous training is this? My son has been battered to the point of being unrecognizable. The butler advised, Sir, the young master has only sustained superficial injuries. He will be fine after resting in the medical chamber for 2 hours. Moreover, take a closer look. Did you notice the expression on the young master's face? He seems to be enjoying himself. How many years has it been? How long has it been since he last smiled in front of you? Dragon Yun was taken aback by these words. He turned to look through the iron mesh at his son, where Long Ao's face, marked with bruises, was filled with excitement, along with a barely noticeable smile at the corner of his lips. Long Ao's mother passed away when he was 7 years old. Since then, Long Ao had begun his training, persisting in 6 hours of practice every day. His teacher was invited at great expense by Long Yun. Considering Long Ao's status, he often held back during lessons, much like the previous 5 coaches who merely dodged or blocked, daring only to feign attacks on Long Ao. After all, he was the son of Boss Long. If anything happened to him, not only would they lose their pay, but they would also find it impossible to make a living in City I in the future. However, Mu Rongyi was different. Although he also held back in his attacks, his strength, amplified 128 times, was not something those coaches could match. Even if he restrained 9/10 of his power, the remaining fraction was sufficient to be fatal for Long Ao. The tennis balls initially targeted their limbs and joints, then the abdomen. As they gradually adapted to the speed of the balls, Mu Rongyi began to target critical areas such as their heads and hearts. The trajectory of the tennis balls was unpredictable. What was thought to be an attack on the opponent suddenly changed direction midair and flew back towards them, forcing them to rely on instinct to dodge. The tension of teetering between life and death every second gave Long Ao an unprecedented thrill. Moreover, having someone to train with alongside a comparison and a goal provided him with the motivation to persevere. Dragon Yun watched his son, having never seen little Ao like this before. Indeed, being raised in isolation within the castle without friends, he had only loneliness for company. Now he had finally encountered a peer who did not care about his status. Little Ao must be very happy right now. Long Yun stood outside the training ground for a long time before turning to leave. At 6 in the evening, the training concluded. Wang Xingrui and Long Ao finished collecting the balls, lay in the medical chamber for an hour, and returned to the castle. Long Yun and Mu Rongyi were already seated at the dining table waiting for them. Little Ao, how was training today? Long Yun asked knowingly. Long Ao stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth, saying, Long Yun inquired of Mu Rongyi, Mr. Mu Rong, did my son show any progress today? Long Yun hoped Mu Rongyi would commend little Ao to encourage him. Although Long Ao remained expressionless, eating on his own, and appearing indifferent, his chewing pace had noticeably slowed. Mu Rongyi chuckled. The game has just begun. What progress can we talk about? In half a month's time, if you can close the distance to 15 meters, then it would barely be considered passing. Mr. Mu Rong, I understand you have high standards. We can take our time. Long Yun, feeling pity for his son, couldn't help but advise. Bang. Long Ao slammed the table and stood up saying, "In 10 days I will definitely shorten the distance to 15 meters." He finished with an angry glare at his father. Only the weak would bargain with their coach and lower their standards. Long Yun's earlier words essentially negated all of Long Ao's previous efforts and implied he was inferior to Wang Xingrui. Long Yun understood his son's character and realized he had misspoken, hastily shoving a piece of food into his mouth to feign tasting it. Mu Rongyi replied lightly. "Then little brother, you are just like him." Wang Xingrui, happily indulging in food, looked at Long Ao with a strange expression saying, "What are you on about? Are you crazy?" As he spoke, half of the food in his mouth spewed out. Under such ball speeds, just standing was already difficult. How could he move forward? "Shouldn't you take it easy for a couple more days? If you're scared, you can concede." "Concede?" Wang Xingrui was amused by his words. "I never intended to compete with you, all right?" Wang Xingrui tentatively asked Mu Rongyi, "If I concede, does that mean I don't need to shorten the distance?" Mu Rongyi laughed. "Do you think it's up to him or up to me?" Wang Xingrui sighed deeply. He understood. In a secret chamber spacious and about 400 square meters, various experimental instruments were arranged, including a large electronic device that occupied 1/3 of the space. 3 researchers were operating the device. "You mentioned before that in another month the genetic serum would be completed. Now there are only 15 days left. What is the completion rate of the serum?" Long Yun stood in front of the 3 scruffy researchers and asked. The oldest among them began to report. "The green serum has been completed, the yellow serum is 99.9998 complete, and the red serum is 99.9997 complete. Theoretically, in half a month, all 3 genetic serums will reach 100. Theoretically. I hope your theory is correct." The youngest researcher hesitated and said, "Mr. Long, the genetic serum will be finished soon. I would like to call my family. I'm sorry, but I cannot grant that. From the day you joined this great project, I made it explicitly clear that until the genetic serum is completed, you must cut off all contact with the outside world. Since you have signed a confidentiality agreement, I hope you will strictly adhere to its terms. But it has been 8 years, a full 8 years we have stayed here. Aside from researching this broken machine, we have only helped you extract genes. Even our food and drink are delivered by machines. You only come to check on us when you're free. For 8 years we have faced almost the same 2 faces. My wife and children think I'm dead. I can't explain to them while enduring their forming a family with other men. Do you know, we are scientists, we are humans, you cannot treat us this way." A researcher shouted at Long Yun, venting the resentment built up over 8 years. Long Yun stood there quietly listening until he finished, then took a step back and bowed deeply, saying, "You are not just humans, you are my benefactors. But I hope you understand that since you made your choice between science and family 8 years ago, you must bear the corresponding. I know you have sacrificed a lot abandoning family and love. But I, Long Yun, assure you that in half a month, as long as the genetic serum is completed, your children will receive the best education, live without worries for the rest of their lives. Your parents will enjoy their old age, and your wives will return to your side. I will do my utmost to help you regain everything you have lost. At the same time, I will let the world know that the prehistoric genes were completed by the 3 of you. After 8 years of perseverance, only half a month remains, and the fruits of success are about to be harvested. Don't you want to witness the moment the genetic serum is born with your own eyes? It's like a student on vacation. If they get a break once a month, there's no feeling at the start of the month. The most torturous part is the days leading up to the break. Time seems to slow down, and sometimes they wish they could skip ahead just a few days to the end of the month." The 3 researchers were in this situation. As the experiment neared its end, watching the nearly completed genetic serum, they began to feel emptiness inside, and their longing for home grew stronger by the second. Long Yun also realized this, so he needed to comfort these 3 as much as possible. The 3 researchers exchanged glances, their resolve starting to waver. Long Yun observed their expressions and continued after 10 seconds. "If you truly wish to leave, then you may sign another agreement to guarantee that the information here will not leak, and I will let you go. I will not pursue your breach of contract. However, please listen carefully. Once the prehistoric genes are completed, I will erase the names of any deserters from the project documents." The 3 researchers' faces stiffened. Once the prehistoric transformation is unveiled, it will undoubtedly cause a global sensation and be recorded in history. Their names will transcend the river of time and be remembered by the world. This was also one of the reasons they were willing to abandon their families to join this project. But now Long Yun actually told them he would erase their names. How could that be? Long Yun said, "I sincerely request you 3 to hold on for a little longer. As long as you endure, you will receive everything you deserve." The 3 researchers exchanged glances for a brief moment before ultimately choosing to compromise. "All right, we agree to your terms." Long Yun straightened up sincerely, saying, "Thank you." 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At 9 in the morning, Mu Rongyi was inspecting the training outcomes of Long Ao and Wang Xingrui on the training field. As before, he served without any warning, directly initiating the serve. After 15 days of training, the 2 were now able to stand in place and evade the tennis ball attacks for an entire hour. Long Ao tried to take a step forward. Wang Xingrui followed closely behind. At that moment, Mu Rongyi announced, "Warm-up is over," and the number of tennis balls being served increased rapidly. From 7 for each to 14 each, the quantity doubled, and Long Ao and Wang Xingrui's expression suddenly tightened. Here it comes. They were now 16 meters away from Mu Rongyi, still under the condition of increasing quantity and unchanged. Both were drenched in sweat, with perspiration coursing over their wounds, instantly sending sharp pains through their bodies. However, they had no time or energy to consider these. 2 hours later, Long Ao dodged, while taking a step forward. At this moment, Mu Rongyi spoke. I'll give you another 10 minutes, training will end in 10 minutes. Just half a meter left. Long Ao was immensely excited. As long as he took one small step forward, he would succeed. In contrast, Wang Xingrui was still dodging in place. Long Ao was not complacent because he knew that during the training, any moment of carelessness before it concluded could. Finally, Wang Xingrui seized the opportunity to take a big step forward, closing the distance to 15 meters. However, in doing so, his arm was struck by a tennis ball, and the crisp sound of breaking bone instantly boosted Long Ao's confidence. Wang Xingrui was too eager for success, and his breathing rhythm became erratic. With his arm broken, not only would his movements momentarily freeze, but his reflexes would also significantly decline. He wouldn't even last 5 minutes, and he thought he had already won. As expected, tennis balls came one after another, but Wang Xingrui barely managed to dodge, with over 20 abrasions on his body beginning to ooze blood. Time passed second by second. Long Ao had taken that small step, successfully reaching Mu Rongyi's standard. Now there were only 2 minutes left until the training ended. As long as he could hold on, he would win. Little brother, there are still 2 minutes left until the exam, and so hurry up, Mu Rongyi reminded with a smile. Wang Xingrui gritted his teeth, letting his right arm hang naturally. Damn it, there was no chance to move forward. Little brother, there are still 30 seconds left. Mu Rongyi reminded once more. Just when Long Ao thought Wang Xingrui was sure to lose, Wang Xingrui suddenly shouted, I'm fed up. In the next second, he had a fierce expression, leaping into the air. In midair, he clenched his left hand into a fist, swung his arm forcefully, and kicked with his right foot. While dodging most of the tennis balls, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and simultaneously exerted force with his hands and feet, sending 2 tennis balls flying back. At the same time, the sound of bones breaking echoed once more. Damn, it hurts like hell. 2 tennis balls shot back towards Mu Rongyi's face, and finally stopped right in front of him, blocking his line of sight. At this moment, only 3 seconds remained until the training ended. Mu Rongyi paused the tennis ball attacks, and Wang Xingrui seized this opportunity to jump forward 3 times on one leg. 15, 14, 13. Alright, time's up. As Mu Rongyi declared the end of training, the 2 tennis balls fell naturally before him, and Mu Rongyi's eyes curved into crescent moons. He looked at Wang Xingrui sitting there expressionless, while Long Ao stared at Wang Xingrui, who was 2 meters in front of him, his face filled with shock. Mu Rongyi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As expected of his younger brother, he truly brought him honor. Does this count as passing? Wang Xingrui lay back, utterly exhausted, too tired to even catch his breath. He had never felt this tired, even after mining for 12 straight hours. Mu Rongyi smiled faintly, of course. He walked over, carried Wang Xingrui on his back, and turned to the still dazed Long Ao, saying, Congratulations, you passed too. The word congratulations sounded particularly harsh to Long Ao. After Mu Rongyi finished speaking, he left the training ground, with Wang Xingrui on his back. After they left, Long Ao knelt on the ground, his fingers clawing at the earth, his expression twisted, and veins bulged. Wang Xingrui sacrificed an arm and a leg to shorten the distance. If he had had the same courage as Wang Xingrui at that moment, he could have taken one small step closer and closed the distance to 12 meters. Why hadn't he done that just now? Was it fear? Or was it that he was satisfied as long as he could pass? Long Yun clenched his right hand into a fist, pounding it against the ground. Why should you be afraid? Why should you be satisfied? How laughable that he had thought he had already secured the win. In the end, he still lost. He lost to him again. At noon, the sun shone brightly, yet outside heavy rain poured down. Long Ao returned to the castle drenched. 2 maids quickly fetched towels and clean clothes upon seeing him. Long Ao returned to his room, took a shower, changed into his pajamas, and lay down on the bed, drifting off to sleep. By the time he woke up, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Long Yun pushed the door open and walked into the room, with the steward following behind and 4 bodyguards standing guard outside. Long Yun sat beside the bed and noticed the injury on Xiaoao's hand. Xiaoao, what happened? Did you get caught in the rain and skip lunch? I'm fine. Long Ao turned away. Did Mr. Murong scold you? Long Yun guessed. Long Ao actually wished that Murong Yi would scold him. Unfortunately, Murong Yi's attitude towards him was always one of indifference. No, I'm just a bit tired, Long Ao replied listlessly. Long Yun didn't know how to comfort Long Ao. Such open conversations were rare between them. Mr. Murong asked me to tell you that his brother needs a few days to recuperate, and there will be no training for now. You can rest well, or seize this chance to surpass him. In the early days of my startup, I experienced several failures and had thoughts of giving up on multiple occasions. But at that time, your mother told me something: it's okay to admit defeat, but you must never concede. If you're tired, you can sit down and rest, but you can't just lie there. With those 2 phrases lingering, Long Yun stood up and left the room. Long Ao opened his eyes, staring ahead, lost in thought. 5 days later, Murong Yi, Wang Xingrui, Long Yun, Long Ao, Old Chun, and others arrived at the training ground. 3 researchers and medical personnel were waiting nearby. All the bodyguards in black gathered here, forming layers of protection around the training ground. The reason for such a grand display was that today was a significant day. 3 gene serums had been completed and Long Yun's son was about to fuse with the prehistoric embodiment today. Logically, such an important event should have taken place in a hidden location. But the location was chosen by Long Ao. He hoped to have a new beginning in this place of failure. Long Yun carefully held the box in both hands as he approached Long Ao. Upon opening the box, 3 gene serums in green, yellow, and red, each 2 fingers long, lay quietly inside. Long Yun said, "Choose your own embodiment. Xiaoyao, no matter what you become, you will always be my son." Long Ao calmly took out the red gene serum. Instantly, everyone's gaze fell upon the gene serum. After Long Ao made his choice, Long Yun passed the box to Old Chun. When Murong Yi saw the serum, he raised an eyebrow, realizing that this was what the real gene serum looked like, a one-tun replica. Wang Xingruo's eyes burned with excitement. The prehistoric embodiment he yearned for was within reach. This time, it should not be fake. His gaze slowly shifted to the box in Old Chen's hands. Long Ao glanced towards Wang Xingruo and then forcefully jabbed the gene serum into his own arm, the serum slowly injecting into his body. Long Yun stepped back gradually until he was beside Murong Yi. No one had ever possessed a prehistoric embodiment. No one knew what would happen when the beast cells inside consumed the prehistoric genes. Perhaps it would gain tremendous power, or perhaps it would go berserk. Medical personnel stood by ready for any eventuality, and a medical pod was also brought out. With a master like Murong Yi present, nothing would go wrong. It certainly wouldn't. In the center of the training ground, after Long Ao injected the serum, he felt his body swell, heat up, and his head became slightly dizzy. His form began to sway. "Son, how are you?" Long Yun called out, not daring to approach. The anticipated frenzy did not occur, and Long Ao collapsed directly. The medical personnel waited 3 minutes. Seeing that Long Ao did not respond, they rushed over to conduct a full-body examination and then carried him on a stretcher into the medical pod. The medical pod was also the work of Mr. Darwin, capable of repairing 80% of human ailments, and it specifically targeted those with embodiments. However, the cycle is relatively long. Long Ao lay on the mechanical bed as 3 researchers began pressing buttons on the medical pod. After some adjustments, the mechanical bed slowly retracted and the pod door closed. Long Yun and the others rushed over. Long Yun's face was filled with urgency. "How is my son?" "Don't worry, sir. The young master has entered the absorption phase. Fainting is a normal reaction. As long as he gets through this phase, the beast cells in his body will completely merge with the prehistoric genes." The researchers tried to explain Long Ao's current condition in layman's terms. Upon hearing the explanation, Long Yun let out a long sigh of relief. "How long will it take?" The 3 researchers exchanged glances but did not speak. "This? Because there is no precedent, we cannot estimate how long it will take." "What do you mean?" Murong Yi interjected. "It means that it is possible that your son may never wake up. Currently, the embodiments in the world are formed by beast cells consuming animals. And Long Ao injected genes from animals that existed billions of years ago. Whether beast cells can absorb prehistoric genes is unknown. Whether they can pick up the gene chains after absorption is unknown. After picking them up, would they reject the other cells within the body? Unknown. Humanity's understanding of animals from billions of years ago is exceedingly limited. There are too many uncertainties. Before the experiment, the researchers had informed Long Yun that the experiment carried risks, and Long Yun relayed the doctor's words to Long Ao. But Long Ao insisted on taking the prehistoric genes. As long as he could gain power, he didn't care about the risk. The 3 gene serums are different, and people's physiques vary. Even if one was taken out for experimentation, it wouldn't increase Long Ao's chances of successfully merging with the embodiment. Moreover, Long Yun had spent so much money to obtain these 3 serums. If Long Ao successfully merged with the prehistoric embodiment, the remaining 2 could be reserved for his grandson, making his son the first to take the plunge. Looking at his son in the medical pod, Long Yun felt an immense sense of regret. Wang Xingruo comforted him. "Don't be so pessimistic. Humanity knows very little about beast cells. No one says that beast cells cannot absorb prehistoric genes. Perhaps your son will wake up tomorrow." Long Yun turned to look at Wang Xingruo. The day before the serum was completed, he had hesitated on whether to give Wang Xingruo one to let him become the test subject instead of his son. However, considering what Murong Yi had said at the villa, he abandoned that thought. "Thank you." Just moments ago, he had already thought it through. If necessary, he would exhaust all means to invite Dr. Darwin to come and wake his son up. In the primeval forest, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and thunder. Thick clouds loomed. The air was humid and hot, and the ground was wet and soft like a waterlogged sponge. The surrounding terrain was dotted with raised rocks, the ground covered with dense vegetation never seen before. Towering trees stood in rows, their roots sprawling across the ground, intertwined. Looking into the distance, there was an endless expanse of shrubs. Occasionally, 2 gigantic pterosaurs could be seen gliding through the sky, blocking out the sun. Not far away, 2 massive brontosaurus stretched their nearly 10-meter-long necks, munching on the leaves of the trees. "It's so hot. Where am I?" Long Ao intended to wipe the sweat from his forehead, but realized his hands could not reach his head. He looked at his hands. They had transformed into claws, each with only 2 fingers the same length as an ordinary arm, yet he couldn't even touch his own head. He lowered his head to look at his feet. His legs had turned into stout, powerful semi-curved shapes, nearly 3 meters tall, with sharp claws on his toes. A thick tail followed behind him. I remember fusing with the embodiment at the training ground. Have I turned into a dinosaur? From his estimation, his head was about 6 meters off the ground. Based on his bodice shape, a dinosaur of such size and form was most likely a Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus, the last emperor of the Cretaceous period, weighed an average of 9 tons, with a bite force exceeding 10 tons, thick skin, and was the most ferocious carnivore at the top of the food chain. The well-known Tyrannosaurus rex is one such species. Powerful, bloodthirsty, possessing the qualities of a king, such an embodiment is a perfect fit for him. Long Ao was too excited and couldn't help but let out a roar towards the sky. The roar echoed in all directions. The 2 Brontosaurus nearby turned to look at him, paused for a moment, then continued munching on the leaves. Immediately afterward, the grass rustled and a raptor about 2 meters long emerged from the jungle, its eyes, lively mouth open to reveal rows of serrated teeth, producing a hoarse sound. Raptors are small, agile, and excellent runners. Their forearms are covered in feathers, assisting them in turning while running. Their claws feature 3 large sickle-like, curved talons used to capture prey. In an unknown confrontation, a raptor would be like an adult compared to a child before a Tyrannosaurus. However, for some reason after that raptor screeched, an inexplicable sense of unease arose in Long Ao's heart, and its gaze clearly regarded him as prey. In an instant, Long Ao realized that the raptor had just summoned its companions. Sure enough, shortly after, another small head emerged from the grass, followed by a third, a fourth, and a fifth. 5 raptors exchanged glances and gradually closed in on Long Ao. A twinge of fear gripped Long Ao's heart. After all, no one could remain calm in front of 5 dinosaurs. He tried to steady his mind, taking the initiative to snap his jaws at one of the raptors. Each tooth of the Tyrannosaurus is 20 centimeters long, dagger-shaped, and now they all sank into the raptors. The raptor struggled fiercely, letting out a cry of agony. At the same time, the other 4 raptors lunged at him. One raptor's sharp claw pierced his skin, leaving a half-meter-long wound on his abdomen. Another leaped onto his back and began to bite down forcefully. 2 others relentlessly clawed at his neck. Long Ao forcefully flung the raptor in his mouth aside, while using his head to collide with the raptor attacking him from the right. However, the right-side raptor seemed to anticipate Long Ao's attack and leaped back, narrowly avoiding it. Long Ao had no choice but to open his jaws again and snap at a raptor. This time he missed. Behind him, 2 raptors continued to tear at his wounds while another leaped onto his back again. The 4 raptors coordinated seamlessly. One acted as bait while the other 3 attacked, and they didn't just bite random. Each time they targeted the same wound. Long Ao had thought that with the body of a Tyrannosaurus combined with human intelligence, dealing with these 5 raptors would be a breeze. However, he did not expect that the 4 raptors possessed intelligence comparable to humans. In just 2 rounds, Long Ao was covered in injuries. His stamina began to wane and his vision blurred. Long Ao suddenly saw the raptor in front of him, faintly resembling Wang Xingrui, who wore a smug expression. Instantly, he was consumed by rage. "I will not lose to you again. The bastard." Long Ao charged at the raptor before him, but the raptor quickly turned and fled. Long Ao, as if on steroids, suddenly accelerated, opening his mouth wide and bit off the raptor's head. Immediately afterward, the massive body came to a sudden halt, using inertia to fling off the 2 raptors clinging to him. Simultaneously, his powerful tail whipped back, sending the raptor following him flying several dozen meters away. Seeing that their companions had all died, the remaining 2 raptors began to slowly retreat. Long Ao would certainly not let them escape. He intended to eliminate them all. At that moment, a commotion suddenly arose from the bushes ahead. A massive head charged out unexpectedly, opening its huge mouth to bite at the 2 raptors. Without giving the 2 raptors time to resist, it tilted its neck back and chewed a couple of times before swallowing them, whole blood flowing from its mouth onto the ground. The ground trembled slightly when it fully emerged from the bushes and stood upright. It revealed its gigantic form. This was a Tyrannosaurus, even more formidable than Long Ao, towering over him by at least a meter. Yet Long Ao felt no fear. After experiencing a battle, he was in a state of excitement. As the 2 tyrants faced each other, their eyes were filled with intense, murderous intent. They roared at each other, asserting their dominance. Both launched their attacks, simultaneously aiming for each other's neck. After a fierce battle, both had bloody bite marks on their faces and necks. Long Ao's abdomen was torn, a chunk of flesh. He had already expended too much energy on the 5 raptors and sustained injuries. Now facing an opponent superior in size, strength, and speed, he was clearly at a disadvantage. As the opponent attacked again, Long Ao couldn't dodge in time. The next moment, he felt a piercing pain in his neck and his vision began to tilt. With a thud, Long Ao collapsed to the ground. Long Ao suddenly opened his eyes, fists clenched. He looked around and found himself lying in the medical pod. As he opened his eyes, the medical pod's door opened automatically. He sat up, climbed out of the pod, and stood barefoot on the ground. Everything around him was pure white. The ground was white, the walls were white. Even the door of the room was white. The door blended seamlessly with the wall, with only a thin crack to distinguish it from the wall. Aside from the medical pod, there was only a sofa and a coffee table in the room. The table was filled with food. Long Ao rubbed his stomach, sat on the sofa, and frantically stuffed his mouth with food. Strangely, the more he ate, the hungrier he became. This hunger was indescribable. Before him lay braised pork, steak, whole roasted lamb, roasted chicken, roasted duck, roasted goose, roasted suckling pig, and boiled eggs. Without these high-protein foods, Long Ao felt he might even gnaw on himself. After more than 2 hours of eating, astonishingly, he had consumed as much as 30 kilograms of food, yet Long Ao's physique showed no signs of change. This meant that after Long Ao swallowed the food, his stomach digested and absorbed it at an astonishing rate. Long Ao let out a satisfied burp and lay quietly on the sofa waiting. There wasn't even a clock in the room, and before long someone in a protective suit walked in. Upon seeing his son, the person first froze for a few seconds before tears streamed down uncontrollably. He's finally awake. He's finally awake. What happened to you? Long Ao asked in confusion. It's nothing. It's good that you woke up. Good that you woke up. Long Yun looked Long Ao up and down. Do you feel anything uncomfortable, eh? No, I feel fine. That's good. You need to stay here for a while. They'll take you out after a month. I have to stay here for a month. Why? I told you I'm fine now. Long Ao was somewhat impatient to try the power he gained from swallowing the embodiment. Long Yun stared at him sternly. Do you know how long you were unconscious? How long? 17 days. During that time your heart even stopped beating for a whole day. I almost thought you. Never mind, it's not worth mentioning. There are too many mysteries surrounding prehistoric creatures that have yet to be solved. Letting you drink the serum was already a risk for your life. You have no idea how regretful I felt seeing you lying motionless in the medical pod. I will not allow the same thing to happen. Stay here for the next month. Doctors will conduct various checks on your body. Once the risks are minimized, I will naturally let. Long Ao saw his father displaying an authoritative demeanor for the first time. Typically, they had little interaction. Whenever he needed something, he would just tell Steward Chun, and Chin would handle it. Because his father was merely a businessman and the embodiment was just a fish, he always smiled when he saw him. Thus Long Ao, who admired power from a young age, held a certain contempt for him. However, today he felt the authority his father possessed and the genuine concern for him, stirring an inexplicable softness in Long Ao's heart. Though it was merely a dream, the feeling of nearing death was incredibly real, and after experiencing that dream, he suddenly understood many things. Long Yun owed him nothing. His mother's death was not caused by Long Yun. Yet all these years Long Yun had lived under the weight of his blame. The deceased cannot return. His mother would not come back, but his father was still here. For the first time he felt that although Long Yun appeared somewhat cowardly before him, having a father was quite nice. I understand, Dad. Long Ao turned and returned to sit beside the sofa. Long Yun was slightly taken aback, his eyes turning red. The oxygen concentration in the sterile room is currently 25, equivalent to the oxygen concentration in the Cretaceous period. Over the next month, the oxygen concentration will gradually decrease to 21, matching the current oxygen levels on Earth. The process might be a bit painful, so you need to adapt slowly. Long Yun exited the sterile room, shedding his protective suit, his eyes revealing excitement. Since the death of Long Ao's mother, he had never called him Dad. Today not only did Long Ao call him Dad, but he also complied so obediently. Was this also a result of the prehistoric genes? In the evening, Long Yun had arranged a sumptuous dinner to celebrate his son's successful fusion with his avatar. Although there were only 3 people at the table, making it seem somewhat dull, Long Yun felt satisfied, as at least there was someone to share this joy with him. After several toasts from Long Yun, everyone began to eat. Mu Rongyi remarked, since Long Ao has fused with his avatar, and there are no significant issues with his body, training will commence tomorrow. Long Yun looked at Mu Rongyi with some surprise. He had thought that after Long Ao fused with his avatar, Mu Rongyi would choose to leave. Long Yun raised his glass and said to Mu Rongyi, as I've said before, it is an honor for my son to receive your guidance. After speaking, he downed the red wine in his glass, but Xiao Ao had just fused with his avatar and wasn't quite accustomed yet, so Master Mu Rong, could we delay the training for a few more days? Mu Rongyi replied, actually, according to logic, now that Long Ao has fused with his avatar, my task should be considered complete, and I should take my payment and leave. However, there are still 2 items left in the training plan that have not been executed. I personally do not like to leave things unfinished, so the sooner we complete the training, the sooner I can leave, and you can rest easy. Master Mu Rong, you speak as if you were leaving. I would be delighted if you stayed. Oh, as long as you wish to stay, you can stay as long as. The longer you stay, the happier I will be. Happy? Hardly. Long Ao had already fused with his avatar, and Mu Rongyi was still lingering, clearly eyeing the remaining gene serum. Long Yun must be worried sick right now. Wang Xing Rue silently continued eating. After dinner, Long Yun returned to his room, opened the drawer, and took out the green button. After a few seconds of hesitation, he pressed it. At the same time, in a small supermarket in the eastern district of J City, the little girl who was calculating said to the boy, Long Yun's son has woken up. Since the day he injected the gene serum, he has been asleep for 15 days. Brother Ouyang will probably be the same. For the next month, the supermarket will cease operations. Before Brother Ouyang wakes up, we will take turns monitoring the medical cabin. We absolutely cannot let anything go wrong. Just then, the gene serum sent by Lin Yi under the counter suddenly began to boil, followed by a blinding flash of white. The little boy and girl's faces changed, suddenly sensing a life-and-death crisis, and they instinctively jumped towards the supermarket exit. Immediately afterward, a loud explosion echoed through the sky and the dazzling white light quickly enveloped the surrounding buildings. Centered on the supermarket, a powerful shockwave rapidly spread, instantly shattering all buildings within a radius of 500 meters. When the light finally dissipated, a 50-meter-wide deep pit was left in place, and the little boy and girl had no idea where the shockwave had thrown them. In the center of the pit, a man clad in black, emitting white smoke, crawled out from the scorching earth like a demon. My Lord Master Mu Rong is still in the castle. What you are doing is risky. Long Yun held 3 buttons that corresponded to 3 fake gene serums. The tubes of those fake serums contained liquid explosives created by Mr. Darwin with a power equivalent to 100 pounds of TNT, and they could be controlled remotely. Once Long Yun pressed the button, the liquid in the tubes would react immediately. Even if your avatar's amplification exceeded 100 against 100 pounds of explosives, you would still lose half your life. Long Yun had always suspected that Mu Rongyi and Lin Yi were in cahoots, and the stolen fake gene serum should be with Mu Rongyi. Previously, he needed Mu Rongyi to be of use to him, so he did not confront him. Now that his son had fused with his avatar, the unstable factor of Mu Rongyi should be eliminated as soon as possible. It's fine. Xiao Ao is safe in the sterile room, and the castle is made of special alloys which can withstand an explosion. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no sound from the castle, which surprised both Long Yun and Old Chun. Could it be that they were mistaken? The two exchanged glances. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and outside came Long Ao's voice. Dad. Long Yun frowned and hurriedly went to open the door. Seeing a somewhat weak Long Ao, he nervously asked, "How did you?" Helping Long Ao into the room, Long Ao saw Old Chun and called out, "Godfather." Old Chun looked at Long Ao with gentle eyes. After fusing with his avatar, Xiao Ao had become much more sensible. The prehistoric avatar was stolen. Long Ao entered and immediately said something shocking. If it was stolen, then it was stolen. What did you say? Long Yun said, "Old Chun, seal off I city. No one is allowed to leave without my orders." Old Chun replied, "It's already been notified. The people below have recovered, and Yin Gaofei has left I city." "Damn it, then investigate his background again for me." Old Chun responded, "Understood." Long Yun's plump figure moved quickly forward, followed by Long Ao, Old Chun, and Mu Rongyi. They arrived at the underground treasury of the castle. The 1-meter-thick square metal door was wide open, and about 10 bodyguards in black lay on the ground. "They are all useless." Long Yun cursed angrily and walked in. Inside was a mountain of gold with a wooden box placed among the 4 heaps of gold, which had already been opened and was empty inside. Long Yun's mind buzzed immediately, and he struggled to remain steady. Long Ao and Old Chun rushed forward. Impossible, impossible. The treasury is equipped with the most advanced mechanical password locks. Without pupil verification, without fingerprint verification, and without the 14-digit static password, how could he possibly get in? Moreover, the wooden box was also equipped with an anti-theft device. Unless there was a lip print from Xiao Yao, forcibly opening it would immediately destroy the contents inside. However, when Long Yun entered, he saw that there were no signs of destruction in the box. At this moment, Long Ao once again said something shocking. "Dad, stop guessing. I was the one who brought him in, and I opened the box. The person who stole the items is your personal bodyguard." Long Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to look at Long Ao, gripping him tightly. "Can you clarify that?" Long Ao replied, "Half an hour ago, your personal bodyguard came to find me, saying you had something to instruct me and asked me to go with him. I felt something was off and refused him. Then he knocked me out and brought me to the treasury, forcing me to open the treasury door and take the gene serum." Long Yun looked at Old Chun and said, "Call them all down." Without a word, Old Chun made the call. In a short while, 3 bodyguards arrived at the underground treasury. Long Yun's cold gaze swept over the 3 of them, and sure enough, one was missing. The missing person was named Yin Gaofei, 23 years old. He had been with Long Yun for 5 years. 5 years. When Long Yun found him, he was still a thug without even an avatar. Long Yun took him home, fed him, clothed him, and even gifted him an avatar nurturing him. Why did he betray me? Old Chun used any means necessary to investigate. "I want to know whose man he is," Long Yun ordered expressionlessly. "Understood." Old Chun urged, "Xiao Yao, you should stop standing here and hurry back." "It's fine, Godfather. Although it was tough at first, I have adapted now." Long Yun blamed himself, saying, "It's my fault. When I went to see you, I should have only brought Old Chun." "My lord, don't be too hard on yourself. Fortunately, Xiao Ao is safe and sound, and he has fused with his avatar. We have already achieved our initial goal." Old Chun comforted. Long Yun lightly nodded. Mu Rongyi said, "Since everything is fine, let's start training tomorrow. My brother needs to make up for the 15 days wasted." Long Ao asked doubtfully, "Wasn't Wang Xingrui absent from training during these 15 days?" "Yes. His reason was the same as yours at the beginning. Initially, Wang Xingrui was interrupted during training, breaking an arm and a leg, and needed 5 days to recover. During these 5 days, Mu Rongyi had asked Long Ao to continue training, but he refused. His reasoning was that he didn't want to take advantage of those 5 days. Since Wang Xingrui was resting for 5 days, he would wait 5 days for him. He wanted to stand at the same starting point as Wang Xingrui, only then could he prove his strength was superior by defeating him. Meanwhile, during Long Ao's 15 days of unconsciousness, Wang Xingrui had paused training for the same reason. But Mu Rongyi felt that this was just an excuse for his brother to be lazy. Long Ao sneered, "I accept his challenge. Tomorrow I will be at the training ground on time to wait for him. Master Mu Rong, thank you for being willing to accompany me for a run. Thank you very much, Long Yun sincerely said. Now that he understood who was eyeing the gene serum, Long Yun had completely believed the words Mu Rongyi had said in the villa, and his gratitude was heartfelt. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Mu Rongyi yawned and turned to leave. When he returned to the castle, he wore an expression of slight helplessness. What a hassle! How did another one suddenly appear? Originally, he planned to take action tonight, to help Wang Xingrui steal the gene serum. The words he spoke during dinner were meant to lull Long Yun into a false sense of security. Yet unexpectedly a complication arose, intercepting his plan. "Sai brother, I don't know if it's your bad luck or mine. It just feels like the prehistoric avatar is circling around you." He opened his phone and dialed the number. "Hello, it's me. One of Long Yun's bodyguards escaped from my city tonight." Without mentioning a name or appearance, just provided a rough time and identity, Mu Rongyi hung up. 5 minutes later the phone rang. After Mu Rongyi answered, a mechanical voice said the person who fled is Yin Gaofei, male 23 years old, with a diving-type avatar giant arapaima. The giant arapaima has a slightly flattened head, a massive body, and hard red scales. It can grow up to 6 meters long and weigh 200 pounds, possessing great brute strength. The ordinary giant arapaima can use its tail as a weapon capable of striking an adult male and causing fractures, ranking 7th among the most ferocious fish in the world. The electronic voice continued, "He is under Ouyang Chun, and 5 years ago, he was placed beside Long Yun, waiting for the opportunity to seize the gene serum. He currently possesses a yellow serum and is at Ling Chun supermarket in the eastern district of J City, where Ouyang Chun is as well." Understood. Mu Rongyi hung up deep in thought. Yin Gaofei, the name and avatar don't quite match. He only took one gene serum. What about the remaining one? The next day, a 20-meter-long iron plank bridge was set up at the training ground. This morning, the training content for Wang Xingrui and Long Ao was to walk across it in the shortest time possible while wearing special shoes. The two stepped onto the bridge from opposite ends, and when they stepped on it with a clunk, the soles of their shoes stuck to the plank bridge. Wang Xingrui frowned slightly. Was that a magnet? Standing on the plank bridge, Wang Xingrui found that his shoe soles seemed to merge with the bridge, making it impossible to take another step. A minute passed, and he had barely made it halfway. Long Ao performed slightly better as he took large strides forward. Having fused with his avatar, his strength was amplified, and this level of attraction was nothing for him. Soon he arrived in front of Wang Xingrui. "Move aside." "I can't move aside." "Move aside. Are you deaf?" "I said I can't move aside." "You jump down." "Why should I jump?" "Why don't you jump?" "You walked further than me, so I should jump down." "What ridiculous logic is that? Are you saying that when you reach 80 years old you can tell a child, because I've lived longer than you have to die first?" "You are being unreasonable. You are making a fuss." The two were at an impasse, arguing like children, neither willing to back down. At this moment, a current was released from the plank bridge, rapidly coursing through their bodies, and both Wang Xingrui and Long Ao let out intense screams while standing on it. "By the way, I forgot to remind you, this plank bridge is electrified. The electricity generates magnetism, which will create strong adhesion to your iron shoe soles. This training not only trains your balance, but also exercises your leg explosiveness. However, if you stand still for more than a minute, the current will increase, and that sensation is quite unpleasant. After being shocked, remember to drink plenty of water, as the current will dehydrate you. Excessive water loss can be fatal." Mu Rongyi's considerate voice rang out as he placed 2 buckets of water to the side. The current continued, and Wang Xingrui and Long Ao rolled their eyes back and fell from the plank bridge, landing on the sponge mat below. While the two were temporarily stunned from the electrocution, Mu Rongyi made slight modifications to the plank bridge, adding an iron wall in the middle that could move back and forth along the bridge. This way the weaker side would be pushed off the plank bridge. With this modification, the results of the training were predictable. All morning, it was Wang Xingrui who was pushed off the bridge, and in the process they were shocked 68 times. What does it mean to be shocked 68 times? After the training ended, Wang Xingrui showed no signs of disappointment as a loser, nor did Long Ao show joy as a victor. Their states could be described as being out of their minds. They returned to the castle with vacant expressions. Even during lunch their movements were mechanical. However, even though they were in such a miserable state, Mu Rongyi had no intention of letting these poor kids off the hook. He only allowed them to rest for an hour before starting the afternoon training. In the afternoon, Mu Rongyi arranged a game of whack-a-mole for them. A 3-meter-high machine was placed in the training ground, and both held iron hammers. Wang Xingrui's hammer weighed 20 pounds while Long Ao's weighed 30 pounds. Mu Rongyi stood in front of them and said, "The game is simple. You must have played whack-a-mole before. Hit 50 moles to take a 5-minute break and count them yourselves." After speaking, he pressed the switch. One metal mole after another popped out from the machine. Bang! Wang Xingrui and Long Ao focused intently, quickly swinging down their hammers. Each time they struck down, sparks flew from the machine. Mu Rongyi lay resting in the shade of a large tree. The sound of hammering was relentless, continuing throughout the afternoon, with neither of them planning to take a break. The tops of the moles were struck red, and both were drenched in sweat, soaking the ground beneath them. When mealtime arrived, Mu Rongyi opened his eyes and came to their side, saying, "All right, that's enough for today. Count your scores." Wang Xingrui said 167. Long Ao replied 238. Mu Rongyi nodded in satisfaction, saying, I thought you both wouldn't exceed 100. Not bad. We'll continue tomorrow. Today marks the last day of training. Over the past 14 days in the single plank bridge, training Wang Xingrui has consistently lost to Long Ao, although the time he has managed to hold out against Long Ao has increased from 40 seconds to 5 minutes. In terms of the number of moles hit, both of them surpassed 200, but Long Ao managed to hit 213 moles in one afternoon, while Wang Xingrui barely managed 201. This means that in the two training projects mentioned above, Wang Xingrui has always lost to Long Ao. However, until today, the last day, Long Ao did not show any signs of a victor on his face, but rather seemed much quieter than before. On the training ground, aside from Wang Xingrui and Long Ao, there were members of the Leopard Mercenary Corps. The members of the Leopard Mercenary Corps were all taken down by poison due to offending Mu Rongyi. With no supervision in the mine, Long Ao drank the gene potion, and continuing to mine was futile, so Long Yun instructed his subordinates to settle accounts and let the miners leave, shutting down the mine. As for the Leopard Mercenary Corps, Long Yun signed a renewal contract with them and arranged for them to receive an antidote serum. With the powerful self-healing ability derived from their wolf and leopard transformations, and under the effect of the antidote serum, they have almost fully recovered after a month and are now undergoing rehabilitation training on the training ground. Wang Xingrui leaned on a hammer, gasping for breath as he spoke to Long Ao. Look at the Mercenary Corps over there doing hundreds of push-ups and sit-ups, and their martial arts practice is serious. Mu Rongyi waved a finger back and forth. There's no need to envy them. Different people suit different training methods. Their training methods are formal and can quickly enhance the overall physical quality of the team. But my training plan is specifically designed for the two of you, aiming to maximize your efficiency in the shortest time possible. After Mu Rongyi finished this statement, Lei Yi and Chai both turned to look at him. Zhang Chu leaned on a crutch and walked up to Mu Rongyi, and Lei Yi did not stop him. He couldn't ignore the baseless doubts directed at him. Are you saying there's a problem with our training methods? Mu Rongyi ignored him, and Wang Xingrui turned his head away. Was this person hearing things? When did he say there was a problem with their training methods? Zhang Chu looked somewhat displeased. Long Ao stepped in to smooth things over hands and pockets, maintaining an arrogant demeanor. He's not saying your training methods are flawed. He's merely stating that our training methods are superior. He splendid, that successfully intensified the conflict. Long Yo, if you can't mediate, just stay quiet. Are you lonely and cold, pouring oil on the fire? Chai, unconvinced, said to Mu Rongyi, you're just relying on your powerful transformation to talk nonsense here. Do you understand what fighting is? Without a transformation, any member of the Leopard Mercenary Corps could take you out. Mu Rongyi still ignored him. Zhang Chu's face turned pale, ready to step forward, but then bang, a force blasted him away. Lei Yi reacted quickly and immediately stepped forward to catch Zhang Chu. The Mercenary Corps members who were training heard the commotion and stopped to look over. Zhang Chu glared at Mu Rongyi, preparing to disregard Lei Yi's restraint and confront Mu Rongyi. Lei Yi locked him from behind and urgently whispered in his ear, if you get into trouble, we can't ignore it. Don't let your momentary impulse cost the brothers their lives again. Isn't the previous lesson enough? Zhang Chu recalled the scene from last month when the Leopard Mercenary Corps was nearly annihilated and he gave up struggling. Lei Yi released him. Lei Yi walked 2 meters in front of Mu Rongyi, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Mr. Mu Rongyi, I want to thank you for letting us off earlier. If there's anything you need from us in the future, just let us know. The Leopard Mercenary Corps will never be vague. See, being the leader is different, you know how to speak. Mu Rongyi glanced at him. Lei Yi continued, you just said there was a problem. To be honest, I come from a martial arts background, and the training plan in the Corps was devised by me. It consists of basic physical training. Though I can't claim it's extraordinary, it certainly won't mislead anyone. Of course I believe Mr. Mu Rongyi is not someone who speaks recklessly. Since you think our training has issues, you must have unique insights. Could you please enlighten us? No. Wang Xingrui stepped in front of Lei Yi. Brother Lei, after I graduate from university, can I join your merc? Lei Yi also wanted to respond quickly, but he said our training involves risking our lives. After you graduate from the academy and think it through, I can give you a chance to join the Leopard Mercenary Corps. Really? Wang Xingrui's eyes lit up. He had never considered joining a mercenary corps despite the decent pay. The risks were too high. He said this to provoke Mu Rongyi. If the training methods of the Leopard Mercenary Corps truly had issues, Mu Rongyi could bring it up and also owe them a favor. The previous tension between both sides was quite stiff, and this could serve as a reason to transform hostility into friendship. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths and fewer enemies mean fewer obstacles. Mu Rongyi pulled Wang Xingrui back beside him. With a firm grip with me here, I can help you become stronger at the fastest speed. In time, taking on a whole group will be no problem. Why join a mercenary corps? You're exaggerating. Wang Xingrui continued to provoke Mu Rongyi. Mu Rongyi glared, looking at Lei Yi, daring him to tempt his brother. Should I deal with them here? Never mind, I'll let you off this time. Then, seemingly speaking to Long Ao, he said, a person's combat power depends on 6 factors: the application of transformation characteristics, combat skills, battle experience, strength, speed, and the environment. The environment cannot be subjectively chosen, so we exclude that. Battle experience must be accumulated through real combat and cannot be achieved overnight, so we also exclude that. What remains are the application of transformation characteristics, combat skills, attack methods, strength, and speed. These are all factors that can be improved through personal training. Their training can enhance combat skills. It cannot be said to be ineffective, but its effects are minimal. As for the application of transformation, strength, and speed, these 3 points are completely unrelated to their training. Someone tried to retort, but as soon as they opened their mouth, they were suddenly blasted away and crashed to the ground. Everyone knew in their hearts that it was Murong Ye's doing, yet no one dared to speak. Murong Ye asked, what is the source of human speed and strength? It comes from muscles. The more developed the muscles, the stronger the strength, and the faster the speed, Long Ao answered. Murong Ye continued, they probably think the same. This outdated notion was completely correct before the Beast Era, but now we live in an age dominated by transformations. What is a transformation? It is a weapon that amplifies your physical abilities several times, with its most obvious effect being enhancement. So if the amplification factor is not high, one cannot become stronger. Long Ao questioned. No, the transformation amplifies the human body. If the human body grows stronger, the effect remains the same. Murong Ye nodded in satisfaction. Exactly, the key is still the human body. There are 40 trillion to 60 trillion ordinary cells in the human body, while there are only a few hundred beast cells. They are few in number, but have extremely high activity. To illustrate the difference, if ordinary cells are like a water-filled balloon that bursts with a poke, beast cells are like a solid rubber ball. In terms of resilience and recovery, they cannot be compared to ordinary cells. Thus, after the Beast Era, if one wishes to enhance strength and speed, they cannot merely focus on muscle level, they must consider the essence. The essence of muscles is cells, so the essence of enhancing strength and speed is to increase the number of beast cells within the body. When Murong Ye started speaking, the members of the Leopard Mercenary Corps were still quite disdainful, thinking he was about to say something profound, yet it was all basic knowledge that even middle schoolers would know. Especially Zhang Chu, who became increasingly contemptuous of Murong Ye, believing that Murong Ye was merely lucky to encounter a powerful transformation. However, as Murong Ye continued to reveal more content, he gradually became engrossed. Murong Ye's words were straightforward and reasonable, displaying a very precise understanding of beast cells. Zhang Chu then realized that Murong Ye's strength was not without reason. His understanding of power was much deeper. While he sought power to show off and figured out ways to earn more money to satisfy his desires, Murong Ye had already begun to think about how to acquire even greater power. The difference in perspective created a qualitative gap in thinking. At that moment, Zhang Chu no longer felt the anger from being blasted away by Murong Ye, only a sense of shame for his past actions. In the past decade, he truly lived like a dog. Lei, however, did not feel ashamed, but Murong Ye stopped at the... He didn't mention how to increase the number of beast cells, which left Lei feeling anxious. Not just him, but everyone in the Leopard Mercenary Corps felt the same. Continue, don't stop. How can we increase the number of beast cells? Please clarify. Wang Xingrui asked, so are you saying that Brother Lei and the others' training cannot increase the number of beast cells? No, it can increase, but they are following a martial arts route which results in less effective efforts. Then Mr. Murong Lei could no longer hold back. Stop, Murong Ye, interrupted Lei. Don't misunderstand. Oh, I am Long Ao's coach. I was merely explaining some common knowledge to Long Ao just now. What relationship do you have with me? An antagonistic one. Don't push your luck. Murong Ye glanced at Long Ao. Did you understand what I said? Yes, Long Ao nodded. Then Murong Ye turned to Wang Xingrui. Do you still want to join the Mercenary Corps? Whether you believe it or not, I have never doubted your abilities. Wang Xingrui said earnestly. At the entrance of the training ground, Long Yun walked in while clapping. Truly impressive, Mr. Murong. In just a short speech, you have enlightened me greatly. Long Yun had been standing there since Murong Ye started speaking. After listening to Murong Ye's brief explanation, he felt increasingly impressed by Murong Ye, not only for his top-tier strength, but also for his extensive knowledge. Truly remarkable. He was determined to find a way to make his son become a disciple of Mr. Murong. Fate brought Murong Ye to his castle, and fate bestowed upon his son a prehistoric transformation, which was a heavenly opportunity. His son was destined to become someone standing at the pinnacle of the world. Immersed in his own fantasies, Long Yun felt a surge of excitement. It is a great honor to hear Mr. Murong's profound insights today. Once again, I dare to request on behalf of Xiao Yo, would Mr. Murong be willing to take on a disciple? Upon hearing this, Long Ao's heart raced. After witnessing Murong Ye's abilities, if he could become Murong Ye's disciple, it would undoubtedly accelerate his journey to becoming stronger. Murong Ye hesitated for a moment and said, I can consider it, but I need to ascertain whether your son has the qualification. Long Yun confidently replied, surely you haven't forgotten what type of transformation my son possesses. Murong Ye did not elaborate further, pointing at Chai and speaking to Long Ao, if you can defeat him in 3 minutes without using transformations, I will take you as my disciple. Then he turned to Chai, if you can hold out for 3 minutes, I will tell you how to increase beast cells. Upon hearing this, Chai instinctively looked at Long Yun, who was glaring at him with a stern expression. If he won against Long Ao, it would mean severing Long Ao's hopes of becoming a disciple and offending Long Yun. While he hesitated, Murong Ye added, don't worry, if you win, I will ensure your safety along with your subordinates. If you die at Long Yun's hands, I will take revenge for you. Why should I trust you? Chai question revealed that he had already made a choice in his heart. Long Yun's expression grew even colder. I guarantee it with my brother's life. Morong Yi patted Wang Xingrui. Upon hearing this, Wang Xingrui raised an eyebrow. Wait, how did I become involved in this? Chai Er took a deep breath and stepped forward, saying to Long, Ao, young master Long, I apologize. Long Yun coldly replied, Chai Er, you better think this through. Morong Yi said, Boss Long, don't scare him. I can clearly see whether he is holding back or not. Long Ao and Chai Er stood a few meters apart ready to fight. In the next second, both vanished from their spots, and when they met again, their fists were already in contact. Blockside kicks, elbow strikes, and punches. Their moves mirrored each other, as if looking into a mirror. Lei remarked from the side, I taught Long Ao the combat techniques. He is quite clever, and learned my moves in other words, with identical techniques. What they are contesting now is endurance. Long Ao is still just a child, and Lei believes he may not outlast Chai Er. While praising Long Ao, Lei subtly expressed his own thoughts. Morong Yi chuckled, Chai Er is still relying on a crutch. If he can't even win against him, then Long Ao is truly a complete waste. Oops, did I just say what I was thinking? Lei awkwardly glanced at Long Yun, who had a face filled with dark lines. Xiao Ao is still young, and besides he possesses a prehistoric transformation with limitless potential. Morong Yi did not speak further. 2 minutes passed, and Long Ao's expression grew serious. Defeating Chai Er was more difficult than he had imagined. Meanwhile, Chai Er, who was facing him, was experiencing a storm of emotions. With every punch Long Ao threw, and every kick he delivered, the impact was immense. Feeling the strength behind Long Ao's attacks, Chai Er found it hard to believe that this was the power of a 16-year-old child. Moreover, this kid was reacting too quickly. Despite pushing his own attack speed to the limit, he was still able to keep up. Chai Er had honed his reaction speed through years of battling enemies, and he initially thought he could take Long Ao down in under 10 seconds, even with his mobility impaired. But now he was beginning to feel nervous. Long Ao's attack speed was still increasing, and he was starting to feel the strain. Is this the power that comes from merging with a prehistoric transformation? Chai Er attributed Long Ao's formidable strength to his fusion with a prehistoric transformation. He could hardly imagine what Long Ao had gone through in the past 2 months. Running was Morong Yi's way to train Wang Xingrui, and Long Ao's basic physical fitness, solidifying their foundation. Dodging tennis balls was to train their reaction abilities. The single plank bridge was for training their leg explosiveness and balance. Hitting moles was to enhance their arm explosiveness and reaction capabilities. These abilities are vital factors in hand-to-hand combat. In terms of pure fighting, even if Chai Er's body has recovered, Long Ao's strength is still above his. At a certain moment, Long Ao's moves changed. No, it was his attack speed that had accelerated, and Chai Er couldn't keep up. Victory and defeat hinged on this instant. Long Ao unleashed both fists, sending Chai Er flying. Good. Long Yun couldn't help but shout, and when he saw everyone looking his way, he quickly cleared his throat. Long Ao turned to look at Morong Yi. Morong Yi shook his head regretfully. Tisk, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Chai Er was still in a daze, unable to believe he had been defeated so easily. However, upon hearing Morong Yi's words, his heart suddenly surged with joy. If he could endure for 3 minutes, Morong Yi would reveal to him the method to become stronger. In the long run, he was still the one who won. Long Ao stood still, not feeling triumphant despite agreeing to Chai Er. His fists were clenched, and his face was a mix of regret. Even if he exerted all his strength, he still did not meet Morong Yi's standards. Long Yun noticed his son's expression and smiled, saying, Mr. Morong Xiao Ao has only been training for 2 months. For him to defeat Chai Er is truly unprecedented among his peers. I believe my son will not disappoint you in the future, and I hope Mr. Morong can reconsider. This battle between Long Ao and Chai Er not only proved Long Ao's strength, but also reflected Morong Yi's teaching abilities. In just 2 short months, a 16-year-old child managed to defeat a battle-hardened mercenary in less than 5 minutes. If Long Yun were to grade Mr. Morong, his teaching level would undoubtedly be close to perfection. Who wouldn't want a teacher like that for their child? I've given him the opportunity, it's up to him to seize it. Morong Yi walked towards Chai Er, brushing past Long Ao. Long Ao wanted to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Now I will fulfill my promise and tell you how to enhance your beast cells. What? Such an important matter is being spoken so openly here. Chai Er risked retaliation from Long Yun to obtain this method. If it were revealed just like that, wouldn't it benefit? Morong Yi said, to increase the number of beast cells, there are 2 methods. The first is to consume avatars, especially those of the same species. Their bodies also contain beast cells. The more you consume, the more beast cells you will gain. The second method is to continuously push your physical limits, allowing the beast cells in your body to undergo self-division. Chai Er said, got it. Don't forget you promised to protect me. I only said I wouldn't let you and your subordinates die at Long Yun's hands. If he sends someone else to kill you, that's none of my... As he spoke, Morong Yi smiled at Long Yun. Long Yun raised an eyebrow. So that's how it is. He then cast a dark look at Chai Er. You. Chai Er immediately realized he had been played by Morong Yi, who was engaging in wordplay with him. Long Yun waved his hand, and 3 bodyguards stepped forward. Seeing this, Chai Er's subordinates quickly surrounded their boss, each releasing their wolf avatars and growling. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. At that moment, Long Ao, standing between both sides, turned to his father and said seriously, this matter has nothing to do with them. Long Yun glanced at Long Ao, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Silly son Mu Rong, he just wants to use my hand to eliminate Shatter. If I let them go now, you really won't be able to become his disciple. Mu Rong-yi was using Shatter's desire to become stronger to kill two birds with one stone, rejecting Long Yun's proposal while shifting the conflict onto Shatter. Long Yun guessed Mu Rong-yi's intentions, so he played along, wanting to use Shatter's life to exchange for a chance for his son to become a disciple. But his son was too rigid and simply did not understand him. Xiaoyou, step aside. These people will ruin your future. It is my lack of ability that prevented me from meeting the standards to become a disciple. He is simply doing his best to become stronger. Facing Shatter, Long Ao felt no resentment. What is wrong with someone who strives to become stronger through their own efforts? Long Yun's chest rose and fell with anger at his foolish son, and he directly ordered the 3 bodyguards, "Don't just stand there, take action." Lei Yi and his subordinates also approached, standing in the middle. "Boss Long, I apologize for your son's matter. I hope you can be magnanimous and let Shatter go." Long Yun replied coldly, "Lei Yi, are you opposing me?" Old Chin also stepped forward to persuade Lei Yi, saying, "Old Lei, over the years you should know how the master treats the Lei Bao mercenary group. This matter has nothing to do with you, don't harm yourself." "Oh, then let's settle it. You go handle it." Old Chin said, "Master, there's one more matter related to the genetic potion that I need to explain to you. In the end, it looks like you hold a significant position in Long Yun's heart." Wang Xingrui whispered to Mu Rong-yi beside him. "He's almost ready to turn against his own son for you." Everyone present was perceptive. They understood why Long Yun wanted Shatter's life so badly. Because they all understood, unless Mu Rong-yi agreed to accept Long Ao as a disciple, this conflict could not be resolved. Mu Rong-yi whispered, "Now you see how powerful your brother is. With me around, I guarantee you'll become the strongest in the world within 5 years. I don't have such grand ambitions. Just surpassing you is enough." "Surpassing me? Isn't that being the strongest in the—" Mu Rong-yi laughed, as expected of my brother, so ambitious. While they were chatting, the 3 bodyguards had already taken action. One captured Long Ao and brought him to Long Yun's side. Another released a brown bear avatar, while Lei Yi and his subordinates released leopard avatars. Dozens of leopards pounced on the brown bear, but unfortunately their teeth couldn't pierce its hide. The brown bear swatted them away one by one. The last one released a giraffe avatar, its long legs thrusting out repeatedly. The wolves surrounding Shatter did not react in time before they received hoofprint injuries and were sent flying into the air like paper. All members of the Lei Bao mercenary group fell to the ground like dumplings. In just 5 seconds, the 3 bodyguards had settled everything. Shatter was thrown in front of Long Yun. Long Yun grabbed his neck, ready to send him on his way. "Boss Long, stop. I've decided to give your son another chance, but there is one condition." Mu Rong-yi suddenly spoke up. "Really?" Long Yun casually tossed Shatter aside and took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. "Mr. Mu Rong, feel free to state your request. I will certainly fulfill it. It's not a big deal. Let's set a period of 2 years. After 2 years, let your son compete with my brother. If he wins, I will accept him as a disciple." "What if he loses?" Long Yun asked. "If he loses, he must unconditionally agree to do one thing for my brother, but this task will not endanger his life." Upon hearing this, Long Yun hesitated. If it were to have him agree to do something for Wang Xingrui, he would not hesitate at all, but when it involved his son's interests, Long Yun had to think twice. "Okay." Just as Long Yun was still hesitating, Long Ao agreed immediately. "Son, don't you want to think about it again? If I cower before the battle, I've already lost." Long Ao said. Long Yun was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. His son was decisive, brave, and fearless. This is what Long Yun's son was like. "All right, it's settled." Long Yun made the final decision. Wang Xingrui beside Mu Rong-yi twitched his mouth. "Mu Rong-yi agreed, your son agreed, and you agreed too. What a joyful ending. But why did no one ask if I agreed?" In the afternoon in the dining room, Long Yun took out his treasured fine wine and drank with Mu Rong-yi. Perhaps it had been too long since someone talked to him, or perhaps he was intentionally pretending to be drunk to get closer. Long Yun poured out all the grievances he had accumulated in his heart over the past 10 years. In contrast, the usually talkative Mu Rong-yi strangely entered a mode of simply responding with ahu and sigh. Mu Rong-yi was very adept at managing his identity, interacting with different people in various environments using different modes of interaction. If Long Yun was acting, he would play along. If not, being a good listener was his best choice at the moment. Just as Long Yun was enjoying his conversation, the most Old Chun brought Lei Yi to him. Old Chin said, "Master Lei, he wants to terminate the contract with you." Long Yun's face turned red as he stood up, holding a glass of red wine. He swayed slightly as he walked over to Lei Yi, patting his shoulder. "I will never forget what you have done for my son and what you have done for me. Let's pretend today never happened. Old Lei Yu and Shatter are not the same kind of person. You have a wife and children to support. Your brothers need to eat too. If you are willing, you can stay and continue to work for me. I only have one requirement. There cannot be Shatter in the Lei Bao mercenary group." Lei Yi's eyes flickered. After some thought, he took the wine and drank it all in one go. "Okay, I agree." Long Yun laughed twice, patting Lei Yi's shoulder hard a couple of times before he slumped to the ground. Old Chin stepped forward to help him up. "Mr. Mu Rong, I will take the master back to his room now. If you need anything, you can always ask them to bring it to you." The maids were standing nearby. After Old Chin left, Mu Rong-yi said to Lei, "You want to sit and have a drink?" "No need. A small fry like me doesn't qualify to drink with you." I have things to do, so I'll take my leave. Lei Yi turned to leave. Being controlled by capitalists is not a pleasant experience, is it? Lei Yi paused. Mu Rongyi continued. What I told Shatter about increasing B cell numbers is true. You can give it a try. Lei Yi turned back. Why did you save him? Initially, Mu Rongyi wanted Long Yun to kill Shatter. Lei Yi didn't understand why he suddenly changed his mind. Mu Rongyi said, I never intended to kill him. I wanted Long Yun to kill him just to make him hate me more. When his hatred accumulates to a certain extent, and he realizes he can't kill me, guess what he will do? He will shift his hatred onto your brother. Lei Yi silently thought. Mu Rongyi seemed to read minds, saying, that's right, he will go after my brother. That's my goal. Your goal is to have others kill your brother. Lei Yi couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that Mu Rongyi's relationship with his brother was not as good as it seemed? The more enemies my brother has, the more he will rely on me and listen to my words. That way I can help him become stronger. So I let Shatter kill him to help my brother become stronger. Facing Mu Rongyi, Lei Yi's eyes widened, and he was shocked by Mu Rongyi's formidable logic. Incredible. Truly incredible. Wang Xingrui must have done something incredibly wrong in his past life to have a brother like you in this life. Lei Yi found himself at a loss for words. Mu Rongyi seemed to have given him no time to respond, and continued. Shatter is not very capable, but has high aspirations. Keeping him by your side will inevitably lead to trouble. As the leader of the mercenary group, being indecisive can endanger many lives. Lei Yi looked deeply at Mu Rongyi. I ended up saying so much to you, but it seems I've gotten a bit drunk. I'm going to sleep now. Mu Rongyi turned and left. The next morning, Long Yun woke up in his room, immediately feeling a splitting headache. He pressed his hand to his forehead. At that moment, he noticed a note in his hand. Opening the note, the contents were very simple. Long Yun, see you in 2 years. Long Yun was taken aback and quickly pressed the button by the bed to call Old Chun. Old Chun produced a similar note, identical to Long Yun's. Go and quickly bring him back to me. Long Yun clenched his right fist and knocked on his forehead. Old Chun smiled and did not move. Long Yun glanced at him. Sai was confused. After all night, Mu Rongyi had long since disappeared. Besides, if Mu Rongyi wanted to leave, how could Old Chun Sir, the young master and Mr. Mu Rong have a connection and will surely meet again. Also, Mr. Wang has reached the age to enter the academy, so he might run into him there. Finding Mr. Wang is equivalent to finding Mr. Mu Rong. Right. Mu Rongyi's eyes lit up. Old Chin's words reminded him. Wang Xingrui had just turned 16 and was also of age to enter the academy. In a month's time, enrollment would begin. He would definitely see him again. Perhaps Long Ao and Wang Xingrui could even become classmates. Master, the few masters we left at the villa are currently in the castle. The 2-month deadline has passed, and they have come to ask us to fulfill our promises. My head hurts a bit. What do they want again? Long Yun asked, rubbing his temples. Wen Lang wants to borrow the medical pod to remove the tumor in his head. Yu Geng wants his children to enter the noble school. Mu Chun wants a girlfriend. Zhang Yuqin wants to become a singer and go on a world tour. The fat guy wants to eat the best food in I City. There are also the twin brothers who withdrew midway, wanting to play in the entertainment city of I City for a year. Old Chin listed their requests one by one. Oh, alright then, let's fulfill it. You go handle it. Old Chin said, Master, there's one more thing related to the genetic potion that I need to discuss with you. In K City, Mu Rongyi followed Wang Xingrui back to his home. After 4 months stepping through the door, Wang Xingrui felt a mix of relief, nostalgia, and disappointment. 4 months away felt like 3 years. During these 4 months, he had been cautious everywhere, experiencing the warmth and coldness of human emotions and the deceit that school had never taught him. Every incident from the past 4 months replayed in his mind like a movie. Although he ultimately didn't get what he wanted, it wasn't without gains. In the remaining days, he would ask Mu Rongyi for a slightly better avatar, one that could amplify to just under 100 or even 80. That should be a small matter for Mu Rongyi. Your room is entirely black, isn't that too dark? As Wang Xingrui reminisced about the past 4 months, an untimely voice interrupted. Xingrui, where is your family's back? What for? To give you a surprise. Mu Rongyi raised an eyebrow, feigning mystery. Wang Xingrui didn't know what he was planning this time. I don't need surprises. Wang Xingrui picked up a cup of water from the table and gulped it down. Really, even if this surprise is a genetic potion? Mu Rongyi casually mentioned. Yes, even if it is. Clatter. The cup dropped. Wang Xingrui, however, was too excited to care about the shattered cup. He quickly approached Mu Rongyi, his eyes filled with barely concealed excitement. What did you say? Where's the bathroom? Mu Rongyi emphasized again. Wang Xingrui hurriedly led Mu Rongyi to the bath. Mu Rongyi began to take off his shirt. Wang Xingrui took a few cautious steps back. He couldn't possibly mean to do what he thought right. Then he saw Mu Rongyi reach out his right hand and stab it forcefully into his abdomen. His right hand sank into his skin and continued to delve deeper until it disappeared to the wrist. Blood flowed from his abdomen. Yet he seemed to feel no pain, digging for a long time before pulling out something. However, after he withdrew his hand, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately returning to normal, leaving no scar. Wang Xingrui exclaimed, How did you do that? Do you want to know? Call me brother, and I will tell you. Wang Xingrui looked at the item in Mu Rongyi's hand, the bloody hand staining the glass tube red. Before Wang Xingrui could speak, Mu Rongyi threw the potion to him, saying the thing you wanted. Wang Xingrui stared at the potion in his hand, speechless, standing still. He felt a mix of confusion and helplessness. Did he really manage to get a genetic potion for himself concealed within his own body? For some reason, even though Wang Xingrui had obtained the potion, he felt a heavy weight in his heart, and he lowered his head, his eyes flickering. Where are your parents? Mo Yi picked up the biology textbook on the table and flipped through it idly. At the mention of his parents, Wang Xingrui wore an expression of helpless resignation. They've gone on their honeymoon. Ahem. Ahem. Mo Yi's expression turned oddly strained. Well, that's certainly bold of them. How did you get hold of this gene serum? I didn't acquire it myself. It was gifted to me. Gifted? By Boss Long. Mo Yi let out a long knowing. Time rewinds to the moment Yin Gaofei stole the prehistoric avatar. Yin Gaofei led Long Ao into the underground vault. After retrieving the remaining 2 vials of serum, Long Ao told him, "You may only take 1 vial of gene serum. Are you asking or ordering?" Yin Gaofei regarded him calmly. "I've already fused with the prehistoric avatar. Within 5 years I'll inherit my father's position. Do you truly believe the future sovereign of Ice City must beg you?" Yin Gaofei scoffed coldly. "It seems you've misjudged the situation. Allow me to clarify it for you politely. Your life is now in my hands. Whether you live long enough to ascend as sovereign depends entirely on my current mood. It's you who misunderstands the situation, not me. Kidnapping me, stealing gene serum. Do you imagine my father will spare you or those behind you? If you dare take both vials, I will commit suicide. As the sole heir of the Long family, my death would drive my father utterly mad. I suspect he'd mobilize the entire city to avenge me. Even if a living legend stood before him, he wouldn't be deterred. Can your faction summon such a legend just for you? Now consider the alternative. What if I survive? With the prehistoric avatar and the sovereign's resources at my command, within 5 years, I will locate your faction and eradicate it root and branch. You've spent no small time beside my father. Do you doubt I possess this capability?" Long Ao straightened his posture, radiating the commanding aura of a sovereign. His sword-like brows rose sharply as he thundered, "Leave 1 vial. Now get out." Yin Gaofei hesitated for 2 seconds, weighed the gains against the risks, and set down the green vial before turning to leave. He did not do so out of fear, but to buy Master Ouyang 5 years of respite. Should Long Ao truly possess the resolve to end his own life, Yin Gaofei's departure would deliver both mission success and a grave complication to Master Ouyang. Yet he could avoid that complication entirely. Upon reflection, minimizing loss while maximizing gain was indisputably the wisest course. Long Ao retrieved the gene serum from the vault and sought out Mo Yi. "I hear your younger brother lacks an avatar. You're well aware your actions defy all reason," Mo Yi remarked, gazing at the vial in Long Ao's hand with a faint smile. "I require a rival to forge me stronger, and your brother possesses that potential." So, he simply handed it over. Wang Xingrui asked, astonished. "Yes. That man's mind isn't quite right. Giving away gene serum like pocket change. Don't feign reluctance after gaining such advantage. Long Ao isn't as foolish as you assume. Once your brother fuses with the prehistoric avatar, he incurs a debt of cosmic magnitude. And since he's my brother, that debt becomes mine as well. By binding us both with a single token, he gains without loss. This young man possesses greater audacity than his father, and will undoubtedly claim a place among the apex cultivators of tomorrow." Wang Xingrui stared at the vial on the table, uncertain which prehistoric creature's genome it contained, and what consequences its injection might unleash. Long Ao had access to a medical chamber, but Wang Xingrui had none. "You decide," when Mo Yi said. "It won't kill you, though you'll likely sleep for a month." Mo Yi entrusted the serum to Wang Xingrui not only because of Long Ao's precedent, but also because Long Yun and Long Ao had no motive to harm his younger brother. Thus the serum was almost certainly genuine. Otherwise he'd never have produced it. "Rest assured, I'll keep you safe." Mo Yi then asked, "Are you afraid?" "Yes." Wang Xingrui admitted it openly. Mo Yi smiled. "Then we'll wait 2 more days, until you're ready mentally and spiritually." Wang Xingrui looked at the vial in his hand. In 1 month the 4 great academies would begin admissions, and he needed to return to school for the entrance examination. If, like Long Ao, he fell unconscious for half a month after injection, he'd still barely make the exam. But if he failed to awaken, damn it, enough hesitation. The prehistoric genome is already within reach. What's there left to hesitate about? Wang Xingrui spoke solemnly. "Brother, there's millet, vegetables, and fruit in the fridge. Vitamins and calcium tablets are in the cabinet beneath the kitchen counter. If I fall unconscious, feed me small meals daily. Don't let me starve to death. And if our parents return, tell them you're a new friend I've just met. As for why I'm unconscious, make up any plausible excuse, but never reveal I ingested prehistoric gene serum. Otherwise, by dawn, the entire K-City will know. Also, my closest friend is Zhang Xuanyu. His father is Zhang Dong, his mother Xinling. Our families have been close for years. They're utterly trustworthy. Xuanyu may call me. When he does, tell him I'm undergoing avatar fusion, and will contact him again soon. Should he question your identity, say this. Before age 10, he refused to wear underwear. And if Lin Yi comes looking for me, handle him for me. Also, if police officers come searching for me, say I've traveled to our city and haven't returned yet." Wang Xingrui recited every contingency he could imagine, like final words before parting with life itself. Mo Yi listened in silence. When Wang Xingrui finished, he asked, "Are you certain?" "Yes." Wang Xingrui paused, then took the gene serum and retreated to his room. He injected it into his arm, discarded the glass vial carelessly, and laid down upon the bed. 2 minutes later, the reaction began. His head grew heavy and fogged, the world spun violently. Then, his eyes closed and he slipped into slumber. Morongyi entered the room, gently straightened his brother's legs, removed his slippers, unfolded the nearby quilt, and covered him warmly. Then he returned to the living room, sat on the sofa, and switched on the television. His feet rested atop the coffee table. It had been a long time since he'd known such quiet ease. On the tennis court of Long Yun's estate in I-City, Lao Chen stood motionless at center court, hands clasped behind his back. His lower body transformed into octopus-like tentacles, one coiled tightly around a racket. When Long Yun struck the ball across the net, Lao Chen's tentacle shot forward with startling speed and returned the volley effortlessly. Long Yun had aimed diagonally, but Lao Chen redirected the ball to his opposite flank. Long Yun lunged desperately in the reverse direction, barely managing to return the shot. Master, you truly gave away the gene serum, just like that. Lao Chen remained rooted in place on the court. Long Yun dashed back and forth, gripping his racket tightly. Anyone could see he labored intensely, yet his face bore no trace of exhaustion. Instead, he wore pure, unguarded delight. Do you expect me to retrieve it? By now, Wang Xingrui has likely begun his avatar fusion. As he spoke, Long Yun executed a sharp backhand return. After the incident with Yin Gaofei, I've realized something. Even the Long family's vast wealth cannot safeguard gene serum forever. Better to gift it as a favor than let some shadowy faction steal it outright. Morong Yi is ruthless, but his younger brother retains honor. Though Xiao Ao acted impulsively, this move was sound. I sense Xiao Ao's future achievements will surpass yours, master. Undoubtedly. They played continuously for 15 minutes, until Long Yun's stamina finally faltered and he missed the final serve. Long Yun sank onto a chair beside the court. A maid hurried forward, offering a towel and nutrient solution. He accepted the solution and took a sip. How did I fare today? Lao Chen stood silently beside him. You played 30 minutes straight, twice as long as last time. Rather than praising Long Yun's progress, Lao Chen simply stated the measurable improvement. You're clearly enjoying yourself. Every match with you is a privilege, master. Old fool. Long Yun glared, but his eyes held no real anger. A bodyguard approached respectfully. Master Officer Chun Tushing of the East-West District Public Security Bureau requests an audience. Were the corpses in the villa properly disposed of? Earlier, when Lang had killed a man in the villa, a hulking brute with a demon lizard avatar who'd once taunted Morong Yi. All bodies, including those from test site No. 2, have been removed by Yu Gong. Yu Gong belonged to official channels, entrusting the intruders to him secured a valuable favor and spared Long Yun considerable trouble. Very well. Long Yun instructed the bodyguard, show him in. Yes, sir. Moments later, Officer Chen Tushing entered under escort, only to find Long Yun and Lao Chun had swapped roles. Lao Chun reclined in the chair, while Long Yun stood deferentially behind him. Greetings, I am Officer Chun Tushing of the East-West District Public Security Bureau, K-City. Chen Tushing extended his hand, but Long Yun ignored it entirely. Long Yun's sneered voice dripping with condescension. Even the sovereign of K-City must schedule appointments to see me. What business brings Officer Chen here? The implication was clear. A mere district-level officer lacked the standing to meet him. Lao Chun embodied Long Yun's imperious arrogance flawlessly. A bodyguard leaned close to Long Yun and whispered, this officer says he's come to the estate seeking someone. Who? A Mr. Wang. Which Mr. Wang? He knew countless men named Wang. Long Yun paused, then his eyes widened. He glanced sharply at the bodyguard, seeking confirmation. The bodyguard nodded. So, it wasn't him they sought. Long Yun's demeanor shifted instantly. He rose, offered a warm smile, and extended his hand. Officer Chen, pleased to meet you at last. Chen Tushing grasped the hand, acknowledging the gesture. Such was the chasm of status. Chen Tushing sought to shake hands. Long Yun could refuse. But when Long Yun chose to extend his hand, Chen Tushing had no choice but to accept. Pleased to meet you. Long Yun inquired, may I ask, what matter brings you to seek Mr. Wang? Mr. Wang. Chen Tushing frowned. He sought Wang Xingrui, a 16-year-old boy, so this Mr. Wang couldn't possibly be the same person. I'm searching for a 16-year-old boy, approximately 1.6 meters tall, taciturn by nature, Wang Xingrui. He's implicated in a homicide case. I understand he's been staying here. I've come to gather information from him. Chen Tushing deliberately described Wang Xingrui's appearance to prevent any confusion. Long Yun felt a homicide. Given Master Morong's temperament, killing a few people would hardly be surprising. Wang Xingrui was Morong's younger brother, and surely inherited his elder brother's traditions. Yet he was still young, likely inexperienced, leaving traces that led the police straight to this estate. Long Yun declared with righteous gravity, I do know Wang Xingrui, though our acquaintance is brief. I assure you, Mr. Wang is upright, honorable, and incapable of committing murder or breaking the law. I understand your urgency to solve the case and uphold societal stability. But police work demands evidence, not presumption. How had Wang Xingrui connected with a figure of Long Yun's stature? And, astonishingly, Long Yun appeared. Officer Chen studied Long Yun, then smiled wryly. There's been a misunderstanding. The killer has been identified. Wang Xingrui is not the murderer. I seek him only to gather further clues about the perpetrator. May I speak with him privately? Long Yun replied, regrettably, Mr. Wang is not here. He departed yesterday. His destination remains. Is that so? Officer Chen mused. Do you have his contact information? Long Yun smiled faintly. No, he certainly wouldn't give it, even if he possessed it. My apologies for the intrusion. With clear intent, Long Yun signaled that no useful intelligence would be forthcoming. Officer Chen turned and left without delay. Long Yun gleaned vital intelligence from this encounter. Officer Chen hailed from city's east-west district and sought Wang Xingrui. Thus Wang Xingrui must reside there. This detail proved crucial. Wang Xingrui was from K-City, so Murong Yi likely was too. Later he'd instruct Xiao Ao to visit that region more frequently. Long Yun said, Master, shall I assist Master Murong with this minor complication? Favors accumulate incrementally. Handle it yourself. Long Yun replied, understood. No sooner had Officer Chen left the estate than he received a call from headquarters as he settled into his car. Chen Tuxing, where are you? Director, I'm on vacation. Nonsense. Vacation. The mayor himself called me, directly contacted by the sovereign of I-City, who berated him fiercely. You've truly outdone yourself, bypassing all procedure, crossing 2 cities to investigate at a private residence. And not just any residence, the home of the chairman of Tianlong Group. Do you even grasp who that is? Long Yun, billionaire sovereign of I-City. If he files suit for unlawful trespass, your badge and your career will vanish overnight. Chiefly Chen Tuxing had violated protocol. If Long Yun exploited that breach to prosecute him, even the director would face immense difficulty defending him. Police officers are the people's shield, symbols of justice and fairness. If even they disregard rules, what purpose remains for that shield? I've already said, I'm on vacation, not investigating. I don't care whether you're resting or working. Return immediately. That's an order. A stern voice echoed from the receiver. Without granting Chen Tuxing further chance to explain, the line went dead. Chen Tuxing sighed deeply. Another lead severed. He thrust his arm out the window, ground the cigarette, but against the doorframe, flicked it aside, and started the engine, driving into the fading sunset, vanishing slowly into the distance. In K-City, at Wang Xingrui's home in the West District of the East Market, Wang Xingrui slowly woke up from his bed. Sitting up and rubbing his nose, he walked out of the room into the living room, where Murong Yi was cooking in the kitchen. As he walked in, a flash of silver suddenly darted past him. Wang Xingrui instinctively tilted his head to the right, and with a few strands of hair falling, a kitchen knife embedded itself in the door frame beside his right ear. Wang Xingrui's heart sank. Murong Yi turned around, surprised to see him. Wang Xingrui's lips twitched, and he forced a laugh, saying, Brother, it's been a long time. You woke up so quickly. Wang Xingrui did not catch the hint of surprise in Murong Yi's tone as he replied, Yeah, how have you been this past month? A month. It's only been a day. Murong Yi brought out the cooked porridge and fried steamed buns. To be precise, in Wang Xingrui's view, 2 bowls of porridge and a plate of fried buns appeared to be floating. A day. Come to think of it, it really felt like he had just taken a nap without any sense of disorientation or time distortion. Why did Long Ao sleep for an entire month? Was it because the gene serum he took didn't work? How do you feel now? Murong Yi asked, sipping from a spoonful of porridge. Hungry, Wang Xingrui replied while drinking the porridge. And then, oi, nothing else. Do you feel any bloodthirsty impulse? Wang Xingrui shook his head. That's a pity, Murong Yi frowned. Just as Wang Xingrui was stuffing a fried bun into his mouth, he suddenly paused, looking at Murong Yi with a strange expression. Did I just mishear? Did Murong Yi really say that's a pity? What was he thinking to have such expectations of me? Wang Xingrui said, My friend has a physique tester, I'll go to his place for a checkup. It had been a while since he last contacted Xianyu after that phone call. I wonder how Uncle Zhang and Aunt Xin are doing now. Is that the Zhang Xianyu you mentioned yesterday? Yes. After dinner I'll go with you. All right. Wang Xingrui took Murong Yi to Zhang Xianyu's house. Upon entering the villa, Wang Xingrui knocked on the door, but no one answered. He entered a password on the doorknob. With a beep, the door opened. Aunt Xin, Aunt Zhang, I'm back. Wang Xingrui called out, but there was no response. He changed his shoes and walked around the room. After entering, there was not a single person. Wang Xingrui was stunned. Every room was clean, and everything was neatly arranged as if someone had just cleaned up. Especially in Zhang Xianyu's room, the pens and notebooks on his desk were arranged a bit too neatly. Since when did old Zhang become so diligent? Wang Xingrui found the physique tester in the drawer of the desk. He jabbed it into his hand, drawing a tube of blood. Then he connected it to his phone. The phone quickly displayed a string of data. Wang Xingrui. Beast cell content in the body low 003. Transformation. Amplification. Damn, what is this? At the same time above Wang Xingrui, Lao Wu had his arms spread against the ceiling with Zhang Xianyu on his back, while a black cobra coiled around Zhang Xianyu's body, blocking his mouth. Zhang Xianyu's eyes widened as he looked at Wang Xingrui below. He desperately wanted to call for help from old Wang. But thinking again, how could old Wang possibly be a match for these two? So he resignedly closed his eyes. Wang Xingrui left the room and went downstairs to hand the physique tester to Murong Yi. Murong Yi glanced at it and said, This physique tester of yours is too basic. Currently, there are 2 types of testers, ordinary and optimized. The ordinary one is the type you're holding, which can be easily purchased for some money. This kind of tester only contains genetic data of animals discovered in the world so far, updated once a year. However, your prehistoric gene extraction was only officially completed last month and hasn't been included in the World Alliance's gene database. Therefore, the ordinary physique tester won't have your information. But since the tester didn't show your amplification as 0, this precisely proves that the gene serum is real and you indeed fused with the transformation. What about the optimized type? Wang Xingrui asked. Morong Yi replied, the data in the optimized physique tester updates in real time. This type of monitoring device is generally used by the military or government agencies. However, if Long Yun didn't report the prehistoric transformation information, it wouldn't show up either. In other words, aside from Long Yun, no one can tell him what transformation he fused with. Wang Xingrui sighed, great, that tube of blood was wasted. How about I call Long Yun and ask? Morong Yi chuckled. Wang Xingrui rolled his eyes. No way, I want to live since I can't find out what transformation I have in the short term, I'll just leave it for now. He took out his phone and dialed Uncle Zhang's number. Now that he's back and has fused with the transformation, he should inform Uncle Zhang and Aunt Xin that he is safe. He first called Uncle Zhang, but his phone was off. Wang Xingrui then dialed Aunt Xin's number. Aunt Xin's phone was out of service. What's going on? Wang Xingrui called Zhang Xianyes' phone again, and at that moment the ringtone came from Zhang Xianyes' room. Did Zhang Xian, you leave his phone at home? Just as he was about to go to Xianyes' room to check, Morong Yi grabbed him, saying, Morong Yi transformed his hair into tentacles. Over 1,000 invisible tentacles slithered through the door crack and spread along the walls. As they were about to reach Lao Wu, although Lao Wu couldn't see, he instinctively sensed a crisis, so he spread his arms and returned to the ground, stepping on a few tentacles. Morong Yi in the living room smirked slightly. Got you. The thousands of tentacles in the room quickly converged. The king cobra sensed danger and hastily released Zhang Xian, coiling its body like a spring and leaping up. The tentacles ensnared Lao Wu and Zhang Xianyu layer by layer. Lin Yi watched in horror as Lao Wu and Zhang Xianyu lay on the ground, unable to move, as if something had them pinned down. He tried to escape the room, but Lin Yi never expected the entire room was filled with Morong Yi's tentacles, and he couldn't escape at all. Before he could even reach the doorknob, his tail was caught by an invisible force. Before long, Lin Yi transformed back into human form, lying on the ground with his legs together. In the living room, Morong Yi said, all right, you can go up now. Wang Xingrui and Morong Yi went to the second floor to Zhang Xianyes' room, opened the door, and saw the 3 people on the floor. Wang Xingrui was horrified. Lin Yi, how did he end up at Uncle Zhang's house? Morong Yi's tentacles had no eyes and could only identify the presence and number of people in the room by touch, so he couldn't determine the identities of the 3. Thus, he hadn't injected them with neurotoxin. When the door opened and Wang Xingrui and Morong Yi appeared in front of Lin Yi, at that moment, he felt despair. He had never seen Morong Yi's true appearance and didn't know who he was, but he was certain Wang Xingrui would never let him go. Wang Xingrui stepped closer, looking down at him. Lin Yi had said, while stealing gene serums at the testing base, that if he made it back to K City, he would kill his entire family. Wang Xingrui had thought his parents were on a honeymoon in another city, and that Lin Yi wouldn't be able to find them. Unexpectedly, this scoundrel, unable to find his parents, had turned his target to Zhang Xianyes' family. Wang Xingrui pointed at Zhang Xianyu on the ground, saying to Morong Yi, brother, he is my friend. Immediately, the tentacles released Zhang Xianyu, pushing him next to Wang Xingrui, amidst Zhang Xianyes' shocked expression. Zhang Xianyes' eyes were filled with tears as he said, old Wang, you finally came back. He had a lot of grievances to share with Wang Xingrui. Where are Uncle Zhang and Aunt Shun? Wang Xingrui asked. My parents were beaten into the hospital by this person. Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xianyes' gazes fell on Lao Wu simultaneously. Lao Wu's eyes were cold, and suddenly his muscles began to swell white, for sprouting from his body as his limbs transformed into claws, slowly standing up. As his size increased, the strands of hair binding him snapped one by one, and Lao Wu gradually broke free from Morong Yi's restraint. Lao Wu's transformation was that of a white lion, a variant of the Kruger lion of the climbing type, with a 50 amplification. Ordinary white lions are about 3 meters long, with mostly light blue eyes. Adult male lions develop manes, and their fur is immaculate white. Although they appear majestic and eye-catching before the world's mutation, they were all kept in zoos, pampered and wealth like flowers in a greenhouse. Therefore, the combat power of white lions is far inferior to that of wild lions. After the beast era, the amplification of ordinary lions is 15, while that of ordinary white lions is only 12. Upon releasing his transformation, Lao Wu filled the entire room, and his power instantly increased by 50 times. In K City, most people's transformations have amplifications around 20 or 30, amplifications of 40 are rare. Someone like Lao Wu with an amplification of 50 could easily dominate K City, as long as he didn't foolishly challenge the city lord. But unfortunately, Morong Yi happened to be present today. Zhang Xianyu looked at this massive creature, fear causing him to retreat hastily. Wang Xingrui maintained a stoic expression, staring directly at it. To actually release a transformation in such a confined space not only limited his mobility, but also expanded the target for his opponent's attacks. This person must have had his brains squeezed by the door. Before the white lion could attack, a tentacle from Morong Yi lightly tapped Lao Wu. Following that, Lao Wu stiffened his size, shrinking rapidly like a deflating balloon. Wang Xingrui pulled Lao Wu in front of Lin Yi, grabbing his arm and forcefully bending it. Crack. Lao Wu's arm bent at a 90-degree angle in the opposite direction. You shouldn't have targeted my parents, he said, grabbing Lao Wu's other arm. You shouldn't have harmed Uncle Zhang and Aunt Shen. Crack. Lao Wu's other arm also bent at a 90-degree angle in the opposite direction. Wang Xingrui then kicked his left knee hard, saying, You shouldn't have kidnapped other people's children. Crack. The left leg broke. Then the right leg. Lao Wu had already fainted from the pain long before Wang Xingrui broke his hands. The crisp sound pierced Lin Yi's ears. Wang Xingrui walked up to him with a gentle smile, saying, He won't die, he will live in misery. You too. Lin Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. He sensed that the boy in front of him was completely different from the Wang Xingrui he had met a few months ago. A few months ago, Wang Xingrui appeared calm and composed far beyond his peers. But now the methods of this young man exuded a ruthless aura, and Lin Yi was certain that this ruthlessness was not feigned. The child trafficking matter was done by Lao Wu, and I was unaware of it beforehand. Lao Wu killed the people from the Li family, and the police found those children in the basement of the Xinhui building. Since Lao Wu is my subordinate, the police deemed me the mastermind. In fact, I had nothing to do with these matters. I sent Lao Wu to the Li family to retrieve the spider eggs. At most, I only intended to break your legs and teach you a lesson, but I never instructed him to kill anyone from the Li family. I wanted him to bring in a batch of cheap fabric to the Xinhui building and sell it at a high price. But I never instructed him to kidnap children and force them to fuse with silkworm transformations, making them spin silk to weave fabric. Lin Yi spoke, his voice trembling. As the leader, since he couldn't clear his name, he had to take the blame for his subordinates. But now was a matter of life and death. He couldn't take the blame any longer. No matter what, he had to survive. He wanted those who looked down on him to pay the price. He absolutely couldn't die now. Wang Xingrui, young and impulsive, despised evil, thought that being honest might earn him a chance to survive. Wang Xingrui's gaze sharpened. So you mean the plan to kill my entire family was also done by Lao Wu behind your back? Lin Yi was left speechless. Wang Xingrui pondered and asked, Who was the spider egg originally intended for? Ouyang Chun. Who is he? Wang Xingrui continued to inquire. Lin Yi was astonished. You don't know who Ouyang Chun is? Wang Xingrui silently stared at him. Lin Yi quickly explained. Ouyang Chun is the youngest son of the great man Ouyang Wenfei, with a power comparable to that of a city lord. I originally planned to give him the spider egg on his birthday in exchange for protection, but the spider egg was stolen by you. Later, when the police investigated the Xinhui building, I made a military promise to him to resolve the matter. He would help me suppress the child trafficking issue, and I would help him retrieve the spider egg. Ouyang Chun, the son of a great man. I actually stole his thing. How thrilling. Then why did you end up at Xin Yes? Lin Yi said, Isn't it all your fault? I fell into your trap and didn't get the spider egg, but fortunately, I got a tube of gene. As a result, after I delivered the gene serum, Ouyang Chun wanted to kill me to silence me, fearing the news of the gene serum being in his hands would leak. I had no choice but to escape here. But I assure you, during my time hiding here, I haven't touched a single hair on your friend. Wang Xingrui turned to look at Zhang Xianyu. Zhang Xianyu nodded at him. Now everything was clear. Lin Yi still didn't know that the gene serum he had stolen was fake. Ouyang Chun sending someone to kill him might not just be to silence him. If Ouyang Chun truly was the son of a great man, with his connections and influence, how could he not know that the gene serum Lin Yi delivered was fake? Thus, he wanted to kill Lin Yi partly to silence him and prevent others from thinking that the gene serum had fallen into his hands, thus becoming the target of public criticism. Another reason was that he felt Lin Yi was of no use and wanted to get rid of him. Since that's the case, Wang Xingrui said, Hey, since you have nowhere to go, do you want to come with me? Lao Wang, do you even realize what you're saying? Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, stunned. If Lao Wang took Lin Yi under his wing, he would effectively declare war on the entire Tianlong group. Worse still, Lin Yi had once attempted to kill Lao Wang himself. Not only Zhang Xuanyu, but even Lin Yi himself froze for several seconds upon hearing Wang Xingrui's words. Regaining his human form, he asked, What exactly do you mean? Was my meaning unclear? Wang Xingrui replied calmly. You're utterly cornered now. Join me, and I'll guarantee your safety. Why would you do this? Lin Yi asked. Wang Xingrui said, I admire you. Your avatar is exceptional, and your intellect is sharp. Given the right opportunity, you could achieve extraordinary things. I'm offering you that chance. Provided, of course, that Lin Yi's earlier claims were true, that he truly knew nothing about the child abduction. Otherwise, had it not been for you, I wouldn't have fallen so low. Our relationship has always been one of mutual annihilation. You die, or I do. Do you really think I'd fall for this again? Lin Yi retorted coldly. Then all the more reason to join me. Proximity makes revenge far more convenient. Wang Xingrui extended his hand with a faint smile. Murong Yi retracted the tentacles binding Lin Yi. Lin Yi rose silently, casting a single glance at Murong Yi. This was the perfect moment to kill Wang Xingrui. Yet with that person present, slaying him would surely cost Lin Yi his life. Ouyang Chun deceived you. Don't you yearn for vengeance? Vengeance demands power. I can lend you strength. You? Even fused with the spider egg, you stand no chance against Ouyang Chun. Lin Yi replied. Wang Xingrui flicked his thumb backward. What about him? Zhang Xuanyu pointed at himself, astonished. Me? I'm incapable. He waved his hands frantically in refusal. His family's wealth came solely from commerce, pitting himself against the son of a titan. Preposterous. They operated on entirely different planes. Lin Yi didn't even glance at Zhang Xuanyu. His gaze remained fixed on Murong Yi. This man's power was unfathomable. Killing him would be effortless, but whether he could overcome Ouyang Chun remained uncertain. Yet with the entire world hunting him, having such an ally, at the very least, would divert part of the fire aimed at him. Agreed. From this day forth you're mine, and I am your elder brother. Deliver this subordinate alive to the Public Security Bureau. That's your first assignment as my subordinate. Sending Lao Wu there would allow police to uncover who masterminded the Xinghui building child abduction. It was also a test of Lin Yi's integrity. Though the Tianlong Group's prehistoric avatar had been stolen, Long Yun filed no official report, instead issuing a bounty on Lin Yi through the kill list under the company's banner. Meanwhile, the Xinghui building abduction case had already been suppressed by Ouyang Chun. Legally speaking, Lin Yi bore no guilt. He had nothing to fear from a visit to the bureau. Refusal would imply guilt. Lin Yi's voice hardened. You expect me to betray my own brother? Don't feign brotherly loyalty before me. Not when you slaughtered brothers at the testing facility without hesitation. I understand your intent. I repeat, I knew nothing of the child abduction beforehand, so I fear no investigation. But what I did at the testing facility, you know full well. If Lao Wu speaks, we'll both face grave peril. Wang Xingrui stroked his chin deep in thought. At that moment, Murong Yi stepped beside Wang Xingrui and said, he's lying. This man has never set foot in the testing facility. Moreover, the Xinghui building abduction bears no connection to Lin Yi. I've already verified this through trusted sources. Then he turned to Lin Yi. You misjudged your master and mismanaged your subordinates. Had you been present at the testing facility, perhaps more of your comrades might have returned alive. Sending weaklings to steal a prehistoric avatar while leaving your strongest subordinate behind as a doorkeeper. Truly, I wonder how you ever imagined leadership. You lack the mettle. Obey my younger brother's orders faithfully, and I may prolong your life. Lin Yi lowered his head, hoisted Lao Wu's body onto his shoulder, and walked out of the villa. At that moment, he had. After Lin Yi departed, Murong Yi asked, do you truly intend to take him in? Betrayal comes swiftly when survival demands sacrificing one's own subordinates. Zhang Xuanyu interjected, exactly. Lao Wang, I know your offer was merely a delaying tactic. I'll call the police immediately, they'll deploy at once. This man kills without remorse. We'll capture him this time for sure. Wang Xingrui snatched Zhang Xuanyu's phone. Pushing Lin Yi to the brink now is unwise. He stole a prehistoric avatar. Ordinary officers won't apprehend him. If he escapes, we become vulnerable. In truth, the greatest danger lay with Zhang Xuanyu's family alone. He, with Murong Yi at his side, was beyond Lin Yi's reach. Wang Xingrui's perspective stood in stark contrast to theirs. Lin Yi was already desperate, and by nature he would drag someone down with him before his end. His target might be Ouyang Chun, or Wang Xingrui himself, or even Zhang Xuanyu's family. But if Wang Xingrui became his protector, Lin Yi, driven solely by survival instinct, would hesitate to act rashly. Thus both Wang Xingrui and the Zhang family would remain safe, for now. You're right, no alarm. Better safe than sorry. Wang Xingrui turned to Murong Yi. I'm curious, where did your intelligence originate? You're from S City. How do you know details about K City? Murong Yi replied, the timing isn't ripe. I cannot reveal it yet. Here we go again. Wang Xingrui rolled his eyes. Huikong Hospital. Wang Xingrui and Murong Yi followed Zhang Xuanyu to the ward where Zhang Dong and Shen Ling lay hospitalized. Policemen and bodyguards stood guard outside the room. After verifying identities, Zhang Xuanyu and Wang Xingrui entered, while Murong Yi waited outside. Zhang Dong's right arm was swathed in bandages. A Shen Ling's face bore the weight of premature aging. They lay in adjacent beds separated by a narrow aisle. Seeing them thus, Wang Xingrui approached with quiet remorse. Uncle Zhang Yetshun, I'm deeply sorry. I've dragged you into this. Are you feeling any better? You brat. You finally remembered to come home. 4 months gone. No school, no returning home. Where on earth have you been? Zhang Dong scowled the moment he saw Wang Xingrui. I went to handle some matters, Wang Xingrui explained. Handle matters? How casually you speak. Do you have any idea how desperately we worried? And why did you and Xuanyu provoke the Xinghui building? Do you two children truly grasp the peril you courted? Enough. Enough. Xingrui safely returned. Stop scolding endlessly. Shen Ling smiled warmly and beckoned Xingrui, come here. Wang Xingrui approached her bedside. Then, Shen Ling struck his face. Leaning against the corridor wall outside, Murong Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Though he understood the blow conveyed, Shen Ling's profound concern and anxiety hearing his younger brother struck stirred deep discomfort within him. Do you know why I struck you? Inside the room, Shen Ling's smile vanished. Her expression stony as she stared at Wang Xingrui. Yes. As if anticipating the blow, Wang Xingrui showed little reaction afterward. Good. I've already struck Xuanyu. No need for imbalance. No, I won't. Go. Peel me an apple. Wang Xingrui obediently sat beside her, knife in hand, apple turning steadily beneath his fingers, the peel spiraling off in one continuous ribbon. Did you go to our city? Shen Ling asked. Wang Xingrui didn't pause his motion. Did you find the apple? I suppose I did. Wang Xingrui paused briefly. Suppose. Either you found it, or you didn't. A grown man shouldn't speak so vaguely. Be decisive. Zhang Dong rarely lost composure, but his agitation betrayed how deeply unsettled he'd become. Wang Xingrui reflected, then added, I found it, but I cannot elaborate. Uncle Zhang, please don't worry about my avatar. I have it under control, and when the time is right, I'll tell you everything. The Xinghui building matter is resolved. Moreover, I've brought back an ally. His presence ensures no one dares threaten our family again. An ally? What kind of ally? Brother, come in. Wang Xingrui called toward the doorway. Murongyi stepped. Wang Xingrui introduced him. This is my newly sworn elder brother Murongyi. He's exceptionally capable and instrumental in retrieving my avatar. With him safeguarding me, my safety is assured. All three occupants' gazes converged on Murongyi. Hi, he greeted cheerfully, waving. A radiant sunlight. Out of politeness, Aunt Shen lifted her hand and waved twice. Zhang Dong scrutinized Murongyi closely. No matter how he looked, he appeared no more than 20-something, innocent and unworldly. Aside from striking good looks and open demeanor, nothing else stood out. Xiaomu, is it all right if I call you that? Zhang Dong asked. Of course. What do you do? And what is an I'm an assassin. I take contracts, earn money for my future wife. My avatar is the box jellyfish, one of the most venomous creatures known. Murongyi spoke lightly, effortlessly, as if describing office work rather than lethal trade. So he's an assassin. Wait, you said what? Zhang Dong, Shenling, and Zhang Xuanyu all stared wide-eyed. You're an assassinoid. Wang Xingrui too gaped at Murongyi. Since their meeting, he'd never asked about Murongyi's profession. Initially indifferent, later unconcerned, assuming no ill intent. Yet he never imagined his ever-smiling, ever-accommodating elder brother was a killer. Suddenly many things made sense: his fluid lethality at the mine, his evasiveness when questioned about his trade, his repeated counsel. The swiftest, most effective solution is eliminating the source of the problem. At Long Yun's estate, he'd instantly identified Wen Lang as a professional killer. After fusion, he'd asked whether Wang Xingrui felt bloodlust, and visibly disappointed upon hearing no. Murongyi frowned in recollection. Didn't I mention it? I'm an SS steer assassin, exceptionally skilled. Bang. Two policemen burst in, guns drawn, scanning left and right. Where's the assassin? Bodyguards rushed in behind them. Murongyi took a small step forward. Wang Xingrui hurried ahead. Apologies, officers. We were merely discussing who injured my family. I vow to expose that assassin. He glanced at Zhang Xuanyu, who blinked, then instantly caught on. Yes. I was struck unconscious from behind. I couldn't see the assassin's face. Otherwise, I'd make him pay dearly. To mask his panic, Zhang Xuanyu repeated the word assassin several times. The officers lowered their weapons, holstered them, and one remarked, talk quietly. This is a hospital. We thought something dire had occurred. Yes, our fault. Apologies. Zhang Xuanyu escorted them out, then leaned against the door, patting his chest, but upon lifting his gaze to Murongyi, tensions surged anew. Cautiously circling him, he positioned himself between. Realizing his profession had shattered the atmosphere, Murongyi turned to Wang Xingrui. I'll step out. You continue your conversation. Wang Xingrui understood revealing his identity signaled trust, but the title assassin carried such gravity acceptance would take time. At the doorway, Murongyi paused and added, Xingrui is my younger brother. I will tolerate no harm coming to him, even if your intentions are benevolent. His gaze flickered toward Shenling, eyes gleaming with quiet menace. A palpable wave of killing intent surged toward her. Shenling's hairs prickled upright, her hands clenched the blanket tightly, her face rigidly composed. Beside her, Zhang Dong gritted his teeth, suppressing the instinct to release his avatar, and growled, leave. Now. In peril, humans instinctively unleash avatars for defense, yet Zhang Dong and Shenling lacked even the courage to do so before Murongyi. Their dread surpassed primal instinct. Zhang Xuanyu noticed his mother's distress and instantly stepped between her and Murongyi, eyes wary. Yet the moment he intercepted Murongyi's gaze, his body seemed to shrink, reduced to an ant poised helplessly in Murongyi's palm. A single squeeze would end him. Despair, terror, helplessness flooded his core. His trembling revealed he possessed an avatar and sensed Murongyi's intent. Though Murongyi emitted only a fraction of his aura, it sufficed to overwhelm the weak-willed. This boy, terrified beyond measure, still shielded his mother. Not bad, barely worthy of friendship with his younger brother. Only Wang Xingrui remained untouched by Murongyi's killing intent. Though a chill ran down his spine the instant Murongyi smiled, it vanished completely once Murongyi turned and departed. He dismissed it as a draft from an open window. After Murongyi left, Zhang Xuanyu shuddered violently. Tears welled in his eyes, and pale yellow liquid soaked through his trousers. Wang Xingrui glanced downward. Whoa, what happened? Xuanyu, you wet yourself. Zhang Dong looked at his son with quiet pride. The boy was badly frightened, but standing up for his mother. That, Xiao Rui, the box holds spare clothes. Take him to change. Right. Zhang Xuanyu stood frozen limp. Wang Xingrui tugged for minutes, unmoving. He stripped off his jacket, wrapped its sleeve around Zhang Xuanyu's waist, and carried him out. Before exiting, Wang Xingrui glanced at Shenling. They've gone. No need to hold back. Shenling collapsed beneath her blanket, muffled sobs rising from within. Shenling had borne Murong Ye's killing intent hidden, her experience far more intense than Zhang Xuanyu's. In that instant Murong Yi loomed before her, as a ravenous beast jaws agape, mere meters away. After Murong Yi left, relief washed over her, followed by deeper dread. Never in her life had death felt so imminent, not even when Lao Wu wounded her. Zhang Dong struggled to comfort her, his own heart still hammering wildly. They'd watched Wang Xingrui grow up. Both regarded him as their own son. Now another fiercely protective figure stood beside him, a blessing albeit an unsettling one. This man's identity was extraordinary, and his devotion to Xiao Rui transcended ordinary concern. Once they'd freely scolded or disciplined their son, but suddenly that privilege vanished. Parenting now required deference to another's judgment, an abrupt, disorienting shift. More than that, his very aura is transformed. How so? I can't quite name it, but it's undeniably more than that. His very aura is transformed. How so? I can't quite name it, but it's undeniably. In the bathroom, Zhang Xuanyu changed his pants, washed his face, and felt a bit clearer-headed. He looked at himself in the mirror and calmly said, Lao Wang, between that man and me you choose one. That sounds so disgusting. What's wrong with you? He's my brother and you're my friend. What do you want me to choose? He just tried to attack my mom, didn't you see that? I'm telling you I won't let this matter go with him. In the future if he's around I want B, and if I'm around he want B. What do you want to do to him? Wang Xingrui asked. Deal with him. Wang Xingrui raised an eyebrow. After 3 months he looked like a man. Fine, I won't stop you, go ahead. Zhang Xuanyu's expression became a bit tense. I didn't say now. I just integrated my avatar not long ago. 3 years and 3 years I will definitely make him kneel and call me dad. Wang Xingrui silently scoffed, thinking 3 years later if you can get close to him he'll call you dad. Zhang Xuanyu thought for a moment and advised, Lao Wang, he's a killer. What does it mean to be a killer? It means a group of people who don't care about their own lives and don't regard others' lives as precious. Killers are stained with blood. You don't think about how many people he's killed and how many people he's offended. Getting involved with him won't end well for you. Shenyu, you know my character. I'm just saying my avatar is a prehistoric one found by my brother who has saved my life before. Your brother? That sounds really close. He helped you get the prehistoric avatar and you treat him like family. What about my parents? How long have you known him and how long have we known each other? Don't you know who holds more weight? Zhang Xuanyu grabbed Wang Xingrui by the collar, angrily questioning, what would you do if he attacked my mom? Wang Xingrui replied firmly, he won't. Haha, on what basis do you say that? You're gambling with my mom's life. Zhang Xuanyu let go of Wang Xingrui and kicked the wall hard. Fine, I get it. You choose him, then we shouldn't meet again in the future. Wang Xingrui stared at Zhang Xuanyu. You've been through a lot lately, you're too tense. When you calm down we can talk again. Wang Xingrui turned and walked to the bathroom door, facing away from Zhang Xuanyu, and slightly tilted his head. Enemies won't lessen because of your weakness. If you don't quickly become stronger you can only seek help from the strong. As long as he can protect his family, his identity doesn't matter at all to me. After saying that, Wang Xingrui walked out. Zhang Xuanyu punched the mirror, shattering it, and a trickle of blood slowly slid down the cracks. Murong Yi stood outside the bathroom. He listened clearly to the conversation between Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xuanyu. It had been a long time since he felt so tense about anything. When he heard Zhang Xuanyu asking Wang Xingrui to choose between him and Zhang Xuanyu, Murong Yi's heart immediately raced. This was the first time he felt uncertain about himself. But after hearing Wang Xingrui's answer, the stone in his heart finally fell. Murong Yi looked at Wang Xingrui coming out of the bathroom and calmly said, actually that kid is right. Being with me will increase your danger 1,000-fold. My enemies can't do anything to me, but when they find out I have a brother they might turn their targets toward you. Perhaps keeping a distance from me is a good thing for you. You seem really happy right now, is there any fun in saying that? Wang Xingrui shot him a disdainful glance. Murong Yi's expression changed and he smiled. You caught me. I was quite anxious just now. As soon as I got a brother some people forced you to cut ties with me. If it were someone else it would be easier, but I see their relationship with you is like family. I can't act against them, so I was quite troubled just now. Haha. Wang Xingrui was sure that if he had chosen Xuanyu, just now Murong Yi's temperament would have definitely led him to kill Zhang Xuanyu's entire family. Then he would have framed someone else for it. In this way he would become even more reliant on him to help avenge Xuanyu's family. Murong Yi was that kind of person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. But he was indeed good to himself. Wang Xingrui had been independent since childhood, responsible for his own living expenses, working at least 2 jobs a day to earn tuition. Since he could remember, he had never spent a penny from his family. His bastard father lived frugally every day and forced him to eat plain food, saving 2 months' worth of wages just to buy his mother gold and silver jewelry. As for his mother, she blindly adored his bastard father, also living frugally and forcing him to eat plain food just to buy him a suit. The two of them were always stuck together, sweet and loving. As for Wang Xingrui himself, he had a very low presence in this family. His parents were completely hands-off. As long as he was alive and didn't break the law, he could do anything. Parents are true love, children are accidents. This saying was vividly embodied in him. Having experienced the hardships of life, early stepping into the adult world, he became more mature and stable than his peers at the cost of losing a beautiful childhood and the opportunity to focus on his studies. In class he either slept, and his grades were always at the bottom. Even so, his parents never took it seriously. Whenever the teacher called home, they never went. The only thing that warmed his heart was that Uncle Zhang and Aunt Shun would show him some care, often asking him if he was warmly dressed, if his nutrition was sufficient, and they often urged him in his studies. He could draw some paternal and maternal love from Uncle Zhang and Aunt Shin, but even if they treated Wang Xingrui well, they were still someone else's parents. Wang Xingrui still hoped to have his own unique family. The appearance of Murong Yi fulfilled his wish. After coming into contact with Murong Yi, Wang Xingrui gradually put down the burdens of life, shed the facade of adulthood, and returned to his child's nature. He boldly did what he wanted to do. When he was bullied, Murong Yi helped him take revenge. When he wanted something, Murong Yi would go to great lengths to help him get it. This feeling of being cared for was quite nice. Murong Yi equally enjoyed the process of taking care of his brother. In the past, his life was filled with blood and slaughter, but Wang Xingrui's existence reminded him that he was still a living person, not just a machine that extracts others' hearts. Let's go, Murong Yi said. Where to? Of course, to find Ouyang Chun. Since we've already figured out that Lin Yi is behind this, there's no need to tackle this like a video game, going through it level by level, dodging small fries, and going straight for the big fish, which is the most efficient. But that's the son of a great man. Exactly, so after we take him out we need to hide for a while. It's best not to contact your brother again to avoid dragging them into it. Wang Xingrui, big brother, are you missing the point? If Ouyang Chen dies, it won't be long before we follow him to the grave. Where will we find the chance to hide? Moreover, the son of a great man has countless experts around him. You say we can just take him out? You're really confident. Wang Xingrui said, forget it, the entrance exams are coming up soon, I need some time to prepare, let's spare him for now. Big brother, spare me, I want to enjoy a few more days of peace. Seemingly seeing through Wang Xingrui's thoughts, Murong Yi said, alright, from my personal experience, revenge is more satisfying when you do it yourself. Especially when the other party kneels before you, screaming with blood splattered on them and the terrified expressions on their faces just before death. It's truly a lingering taste. Murong Yi's face revealed a look of intoxication, as if savoring a vintage wine. Revenge is a game in itself. To give you a better gaming experience, I will try not to interfere during this process. You don't need to rush or wait until your strength is sufficient, then you can click the start button. Before that, I can ensure the safety of you. Revenge is the goal, but not the ultimate goal. First, temporarily set aside the hatred, don't rush for success, and focus all your energy on improving your strength so that Wang Xingrui can walk further down the road in the future. Murong Yi was guiding Wang Xingrui in his own way. Wang Xingrui sighed helplessly inside, wondering why he should be. I have no grudges with Ouyang Chen, okay? We're completely unrelated. It's you who keeps trying to match me with him. Did you get Ouyang Chen's consent? I haven't even started university yet, and I've become the enemy of the son of a great man. Whom did I provoke? Chen Tuxing returned to the police station, directly going back to his desk, and sitting in the chair, leaning back and falling into a deep sleep. It had been 4 months. To investigate the Li family's case, he had been running around collecting clues, but found nothing. The only thing he was sure of was that the murderer was still in K-City. Why? Because 2 months after the Li family disaster, a victim appeared again in K-City. This time it was the owner of the Xianling textile factory, and the murderer was still the lion avatar. Although he didn't know if the same person committed both crimes, the possibility was high. Suppose the murderer was the same person. Why would he attack the owner of the flower factory? Was it due to unfair business competition? Then why attack the owner of Xinghue building? What enterprises in K-City involved both flour and textiles? The murderer has connections with Li Honggang and Zhang Dong. Was it just for business? Or was it because of some other unspeakable secret? There were too many things to investigate, too many, a complete mess with no— Bang! A stack of documents was thrown on his desk, startling Chen Tuxing, who opened his eyes and glanced at Zheng Ji, then fell back asleep. Why didn't you bring me when you went to I-City? Zheng Ji stared at him and asked. In these past few months, Zheng Ji had also been investigating the kidnapping case at Xinghue building. Although the case had already been closed and Lin Yi had been found not guilty, he still felt that the entire case was handled too smoothly. Just when they were at a loss, all the evidence suddenly came forth, and even the suspect confessed directly. Everything was too abnormal. So he pulled out all the files related to Xinghue building again and secretly monitored Lin Yi. Until a while ago, when Lin Yi left K-City and went to I-City, the murderer had not acted again, and he began to doubt himself, wondering if he was overthinking. You're not a beauty. Why would I need to bring you when I go on vacation? Truly worthy of being my master. You can vacation at the city lord's house. May I ask whether you were thrown out or beaten out? After him to I. You're not a beauty. Why would I need to bring you when I go on vacation? Truly worthy of being my master. You can vacation at the city lord's house. May I ask whether you were thrown out or beaten out? Zheng Ji said. Chen Tuxing opened one eye, took out his silver flask from his waist, took a sip, and said, Is it your sweetheart who told you that? It's been a few months, and you've learned to speak with sarcasm. Don't say that. My relationship with Hualing is purely a colleague relationship, Zheng Ji explained seriously. Did I say your sweetheart is Hualing? Chen Tuxing said. You clearly don't like her, but still pry information from her. Do you know what that's called? A scum. Zheng Ji lowered his head. After work, I'll clarify things with Hualing. Right now I want to discuss the case with you, and don't change the subject. The files on the Xinghua building I've read through. Besides Lin Yi, there's another suspicious person in this case. Zhang Ji pulled out an information sheet and slapped it on the table. At the top right corner of the sheet was a 1-inch photo of Wang Xingrui. It's him. This person is called Wang Xingrui. Before the incident, he had contact with Lin Yi and had even gone to the victim's home. Moreover, the sons of Li Honggang and Zhang Dong are classmates of this person. Although Wang Xingrui is only 16 years old, he has met all the people related to the case, so I have reason to suspect that this person is very likely the key figure in the Xinghua building kidnapping case. Hey, not bad. You can deduce all of this from a single file. Your brain works pretty well. Where's the evidence? How much have you collected? Chen Tuxing asked. In police work, evidence is key. You can't just determine a person's guilt or innocence based on your own speculation. Currently, there is no evidence pointing to him. I'm not saying he is the mastermind, I'm just expressing my thoughts. When you went to my city, did you find anything? Zhang Ji asked. Chen Tuxing replied, nothing. He first went to the mine in our city, but the mine was closed. Then he went to Long Yun's estate, but he was called back by the director. Based on the clues he gathered along with his deductions, the only thing he could confirm was that Lin Yi was chasing after Wang Xingrui must have some sort of leverage on Lin Yi, so finding either of them would lead to the other. He didn't share the clues with Zhang Ji because he felt that this case was too wide-reaching, too murky. Judging by Long Yun's attitude at the time, he had a good relationship with Wang Xingrui. If he pushed further, it might touch upon certain people's interests. Chen Tuxing didn't want Zhang Ji to wade into this murky water. Just then, Chen Tuxing received a phone call. The voice on the other end was very excited. Boss, if there's something, just say it directly, Chen Tuxing asked weakly. You asked me to keep an eye on the area around Zhang Zuan. At 1023 this morning, I saw Wang Xingrui enter Zhang Zuanya's house. Are you sure? Sure. Okay, I understand. Stay put. Chen Tuxing hung up the phone. Then a recently hired newcomer ran over to Zhang Ji and said, Boss, a person named Lin Yi brought in an unconscious person to our station to confess. I think his appearance looks very similar to the person in the photo you showed me before, so I wanted to let you know. Where is that Zhang Ji turned and asked. In the interrogation room, the newcomer replied. Zhang Ji and Chen Tuxing looked at each other simultaneously. Zhang Ji turned and left quickly, heading towards the interrogation room. Chen Tuxing quickly stood up, following closely behind. Their pace gradually quickened. Zhang Ji frowned and said, Why are you following me? I'm telling you I caught this person first, so I must interrogate him. Chen Tuxing said, You're still young, why are your ears not working? The newcomer said, The person is confessing. Oh, what does that have to do with you? In the dim interrogation room, there were only 2 tables and 3 chairs. Lin Yi sat opposite Chen Tuxing and Zhang Ji, while Lao Wu lay on the floor next to them. Officer, I'm a good person. I brought someone to surrender today. There's no need to treat me like a criminal, is there? Zhang Ji slammed the table and shouted angrily, Stop wasting words. You know what you've done. Be honest, did you kill the people from the Li family? I've already brought you the murderer. His name is Lao Wu. He transforms into a white lion, and he's the one who killed the Li family members. Once he wakes up, you can interrogate him. Zhang Ji asked, What's your relationship with him? He's my subordinate, but I wasn't aware of the things he did. By the way, if I report my own subordinate, is there a reward? Lin Yi asked. Want a reward? Chen Tuxing's eyes glinted as he said, I can give you a silver bracelet and a small house. Do you want that? No, that's too much trouble. I'm used to living in a villa, though I can't get used to a small house, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Zhang Ji said, Stop joking around with me. You as the boss shouldn't be unaware of your subordinate's actions. No one would kill the Li family without being instructed. I advise you to confess clearly now. If you confess now, you might still get leniency. Otherwise, when we lay the evidence before you, it will be too late. Interrogation is a process of breaking through the psychological defenses of the suspect. From a position of strength, pressure is applied to make the suspect feel they have no way out, and confessing is the only means of self-preservation. This is a common tactic during interrogations. Lin Yi had seen it dozens of times before. He remained unfazed and said, Since you all tried to capture me before, you must have investigated Wang Xingrui by now. Speaking of this person, I have to admire him a bit. I owe my current situation entirely to him. For months ago, he came to my shop and bought 2 pieces of cloth and accidentally took something very important to me. Chen Tuxing asked, What was it? An egg of a super beast transformation. It was because of this egg that I sent Lao Wu. To my surprise, he went to the Li family first. I thought he was the son of Li Honggang, so I sent Lao Wu to retrieve the item. My order was to bring back the egg without harming anyone. Unexpectedly, after Lao Wu infiltrated the Li family villa at night, he was discovered by the bodyguards and went on a rampage, resolving them. Later, Wang Xingrui went to Zhang Dong's villa. So I sent Lao Wu out again, but unexpectedly he ended up putting Zhang Dong and his wife in the hospital, for which I knew the situation had become irreparable, and for his sake, I decided to bring him in to surrender, hoping for Lin. Zhang Ji had been taking notes. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he looked up and asked, Why did you go to City I? Because the egg is in Wang Xingrui's possession. I heard he went to City I, so I followed him. Zhang Ji asked, Who did you hear that from? Lin Yi replied, Sorry, let me reiterate, I am not a criminal. I have my own channels for information. Your previous question has already touched on my privacy, and I refuse to answer. The hardest lies to break are those based on incomplete truths. Every word Lin Yi spoke was the truth. He pieced these truths together, omitting minor details to form a complete story for Chen Tuxing and Zheng Ji to judge its veracity. The story and the truth are like sugar and salt in a kitchen. Although they may appear similar in form, their essence is worlds apart. Do you have any more questions? If not, can I leave? Lin Yi calmly looked at the two across from him. Chen Tuxing stood up, walked around the table to stand in front of Lin Yi, and stared directly into his eyes. Where's Wang Xingrui now? Since Lin Yi wanted to find Wang Xingrui to retrieve the beast egg, he must be closely monitoring Wang Xingrui's movements. If he answered he didn't know or was vague, it would mean that everything he said earlier was a lie. Lin Yi met Chen Tuxing's gaze without hesitation and said at Zhang Zuanya's house. By the way, you must have investigated Zhang Xuanyu by now. His parents are at Huikang Hospital. Isn't your team watching over there? At Huikang Hospital, in the broad corridor outside the ward, doctors, nurses, and patients occasionally passed by, but whenever they approached the ward where Zhang Dong and Xin Ling were, their eyes would glance toward the room. Chen Tuxing sat up, took out a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, and lit one. How did you find out? Lin Yi smiled and said, I wanted to ask you the same thing. They all looked serious, their eyes as if they were about to devour someone walking back and forth in front of the same ward. How could I not notice? Before Wang Xingrui returned to K-City, Lin Yi had visited the hospital once primarily to confirm whether Zhang Dong and Xin Ling were still alive. Then he threatened Zhang Xuanyu with their lives. After he arrived at the hospital, he went to the corresponding floor, and upon seeing the nurses and patients outside the ward, he could instantly discern their identities. Indeed, the police aura emanating from his team members was too strong. Ordinary people might not notice, but for someone like Lin Yi, detecting their identities was not surprising. Chen Tuxing called his team members and instructed them to withdraw and wait outside the hospital. At this moment, Hualing walked into the interrogation room and whispered a few words into Zheng Ji's ear. Lin Yi noticed that Hualing's gaze remained fixed on him while she spoke. Their conversation likely had something to do with him. Sure enough, after Hualing left, Zheng Ji immediately said, Lin Yi, it seems you really have quite a few enemies. Just now we received an anonymous tip-off saying you were involved in the robbery at the Li family's house. Anonymous tip-off. Upon hearing these 4 words, Lin Yi's first reaction was that Wang Xingrui had set him up. Having already suffered betrayal once, he foolishly believed Wang Xingrui would help him. He felt utterly naive. But you don't have any evidence to verify the tip-off, so you have to release me. Lin Yi stood up, straightened his clothes, and said gently. He swaggered out of the interrogation room in front of Zheng Ji. Chen Tuxing exhaled a puff of white smoke, looking at the unconscious Lao Wu on the floor. Hopefully what he said was true. Lin Yi met Zhang Xuanyu at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. He was pacing back and forth, looking very anxious. As soon as he saw Lin Yi safe, he immediately turned to run. Lin Yi took a step forward and appeared in front of him, his face devoid of expression. Did Wang Xingrui send you to? Zhang Zuanya's legs trembled, and he stuttered, no, it's not that. He told me not to report it, but I want to take revenge for my parents, so whatever happens, I'll take it. Zhang Xuanyu closed his eyes tightly, tears welling up at the corners. Lin Yi scrutinized Zhang Zuanya's expression. He didn't seem to be lying. Could it be that Wang Xingrui hadn't betrayed him? Lin Yi walked straight past Zhang Xuanyu. Zhang Xuanyu gradually opened his eyes. He wasn't dead. Right they were at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. No matter how reckless Lin Yi was, he wouldn't dare to take action here. Zhang Xuanyu intended to clarify the situation. He had clearly written a report. Why was Lin Yi released? However, as soon as he stepped into the lobby, the sound of a fierce fight erupted inside. Murong Yi was in a transparent state, sitting in a chair in the lobby, crossing his legs. The sounds of fighting were coming from the interrogation room. It seemed that Lao Wu had woken up. His transformation amplification was only 50. In such a short time, the broken bones had already healed, indicating a significant level of beast cells within him. Murong Yi approached the door of the interrogation room. Inside, Zheng Ji lay on the ground, covered in blood. Chen Tuxing was nowhere to be seen, and there was a human-shaped hole in the wall. Just as Lao Wu was about to leave the interrogation room, he suddenly felt a chill. As he opened the door, his eyes darted, and he instinctively leaped back. 2 tentacles floated past him. A glint of surprise flashed in Murong Yi's eyes. He actually dodged it. His reflexes were quite quick. Lao Wu's nose twitched as he detected a strong scent of seawater in the air. Then he unleashed his white lion transformation. His limbs were as thick as barrels, every muscle appeared to be bursting with explosive power, and sharp claws slowly extended from his paws, making Murong Yi appear like a lamb to the slaughter. However, for Murong Yi, the larger the target, the easier it was to deal with. Without clarifying the enemy's position and transformation type, Lao Wu recklessly exposed his transformation without learning from his past mistakes. Lao Wu could not see Murong Yi's figure, but deduced his location based on the smell. 10 powerful claws slashed down in an intersecting manner. Murong Yi stepped back a couple of paces. The iron door in front of him was instantly torn to shreds. Just as Murong Yi was about to end the fight, Chen Tuxing emerged from the hole in the wall. His form transformed into a ram, charging rapidly toward Lao Wu. Murong Yi silently floated to the side, clearing the battlefield for them. The lion struck a claw at the ram charging at him, and the ram leaped up, its sturdy horns colliding against the side of the white lion. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed. Lao Wu's expression suddenly twitched. His injuries hadn't fully healed yet. In this direct clash he lost. To his surprise, he found that his strength, speed, and bone hardness were all inferior. In K City, there was a transformation with an amplification even stronger than his, and it was a herbivorous animal. Lao's expression immediately turned grim. Chintushing. This was a problem. The police had already surrounded. Lao Wu glanced at the exit, and for a moment of hesitation, he seized the ram's horns and bit down hard. This was the most primitive fighting method of animals. The ram shook its horns violently, but the white lion's teeth pierced into its back, like steel needles, blood oozing out. The ram forcefully slammed it against the wall, but the white lion held on tight, biting down even harder due to the pain. Its teeth sank deep into the bone. The ram let out a muffled grunt. The white lion's claws were also not idle, piercing into the ram's chest. Morongyi shook his head repeatedly at this scene, sighing in regret. What a good ram transformation, yet it was played so poorly it was such a waste of resources. The two transformations wrestled together, rolling their bodies and crashing through walls made of reinforced concrete. At this moment, he was only a step away from the lobby exit. The lion's heart stirred, he released the wolfman and immediately charged toward the exit. Zhang Xuanyu was huddled in a corner of the lobby, his fists clenched tightly. He felt the vibrations from behind him. He wanted to escape, but his legs were unresponsive. He bit his lip, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Damn, I shouldn't have come in. This is the end. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, in my next life, I'll still be your son. Lao Wang, I'm sorry, in my next life, I'll be your brother. Future wife, I'm sorry, I won't have the chance to be with you. Damn God, I don't want to die, I'm still a virgin. It seemed that God heard Zhang Xuanyu's prayers. Suddenly his body floated up as if an invisible hand lifted and moved him aside. In the next moment, two beastmen burst through the wall at the place Zhang Xuanyu had just vacated. Both sides were covered in claw marks drenched in blood. After a brief separation, both sides collapsed to the ground, staring at each other while gasping for breath. Suddenly the white lion caught sight of Zhang Xuanyu huddled in the corner, trembling like a startled lamb. The white lion extended its tongue and licked its lips, a human-like smile suddenly appearing on its face adorned with a few white whiskers. Although he didn't know why that kid could float in midair, which seemed very strange, he had no time to think about that now. If the police couldn't be killed, then he would kill a weaker target. With this thought in mind, the white lion's gaze remained fixed, never straying from the ram. The ram hadn't anticipated that the target would shift to Zhang Xuanyu. However, as the white lion revealed a cruel smile, a sense of foreboding blossomed in Zhang Xuanyu's heart. With such a lewd grin, this bastard wouldn't be turning his target toward me, would he? Zhang Xuanyu could only pray once more, God, please work your magic again. Following this, the white lion's actions confirmed his thoughts. The white lion feigned an attack on the ram, but halfway through it suddenly hit the brakes, turned, and pounced toward Zhang Xuanyu. Its claws raised high, it struck down toward Zhang Xuanyu. The ram was startled. It had just noticed Zhang Xuanyu hiding here. Earlier it thought someone was watching it, and assumed it was an accomplice of the ram, only to find out it was Zhang Xuanyu. The ram tried to intervene, but it was already too late. Zhang Xuanyu, resigned to his fate, closed his eyes. Just as the white lion thought it was about to succeed, he once again smelled that scent of seawater, and an invisible force blocked its claws and sent it flying. The white lion's body crashed into the ram, sending them both flying backward for over 10 meters. The white lion supported itself against the wall, one hand on its left rib, slowly standing up. Damn it, I broke 2 ribs. The white lion warily glanced at Zhang Xuanyu, waves of shock surging in its heart. What kind of transformation is that kid? Such incredible strength. Zhang Xuanyu was still floating in midair, watching Zhang Xuanyu with his eyes closed, trembling all over. The lion couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he hasn't fully mastered the power of his transformation and just happened to attack himself? If that's the case, he must resolve this threat before Zhang Xuanyu grows stronger. If left unchecked 5 years later, no one in Xinghui would be able to match him. But if that's not the case, having already broken 2 ribs, if he were to receive a similar blow again, he might not be able to escape this time. After hesitating for just a moment, the lion dashed toward Zhang Xuanyu once more. Zhang Xuanyu opened his eyes, realizing he was unscathed, feeling an immense sense of relief. Oh my God has truly shown mercy again. Could it be that I really have the protagonist's halo? But then he saw the lion sprinting toward him along the corridor, as if in a 100-meter dash. The ram behind the white lion shouted loudly, "Run!" The white lion erupted into its fastest speed, and during the run its wounds began to tear open due to the excessive force, blood gushing out, yet it remained oblivious. Zhang Xuanyu's heart raced. Oh heavens, I know it's excessive to trouble you repeatedly, but I beg you help me, just one. Bang! As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the white lion rushing towards him was sent flying again, this time at an even greater speed, flying farther away. The officers behind hurriedly made way for him as he soared along the back of the ram, flying all the way to the end of the corridor before crashing through the glass window and falling outside. Zhang Xuanyu, who had been crouching aside, took a few seconds to regain his senses. Damn, that was cool. In that moment, Zhang Xuanyu felt invincible. Heaven is so accommodating, responding to my summons. Just as he was thinking this, Morongyi's figure appeared beside him. Hey, why are you grinning like an idiot? Morongyi set him down on the ground. Zhang Xuanyu looked at Morongyi in confusion and asked, what are you doing here? No kidding, if I weren't here you'd have died 3 times over already. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. You saved me just now. Did old Wang send you it? What else could it be? What kind of relationship do we have that I would rush over just to save you? Zhang Xuanyu fell silent for a moment. Help me thank him. Help you. Asking me to do a favor comes at a price starting from 10 billion. Do you have that kind of money? That's so expensive even if you go to the bank, you wouldn't be able to get that much. I just wanted you to pass a message, aren't you his brother? That's true, but I'm not your brother. A few hours ago you were still forcing my brother to sever ties with me. It's already good that I didn't settle the score with you. Mo Rongyi snorted coldly and walked out of the police station. Zhang Xuanyu hurried to catch up. Where is old Wang now? Zhang Xuanyu asked. At home. Which home? Duh, of course it's his own home, Mo Rongyi said. Zhang Xuanyu didn't even say thank you and turned to run. Watching his back, Mo Rongyi smiled slightly. The friendship at their age was devoid of any interests purer than diamonds and more precious than gold. Bang bang bang. Wang Xingrui was washing dishes after dinner when suddenly there was a knock at the door. He glanced at the door, surprised they returned so quickly. Opening the door, he found Zhang Xuanyu standing there. Hi, Zhang Xuanyu awkwardly waved. Bang. The door closed. Hey old Wang, can you stop being so petty? Zhang Xuanyu called out from outside. No one inside responded. Did I not allow you to choose? No response from inside. Old Wang, I was wrong. The door opened. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled and walked in. On the living room table were 2 sandwiches. He glanced at them and said, Oh, a meal is ready just in time, I haven't eaten yet. Zhang Xuanyu sat at the dining table, picked up a sandwich, opened his mouth wide, just about to eat, when he saw Lin Yi walking out of the bathroom. Sorry, that's my portion you're eating. Zhang Xuanyu put down his utensils, nervously asking, Why is he here? He is now my person. Should he move into your place instead of coming to my house? Of course not. I had just reported him to the police, and if I lived with Lin Yi, I'd probably end up collecting his corpse tonight. Zhang Xuanyu picked up the other sandwich, preparing to eat. Wang Xingrui immediately stopped him, saying, Hey, that's for my brother. If you want to eat, make your own. Your brother, all you think about is your brother. You've only known each other for a few days. Zhang Xuanyu looked at his buddy who so fiercely protected an unknown person, feeling a twinge of jealousy. At that moment, Mo Rongyi returned. He returned a bit later, having confirmed that the police had captured the White Lion. The White Lion had previously fought fiercely with Chun Tuxing, leaving it battered and bruised, and later had 2 ribs and an arm broken. If it managed to escape, it would be a miracle. Fortunately, such a dramatic event did not occur. The White Lion was suppressed by a group of police officers. The ram penetrated its chest with its massive horns, while 4 male officers transformed into canine forms, biting down on its limbs, dragging it back to the police station in a spectacular scene. Seeing Mo Rongyi return, Wang Xingrui said, I've finished eating, I saved the rest for you. So nothing happened. Just as you thought, your wise yet foolish buddy really did go to the police station. The 2 of them ran into each other. Saying this, he cast a glance at Lin Yi. Lin Yi sat next to Zhang Xuanyu, causing Zhang Xuanyu to push back his chair in fright, standing up immediately while trying to control his expression to appear less tense. He walked over to Mo Rongyi and poured him a glass of water. If Lin Yi made a move against him, Mo Rongyi would be his savior. He had to hold onto this big leg tightly. Wang Xingrui took off his apron, walked out of the kitchen, and said to Lin Yi, Thank you for not harming my friend. Based on what Wang Xingrui knew about Zhang Xuanyu, if his parents were attacked, he would likely not be able to suppress his anger. This was a rare opportunity, and he would definitely contact the police to have them arrest someone. So Wang Xingrui asked Mo Rongyi to accompany him to see if anything else would happen. In case Lin Yi wanted to harm Xuanyu, Mo Rongyi could intervene. Lin Yi said, I'm in a symbiotic relationship with you now. Zhang Xuanyu is your friend, I naturally won't harm him. But to be honest, at first I thought you betrayed me, which made me very angry. Anger is still a mild description. To survive, Lin Yi had gambled his last hope on Wang Xingrui. He had personally sent his only remaining brother to the police. When he thought Wang Xingrui had betrayed him, he could hardly contain his desire to charge at Wang Xingrui and parent. Wang Xingrui looked at Lin Yi seriously and said, Lin Yi, I hope you remember trust is mutual regardless of the circumstances, whether active or passive. If you are willing to trust me once, I will also extend my trust to you. I'm not Ouyang Chun, or perhaps I am even more despicable than him. Since you have already placed your bet in this game, just wait quietly for the outcome. Time will prove everything to you. In the police station, the White Lion was locked in a cell, having been injected with anesthetics. The anesthetic here is actually a type of B cell suppressor, specifically targeting the activity of B cells in the human body, thereby inhibiting the release of avatars. The larger the dose injected, the longer the suppression lasts, with no upper limit. Before the Beast era, to quickly restore social order, a method was adopted that neither harmed people nor weakened their attack power to pacify those areas of unrest. The great man Darwin invented this suppressor. After the Beast era began, the World Alliance officially restricted the spread of the suppressor among the populace and renamed it anesthetic with official uniform distribution. The dosage of anesthetic given to Old Five was enough to keep him docile in jail for a month. With the suspect caught and the information provided by Lin Yi, there was a significant breakthrough in the Li family's case. Basically, as long as enough evidence was gathered to secure a conviction, the case could be considered solved. Chun Tuxing, bandaged up, sat in his seat as his subordinates approached him, excitement on their faces. Boss, congratulations, you've cracked a major case again. Yes, boss. That bastard is clearly a habitual offender, and he must have more than just the 12 lives of the Li family on his conscience. You've eliminated a huge threat to K-City. That's why the boss is our ace. He may not make a sound, but when he does, it's astonishing. Chen Tuxing's subordinates began to chatter excitedly. Most of what they said sounded like flattery, but in truth, they genuinely respected Chen Tuxing. These people before him were all recruited by Chen Tuxing, and they had been in the department for 5 or 6 years, handling no less than 100 cases of various sizes. Most had witnessed Chen Tuxing's ability to solve cases firsthand. Every case he took on was solved within a week, which had almost become an ironclad rule in the department. Over time, their feelings for Chen Tuxing evolved from respect to admiration. Chen Tuxing was a hero in their hearts, as well as the hero of the entire East City. However, facing the flattery of everyone, Chen Tuxing did not show any joy. He had endured 4 months on the Li family case, while the murderer was caught. His disciple lay in the hospital unconscious on the sickbed. Moreover, during his fight with the White Lion, he remained vigilant of the surroundings, and the White Lion did the same. They both sensed that there was a third person present apart from the two of them. The air was filled with a fishy smell. The third person should be an avatar of the ocean element. That person had not made a move, leaving it unclear whether they were friend or foe, which was the first point of suspicion. Secondly, when the White Lion attacked Zhang Xuanyu, it was unclear whether the power Zhang Xuanyu exhibited was his own, or if that person had protected him. If it was the latter, the opponent had the strength to repel the White Lion with a single blow. What was this person's purpose in K-City? What was their relationship to Old Five and Zhang Xuanyu? And why did they appear at the police station at that time? One mystery after another emerged. Chen Tuxing felt as though he was being pulled into an endless vortex with everything swirling around one single object. What that object was, he could not see clearly or grasp. Perhaps he was merely a speck of dust in the current, inconsequential, being pushed along by the flow of water. Yet as the case deepened, this speck of dust would get closer and closer to the center of the vortex, and in the end, there would only be 2 outcomes, either sinking peacefully to the bottom of the sea, or being ground to nothingness by the other stones and sands in the vortex. 2 choices, 2 completely different outcomes. What should he do? Should he cease his pursuit or continue investigating? Looking at his subordinates who were discussing him, while their eyes shone with excitement, Chen Tuxing chuckled self-deprecatingly. In fact, he was not as powerful as they imagined. If it weren't for that mysterious person's assistance today, or if Zhang Xuanyu hadn't suddenly exploded with power, he might never have caught the murderer at all. Thinking of this, Chen Tuxing felt a deep sense of restlessness and discontent. Enough! Chen Tuxing shouted, slamming his palm on the table, instantly silencing the office. Everyone turned to look at him in confusion. Aren't you all just standing around with nothing to do? Get lost. His subordinates were unsure why their usually laid-back and amiable boss was angry, but they had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. The boss' temper was more unpredictable than a woman's, and his thoughts were more intricate than a woman's. His subordinates often joked that he was born under the wrong star. They exchanged glances and quietly returned to their posts. Chen Tuxing left the office and headed to the detention center. In the cell separated by iron bars, Old Five coldly glared at Chen Tuxing before sneering and revealing Chen Tuxing's identity. Chen Tuxing, 36 years old, Ram Avatar. Amplification factor 52. Wife died 5 years before the Beast Era. Daughter died 2 years into the Beast Era. After the Beast Era began, due to his outstanding abilities, he was appointed as the captain of the criminal police team at the East City Police Station in K-City, but later received 3 disciplinary actions for violent enforcement and was ultimately demoted from captain to an ordinary officer. Officer, you're really having a rough time, huh? You seem to have done your homework quite thoroughly. You really admire me, don't you? Chen Tuxing lit a cigarette, took a puff, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. It's curiosity. I've heard that your strength is second only to the Lord of K-City. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to fight you, but our boss wouldn't allow it. Chen Tuxing's expression shifted slightly. He had actually voluntarily revealed that there was a boss behind him. Was it a careless slip of the tongue, or was he overly confident in his boss' strength, believing that the police couldn't do anything to them? Your boss is right. You can't win against me, Chen Tuxing replied, following his lead. Wrong. It is you who cannot win against me. Old Five sneered. Hey, your Ram Avatar may have a stronger amplification than my White Lion Avatar, but unfortunately it is a pearl cast aside in the dark. Your base strength is too weak, and you cannot exert the full power of your avatar. If that mysterious person hadn't interfered, just give me 10 more minutes, and I could have killed you. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Chen Tuxing replied calmly. Old Five said, that may not be the case. What evidence do you have to prove that I killed anyone? If you have none, you can only hold me for 14 days. They'll just treat this as a vacation. Once the time's up and I walk, threatening a police officer, oh, just that alone is enough to add another 3 years to your sentence. Threatening a police officer. Officer, don't scare me. Oh, when did I threaten you? I've been sitting here quietly since I arrived. When did I threaten you, huh? Ha. Old Five's smile was nearly deranged. He was very confident in his work and had left no traces during the crime at the Li family. The content he was speaking now had nothing to do with the Li family case and could not be used as evidence. An ordinary suspect could only be held for 2 weeks at most. Without evidence, they had to be released. Old Five understood these things not because he knew the law, but because he had been locked up enough times to be familiar with the... Chen Tuxing looked at that twisted face, knowing Old Five was a seasoned criminal. He slapped him unconscious and then closed the cell door, leaving the detention center. He had 2 weeks left, and had to find evidence of old Five's crimes within that time to convict him. In the evening, Chen Tuxing went to the hospital to find Madame Li, hoping to get her to testify. However, Madame Li's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn, claiming she had never seen the murderer and didn't know what kind of avatar the murderer had. Li Fei was the same. What a coincidence, just as old Five was captured, Madame Li changed her testimony. Chen Tuxing asked them if they had been threatened by anyone. Both denied it flatly. Chen Tuxing was even more certain that someone had approached them before him. The other party was very well informed, but what Chen Tuxing couldn't understand was, since the other party had found Madame Li, why didn't they just silence her? Nothing preserves a secret better than death. For months ago, he was still troubled by the lack of clues, unable to make any progress on the case. Yet now one lead after another emerged, and they were all interconnected, each clue fitting perfectly together. This clearly indicated that someone was manipulating everything behind the scenes, wanting to close this case quickly, while he had already fallen into the trap, becoming a pawn of another. Chen Tuxing was furious, but found no means to resist. He took a piece of paper, wrote down a number, and handed it to Li Fei, saying, "Call me if anything happens." After saying that, he stood up to leave. "Mom, should we really not tell him about that person? I feel like he might be able to help us." Yi Wenlan said coldly, "If you dare to gamble your dad's life, then go ahead and tell him." Li Fei immediately wilted, saying nothing more. Whenever he thought of that man with a gentlemanly smile, he felt he looked handsome, wore a smile, seemed very gentlemanly, but exuded a chilling aura. A day ago, that man had found them. After entering the ward and exchanging some pleasantries, he introduced himself as the owner of Xinghui Tower, then boldly admitted that the people who broke into the Li family villa and injured their family that night were his subordinates. He threatened their father's life, begging their mother not to report it, while guaranteeing that once this matter was over, they would keep their distance from the Li family. Their father had not yet awakened, and their mother could only helplessly agree to the other party's suggestion. After that man left, their mother couldn't help but shed tears of despair. Li Fei watched his mother with a heart full of anguish, deeply engraving that man's face into his memory. After leaving the hospital, Chen Tuxing did not go home. Home was just a house where he could be alone. Returning would only make his heart colder. He was a lone man with a worthless life. The only motivation to keep him going was to punish the wicked and prevent those around him from suffering the same fate. Looking up at the sky, the moon was bright and a cool breeze swept past him. It was now 12:05 a.m. Today had passed, and there were 13 days left. The victims were unwilling to reveal the truth, leaving the murderer unpunished. A deep sense of helplessness surged within Chen Tuxing. Unknowingly, the images of his wife and child flashed through his mind. Early morning. Wang Xingrui sat at the dining table having breakfast. Beside him sat Lin Yi, while Zhang Xuanyu was seated opposite him enjoying his meal with Murong Yi sitting beside him. "Why haven't you returned to the hospital yet?" Wang Xingrui asked him with an expressionless face. "I stayed at the hospital before because I was afraid someone would target my parents. Now that the issue has been resolved, and with nurses and Aunt Zhang taking care of them at the hospital, my presence would only annoy them. It's better to go home and relieve some pressure on the nurses and Aunt Zhang, which would also assist in my parents' recovery. How would a filial child? So why don't you go back to your own home and insist on hanging around mine? Hey, saying that, are you even? When you stayed at my house, I treated you well, but now that you're at your place for a couple of days, what attitude is this? Besides, Uncle and Aunt are not coming back, and I'm not worried about you being lonely." Lonely? Wang Xingrui looked at him expressionlessly. Murong Yi and Lin Yi simultaneously shifted their gazes towards him. After a few seconds, Zhang Xuanyu awkwardly said, "All right, my house is too messy, and I can't be bothered to clean it. I called the cleaning company, but they heard that someone almost lost their life at our place recently and didn't dare to come. I have no choice, otherwise I wouldn't have to squeeze into this small shabby room with you." Wang Xingrui twitched the corner of his mouth. "Then it really is a pity for you. What's there to talk about between us when it comes to pity?" As he spoke, Zhang Xuanyu asked Murong Yi, "Are there any eggs left at home? Can you fry me one more?" "Sure." Murong Yi turned and walked into the kitchen. After a while, Murong Yi came out with 2 plates. One plate contained a sandwich with an egg and 2 slices of apple, while the other plate had only 1 egg. Zhang Xuanyu took the plate. "Thank you, Murong Yi." Murong Yi. Wang Xingrui stared blankly at Zhang Xuanyu. "Not long ago you were at odds with him, and now you're calling him Murong Yi." Wang Xingrui leaned forward and scrutinized closely. "What are you looking at?" Zhang Xuanyu asked. "I'm looking for your Did you lose it or simply don't want it?" Zhang Xuanyu unfazed poked the plate with his fork. "I ate it." Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Wang Xingrui got up to open the door. Dayu stood at the door with a backpack and a lunchbox in her hands. "Wang classmate, good morning." Inside, Zhang Xuanyu quickly put down his fork, wiped his mouth, and ran over. Wang Xingrui asked, "Do you need something?" At that moment, Zhang Xuanyu popped out from behind him, pushed him aside, and warmly said, "Goddess, why are you here? Come in." Dayu glanced at Wang Xingrui. "Come in." Wang Xingrui said gently. Once inside, Dayu whispered, "I heard you had some issues with your fusion embodiment, and were in a coma for 4 months, almost turning into a vegetative state. So I brought some food, wanting to see if you're feeling better." Upon hearing Dayu's words, Wang Xingrui first raised an eyebrow, then looked at Zhang Xuanyu with a strange expression. "Zhang Xuanyu, you bastard." Zhang Xuanyu smiled, but did not laugh, whispering, "Don't look at me like that. You know how hard it is to ask for leave from the electric demon. I went through a lot of trouble just to get you a fake medical record to cover it up. Otherwise you would have been expelled long ago." Wang Xingrui thought for a moment and agreed. Wait, taking leave for such a long time, how could the electric demon not check in? What if he calls my parents and exposes the lie? About my parents? Wang Xingrui asked. Are you not at ease with me handling this? I already spoke to uncle and aunt before asking for your leave. Zhang Xuanyu proudly raised his chin slightly. What did they say? Wang Xingrui asked. Zhang Xuanyu hesitated for a moment, then cautiously said uncle and aunt didn't say much, just asked you to avoid disturbing them as much as possible. Wang Xingrui smiled self-deprecatingly. His parents had completely lost interest in his well-being. He felt no disappointment at their cold attitude. He had long been accustomed to days without parental concern, especially now that he had an older brother who cared for him. The familial love he lacked was compensated by Murong Yi, making parental love seem increasingly irrelevant to him now. Wang Xingrui and Zhang Zuanya's conversation was somewhat understood by Dai Yuan, making her secretly happy. During Wang Xingrui's coma, she had been worried about his health. This was her 13th visit to his home, and she had previously inquired about his condition from Zhang Xuanyu, but he always gave vague answers. And he never revealed which hospital Wang Xingrui was in. Now she finally understood. It turned out that Wang Xingrui hadn't been sick at all. That's wonderful. Dai Yu walked into the house. Murong Yi approached, wiped his hands on his apron, and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Wang Xingrui's brother Murong Yi." "Hello." Dai Yu hurried forward to shake hands with Murong Yi, but just as she was about to grasp his hand, he pulled it back, playfully rubbing her head instead. "No need to be so formal. Oh, just treat it like your own home." Murong Yi's voice had a special charm, soft and warm, instantly relaxing Dai Yu's tense body. "Okay," Dai Yu replied, her face slightly flushed. Lin Yi also approached, extending his hand for an introduction. Upon hearing his introduction, Dai Yu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. He is Lin Yi. Could he be the one the Tianlong group is offering a bounty for? She secretly speculated, but didn't dare to voice her thoughts. "Goddess, what delicious food do you have?" Zhang Xuanyu's question interrupted Dai Yu's train of thought. Dai Yu pulled out the lunchbox and placed it on the table. "This is the boxed meal I brought for Wang classmate. My mother said he just recovered and needs to nourish himself." Wang Xingrui said thank you. Zhang Xuanyu looked at the lunchbox and suddenly snatched it. "Let me see what's inside." "Hey." Dai Yu hesitated. This was specially made for Wang Xingrui, and she didn't want anyone else to open it. But neither Wang Xingrui nor Zhang Xuanyu seemed to notice, while Lin Yi glanced meaningfully at Dai Yu. This girl might become a bargaining chip for him in future negotiations with Wang Xingrui. "Are you a pig? Just finished eating, and you want more?" Wang Xingrui rolled his eyes at Zhang Xuanyu. Murong Yi's gaze shifted to Zhang Xuanyu. "This kid seems to want more than just food. My silly brother, you better be careful." The lunchbox was cylindrical with 3 layers. Zhang Xuanyu opened the first layer. It was divided into 3 sections, with the left containing octopus-shaped sausages, the middle having scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and the right with broccoli. In the second layer, the left had braised pork, the middle had chicken soup, and the right had shrimp. The third layer was half rice and half steamed buns. Although it looked like home-cooked dishes without much elaborate presentation, it was clear that it had been prepared with care, covering all nutritional needs. "Wow, goddess, did you make all of this?" "Oh, old Wang is fine. It's a waste to feed him this. Do you mind if I taste your—" While speaking, Zhang Xuanyu reached for chopsticks. Wang Xingrui rolled his eyes at him as if it was wasteful for him to eat, but not for Zhang Xuanyu. Just as Zhang Xuanyu was about to put the food into his mouth, Dai Yu suddenly shouted loudly with her eyes closed, "I mind." At that moment, the room fell silent, and the other 4 looked at Dai Yu. At that moment, Wang Xingrui looked at Dai Yu with a hint of confusion in his eyes. At that moment, a glimmer of light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. At that moment, Zhang Xuanyu remained frozen in his action of picking food, with a piece of braised pork still stuck between his chopsticks. At that moment, Murong Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he saw through something, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. Dai Yu, realizing her blunder, instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, lowering her head. "I'm sorry." Zhang Xuanyu placed the braised pork back into the lunchbox, put the chopsticks on the lunchbox, and awkwardly dug his toes into the ground. It's fine. It was made for old Wang. I know it's my greedy mouth. But if you have the time, make me a portion too. Let me savor it." "Oh." Zhang Xuanyu saved face, and then smiled, pushed the lunchbox in front of Wang Xingrui. "It was made for you. Hurry up." Wang Xingrui didn't say the polite phrase of "let's eat together," as Dai Yu had already expressed herself like this. If he included others, it would be somewhat disrespectful to her feelings. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The eggs were tender, slightly sweet, and of moderate flavor. Delicious. Hearing Wang Xingrui's praise, Dai Yu smiled, a genuinely heartfelt smile. Zhang Xuanyu, who had been watching Dai Yu, felt a pang of bitterness in his heart at that moment. It seemed something broke. Murong Yi, who had quietly approached him, whispered. Just as Zhang Xuanyu looked at him in confusion, he seemed to have an epiphany. "Oh, it's your love that broke." Zhang Xuanyu said pitifully, "Murong Gu, is it fun to mock me like this? Being a fish, how would you know the pleasure of a fish?" Zhang Xuanyu sighed. "I'll go cry in my room." After taking a couple of steps, Wang Xingrui suddenly grabbed him. Zhang Xuanyu turned to look back, and Wang Xingrui's face was as cold as ice. Lin Yi's expression mirrored this. After the fusion embodiment, even without releasing the embodiment, certain bodily functions would enhance. Apart from prominent features like strength and speed, some individuals would awaken a latent ability after experiencing life and death crises known as the sixth sense. This ability would serve as a warning to the body in the face of danger. When someone harbors hostility towards you, your hair stands on end. When someone harbors murderous intent, you feel an icy chill. At this moment, both Wang Xingrui and Lin Yi felt as if they had plunged into an ice pit, and they could clearly sense that icy aura coming from the doorway. Lin Yi was certain that the person outside had come looking for him, and with his strength he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. He could only hope for Murong Yi. Even if he couldn't escape this ordeal, dragging Wang Xingrui down with him would be a consolation. Dai Yu looked at the two, puzzled. What's wrong with you? Wang Xingrui immediately pulled her and Zhang Xuanyu close, covering their mouths with his hands. Don't say a word. Dai Yu's face instantly turned red. Her heart raced as she didn't know what Wang Xingrui was planning, so she could only obediently stand still. Murong Yi walked calmly to the door. The moment he grasped the doorknob, a wave of sound surged through the door, instantly penetrating his body and filling the entire room, shattering all the glass windows and ceramic utensils within moments, leaving cracks on the walls and floor. Then the house began to tremble slightly, and in the next moment the entire roof was blown away by the sound wave. Wang Xingrui and the others all dropped to the ground, covering their ears, blood seeping through their fingers, their heads buzzing as if struck by a large bell. Then the world spun, and the four of them fainted. Meanwhile, Murong Yi, who had taken the brunt of the attack, still stood in place. Although the sound wave penetrated his body, it did not make him step back. He turned back for a glance, calmly walking out against the sound wave. The man outside, while not releasing his embodiment, was able to emit a powerful sound wave, clearly mastering the ability to differentiate. Upon seeing Murong Yi step out, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then pushed hard off the ground, while simultaneously releasing the sound wave attack, causing a large chunk of the ground beneath him to collapse, and in the next second, he appeared right in front of Murong Yi. Just as his fist was about to make contact with Murong Yi's face, the man suddenly lost his balance. At that moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through the man's mind, filled with confusion, as time seemed to slow down under the extreme intensity of his senses. Strange, why is my head so heavy, as if it's being pressed down by a mountain? Slowly following the source of the pressure with his eyes, he realized that a hand like 5 steel beams had gripped his right cheek tightly, deforming his face and pressing him down towards the ground. Bang! His thoughts were interrupted, and the flow of time returned to normal. The ground cracked, creating a hole perfectly sized for the man's head, which sank entirely into it. Murong Yi stood up, his fingertips still stained with blood, which of course was not his own. Their first clash occurred in an instant, with the outcome immediately apparent. He stood up amidst the ruins, one hand resting on his chin, pinching it thoughtfully. I actually got slapped. It seems I've been living too comfortably lately, and my body has gotten rusty. He glanced back at the ruins behind him. Just as he was about to leave, he frowned suddenly and knelt down on one knee. His body began to feel heavy, and his right leg twitched uncontrollably. How could this happen? He pulled up his pant leg and discovered that his right leg was already swelling a deep purple like an eggplant. Even a light touch sent sharp pain coursing through him. It's poison. How did I get hit? Imo-chan, ranked 56th on the S-City Killer leaderboard, possesses a rare insect-based avatar, Imo-chan, known for its exceptional jumping ability. A regular Imo-chan can leap a distance equivalent to 120 times its height in human terms. This is akin to jumping the height of an 80-story building with a base enhancement of 120 and a compound enhancement of 2. A voice rang out from the ruins. Upon hearing it, Imo-chan was taken aback, then suddenly turned his head to look back. In the center of the ruins, fragments of stones and wooden debris began to swirl and drift to one side. Murong Yi slowly floated out of the ruins with the unconscious Wang Xingrui, Zhang Xuanyu, Dai Yue, and Lin Yi suspended behind him. Imo-chan's expression darkened instantly. How is this possible? The sound waves I released should penetrate human fat and directly affect the organs. This guy was supposed to be shredded to pieces by the sound waves after a minute. Endless killing intent coalesced into a tangible force swirling around Imo-chan. If the opponent claimed he was Lin Yi's accomplice, Lin Yi's boss, or even knew he was Ouyang Chen's subordinate, he wouldn't have been surprised. But the fact that the opponent immediately revealed his deepest hidden identity as a killer was shocking. His last mission was to assassinate Ouyang Chen, who was the son of an influential figure, making it extremely difficult. Imo-chan had donned layer upon layer of disguise, crafted a detailed plan, and spent nearly a year undergoing repeated tests. Only after painstaking efforts did he manage to approach Ouyang Chen and become his trusted aide. Now he just needed to bypass his 2 subordinates to accomplish his mission. Yet now a single sentence from this stranger had unraveled all his disguises, exposing the very side fear and anger intertwined within him. If his identity were to be exposed, he would face the wrath of the influential figure, and for Imo-chan, that would be a disgrace, a stain, a denial of his abilities. Exposing his identity before successfully assassinating his target meant death, a mistake even a novice killer wouldn't make. After all, he was ranked 56th among killers, and Murong Yi's actions had brutally trampled his taboo. This person today must die. Imo-chan extended his index finger and lightly sliced at the swollen area on his calf, pressing down hard, causing dark red blood to spurt from the wound. He removed the silver bracelet from his wrist, stood up, and rotated his right leg, slightly feeling a bit more comfortable. Then the trench coat behind him billowed, splitting into two, transforming into a pair of translucent wings, vibrating at an extremely high frequency. Dust swirled from the ground as Imo-chan's body began to rise slowly into the air. A cicada can fly in the air for a short time, but it consumes a lot of stamina. Typically entering this state meant he would go all out for a swift resolution. 10 seconds. No one could last 10 seconds against him in this state. Imo-chan's abdomen emitted powerful sound waves, once more his body constantly changing positions in midair. Mu Rongyi stood expressionless, sound waves attacked from all directions, penetrating his body. His feet sank time after time, eventually creating a pit with a radius of 20 meters, and the house behind him, already collapsed, was reduced to dust by the sound waves. Imo-chan's heart trembled slightly. His sound waves have no effect on him. What kind of avatar is this person? In truth, the sound waves were having an effect. Mu Rongyi's bones, organs, and eardrums were shattering every second under the assault of the sound waves. However, while the sound waves damaged his body, it was healing at an even faster rate. Thus, on the surface, it seemed as though Mu Rongyi was unharmed, but in reality, he was continuously experiencing the process of destruction and creation. Ranked 56th among killers, and this is your strength. Quite disappointing. Mu Rongyi said, his expression showing impatience, his gaze slightly lifting. An invisible force had approached him at some point. Imo-chan didn't even have time to notice before being drawn back to the ground by this force. However, at the moment of landing, he quickly adjusted his posture, pushing off with his left leg, like an arrow released from a bow, charging fiercely towards Mu Rongyi. Yet before he could get close, he was sent flying back like a ping-pong ball by an invisible force. Then he leaped again from a different angle, only to be sent flying once more. Approach, sent flying. Approach, sent flying. This process lasted only 5 seconds, but only the two engaged in combat knew that in that brief span of 5 seconds, Imo-chan had attacked no less than 100 times. His speed was so fast that one could only see a few black shadows flickering within a certain range. Mu Rongyi manipulated his hair for defense, setting up an invisible barrier in front of him that no matter how cleverly Imo-chan attacked, he couldn't get within a meter of Mu Rongyi. Even if he tried to sneak attack, Wang Xingrui, Zhang Xuanyu, Dai Yue, and Lin Yi, they too were sent flying back. The box jellyfish had 24 eyes, which meant there were no blind spots in Mu Rongyi's vision. After 5 seconds, Imo-chan paused his attacks. His head had swollen like a meatball, with his eyes, nose, and mouth deeply sunken into the swollen mass. Damn it, why do you keep hitting my face? Can't you hit somewhere else? Imo-chan mumbled. Me. Mu Rongyi pondered for a moment, and said, I'm a doctor, a police officer, a politician, a tycoon, a thief, a beggar. I have too many identities, I'm almost forgetting who I am. Imo-chan stared at him. You are also a killer in S-City. A killer? That's an identity I've held for quite some time. But my primary identity now is Xingrui's brother Mu Rongyi said with a gentle smile. Imo-chan scrutinized him, remaining silent for a few seconds before asking, what is your rank? At this point, if Imo-chan couldn't guess his identity, he might as well find a tree to crash into. After the Beast era, more than 90 of killers in the world had been to S-City just to challenge the strongest sitting on the killer's throne. Any killer who entered S-City would be registered, listed, and managed by S-City. Mu Rongyi suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. Guess. Imo-chan said, my target is that person named Lin Yi. If our targets don't conflict, we can each get what we need. No way this person is useful to my brother. You cannot kill him, Mu Rongyi replied. Imo-chan said, it's just one layer of identity. You seem too deeply involved. This is troublesome. A conflict of missions is something Imo-chan hadn't anticipated. Generally, when killers encounter such situations, they can only rely on their own skills. However, having given his all, yet failing to harm him even slightly, not even making him shift position, such strength must place him at least in the top 40, perhaps even the top 30. If he wanted to complete the mission, he could only fight to the death. At this moment, Mu Rongyi's relaxed expression stood in stark contrast to Imo-chan's serious face. Excuse me, are you planning to just stand there? Mu Rongyi asked. Imo-chan's body lay flat on the ground as his back arched. Then his head began to deform, 2 eyes like black pearls appearing on his forehead, 2 black antennae growing atop his head, and 3 pairs of limbs sprouting from the sides of his body, each limb thick and powerful with spikes, especially the hind limbs, which were nearly half the length of his body, gripping the ground tightly, muscles taut, ready to unleash explosive power at any moment. Oh, are you planning to fight desperately? Mu Rongyi laughed. Actually, there's no need. A killer of your caliber dying at my hands would be quite a pity. If you leave now, I can promise not to attack you. Enough with the nonsense. Imo-chan's abdomen swelled as sound waves dozens of times stronger than before blasted away all the buildings around him, sending people inside, soaring into the air, screams and wails filling the air. In an instant, he pushed off with both legs. Mu Rongyi stood still, thousands of glistening filaments swirling above his head, dancing wildly, without wind, once again conjuring a transparent wall to shield himself. Imo-chan's speed was almost at the speed of sound, faster than the steel needles shot out from when laying during the experimental phase. Moreover, his body was enveloped in sound waves, making it impossible for the transparent wall to stop him. This scene resembled a bullet penetrating through a stack of paper. Even if the paper had minimal resistance, it still caused the bullet to momentarily stall. In that instant, Mu Rongyi sidestepped and avoided Mo Chan's attack. As for Mo Chan, every part of his body that touched the wall swelled and turned purple. At the moment he burst through all the walls, he had already lost all fighting strength, reverting to human form and rolling several dozen meters on the ground. In the sky, the bodies of those present exploded like fireworks, blood raining down, severed fingers and fragments falling continuously, marking the end of this battle. Mu Rongyi strolled through the blood rain with the rain floating above his head, slowly sliding down to the sides. Under the influence of the blood rain, a protective shield gradually revealed itself around him, enveloping him in thousands of transparent filaments. He appeared as though he were a person standing inside a crystal ball, with a pure space maintained within a 1-meter radius. The unconscious Wang Xingrui, Zhang Xuanyu, Dai Yue, and Lin Yi floated behind him in the same manner. Approaching Mo Chan, Mu Rongyi crouched down, picked up a stick, and poked him. "Hey, wake up, stop playing dead." Mo Chan opened his eyes, staring vacantly at the sky as the neurotoxin continued to erode his body. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. You shouldn't die at my hands." Mu Rongyi said, "Go back and tell your boss that this matter ends here. If he dares to send someone to trouble my brother again, I will find him and twist his head off, even if his father is Ouyang Wenfei." Upon hearing the name Ouyang Wenfei, Mo Chan's vacant eyes suddenly focused, then returned to normal as he replied, indifferently, "Understood." Mu Rongyi took out an antidote from his pocket and inserted it into Mo Chan's neck. As the antidote entered his body, the stabbing pain slowly dissipated. Mu Rongyi stepped over him with the 4 people behind him lying flat in midair like 4 corpses, following Mu Rongyi passing over Mo Chan. Mo Chan forcefully glanced in the direction Mu Rongyi had left. At that moment, he couldn't even manage such a simple action as turning his head. The higher the rank on the killer leaderboard, the greater the disparity in strength, akin to climbing stairs. Each killer was aware of their position, and avoiding unnecessary trouble was essential for survival. Some may seem to differ by only 1 step, yet in reality, there lies an insurmountable chasm. He should be in the top 20 now. "Honey, we haven't been home for over 4 months. Do you think our son misses us?" Wang Xingrui's mother Qin Shuyue linked arms with Wang Xingrui's father, her face glowing with a happy smile. "Of course, but he might not recognize you anymore," Wang Xingrui's father Wang Binqing said seriously. "How could that be? Our son isn't that silly. Because you look younger and prettier than before. At first glance, one might think you're an 18-year-old girl. You're so His mother playfully pouted, standing on her tiptoes to peck her father's face. The two continued walking down the small path, chatting and laughing. "Strange, honey, did we take a wrong turn? I remember there were supposed to be 2 neighborhoods ahead, but why are all the houses collapsed? We've taken this road for over 10 years. How could we go wrong? Perhaps they were demolished." Wang Binqing chuckled, lightly flicking his wife's head. At that moment, a man covered in bruises and blood limped toward them from the opposite side. Wang Xingrui's mother tightly grasped her husband's arm as he shielded her behind, cautiously watching the man approach. The man walked past them, his gaze sharp, but he didn't glance their way. "Phew, it's all right now." After the man walked away, Wang Binqing patted his wife's hand, comforting her. "That scared me. That person." Wang Xingrui's mother started to say, but Wang Binqing quickly interrupted. "Shoo, it doesn't matter who he is. Don't speak carelessly. Oh, let's hurry home." The scene shifted. Wang Xingrui's parents stared blankly at the empty lot before them, as well as the street that had turned into ruins. With a loosened grip, the suitcase in his hand fell to the ground. The mother's mouth gaped slightly, her arms fell limply, and her shoulder bag dropped as well. In City J, the western district of the East Market, the explosion in the East District had obliterated the Lingchen supermarket and abruptly interrupted Ouyang Chen's fusion in the medical chamber located in the basement. This incident affected a large area, resulting in the deaths of 27 people and 34 injuries. The police in the East District are working tirelessly to investigate the cause of the explosion. To avoid trouble, Ouyang Chen relocated the supermarket here with the interior decor identical to the original. The supermarket door was pushed open, yet no one was seen entering. The girl looked out toward the counter. At this moment, Mo Chan was sitting on the ground, leaning against the counter, appearing lethargic. The little girl stepped out from behind the counter and asked with confusion, "How did you get so badly hurt?" "The mission failed." A hint of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes. The boy who was organizing the shelves glanced over, and after exchanging a brief look with the girl, he walked over to close the supermarket door and hung up the "closed for business" sign. The boy lifted Mo Chan and took him to the storage room at the back, placing him on a cargo box. "What happened?" The girl furrowed her brow. "The target's identity information was incorrect. Lin Yi has an additional expert by his side, significantly stronger than me." The girl wore a look of disbelief, her expression turning contemplative as she questioned the authenticity of this information. Mo Chan is one of the rare insect-based avatars, his strength second only to the 2 of them. If even he is not a match, could it be that the opponent's avatar is also of the insect type? How could someone with an insect-based avatar protect Lin Yi? Does he intend to extract the whereabouts of the genetic agent from Lin Yi? Have you encountered that person? What is their identity? Unclear. He claimed to be Wang Xingrui's brother. Impossible. Wang Xingrui has no brother. The boy immediately before sending Mo Chan on the mission, the boy had already investigated everyone around Lin Yi. Wang Xingrui had stolen the spider egg, making him the primary suspect in their investigation. Mo Chan remained silent. He wanted to ask the boy why the information discrepancy was so large. Due to the boy's error, he had nearly lost his life at the hands of the opponent. Could it be that Wang Kaming has an illegitimate child? The boy looked at the girl with confusion. This possibility cannot be ruled out, the girl pondered. How is the boss doing? Emo-chan asked. The previous explosion had left Ouyang-chan with severe burns all over his body. He crawled out from underground solely relying on his strong will. When the girl and the boy found him, he was already unconscious, breathing weakly. The girl glanced at him and said he is just repairing his surface cells. He will wake up in less than half a month. Can this mission be? Emo-chan hesitated. The girl understood what he wanted to say. The failure of this mission is not your fault, but is because we did not clarify the situation. I will explain it to Ouyang-gij. Thank you. Go recuperate, the girl said. The boy crouched down, placing one hand on the floor. A blue light scanned his palm, and after 3 seconds a mechanical voice emerged. Identity verification successful. The floor slowly shifted to the side like a hidden door, revealing a series of steps extending deep underground. Go down. There is a medical chamber in the basement. Ouyang-gij is also down there. Remember, do not disturb Ouyang-gij's rest. Emo-chan's eyes flickered, understood. After Emo-chan descended, the floor closed again. The boy said the assassins from City S are indeed capable of enduring humiliation to complete their tasks. Yuling, you must know the purpose of him approaching Ouyang-gij. Ouyang-gij is currently in the medical chamber, fusing the genetic agent. Are you really okay with him being alone with Ouyang-gij? What if he takes action? Ouyang-gij's medical chamber is made of titanium alloy. In his current condition, he cannot destroy the medical chamber. If he takes action, it would give us a reason to eliminate him. But what if he recovers from the medical chamber while Ouyang-gij is still asleep? Insect-based avatars have the weakest self-healing ability among the 4 types. Given his injuries and the support of the medical chamber, he would need at least half a month to recover. Moreover, B cells consume a lot of energy in self-repair. By then, let alone taking action, he might not even be able to stand up. Ouyang-gij will wake up in a couple of days, so there is no need to worry. The boy looked puzzled. Didn't you say it would take another half? When I say goes, don't you think? Am I as foolish as a pig? Stop procrastinating. Several shelves are empty. Hurry and restock. Fine. The boy reluctantly clicked his tongue and ran to the back storage to bring out some goods, placing them on the shelves according to their prices. In the basement, 3 medical chambers were lined up, and the one in the middle contained a handsome young man. Emo-chan's eyes flashed with a hint of red. He placed his hand on the medical chamber and looked up at the only exit above. The 2 individuals above were slightly stronger than him. In his current state, even if he completed the mission, he would certainly die at their hands. If the target were a great figure, trading his life for another would be worthwhile. Emo-chan gazed at the person inside the medical chamber. But he was merely the son of a great figure. In the western district of City K, on Pingyuan Street. Upon seeing the horrific scene before them, Wang Xingruo's parents awakened from their shock and immediately called the police. Wang Xingruo's father trembled slightly while holding his phone. After the call connected, he described the situation as clearly as possible. Just after he hung up, several police cars arrived and surrounded Wang Xingruo's parents. Wang Xingruo's father couldn't help but marvel at the police's efficiency. The first to get out of the police car was Chun Tushing, holding a cigarette. The commotion caused by Murong Yi and Emo-chan did not go unnoticed by the police department. As the captain of the criminal police unit, he received the dispatch notice and rushed to the scene as quickly as possible. Including him, all the officers who arrived at the scene changed their expressions to grave upon seeing this horrific. Most of the officers were born and raised in this area, and they had never seen such devastation. Even without releasing their avatars, they could clearly smell the blood in the air. What are you all standing around for? Get to work. Team A, secure the scene. Team B, rescue the injured. Team C, maintain order. Where are the forensic specialists? If you don't release your avatars, how can I assess the situation? Chen Tushing yelled, snapping everyone back to attention. However, before he could give orders, Zhang Ji had already rushed into the scene, staring intently at the deep pit. The remaining officers inside the secured area all released their avatars, which were all hunting dogs. They quickly found the injured by scent, carefully moving the debris off the victims piece by piece. 2 forensic specialists began collecting evidence. They transformed into small snakes weaving through the ruins. However, due to the high casualties, there were limbs and corpses everywhere, and blood was mingled together, making it impossible for them to gather any information about the perpetrator. Before long, a group of reporters arrived and gathered outside the secured scene, taking photos, filming, and reporting. Looking at the horrific sight before them, one reporter reported, people often say that justice may be delayed, but will never be absent. But during this delay, how many lives will be lost? In their words, there was an implicit condemnation of the police's negligence, accusing them of failing in their duties. Other reporters reported that the police had arrived at the scene immediately after the incident, bravely and fearlessly striving to rescue. Some reporters stood in front of the camera with reddened eyes, unable to steady their microphones, as among the many victims were their own families. Chen Tushing did not send anyone to stop them. He couldn't even if he wanted to. Chewing on a cigarette, he lay on top of his police car, deep in thought. It is easy to bring down a building. Wolves, leopards, lions, and tigers can all do it without much effort. However, the 20-meter-wide pit and the rubble covering the whole street told him that an unimaginable battle had taken place here not long ago. The shattered glass was not in pieces, but in fine powder, indicating that it had been shattered by the same sound wave, with the range extending to 100 meters. The pit in the ground seemed to have been stomped out with clean edges and no cracks, indicating that the perpetrator had an exceptionally high level of control over their strength. Those with powerful strength, who can unleash sound waves. Whales, dolphins, bats, moths, grasshoppers, and cicadas could all be considered prime candidates. Even ordinary avatars can unleash sound waves that are deadly. If the perpetrator possesses a super beast avatar, it would not be surprising to destroy an entire street. However, why would someone with such strength appear in a small place like the Western District? What could be their motive for killing simply declaring war on the police? Officer Chin, the casualty report has come out. The confirmed death toll is 57, with 5 individuals still unaccounted for. A forensic specialist approached next to the police car with a notebook, saying the type of the perpetrator's avatar and the amplification level are still unknown. The forensic specialist's voice grew softer. While solving ordinary cases based on theory and inference is not an issue if the subjects are individuals like Murong Yi and Mo Chan, whose strengths and battle methods are extraordinary, their theoretical knowledge would not be enough to support accurate conclusions. For example, in an open area there were signs of soundwave attacks. Judging by the evidence, this place had suffered at least a minute of soundwave assault. Then comes the question. If one person used soundwave attacks, why would he keep attacking the same spot? Wouldn't his opponent stand still and let him strike? If that were the case, under continuous soundwave attacks, that person's body should have exploded. Why is there not a single drop of blood around the evidence? If the attacked person's body did not explode, how did he withstand the sound waves? Could it be that both of them can unleash soundwave attacks? But if 2 sound waves can cancel each other out, how did that pit form on the ground? The 2 forensic specialists pondered for a long time, but everything seemed illogical. Thus they decided to write all the situations in the report and let Officer Chun make the decision. Chen Tuxing glanced at the report in his hand, then tossed it back to the forensic specialist. Are you too writing a science fiction novel? If this report gets submitted, I might as well quit being a cop. The forensic specialist's face turned red as he dared not look up. Their report lacked any logical coherence, but they did write based on the facts they knew. What about those 2? Chen Tuxing looked at Wang Xingruo's parents. One of the forensic specialists glanced back and immediately said, oh, they are the victim's family, Wang Xingruo's parents. They left City K for City N 4 months ago for vacation and just returned. One of the forensic specialists glanced back and immediately said, oh, they are the victim's family, Wang Xingruo's parents. They left City K for looking at Wang Xingruo's mother, who was kneeling on the ground and wailing, and his father, who was covering his eyes and trembling. Chen Tuxing felt a deep sense of empathy. Having family members die in front of one's eyes leaves despair and pain for the survivors. He had experienced this. Officer Chen, the fate of the victim Wang Xingrue is still uncertain. His parents have the right to know. Should I go clarify the situation with them? Offering a glimmer of hope to those in despair only to snuff it out later will only deepen their hopelessness. Those bearing the pain of losing a child cannot withstand further harm, and let's find him first and then discuss. Understood. At Mu Hotel, Wang Xingrue slowly opened his eyes. He had a dream. Their house had collapsed, a massive stone from the roof falling towards them. Wang Xingrue had thought they would perish without a complete corpse, but the stone was blocked by a barrier. Then he felt himself lying on warm, soft clouds, enveloped and floating in the air. What a strange dream. You're awake, Morong, Yi said, lying on the sofa and turning his head to look at Wang Xingrue. A hotel. The killer destroyed our house, so I had to bring you to the hotel. Have you dealt with the killer? He ran away. Was he strong? Not too bad. Morong Yi stood up, walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and pointed outside. Do you see that ruin? That was done by the killer. Wang Xingrue gazed through the large floor-to-ceiling window at the ruin, which stood out in the brother, you weren't hurt, right? Wang Xingrue asked earnestly. Don't underestimate your brother, a killer of that caliber. That's good. By the way, where are Xian Yu Dai Yue and Linny? In the next room. I was worried they would disturb you when they woke up, so I booked each of them a separate room. Don't worry, I left them a note to gather in my room when they wake up. Wang Xingrue stared at Morong Yi's speech. What's wrong? Morong Yi asked. Brother, aside from the 3 of us, are the others already? Wang Xingruo's voice began to tremble. Dead. Morong Yi casually finished Wang Xingruo's sentence. He didn't care how many people died on that street, as long as his brother was safe, others did not matter. If he weren't worried about Wang Xingruo's feelings, he wouldn't even have looked at Zhang Xian Yu Dai Yue or Lin Yi while saving people. Wang Xingruo's expression dimmed. While his neighbors weren't family, they had treated him well. He had shared meals at Aunt Ju's house, received radish soup from Grandma Wang across the street, and every morning at the breakfast shop, Sister Wu would give him 2 vegetarian buns whenever they crossed paths. There was also Grandpa Lu, who would invite him to play chess whenever his parents were away. Familiar faces floated one after another in his mind. But from today onward, he would never see them again. All because he had brought Linny home, leading the killer to them. It was clearly his mistake, yet the innocent neighbors bore the consequences. A strong sense of guilt and remorse pushed Wang Xingrue to the brink of collapse. Seeing his brother's eyes welling up and his lips bleeding from biting down Morong, he said, if you want to cry, just let it out. Okay. Wang Xingrue wiped his eyes with his sleeve, but when his arm dropped, he suddenly transformed into a different person, looking coldly out the window. Brother, I want to kill him. Wang Xingrue repeated, I want to kill him myself. Alright, hatred can crush a person, but it can also become a driving force for someone. Though Morong Yi did not know what kind of flowers would bloom and what fruits would bear from a seed nurtured by hatred, he did not care. Regardless of the outcome, at least it would allow his brother to gain something, wouldn't it? Zhang Xianyu, Dai Yue, and Lin Yi all woke up and coincidentally arrived at Wang Xingrui's room. Dai Yu was concerned about Wang Xingrui's injury. Zhang Xianyu guessed that Dai Yu would come to old Wang's place, so he came as well. As for Lin Yi, he was currently most afraid. Inside Wang Xingrui's room, Zhang Xianyu and Dai Yu sat on the sofa, while Lin Yi leaned against the door. Mu Rong Yi said, I used beast cells to repair your eardrums. All three of you have merged with avatars, and your self-healing abilities are not weak. As long as you take some time, your eardrums will heal automatically, and my beast cells will fall off your eardrums then. During this time, try to avoid noisy environments and take it easy. When you feel itching in your ears, it means your eardrums have fully recovered. Will that person come back? Dai Yu asked softly. The person she referred to was naturally Mo-chan. She was quite scared this time as she originally just came to visit a classmate, but almost lost her life. Mu Rong Yi said, don't worry, I have already chased him away, he won't come back. Lin Yi's expression tightened. He chased Lin Yi away. Lin Yi found it hard to believe. 2 years ago, he had a confrontation with Mo-chan. At that time, he was still an inconspicuous figure relying on his 50-fold amplified King Cobra avatar, leading a few subordinates around to seize territory, and was successful everywhere. Until one time during a territorial dispute, they encountered Yu Ling and Mo-chan, who were shopping. A conflict broke out, and without releasing her avatar, Mo-chan resolved them in an instant. If Yu Ling hadn't stopped Mo-chan at a critical moment, they would likely have died at her hands. But it was also because of this chance encounter that Lin Yi saw the vastness of the world and understood what a true powerhouse was. He tried every means to strengthen himself and became a subordinate of Yu Ling. But after joining them, Lin Yi realized that Yu Ling was not actually Mo-chan's boss. Both Yu Ling and Mo-chan, whom he looked up to, were actually loyal to the same person, Ouyang Chun. Both of them were considered cadre-level figures under Ouyang Chun, and Lin Yi always wanted to become one of the cadres, but he had never even met Ouyang Chun. The fact that Mu Rong Yi could drive Lin Yi away undoubtedly reassured Lin Yi, also indirectly telling him that his new support was not inferior to Ouyang Chun, and he should not have any crooked thoughts. Mu Rong Yi said, you don't need to worry too much. In half a month, the 4 major academies will start enrolling students. The academy is closed, and generally students can only come out during holidays. The teachers inside are also quite strong, and assassins typically won't storm in. Once you get in, you will be safe. By the way, Xingrui, here's something for you. Mu Rong Yi handed a physical fitness tester to Wang Xingrui. This is an optimized physical fitness tester. Just prick your fingertip to draw a little blood, not too much, and then press the red button at the end to test the type of avatar. Wang Xingrui followed the instructions and nervously looked at the tester. The optimized tester did not need to connect to a phone and soon displayed a string of data. Name Wang Xingrui. Avatar type prehistoric avatar Titan Python. Amplification multiple 145. Animal cell content in body slightly low 1 in 10,000. Quality of animal cells in body excellent. Looking at the displayed data, Wang Xingrui's eyes widened and his heart soared with joy. It turned out to be a prehistoric avatar, and the amplification exceeded 100. Heaven rewards the diligent. Wang Xingrui excitedly jumped up from the bed. Bro, did you see? My amplification multiple is 145. It's over 100. It's over 100. With an amplification over 100, he now had the capital for revenge. I saw it. Mu Rong Yi smiled, gently watching his younger brother's excited demeanor. Dai Yu said, congratulations, one classmate. Zhang Xianyu on the sofa retracted his envious gaze and pretended to be indifferent, making a TCH sound. Lin Yi straightened up, looking at Wang Xingrui in shock. How do you have gene agents? Didn't you eat the spider egg? How can you still merge with a prehistoric avatar? Wang Xingrui did not answer him, but jumped off the bed, walked barefoot to Lin Yi, and stared directly into his eyes. My avatar has an amplification over 100. Give me some time, and I will help you take revenge, boss. His voice was deep and powerful, with a clear killing intent. Lin Yi said, the assassin who came this time, codename Mo-chan, is under Ouyang Chun. From what I know, there are 2 others like him under Ouyang Chun. Do you think you can handle them? We've already declared war on Ouyang Chun. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. We have no other choice. Wang Xingrui's calm gaze was filled with sincerity. Besides, I'm not alone. You're here too, right? If you want revenge, don't stagnate. Anyway, you only have this life left. Put it all on the line and strive to become stronger. After Wang Xingrui finished, Lin Yi had no reaction. Wang Xingrui's words were something Lin Yi had repeated to his brothers countless times. Such attempts to win people's hearts had long been played out. A heart that had been through storms and suffered greatly would not be touched by a few warm words. He was not. Why did it always feel like this kid became somewhat arrogant after knowing what his avatar was? No, Mu Rong Yi felt some things needed to be clarified with his brother, otherwise this kid would definitely suffer greatly in the future. Xingrui, do you know what the amplification multiple was for the assassin who attacked us before? Mu Rong Yi asked. Wang Xingrui turned around and asked, how much? 220. Wang Xingrui was suddenly shocked, staring at Mu Rong Yi in disbelief. How much? Zhang Xianyu and Dai Yu also widened their eyes, thinking they had misheard. Mu Rongyi continued to explain his avatar is Mo Chan, a bug type with a total amplification of 240 times. He has close-quarters combat capabilities as well as long-range attack methods, and he is experienced in battle, having completed 136 out of 137 assassination missions successfully. In terms of strength, even if you combine the 4 bodyguards beside Long Yun, they are no match for him. But he still lost to you, didn't he? Wang Xingrui said. Do you know why? Wang Xingrui shook his head. Mu Rongyi looked at Zhang Xianyu and Daiyue. What about you? Zhang Xianyu scratched his head awkwardly. Daiyue suddenly said, because amplification is not the only factor that determines combat power. That's right. People with high amplification do have more advantages, but it doesn't mean they can definitely defeat those with lower. I told you about the 6 factors that determine combat power. Do you still remember them? Wang Xingrui immediately recited application of avatar characteristics, combat skills, battle experience, strength, speed, and environment. That's right. The application of avatar characteristics ranks first while strength, speed, and environment rank last. How to maximize the characteristics of your avatar and minimize its shortcomings is the most important. As for strength and speed, they can be limited by the characteristics of different environments. Is a great white shark fast? Is its attack power strong? It would not be an exaggeration to call it the ruler of the sea, but once it stays on land for too long, it can be worse than a turtle. Therefore, you must not use any single aspect as a standard to evaluate a person's strength, nor underestimate your opponents just because your avatar is rare. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, because the people who died carelessly at my hands are not fewer than 8,000. Moreover, you have only merged with your avatar, and it will take time to learn and train to release it. So you don't have the capital to be arrogant. While Mu Rongyi was teaching his brother Zhang Xianyu and Daiyue were also listening seriously to Mu Rongyi's earnest teaching, as if they were in class. Daiyue didn't understand Mu Rongyi, but the other two knew that Mu Rongyi's profession was an assassin, and every word he said was not an exaggeration. Bro, what you're saying, I remember it all. Wang Xingrui replied. Xingrui, I'm not trying to pour cold water on you. If you get killed, it'll have everyone in the city bury you, but even if I avenge you, you won't come back. Bro, I'm a coward. I don't want to experience the pain of losing loved ones again. Do you understand? I promise you I will definitely die behind you. Mu Rongyi smiled. What a considerate brother you are. Zhang Xianyu, who was listening to their conversation, felt a chill in his heart. What the heck, are these two mentally ill? What do you mean by killing everyone in the city? Do you think those 5 great figures are just decorations? And definitely dying behind him. Can't the two of them just live well? Zhang Xianyu was at a loss for words when it came to the thought process of these two. He glanced at Daiyue and was relieved to see that there was a normal person in the room apart from him. One classmate, if you die, I will also kill everyone in the city for you. Daiyue seemed to have made up her mind. Zhang Xianyu. Goddess, can you not say such terrifying things with a shy face? I must be dreaming. Oh God, I've had enough. Let me wait. Mu Rongyi looked at Daiyue. You're Daiyue, right? What is your avatar? Daiyue was taken aback and then looked at Wang Xingrui. If it was his brother, it wouldn't matter if she said it. My avatar is the Darwin's bark spider with an amplification of 10. After Daiyue reported her avatar Lin, he immediately looked at Wang Xingrui. So he gave the spider egg to this girl. Wang Xingrui casually returned to bed and closed his eyes. Lin Yi, who had lost everything for that spider egg, only then realized who had it. He couldn't help but feel a wave of anger. You were so generous to give away a bug-type avatar, Wang Xingrui. Mu Rongyi's eyes lit up. Although the thickness of spider silk is only 1/10 of hair, its elasticity and toughness are extremely high. If compared to steel wire of the same thickness, spider silk can bear 5 times the weight of steel wire. Moreover, the silk of Darwin's bark spider is the hardest spider silk in the world, and with Daiyue merging with a super beast avatar and having a 10-fold amplification, if she can flexibly master the characteristics of her avatar, her future strength might exceed everyone's imagination. Do you want to be my disciple? Mu Rongyi smiled gently. I can teach you how to use your avatar. Huh? Wang Xingrui, Zhang Xianyu, and Daiyue all had question marks over their heads. Only Lin Yi showed an expression of this is to be expected. What play is my brother acting? When at the Tianlong group, Long Yun tried every means to get his son to become my brother's disciple, but my brother didn't agree. Why did he suddenly want to take a disciple today? Zhang Xianyu began to have doubts. Brother Mu Rong was an assassin. He wouldn't want to train Daiyue to be an assassin, would he? It was hard for him to associate someone with Daiyue's character with the word assassin. Daiyue felt very nervous. It was too sudden, and she didn't know what to say. Mu Rongyi leaned forward and whispered in Daiyue's ear, if you become my disciple, you can get closer to Xingrui. The early bird catches the worm. When you become stronger, you can also protect him. After saying that, Mu Rongyi straightened up, wearing a meaningful smile. Daiyue's face instantly turned red as she bowed to Mu Rongyi. Master. Mu Rongyi stepped forward and patted her head. All right, let's talk about serious matters. Which academy are you 3 planning to enroll in? I will mix in early and prepare a little something for you. After the beast era, the power of animals far exceeded the past. With humans as food, there was a time when the population sharply decreased and humanity was at an extreme disadvantage. To change the situation, the 5 great figures established the 4 major academies, in Longhua, Hu Phoenix, and Tianxian, to cultivate talent, unite strength, and resist super beasts. The 4 major academies are located in City C, City D, City E, and City F. The distribution of the 4 cities is not arranged in a straight line from front to back, but instead they are situated in the east, west, south, and north surrounding the central cities A and B. At the same time, Xianyu and Dai Yu looked at Wang Xingrui. Which academy do you plan to enroll in? Zhang Xianyu asked. Wang Xingrui did not answer, but asked in confusion, didn't you say that assassins generally don't invade academies? Then how will you mix in? First of all, I am not an ordinary assassin. Secondly, I fear my disciple might be bullied inside, so I have no choice but to do this. I believe the old folks in the academy will understand. Even if they don't understand, it doesn't matter. After all, they can't defeat me. Hey, you're worried about your disciple getting bullied. You're really worried about your brother getting bullied. What a brother complex. Zhang Xianyu glanced at Mu Rongyi and quickly retracted his gaze. I don't know much about the 4 major academies. Brother, which academy do you think is the best? If it were up to me, I'd say Tianxian Academy. This academy has the lowest score line and doesn't have high requirements for avatars, making it relatively easy to get in. Moreover, half of the top 200 assassins in City S are from Tianxian. It's the most lenient, they're hardly focusing on moral education, so you could say it's a collection of school bullies. Wang Xingrui would have quite an interesting experience if he went there. Behind the hotel there is a swimming pool. At this moment, Mu Rongya and others are soaking in the water. It was Zhang Zuanya's suggestion to come swimming, and Wang Xingrui could easily guess his intentions. As soon as Zhang Xuanyu entered the swimming pool, his eyes never left Dai Yu. Mu Rongya was teaching Dai Yu how to swim, while Lin Yi was lounging on a chair by the pool. Wang Xingrui leaned over the edge of the pool and poked Zhang Xuanyu with his arm, saying, "Hey, stop staring your eyes," or Zhang Xuanyu scratched his head awkwardly and coughed twice, saying, "With this mess at home, have you told uncle and aunt? What if they come back and see the house is gone? They might faint from shock. I called them, but their phones are off. They probably won't be back for a while," Wang Xingrui said as he climbed out of the water and dried himself with a towel. "I'm tired from swimming. I'm heading back now." On his way back to the room, Wang Xingrui suddenly saw 2 familiar figures standing in the hallway, and his heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. He tentatively called out to the 2 figures, "Dad, Mom." The 2 people visibly trembled, and when they turned around to face Wang Xingrui, his heart dropped. This is it. He already anticipated what he would have to face next. His parents rushed towards him, disregarding their suitcase. His mother hugged him first, then slap. The slap came as expected. "If nothing's wrong, why didn't you at least call to let me know? Do you know how worried your father was about you?" His mother's voice echoed through the entire hallway, drawing the attention of hotel staff and other guests. Faced with his mother's reprimand, Wang Xingrui felt conflicted. He knew his parents were worried about him, but getting slapped was indeed unfair. "I called you, but your phone was off. You can't forget it. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. Apologizing should suffice. I'm sorry, Mom, for making you worried." Tears streamed down his mother's face like pearls falling from a broken thread. His father stepped forward and hugged his mother, then suddenly, with a swift motion, he slapped Wang Xingrui again. Wang Xingrui was not surprised at all. "Look at what you've done to your mother." His father scolded. "I'm sorry, Dad, for making your wife worry." Wang Xingrui's cheeks turned red quickly. The marks of 2 slaps were very evident on his face. At that moment, Mu Rongya and others happened to appear in the hallway. Dai Yu looked at Wang Xingrui with concern. Lin Yi obediently followed behind. Zhang Zuanya's expression was calm, as if he was used to such scenes. He glanced at Mu Rongya with some worry. "I hope Mu Rong won't take action against Wang's parents." At the moment Wang Xingrui was slapped, Mu Rongyi's tentacles had quietly wrapped around Wang Xingrui's parents' necks, but upon realizing they were Wang Xingrui's parents, he retracted them. The scene shifted. In Wang Xingrui's room, his mother was beaming with a bright smile, holding Mu Rongyi's hand tightly. "Mr. Mu Rong is actually a big boss. How disrespectful. My child is a bit mischievous. I hope he hasn't troubled you." "Not at all. I treat Wang Xingrui like a younger brother. He is very smart and well-behaved. You two have raised him well." "Ha, he's okay. We actually haven't cared much for him." "Mr. Mu Rong, you said you would help us rebuild our house. Is that?" "It's true, but it's not a rebuild, it's a new purchase. Also, uncle and aunt, you don't need to be so polite. Oh, just call me. Buy a new house." Hearing this, Wang Xingrui's parents were overjoyed, not expecting their foolish son to have such a wealthy and generous friend. Wang Xingrui watched the smiles on his parents' faces and could guess what they were thinking. "With my brother being so rich, they must be extremely happy. Why do I have the feeling of getting married?" Wang Kaming immediately asked, "Where do you plan to buy the house? How big will it be? When will you buy it?" Qin Shiyue pinched Wang Kaming's waist. Wang Kaming glanced at his wife and quickly realized, smiling awkwardly at Mu Rongya. Wang Xingrui held his head and shook it helplessly. "He really is my biological father. There's no better day than today. Oh, why not today?" "Do you two have time now?" Mu Rongya asked. Wang Xingrui's parents exchanged a glance, their gaze resolutely in unison. "We do." Mu Rongya took Wang Xingrui and the others out of the hotel and into a villa district. There were a total of 50 villas connected by winding roads. Zhang Zuanya's home was also nearby. As Wang Xingrui and the others entered the villa area, it felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden dazzled. However, it was strange that with so many villas there was not a single person around. It felt too deserted. "Old Wang, the villa area is just 1 street away from our home. If you buy a house here, it will be convenient for me to visit you," Zhang Xuanyu said with his arm around Wang Xingrui. "Do you want to come to play with me? Then could you stop glancing at Dai? Mom and Dad, take a look around and see which house you like." Wang Xingrui asked. "Right, you can take a look first. I've already bought this villa area. If you like any, you can just move in. Mu Rongya said casually. He helped Long Yun secure a prehistoric gene potion, and the reward Long Yun gave him was more than enough to buy this place. What? Everyone was struck like they were hit by lightning, staring at Mu Rongya in disbelief. Mu Rongya smiled and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't worry, it's paid in full, no mortgage. Uncle and aunt, don't just stand outside. If you like any house, go in and take a look." Wang Xingru's parents stood there like wooden figures, completely frozen. Wang Kaming's lips trembled as he kept swallowing. Qin Shiyue covered her mouth with one hand, hesitating to speak. They knew Mu Rongya was wealthy, but had no concrete concept. When the numbers turned into tangible reality before their eyes, Wang Xingru's parents were stunned and even felt a bit scared. Both of them had been through societal hardships and had a deeper understanding of people and things in society. No one gives you something for nothing. Even if they do, it wouldn't fall on their heads. Furthermore, no one is kind without reason. There must be some ulterior motive. What does Mu Rongya want from their son to spend so lavishly? Wang Xingru's parents noticed that Mu Rongya looked at their son with an unusually doting gaze, which led to a terrifying suspicion in their hearts. Little Rui wouldn't be kept by Mu Rongya, would he? Wang Kaming and Qin Shiyue exchanged glances, reading the same thought in each other's eyes. Qin Shiyue said worriedly, "Honey, I've heard that wealthy people often have some hidden quirks. Our little Rui wouldn't be. Sure, we can't speak carelessly without understanding the situation. My son isn't someone who would lose his sense of priority for a mere house. He shouldn't be, right? Hiss. He shouldn't be, right?" At that moment, Wang Xingrui pointed at a villa and said, "How about this one? This villa maintains a unique artistic style that blends traditional architecture with elegant simplicity and richness. The brown brick walls look very comfortable." Haha, Wang Xingrui was just talking nonsense. He knew nothing about art, and all the villas here looked quite similar. The reason he chose this one was that he was too lazy to pick. Moreover, in terms of size, this villa in front of him was the largest and also had a private garden and swimming pool. Upon entering the villa, the wooden floor was waxed, giving a spacious feeling at first glance. "It's even bigger than my house." As soon as Zhang Xuanyu entered, he ran to check each room. Wang Xingru's parents had never lived in such a large house, looking around hesitantly, afraid to touch anything. Qin Shiyue took out her phone to take a couple of pictures. Daiyu stood quietly beside Mu Rongya, her gaze occasionally glancing at Wang Xingru, seemingly uninterested in everything in the room. When Wang Xingrui looked at her, she quickly lowered her head. Mu Rongya gently patted her, saying, "Later, after Xingrui has made his choice, you can choose a set too as a gift from your master." "Master," Daiyu's beautiful eyes widened. "Hey, this is a gift from your master, no refusal allowed." Mu Rongya suddenly interrupted her in a stern tone. Daiyu lowered her head, remaining silent, her eyes flickering, not knowing what to think. Wang Kaming walked over to Mu Rongya, saying, "Mr. Mu Rong, thank you for offering help when we are homeless, but we can't accept this house without giving anything in return. However, we hope to stay here for a while. We will pay rent every month, and once our house is rebuilt, we will move back." Mu Rongya looked at him calmly for a while, then slightly smiled. "That's fine. But since it's my house, I should set the rent. Each villa will be 1,000 manis a month paid to this card. Settlement will be done every 6 months. If you don't stay for 6 months, it's free." Wang Kaming's expression was very conflicted. Was it because the rent was too expensive? No, even if they rented out their previous house, it would start at 5,000 a month. For such a villa, 1,000 a month was ridiculously cheap. With Wang Kaming's financial status, renting this villa for 10 or 8 years would be no problem. But precisely because of that, Wang Kaming dared not agree. The favor was too great, he simply could not repay. But if he could not repay, it would fall to his son to repay it. Who knows what his son would have to give in return for this kindness? Although Wang Kaming was somewhat indifferent to his son most of the time, he wouldn't go so far as to exchange his son for wealth. At that moment, Wang Xingru's voice rang out assertively, "I'm living in this one. Mom and Dad, you can live in the one next." In J City, in the warehouse of a supermarket, Mo-chan stood in a corner. A girl and a boy sat on one side. Suddenly, the warehouse wall caved in and stretched to both sides. A passage appeared behind the wall, emanating cold air. A boy in white clothes walked out barefoot from inside. The girl and boy's eyes brightened simultaneously, and Mo-chan in the corner slightly moved her gaze. "Brother Ouyang! Brother Ouyang!" The boy and girl ran to the youth excitedly. The youth opened his arms to embrace them, gently stroking their heads. "Sorry to worry you." The youth looked back at the corner of the wall, a look of surprise appearing on his gentle face. "How did it become like this?" Mo-chan remained silent, turning her head away. The girl recounted what had happened. The youth smiled and said, "Using fake potions to plot against me and finding a new backing in such a short time, I almost regret letting him go." Yuling pouted, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Brother Ouyang, I didn't know the other party was so powerful, which caused Mo-chan to get hurt." "It's okay, I don't blame you." Ouyang Chen gently pinched Yuling's cheek, speaking softly. The little boy quietly watched. "Xiaolong, when does the academy enroll students?" Ouyang Chen asked the boy. "In 15 days, Tang Xiaoling replied. Ouyang Chen didn't mention anything about his transformation, neither Yuling nor Tang Xiaoling asked. Those who understood him could see he was very happy. This indicated that he had completed the fusion of his transformation, but what kind of transformation could make him so happy? "Brother Ouyang, which academy should we enroll in?" With the strengths of Ouyang Chen, Yuling, and Tang Xiaolong, they could easily get into any academy. Which academy has the worst teaching quality? Tianxian Academy, Tang Xiaoling replied. Good, then let's enroll in Tianxian Academy. Ouyangchen said. In I City inside Long Yun's castle. Sir, it has been confirmed that Mr. Wang intends to enroll in Tianxian Academy, Lao Chun said to Long Yun, who was sitting at his desk. Long Yun frowned slightly, taking off his glasses. Why enroll in this academy? Lao Chun continued. Sir, Tianxian Academy has the poorest teaching quality among the 4 major academies. If Xiao Ao wants to get in, it will be easy for him. Mr. Wang's academic performance has always been mediocre. If Xiao Ao gets in and he doesn't, it may hinder Xiao Ao's future prospects. It shouldn't be a problem. Don't forget Xiao Ao gave the gene potion to Wang Xingrui, and he also has Mu Rongya by his side. There's no way he wouldn't be able to get into Tianxian Academy. Long Yun rubbed his nose and said, what do you mean by that? Lao Chen asked. What I mean is not important. Have you asked Xiao Ao for his opinion? I asked. He said he wants to attend the same academy as Wang Xingrui. Long Yun hesitated for a moment, then let's go with his wish and enroll in Tianxian Academy. I believe that even if Wang Xingrui's scores aren't high enough, Mr. Mu Rong must have a way to get him in. Yes. 15 days later, junior high schools in various cities began to hold entrance exams. Wang Xingrui's exam location was at Huining Middle School. The exam consisted of 2 parts, a written test and a physical assessment. The full score for both was 100. The written test score accounted for 30 of the total score, while the physical assessment score accounted for 70. A comprehensive score exceeding 60 points was required for admission to the academy. This means that if one scored full marks in the written test, but 0 in the physical assessment, the overall score would only be 30, failing to get into the university. Conversely, if one scored full marks in the physical assessment, even with a poor written score, it would generally be considered a pass. This was one reason why Long Yun believed Wang Xingrui would pass. The physical assessment included weightlifting, long jump, running, shot put, and punching power testing. Wang Xingrui had just recently fused his transformation and had not yet mastered his strength, so worried about not passing, he gave his all in every test. Weightlifting 400 kilograms. Long jump 10 meters. Running 100 meters took 1 minute and 30 seconds. Shot put 50 meters. Punching power test 1 punch 800 kilograms. His physical assessment scores far exceeded those of other students, shocking both his peers and the examiners. Many candidates couldn't handle the pressure after seeing Wang Xingrui's scores and ran out of the examination room in tears. The academy would set the admission standards based on the score of the first place. The higher the score of the first place, the higher the admission standards. Take weightlifting for example. If the highest score is 200 kilograms, other academies only need to lift 150 kilograms to score 60 points. But Wang Xingrui suddenly doubled the standard. In fact, to prevent excessive gaps between candidates and ensure the effectiveness of exam scores, as well as to allow for the best performance, without pressure, the 4 major academies have historically filtered out a group of students with excellent transformations from the gene database to admit them directly. For example, students like Zhang Xuanyu and Dai Yue, one with a power enhancement over 100 and the other with a worm transformation. A week before the exam, Zhang Xuanyu and Dai Yue had already received admission notifications from Phoenix Academy and Yinglong Academy. Wang Xingrui could have also been directly admitted. However, since the gene database did not yet contain information about prehistoric transformations, the 4 major academies overlooked the 3 individuals with prehistoric transformations during their filtering process. Thus, Wang Xingrui became a bug in this entrance exam. At the same time, Ouyangchen in J City and Long Yun in I City also exited the examination room with perfect scores, and a dramatic scene unfolded in their examination room as well. After they emerged, a throng of candidates who had abandoned the exam followed behind them, all with drooped heads, crying bitterly. Those who didn't know would think something had happened to their examiner. Outside the school gate, Zhang Xuanyu and Dai Yu were waiting for Wang Xingrui. As the gate opened, countless candidates surged out, and Zhang Xuanyu spotted him in the crowd at once. Why is old Wang frowning? Does he look like he failed the exam? It can't be a score increase of 145 at least. He should have aced the physical test. The 3 of them met up. Dai Yu stepped forward and asked Wang, how did you do on the exam? Although they had known each other for several days, and there was the connection with Murong Yi, Dai Yu's way of addressing Wang Xingrui had never changed. I feel like I might have gotten into trouble, Wang Xingrui said, frowning as he briefly recounted the situation in the exam room. Well, if you're in hot water, let me interview you. How does it feel to be the one who has taken the top spot among our millennium's 2nd place? Isn't it exciting? Zhang Xuanyu said, shaking his fist near Wang Xingrui's mouth. Stop messing around, I'm stressed, Wang Xingrui replied. Nearly half of the candidates abandoned the exam. Such a significant event should have already alarmed the principal, and it would soon lead back to him. How would he explain himself then? Before the exam, in order to conceal his prehistoric transformation, he had filled in green anaconda with an enhancement of 10 on the registration form. The green anaconda is the largest snake in the world, growing over 10 meters long and weighing over 225 kilograms, preferring to live in swamps and stagnant rivers, exhibiting a strong affinity for water. Its mouth can open up to 180 degrees, lacking a chin, and its skin can stretch, allowing it to swallow prey larger than itself. However, the power he unleashed this time was clearly more than a 10-fold enhancement. If the school officials required him to undergo a health check, the matter of his prehistoric transformation would surely be exposed. If exposed, he would inevitably become the center of attention in the world. Being too conspicuous before he had fully developed his abilities was not a good thing, especially since he had offended quite a few people to obtain the prehistoric transformation. Once his parents were exposed to their gaze, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang Xingrui looked around and asked if there's a problem he'll seek Murong. Yi had become his fixed mindset. Knowing Murong Ye's personality, Wang Xingrui felt he would definitely be waiting outside the school gate to cheer him on, perhaps even holding a banner. This wasn't an exaggeration. Murong Yi could certainly do that. But when the results came out, not a single shadow was in sight. After you entered the exam room, the master left, saying he had to meet an old friend. Isn't my brother worried I might fail the exam and trying to help me find a backdoor? Which academy did you apply to? Wang Xingrui asked. Do I even need to ask? Of course we applied to the same academy as you, Zhang Xuanyu replied. Daiyu nodded in agreement. The two of them were thrilled the moment they received their admission letters, especially Daiyu. Her family's situation was far from that of Zhang Xuanyu, and getting into the academy represented a chance to change her fate. The academy's program lasts 5 years. After 5 years, she could find a high-paying job based on her degree and the type of transformation she had. In this way, her mother would no longer have to serve others and could live a more relaxed life. However, Murong Yi later handed her an admission letter from Tianxian Academy and said to her, trust the master, Tianxian Academy is your best choice. So she didn't hesitate and put away the admission letter from Yinglong Academy. As for Zhang Xuanyu, which academy he applied to didn't really matter, as he would have to return to take over his father's company after graduation. Since Wang Xingrui and Daiyu both went to Tianchuan, he naturally didn't want to leave this small group. Therefore, when Murong Yi provided him with the admission letter from Tianxian Academy, he directly tore the admission letter from Yinglong Academy into pieces and tossed it into the trash. Zhang Xuanyu said, with the strength of the three of us, once we enter the academy, we will surely follow the protagonist's route, crushing everything in our path and becoming the prominent figures in the academy. I can't afford to be in the spotlight until I can protect myself. Oh, I need to find a way to hide my transformations, Wang Xingrui replied. It's already like this. Can't you just accept the role of a protagonist, old Wang? Isn't it better? Zhang Xuanyu responded. Wang Xingrui replied, thank you, but please be quiet. In City A, in a mysterious hall, 4 men and 1 woman sat around a circular conference table. Their gazes all turned in one direction, eyes fierce. On the opposite side of the table, a chair was abruptly pulled back, and Murong Yi sat down smiling at the 5. But at that moment, Murong Yi's head was transparent, with only the parts below his neck visible. After a while, on the far right, a determined-looking man with a full beard and a rugged face had bulging muscles on his crossed arms, demanding, what do you want? I came to ask for your help, Murong Yi replied casually. Help? What on earth is something you can't handle? A lot, for example, killing you. I'm incapable of that. The rules of the new world are set by you, and I have to compromise and watch your faces far too often. Besides, killing is not the only way to solve problems. I'm a pacifist. As the king of assassins in City S, you dare to talk about peace? The man on the far left scoffed. Is City S not peaceful now? Murong Yi retorted. The hall fell into a brief, what is it you need? Asked the man in the center, wearing glasses and exuding an aura of wisdom. My brother wants to enter Tianxian Academy, but you should know that he has merged with a prehistoric transformation and has not fully controlled his power. He will certainly shine in this entrance exam. He can't be too conspicuous yet, so I hope you can keep this matter under wraps. The bearded man on the far left spoke up. Murong Yi looked at him. I forgot to mention, it's not just my brother who will shine, it's also your youngest son, Ouyang Chun. He stole the prehistoric transformation from the Tianlong group, and Long Yun is still unaware of this. If news of my brother possessing a prehistoric transformation leaks out, your son may also be in danger. The bearded man's eyes flickered. He was Ouyang Wenfei, the lord of City C, and one of the 5 great figures. Ouyang Wenfei, aged 45, possesses the Golden Eagle transformation, the fastest flying transformation on Earth today, with a score increase of 196, a nickname the Golden Eagle King. He is also the father of Ouyang Chun. Ouyang Wenfei knows about the things his son has done, but even someone of his status hopes for a good future for his child. With Ouyang Wenfei's identity, he could help his son obtain any transformation he wanted, insect, aquatic, flying, or crawling. However, Ouyang Chun has his eyes set on the prehistoric transformation from the Tianlong group. Ouyang Wenfei once approached Long Yun hoping he could negotiate to buy a gene serum. But Long Yun refused. Ouyang Wenfei, constrained by his status, could not resort to force, so he advised his son to abandon this notion. Yet Ouyang Chun not only did not give up, but also early on placed Yin Gaofei beside Long Yun, ultimately succeeding in his quest. When Ouyang Wenfei learned of this news, he was both shocked and delighted. Shocked that his child could obtain the serum without his assistance, delighted to see his child exhibit intelligence and strategy far beyond his peers. However, he was angry that Ouyang Chun used his talents for thievery, straying down a wrong path. A great man's son stealing another's transformation would tarnish the reputation of the 5 of them. Moreover, they would have to give Long Yun of the Tianlong group an explanation. Ouyang Wenfei acknowledged his son's trouble, knowing he was in the wrong, and chose not to speak further. Can I understand this as a threat to Ouyang Wenfei? The man in the center asked coldly. Murong Yi replied, it's not a threat, it's a warning. In truth, Murong Yi's relationship with these 5 people was very complex. They had known each other for over a decade, initially coming together due to shared ideals, striving for an elusive goal. From the chaotic era to the beast element era, from obscurity to world-renowned, they had supported each other, argued, fought, shed blood, and cried together. Although they were not blood relatives at one time, they regarded each other as the most important family. Until the world was stabilized, one of their genius youths resorted to extreme measures, preferring to stop killings with killings and repay blood with blood, ultimately leading to a split from the other 5. If not for this, the great figures of the world would have been 6. In a remote area of City S, with smoke lingering, the city was filled with violence, bloodshed, and slaughter. The sky and the earth were always painted crimson, referred to by the outside world as the City of Death. At just 15 years old, Murong Yi was banished to this city by them. 5 years later, as the world returned to order and the beast era began, the boy reappeared before the 5 after 5 years of obscurity, single-handedly uniting all the assassins of City S, earning the title of the King of Assassins. It's easy to imagine the waves his appearance stirred in the hearts of the 5. From then on, City S was officially renamed the City of Assassins, and the boy became its lord. This genius boy was, of course, Murong Yi. The other 5 were the current 5 great figures. Originally, the 5 great figures exiled Murong Yi to City S because they feared he would reignite war, wanting to temper his temperament with some people from City S. However, in Murong Yi's eyes, they were simply discarding him like garbage after using him. Thus, an irreparable rift appeared in their relationship. Time can heal all wounds, but some scars only grow larger with the passage of time. Murong Yi said, "I have finally found a new family who I will not allow anyone to harm him. Suppress the fact that my brother merged with a prehistoric transformation and keep your children away from him. If they seek death, I won't mind sending them on their way." The bearded man laughed heartily twice, saying, "Good kid, it's been years, and you've grown quite bold, even daring to let me see where you get the courage to speak to us like this." The bearded man's fingernails rapidly extended and sharpened. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his seat, appearing behind Murong Yi in the next moment, clawing at his heart. Murong Yi remained motionless in his position, controlling thousands of strands of hair to lash out at the man behind him. The man crossed his claws, instantly shredding thousands of strands of hair. "You've transformed your hair into tentacles, but as long as I don't touch them, no matter how many you have, it's useless." Just as the man's claw was about to hit the back of Murong Yi's head, his movement suddenly halted. The man's expression darkened, and he stood frozen in place, looking down at a crucial part of his lower body. A single tentacle was coiling around it. The thousands of strands of hair were merely a facade. Murong Yi's real attack was this one tentacle, which had wrapped around the hall before coming up behind the man. If he exerted even a little force now, he could immediately relieve the burden on the bearded man. At that moment, a gray-haired woman, slender and seemingly kind, spoke up. "We've known each other for so many years, there's no need to escalate things to this level." As she spoke, an invisible sound wave was released from her mouth. There was no noise in the hall, but the table began to tremble slightly. By the time the woman finished speaking, the marble table had turned into white powder scattered on the ground. Murong Yi's tentacle also vanished into the air. When conversing with this woman, Murong Yi's gaze softened considerably. "Huang Pu Ro, it's been a long time. Why has your temper improved so much?" Huang Pu Ro, 58 years old, the only woman among the 5 great figures, the oldest and the strongest. Her transformation is the blue whale, the largest creature on Earth today, with an enhancement of 1550, nicknamed the Sea Emperor. The blue whale can emit a type of ultrasonic wave that the human ear cannot hear, and after a 1550-fold enhancement, the energy contained within is terrifying. The stone table turning into powder just now was her handiwork. Huang Pu Ro's blue whale transformation and Mo Chan's Mo Chan transformation utilize sound as a weapon. The difference is that Mo Chan's attack is audible and traceable, while Huang Pu Ro's is ultrasonic. Since humans cannot perceive ultrasonic waves, her attack method is more mysterious and has a broader range. Huang Pu Ro said, "I used to have a bad temper because there was no way around it. You little brats drove me to it. Now that the world is finally stable, I prefer to be a quiet beauty." "A beauty? Auntie, you're almost 60 years old," Murong Yi teased. But as soon as he finished speaking, the other few suddenly looked serious and tense. "I agree to your terms." With that brief statement, Murong Yi's clothes instantly shredded, and every cell on his body shattered in an instant. Now he looked as if he had been skinned, except for his head. His entire body was exposed, revealing his red muscles and blood vessels beneath the fat, resembling a human model. Then the man in the center spoke. "In exchange, you must agree to 2 of our conditions." "Speak." "It's been 10 years. We need to know what you look like now." The other 4 great figures shifted slightly at this. After a 2-second hesitation, Murong Yi replied, "Fine. We also need you to serve as a teacher at Tianshan Academy for 5 years, and during that time, do not kill anyone." "Understood." Murong Yi agreed again. "But could one simply become a faculty member at one of the 4 great academies?" Zhang Xuanyu replied, "Indeed. I've received an official offer from Tianshan Academy, but could one simply become a faculty member at one of the 4 great academies?" Zhang Xuanyu replied, "Indeed. I've received an official offer from Tianshan Academy and will begin my appointment at the start of this semester. And I've also suppressed the incident you caused during the examination, so rest assured." Even Murong Yi hadn't anticipated that just as he planned to infiltrate the academy, the 5 sages would so thoughtfully extend this very invitation to him. Could Murong Yi refuse? Of course not. Since they had delivered the opportunity to his doorstep, he could only accept their terms with quiet satisfaction. After knowing each other for so long, this was the first time he felt the five had actually done something to his genuine approval. Zhang Xuanyu added, with Brother Murong as our backing, won't we be able to stride through the academy unchallenged? Xuanyu. Murong Yi smiled gently. I advise you to reconsider that mindset immediately. At Tianxin Academy, a teacher's authority is far less absolute than you imagine. Relying solely on others will not ensure your survival within the academy. Survival? Isn't this just attending school? Why did Brother Murong's words suddenly send a chill down his spine? If you're becoming a teacher, what about me? Lin, he asked, his expression grave. You'll remain at home to care for Xing. Murong Yi withdrew from his robe a ring set with a black gemstone, its surface engraved with ancient enigma. Wear this, and no one will dare attempt your life again. Should any still try, they'll be mere foot soldiers, easily subdued by your own strength. He paused for several seconds, his gaze intensely serious. Remember, your life depends on never losing this. Even if Murong Yi were inclined to deceive him, he would never jeopardize the safety of Wang Xingrui's parents. Trusting his words, Lin Yi accepted the ring and slipped it onto his index finger, replying in a low, firm voice, understood. Beast Era Year 10. August 27th, 4 days before the official semester begins. Wang Xingrui and his companions arrived at the North District Aviary Rental Grounds. The distance between City K and City F spans thousands of miles, and vast seas separate major cities. Crossing such distances requires flight. For centuries, humanity had dreamed of soaring freely through the skies with wings of their own. After the emergence of avatars, those who fused with avian-type avatars effortlessly realized this ancient aspiration. Globally, over 9,000 bird species exist, totaling more than 50 billion individuals. Excluding the exceedingly rare or predatory hyperbeasts that hunt humans, roughly 2,000 common avian species remain available for human selection. In the early years following the avatar emergence, avian populations outnumbered humans by a factor of 2. Countless people flocked to avian avatars with feverish zeal. A wave of avian avatar obsession swept across the world. Avian avatars proliferated, but most possessed negligible combat capability. True aerial freedom proved far less idyllic than imagined. During that era, chaotic mid-air collisions, plummeting figures, and fatal crashes were tragically commonplace. Others met even grimmer fates, straying into unfamiliar territories where ferocious avian beasts claimed them as prey. After the initial euphoria subsided and idealistic dreams were fulfilled, humanity turned its focus toward pragmatic gain. People began asking, how might flight be monetized? Soon some pioneered using avatars to transport people, goods, and messages, a practice rapidly adopted until it evolved into a formalized system. Thus, the aviary taxi was born. Its function merges elements of pre-beast era taxis and aircraft. Aviary taxis come in 3 sizes: small, medium, and large. Each size further divides into 2 categories: standard avatars and hyper-beast avatars. Small aviary taxis accommodate 1 passenger. Medium aviary taxis carry 1 to 4 passengers. Size determines passenger capacity. The presence or absence of beast cells within the host body at fusion determines speed. Subways and aircraft persisted after the beast era began, but with the rise of aviary taxis, their usage dwindled sharply, much as lighters displaced matches. Unnoticed time advances. Obsolete systems fade, yielding inevitably to newer ones. Upon arriving at the aviary grounds, Wang Xingrui and his companions, after consulting the attendant, reserved 4 small aviary taxis, each host having integrated beast cells during fusion. Aviary taxi species vary widely. Each pilot wears an identification badge bearing their employee number and avatar-type: rock pigeons, peregrine falcons, frigate birds, macaws, vultures, swallows, and more. Unhurried, Wang Xingrui's group chose 4 rock pigeons. Rock pigeons, a hardy pigeon species famed for exceptional navigational acuity, feed primarily on plant seeds and fruits. Temperamentally docile, they inhabit rocky mountainsides and sheer cliff faces, often gathering in flocks. Standard rock pigeons fly as high as 4,500 meters, reaching speeds up to 70 km/h and sustaining flight for 7 to 8 hours, covering as much as 1,500 kilometers in a single day. Following the attendant's recommendation, they selected 4 hyper-beast rock pigeons, each boasting an 8-fold enhancement multiplier. Flight duration hinges upon 2 key variables: speed and rest intervals. Birds cannot maintain perpetual flight. Periodic landings for brief recuperation are essential. Greater endurance translates to shorter rest periods and longer sustained flight. Hyper-beast rock pigeons achieve speeds of 560 km/h, 8 times the endurance of their standard counterparts. Assuming a baseline endurance of 7 hours, these enhanced avatars can sustain continuous flight for 56 hours. The journey to City F crosses 6 major metropolises and 3 expansive seas, allowing ample margin for timely arrival at the academy within 24 hours, barring unforeseen incidents. A single small hyper-beast aviary taxi costs 20,000 mani, plus 5,000 mani for accident insurance, 25,000 mani total. For 4 passengers, the sum reaches 100,000 mani. Wang Xingrui finally understood why so few in City K used aviary taxis. At that price, only the affluent could afford such travel. The attendant explained the accident insurance policy. First, should natural disasters or wild beast attacks cause delays, but the passenger ultimately arrives safely, the company compensates tenfold the fare. Second, should pilot error directly cause passenger injury, but timely deliveries still occur, the company compensates 20-fold the fare. Third, should pilot error cause both injury and failure to meet the scheduled arrival deadline, the company compensates 40-fold the fare. Fourth, should pilot error result in passenger fatality and non-delivery, the company pays 60-fold the fare to the deceased family. Over $1 million money for one life. That seems suspiciously cheap, Wang Xingrui remarked. Except for Murong Yi, the others' faces tightened with unease. They had zero experience flying on aviary taxis. They hadn't yet mastered their avatar's abilities. A fall from several thousand meters would be no trivial matter. The attendant chuckled. Sir, in today's world, over $1 million money for a life is hardly inexpensive. Moreover, this insurance serves merely as a guarantee to our patrons. Our aviary has operated for a decade, annually transporting over 100 passengers beyond city limits, without a single mishap to date. Safeguarding passenger lives remains our foundational principle. Every pilot holds a certified aviation license and possesses over 10,000 flight hours, proficient in navigating extreme weather and managing emergencies. Please rest assured. Undeniably, the attendant spoke with remarkable eloquence. Though the veracity of his claims remained unconfirmed, his words undeniably eased the group's mounting anxiety. As a precaution, Wang Xingrui paid an additional 100,000 mani for comprehensive accident insurance. When life hangs in the balance, generosity is prudent. Having earned a substantial sum from the mines, he now viewed such sums as trivial. What once seemed astronomical was now but a speck of dust. After payment, the four followed the attendant to the takeoff field. Four men with stern, resolute features stood upon their respective runways, releasing their hyper-beast rock pigeon avatars. Blue-gray feathers erupted across their heads, necks, and upper chests. Their abdomens swelled like inflated balloons, legs transformed into slender taloned limbs, arms reshaped into fleshy wings, rapidly sprouting dense plumage, all unfolding simultaneously. Within half a minute, 2-meter-tall pigeons stood before them. Murong Yi murmured softly beside Wang Xingrui, the lower the enhancement multiplier, the longer the humanto-beast transformation takes. Should you ever face enemies, exploit that delay. Strike first before their transformation completes. Wang Xingrui nodded, committing the lesson to memory. Each aviary taxi featured a semi-reclining hard seat fitted with safety harnesses and a transparent windscreen. Service was meticulous. One passenger per pigeon, reclining comfortably and donning the protective goggles provided by the attendant. All four pigeons trotted briefly along the runway, then flapped their wings, gliding just 1 meter above ground. After all, they weren't born pigeons. They retained human habits, relying on human locomotion to initiate flight. After a dozen meters, they lifted their heads sharply and beat their wings with explosive force, surging skyward. The four rock pigeons ascended in unison at a precise 45-degree angle. Once stabilized at 300 meters, Wang Xingrui glanced downward. The attendant below had shrunk to a mere speck. To either side, the pigeons carrying Zhang Xuanyu and Dai Yu swept past him. Zhang Xuanyu sat, eyes tightly shut, gripping the armrests with white-knuckled intensity. Dai Yu, meanwhile, cast a curious glance downward, then looked around. Looking around after his eyes met with Wang Xingrui's, he immediately lowered his head. Wang Xingrui found it a bit strange. Am I really that intimidating? Hey Xuanyu, open your eyes and take a look. Your avatar is of the flying type. It's a good chance to adapt and advance. I am afraid of heights. Zhang Xuanyu shouted with his eyes closed, his expression distorted. Damn, then why did you choose a flying avatar? Then take this opportunity to overcome your fear of heights. Open your eyes and look down. Flying once costs 25,000, so we must maximize resource utilization. Zhang Xuanyu forced his eyes open a crack and glanced down. Damn, no way, I can't do this, it's too high. Zhang Xuanyu gripped the handrail tightly, his exposed veins showing how hard he was straining. Zhang Xuanyu, what the hell are you afraid of? Didn't you say you wanted to become the next Golden Eagle King one day? Now you can't even open your eyes, how will you become a king? Wang Xingrui shouted loudly at Zhang Xuanyu. As soon as those words were spoken, the four beastmen's eyes shifted simultaneously. The one carrying Zhang Xuanyu glanced back with his peripheral vision. For a pilot, not looking straight ahead could seriously threaten the safety of the passenger, which is a serious violation. He had been a pilot for 10 years, so he understood this rule well. But when he heard Wang Xingrui mention those 3 words, he couldn't help but take a look. The title of Golden Eagle King is sacred and inviolable to all flying avatars. It represents their highest. If the Golden Eagle King hadn't conquered the skies over 26 cities and established relevant flying regulations, these flying avatars would have been either eaten by flying beasts or died in internal strife. It can be said that the Golden Eagle King provided all flying avatars with a stable life and a peaceful sky. Upon hearing that someone wanted to become the next Golden Eagle King, they couldn't help but feel curious about the boy with his eyes tightly closed. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanyu, who was feeling nervous, suddenly widened his eyes. Old Wang, don't talk nonsense. When did I ever say I wanted to become the next Golden Eagle King? Xuanyu, you're going to become the Golden Eagle King. Show your spirit and think of your idol. Zhang Xuanyu, you coward. Don't make me look down on you. Were all the words you said to me that day just nonsense? Open your eyes and look down. Wang Xingrui kept shouting angrily at Zhang Xuanyu. Looking at Wang Xingrui's fierce demeanor, Zhang Xuanyu felt a warmth in his heart. Old Wang, can't you be a little gentler in your way of encouragement? The Golden Eagle King. The gap is too great, it's impossible. Who do I think I am? Cowardly, afraid of trouble, never putting an effort into anything. I just got lucky and merged with an avatar that boosts over 100. Oh, what right do I have to mention those 3 words? However, being looked down upon by Old Wang really pissed me off. Today I'm going all out. Since sitting on the back of the rock pigeon beast, both sides were huge wings blocking the view, he took a deep breath, gripped the handrail tightly, and craned his neck to look down. Ugh! A large amount of vomit flew down, swept away by the fierce wind. The beast man carrying Zhang Xuanyu showed no signs of hiding his disgust. However, despite Zhang Xuanyu's continuous vomiting, he had no intention of shrinking his head back. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour passed, and Zhang Xuanyu was still hunched over the armrest of his seat, staring down, feeling like he had vomited his stomach out. At an altitude of 300 meters, the visual shock was gradually diminishing, and seeing buildings rushing past behind him didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Hey, big brother, can you fly a little higher? Zhang Xuanyu's confidence began to swell. No different types of flying avatars have different flying ranges. According to the flying avatar regulations, in non-emergency situations, the flying height of a pigeon can only be maintained at 200 to 300 meters. Uncle, don't be so rigid. There are no outsiders around now, we'll just fly a little higher. Who will know if you exceed 300? The uncle explained. Young man, every pilot carries a positioning communication device that allows the headquarters to determine our flying altitude and trajectory. If we violate regulations, the device will immediately issue an alarm, and the flying inspection team will receive the message and send someone to investigate. What happens if you get caught? Zhang Xuanyu asked. Fines or suspension of flight licenses, in severe cases. So troublesome. Is this positioning device expensive? Just throw it away, I'll accompany you to get another one later. Zhang Xuanyu still stubbornly persuaded. No, this positioning device is equivalent to our flight license. If lost, it's very troublesome to replace. If you want to go to a higher place, I suggest you take a wild goose or swan taxi bird. They generally fly at altitudes above 6,000 meters. If conditions allow, you can also take a vulture. It is the highest flying taxi bird. The uncle was a talkative person, and after explaining everything to Zhang Xuanyu, he also gave him some advice. As the uncle spoke, many flying avatars flew over their heads, including the wild geese. He mentioned flying in AV formation faster than they were. Zhang Xuanyu looked up and realized that there were so many considerations when flying high in the sky. He thought that flying avatars were the freest, but it turns out they still had to adhere to a lot of rules. Excuse me, uncle. No problem. I see that you all are going to City F. You are going to school, right? Yes, we are all reporting to Tianshan Academy. Wow, you're all university students. I really envy you. Once you graduate, you can find jobs. University students in our time were not as fortunate as you now. Uncle, from what you said, you are also a university student. I am a graduate student. Oh, that's the term before the Beast Origin era. Back then we attended university for 4 years, and then it was graduate school. We 4 brothers used to share a dorm. Yes, today's kids are just lucky. As long as their physical fitness is perfect, they can go to university. Back in our day, we competed solely on academic performance. The books we memorized and the exercise books we completed would stack up to about 2 meters high. The rock pigeon on the uncle's right joined the conversation. As soon as he finished speaking, the uncle on the left carrying Dai, you couldn't hold back. Moreover, after graduating from university, finding a job is difficult. We graduate students are slightly better off, but back then there were too many undergraduates, making it hard to find jobs that matched our majors, with hundreds or thousands of people competing for a single position. The 3 uncles expressed their envy for modern young people, while also mixed with a sense of lament for not being born at the right time. Due to a sharp decline in world population, there often appeared to be a labor shortage in society. As long as one has an avatar, finding a job isn't a difficult task. Just like Wang Xingrui, who went to a mine and earned hundreds of thousands in 2 months. The usually silent Dai, you suddenly spoke. Uncles, your life back then must have been much more stable than ours now. I heard my mother say that most jobs back then had very low danger levels. You didn't have to worry about how to fight against super beasts every day or how to prevent attacks from super beasts. I heard my mother say that most jobs back then had very low danger levels. Dai, you came from a single-parent family. Her father was killed by a flying super beast. When she was 7, her father was about to leave for work when a swallow fell from the sky and pierced his body. She watched her father fall into a pool of blood, and her mother rushed forward, holding her father's body and crying desperately. Meanwhile, she could do nothing. After that, Dai, you studied hard, striving to be first in every subject, just so that one day she could get into a good university, find a good job after graduation, lessen her mother's burden, and support the family. But when she entered middle school and gradually realized that it was not academic performance that could change her fate, but the choice of an avatar, she fell into extreme despair and inferiority. Difficulties still befell her poor family. Fortunately, later, she met Wang Xingrui. Even when Wang Xingrui was giving her spider eggs, she knew he was treating her as an experiment, but this opportunity was rare for her. In the end, she resolutely swallowed the spider eggs. After Dai, you finished speaking, the 3 uncles fell silent. They sensed the fear and anxiety about the future in the girl's tone and her yearning for a stable life. These emotions should not be present in a 16-year-old child. They couldn't help but recall what they were doing at her age, sitting in the classroom endlessly memorizing texts and writing exercises, being punished for not being able to answer questions in class, studying, playing, and chatting with classmates they had a good relationship with during breaks. Aside from that, they didn't have to worry about anything else. Looking back now, those times they thought were dull and boring turned out to be the easiest stage of their lives. When avatars appeared in this world, everything changed, and the change was so sudden. The environment provided no chance for humans to adapt, leaving most people stranded in the long river of history. Some adults, even with their best efforts, still lived at the bottom. In a powerless age, they strove to give their children the best life in the worst of times. In contrast, those who not only survived, but also earned over 100,000 money every month, living far beyond their previous standards, were already considered the fortunate ones favored by heaven. The four uncles who were carrying them had remained silent. After a long silence, one finally spoke. If heaven could let me return to the original world, I would rather be an ordinary person living a life with my wife and children on a monthly salary of 2,000 safe and sound. It's a pity that there's no such thing as what if. After an 8th-hour flight, Wang Xingrui and his companions finally arrived in City F. The closer they drew to City E, the more incarnations they encountered midair, swarming densely around them. A flock of white cranes soared overhead. Atop one immense crane stood a solitary figure wreathed in ethereal aura exuding elegance and transcendence. Below, another rider straddled a colossal fly whose body thrummed with a deafening engine-like buzz, proclaiming its presence to the world. Most astonishing of all was a rider astride a gigantic sapphire butterfly. Its wings, deep azure and impossibly delicate, fluttered gently beneath the sun's gaze, radiating dazzling iridescence that captivated onlookers, even drawing Wang Xingrui's lingering gaze. Beyond these dragonflies, wild geese and orioles also filled the skies, rendering the rock pigeons beneath Wang Xingrui and his companions strikingly ordinary by comparison. All these incarnations flew toward a single destination, converging like 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. As their destination neared, Zhang Xuanyu let his guard down. On a sudden impulse, he sprang to his feet, spread his arms wide, and shouted exultantly, "I can fly." The rock pigeon glided steadily, gales roared, Heaton whipping his hair backward into sleek, windswept strands. Zhang Xuanyu had utterly conquered his fear of heights. This was true flight. This was the sensation he had long yearned for. He closed his eyes, slipping into a state of sublime solitude. It felt as though he were flying, not riding but soaring. Just then the lead pigeon turned its head and called out, "We're almost there. Prepare for descent. Hold on tight." With a synchronized beat of their wings, the four pigeons tilted sharply. Then came Zhang Xuanyu's piercing scream, "Off!" His cry dwindled into silence. Wang Xingrui whirled around. Zhang Xuanyu had vanished. He shouted instantly, "Uncle, we've lost someone. Turn back now." Wang Xingrui, Dai Yue, and Murong Ye's pigeons wheeled about at once. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanyu's pigeon spiraled upward, racing toward him as he plummeted in free fall. He cursed inwardly. "Just as we reach our destination, this brat loses his mind and unfastens his safety harness. If a life were lost, his own would be ruined beyond redemption." At that very moment, Zhang Xuanyu tumbled earthward, limbs splayed wide. Off. His eyes bulged, wind flooded his mouth, distending his cheeks into deep folds rushing across his skin like liquid steel. He flailed his arms, desperately seeking, vainly, to slow his descent. A 100-gene man falling from 300 meters strikes the ground in under 8 seconds. In that fleeting, crushing interval, Zhang Xuanyu's mind tightened to breaking point, and memories flashed before him like a rapid-fire slideshow. "I don't want to die. I haven't even enrolled yet. My father's company awaits my inheritance. I don't want to die. I'm the protagonist. My amplification exceeds 100. I haven't yet ruled the academy. I don't want to die. I haven't won over the goddess. I'm still a virgin. I don't want to die." As this thought struck him, Dai Yu's exquisite fair heart-shaped face bloomed vividly in his mind. In the next instant, his arms began to transform. Brownish feathers sprouted along his limbs, and his arms unfolded into vast, powerful wings. Zhang Xuanyu stared at his new wings. Astonishment shimmered unmistakably in his eyes. Without hesitation, he beat them harder, gaining a sliver of altitude, yet lost balance, instantly twisting violently, spinning sideways through the air like a top. Worse still, feathers began shedding mid-rotation, his wings regressed into arms. His fall slowed, by only 1 second. His heart turned to ice. Then, a flash of insight pierced his panic. He recalled his ultimate technique. Hope was faint, but now it was his sole recourse. "Save me, heaven," he cried inwardly, desperate regardless of whether it worked. The moment his plea ended, his body suddenly something seized his ankles. Joy flared across his face. Like a hooked fish, he was yanked upward, inverted, ascending with dizzying speed. "Wohu, heaven answers again." Zhang Xuanyu cheered, soaring skyward as Murong Yi, manipulating his tentacles, hauled him back onto the pigeon's back. Wang Xingrui, Dai Yue, and the pigeons alike exhaled in unison. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. "Thanks, brother Murong. You're my personal heaven from this day forward." "Sorry, I'm too busy." "Find someone else," Murong Yi replied. Wang Xingrui fixed him with a stern glare. "You dare laugh. If Morong brother had hesitated half a second longer, you'd be dead. We're minutes from Island Academy. What possessed you to play with deaths? My apologies, uncle. I startled you, didn't I? Zhang Xuanyu chuckled sheepishly. The pigeon sighed wistfully. Old Wang, I need to tell you something. Just now, I grew wings, Zhang Xuanyu murmured, staring at his arms, still savoring the memory. Wang Xingrui studied him with a strange look. Surviving death's threshold had shaken him deeply. Had his words been, City F boasted a dedicated landing field. After thanking the four elders, Wang Xingrui and his companions entered the security checkpoint hall. Passing through the checkpoint hall was mandatory for entry. 12 archways lined the chamber. Only those who cleared them could enter the city. Each archway emitted countless vertical green laser beams, scanning entrance biometrics and issuing official residence permits upon clearance. The hall teemed with crowds. Wang Xingrui's group joined a long queue. Every newcomer required a temporary functioning as the pre-Beast era ID. The residence card also integrated banking, credit, and social security functions, essentially the city's all-in-one pass. Cards expired after 5 years, unless holders were native residents. Upon expiry, all embedded functions deactivated automatically. To extend residency, renewal procedures were mandatory, and since cards required personal application, the four split into separate queues. Zhang Xuanyu stood at the tail of his line when a man silently stepped ahead of him. Zhang glanced up, then said nothing. Only once a lengthy queue formed behind him did he smirk and shout, "Hey, you're cutting in line. Is no one in charge? Someone's cutting in line here. Are you insane? Who cut in line? Get lost," the man snapped, wheeling around. Zhang ignored him, turning instead to those behind. "There are surveillance cameras. The footage proves he cut in. Friends, we've waited patiently in line with dozens behind us. You slip in without a word. Utterly unacceptable. Security. Security. Someone's cutting in line. How uncivilized. We've waited ages. What gives you the right to barge ahead?" A woman interjected sharply. "Exactly. Aren't we all in a hurry? A grown man cutting in line. Don't you feel ashamed?" Another woman added. "Brother, please step back. Don't disgrace our gender." "Yes, step back. Step back, please." Calls from the rear swelled louder. The man's face darkened. Though he'd only cut ahead of Zhang, he now faced 30 people behind him. After half an hour's wait, 2 remained ahead. Returning to the end would waste his entire weight. Cursed timing. Why speak up only when the crowd grew? This kid's done it deliberately. He glared venomously at Zhang Xuanyu. 2 security officers alerted by the commotion approached. "Officers, perfect timing. This man cut in line," Zhang declared, playing the aggrieved victim. The crowd behind him erupted in chorus. "Please remain calm. This matter will be resolved. Maintain order in your lines," one officer announced firmly. The other officer spoke briefly into his Bluetooth earpiece, then addressed the man with grave authority. "Sir, surveillance confirms your line cutting. Please rejoin the queue." Perhaps shamed or cowed by the officer's bearing, the man shot Zhang one icy glare before departing. Zhang sent a group message via phone. Once their residence cards were processed, a swipe at the adjacent validator opened the barrier, reuniting him with Wang Xingrui and the others. "Heard quite a ruckus back there. Everything all right?" Wang Xingrui asked. "Fine. Some shameless guy tried cutting in front of me. I handled it." Zhang patted his chest proudly. Exiting the checkpoint hall, they truly entered City F. Morong Yi explained, Tianshan Academy is an island-based academic metropolis encircled by sea. To repel predatory beast entities from the ocean, towering walls fortify its perimeter. Patrol squads rotate daily, 2 officers per shift, 6 hours each, comprising raccoon incarnations and flying squirrel incarnations. Raccoon incarnations defend against intruders, boasting 50-fold amplification. Flying squirrel incarnations activate alarms with 30-fold amplification. Both possess extraordinary olfactory acuity. Moreover, the flying squirrel's patagium enables swift aerial gliding, making them the highest priority target for anyone attempting covert entry or escape. Wang Xingrui, Zhang Xuanyu, and Daiyu stared silently at Morong Yi. Was he implying something? Wang Xingrui sighed inwardly. Academy faculty typically introduce institutional history, pedagogical philosophy, and academic traditions. Yet Morong Yi chose to detail Tianquan's defensive infrastructure instead. Was he preparing them for truancy? Morong Yi leaned close to Wang Xingrui's ear. "Relax. I've already coordinated with the academy. Everything's arranged. Schooling is inevitable. Make friends while you're there." He pinched Wang Xingrui's cheek gently. Wang nodded solemnly. Though he didn't know who had suppressed the incident at the examination site, he deduced that whoever aided Morong Yi must have struck a mutually beneficial bargain. Concealing a prehistoric incarnation was no trivial favor secured merely by friendship. Wang Xingrui resolved to identify that person upon entering the academy and repay the debt personally. Relying on an elder brother felt comforting, but shifting every burden onto him was unsustainable. Before fusion weakness excused evasion. Now having merged with a prehistoric incarnation, continued dependence on Morong Yi would render him truly useless. The administrative tower stood at the metropolis's heart, where freshmen registered. Morong Yi guided them near, crowds thronged its entrance. This year's intake proved substantial. Morong Yi said, "I must report to the dean for onboarding, so I'll leave you here. Staff inside will direct you next." "Understood," Wang Xingrui replied. Zhang Xuanyu and Dai Yu bid Morong Yi farewell as he watched them enter. A luminous curtain spanned the administrative tower's doorway, linking both pillars. As they crossed its threshold, it blazed crimson and blared an alarm. Wang Xingrui's pulse leapt. They turned, only to see a gaunt youth frozen just outside the curtain mere steps from them. His expression shifted, then he bolted inward. Instantly, a figure lunged from behind Wang Xingrui, seizing the fleeing youth and slamming him to the ground with light. Wang Xingrui recognized him, an antelope incarnation, wearing the academy uniform, human hands, cloven hooves for feet, evidently possessing partial morphic differentiation. Apologies, you lack admission eligibility, the antelope incarnation stated calmly. The pinned youth stammered, I missed the cutoff by 1 point. My incarnation is rhinoceros, 40-fold amplification. I've taken the exam 3 years running. Please grant me leniency. Let me in. I sympathize, but standards are absolute. 1 point short means ineligibility. Fairness demands rigor. Her voice, gentle feminine, contrasted starkly with her form. Granting you exception would betray those who earned their places through relentless effort. The youth clenched his teeth. Fairness. Power defines fairness. Cats and dogs with 10-fold or 20-fold amplification gain entry. Why not me? His muscles swelled. Arms thickened to barrel width. Twin serpentine veins coiled across them. A sharp horn erupted from his nose. His skin grayed. The rhino surged forward, a mobile mountain, while the antelope incarnation launched herself backward, planting her hooves on his skull and flipping clear. The rhino surged forward, a mobile mountain, while the antelope incarnation launched herself backward, planting her hooves on his skull and flipping clear in a flawless backflip. Failing to seize her and receiving a kick, he roared in fury, locking eyes with her. His right hoof scraped the ground. Then he charged immense bulk, no hindrance to velocity. She stood motionless. As the rhino's horn pierced toward her skull, time thickened. His movement slowed 1,000-fold, hers fractionally faster. She retreated 1 step, caught the horn, then vaulted upward, leveraging his momentum. Off balance, the rhino's head snapped back. His massive frame lifted momentarily, then crashed down hard, spine first onto the pavement. Wang Xingrui witnessed the entire sequence. As the rhino hit the ground, he whispered inwardly, brilliant. He'd assumed the antelope's advantage lay solely in leaping power, expecting leg-based strikes. Instead, she'd harnessed her entire body strength to disrupt the rhino's equilibrium, toppling him utterly. Witnessing such mastery so soon after arrival kindled Wang Xingrui's anticipation for campus life ahead. The antelope incarnation tapped her Bluetooth earpiece. Unauthorized intrusion at the main gate. Subject subdued. Discipline department, please respond. After the antelope beastman spoke, his figure began to change, growing from 2 meters tall to a slender woman of about 170 with long legs and an exquisitely beautiful face. It's hard to imagine that the seemingly frail girl just brought down a rhinoceros beastman. The contradictory terms of strength and weakness coexisted in this girl. She scanned the surroundings, finally fixing her gaze in the direction of Wang Xingrui. Zhang Xianyu's eyes were dreamy. Old Wang, I think I've encountered true love. Old Wang, she's coming. She's coming. Zhang Xianyu appeared calm on the surface, but his fists were tightly clenched, and Wang Xingrui could hear his heartbeat. How pathetic. Is it really necessary? The girl walked up to Dai Yu and said, You must be the new students here to register. Dai Yu nodded. Is anyone guiding you? New students always have seniors as guides. Dai Yu shook his head. Then follow me. The girl tossed her orange hair and said. Zhang Xianyu hurriedly asked, Sister, what should I call you? My name is Xiaqing. I am from the student council, a junior. If you want a date, you can come find me. After saying that, she even winked at Wang Xingrui. The first half of her sentence seemed fine, but when Xiaqing finished the second half, both Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xianyu were taken aback. This unexpected twist caused their minds to crash instantly. The way this sister spoke was completely inconsistent. The goddess-like aura dissipated entirely. However, this did not hinder Wang Xingrui and the others from accepting Xiaqing's assistance. Under the guidance of the senior sister, they completed the registration procedures and paid the tuition. The teacher in charge of collecting fees handed each of the 3 a receipt, along with a golden hexagonal badge. Both Zhang Xianyu and Dai Yu's badges were marked with the letter A10, while Wang Xingrui's badge was marked with the letter E123. Leaving the administration building, they entered the academy along the main road. Inside the academy, towering buildings stretched as far as the eye could see, with countless flying avatars weaving between the structures. On both sides were various shops, from small convenience stores to large shopping malls. All kinds of avatars were visible everywhere. Senior Xiaqing went to an ice cream shop, bought 4 ice creams, and gave each of them one. After a while, she went to a barbecue place and bought a few skewers of grilled octopus. They felt like they were on a tour in F-City. Senior Xiaqing addressed her badge, saying, requesting a ride on a rental bird for 4 people. The badge emitted a blue glow. Shortly after, an albatross avatar landed in front of them, speaking human words. Senior Xiaqing, taking new students again. The albatross is a large seabird with a long beak that curves slightly downward, a sturdy body-webbed feet, and when fully spread, its wings can be 3 to 4 meters long. This year's credits are not enough. I need to find a way to make up for it. Senior Xiaqing turned to introduce to the 3 of them. The academy is vast, with teaching buildings, dormitories, and administrative buildings spaced over several kilometers apart. There are bicycles by the roadside, but few people ride them. Generally, we take these rental birds. The rental birds in the academy are operated by students on part-time jobs charging 10 manas per person per ride, which is not only cheap, but also very convenient. 10 manas. Wang Xingrui was stunned. The price of rental birds here in the academy was 1,000 times cheaper than outside. Are you surprised? Senior Xiaqing smiled, saying, because some students who come to Tianxian Academy come from average backgrounds, but are very talented. To cultivate talents in large numbers, the academy has lowered all prices to a minimum. Compared to the outside, this place is simply a paradise for the strong. So that's how it is. The four of them sat on the back of the albatross with no protective measures, soaring through the skies above the academy. Senior Xiaqing introduced all the scenic spots of the academy to them like a tour guide. Senior Xiaqing, what does this badge mean? Zhang Xianyu pointed to his chest and asked. As they walked, Xiaqing explained, the academy is divided into 4 departments based on the 4 types of avatars: flying, crawling, diving, and insectoid. Each department is divided into classes A, B, C, D, and E, ranked from high to low according to the amplification factor of the avatars. An amplification factor of 15 or below, including 15, is assigned to Class E. An amplification factor of 16 to 30 goes to Class D. An amplification factor of 31 to 50 goes to Class C. An amplification factor of 51 to 80 goes to Class B. Those above 80 go to Class A. You two are A10, with A representing Class A and 10 representing your rank within the department. Is A10 a high rank? Wang Xingrui asked. Of course, Xiaqing raised her chin, saying, in the first year, each department has 3 B classes, 10 C classes, 8 D classes, and 9 E classes. Class A only has 2 classes each with fewer than 50 students. Being in Class A means you are among the elite of the elite. U2's ranking of A10 proves your potential is in the top 10 among all new students in the first year. Those who enter Class A will eventually become top talents in society. Xiaqing did not expect her luck to be this good, randomly picking 3 people, and it turns out 2 were from Class A, and both ranked in the top 10. By the 3rd year, students can leave school to take on tasks. After they interact with society, their thinking will undergo some change. Currently, the classmates in the academy are equivalent to their future connections in society. No one can predict when they might help each other out, so it's essential to befriend them as much as possible and lay a solid foundation for the future. Senior Xiaqing, which class are you in? Zhang Xinyu asked. Just like you, I am in the crawling department, Class A. Wang Xingrui glanced at the badge on Xiaqing's chest, which was marked A15, then looked at his own, which was E class, ranking 123. Could it be that he was at the bottom of the year again? This was probably his brother's doing. Could he not get him a more average rank? He was already 16 years old. He deserved some dignity, right? So Class A has the best teaching conditions while Class E has the worst, right? Xiaqing smiled subtly, and Wang Xingrui understood her implication. To ease the atmosphere, she changed the subject. The badges issued by the school serve 3 purposes. 1 is to record rankings, 1 is for positioning, and the 3rd is what you just experienced, which is to help you call for transportation. When a rental bird is nearby, the badge will emit a faint blue light. In this case, if you declare the number of people, a rental bird will arrive within a minute. When the rental bird is far away or scarce, the badge will emit a faint yellow light, in which case it might take about half an hour. When the badge emits a red light, it indicates that there are no rental birds passing nearby, but this situation rarely occurs, so there's no need to worry. Zhang Xianyu and Dai Yu nodded in understanding. The amplification factor of an avatar does not necessarily represent a person's combat power. The class division system at Tianxian Academy is somewhat unfair. Wang Xingrui brought the topic back. Upon hearing this, Xiaqing paused, turned to look at Wang Xingrui. Her expression. The same thing had been said by their president, who even brought it up to the dean. The dean's response was, there are many factors that influence combat power. The amplification factor is just one aspect. This is true, but you cannot deny that those with higher amplification factors have greater potential. The ultimate goal of our academy's recruitment is to discover those with potential. This was the latter half of what the president had said, and now Xiaqing related to Wang Xingrui verbatim. She continued, while there may be some who rely on their high amplification factors and are willing to fall into depravity, excluding this portion of garbage, the remaining individuals have a significant chance of becoming the pillars of society. Although the internal division of ranks in the school is both cruel and realistic, it is the fastest method to screen and cultivate talents for the world. Moreover, rankings are not set in stone. Each week there are tests in the classes. When your abilities exceed your ranking, the school will redefine your capabilities. It is not uncommon for someone to rise from Class E to Class A in just a year. Senior Xiaqing first took Zhang Xianyu and Dai Yu to find their respective classes. Zhang Xianyu was in the flying department, Egg 1 class. Dai Yu was in the insectoid department, 2 class. The insectoid department of the academy is somewhat special, with only 2 classes, each having only 5 students. Comparing the rankings on their badges, Dai Yu then realized that she was at the bottom. Afterward, they arrived at the crawling department's E9 class, which was Wang Xingrui's class. Class E9 was located in a very remote area, and the classroom was quite small, resembling an elementary school classroom, giving the impression that this class had been abandoned by the academy. The desks and chairs in the classroom were all complete and new, with a number marked on the upper right corner of each desk. Wang Xingrui found his seat according to the number located in the far corner of the classroom, next to a broom and a trash. Wang Xingrui smiled slightly apart from the desk being a bit old. Everything else was just like the setup in middle school, which gave him a sense of familiarity. Having confirmed the class, Xiaqing led them to find their dormitory. Class A students lived in apartments, 2 per room, each room around 100 square meters. Air conditioning, television, broadband, and water heaters were all included. Class E's dormitory was in a large courtyard with 8 people per room divided into upper and lower bunks, and each room was about 25 square meters with no toilets inside. There was a row of pipes outside for students to wash up and a public restroom. Wang Xingrui glanced at it, turned around expressionlessly, and walked away. You noticed Wang Xingrui's reaction and mustered the courage to speak to Xiaqing. Senior Wang is actually very strong. Could you help him change dormitories? Dormitories are assigned by the school. Although I work in the student council, I am just a student at most. I'm sorry, in fact, Xiaqing could help with this, as long as she asked the student council president, who could then give a heads up to the teacher in the academic affairs office. Even if she couldn't change it to Class A, switching it to Class D would still be possible. Class D has 4 people per room. Although there is still only 1 toilet, the area is much larger. However, Xiaqing and Wang Xingrui's friendship was not at that level. Being in Class E did not warrant her to use her connections. Wang Xingrui said, "It's okay, this place is fine." He had lived in a mine before, this was nothing. Finally, Xiaqing took Wang Xingrui and the others to buy some toiletries and bedding. After returning to the dormitory with their supplies, they treated Xiaqing to a meal, chatted for a while, exchanged WeChat, and parted ways. So far, everything had gone smoothly. They encountered a friendly senior sister, and all the necessary items and procedures were ready. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Xingrui frowned as soon as he entered. When he had arrived earlier, he was the only one in the dormitory, and he had chosen the innermost lower bunk. Now someone was lying in that spot, and all his things were thrown on the floor. Wang Xingrui silently packed his things and chose another bunk. That person glanced at Wang Xingrui, his eyes revealing contempt and disdain. "Hey, new guy." Wang Xingrui ignored him. The person sat up and abruptly shouted in displeasure, "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you." He walked over and forcefully yanked Wang Xingrui's neatly folded blanket, throwing it onto the ground again. This time, Wang Xingrui picked up the blanket once more, placed it back on the bed, and refolded it. Not getting angry, not retaliating, not speaking. The person looked at Wang Xingrui with a slightly strange expression. This person can't be a fool, right? "Hey, I'm Nian Shua. My avatar is a prairie baboon. What's your name?" "Wang Xingrui." "What's your avatar?" Wang Xingrui thought for a moment. "A snake." Nian Shua was taken aback and cautiously asked, "Is it poisonous?" In fact, Wang Xingrui had checked the information. Pythons are non-venomous. They capture prey by constricting them with their massive bodies, slowly tightening their grip to suffocate them. He deliberately said this to scare Nian Shua, so he wouldn't see him as an easy target and cause trouble for him later. The effect was quite good. Nian Shua was indeed intimidated, as most people wouldn't like such a dark creature. Nian Shua casually remarked, "You know that private fights are not allowed in the academy, right?" "I know." Wang Xingrui. Xiaqing had told them that private fights are not allowed in the academy. If one really wants to fight, they can apply for the training. Tianxian Academy supports students battling each other to the maximum extent. A practical combat can quickly enhance their abilities, and as long as no one dies, teachers generally won't intervene. "Do you know about the training room?" Wang Xingrui smiled slightly at Nian Shua, a mix of mystery and eeriness making Nian Shua feel uneasy. Of course, Nian Shua knew about the training room. The senior who brought him in had explained it. If you want to level up, or if you dislike someone and feel your abilities are above theirs, you can challenge them to the training room to exchange combat experiences. However, once inside, it is essentially a duel. Unless one party is completely unconscious, neither can leave the Nian Shua did not expect that this person would bring up the training room so proactively. Judging by his gaze, he seemed serious. No way. Did this kid want to duel him just because his bed was taken? Wang Xingrui's fierceness made Nian Shua's heart race. Nian Shua's overall amplification factor was 10. The basic amplification factor of a snake is 3. If the total amplification exceeds 15, he definitely wouldn't be in Class E, so the opponent's total amplification factor might be 3, 6, or 12. If Wang Xingrui's amplification was 3 or 6, that would be fine, but if it was 12, he would be in danger. Nian Shua's mind raced as he considered the situation. After some thought, he put on a smile and said, "The training room is generally for outsiders. We're in the same dormitory, so it shouldn't come to that. So I was just messing around earlier. Don't take it to heart." Wang Xingrui ignored him and continued tidying up his. Nian Shua didn't mention giving Wang Xingrui his bed back, and Wang Xingrui didn't care about that particular buck. After him, 6 other roommates arrived, and they introduced themselves to one another: 2 rabbit avatars, 2 sheep avatars, and 2 guinea pig avatars. Only Nian Shua and Wang Xingrui had carnivorous avatars. The emergence of a small group will inevitably lead to the birth of a leader. Wang Xingrui, being a lone wolf, decided to keep a low profile and focus on improving his strength. He couldn't afford to get involved in too many trivial matters. Moreover, he had just eased relations with Nian Shua, who clearly wanted to be the boss of the dormitory. Competing with him would only invite trouble. Nian Shua's amplification factor was not the highest in the dormitory. The highest was a rabbit avatar with an amplification factor of 12. However, Nian Shua had taken the initiative and was quite dominant, so Wang Xingrui chose to side with him. As a result, after a fair internal vote in the dormitory, Nian Shu naturally became the dorm leader of 210. The group went out together for a meal. Nian Shua treated them, and after the meal they became familiar with each other. They lived peacefully for a week. On September 7th, the military training began. The training lasted for a month. During this month, there would be no literary competitions or military song duets, just exhausting physical training and more physical training. However, Wang Xingrui did not participate in this military training. The day before the exam, a teacher came to inform him that he did not need to attend the training. It was obvious that it was his brother's doing. When the other 7 people in the dormitory learned this news, they looked at him in amazement and envy, pressing him for the reason why he didn't need to do military training. Wang Xingrui told a lie, saying he had a serious illness and could not engage in excessive exercise. They believed him. How could they believe such a flimsy excuse? They didn't think about it. If Wang Xingrui really had health issues, how did he pass the physical tests and get accepted into Tianjin? At this moment, Wang Xingrui was comfortably lying on his bed waiting for the military training to end so the academy could start formal teaching. He wanted to relax while he still could. As Wang Xingrui was thinking this, a figure appeared in their dormitory. He slowly opened his eyes and calmly said, "Brother, did you get your job settled?" "Brother, was the military training incident you're doing?" Wang Xingrui asked. Mu Rongye raised an eyebrow and replied, surprised. "Unexpected. You not letting me participate in military training only means there's a more brutal training waiting for me," Wang Xingrui said, shaking his head slightly. "My brother is quite clever," Mu Rongye casually remarked. "The moment I stop supervising you, you start slacking off. Now that you have nothing to do, why aren't you practicing the 5-step breathing method I taught you?" The training to increase beast cell count is divided into 2 stages before merging the avatar and after. Different stages have different training methods. The 5-step breathing method was taught to him by Mu Rongye when he was in H-City. It is a method developed by Mu Rongye after years of research aimed at promoting the rapid division of beast cells. By breathing in a specific rhythm while exercising, the beast cells within the body can fully contact the oxygen inhaled. Once the beast cells absorb enough oxygen, their activity reaches a peak, and under such conditions the division speed is the fastest. However, in Wang Xingrui's view, what Mu Rongye taught him was merely ordinary jogging, which seemed of little significance. Having merged with an avatar that had 100-fold enhancement, and with Mu Rongye not around, life at university was so pleasant that a 16-year-old boy like Wang Xingrui inevitably lost control and became slack. Feeling a bit guilty, he glanced sideways and said, "Brother, didn't you say that increasing beast cells only required consuming super beasts?" This was something Mu Rongye had told the members of the Thunder Leopard Mercenary Corps during training with Long Yun. "The cafeteria has all kinds of super beasts. I can just eat more than," he added. "I did say that, but you still need to eat what needs to be eaten and practice what needs to be practiced." Mu Rongye earnestly said, "Xiao Rui, I know you might think the 5-step breathing method I taught you is useless, but I assure you it is the only method that allows you to enhance your strength without excessive hardship. During military training, the school will provide you with nutritional solution for free every day without any limit on quantity. You need to take this opportunity to lay a solid foundation using the method I taught you." The 5-step breathing method is beneficial not only because it doesn't place a heavy burden on the body, but also because it has no conditions for use. You can practice it anytime and anywhere. It may seem ineffective at first, but as long as you persist, the little efforts will accumulate, and one day your body will undergo a qualitative change, greatly accelerating the division speed of the beast cells within you. So you must not give up, understand? Mu Rongye handed Wang Xingrui a bottle of mineral water which contained not water. Mu Rongye handed Wang Xingrui a bottle of mineral water which contained not water, but a thick white liquid. "Drink this, then go run some laps." Looking at the milky liquid in the bottle, Wang Xingrui asked seriously, "Brother, can I not drink it?" This was a high-grade nutritional solution provided by the school. A bottle of ordinary nutritional solution allows a person to skip meals for a day without exercise. A bottle of high-grade nutritional solution allows a person to skip meals for 3 days without exercise. For an ordinary person, without an avatar, nutritional solution is merely a means to stave off hunger. The division of beast cells requires not only the absorption of oxygen, but also the consumption of energy. The energy source for the human body generally comes from food, but obtaining energy from food is inefficient. Eating 100 grams of food may only yield 20 to 30 grams of absorption, with the rest expelled with waste. Nutritional solutions contain extracted energy, making it easier for beast cells to absorb, with an absorption rate of up to 90%. Consuming the flesh of similar wild beasts yields an absorption rate of 70%. Therefore, some people buy super beasts in bulk after merging with their avatars, following Mu Rongye's suggestion to increase their beast cell count by consuming the flesh of ordinary animals or super beasts. However, this method is limited to the wealthy, ignoring the difficulties and costs of hunting super beasts. If humans pursue power without restraint through endless hunting in the near future, their avatars may face extinction and the ecosystem will suffer irreparable damage. To prevent overexploitation, Dr. Darwin invented a nutritional solution that can replace animals for human. Moreover, as the order of the human world gradually restores and living standards improve, fewer people are willing to enhance themselves through the consumption of animals. Reptilian avatars are manageable, but for insect avatars, one must eat bugs for every meal to gain strength. Who could stand that? Mu Rongya noticed Wang Xingrui still looked unwilling. His expression darkened as he said coldly, Xiao Rui, you need to understand that your situation is different from others. Your avatar is unique. Others can grow stronger by consuming super beasts, but you cannot. Currently, there are no super beasts in the world that match your avatar. To become stronger, you must strengthen yourself. You complain about the methods I give you for being slow, so don't use them. I provide you with nutritional solutions, and you find them disgusting and refuse to drink. Then how do you expect to grow stronger? Have you thought about how many people are working hard to improve themselves while you are being picky here? Mu Rongya remarkably reprimanded Wang Xingrui. After obtaining their powerful avatars, people often develop a misconception that the moment they possess a powerful avatar, they become strong. Wang Xingrui is currently in a phase of overconfidence. Mu Rongya has experienced a similar stage, so he must wake his brother up from this dream and face reality. When gentleness is needed, be gentle. When severity is called for, be strict. He cannot be spoiled all the time. Wang Xingrui dared not lift his head. He had never seen Mu Rongya like this. It was somewhat frightening. Without saying a word, he snatched the nutritional solution from Mu Rongya's hand and drank it all in one go, then wiped his mouth. He went out to run laps. Inside the academy, the roads crisscrossed. Wang Xingrui ran around the outermost layer using the 5-step breathing method for 3 days. During these 3 days, he feared that Mu Rongya's anger had not subsided, so he did not dare return to the dormitory. Other than resting by the road for 6 hours at night, he kept running. Finally, after completing a lap, he returned to the dormitory, picked up his cup, and drank 2 large glasses of water. Wang Xingrui's face turned pale, and his body trembled continuously. This was a symptom of exhaustion. Mu Rongya looked at him. For 3 days, he had been hiding his presence, following Wang Xingrui until he was about to return to the dormitory. Then Mu Rongya rushed into the dormitory first and feigned a calm expression as he waited for him to come back. Tired, Wang Xingrui mumbled, feeling as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. The pillow and bed were now the things he needed most. Wang Xingrui lay on the bed, burying his head in the pillow. Moments later, he fell into a muddled sleep. Feeling tired is right. Exhausting physical energy speeds up metabolism, allowing the beast cells to autonomously consume the old, weak, sick, and disabled cells in the body, while simultaneously dividing new beast cells. Mu Rongya placed 2 bottles of nutritional solution on the table, and numerous tendrils emerged around him, lightly tapping on Wang Xingrui, as if playing a beautiful piano piece. In his dreams, Wang Xingrui felt himself sinking into water, where countless transparent hands massaged his entire body, providing immense comfort. When Wang Xingrui awoke, it was already deep into the night, and all feelings of fatigue had vanished. The other students in the dormitory had completed their training and were now sound asleep in their beds. Wang Xingrui glanced at the nutritional solution on the table, picked up a bottle, and quietly slipped out of the dormitory to begin his jogging journey. He continued running for another 3 days. When he returned to the dormitory, it was empty. He collapsed into bed, while Mu Rongya continued to reveal his presence with countless tendrils lightly brushing over him. Day after day, the same process continued for 10 times. On the last day of military training at 3 in the afternoon, he woke up. Looking at Mu Rongya standing at the door, he casually called out, "Brother." Wang Xingrui sat up, placed his left hand on his right shoulder, shook his arm, and heard a crackling sound from within. Compared to before, Wang Xingrui had lost some weight, but the muscle lines across his body had become more defined and firm, feeling as if every muscle fiber contained explosive power. Mu Rongya sat on the bed opposite him and said, "Not bad, your body has now adapted to fatigue. You should find running for 3 days not as exhausting as before, right?" Mu Rongya pulled out 2 wrist guards and tossed them to Wang Xingrui. These silver rings were previously left behind during the assassination of Lin Yi by Mo Chan in K-City. "Put these on," he instructed. Without hesitation, Wang Xingrui slipped the wrist guards onto his wrists, and they quickly tightened. Shaking his hands back and forth, he said, "Brother, these wrist guards are too light for weight training. I don't feel anything. Add 2 more. These are not for weight training. Constantly using weights will compress your bones and affect your height development." "Then what are they for?" As soon as Wang Xingrui finished his question, a surge of electricity shot from his wrist, quickly enveloping his entire body. Wang Xingrui trembled and collapsed to the ground, his face twitching. The electric shock lasted for 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, Wang Xingrui was drenched in sweat, kneeling on the ground with his hands propped up, gasping heavily. Mu Rongya chuckled. "The maximum safe voltage a human body can withstand is no more than 36 volts. The wrist guards will release a voltage of 30 volts to stimulate your body every 5 minutes. The voltage lasts for 30 seconds and will gradually increase in duration and intensity as your physical condition improves. The aging cells in your body will die instantly due to the voltage. All that survive are those rich in vitality. While this method cannot accelerate the division of B cells, it ensures that the quality of the B cells in your body remains at a high level. Once your body gets accustomed to it, even without voltage stimulation, the energy storage capacity of each B cell in your body will be greater than others, and at that time your strength and recovery will surpass that of others under the same enhancement conditions. So how about it? Can you still stand? Wang Xingrui, using all his strength, slowly stood up, raising his head and saying, "No problem." "If there's no problem, take a few steps," Mu Rongya said. Wang Xingrui felt his legs were as heavy as lead. With a slight effort it felt as if 1,000 needles were stabbing at his legs. Gritting his teeth, Wang Xingrui took the first step, lifting his foot slightly. Then, like a slow-motion scene from a movie, he slowly brought his leg down. As soon as his foot landed, a surge of electricity surged through his body again. Wang Xingrui immediately collapsed to the ground. Mu Rongya laughed heartily as he patted the bed. Wang Xingrui suspected his brother was deliberately messing with him. At 6 in the evening, military training officially concluded. Students gathered with their instructors for a meal. At table 210, Chen Xing said, "Boss, should we bring something back for Xingrui?" "Let's bring something back. Do you know what he has been doing in the dormitory these days?" Nian Shuo asked. Fang Yu replied, "What else could he be doing but sleeping? I really envy him. I wonder if his illness is contagious." "If it is, let me catch it too," Chen Xing said with a laugh. Are you sure? Military training is already over now." The person who said they wanted to catch a disease laughed awkwardly. During their conversation, Nian Shuo remained deep in thought. Was Wang Xingrui really just sleeping in the dormitory? He had once seen Wang Xingrui sneak out of the dormitory in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, and it had happened more than once. Nian Shuo had even secretly followed him and discovered that Wang Xingrui was running laps around the academy. After following him for 5 kilometers, he realized Wang Xingrui was still running. His own stamina couldn't keep up, and he couldn't catch up with him. Could someone who runs laps in the middle of the night be content to lounge in the dormitory while others train hard? Impossible. From that moment on, Nian Shuo knew Wang Xingrui had a secret. He was different from those who only planned to eat, drink, and have fun until graduation. "Boss, why aren't you eating?" "If you don't eat, I will," Lu Ming said. Nian Shuo smiled, taking a bite. The lamb dish was served before him. Lu Ming chuckled, "Thank you, boss." After the gathering, it was already 8:30 when they returned to the dormitory. Turning on the light, Nian Shuo glanced at the bed behind the door. Wang Xingrui was lying in bed asleep with numerous bottles and jars scattered on the floor. Lu Ming held a bag of food in one hand and gently patted Wang Xingrui. "Rui, go wake up, it's time to eat." Wang Xingrui slowly turned over. Lu Ming was startled. At that moment, Wang Xingrui looked pale, his lips cracked, as if someone had drained his blood. "Rui, go, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just bring me a glass of water." Nian Shuo furrowed his brow and placed his hand on his forehead. "No fever. Why do you look so weak? You didn't bring a woman in while we were away, did you?" The others immediately looked at Wang Xingrui with strange expression. "Rui, good, there's no water in the dormitory, but there's orange juice here." Wang Xingrui took the large 2.5-liter bottle of orange juice and gulped it down for a minute. Nian Shuo and the others watched him drink the orange juice, unable to help but swallow. "With such thirst, have you been stuck in a desert for a month?" What they didn't know was that every 5 minutes Wang Xingrui had to endure an electric shock, which would dehydrate his body. Before leaving the dormitory, Morong Yi prepared a large amount of mineral water for him. From 3:30 in the afternoon until now, he had undergone 60 electric shocks, gradually getting used to the feeling of numbness and the pain of the current coursing through his body. Now, even if the wristband released electric voltage, his expression wouldn't change at all, yet he still couldn't move. After finishing the orange juice, he tossed the empty bottle aside and wiped his mouth. "Xingrui, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just thirsty," Wang Xingrui said. "Lu Ming, I can't move right now. Can you help me buy 2 more bottles of water? I need the large ones." Lu Ming, 17 years old, standing at 6 feet tall, was the tallest and strongest in their dormitory, a gentle giant and peacemaker. Wang Xingrui took out his dormitory card. After Lu Ming accepted it, he asked, "Are 2 bottles enough?" "Not enough. Just buy as many as you can, thanks. Maybe we should go see the school doctor." Seeing Wang Xingrui's condition, Nian Shuo felt uneasy, sensing he was barely hanging on to life, and this could break at any moment. He was the president of Dorm 210. If anything happened to Wang Xingrui, he would have to take responsibility. "I know my own body. Don't worry, you'll be fine after some water." "Alright, I'll go buy it now." Lu Ming immediately ran out of the dormitory. The academy was divided into 2 campuses with Class A and B students in one, while Classes C, D, and E students in another. 2 kilometers in front of the dormitory, there was a department store. After leaving the dormitory, Lu Ming looked around. It was deserted. His gaze sharpened, and his body began to transform. A pair of thick horns sprouted from his head, his limbs bulged with muscle, and his body was covered in gray-brown fur, turning him into a bipedal goat beast man. If Nian Shuo and Wang Xingrui were present, they would be astonished. Lu Ming had already mastered his transformation and could assume this beast-man form that could only be released after learning to split. Lu Ming concealed his true strength. He was the most powerful in Dorm 210 so far. Anyone who could get into the academy was not foolish. They might have to stay together for 5 years in the future, but that was later. Lu Ming couldn't possibly reveal all his secrets to someone he had only known for a month. He sprinted toward the store, completing the round trip in less than 5 minutes, carrying 2 bottles of water in each hand and a third in his mouth as he walked back into the dormitory. Wang Xingrui glanced at him, He was indeed a straightforward person. Lu Ming placed the water beside Wang Xingruo's bed and returned his dormitory card. When Wang Xingrui took the card, he scrutinized Lu Ming's expression, still wearing that friendly face. At that moment, Wang Xingrui understood that Lu Ming was not an ordinary person. He had millions in his card. When Lu Ming swiped the card, he probably saw the balance. A normal person would be surprised or anxious to see their friend had millions. Yet Lu Ming remained unfazed, showing no sign of fluctuation. This behavior indicated that either he was wealthier than Wang Xingrui or that money no longer mattered to him. Wang Xingrui gave him a meaningful glance. He was putting on a good act. Thanks. You've already said that don't be so polite all the time. Just drinking water will be enough. Should I go buy you some fever medicine too? No need, I'm not. As Wang Xingrui was about to say, he wasn't feverish. He suddenly frowned. The 5 minutes were up and the current surged again. Wang Xingrui gasped heavily, his body not convulsing anymore. He gripped the edge of the bed tightly, his temples. Seeing Wang Xingruo's odd state, Nian Shua worried, wondering if Wang Xingrui had epilepsy. He was the dorm leader, and if something happened to Wang Xingrui, he would have to answer for it. The other dorm mates were watching. Nian Shua asked with concern, Xingrui, are you okay? As Nian Shua reached out to Wang Xingrui, intending to take him to the infirmary. Just as Nian Shua's hand was about to touch him, Wang Xingrui shouted, don't touch me. Stay away from me. Nian Shua hesitated for a moment, retracting his hand. Ruega, what do you mean? Boss is just concerned about you. Why are you shouting? Fang Yu, transformed into a guinea pig, spoke up for Nian Shua. Are you made of water? Can't people touch you? Come on, I'll just touch you once and let's see what happens. Saying this, Fang Yu stepped forward and grabbed Wang Xingruo's arm. Nian Shua wanted to stop him. They were all in the same dormitory, and as the dorm leader, he didn't want to strain their relationship too much. However, considering that his good intentions were met with hostility and he was yelled at for no reason, he felt somewhat displeased and didn't speak up. However, the moment Fang Yu grabbed Wang Xingruo's arm, the current surged into him, causing him to roll his eyes, twist his mouth, and shake all over. 3 seconds later, the wristband stopped releasing current, and Fang Yu released Wang Xingruo's wrist, collapsing backward toward Nian Shua. Seeing this, Nian Shua quickly sidestepped to avoid him. From Fang Yu's reaction, it was obvious he had been electrocuted, and Nian Shua dared not touch him anymore. Watching Fang Yu convulsing on the ground, Nian Shua and the others instinctively took a step back, not daring to approach Wang Xingrui any closer. What the hell is going on? This guy can actually discharge electricity. At the same time, Nian Shua realized that Wang Xingruo's warning to keep his distance was for his own good, and his resentment diminished considerably. As the current faded, Wang Xingrui slowly raised his hand, clenched his fist, and rotated his ankle. The numbness was fading. His limbs were almost able to move again, and his body was recovering faster, indicating that the beast cells within him were gradually adapting to this level of electric shock. Casting a glance at his convulsing dorm mate on the floor, Wang Xingrui paid little attention. The opportunistic sycophants had been warned not to move around, yet they still approached him, grabbing the very spot closest to the wristband. Who else would be shocked if not you? I'm fine now, Wang Xingrui said to the others. The other dorm mates looked at him with You're kidding? You just because you say you're fine doesn't mean you are? There's a living example lying on the floor. After hesitating, Nian Shua took the lead and sat down beside Wang Xingrui. In moments like this, the difference between people became apparent. Nian Shua had more resolve than the others. If he as the dorm leader distanced himself from Wang Xingrui out of fear, not only would he have another person in the dormitory who wouldn't follow him, but his authority would also greatly diminish. Therefore, while others might be afraid, he couldn't show it too obviously. You? What's going on? Wang Xingrui gently patted Nian Shua's shoulder. Nian Shua jumped in surprise, but managed to suppress the urge to stand up. Wang Xingrui smiled. My transformation is an unknown electric snake amplification of 8. After merging, I haven't yet learned how to control it, so every 5 minutes my body releases an electric current that lasts for 30 seconds. This current is not lethal to myself or others, but during the discharge, I still prefer not to cause trouble for others due to my own circumstances. Nian Shua thought for a moment. So you can't participate in military training for this reason? Yeah, Wang Xingrui nodded. Wang Xingrui had been thinking about how to cover up his excuse for not participating in military training. Because of this, the dorm members had always suspected his identity and never regarded him as one of their own. He understood clearly that if he didn't resolve this issue soon, he would be ostracized by the others. But if he explained himself, the credibility would be low. After considering various options, he concluded that showing them his condition would have a better effect than explaining it. Let them deduce the reason for his inability to participate in military training themselves. Knowing what kind of person Fang Yu was, Wang Xingrui intentionally yelled at Nian Shua, giving him a chance to ingratiate himself. Nian Shua was cautious, and Fang Yu did not disappoint his expectations. He seized the opportunity. Then, haha, I've only heard of electric eels and rays being able to discharge electricity. Can snakes do it too? Chun Xing, transformed into a rabbit, asked in confusion. In fact, Nian Shua had the same question in his heart. Wang Xingrui remained calm on his face. He had just said it was an unknown snake. Anyway, it has no name. You can check for yourself. If you find it, then you're clever. If not, whether that snake can discharge electricity is still up to me to say. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke up. It can indeed. I found online that in city or someone once discovered a type of Amazon snake in the deep sea that can release high-voltage electricity. It is said to be able to discharge 650 volts. Lu Ming's words confirmed the authenticity of Wang Xingrue's identity. Wow, it really exists. Wang Xingrue couldn't help but admire Lu Ming at this moment. There were truly talented individuals in the dormitory. How did you know such obscure information? As soon as Nian Shua heard Lu Ming's words, he couldn't sit still. 650 volts. He was sleeping right opposite Wang Xingrue. What if one night Wang Xingrue discharges electricity? Wouldn't that be fatal? Wang Xingrue noticed the expression on Nian Shua's face and said, "Don't worry. I mentioned earlier that the current I release isn't lethal. My wristband helps absorb part of the voltage, so it won't reach that high, at most 30 to 40 volts. As long as you don't have physical contact with me, you won't get hurt." Nian Shua and the others noticed the wristband on Wang Xingrue's hand, which glimmered with a metallic silver sheen, looking quite stylish. Nian Shua thought for a moment, "All right, I understand. Xingrue, after you discharge the electricity, you can't move for a short while, right?" Wang Xingrue replied, "Yes. In that case, someone must accompany you during classes in the future." It was fine after class, but if he suddenly went numb on the way to class and collapsed by the roadside, it would be a problem. The Academy's regulations state that regardless of the level being late, 3 times requires a week of reflection at home. If repeated offenses occur, expulsion is enforced. Given Wang Xingrue's situation, he likely wouldn't last half a month before having to say goodbye. Wang Xingrue had considered this issue himself. After being shocked, he could walk several dozen meters. If he was shocked all night, he could fully adapt to the current. Even if he walked slowly, he could simply wake up an hour earlier than others. He'll stick with Rue Gubim, used to getting up early. Lu Ming volunteered to take care of Wang Xingrue, fitting his gentle persona. "All right, if you have any issues, we can take turns." Wang Xingrue said, "No need to trouble yourself. Oh, I can handle it myself." Lu Ming smiled at Wang Xingrue, saying, "It's fine, we're friends, that's what friends do." The next day at 9 in the morning in the gymnasium, the Academy is to hold the opening ceremony. It is said that the dean will also be present. The dean of Tianxian Academy, appointed by a great figure, is rarely seen in the academy. This is likely to be the only chance in the 5 years of university to witness his grandeur in person. All the freshmen take this very seriously, and Wang Xingrue is no exception. At 5 in the morning before dawn, with a few stars still twinkling in the night sky, he dressed quietly and slipped out of the dormitory while his roommates were still asleep, beginning his jogging journey. It is autumn now, crisp and clear. At this time, the road is deserted with only the neon lights accompanying him. During his jog, the wristband released voltage, sending currents stimulating his entire body. Wang Xingrue knelt on the ground in a disheveled state, gritting his teeth as he endured for 30 seconds. Then he stood up and continued running. At 7 o'clock, he returned to the courtyard on time to wash up. The courtyard was empty, and after jogging for an hour, he felt hot all over, so he took a cold shower with a basin of water. At that moment, Lu Ming walked into the courtyard from outside. He looked at Wang Xingrue's bare body in surprise, then relaxed his expression. "Lu Ming, good morning." Wang Xingrue quickly covered his private parts with the basin, awkwardly saying a word. Although the two of them are both men, being seen like this is not a big deal, but being naked in front of someone not very familiar feels quite strange. Lu Ming smiled wryly and said, "Morning. Rue, go let me know next time you go out. This morning I saw no one in your bed and thought you went to the gym alone." Wang Xingrue was surprised and asked, "You just went out to look for me?" Seeing Lu Ming sweating profusely, Wang Xingrue thought he had gone out for a morning jog too. Lu Ming replied with a smile, "I was afraid you would collapse on the way, so I went out looking for you, but I couldn't find you." Wang Xingrue remained silent for a long time and said, "Sorry, Lu Ming, I'm used to jogging in the morning and forgot to tell you." "It's fine." Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Lu Ming returned to the dormitory, and shortly after he came out holding a basin and washing supplies, completely naked. "I just ran and got all sweaty. I'm going to take a shower too." Saying this, he poured water over himself. The two of them stood naked in the courtyard as a cold wind blew. Both shivered in the cold and exchanged smiles. Being candid with each other made their relationship a bit closer than before. At 8:50, the gymnasium was filled with people. The gymnasium was divided into 2 levels. The students of Class E sat in the last 5 rows on the right side of the upper level, a rather secluded spot. For gigantic screens hung from the ceiling, each facing east, west, south, and north. Wang Xingrue and his roommates sat in a row. At 9 o'clock, the orientation ceremony officially began. A handsome young figure appeared on the screen with golden hair, clear eyes, and an extremely handsome face adorned with a gentle smile. As he appeared, a wave of gasps from the girls echoed through the gymnasium. Everyone's gaze was instantly captivated by the young man on the screen. "Hello, juniors of the class of 2010. I am your senior from the class of 2009, Sidu Che, and I am also the host of this orientation ceremony. First of all, I would like to thank each of you for taking the time to crawl out of your blankets to attend your enrollment ceremony." Laughter erupted in the gymnasium. Situ Chi's tone was friendly and carried a hint of humor. The female students below the screen were instantly captivated, their faces flushed, glancing at the screen and whispering to those beside them. "Strength matters now, being handsome is worthless, a bunch of shallow women." Fong Yu muttered in a low voice with a Chun Xing leaned closer to Fong Ye's ear and said, "Look at his badge before you speak." Fong Yu looked at the big screen. The camera zoomed in, moving to Situ Che's chest, and his eyes widened in disbelief. A 2. This means Situ Che is ranked second in their department and year. Fong Yu suddenly drooped his head, feeling somewhat defeated. He looked back, hoping that no one else heard what he said. If this reached Situ Che's ears, he would be finished. On the screen, Situ Che introduced the teachers of the academy. Each time a teacher was introduced, the teacher would stand up, turn around, and wave to the students behind, and the camera would switch to the teacher, who received a 3-second round of applause from the students. After introducing the teachers, it was time for the leaders of the academy to speak. A counselor represented, followed by 4 department heads. Then came the freshman representatives from each department. Wang Xingrui didn't really hear what they were saying, he simply clapped along. He lost count of how many times he clapped, but by the end of the introductions his hands were already numb. Of course, it might also be due to the electric shocks from the wristband. Wang Xingrui's attention was focused on a few people on the first floor. In the center of the second row on the first floor, Zhang Xuanyu and Dai Yu sat behind the teachers, watching intently. Next to Dai Yu sat one of his old acquaintances, Long Ao. Wang Xingrui was slightly surprised. Oh, what a coincidence, this guy also came to Tianxian. As someone who also took gene enhancement drugs, Wang Xingrui was curious about what avatar Long Ao had merged with. At this moment, Long Ao on the first floor was looking around, searching for something. He was looking for Wang Xingrui. The first 2 rows were all Class A seats. His dad told him that Wang Xingrui chose to attend Tianxian Academy. With his strength, he would definitely be placed in Class A after entering Tianxian. But since entering the gym, he had scanned the area and hadn't seen Wang Xingrui's shadow. Could it be that his dad was mistaken? What is Long brother looking for? The elegant Ouyang Chun beside him asked with a smile. None of your business. Long Ao replied coldly. Ouyang Chun chuckled and teased. Are you looking for your crush, Long brother? Long Ao's eyes suddenly glinted with cold light. Ouyang Chun laughed a couple of times and stopped talking. Tang Xiaoling and Yu Long behind him felt the killing intent emanating from Long Ao and frowned, glancing at Long Ao, wanting to get up. Ouyang Chun waved his hand nonchalantly. Tang Xiaoling and Yu Long relaxed their expressions and sat back down. Wang Xingrui on the upper level observed everything. Long Ao is not an easy person to get along with. Having just arrived, he offended someone. The days ahead are likely to be difficult. However, with him around, the academy should be quite lively. Finally, it was the dean's turn to speak. The gym fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. After a brief introduction from Situ Che, the camera switched to the dean. He was a man in his 50s with scattered white hair mixed with black, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes revealing his age. Wearing glasses, he had a kind expression, casually dressed in a checkered long-sleeve shirt over a gray t-shirt. Yet this seemingly ordinary person captured the attention of all the new students. Even Long Ao, who usually held himself in high regard, subdued his arrogance and looked ahead with a serious expression. This is the dean of Tianxian Academy, a figure second only to great men. Long Ao could feel his heart pounding like a drum and blood rushing through his veins. Every cell in his body was urging him to fight, to battle. Meanwhile, Ouyang Chun beside him appeared indifferent, leaning against the chair. It's just the dean, or it's not like he hasn't seen one before. Long Ao slowly stood up, his eyes filled with madness. Ouyang Chun glanced at him curiously. But then he widened his eyes in disbelief as Long Ao charged out. He crossed over the front row of teachers and leaders, heading straight for the dean. Wang Xingrui was also taken aback. What does this guy want to do? However, Long Ao's actions quickly revealed their answer. He leaped forward, and in midair his body swelled, transforming into a prehistoric giant beast over 20 meters tall, crashing down before the desk. Wang Xingrui on the second floor's eyes suddenly shrank, and he sprang to his feet, unable to contain his astonishment. What the hell, it's actually a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The gym was in an uproar. Long Ao's actions caused a huge sensation, and more importantly, his transformation brought an unprecedented visual shock to everyone present. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, a prehistoric creature they could only see on television, now stood before them in the flesh. Long Ao's eyes were filled with a desire for battle. The Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its massive jaws, roaring at the dean, revealing rows of sharp teeth capable of swallowing the dean whole. The dean, department heads, and counselors all sat calmly at the podium watching him. The dean calmly picked up his teacup, blew on it, and took a sip, saying, "Student, is there something you need? Let's have a fight." The Tyrannosaurus Rex panted, speaking in a deep voice. "I'm afraid that won't work. The orientation ceremony isn't over yet." The dean's voice was steady and kind. Long Ao turned around, his tail slicing through the air, sweeping towards him. Since he wouldn't take action, he would force his hand. At that moment, an extremely familiar figure suddenly appeared before him, waving at him. "Stop messing around, go back." Long Ao's movements halted instantly, his tail stopping before the dean. His eyes lost focus, gradually returning to his human form, and he walked back to his seat. Upon returning to his seat and regaining his senses, he immediately looked around, nervously, frantically searching for that fleeting figure. How is that possible? How could Mom still be alive? Mom, where are you?" Long Ao shouted loudly, disregarding the strange looks from those around him. His hoarse cries received no response. Long Ao was in the A1 class of the crawling system, and their teacher immediately restrained him. "Long Ao, this is the academy, not your home. You can't act recklessly. Stay put, and after the ceremony ends, write me a 10,000-word self-criticism to submit tomorrow." Long Ao glared coldly at the teacher. Get lost. What did you say? The teacher immediately stood up, his face filled with anger. All right. This young man is quite spirited. Our Tianqian Academy hopes to recruit more students like you. You are called. Long Ao, right. Stop looking, your mother isn't here. What you just saw was our counselor using her avatar ability to create an illusion for you. The dean smiled kindly. Illusion? Long Ao shifted his gaze to the female counselor beside the dean. Long Ao looked at the female counselor with intense killing intent. If you use that method on me again, I will kill you. What kind of attitude is that? You are talking to a counselor from the insect system, watch your words. The teacher scolded him again. Without saying a word, Long Ao unleashed his dinosaur form, once more swinging his tail. The teacher's body was immediately sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through the gymnasium's roof. Then Long Ao's eyes glinted with cold light as he glared at the female counselor. Remember my words. After saying this, he reverted to his human form and returned to his seat. The farce ended and the dean turned to Situ Che beside him. Let's continue the ceremony. Situ Che reacted quickly. As soon as Long Ao returned to his human form, he became alert, and after receiving a signal from the dean, immediately stepped forward, taking the microphone. Everyone, a small incident just occurred. I believe this is all the dean's fault. It's because the dean is too charismatic that others want to compete with him. Don't say it's this junior. Even I have always regarded the dean as my goal and opponent. So if anyone wants to challenge the dean, you have to queue up. First try challenging me. Of course, I only accept challenges from class. If one day you become a Class A student and defeat me, you might have a chance to challenge the dean. Situ Che cleverly redirected the focus onto himself, not mentioning Long Ao's transformation at all. Long Ao's transformation was too powerful. After the ceremony ends, the news of him transforming into a Tyrannosaurus Rex will surely spread rapidly throughout the entire academy, no, the entire world. This was directed at Long Ao and all the new students. In doing so, he became the shield for the dean. The department head adjusted his glasses and added, what Situ said is correct. Besides him, if you can defeat all the teachers in the academy will give you an opportunity to challenge the dean. Before that, I hope you can hone yourselves. If you want to gain others' attention, you first need to have matching strength. After a month of military training, I know everyone has worked hard, but I must tell you that life ahead will be even harder. You came to Tianqian to endure hardships, to suffer, and to grow stronger. If you cannot endure this hardship, you will be left far behind in the future. Here I want to say to those students whose enhancement abilities are not very strong, there is no absolute fairness in this world. Since your avatar is not as good as others, and since you are already one step behind, you need to put in 100 times more effort than others and rely on your own strength to make everything as fair as possible. I know some may ask, if the enhancement is only 15, is there still a chance to get stronger? I will tell those people now, yes, as long as you are willing to work hard, as long as you put in enough effort, your body will reward you. 5 years. You only have 5 years. If you don't work hard once you leave the academy, you'll just be the one trampled on. Please tell me, do you want to be the one trampled on? At this moment, all the students' passion was ignited by the director's words. They shouted in unison, we don't want to be. The deafening sound echoed throughout the gymnasium. No one noticed that the dean's lips curled into a bitter smile. Is this really okay? They are all still just children, their minds a blank slate. You are a teacher, constantly instilling the notion of the superiority of the strong, which could very well alter their values. Tianqian Academy has already produced quite a few assassins. If this continues, it might become a training ground for us. The dean grasped the microphone, contemplating what to say to steer them back, but seeing their excited expressions, he ultimately gave, forget it, let it be for now. The dean tapped the microphone. The scene quieted down once more. The dean said, there are no shortcuts to success. Hard work is indeed the only path to success. However, a 1,000-mile horse can only become one with the guidance of a capable person. On the road to success, the guidance of teachers is equally crucial. Next, I would like to introduce to you a teacher we have hired at great expense this year, Murong. After the dean finished speaking, a figure descended from the sky, landing in front of the podium. He knelt on one knee, one hand clenched into a fist resting on the ground, like a superhero landing. When Murong appeared, a few people in the front row on the first floor changed their expressions. Ouyang Chun asked Long Ao knowingly, do you know this teacher? I don't know. But there was excitement suppressed in Long Ao's eyes. He was indeed here. If he is here, Wang Xingrui must also have come to Tianqian Academy. Beside him, Zhang Xuanyu was even more excited. I wonder which department and class Murong will be teaching. If he can come to the flight department, he would have a strong ally. Murong also looked like a handsome young man. Unlike Sidu Che, who was just a pretty boy, his youthful face revealed a mature aura, which was even more powerful in its appeal to young girls. However, this entrance was too shocking. It surprised not only the students, but also the counselors and department heads, who looked at the dean with suspicion. Hiring a teacher usually requires a written test and interview, and a thorough examination of character, background, and ability. After qualifying, they must intern for 3 months, and based on their performance during the internship, the academy's leadership decides whether they can become a teacher. This person in front of them had not gone through any procedures and was directly appointed, which does not conform to the rules. The dean ignored their gazes and looked at Murong with resignation, saying, all right, you can sit back now. Sidu Che, who was hiding behind the scenes, immediately had someone bring a chair over. Murong Yi smiled and returned. The dean continued, Tianxin Academy has abundant teaching resources and a strong faculty. We are not afraid of your lack of intelligence, we are afraid you won't learn. I hope you can cherish these 5 years and become the pillars of the country in the future. Leaving these 2 sentences, the dean departed from the gymnasium. The next time was for talent performances. The podium was removed, and the sophomore and junior sisters waiting backstage took turns to perform on stage, showcasing acrobatics, dance, singing, and much of it involved using their avatars to create cool effects. Wang Xingrui found it quite boring. Nian Shuo said, Xingrui, this dean is somewhat different from what I imagined. I always have a feeling that the dean seems to have little real power. At the beginning, the academy leaders spoke for quite a while, but the dean said no more than 3 sentences. The microphone was snatched by the department head, and he didn't dare to say a word. Even if he is kind, he shouldn't be that kind. Same feeling. But one cannot judge a book by its cover. Since he can become the dean, there must be a reason for it. Wang Xingrui leaned back, closing his eyes. Even when the dean introduced Murong Yi briefly, no one paid much attention to this new teacher. Most people's focus remained on the dean. But for most, Fang Yu stretched his neck, staring intently at the big screen. Hey brothers, what does it matter if the dean has real power? There are so many beautiful senior sisters. If we don't look now, we won't have the chance later. Wow Nian Gu, there's a mermaid. Wow Rui Gu, look, the senior sisters' legs are so white. Nian Shuo, Wang Xingrui, Nian Shuo, and Wang Xingrui wished they could find a hole to burrow into at that moment. In a dormitory, there are always 1 or 2 stains that cannot be erased. At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, the welcoming ceremony finally came to an end. The students orderly exited the gymnasium. Wang Xingrui sat motionless on a chair, staring at the back of Murong Yi. Rui Gu, why aren't you leaving? Is your body numb again? Lu Ming asked. I'm fine, you go back first. Do I encounter? Lu Ming was taken aback, looked ahead, and then said to Wang Xingrui, alright, call me if anything comes up. Once most of the people had left the gymnasium, Wang Xingrui moved to the front. In the front row, Zhang Xuanyu, Dai Yue, and Long Ao also stayed behind. Why aren't you guys leaving? Long Ao looked at Zhang Xuanyu with a cold demeanor. Zhang Xuanyu retorted, why do you care? With a big shot present, he was not afraid of anyone. Long Ao approached Zhang Xuanyu. Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly ran behind Murong Yi, grinning and saying, Brother Murong, long time no see. Long Ao stopped in his tracks, his brow furrowed, hesitating for a moment. Does this kid know Murong Yi? Murong Yi didn't even glance at Zhang Xuanyu. His gaze remained fixed on Wang Xingrui, who was walking towards him. Not bad, it seems you're adapting well, he said with satisfaction. But don't forget the voltage will gradually increase. The 2 of them were engaged in a conversation only they could understand. Zhang Xuanyu scratched his head awkwardly. Upon seeing Wang Xingrui, Long Ao's fighting spirit surged instantly. He really is here. Let's fight. Wang Xingrui replied calmly, what's the rush? Have you forgotten about the 2 years? Besides, I got a bit hurt yesterday, so it's inconvenient for me to fight. Long Ao stared directly at Wang Xingrui, who did not shy away from his gaze. 10 seconds later, Long Ao brushed past Wang Xingrui and left the gymnasium. Lao Wang, where are you hurt, and how did you get injured? Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly approached with concern. Dai Yu also looked at Wang Xingrui with a worried expression. It's nothing. Wang Xingrui recounted the matter of his wrist guard to them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanyu's eyes instantly sparkled. There is such a good thing. Brother Murong, do you have any more? Give me a pair. It's all gone. A hint of disappointment flashed in Zhang Xuanyu's eyes, but he quickly smiled and replied, then forget it. During their conversation, Dai Yu's gaze remained fixed on Wang Xingrui. Murong Yi noticed this and patted Dai Yu's head, saying, stop staring, there will be plenty of time in the future. Dai Yu shyly lowered her head. Murong Yi said, tonight after dinner wait for me in the training room. Dai Yu was taken aback and nodded. Is he going to give special training? Brother Murong, can I go too? Zhang Xuanyu looked at Murong Yi with anticipation. Murong Yi replied, I'm talking about you too. Yes. Zhang Xuanyu was incredibly excited. Wang Xingrui said, what about me, brother? You will remain in your special form and continue training according to the method I taught you. Long Ao has already been able to release his form, so you need to catch up. Ouyang Chun was accompanied by Yu Ling and Tang Xiaoling. The 3 walked side by side on the street. Yu Ling said, Brother Ouyang, Long Ao revealed his form in public. This will inevitably bring a lot of trouble. Since you share a dorm with Long Ao, you might get implicated. Should I arrange something? The whole world knows that the Tianlong group has created prehistoric forms, but whether they can merge with the human body remains unknown. Long Ao's actions on stage today gave the world an answer. If a successful case of merging with a prehistoric form appears on Earth, it will ignite the curiosity of numerous biologists. After merging with the prehistoric form, how is Long Ao's genetic sequence arranged? What are the differences in beast cells after merging with prehistoric genes compared to merging with super beast genes? What impact does merging with a prehistoric form have on the human body? Will it shorten lifespan? There are too many unknowns waiting for them to explore. Now the main question arises, there are at least 100 scientists eager to understand prehistoric forms, but there is only one experimental subject. The thirst for knowledge is a form of desire. Once desire overcomes reason, they will stop at nothing to obtain the experimental subject. Yu Ling was worried that Ouyang Chun would be implicated, so she hoped he could move out of the dorm. While others are trying every possible means to get into Tianxin Academy, I've already moved in with Long Ao. This is an advantage for me, why should I give it up? Ouyang Chen smiled. The longer I stay by Long Ao's side, the less those who covet the prehistoric forms will notice me, because they wouldn't think two people with prehistoric forms would gather together. Tang Xiaoling said, Brother Ouyang, they will. Lin Yi has always believed that the gene agent he sent is real, he just hasn't leaked the news about the agent being in your hands yet. Ouyang Chen was taken aback. How could he forget about Lin Yi, who he hadn't dealt with yet? Lin Yi thinks he has gifted the real gene agent to himself. In fact, he did get the real agent, but it wasn't the one But if he leaks this matter, regardless of whether the agent in his hand is real or fake, the outcome will be the same. Moreover, since he has allied himself with Wang Xingrui must already know about him having the gene agent. At this moment, Wang Xingrui's brother Morong Yi happened to become a teacher at Tianxian. There was no need to think, he must be coming for me. Ouyang Chen stopped in his tracks and smiled bitterly. Xiaolong Linger, I might have to trouble you to protect me from now on, the kind that sticks close to me. Tang Xiaolang and Yu Ling looked at Ouyang Chen in confusion. Wasn't it always like this? After Wang Xingrui and the others left the gym, they returned to their dormitory. In the dormitory, Lu Ming brought him a meal. Is Lu Ming being too kind to him? He was almost becoming his personal caretaker. Rui, good, you're back. Wang Xingrui asked, why are you the only one here? What about Nianshuo and the others? They went out to eat. I wanted to rest more in the dorm, so I didn't follow. By the way, have you eaten? I brought you a meal. Not yet, thanks. The dining hall's utensils are not allowed to be taken out, so takeout can only be done in plastic bags. Wang Xingrui opened the plastic bag, and the two dishes were mixed together, turning into a hodgepodge, losing their original flavor. Fortunately, Wang Xingrui wasn't picky. Since someone brought him food, it would be unreasonable to fuss about it. Wang Xingrui picked up his chopsticks and devoured the meal, finishing every bit of it. Ever since merging with the form, he felt he could never get full no matter how much he ate. Xingrui, which teacher do you think will take us in class this afternoon? What if it's that new teacher? Lu Ming lay on his upper bunk, displaying a hopeful expression. I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter. Teachers are only responsible for guiding us into the door, the rest still depends. I think the new teacher has a pretty good temper. Maybe he will take us, and our future days will be a bit easier. Wang Xingrui, lying on the lower bunk, said nothing and chuckled dryly. You are overthinking it. In the dean's office. The department head stood in front of the dean's desk. She was tall with straight legs and appeared to be in her 30s. Adjusting her glasses, she said with a serious expression, Dean, I still maintain my viewpoint. Recruiting people into our Tianxian Academy without review does not comply with the Academy's rules. It is also irresponsible towards the students. The dean looked at the documents in his hand and said, this matter has already been decided, you don't need to say more. I will bear all the consequences. The department head frowned slightly, but did not say anything further. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, the dean said. Morong Yi entered and said, Dean, did you call for me? The dean put down the documents in his hand and revealed a gentle smile. This afternoon, go to the diving department and meet the students of Class A10 in their second year to get acquainted. They will be entrusted to you from now on. The department head was shocked and said, Dean, Class A10 consists of students with a form enhancement above 80. Their backgrounds are not ordinary. We haven't assessed his teaching abilities yet. Recklessly assigning students to him, if any problems arise, we won't be able to explain to the students' parents. The dean ignored the department head's words, his deep gaze calm as a still pond. He looked at Morong Yi and said for a long time, I understand. Once only the department head and the dean were left in the office, the dean said, you don't need to worry about Morong Yi's matter nor investigate it. I have my considerations. You may leave now. The department head hesitated to speak, saying, all right, I'll head back. After leaving the office, the department head's expression became serious again. In the afternoon, in the diving department Class A01 classroom. The classroom was bustling like a market with all kinds of activities happening. Make-up fish-keeping groups of 3 or 5 playing cards, some even had a cigarette in their mouth, while using an electric stove on the desk to cook instant noodles. Most of the kids in front of him were 16 years old, possessing forms with enhancements above 80. Before their thoughts matured, they already held unmatched power, and with their parents pampering the school, treated them as treasures, gradually forming a delusion in their minds of being superior to all. After Morong Yi entered the classroom, fell into a brief silence. All the students looked at him. There wasn't even a stool on the podium. Morong Yi found a stool from below, sat at the desk, and fell asleep. He had never been a teacher and didn't intend to become one. If it weren't for Wang Xingrui, he wouldn't have agreed to Huang Puru's request. Don't look, do whatever you want. Just don't bother me. The students exchanged glances. Those playing cards continued, those putting on makeup kept at it, and those cooking noodles continued to cook. The classroom returned to its noisy state. A student in the back looked at Morong Yi on the podium and suddenly had a glint in his eye, smirking as he poked the person in front of him who was cooking noodles, whispering, hey, lend me an egg. The person in front seemed to guess what he was up to and did not turn back, saying, no way, it's a waste of food. Don't be so stingy, I'll lend 1 and I'll return 10. The person in the front threw back an egg. The person in the back quickly caught it and aimed at Morong Yi's head. The egg spun through the air, and just as it was about to land on Morong Yi's head, it suddenly stopped in midair. Then it slowly floated back, ultimately returning to the student who was cooking noodles. The student expressionlessly placed the egg aside as if nothing had happened. Everyone else in the classroom saw this scene. The girl putting on makeup didn't pay much attention. The boy feeding fish was focused on feeding his fish. The three boys playing cards began to place bets on whether the boy throwing the egg would throw again. The student in the back darkened his expression and said, "Hey, lend me 10 eggs again." Lend 1, and he'll return 10. The student who lent the eggs was first taken aback, then his expression hardened, saying, "Lend 1, and he'll return 10. The student cooking noodles handed over 2 rows of eggs, 5 for each row. Among the 3 boys betting, one of them was grinning while collecting money, reopening the betting on whether the egg-throwing student could hit this time. The eggs flew out, and the next moment all the scattered eggs quickly converged above Muron's head, then gently The eggs flew out, and the next moment all the scattered eggs quickly converged above Muron's head, then gently floated back to the desk of the student who was cooking noodles. The egg-throwing student cursed in his heart. Damn, didn't you see him releasing his form? How did he do it? The girl putting on makeup leaned in to look at Muron curiously. Among the 3 betting boys, the one who opened the betting exclaimed excitedly he had won again, while the other 2 looked gloomy, casting unfriendly glances at Muron. The student cooking noodles picked up his chopsticks to scoop the noodles from the small pot into a bowl, while saying to the egg-throwing student, "Don't forget you owe me 110 eggs." "What eggs? Aren't the eggs on your desk?" The student who was scooping noodles stopped his movements, turned his head expressionlessly, saying, "Are you trying to renege on your debt?" "Who's trying to renege? I said lend 1 and return 10, but the eggs are all with you, and I didn't borrow any." The egg-throwing student turned his neck away, looking like he was in denial, daring the other to do something. The atmosphere became tense. The girl putting on makeup calmly put away her foundation box, distancing herself from the 2 of them and sitting at the front. The 3 betting boys also got off the table and moved to a place further away from the 2, starting a new betting game. Who would make the first move? The student cooking noodles calmly cleaned out the noodles from the pot, then poured all the soup into the bowl. He picked up a chopstick of noodles, blew on it, swallowed it in one bite, then leisurely repeated the action until he finished the noodle soup. Then he picked up the kettle and swung it towards the head of the student behind him. The student in the back leaned back to dodge, then kicked up a leg, causing the table to shatter, while simultaneously kicking the electric stove to pieces. The student cooking noodles kicked out. The other side gripped his ankle with both hands and forcefully twisted it 180 degrees. The student cooking noodles' body flipped, and he kicked towards the other's head with his other foot. In an instant, the 2 engaged in a fight, exchanging punches and kicks, jumping around the classroom. Their movements were clean and quick, indicating they had practiced martial arts for years. 2 minutes later, the student cooking noodles had the upper hand, and the egg-throwing student received a kick to the abdomen, kneeling on the ground. The surrounding students retreated far away, not daring to step forward, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. They simultaneously looked at the teacher on the podium. The teacher remained slumped on the desk, showing no signs of movement. They couldn't believe that such a commotion hadn't woken him. The only explanation was that this teacher was pretending to sleep. He truly didn't want to care about them or their lives. The student kneeling on the ground had already begun to spit blood, tears welling in his eyes as he mumbled, "I'm sorry, I was..." The student cooking noodles was just about to stop when the teacher on the podium suddenly spoke. "If you want to cut the grass, you must remove the roots. Can you guarantee that once he recovers, he won't come back to settle the score with you?" All the students in the classroom were taken aback, looking at Muron. Even the student who had just been violent now were, "Is this something a teacher would say?" He turned his head to look at the student beneath him. The other student's eyes were filled with fear and despair, still shaking his head at him incessantly. With his anger dissipated, the student cooking noodles hesitated for a long time and ultimately decided to let him go. The class bell rang at this moment, as if announcing the end of a battle. Muron stood up, casting a disappointed glance at the student before turning and leaving the classroom. The first meeting between teacher and student ultimately ended in such a bizarre manner. At this moment, the students in class clearly felt that this new teacher was different from the other teachers in the academy. He had no reverence for life. He had no pity for the students. Friendliness, positivity, concern for students. All the qualities a teacher should possess were completely absent from him. In this class, although Muron did nothing, it felt as if he had done something. With just one sentence, he left an indelible impression on the students' hearts. There were 2 classes in the afternoon. After Muron, the student who threw the eggs was carried to the infirmary by 2 classmates. They were willing to carry him not out of kindness, but because the student who threw the eggs had given them enough of a reward. The student who threw the eggs felt that if he didn't go to the infirmary, his life might really come to a tragic end. The second class was on animal cell biology. The female teacher, wearing glasses and dressed in plain clothes, walked into the classroom. Suddenly she frowned and twitched her nose, catching a whiff of the bloody scent permeating the air. She scanned the room and noticed the bloodstain on the floor at the back. Walking to the last 2 rows, the female teacher asked, "Who among you is injured?" No one answered. All the students turned their heads away. Some were putting on makeup while others were playing doujou. The teacher had no way to deal with these troublesome kids. With a long sigh, she returned to the podium and weakly said, as the lesson commenced, no one below was actually paying attention to her lecture, and not even a single gaze was directed her way. Yet the teacher suppressed her inner sorrow and continued to speak. Regardless of whether anyone was listening or could understand, she maintained her rhythm until the bell for the end of class rang. At 6 o'clock, most students would rush straight to the cafeteria. The academy was divided into 5 campuses based on grade, and usually people within each campus would not wander about. It was only during meal times that brief interactions occurred between different campuses in the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, meal distribution did not depend on rank, students queued normally. However, if seniors arrived, juniors would automatically make way for them. If students from Class A were present, others would also let them go first. This had become an unspoken rule acknowledged by everyone in the academy. Class A students' time was extremely precious, and many students would even volunteer to queue ahead for Class A students, hoping to curry favor with them in this manner. The resources available to Class A were far superior to those of other classes. Building a good relationship with them or becoming someone's underling could yield numerous benefits. At this time, the students from Dorm 210 were each holding a plate standing in front of a window. They were fortunate. The line was short, and Nian Shuo was at the front with only 2 people ahead of him. After the 2 people in front finished, Nian Shuo was about to hand his plate through the window. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the cafeteria, followed by a wave of gasps rushing toward them. Wang Xingrui and the others looked in the direction of the noise, discovering that it was Si-Tu Che, the vice president of the student council, the host from the previous orientation ceremony. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, he became the center of attention, with many boys and girls flocking around him and several people taking pictures with their phones. Standing among the crowd at a height of 1.8 meters, he was not particularly tall, but his golden hair and finely sculpted face made him stand out like a crane among chickens. Si-Tu Che smiled as he waved at everyone in front of him, his demeanor making people feel as if they were basking in spring sunshine. Suddenly, he walked toward Wang Xingrui, the throng of people parting around him. Wang Xingrui instinctively stepped aside, allowing Si-Tu Che to stand in front of him. "Thank you," Si-Tu Che said with a gentle smile. Wang Xingrui did not speak. There were still 7 people from Dorm 210 in front of him. 6 of them also consciously stepped aside, but the one standing at the front, Nian Shuo, remained unmoved, indicating that he had no intention of yielding. Si-Tu Che said nothing and stood behind Nian Shuo. He remained silent, but the admirers around him could not hold back. A girl frowned and said, "Hey, step aside. Don't you know who this is?" Nian Shuo stood at the window looking inside, and for a long time he couldn't decide what dish to choose. "Young man, if you haven't decided what you want, you can think about it on the side for now. There are others waiting," said the lady serving the food. "They'll have a portion of sweet and sour pork, 1 orange, a bit of broccoli, and some tomato and egg dish, and let's add 2 pancakes and a steamed bun." After the cafeteria lady served the food, she handed the plate back to Nian Shuo, who placed his residence card on the card reader at the window. A beep sounded. After scanning the card, he did not leave, but turned to Lu Ming and Gao Xing, asking, "What are you guys having?" "It's on me." This was clearly a statement aimed at preventing Si-Tu Che from cutting in line. The others in Dorm 210 instinctively glanced at Si-Tu Che. Not only was he a senior from Class A, but he was also the student council vice president with a fan club. Nian Shuo dared to offend him, but they did not have that courage. One by one, they hesitated to speak up. Si-Tu Che smiled, his expression remaining unchanged, suddenly turned around, and with an apologetic look on his face, said to them, "Sorry, cutting in line is my fault. How about this? You guys can choose what you want to eat, and he'll treat you." Both sides were offering to treat, but choosing one would surely offend the other. Si-Tu Che was a second-year Class A student, but Nian Shuo. Both sides were offering to treat, but choosing one would surely offend the other. Si-Tu Che was a second-year Class A student, but Nian Shuo was their dorm leader. Either choice would lead to trouble. Chen Xing spoke first. "I suddenly feel not hungry. You all can choose first." Fang Yu and a few others seemed to grasp at a lifeline as they exchanged glances. "We're not hungry either." "All right, I'll step aside." The line was now left with only Wang Xingrui and Lu Ming, who had not made a decision. Lu Ming grinned and said, "Dorm leader, I want the same as you." "Okay, Xingrui, what about you?" Nian Shuo looked at Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui raised his head and asked Si-Tu. Offending a dorm leader was certainly better than offending a vice president. Wang Xingrui, having a special status, did not want to draw too much attention. Moreover, this move also served to give Si-Tu Che an out, preventing all of Dorm 210 from ending up on Si-Tu Che's blacklist. However, as he asked this question, Nian Shuo's expression suddenly darkened. Si-Tu Che looked at Wang Xingrui, who met his gaze without flinching, and Si-Tu Che's smile grew even brighter. "How about braised pork?" "That works." Surrounding girls cast envious glances at Wang Xingrui. How many people wished to treat Si-Tu Che to a meal, but never had the chance? Unexpectedly, such a great opportunity fell into the hands of a freshman. One girl, unable to contain her jealousy, shouted at him, "Come out. You're from Class E. Why should Si-Tu Senior treat you to a—" With one voice raised, a second and third followed. Suddenly, a water bottle flew in from somewhere and hit him on the— Next came chopsticks, a plate, and leftover food. Si-Tu Che neither shielded Wang Xingrui nor advised the surrounding students to stop. After helping Lu Ming serve his meal, Nian Shuo turned to leave. As he brushed past Wang Xingrui, he didn't spare him a glance, but shouted at those throwing things, "Get lost." With a fierce roar, the surrounding people met Nian Shuo's cold gaze and immediately regained their senses, parting to create a path. Who would dare confront someone like Si-Tu Che directly? No one could be sure what he might do next. Moreover, although they could tell from his badge that Nian Shuo was from Class E, they had no idea what kind of entity he was. There were some special types, such as those that could poison or deliver electric shocks. Their attacks were unpredictable and always stirred deep-rooted fears in humanity. Although they admired Si-Tu-Che, they had not reached the point of being willing to risk their lives for him. Si-Tu-Che approached Wang Xingrui holding 2 plates of food. Wang Xingrui took his portion and Si-Tu-Che added, "Let's eat together." Si-Tu-Che's invitation stirred up another wave of resentment toward Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui felt a chill run down his spine. His brother had told him that this feeling was murderous intent. One single sentence had drawn so much animosity, and Si-Tu-Che had done it deliberately. "Where shall we eat?" Wang Xingrui asked. "Let's go to a quiet place." Wang Xingrui replied, "You can't take the plate. There are exceptions to everything." Si-Tu-Che smiled warmly. Just as Wang Xingrui was about to refuse, his gauntlet emitted an electric current. Wang Xingrui lowered his head, unable to speak, clenching his fists on his lap. After 30 seconds, his expression. Seeing Wang Xingrui remain silent, Si-Tu-Che took the initiative to inquire, his seemingly gentlemanly expression carrying a hint of firmness. "Are you refusing me?" As soon as these words were spoken, increasing malice was directed at Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui thought to himself, if he answered yes at this moment, he would probably be torn apart by Si-Tu-Che's admirers. So he lifted the plate and said, "Let's go wherever you want to go, I'll accompany you." Outside the cafeteria, Si-Tu-Che unfurled a pair of massive flesh wings behind him, leaning close to Wang Xingrui, with his right hand holding the plate and his left arm around Wang Xingrui's waist. Wang Xingrui furrowed his brow. This was differentiation. Si-Tu-Che belonged to the flying element. This was bad. He had no idea how far Si-Tu-Che intended to take him. If the gauntlet released an electric current halfway, they would be in serious trouble. Suddenly, Wang Xingrui felt the temperature around him drop sharply, and he sensed murderous glares behind him that seemed ready to grind him to dust. Forget it, it was better to leave quickly. Falling and getting half dead was still better than being dismembered. "Senior, can you fly to your desired location in 3 minutes? "It won't take 3 minutes, 1 minute is enough." Si-Tu-Che smiled, flapping his wings. The two of them steadily lifted off into the air, flying toward the distance. At that moment, Zhang Xuanyu, who was running toward the cafeteria, looked ahead at Daiyu and said, "Goddess, why are you running so fast? College is not like middle school. The cafeteria food won't sell out that quickly. I have to train after eating, and I can't keep the master waiting too long." Daiyu appeared anxious in her heart. She was thinking that if she could get there a bit earlier, she might run into Wang Tongxiu. As they ran toward the cafeteria, Si-Tu-Che flew overhead with Wang Xingrui. In the academy, there were hundreds of flying students and many flying beastmen in the sky. Who would pay attention? Daiyu and her beloved Wang Xingrui missed each other just like that. In the northwest of the academy stood a 13-story office building. The 1st to 6th floors were the offices of the student council. Above that were the teachers' offices. At the very top was the window on the 6th floor was open, and Si-Tu-Che flew directly inside with Wang Xingrui. They landed softly on the ground without making a sound. There was only one office on the entire floor, and it was quite spacious. Looking at the surroundings, Wang Xingrui could roughly guess where this place was. At the desk opposite them, a noble-looking girl was writing fervently. Hearing the footsteps, she did not raise her head and said, "Just put the food on the desk." Wang Xingrui looked at her with curiosity. Si-Tu-Che stepped forward and tapped her desk with his finger. "Didn't I say to put the food on the desk?" The girl reluctantly lifted her head. When she saw Si-Tu-Che's handsome face in front of her, she froze for a moment, then blushed and quickly stood up, her voice turning gentle. "What brings you here?" "This is our office, so why can't I come?" Si-Tu-Che smiled. "It's just, I didn't mean that. You rarely come here except for student activities. What made you think to come today?" I missed you." Si-Tu-Che teased with a smile. The girl was taken aback and quickly lowered her head. This posture reminded Wang Xingrui of Daiyu. Do girls always prefer to speak with their heads down? "All right, I won't tease you anymore. You know my situation. I can't appear in public. I haven't been to the cafeteria in a long time. I thought I'd just take a stroll, but I was surrounded shortly after entering." Si-Tu-Che let out a bitter smile. "I only got 2 portions of food. I guessed you hadn't gone back, so I came over." Si-Tu-Che placed the plate in front of her. "The food is a bit cold, make do with it." "Thank you." The girl gazed at Si-Tu-Che with sparkling eyes. At that moment, she noticed Wang Xingrui behind Si-Tu-Che through his body. "Who is he?" "A new friend I met today. He's quite interesting." Si-Tu-Che waved at Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui helped him out by introducing him to Lin Ruyao as a way to return the favor. Wang Xingrui stepped forward and said, "Hello, President." During military training, when everyone couldn't sleep at night, he had heard Nian Shua talk about the 3 goddesses of the academy. The instructor of the first-year entomology department, Chu Mo, 22 years old, dignified and elegant, gentle as water. The student council president Lin Ruyao, 17 years old, decisive and spirited. The homeroom teacher of the second-year diving class, A2, by 23 years old, a natural beauty, charming and alluring. Each one was stunning and breathtaking. Wang Xingrui did not expect to see one of them so soon. With the way Si-Tu-Che treated her, and having an independent office on the 6th floor of the office building, the girl's identity was already clear. She was Lin Ruyao, the student council president. "Hello, you're a freshman. Crawling department class E9, Wang Xingrui." Lin Ruyao extended her hand, not looking down on him, just because he was from class E. However, Wang Xingrui hesitated to shake Lin Ruyao's hand, because at that moment his gauntlet was releasing an electric current. Sorry, senior, due to certain reasons I prefer not to have physical contact with strangers. After speaking, Wang Xingrui kept a calm expression and took a step back. Lin Ruyao was slightly taken aback and withdrew her hand softly, saying, "It's okay, I'm from the crawling department too. If you have any issues with your studies in the future, feel free to come to me." "Thank you, senior." At their first meeting, they were not familiar, and Wang Xingrui was not the type to enjoy chatting. Thus, after a couple of polite exchanges, both he and Lin Ruyao fell silent. Moreover, there was now a pressing issue. Si Tu-che had given his food to Lin Ruyao. What would Si Tu-che eat? It wouldn't do for Wang Xingrui and Lin Ruyao to eat, while Si Tu-che just watched. Even thinking about it felt awkward. With electricity coursing through his body, Wang Xingrui gritted his teeth and very thoughtfully placed his food on the table. "Senior Junior, take your time eating. I have something to attend to, so I'll head back first. I've caused a lot of trouble and still haven't eaten. Oh, what bad luck." After saying this, he turned to leave. "Stop." Si Tu-che called after him, a magical sound emanating from his mouth, striking Wang Xingrui's head. Si Tu-che cursed inwardly. This was bad. Wang Xingrui turned around to look at Si Tu-che, who once again donned a smile, albeit with a hint of bitterness in his eyes. "Is there something you need?" Wang Xingrui asked, turning his head back. Si Tu-che looked at Wang Xingrui in astonishment. You can speak. So what? What did that mean? Of course he could speak. He was a person. No, wait, from Si Tu-che's tone he seemed to imply that he shouldn't be able to speak right now. Wang Xingrui felt he must have revealed something and could no longer stay there. Si Tu-che furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Wang Xingrui said, "Senior, it's nothing. I'll take my leave now." "Stop." Wang Xingrui reached the door and halted, standing still. "Slap yourself," Si Tu-che said with a commanding tone, harboring some expectation. After a long time, Wang Xingrui turned around, looking at Si Tu-che with a strange expression. "Senior, you need to see a doctor." He exited the office, slamming the door shut. Si Tu-che was stunned, unable to recover for a long time. How could this happen? He could resist me. He was just from class. How could that be? Si Tu-che's curiosity about Wang Xingrui was suddenly at its peak. Lin Ruyao stepped over to Si Tu-che's side, looking toward the door. "Your new friend has quite the temper." Si Tu-che reined in his smile and shot her a cold glance. "Eat your food." He suddenly seemed like a different person, treating Lin Ruyao entirely differently than when Wang Xingrui was present. The magical sound echoed in her ears, and Lin Ruyao's pupils suddenly constricted. She turned and sat back in her seat, starting to mechanically stuff her mouth with food, even as her mouth was already full. Si Tu-che approached Lin Ruyao from behind. Gently caressing her flawless neck, he lowered his head, slightly inhaling her body fragrance. In the next moment, he opened his mouth wide, revealing 4 sharp teeth, and bit down. Lin Ruyao paused her movements, her eyes dazed, letting out a moan as her right hand gently caressed Si Tu-che's cheek. Si Tu-che paid no heed to Lin Ruyao's feelings, sinking his teeth deeper. His gaze remained fixed ahead, excitement gleaming in his frosty eyes. As the blood flowed down his throat, his eyes also took on a hint of crimson. Wang Xingrui left the office building, choosing a seldom-traveled small path. He hadn't eaten, had offended the dorm leader, and felt that he might be targeted by Si Tu-che. Had he known this would happen, he would have stood by Nian Shua's side. Previously, he had mocked Long Ao for being reclusive, thinking his life at school would be hard, yet now he found himself worse off than Long Ao. After Zhang Xuanyu and Dai Yu finished their meal, they arrived at training room 3. The training room appeared like a giant eggshell from the outside, with an internal space of about 1,600 cubic meters. The floor and surroundings were made of memory metal, which could automatically repair itself after damage, making it highly practical. A screen hung on the outer wall, divided into 8 perspectives, allowing outsiders to view the interior of the training room unobstructed. From 7 to 12 in the evening, once Zhang Xuanyu and Dai Yu entered the training room, Morong Yi, who had been waiting for them inside, said to the air, "Activate closed training mode." As the metal door slowly closed, an artificial intelligence voice immediately announced, "Closed mode has been activated." The screen outside no longer displayed the footage from training room 3, and then Morong Yi stood before Zhang Xuanyu and Dai Yu with his hands behind his back. "Release your avatars." After merging with their avatars, the next step was to learn how to release them. For novices, this was a significant hurdle. Only after the beast cells in their bodies reached 0.05 could the energy stored in these cells be sufficient for a single avatar release. Both Zhang Xuanyu and Dai Yu merged with avatars that were super beasts containing a large number of beast cells. Thus, after their fusion, the beast cell content immediately rose above 0.05, granting them the ability to release their avatars. However, the greater the amplification multiple of the avatar, the more energy was required to release it, making the task increasingly difficult. In addition, they needed to find a unique switch that belonged solely to them to unlock the shackles limiting their physical. This switch could be a person, an object, or even a memory. Simply put, it represented the most desired thing deep within each individual's heart. Since the secrets buried deep within each person were different, each person's switch would also be unique. Dai Yu jogged to one side, closed her eyes, and her body quickly transformed. Her entire form turned pitch black, and 8 tumter-long legs extended from her body, resembling sharp steel blades plunged into the ground, covered in spikes, symmetrically positioned on either side of her, suspending her body in midair. 8 glossy black eyes arranged in 2 rows rotated back and forth. Beneath the eyes were a pair of massive black pincers. Behind her head was a spherical abdomen. If it weren't for the unchanged clothing between her head and abdomen, Zhang Xuanyu would never have thought that this giant spider before him was a transformation of a goddess. The spider moved forward 2 steps, causing Zhang Xuanyu to hurriedly retreat. Morongyi examined the spider and said, "Not bad. Those who have endured hardship often have a clearer understanding of what they desire. Ordinary individuals require at least 4 to 5 months after merging with their avatars to master the technique." Dai Yu had just reached 5 months since merging with her avatar, and she had learned to release it without any guidance. Of course, her avatar amplification was only 10, meaning the energy consumed during release was minimal, which was one reason she could easily release her avatar. With a moderate aptitude, Morongyi evaluated her internally before saying, "Maintain the avatar form until you can no longer hold it. I need to know your limits." The spider nodded. After 1 minute, Dai Yu slowly returned to her human form, sitting on the ground drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Maintaining the avatar form not only consumed physical strength, but also required focused mental energy. 1 minute was too short. Morongyi looked at Zhang Xuanyu. His gaze seemed to say, "It's your turn." Zhang Xuanyu hesitated for a moment, stepped aside, settled into a horse stance, and gritted his teeth to summon all his energy. "Come out. Quickly come out." 5 minutes passed. Nothing happened. "I'm sorry, I can't do it," Zhang Xuanyu said, suddenly his face serious and apologetic. It was strange. His arms had clearly transformed into wings before, but why couldn't he do it now? Morongyi shook his head and reminded him, "Think about the person or thing you value the most." "Of course, the most important people to me are my parents." "What if your parents were killed by someone?" "Impossible," Zhang Xuanyu replied, sternly looking directly at Morongyi. Old Wang would never allow such a thing to happen. Morongyi raised an eyebrow slightly, a question mark appearing above his head. What did he mean? Why did Xingrui not allow such a thing to happen? "You're their son, what are you doing about it?" "My parents are equivalent to Old Wang's parents. His parents are also equivalent. We are one family, and there's no need to speak of 2 families," Zhang Xuanyu said with a smile. Although this statement was quite rude to Wang Xingrui's parents, to help Zhang Xuanyu find a way to release his avatar, Dai Yu asked, "What if Wang's parents were in danger? What would you do?" "What else could I do? Of course I would quickly notify Old Wang to save them," Zhang Xuanyu replied with conviction. Morongyi. "Dai Yu. So it all comes back to my brother. What about you? Regardless, find the person, thing, or memory you cherish most. Imagine the scene of it being destroyed. Remember that feeling and amplify it in your mind. In the future, it will be the switch to release your avatar." Morongyi didn't want to waste any more time on Zhang Xuanyu. The master leads the student to the door. The cultivation depends on the individual. He had given him all the tricks, the rest depended on him. Morongyi's plan for tonight was to have Zhang Xuanyu accompany Dai Yu in combat. Fighting would expose their weaknesses, allowing him to guide them, thus helping them improve their strengths in the fastest way. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xuanyu couldn't even release his avatar, causing their progress to be mismatched. Morongyi said, "Let's call it a day for now, go home." When entering the training room, Morongyi's residence card was scanned. Since it was a teacher-student practice, the training room wouldn't force both parties into a deadly confrontation. After Morongyi said to the air, "Training," ends, the door slowly opened. Zhang Xuanyu noticed that Morongyi seemed a bit unhappy. Perhaps he had disappointed him. Zhang Xuanyu felt bad himself. Despite having a super beast avatar with an amplification beyond 100 and entering class A, he still always lagged behind. If the goddess could do it, why couldn't he? "Morongyi, I'm not tired. I can try again." Morongyi replied, "There's no need. Releasing your avatar relies on comprehension, not effort. Rather than wasting time here, it would be better to lie in bed and organize your thoughts. Perhaps you'll gain something." Zhang Xuanyu felt unwilling, but still followed Morongyi's advice and left the training room with Dai Yu. On the way back, seeing Zhang Xuanyu's dejected appearance, Dai Yu consoled him. "Zhang, classmate, don't be too disheartened. Actually, the first time releasing an avatar is very difficult. It took me a week to achieve it. You've just started practicing. It's completely normal that you can't release it yet." If Morongyi were present at that moment, he would be astonished to hear Dai Yu's words. Dai Yu had not used 5 months from merging to releasing her avatar. In fact, she hadn't even used a month's time. It only took her a mere 7 days, while the remaining time was spent figuring out how to extend her avatar's duration. Since childhood, Dai Yu had developed the habit of previewing textbooks before class and reviewing them afterward. Physical education had always been her weak point, so she prepared thoroughly for university courses long before entering university. "Thank you," Zhang Xuanyu said with a forced smile upon hearing the goddess' comfort. "You're welcome," Dai Yu replied with a gentle smile at Zhang Xuanyu. Moonlight poured down, and it seemed as if a thin veil covered Dai Yu's face, her hair tucked behind her ear, making her every movement appear more tranquil and elegant. Zhang Xuanyu was momentarily mesmerized. She was so beautiful. Back at the dormitory, lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, not pondering what his switch was, but rather his mind was filled with the fleeting smile of Dai Yu under the moonlight. Zhang Xuanyu pulled the quilt over his head, hearing the sound of counting from within. An hour later, he suddenly sat up. 3,601. That's it, he felt completely awake. Zhang Xuanyu got out of bed to exercise, doing 200 of each: squats, jumps, sit-ups, and push-ups. Finally exhausted and dripping with sweat, he lay back in bed, closing his eyes, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next day, all day long, he pondered what his switch could be, but he absorbed none of the content taught in class. Until the evening, when he entered the training room, he still couldn't release his avatar. Morong Yi had no choice but to give him a separate lesson, allowing Zhang Xuanyu to practice releasing his avatar alone while he imparted some theoretical knowledge to Daiyu. "How is your biology class going?" Morong Yi asked. "It's okay. What do you know about your avatar?" Daiyu knew that the master was testing her, so she recited everything she knew, like reciting a text. "My avatar is the Darwin's bark spider, which belongs to the arachnids biologically and is classified under the insect and worm system in terms of avatars. The Darwin's bark spider lives in Y City, typically black, with serrated edges, low toxicity, and less than 2 centimeters in length. A common Darwin's bark spider can shoot silk up to 25 meters long, weaving a web of 2.8 square meters. The silk of the Darwin's bark spider is the strongest spider silk in the world, surpassing steel in strength." Daiyu shared all that she knew in one breath. Morong Yi then asked, "What are the natural enemies of the spider?" Daiyu immediately answered, "Toads, frogs, lizards, centipedes, bees." After Daiyu finished, Morong Yi nodded in satisfaction. In the next 2 hours, Morong Yi first asked some common knowledge questions related to Daiyu's avatar, and then proceeded to ask some more tricky questions, all of which she answered correctly, providing perfect answers for which Morong Yi gave her full marks. Afterward, Morong Yi asked about the biological characteristics of other types of avatars, and the questions exceeded middle school level. Daiyu answered without hesitation. Morong Yi's facial expressions changed dramatically from satisfaction to surprise, then to astonishment, followed by happiness, and finally a hint of murderous intent. He did not expect that his disciple's knowledge reserve was so rich and comprehensive. It was no exaggeration to say that with her current knowledge, she had already surpassed some teachers in the academy. Morong Yi believed that even without his guidance, as long as she was given time to develop, his disciple would undoubtedly become a figure not inferior to the city lord level in the future. There were only 26 city lords in the entire world. They were the small group at the top of the pyramid, recognized as the world's strongest. Morong Yi believed that in the near future his disciple could replace one of them. Such an assessment was quite high. While recognizing Daiyu's potential, Morong Yi also considered another issue. If one day Daiyu stood against Xingrue, it would be a big problem for his precious younger brother. Although Daiyu currently had some affection for his brother, one couldn't predict what might happen in the future. Should I eliminate this potential threat before she grows up? Who taught you all this? Morong Yi put away his smile and looked at her with a blank expression. Middle school teachers can't teach these things. I self-studied. My dream since childhood has been to become a doctor, so I read many biology books to understand the structures of various transformations and their abilities after becoming beastmen. Daiyu felt the gaze of her master turn cold. She didn't understand why his attitude had suddenly changed. Did she answer incorrectly? Daiyu lowered her head, her hands behind her back like a child who had done something wrong. Morong Yi remained silent, hesitating whether to kill or not. After a moment, Morong Yi suddenly smiled and gently pinched Daiyu's cheek. "You're wonderful. I'm very happy to have such a smart disciple like you." Slowly raising her head and seeing the gentle smile on her master's face, Daiyu shyly smiled back. "Little Yue, can you promise me one thing?" "Sure." Morong Yi was taken aback. "I haven't even said what it is yet, and you just say yes. You're the best person to me besides my mom and Wang, so I will agree to whatever you say. Besides your mom, there's also Wang who treats you well." Morong Yi raised an eyebrow, realizing he ranked behind his younger brother in his disciple's heart. "Haha, very good." Morong Yi liked Daiyu's answer. No, it would be more accurate to say he felt relieved. Morong Yi said, "I can't be with Xingrue forever. One day I will leave him. I hope that after I leave you can keep him company and protect him for me. Can you do that?" Daiyu stared into Morong Yi's sincere eyes for a moment, suddenly understanding something. Her face flushed and her head bowed slightly as she nodded. Children after the beast origin are very precocious. Daiyu was at the age of first love. Besides, with Morong Yi saying it this way, how could she not understand what he meant? "All right, let's stop here for today." Morong Yi waved to Zhang Xianyu on the other side. Zhang Xianyu still couldn't unleash his transformation. "Sorry, Morong, did I delay you?" Zhang Xianyu said somewhat apologetically. "No," Morong Yi replied with a smile. "It's only the second day. Oh, it's normal not to be able to unleash your transformation. Let's continue tomorrow." Zhang Xianyu looked at Morong Yi curiously, while Daiyu bowed to Morong Yi. The two left the training room together. On the way, Zhang Xianyu rode his bicycle and slyly asked, "Hey goddess, I saw you chatting with Morong Gu for a long time. What did you talk about?" "It seems like Morong Gu was really happy," Daiyu replied while riding her bike. "Master asked me some biological knowledge to see how well I understood, and I answered, oh I see. Morong Gu doesn't even know you were first in the whole school in middle school. Haha, he casually took in a disciple who's not only top of the class, but also has a transformation enhancement over 100. Morong Gu is really lucky." Zhang Xianyu leaned back with his hands behind his head, leisurely speaking. After he finished, he glanced sideways and found Daiyu stopped in place. "What's wrong, goddess?" Daiyu looked seriously at Zhang Xianyu and said, "Meeting master is my fortune." To Daiyu, Morong Yi felt like an older brother who always helps and cares for him. A family-like presence. Although Zhang Xianyu was joking, his tone made Dai Yu uncomfortable, feeling like her master taking her as a disciple was some kind of huge favor. Zhang Xianyu keenly noticed Dai Yu's change in emotion and quickly changed his tone, continuing in a joking manner. Goddess, why so serious? Meeting Morongu is not just your luck. Upon hearing this, Dai Yu relaxed her brow and smiled faintly. Zhang Xianyu felt relieved. Close call, he almost made the goddess unhappy. When he returned to the dormitory, Zhang Xianyu took a shower and approached his roommate Tang Xiaolang's bed. Tang Xiaolang was lying on the bed engrossed in a book. Hey Xiao Tang, can I ask you something? I don't know, Tang Xiaolang immediately refused. I haven't even said what it is yet. Zhang Xianyu pouted and took out a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution and a bag of tomato-flavored chips from his room, placing them on the bedside cabinet. Hee, brother Tang, can you unleash your transformation? Tang Xiaolang glanced at him casually. Then do you have any secret? Tang Xiaolang fell silent. Zhang Xianyu immediately understood his meaning and took out another bottle of high-grade nutrient solution and a bag of 5-spice jerky from the room. Think about the person you want to protect with all your might. That's it. Zhang Xianyu was surprised. This was exactly what Morongu said, but this method didn't work for him. Are there any other methods? None. Then how long did it take you to learn to unleash your transformation after merge? Tang Xiaolang fell silent. Zhang Xianyu, speechless, took another bag of chips and a bag of jerky. Tang Xiaolang hesitated for a moment and replied, a month exactly. A month. Dai Yu took 4 times less time than him. No wonder she's my goddess. After thinking for a moment, he felt there was nothing else to ask. Zhang Xianyu went to sleep in his room. After he entered, Tang Xiaolang put down the book in his hand, tore open a bag of chips, and started eating, his face glowing with happiness. He looked towards the door, thinking, having entered class and not being able to unleash a transformation, could it be true? Zhang Xianyu hazily opened his eyes, surrounded by white mist. Looking around, he realized he was lying on soft clouds, completely naked, with a similarly naked and gracefully curvy woman lying beside him. A faint body fragrance wafted into his nose. When he clearly saw the person's face, Zhang Xianyu's eyes widened in shock. Dai Yu. He was so astonished that he even dropped the honorific and called her by name. Dai Yu looked at him with affection. You're awake. What is going on here? How? Zhang Xianyu stammered, his teeth chattering nervously as he struggled to find any words to describe the current situation. How could my goddess be lying next to me, not wearing a single piece of clothing? How could my goddess look so alluring? My goddess. So beautiful. Dai Yu's delicate jade-like hand stroked his face. What are you thinking? I wasn't thinking about anything. Zhang Xianyu tightly shut his eyes. Then he felt Dai Yu whispering in his ear word by word with a breath that smelled sweet, like orchids. Really. Nothing. At all. Damn. The desires in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Zhang Xianyu opened his eyes, rolled over, and pinned Dai Yu beneath him, looking at her seriously. I swear I will take responsibility for you. However, the next moment, Dai Yu's expression changed, her face filled with disgust and disdain, and a man's voice came from her mouth. You bastard, if you come any closer, I will kill you. Zhang Xianyu suddenly opened his eyes wide again. The surroundings had changed drastically. The pink bubbles had all disappeared, leaving only pure darkness. The bed had collapsed. His body had transformed into a giant golden eagle, with Tang Xiaolang pinned beneath him. Tang Xiaolang's arms had turned into 2 1-meter-long, fully green, serrated blades. The sharp blades were crossed against his neck. Zhang Xianyu was sure that if his head moved down an inch, these 2 blades would definitely cut into his veins. And Tang Xiaolang's face was just inches away. His expression of disdain mirrored Dai Yu's from earlier. In an instant, Zhang Xianyu understood the current situation. Damn, I actually had a reckless dream. He hurriedly tried to stand up, but with his arms turned into wings and his massive body filling the room, he couldn't get up and could only crouch, awkwardly tilting his neck. Seeing that he was awake, Tang Xiaolang slowly rubbed his back against the ground and crawled out from beneath Zhang Xianyu, shaking his arms to return the serrated blades to hands. He stood up, still feeling a bit shaken, as he looked at the silly bird in front of him. Just now he was sound asleep when a loud crash from the adjacent room woke him up. Tang Xiaolang hadn't intended to intervene, but after some thought he figured that if something happened to Zhang Xianyu, he as a roommate couldn't be uninvolved, so he came to check on him. The moment he opened the door, he saw a giant golden eagle almost filling the entire room, lying on the collapsed bed with a lewd smile on its face. He approached, wanting to wake Zhang Xianyu, but unexpectedly, just a few steps and a giant wing came down, pinning him on. Then the golden eagle's beak began to approach his face, saying something like, I will take responsibility for you. At that moment, Tang Xiaolang was truly terrified. This was the first time he had genuinely feared someone since merging with his transformation. Then the earlier scene unfolded. Tang Xiaolang looked coldly at Zhang Xianyu. Releasing your transformation in the dorm. What are you thinking? If I hadn't sensed any killing intent from Zhang Xianyu the moment he waved his wings at me, I would have definitely retaliated and chopped off his head. Zhang Xianyu ignored his roommate's murderous glare, amazed as he looked at his own body, feeling overjoyed. I can unleash my transformation. Haha, I can unleash my transformation. What are you laughing about? It's late at night. Are you letting anyone sleep? Hurry up and retract your transformation. Zhang Xianyu's expression suddenly froze. It's over. It's over. Morongu only taught me how to unleash my transformation, but he hasn't taught me how to retract it yet. Zhang Xian, you looked innocently at Tang Xiaolang. Tang Xiaolang said expressionlessly, don't tell me you don't know how to retract your transformation. Zhang Xian, yes, innocent gaze now carried a hint of grievance. Sigh. Tang Xiaolang sighed. You unleash your transformation because you're thinking of the person you care about. To retract it, just think of something that makes you feel relaxed. The golden eagle closed its eyes. After a moment, it opened them again and made eye contact with Tang Xiaolang. Both saw confusion in each other's eyes. You should retract it. I can't. The method you taught doesn't work. The golden eagle spoke human words. Impossible. What are you thinking right now? I am not thinking about anything, the golden eagle said, dodging its gaze. After looking at him for a moment, Tang Xiaolang said, then pray for your own luck. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, brother Tang, don't leave me. We share a dorm. I'm begging you, help me think of a way. No way. He was already out the door as he spoke. They'll give you 2 bottles of nutrient solution. The golden eagle hurriedly called out. Tang Xiaolang returned. Seeing him return, Zhang Xian, you cursed inwardly. Damn, I knew you were trying to swindle me. Tang Xiaolang said nonchalantly, there's another way. Beastmen revert to human form when they lose consciousness. Lose consciousness? How can I lose consciousness? It can't be. Zhang Xian, you thought of a possibility. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaolang's hand blade had already landed on his thick neck. Zhang Xian, you rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. In the moment he fell, his body rapidly reverted to human form. Tang Xiaolang turned to leave. Wang Xingrui has been feeling quite miserable these past 2 days. He has become famous in the academy. It was some unscrupulous person who took a photo in the cafeteria 3 days ago and posted it on the academy's forum depicting the scene where Sidu Che had his arm around him, which looked quite affectionate. In Tianchuan, both senior and junior female students regard Sidu Che as the best mate selection. Because of this, the forum went completely haywire. Overnight, Wang Xingrui's reputation skyrocketed. Now rumors are spreading everywhere in the academy that he and Sidu Che. Many people left comments on the forum, most of which were curses directed at Wang Xingrui, while a small portion were shipping. Thus, he officially became a celebrity in the academy, the public enemy of all female students. Many who saw him in the cafeteria recognized him, and within an hour his identity was exposed. While he was still pondering how to handle his relationship with his roommate, he walked near the dormitory and saw the yard filled with people, all of whom were girls, each looking fierce and menacing. There was no need to think, these people must be looking for him. Currently, Wang Xingrui couldn't even transform, let alone deal with so many people. He could only quietly turn around and leave. Initially, he intended to stay at a hotel, but after checking several places, he found that many were also ambushing nearby. Sidu Che's fans are formidable. They even predicted my predictions. Desperate, Wang Xingrui prepared to call Morong Yi, but then thought if someone finds out he is staying in the teacher's dormitory, there might soon be people blocking it. Before the problem is resolved, it's best not to trouble my brother. Alright, now I am completely out of options. At night, he slept by the roadside, and during the day he attended classes on time, sneaking into the classroom, sitting in the last row, wearing a mask, and keeping his head down. After class, he would lie on the desk face down, and only dared to leave the classroom after all the students in the building had. These past 2 days, Wang Xingrui felt like a rat crossing the street, hiding everywhere. He found it strange that the academy's teachers had not made a single move despite the situation escalating to this extent. It seemed they had no intention of stopping this farce. By the 3rd day, Wang Xingrui could no longer hold out. To untie the bell, one must first tie it. It was necessary to find Situ Che again and clarify the matter. Wang Xingrui skipped the 2nd class in the morning. From 10 to 12 o'clock, most people were in class, making it the time when the academy had the fewest people. Wearing a cap and sunglasses, he went to the office building and arrived at the student council president's office. He knocked. A voice from inside said, please come in. Wang Xingrui pushed the door open, and only when he reached Lin Royo's front did she look up. Upon realizing it was Wang Xingrui, her serious expression hinted that she had already guessed why he was here. She smiled and said, Wang, is there something you need? She had heard the rumors circulating in the academy these past few days, and they were completely unfounded. Having worked with Situ Che for 2 years, she knew him well. He was a gentleman, responsible and mature, yet with a hint of boyishness. Perhaps he enjoyed joking with others, but she absolutely did not believe he had developed any feelings for another man. Wang Xingrui pointed at Situ Che. On the right side of the desk, Situ Che smiled and said, you've finally come, my other half. Stop grossing me out. This whole thing started because of you. How do you plan to deal with it? Wang Xingrui's face turned serious. He was not in the mood to joke with Situ Che. The experiences of the past few days had made him very anxious. It's just a rumor, why bother? After a while it will naturally settle down. Wang Xingrui coldly replied, I've been sleeping on a chair by the roadside of the academy for 3 nights now. How long do you mean? Senior, I haven't offended you, have I? Situ Che raised an eyebrow, pondering before saying, it's not that I don't want to manage it, but I can't. The more you engage with it, the more you prove you're guilty, and it spreads even more. The best way to handle it is to ignore it and let it dissipate on its own. Didn't you notice that the academy's teachers have no intention of intervening? Wang Xingrui replied, of course I noticed, which is why I came to find you. The teachers are unreliable. We can only rely on ourselves. Do you really not care about what they say about you? Situ Che appeared relaxed. I'm used to it. Situ Che was exceptionally outstanding in both looks and strength. Since he entered the academy, every move he made would attract attention, He was like a small sun constantly radiating light, making it impossible to ignore his presence. However, where there is light, there is also darkness. While Situ Che enjoyed various forms of care, he also bore immense. Any slight unusual behavior or minor mistake would be magnified by some with ulterior motives. Wang Xingrui stated, "You're used to it, but I am not. That group of women has affected my normal life. I trouble you, senior, to help clarify this matter." Situ Che smiled as he approached him. "Why should I help you? There wasn't a clear benefit for them." At this moment, Situ Che put away his friendly demeanor. Wang Xingrui thought for a moment, "I can make you my friend." Situ Che was taken aback, then burst out laughing, completely disregarding his image. It was amusing. Thousands of people in the academy wanted to be his friend, with countless quirky approaches to flirtation. Coincidences, love letters, persistent gift-giving, etc. Which of them was not trying their best to beg for just one more glance from him? This was the first time someone like Wang Xingrui with an attitude of superiority had invited him. It was fresh, but not enough to make him agree to Wang Xingrui's request. In Situ Che's eyes, Wang Xingrui merely wanted to gain his attention in an unconventional way. Friends? Does he lack friends? As long as he waved his hand casually, anyone in the academy, including the teachers, would be willing to be his friend. And Wang Xingrui, a waste from class, he had no right to speak to him with such an attitude. Situ Che's gentle expression gradually receded, and he stared coldly at Wang Xingrui leave. Wang Xingrui glanced at him and turned to leave without a trace of hesitation. However, after exiting the office, he did not leave the building, but headed to the broadcasting room on the second floor. There were 8 people in the broadcasting room. 6 of them were outside the broadcasting room. During the broadcast, it was forbidden for strangers to enter. Once Wang Xingrui stepped in, everyone inside looked at him, and he removed his mask, glasses, and hat. As Wang Xingrui revealed his true self, everyone in the broadcasting room recognized him at once, their hearts filled with astonishment. Wang Xingrui was now a celebrity in the academy. Who wouldn't recognize the man rumored to be with the academy's top male god? However, upon seeing his face, the female students in the broadcasting room became even angrier. One senior sister with a cold expression immediately tried to shoo him away. Wang Xingrui didn't give her a chance. After scanning the room, he said to the senior sister who looked the most authoritative, "President Situ wants to clarify our relationship. He sent me to find you." Wang Xingrui's tone and gaze exuded an unspoken authority forged through blood, patience, and numerous life and death experiences by Murong Yi. The demeanor had merged into his very bones. The senior sister came back to her senses, scrutinizing him. "Let me confirm with President Situ." Saying this, she took out her phone. At this moment, Wang Xingrui added, "If President Situ wanted to explain this matter directly, why would he send me down? As a member of the student council, you should learn to discern the president's thoughts rather than require him to explain everything clearly to you, right?" The person hesitated for a moment and did not dial the number. "What can I help you with?" "Ensure that everyone in the academy can hear my voice." The senior sister looked at the broadcaster in front of the console, switched the signal to the whole academy, and turned the volume to the maximum. The broadcaster immediately complied, gently pushing both buttons forward. "You can go in now." Wang Xingrui followed her gesture and walked into the broadcasting room. The broadcasters glanced at the senior sister, who nodded in acknowledgement, and they immediately stood up to make way. Wang Xingrui tapped the microphone. "Hey, everyone, I'm Wang Xingrui, the one rumored to be with your Situ male god. I know you have been looking for me, curious about what my relationship with your Situ male god is. Today I'm here to answer your queries." Wang Xingrui's voice echoed throughout the entire academy. In the academy, all the teachers and students in classrooms, the school leaders in the office building, those walking by the roadside, and people exercising on the playground were all captivated by his voice, pausing their actions. In the 6th-floor office, Lin Ruyao poured a cup of red tea for Situ Che and asked, "Should I stop him?" If someone were present, they would surely be shocked. Lin Ruyao, clearly the president, was acting as submissively as a maid towards Situ Che. Situ Che replied nonchalantly, "No need. As long as I don't intervene, no one will believe him. Trying to clear things up this way will only backfire." Wang Xingrui had underestimated Situ Che's influence. If he were to explain, most people in the academy would likely believe him, as his image had always been positive. But if Wang Xingrui were to explain, it would seem as though he did not want to be associated with Situ Che. After he clarified, the issue would not simply be whether or not Wang Xingrui and Situ Che had a relationship. It would become about why Wang Xingrui didn't deserve to be associated with Situ Che. It would be like a breakup between a couple. Situ Che's fans would not allow their male god to appear weak. What part of Situ Che was unworthy? What was Wang Xingrui? Even if they were to break up, it would still be their male god who had dumped Wang Xingrui. Such questions would continuously arise. By that time, Wang Xingrui would find it impossible to clarify and would only end up in trouble. Situ Che had no intention of punishing Wang Xingrui. He was simply digging his own grave, and he could not blame anyone else. The broadcaster continued to emit Wang Xingrui's voice. "I want to clarify to everyone. What's being said in the academy is not a rumor." As soon as these words emerged, there was a brief silence in the broadcasting room. Then, like a heavy bomb exploding, not only the broadcasting room, but the entire academy erupted with a deafening gasp. "What?" At the same time, in the AG-1 class of the flight department, Zhang Xuanyu was shockingly bewildered, internally exclaiming, "What the hell?" In the A2 class of the insect control department, Dai shed 2 lines of tears. Her deskmate thought she was also a diehard fan of Situ Che and comforted her while crying. In Class A of the crawling department, Long Ao maintained his usual composure, while Ouyang Chun raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. In the dean's office, Murong Yi, who was reporting on teaching matters to the dean, darkened his face, exuding a strong killing intent, and turned to leave. Bastard, how dare he seduce his brother? Seeing this, the dean hurriedly stopped him. Meanwhile, the other main character of the incident, Sidhu Che, upstairs, had just taken a sip of tea when he spat it out 5 meters away upon hearing Wang Xingrui's words. He pulled out a tissue, wiped his mouth, and wore a somewhat strange expression. Then he laughed genuinely and was very happy. Never before had anyone caused him to lose his composure twice in succession. Wang Xingrui was truly a person full of surprises. The voice from the broadcaster continued, increasingly sincere. I know this feeling is not recognized, but what I have with Che is true love. If you want to blame someone, blame me, don't blame him. Without me saying, you should already understand how charming Che is. Even as a man, I cannot resist his charm. But I also know that besides me, many students in the academy love him as well. However, due to gender barriers, they can only bury this love deep in their hearts. I want to tell everyone in the academy that if you love someone, you should bravely express it. A love requires courage to pursue. I hereby declare that I, Wang Xingrui, accept fair competition regardless of gender. But the premise is that I do not wish for you to measure love through combat. Che needs someone who can care for and look after him, not just a tool for fighting. If you cannot win Che's heart, even if you are the strongest person in the entire academy, I will still look down upon you. Alright, that's all. The voice was heartfelt, passionate, and inspiring. I believe that after today, many admirers of Sidhu Che will. In the broadcasting room, Wang Xingrui walked out of the broadcasting room, and the people outside stared at him with astonishment, as if their souls had left their bodies. Actually, when Wang Xingrui began to speak about his and Sidhu Che's true love, the people outside had already been rendered speechless with surprise. They considered stopping him, but then thought, what if President Sidhu had instructed him to do this? What if President Sidhu really wanted to make a public announcement? If they stopped Wang Xingrui, wouldn't they ruin President Sidhu's plans? They were also admirers of Sidhu Che, they wouldn't do anything that would harm him. Thus, they could only endure the pain in their hearts and let Wang Xingrui finish his inspiring speech. After he finished, a glimmer of hope suddenly arose in their hearts. They had always felt unworthy of Sidhu Che and did not dare to pursue him. Now, compared to Wang Xingrui, they at least had the advantage in gender. If a male like Wang Xingrui could be with Sidhu Che, they as females could easily pursue him. Moreover, everyone in the broadcasting room was from Class A. Being with them was definitely better than being with that waste from Class E. This line of thought was shared by more than just a few of them. It could be said that Wang Xingrui, by his very presence, stirred the competitive spirit of all of Sidhu Che's admirers. Sidhu Che is not going to clarify, right? You don't care, do you? A piece of bird droppings falls on your head, you can pretend not to care. But if a bucket of droppings is dumped on you, I wonder if you can still hold it in. In the 6th floor office, Lin Ruiyao looked somewhat worried. The student council won't be peaceful for a while. That's great, at least it won't be boring. Sidhu Che's eyes flashed with a glint, and he smiled slightly. Leaving the office building, Wang Xingrui swaggered back to his dormitory. On the way, anyone he encountered caste complex looks at him. Some were envious, some jealous, some defiant, and surprisingly, some genuinely congratulatory. Wang Xingrui ignored their gazes. It seemed his speech had begun to take effect. He returned to his dormitory. The yard was no longer overcrowded. His roommates all gave him thumbs up, saying nothing, but it was clear that they kept their distance from him more than before. He lay on his bed, enjoying a moment of peace. The soft bed was much more comfortable than the hard chair by the roadside. Shortly after, Wang Xingrui's phone rang. Wang Xingrui took a glance. That was a message from his brother. 6 o'clock in the 3rd training room. In the dean's office, after sending a text message, Murong Yi said, "Nothing urgent. I'll take my leave now." As he turned to depart, his expression suddenly stilled. "Why did I come to Tianxian? That old woman has surely already Please convey this to her. If anything befalls my younger brother within the academy, every prior agreement is null and void." A benevolent smile softened the dean's face. "Yes, I'll deliver your message." At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The department head entered, her face stern, brushing past Murong Yi without pause. Her gaze flickering toward him, fleeting yet deliberate. "Dean, I have something to report." "What is it? Speak." Yesterday, a student's parent filed a complaint. A violent brawl erupted in Teacher Murong's class, leaving one cadet critically injured. I'm aware," the dean replied offhandedly. Murong Yi had just visited to address precisely this. He adhered to his own pedagogical philosophy and welcomed no outside interference. The dean's stance was clear: so long as no life was lost, all else fell within Murong Yi's discretion. The department head spoke gravely. "Dean, Teacher Murong has served only 3 days, yet a student lies hospitalized. My investigation confirms he made no attempt to intervene during the assault. This incident carries grave implications and exposes systemic flaws." The dean countered, "Are brawls truly rare in our academy? Is the boy unharmed?" The department head recited the injuries without embellishment: fractured ribs, internal hemorrhaging. "So severe. Send him to the medical chamber for 2 days' rest," the dean remarked calmly. The department head continued, "Dean, the crux lies elsewhere. The injured cadet's father is mayor of Dongshi District L City. He called moments ago stating he will arrive at the academy within 2 hours, demanding an official explanation." "Yes, have him come directly to me," the dean replied serenely. Dean, this stems from our faculty's dereliction. We are at a disadvantage. Shall I prepare a formal response in advance? The dean cast a measured glance at her. No need. I'll handle the parents. Moreover, every educator possesses their own methodology. As head of the diving department, do not let bias cloud your judgment. Adjusting her spectacles, the department head affirmed solemnly, "You know my character well, Dean. I speak only through evidence, never with prejudice or favoritism." When instructors lack managerial acumen, endangering students and tarnishing the academy's reputation, they themselves warrant scrutiny. A quiet weariness settled over the dean. The department head excelled in every regard, save her rigid adherence to protocol. Though she appeared frostbitten and aloof, she cared for students more fiercely than most. Morong Yi had bypassed standard appointment procedures. No wonder she distrusted him utterly. Such vigilance served admirably before the beast cell era, but now it verged on superfluous. To survive this age, one must bear blood upon one's hands. At 16 or 17, they remain children in form, but to ensure their survival, they cannot be treated as such. Leave Teacher Morong to me. I'll manage matters as needed. This amounted to a polite but firm dismissal of her. A flicker of displeasure crossed the department head's features. She could not fathom the dean's unwavering favor toward Morong Yi. Very well, Dean, she replied curtly, and departed without another word. Yet her resolve was plain. She would not abandon this matter. That evening, 6 o'clock. Wang Xingrui entered training room No. 3. Morong Yi regarded him intently. Wang Xingrui anticipated his question. Brother, I lied. I fabricated that story solely to distance myself from Situ Che, a persistent nuisance. Morong Yi's countenance relaxed. Good, that's a relief. I feared you'd suffered some trauma. Next time warn me first. I'm aging and my heart can't withstand such shocks. There's another matter I wish to discuss with you. At that instant, the training room door swung open. Zhang Xuanyu burst in, breathless and exultant. Brother Morong, I found the switch. Upon spotting Wang Xingrui, Xuanyu froze mid-stride. Old Wang. His gaze faltered. Uneasy, almost. Moments later, Daiyu entered. Her eyes widened at the sight of Wang Xingrui. Then instantly glistened, tears threatening to spill. Master, she murmured, bowing her head, low voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Wang Xingrui observed their expressions, his sigh silent, profound. Actually, Before he could continue, Zhang Xuanyu interjected, say nothing. Old Wang, we've been brothers for years. Whatever choice you make, I stand with you. We'll always be brothers, and only. Daiyu forced a brittle smile. Wang Xuesheng, I support you too. Wang Xingrui's lips twitched. What on earth? My relationship with Situ Che isn't what you imagine. For the next half hour, Wang Xingrui recounted, from their first meeting through its illusory intimacy to its bitter rupture, in meticulous, unvarnished detail. Zhang Xuanyu stared astonished. Old Wang, you swore before enrolling you'd develop stealthily. How did you end up clashing with the student council's vice president before even finishing one semester? Misfortune strikes unbidden. I had no recourse. As Wang Xingrui concluded, Daiyu's face brightened into genuine warmth. Her joy carried a quiet edge. She committed one name to memory, Situ Che, and inscribed beside it a single designation, Wang Xingrui's enemy. She resolved inwardly, I must grow stronger, swiftly, so I may shield Wang Xuesheng from the perils. And Morong Yi, Wang Xingrui, and Zhang Xuanyu simultaneously turned toward Daiyu, struck by a sudden razor-sharp pulse of killing intent emanating from her. Though it vanished in an instant, its clarity was undeniable. Daiyu, ever gentle, whose provocation could ignite such fury? Aware of their scrutiny, Daiyu snapped back to composure, the lethal aura dissolving like mist. Wang Xuesheng, can you manifest your beast form yet? Our instructor hasn't taught us that yet, Wang Xingrui replied. Zhang Xuanyu stepped forward, chin lifted. Old Wang, you're falling behind. It's been over a month and still no beast form. Morong Yi arched a brow at Xuanyu. Daiyu mirrored his puzzled glance. Wang Xingrui asked, by your tone, you've managed it. Show me. Xuanyu smirked, striding aside confidently. Watch closely. Closing his eyes, he recalled last night's dream, and heat surged through his limbs. Before Wang Xingrui's eyes, Xuanyu's body reshaped visibly. Within 30 seconds, a towering, majestic golden eagle stood before them. Its gaze pierced like twin blades, talons, black, curved daggers, sank deep into the floor. Wings unfurled across 15 meters. With a single languid sweep, a gale ripped through the chamber. The eagle strode to Wang Xingrui, shifting poses with theatrical pride. Wang Xingrui watched impassive, though envy undeniable stirred beneath his calm. He glanced at Morong Yi, who said, the trigger for manifesting one's beast form is deeply personal. Recall the visceral agony of watching your most cherished possession shatter. Wang Xingrui retreated to a corner, eyes closed. When he reopened them, his strength drained utterly. His frame wasted, skeletal. He collapsed backward. Xuanyu flapped his wings urgently to catch him. Old Wang, what happened? Huff, huff. Brother, why did this happen? Wang Xingrui's body glistened, drenched, as if submerged. Morong Yi soothed him. Don't speak. Breathe deeply. Your form's amplification factor exceeds your current beast cell capacity. But fear not, follow my regimen, and this weakness will fade swiftly. Wang Xingrui sat upright, gasping. Yes. Brother Morong, how do I revert? Xuanyu fluttered his wings anxiously. Morong Yi explained, reversion occurs through two pathways. First, voluntary restoration. Breathe, deeply relax your body and vision, attaining your deepest desire, and recall your true self's image. Xuanyu followed the instructions, and his massive form began shrinking, feathers retracting seamlessly beneath his skin. Once restored, Murong, Yi continued. Second, involuntary reversion. Manifesting your beast form consumes energy. During transformation, beast cells function as biological batteries, each storing vital reserves. Shifting into your form is an energetic discharge. Physical stamina and spiritual resilience plummet in the greater the amplification, the faster the depletion. As with Xingrui just now, if grievous injury or unconsciousness depletes all energy, your body's protective mechanisms forcibly restore human form to prevent catastrophic cellular exhaustion. Xuanyu recalled last night Tang Xiaolong's precise strike to his neck. He'd assumed it mere caprice, now realizing its scientific basis. Yet per Murong Ye's logic, even without intervention, exhaustion alone would have reverted him. A pang of indignation flared. He'd endured that blow unnecessarily. Meanwhile, Dai Yu handed Wang Xingrui a vial of premium nutrient solution. Wang Xingrui lay emaciated, like a centenarian stripped to sinew and bone, drained by 30 seconds of agonizing neural feedback. He couldn't lift a finger. Dai Yu, I've no strength left. Please, feed me. Gently cradling his head, Dai Yu felt a delicate electric tingle in her fingertips. Wang Xingrui emptied the vial in one swallow. Gently cradling his head, Dai Yu felt a delicate electric tingle in her fingertips. Wang Xingrui emptied. Zhang Xuanyu watched ravenous-eyed, then crumpled to the floor, clutching his chest. Goddess, I'm paralyzed too. If convenient, could you feed me as well? Dai Yu apologized softly. Xuanyu Xuesheng, I brought only one dose. You seem scarcely perspired. If you truly require it, I'll fetch another immediately. No need. Xuanyu sprang upright, flustered. Goddess, I was jesting. He refused to burden her with another. Though fatigued, he lacked Wang Xingrui's utter depletion. Dai Yu studied him quizzically. Xuanyu offered an awkward. Murong Yi seated himself before them. Sustaining your beast form beyond 3 minutes marks true initiation. To extend duration, strengthen your body, and multiply your beast cell count. Remember, 70% of cadets achieve initiation. Do not mistake this milestone for mastery, or indulge in complacency. Until then, neither of you ventures out causing trouble. This admonition targeted Xuanyu and Dai Yue, who nodded vigorously in unison. As for his younger brother, it was already too late. After brief final counsel, the three departed the training room. Wang Xingrui's dormitory lay diametrically opposite Xuanyu's and Dai Yu's. Exiting the chamber, he parted. It was late. No rental birds available, no inclination to cycle. Since his stamina was depleted, he opted to run, transforming exhaustion into exercise. Along a tranquil lane, Wang Xingrui jogged alone. Street lamps carved islands of light from the encroaching dark, until a shadow darted past him, swift and soundless. He halted, bent double palms, braced on knees, breathing hard. Then, slowly, he glanced back over his shoulder. An uncanny sense prickled his spine. Something unseen pursued him. As he turned fully, a figure materialized before him. Ah! Wang Xingrui recoiled, stumbling backward onto his haunches. Situ Che stood smiling, slightly bowed hand extended with courtly grace. My apologies, I startled you. Wang Xingrui grasped his hand, rising steadily. Brushing dust from his trousers, he asked, have you come to kill me? Not presently. Situ Che's gaze drifted ahead. Might I accompany you for a stretch? Wang Xingrui walked on in silence. Situ Che matched his pace. Why seek friendship with me? Because having you as an enemy proves inconvenient, and you require a friend. Situ Che chuckled. I admire your candor. Across this academy, save the dean and vice dean, not a soul declines my friendship. Roughly 2 million souls by estimate. So do I need them? One who befriends everyone possesses no true friends. Friendship demands sincerity, a heart no larger than a fist. Scatter your affection like rain, and how much genuine devotion shall you harvest in return? They walked onward, words suspended between them. Only their footsteps echoed along the hushed avenue. When Situ Che remained mute, Wang Xingrui broke the silence. I've known others like you, smiling, constantly kind to all, conversing effortlessly with anyone, yet utterly friendless. Their loneliness radiates like cold mist. What became of that person? He adopted a younger brother, whose troubles escalate with each passing day. That sounds fortunate. Fortunate. Who can say? Alas, I've never encountered such a soul. Situ Che sighed wistful. As Wang Xingrui observed, trust eluded him not because no one deserved it, but because he dared not surrender his whole heart to any single soul. Whether such a person appears rests entirely with you, Wang Xingrui said. Situ Che fell silent once more. Fear of betrayal had sealed his heart within an airtight prison. No matter how opulently he adorned its exterior, its interior remained absolute darkness, glacial, desolate, impenetrable. Year after year he dwelled there, growing accustomed to shadows, to cold, to the iron gate barring all outsiders. Loneliness was unbearable, yet it granted him sanctuary. After a pause, Situ Che smiled faintly. Trust flows both ways. Dare you trust me? No. Wang Xingrui rejected it instantly. They'd met thrice, twice ending in acrimony. And Situ Che, a man whose mind ran as deep and inscrutable as an abyss, was utterly beyond belief. Such bluntness wounds unnecessarily. Situ Che mused, eyes fixed ahead. You didn't seek me merely for conversation. I propose a game. I decline. I haven't named the terms. Win, and I'll publicly clarify our relationship. Hesitating, Wang Xingrui asked, what game? Situ Che's smile turned enigmatic. We fight. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He walked to the door, just about to push it open, when he heard the voices of his roommates discussing inside. Boss, do you think Wang Xingrui is really that way? Definitely, otherwise why would he unhesitatingly choose to stand with Situ Che the other day in the cafeteria? So there won't be as many girls in the courtyard anymore. Had I known they would go public so soon, I should have seized the opportunity to confess first yesterday. It's only the first year. You have plenty of chances over the next 4.5 years. I have to admire Rue Go managing to get into a relationship in the first semester of school. Although the partner is rather special, it's still impressive. With Situ as our dormitory support, can we walk around the academy with confidence now? I have to admire Rue Go managing to get into a relationship in the first semester of school. Although the partner is rather special, it's still impressive. Alright, we're all in the same dormitory. Let's not spread rumors about things we aren't clear on. By the way, Shogo, what if? I'm just saying, what if he's really like that? What should we do? The dormitory fell silent. Nian Shua didn't know how to answer this question. If Wang Xingrui really had a preference for men, what could he do? Kick Wang Xingrui out. That wouldn't be appropriate. At the door, Wang Xingrui heard every word of their conversation. Throughout the discussion, only Lu Ming remained silent. After the dormitory quieted down, Wang Xingrui had no intention of going inside to avoid making everyone uncomfortable. He turned to look around, and the people from other dormitories in the courtyard were watching him with strange eyes. When their gazes met, they quickly looked away. Shinkong turned and left the courtyard expressionlessly. Fortunately, there were no more people loitering near the hotel, so he chose the cheapest one and spent the night. The next day, after waking up at 6 in the morning, Wang Xingrui ran towards the training room. Inside training room No. 1, Situ Che glanced at his watch. They had agreed to meet at 8, and now it was almost 10. There should be a limit to how late one can be, right? Outside the training room, there was a sea of people. At 7 in the morning, a message was posted on the academy's forum. The vice president of the student council, Situ Che, and Wang Xingrui's relationship has reportedly broken down, with suspicions of Wang Xingrui's infidelity. They had agreed to meet at 8 this morning in training room No. 1 for a simulated battle. As soon as this news broke, it struck like thunder, waking all the students still asleep. 1 minute later, the comment section below the article was filled with curses, nearly 500,000 messages still berating Wang Xingrui and his entire family, with even more vulgarity and brutality than before. In 1 minute, 500,000 comments. Situ Che's influence in the academy was evident. In dormitory A106, Zhang Xuanyu lay on his bed like a dead pig. Tang Xiaoling walked into his room and patted his face. What are you doing? Zhang Xuanyu said, stretching his words lazily and impatiently, turning over in bed. I'm showing you a message. Don't regret it if you don't look. Tang Xiaoling held his phone in front of him. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Xuanyu turned back. He glanced casually, but when he saw the words Situ Che Wang Xingrui and Showdown, his eyes widened, and he sat up. He snatched Tang Xiaoling's phone and scrolled through the screen. A storm surged in his heart. God, can't you just stay calm for 2 days? What happened to the promise of living a humble life? To face off against a second-year senior without even being able to transform. Is he out of his mind? What time is it now? Zhang Xuanyu turned to ask Tang Xiaoling. It's 7:03. Zhang Xuanyu immediately got up, dressed, and ran out of the dormitory. In dormitory A104, Long Ao looked at the content on his phone, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He was finally going to take action. But he had clearly promised me to wait until his injuries healed before battling me. As Murong Yes' younger brother, he was actually untrustworthy. A flicker of anger and disgust crossed Long Ao's eye. In the same dormitory, Ouyang Chan, dressed in pajamas and holding a phone, leaned against the door frame, observing the expression on his face. He smiled and asked, are you going to watch the battle? Of course. Long Ao changed his clothes and turned to leave the dormitory. Hey, wait for me. Ouyang Chun hurriedly changed clothes and followed him out. In the girls' dormitory, Dai Yu hurriedly washed up after seeing the news. She didn't have time to say a word to her roommates and rushed out of the dormitory. Her roommates watched her leave and sighed. Although Xiaoya has only been in school for a short time, she looks like she's already deeply entangled. No woman can resist the charm of Situ, the male god. As soon as she thought of Situ Chi's appearance, her roommates' eyes became dreamy. By 8 o'clock, the area outside training room No. 1 was packed with people. Normally at this time, they should be heading to class. But now there was an exciting battle waiting for them. Who had the heart to go to class? Although the outcome was already clear, Situ Che would definitely crush the new student from Classy. Everyone still wanted to see what Situ Che was like when he fought in the scene of that scumbag being thoroughly beaten. Moreover, sneaking out alone would be considered skipping class. But if half the students in the academy skipped class, the nature of the matter would change. This could be considered a collective observational exercise. In fact, such scenes didn't only happen today. Whenever someone came to the training room to exchange combat experience, there would be spectators, though the numbers wouldn't be as exaggerated as today. Spectators could learn battle techniques from the match and gather information about other students, such as the types of transformations, their enhancements, and their combat habits, whether to dodge or to fight when they encounter them in the future. Situ-Che rarely fought in the academy. People knew he was ranked second in Class A of the second year and was very strong, but few knew his true strength. In 2 years since his enrollment, no one knew what his transformation was except the school leaders. Many had challenged him, but every time he fought, the training room would switch to closed mode and the screens outside wouldn't be available. Those who had fought against him could never recall everything that happened during the match. It was very strange and precisely proved Situ-Che's power. Many speculations existed about Situ-Che's transformation. What kind of transformation could cause people to lose their memory? Today, Situ-Che was willing to reveal the secret in person, so even many seniors from the third year came. They were very interested in the new student who dared to challenge Situ-Che. Situ-Che attracted all the girls in the academy, leaving those of them who were plain-looking yet talented single to this day, which was truly frustrating. Wang Xingrui toyed with Situ-Che's feelings. Although this act was unethical, it indirectly let them vent their frustration. They could only hope that Situ-Che would be thoroughly beaten by Wang Xingrui, left in despair. If they weren't afraid of confronting Situ-Che directly, they might even want to present Wang Xingrui with a banner reading "Eliminating Evils for the People." Situ-Che, a heartthrob, a male god. Haha, you will also have your day. This is satisfying. Truly satisfying. Some senior sisters from the 4th and 5th years at their level couldn't gain anything from the battle anymore. Most would accept tasks assigned by the academy and leave as only real combat could help them break through their bottlenecks. However, some 4th year sisters still gathered here with a clear goal to witness Situ-Che's charm one last time before graduation. Everyone held up a sign that reads, "Situ, must win, scumbag, go die." Due to the overwhelming number of spectators, the teachers also came to the hall, standing in the front row of the crowd to maintain order. Morong Yi was among them. In the first floor corridor, the students in his underwater class A1 were placing bets in front of him. 2 people were responsible for recording, while 1 person was in charge of managing the bets. On the betting table, the odds for Wang Xingrui were 10-1, while Situ-Che's odds were 1-1. The betting was only among students of their class. An hour later, Situ-Che's side had already collected a pile of residence cards stacked into a small mountain with at least 100 cards. Since there were only 50 people in one class and a total of 100 in both classes, the extra residence cards must have been borrowed from students in other classes. In contrast, Wang Xingrui had not collected a single card. Everyone wasn't foolish. They all knew that Situ-Che would definitely win this duel. Who would be stupid enough to bet on Wang Xingrui? Even though Situ-Che's odds were a bit low, betting on him was a sure-win investment. The faces of the 3 who opened the betting changed. This won't do. If everyone bets on Situ-Che, what fun is there? They estimated they'd go bankrupt after one match. Just as the 3 of them were looking worried, suddenly a residence card appeared on Wang Xingrui's side. 50,000 money. The person throwing the card wasn't Morong Yi, but rather a student who had fought in class a few days ago. He was holding instant noodles, looking indifferent and slurping away. "Are you sure you want to bet on Wang Xingrui?" one of the betting managers asked skeptically. The other 2 immediately kicked him. The person's expression twitched. "I like to take risks on underdogs and make big profits. What's wrong with that?" "Hee, no problem, no problem. The betting table is fair, and just once you bet, it's final." The 3 of them couldn't help but grumble inwardly. 50,000 money wasted. How rich can you be? The person eating instant noodles stepped back. "Can I also place a bet?" Morong Yi suddenly said. The 3 were momentarily stunned. "You bet too. You're a teacher." Morong Yi smiled and said, "I want to earn some pocket money." The 3 exchanged glances. This teacher was indeed different. The one responsible for recording asked, "Who will you bet on?" Wang Xingrui, 100,000 money. Final bet. Morong Yi placed his card on Wang Xingrui's side. Everyone anxiously awaited. The agreed time was about to arrive, yet there was no sign of Wang Xingrui at the entrance of the hall. The 3 who opened the betting were the most anxious. Why hasn't he come yet? Would this betting match not take place? Situ-Che didn't leave, and neither did the others. At 10 o'clock, Wang Xingrui walked through the training hall's door. He was astonished at the sight before him. So many people. If he lost the battle, it would be utterly embarrassing. Wang Xingrui recalled the scene under the streetlight last night. Situ-Che said, "Let's have a fight." The light fell on Situ-Che's face, a hint of conspiracy flickering in his eye. Wang Xingrui shot him a contemptuous glance. "No way. You're a second-year student bullying a freshman, have you no?" Situ-Che smiled and said, "Grade doesn't represent a person's strength. I have defeated many seniors from the 3rd and 4th years. You're so impressive, you're so arrogant." Wang Xingrui replied, "I'm a pacifist. I prefer to solve problems with words rather than violence." Situ-Che said, "Body language is also a form of language." Wang Xingrui sneered, "Too lazy to play word games with him," and walked ahead. He had already freed himself from that unfounded relationship. Situ-Che's upcoming plight would be much worse than his. Situ-Che challenging him was merely an attempt to beat him up in the training room. No way. After sleeping on the roadside for 3 days, enjoy your fans' torrential love from now on. I heard that Dai Yu from Class A2 of the insect system and Zhang Xuan Yu from Class A1 of the flying system were your middle school classmates, Situ-Che said casually. Wang Xingrui immediately stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at him darkly. "Don't get me wrong, I have no other intentions," Situ-Che said, walking with his head held high. Wang Xingrui stood still lost in thought. Situ Che was threatening him with Xian Yu and Dai Yu. There was no way to avoid this fight. After a few seconds he spoke, "If I win you must not touch them while at the academy." Situ Che turned around. "Alright, I promise you if you win not only will I not touch them, but as long as I am in the academy, I will ensure their safety. In addition, I'll give you another promise." How about that? Not only did he agree to my request, but he also offered an extra deal. Buy one get two. This routine seems a bit familiar. Wang Xingrui scrutinized the expression on Situ Che's face. He seemed eager to fight me. Wang Xingrui sighed inwardly. Is it a blessing or a curse? There's no escaping it. Time and place you decide. Forget it for Lao Zhang and Dai Yue, I'll just accept the embarrassment. Wang Xingrui squeezed into the crowd. At first the people in front noticed someone pushing forward and were about to curse, but when they turned to see it was Wang Xingrui, they froze for a moment and then made way. Wang Xingrui is here, someone shouted from behind. The crowd's gaze turned in unison towards the sound. This feeling was quite uncomfortable. Wang Xingrui had a reserved personality and disliked being the center of attention. The crowd instinctively parted for him. At the end of the small path stood Murong Yi, Xian Yu, and Dai Yu. Wang Xingrui walked past them directly, swiped his card on the machine at the door, and entered the training room without looking back. He was now standing at the eye of the storm. Anyone who got involved with him would be in trouble. He must not let outsiders know about his relationship with Xian Yu and Dai Yu. Fortunately, Zhang Xuanyu wasn't foolish and didn't take the initiative to greet him. Only Dai Yu was visibly worried, wanting to stop Wang Xingrui. If Zhang Xuanyu hadn't held her back, she might have rushed over. Wang Xingrui entered the training room. When Situ Che saw him, he smiled bitterly. Your tardiness is truly outrageous. Who would willingly go to get beaten? Be grateful that I even showed up. Wang Xingrui stepped forward in front of him. Let's get started. The two men stood 10 meters apart. Wang Xingrui charged towards Situ Che, first his fist carrying a fierce momentum aimed at Situ Che. After undergoing Murong Yi's grueling training and merging with his avatar, the power of his punch was enough to break through a wall. Situ Che tilted his head slightly to the side, causing Wang Xingrui's punches to miss. He extended his hand, gently grasping Wang Xingrui's fist in his palm, standing immovable, with a constant smile on his face, and then he twisted lightly. Wang Xingrui's wrist along with his body spun in midair, twice, before crashing down hard to the ground. Outside the training room, Long Ao frowned. Having trained alongside Wang Xingrui under Murong Yi, he had a general understanding of Wang Xingrui's strength. How could Situ Che effortlessly take that punch? Inside the training room, while Wang Xingrui felt shocked, he was also slightly shaken. He got back on his feet, slightly leaping into a spinning kick aimed at Situ Che's head. Situ Che raised his right hand to block. Instantly a dull thud echoed. Wang Xingrui felt as if he had kicked an iron rod. Situ Che's arm remained completely still. Wang Xingrui's heart sank. His leg strength was 3 times that of his arm, yet it couldn't move him. Situ Che grabbed his ankle with his right hand and forcefully flung him against the wall. Looking at Situ Che standing there calmly, Wang Xingrui felt an inexplicable anger. He had expected to lose. However, he did not anticipate such a huge gap between them without either releasing their avatars. He couldn't even make Situ Che take a single step. Damn it. Wang Xingrui took a step back, then charged forward, throwing another punch, increasing the speed with each blow. Situ Che's blocking speed increased as well. His expression remained nonchalant, keeping his left hand behind his back and only using his right hand to block. The training room was filled with the sounds of impact. While defending with his right hand, Situ Che scrutinized Wang Xingrui's movements. Judging from his punching stance, he hadn't received any combat training. It was like watching a child fight, completely unrefined. So weak. Situ Che abandoned his defense, and Wang Xingrui seized the opportunity to unleash all his strength towards Situ Che's face. But Situ Che sidestepped and appeared in front of Wang Xingrui, his fist striking Wang Xingrui's abdomen at a faster speed. No fancy moves, just a simple punch. Wang Xingrui bent forward, spitting out a mouthful of saliva, his eyes bulging, yet he maintained his punching posture. He hunched over, kneeling on the ground, his abdomen feeling like it was being sliced by a knife. Outside, Zhang Xianyu and Dai Yu both tensed up and turned to look at Murong Yi. Murong Yi, as the instructor, should be able to stop this duel, right? However, Murong Yi's expression was indifferent. He did not look at Situ Che, but focused on Wang Xingrui, who was kneeling on the ground. Ouyang Gij, is he going to admit defeat? Asked Tang Xiaoling. He won't admit defeat. Long Yo next to Ouyang Chun suddenly spoke up. You know him well? Ouyang Chun asked with a smile. Looking at his eyes, that is not the gaze of someone who would admit defeat. Ouyang Chun turned to the screen. Wang Xingrui's face was flushed, yet he kept his head held high. Clearly at a disadvantage, yet there was no hint of fear in his eyes. The dark pupils radiated a sharp, killing intent. Just as Long Ao had said, this was not the gaze of someone about to give up. At that moment, Ouyang Chun finally ceased his playful smile, beginning to take this rookie from Class E seriously. At this moment, Wang Xingrui was full of openings, yet Situ Che did not strike again. Release your avatar. My combat results are the best in the entire academy. Without releasing your avatar, you cannot defeat me. Isn't that precisely what you want? You call me here just to beat me up and embarrass me in front of everyone. Situ Che gazed deeply at him. You can't release your avatar. Wang Xingrui remained silent, his cold expression an implicit admission. Situ Che looked at Wang Xingrui in surprise. He truly couldn't release his avatar. Then he quickly changed his mind. That's impossible. If he couldn't even release his avatar, how could he escape his control? In their battle, he still had thoughts of hiding his strength. It seemed he had been underestimated. His smile gradually faded as Situ Che approached him, looking down on him. Get up. Before Wang Xingrui could move, Situ Che grabbed his neck with one hand, lifting him into the air. If you don't release your avatar, you could die. A heavy killing intent emanated from Situ Che's smiling eyes. Wang Xingrui gritted his teeth, staring directly into Situ Che's eyes, a fierce determination rising from within. It's merely a fight on the surface, but does he actually want to kill me? Fine, bring it on. A formidable killing intent rolled off Wang Xingrui, clashing with Situ Che's. The two waves of invisible force collided between their bodies, evenly matched, neither giving way. Wang Xingrui squeezed Situ Che's arm tightly with his legs, using his hands to pull at his arm with all his strength. At that moment, in Situ Che's eyes, the person he grasped was no longer the struggling Wang Xingrui, but a giant python, with its mouth wide open ready to bite, constricting his arm and slowly tightening its body. With a crack, Situ Che's right arm bent at a bizarre angle of 90 degrees, and he tumbled to the ground. He lay on the floor, while Wang Xingrui trapped his right arm with his legs, using a scissor hold on his head. He had learned this move from senior sister Xiaqing. When the opponent's strength far exceeded his own, he would use his body weight to bring them down. The sudden reversal made the audience outside gasp in surprise. Senior Situ was knocked down. Even without releasing his avatar, Senior Situs' physical abilities should have far surpassed Wang Xingrui's. How could he be so easily taken down by a student from Class E? But the facts were before them, leaving no room for disbelief. A smile appeared at the corner of Murong Yes' mouth. Zhang Xianyu and Dai Yu exchanged astonished glances. Impressive, old Wang. Wang, go for it. Long Ao still wore a proud expression. Ouyang Chun raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. Inside the training room, Situ Che shouted, "Let go." As Situ Che's voice reached his ears, Wang Xingrui's mind suddenly became foggy, his pupils slowly constricting and then expanding. His hands and legs involuntarily loosened. Situ Che pulled out his arm and stood up, looking at his naturally hanging right arm with a slight smile. Not bad. He kicked towards Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui's body slid across the ground for over 10 meters before crashing into the wall, coughing up blood. Outside, Zhang Xianyu clenched his fist tightly, his expression serious. What the heck, why did old Wang let go? Dai Yu covered her mouth in fear. Amidst the cheers of Situ Che's female fans, Long Ao and Ouyang Chun frowned slightly. Wang Xingrui's earlier actions were very unusual. Situ Che must have done something to him. But they couldn't see through Situ Che's methods. The two inside the training room were oblivious to what was happening outside. The intense pain jolted Wang Xingrui awake. He wiped the corner of his mouth, leaned against the wall, and slowly stood up, reflecting on what had just happened. What had happened to him? After Situ Che said those two words, his instincts told him he should let go immediately. It felt as if not letting go would put his life in danger. Wang Xingrui's expression suddenly sharpened. Was it hypnosis? So that was it. That's why when he had resisted his orders in the student council president's office, Situ Che had reacted that way. He actually had an avatar that could directly control others. That was a bit terrifying. As Wang Xingrui pondered how to break Situ Che's technique, the current from his wristband interrupted his thoughts. Here it comes again, just at this moment. His body instantly went numb and anxious emotions surged within him, but Wang Xingrui maintained a calm expression, standing still. At this moment, Situ Che issued another command: kneel down. However, the voltage released from the wristband continued to stimulate his entire body. This time, Wang Xingrui was not affected by Situ Che's influence, but his mind raced, his gaze hollow, and his knees bent as he knelt on the ground. Situ Che approached him, looking down at him. Although I don't understand why you want to hide your strength, I respect your choice. So please die. At the brink of death, he should release his avatar to save himself, right? However, Wang Xingrui completely did not understand what Situ Che was saying. Hide strength. I'm struggling just to run. Oh, what strength can I possibly hide? Confused, Wang Xingrui quietly waited for the right moment. Time passed second by second. 30 seconds felt so long. While listening to Situ Che speak, he was also counting. Once Situ Che finished speaking, there were 10 seconds left. Then he saw Situ Che lift his leg, and just as Situ Che kicked towards him, Wang Xingrui gritted his teeth, roaring, and punched towards his groin. At the same time, Situ Che's pupils suddenly constricted. A sense of unprecedented danger surged in his heart. He reacted quickly, hastily grabbing Wang Xingrui's wrist. Wang Xingrui was currently in a charged state. The 30 volts surged into Situ Che's body, causing his movements to pause for a moment. It was in that instant. Wang Xingrui's fist broke free from Situ Che's grip, surging forward with electricity. A crack sounded. It was as if something important had shattered. Hiss! The male audience outside widened their eyes and collectively gasped, instinctively protecting their lower halves. Ouyang Chun whistled, murmuring, "It hit, the outcome is decided." Long Ao's expression also changed, his eyebrows raised. He mentally simulated what it would feel like if he were hit by Wang Xingrui's move. No way, certain defeat. Beautiful. Zhang Xianyu shouted excitedly when he saw Wang Xingrui's punch hit Situ Che's vital point on the screen. As he finished shouting, he suddenly felt countless cold glares directed at him. Facing the gazes of Situ Che's fans, Zhang Xianyu scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, then suddenly changed his expression and began cursing at the screen. Wang Xingrui shameless and brazen, how could he use underhanded tactics? It's truly a disgrace to manhood. Someone like him is simply worlds apart from Senior Situ. He isn't even fit to carry Senior Situs shoes. Being in the same academy as Wang Xingrui is a stain on my life. Seeing Zhang Xianyu's indignant expression as he cursed passionately, the girls slowly withdrew their gazes. They randomly joined in the cursing. Wang Xingrui, you shameless. Attacking someone's vital parts. No shame. Outside, the cursing was deafening. The loudest curses came from the three who had placed bets. Strangely, while they cursed, their lips couldn't help but curl up. Wow, Wang Xingrui really won. We're gonna make a fortune. The three of them were seasoned gamblers. What they sought was no longer monetary satisfaction, but an unpredictable thrill. Even though they knew Wang Xingrui would most likely lose since they were betting, they placed their bets on the unexpected outcome. Situ Che would win, yet they insisted on betting on the unlikely, so each of them bet 10,000 money on Wang Xingrui. As a result, they truly won. The A-class Situ Che had indeed fallen for Wang Xingrui's tactic. This unexpected surprise stimulated their brain nerves, making them want to shout towards the sky. However, having learned from Zhang Xianyu's earlier experience, the three dared not show their excitement too openly, merely cursing at Wang Xingrui to express their respect and gratitude. Meanwhile, they continually prayed in their hearts, Situ Che, fall down quickly, fall down quickly, fall down quickly. Inside the training room, Situ Che looked as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in shock, his face pale. Wang Xingrui pulled his hand back, and Situ Che's body stiffened as he fell to the side, his body curling like a shrimp, his expression one of extreme pain. Wang Xingrui stood up, looking at the ground, his expression calm. You lost, or remember your promise to me. With that, the battle came to an end, leaving behind a single statement as he turned to leave the training room. The door to the training room opened automatically, and as Wang Xingrui stepped out, the girls outside immediately surrounded him, blocking the entire hall, their eyes flashing with cold light, as if wanting to pierce through Wang Xingrui. At that moment, Morong Yi stepped forward, standing in front of Wang Xingrui. According to academy rules, outside of simulated battle, students are not allowed to fight privately. A step back. Morong Yi's gaze was piercing as he shouted, a powerful killing intent emanating from him, sweeping through the surroundings. The biting cold made those around him shiver. Retreating step by step, those with lower emotional resilience fell to the ground crying. Among the crowd, Ouyang Chen fixed a burning gaze on Morong Yi. With such a dense killing intent, the number of people who died at his hands must be in the thousands, tens of thousands, or perhaps even more. Mo Chan fell at his hands. That's no injustice. The student council president Lin Ruiyao stepped forward, staring into Morong Yi's eyes, her teeth chattering as she said, I want to have a simulated battle with him. Yes, we want to battle him. Battle. Battle. The fans united, their voices echoing in the hall. Dai stood among the fan group, looking somewhat at a loss. She didn't know how to save Wang Xingrui from the current predicament. At that moment, Zhang Xianyu suddenly shouted, forget about that trash Wang Xingrui for now. There's plenty of time to deal with him later. President Situ is still inside. Let's go check on how he's hurt. Suddenly, everyone came to their senses. Right, President Situ was still inside. Lin Ruiyao shot Wang Xingrui an unwilling glance, turned around, and led the way into the training room. The female students in the hall followed closely behind Lin Ruiyao, like a torrent, all rushing inside. Looking at Situ Che, who was lying on the ground unconscious, they all felt heartbroken. Many girls had red-rimmed eyes, crying like rain, and some even fainted on the spot. Their idol had unexpectedly fallen in such a comical manner. This made it hard for them to accept. Lin Ruiyao carried Situ Che out of the training room. The people outside consciously made way, and upon exiting the training hall, she released her avatar, the Polish rabbit, and leaped several dozen meters, sprinting towards the hospital closest to the training hall, with the torrent following closely behind her out of the hall. The three who had placed bets returned the residence cards to their classmates. Of course, the money owed had already been collected. With the betting over, there was no more good show to watch, and everyone went about their business. In the end, as the performance concluded, only Zhang Xianyu, Dai Yu, Long Ao, Ouyang Chen, Tang Xiaolong, and Yu Ling remained in the hall. The six exchanged glances and naturally split into three teams. Zhang Xianyu and Dai Yu, Ouyang Chen, Tang Xiaolong, and Yu Ling. Long Ao. After leaving the hall, they headed in three different directions, each with their own objectives. Long Ao arrived at the Academic Affairs office and purchased training recordings of Wang Xingrui and Situ Che. Under non-isolated training mode, combat recordings from training rooms were available for purchase at a uniform price of 500 money per session. Upon payment, the office issued a unique access key. Users could log into the Academy's official website, navigate to the training module, enter the key, and view the footage. 70% of the revenue was evenly split between the two combatants, while the remaining 30% went to the Academy. After obtaining the recordings, Long Ao initially intended to watch them back in his dormitory, but an irrepressible restlessness compelled him instead to locate a nearby internet cafe, rent a private room, and replay the duel over and over, scrutinizing every detail without exception. Suddenly, Long Ao's gaze sharpened. He paused the footage precisely at the instant Wang Xingrui's final punch struck Situ Che's vital point. Situ Che's hand had clearly seized Wang Xingrui's arm, yet released it at that very moment. Staring at the faint, nearly imperceptible smile flickering across Situ Che's face on screen, Long Ao felt a jolt of profound shock. He was throwing the match. Situ Che had deliberately allowed Wang Xingrui to land that blow. Long Ao did not dwell on why Situ Che had done so. Instead, he focused on this revelation. Even under Wang Xingrui's full-force assault, Situ Che had remained effortlessly composed, proof that his close combat prowess far surpassed Wang Xingrui's. Such a person was worthy of becoming Long Ao's first target upon entering the academy. A fierce blazing ardor ignited within his deep, inscrutable eyes. Wang Xingrui was escorted back to the faculty dormitory by Murong Yi. Inside the room, brows furrowed, he held his phone scrolling through posts on the academy forum. At last he realized, utterly and irrevocably, that he had been mistaken. Situ Che had never intended to defeat him in their duel, nor to humiliate him publicly. His true aim was far more calculated to let everyone witness firsthand how this fickle, unfaithful man not only escaped punishment, but also injured their beloved idol, and then cloaked as the aggrieved party ignite a wildfire of sympathy and fury among his fanbase, fiercer than the outrage stirred when news first broke of Situ Che and Wang Xingrui's relationship. In doing so, Situ Che had deliberately positioned himself in direct opposition to every female student in the academy, ensuring their attention would pivot sharply back to him. This is mutual annihilation, Murong Yi asked with a smile as he served rice at the dining table. Extremely strong, Wang Xingrui replied calmly, accepting the bowl. In both tactical acumen and martial prowess, he stood leagues beneath Situ Che. Accepting the challenge itself is commendable. One grows only by learning from failure, and you haven't walked away empty-handed this time. Murong Yi smiled. According to academy regulations, trainees entering the training room engaged in cross-departmental duels. Winners received monetary rewards, 100 money for each rank advanced within the same tier. For instance, if a crawling division E101 trainee defeated a diving division E100 opponent, the victory still earned the reward. 4 inter-tier duels winners received 10,000 money per tier crossed. Wang Xingrui had leapt 4 tiers, from E to A, securing 40,000 money. Beyond monetary rewards, the two duelists exchanged institutional privileges and treatment status within the to spur competitive engagement and cultivate elite talent as rapidly as possible. The academy allocated distinct training resources and rights based on class rankings. For example, Class A students received 7 vials of premium nutrient solution weekly, Class B 5 vials, Class C 3, Class D 1 ow, and Class E none. Following this duel, Wang Xingrui gained access to all Class A privileges, excluding housing and coursework, while Situ Che was relegated to Class E privileges, likewise excluding housing and coursework. Yet money held little weight for Wang Xingrui. Such benefits were irrelevant. What truly mattered was how he would conclude this affair. There was a high probability he would soon resume living in hiding. Glancing at Wang Xingrui, Murong Yi offered reassurance. When thrust into the spotlight as a target, there are typically 3 paths forward. First, vanish from public sight, the simplest course. Second, fight. Subdue every critic and opponent until they yield. Wang Xingrui sighed. Ridiculous. Hundreds of thousands populated the academy, and at least half were Situ Che's devoted fans. Victory was impossible. Third, will prove more difficult for you than either of the first 2. More difficult than fighting everyone. Murong Yi replied, to transform your enemy into an ally and redirect conflict. You've employed this tactic before, repeating it would yield diminishing returns. Brother, what would you choose? The second, simple, direct, effective. And if I chose the first? Murong Yi smiled. You may, but I'd feel just a touch disappointed. Still, I know my dear younger brother would never disappoint me, wouldn't you? Outside the nearest hospital to the training facility, crowds swelled thickly around the inpatient wing. Student union members deployed their avatars just to maintain order. Alpacas, goats, antelopes, sheep, yaks, water buffalo, hippopotamuses, sika, deer, macaws. Countless avatars encircled the building where Situ Che lay, their gazes cold and unwavering. Then the student union president stepped forward. Instantly, Situ Che's supporters surged with agitation. President, how is Vice President Situ? How severe are his injuries? President, please let me in. I know F City's finest physician, he's en route right now. President, let me in. I am F City's finest physician, ooh, I'm arriving now. President, I have no father. Just let me see him once. Female fans clamored desperately to break through, while student union members strained to hold the line. The situation teetered on the edge of chaos. Silence. This is a hospital, not your dormitory. Be still. I understand your concern for the vice president. I share it deeply. But he requires rest. Your presence here offers no aid, it only worsens matters. Lin Ruyao's commanding voice resonated clearly in every ear, and the crowd fell instantly silent. Seizing the lull, Lin Ruyao continued swiftly. First, the bad news: Vice President Situ has fallen into a coma. Physicians confirm his injuries are not merely physical, but spiritual. His bodily wounds have healed, yet his spirit requires slow, careful mending. Thus, he may need an extended convalescence. How long will he be hospitalized? Someone called out. 3 months, or longer. Lin Ruyao replied, her expression. Is there any way to speed his recovery? Do you think I haven't tried? Lin Ruyao turned sharply toward the girl who'd spoken, and rebuked her. The girl recoiled, tears welling instantly in her eyes. She sensed Lin Ruyao's anger was genuine. Situ Che is an irreplaceable pillar of the student union. If a means existed to awaken him sooner, do you imagine I'd hesitate to use it? His spirit suffered profound trauma. Only he can heal it. Our sole contribution lies in providing optimal conditions for recovery, if indeed you truly wish him to recover swiftly. The girls who'd earlier demanded entry bowed their heads in dejection. By now Lin Ruyao had seized full command, her aura radiating sovereign authority, silencing every soul present. She continued, per Chapter 4, Article 27 of the Academy Code, those who severely disrupt campus order receive a major disciplinary demerit. However, acknowledging your emotional distress and extenuating circumstances, the student union grants leniency. This time only. Per Chapter 4, Article 40, should warnings prove ineffective and disturbances persist, the Discipline Inspection Department reserves the right to enforce coercive suppression. Upon uttering these words, the inspectors stationed at the front, armbands emblazoned with discipline inspection, shifted subtly, their eyes turned glacial, fixed ahead, ready to act at Lin Ruyao's command. Instinctively, the crowd edged backward a step. Once order stabilized, Lin Ruyao turned and re-entered the building. No one knew what to do next. Remaining felt perilous. Leaving felt equally treacherous. Anyone who departed now would appear to bow to authority, betraying Vice President Sidhu, and likely forfeit standing within his fan community forever. Just then, the Academy's public address system crackled to life. All students, return immediately to your respective classrooms for instruction. Students with no scheduled classes must vacate the hospital premises within 30 minutes. Thereafter, anyone lingering near the hospital will be marked absent. The announcement repeated thrice, the faculty's final directive. Upstairs, Situ Che, clad in a patient gown, watched through the slats of his blinds as the crowd below gradually dispersed. Lin Ruyao entered, closing the door behind her, and stood behind him. I've contacted the department head. Everyone's gone. Rest well for 3 months. No one will disturb you. Your acting grows ever more convincing, Situ Che said, turning with a smile. Who gave you this absurd idea, and why wasn't I informed? You nearly terrified me. Lin Ruyao stepped forward, wrapped her arms around him, and pressed her cheek against his chest, murmuring playfully. Apologies, it was impromptu. I'm sorry I worried you. Situ Che lifted her chin gently and brushed his lips softly against hers. Can you forgive me, MM? Her eyes closed as she nestled deeper into his warmth, savoring his heat. Situ Che asked, you mentioned during freshman orientation that Xia Qing encountered 2 Class A students, correct? Yes, one named Dai Yue, the other Zhang Xuanyu. Why? I promised Wang Xingrui that should he accept my simulated duel invitation, I'd grant each of those 2 friends 20 Hyper Beast avatars, regardless of outcome. 20. Lin Ruyao looked up startled. No, 20 each, 40 total. The student union distributed monthly stipends to internal staff. Ordinary members received 3 gene of dried meat freely chosen by type. Union officers received differentiated allowances. Department heads received 5 gene of Hyper Beast meat. Deputy heads 5 gene of standard dried meat, both types selectable at will. The student union president received 1 complete Hyper Beast avatar monthly. The vice president, half an avatar, species chosen freely. By union allocation standards, Situ Che received only 6 avatars annually. Che, you've already claimed your full annual allotment. Lin Ruyao voiced concern. Even if we preempt 3 years' worth, it still falls short. What about yours? Lin Ruyao's gaze flickered. She remained silent. Reluctant. No matter. I'll seek others to borrow from. Che, you misunderstand me. I'm merely reflecting. He's merely a Class E student, inevitably expelled by you. Is honoring such a promise truly necessary? Situ Che smiled warmly, raising his right hand, his index and middle fingers tracing lightly along Lin Ruyao's jawline, then gliding slowly downward. Lin Ruyao lowered her head modestly. But as his fingers reached her throat, he clenched, cutting off her breath. Her face flushed crimson, saliva spilled helplessly as she choked. Expelling Wang Xingrui and keeping my word to him are entirely separate matters. Even if I intend to expel him, I'll deliver all 40 avatars before his expulsion. I refuse to become a man of broken promises. Do you understand? Lin Ruyao forced out 2 strangled syllables. Understood. Situ Che released her, his smile unchanged. Excellent. Carry it out. The pursuit and interception arrived as expected, even more intense than last time. Female students from the academy began a carpet search for Wang Xingrui. During this time, he hadn't attended a single class and could only hide in the teacher's dormitory, not daring to go out. At 5 o'clock the next morning, while everyone else was still lost in slumber, Wang Xingrui's figure appeared again in the. He stealthily pried open the broadcasting room door, adjusted the equipment based on his memory, and then. Good morning to all students of Tianxin Academy. I am Wang Xingrui. I apologize for waking you from your dreams in this manner, but I have no other choice. The senior sister in charge of the broadcasting station rushed out of the dormitory with her hair disheveled, shouting in the hallway, Xiao Qi, Xiao Lu, what's going on? How could Wang Xingrui be at the broadcasting station? Xiao Qi from the next dormitory immediately ran out panicked and said, I don't know, today is Sunday and there's no one on duty in the broadcasting room. The senior sister coldly asked, where's Xiao Lu? Still sleeping. Hurry and wake her up, get dressed, and come. Yes. Soon the three of them put on their student council uniforms and stormed out of the dormitory, their arms flapping as they transformed into three larks flying towards the broadcasting station. In the male dormitory, there were shouts of anger. What nonsense is happening so early in the morning? Can't anyone get some sleep? What scheme is that scoundrel Wong up to this time? This brat is trying to offend the entire school, isn't he? In the teacher's dormitory, students these days are becoming harder to manage. Which class is this kid from? Investigate thoroughly. We must take strict measures against those who disrupt students' normal rest, and we cannot let this go lightly. Who allowed this troublemaker to be admitted? I thank his 8 generations of ancestors. Achoo! The dean, practicing Tai Chi on the balcony, suddenly sneezed halfway through his routine. It must be old lady Chen thinking of me. Immediately Wang's incongruous voice continued to resonate, and he looked towards the administrative building, a smile appearing on his wrinkled face. Our youth is truly wonderful. I know many of you have some misunderstandings about me. I believe everyone has seen the video of my battle with Che from a few days ago, and many think I abandoned Che, turning against him, which led to the battle yesterday. I want to clarify that this is not the case. In fact, there are deeper reasons for my battle with Che. Everyone should know about my relationship with Che. I am an ordinary person with emotions and desires, while Che is indeed a man close to perfection. The longer I spend with him, the more I can appreciate his perfection. Thus I made a selfish decision. I hoped he could find someone truly worthy of him, and for that I left him. However, he later found me, claiming he wanted to duel with me. Only if I won would he let me go. In my heart, I knew the gap in strength between us, and his request showed he had no intention of letting me go. But in order to help him meet someone better, knowing full well that I couldn't defeat him, I still agreed to fight him. Do you think I was wrong to do so? Situ Che, now I want you to fulfill your promise to me and announce to the entire academy that we parted peacefully. In the hospital, Situ Che looked out the window, very pleased with Wang's incongruous extreme maneuvering. He can turn this around. Truly, he is the toy I have chosen. The enemies Wang Xingrui spoke of were never Situ Che, but those admirers who followed Situ Che. And those admirers of Situ Che didn't care much about the truth of the story he told. What they truly cared about was whether there was still a glimmer of possibility between them and Situ Che. By looking beyond the phenomenon to grasp the essence, understanding this point, one could easily counter his moves. Wang Xingrui never denied his relationship with Situ Che, but continuously instilled hope in those admirers. If Situ Che really did what Wang Xingrui said, it would mean admitting that everything Wang Xingrui said was true to the entire. In such a case, not only would his admirers reignite their hope, but the image of the heartless man he had sculpted for Wang Xingrui would instantly collapse, replaced by one of unwavering loyalty and selflessness and love. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking at the door. Come in. Lin Ruiyao pushed the door open and walked in. Situ Che turned around and smiled upon seeing Lin Ruiyao. You didn't leave. I was afraid you might need something, so I stayed in the next room last night. Don't worry, everything you instructed is arranged. Thank you. Situ Che's expression softened slightly. You came to ask me if what Wang Xingrui said is true, right? Lin Ruiyao shook her head and said, no, I believe Wang Xingrui's words are all nonsense. You can't possibly. Situ Che interrupted her, saying, send me a statement now with the content written just as he said. Lin Ruiyao looked at Situ Che in disbelief. Is there a problem? Situ Che asked calmly. Situ Che's temper was always unpredictable. The calmer his tone, the more nervous Lin Ruiyao became. No. At 5:05 in the morning, 5 minutes after Wang Xingrui made his request, the campus network crashed. The reason was that Situ Che had indeed issued a statement online with content identical to what Wang Xingrui had said, complete with the student council's bright red seal in the lower right corner, signed by the student council president Lin Ruiyao. Although the campus network was only up for 5 minutes, the 100 megabit fiber speed was enough to spread this statement across every corner of the academy in just 1 second. The men and women who had previously cursed Wang Xingrui on the campus network now took out their phones, staring at the statement, their hearts filled with mixed feelings. Wang Xingrui's image had turned around so unexpectedly that they were caught off guard. Wang Xingrui stared at his phone sincerely, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Situ Che is a man of his word, otherwise I would really be at a dead end this time. Wang Xingrui swaggered out of the broadcasting station and coincidentally ran into 3 staff members rushing over. The 3 larks transformed back into their human forms as they landed and hurried towards Wang Xingrui. The leading senior sister coldly said, Wang Xingrui, you have illegally used the academy's resources to slander the student council vice president Situ Che. This is a serious violation of the academy's rules, and we will report this matter to the department head. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi's phone rang with a series of notifications. She took out her phone and saw that they were all messages sent from her class group, along with the statement released by the student council, with someone having shared a screenshot in the group. Xiao Qi tugged at the senior sister's clothing. The senior sister turned around, and Xiao Qi held up her phone screen in front. Once the senior sister saw the content on the screen, she turned back in disbelief, staring at Wang Xingrui, who looked completely disheartened and heartbroken. You. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. You want to take me to the disciplinary office, right? Alright, I'll go with you. Only this once. The senior sister in charge didn't know why she did this, but she felt an impulse to help Wang Xingrui. You're going to get in trouble. Wang Xingrui said worriedly. No need for you to worry, take care of yourself. After saying this, the senior sister left with the other 2 staff members without looking back. They did not notice that after they turned around, the disappointment on Wang Xingruo's face vanished, replaced by a triumphant smile at the corner of his mouth. After this, Sidu Che would be subjected to the frenzied pursuit of all the female students in the academy, while he himself would likely have no chance with any of them for the next 5 years. One thing is certain: this trouble cannot be shaken off. This time his game against Situ Che ended in a draw. Both psychologically and physically, they suffered equal. In any case, he didn't suffer a loss. Wang Xingrui went to the supermarket to buy 2 bags of sunflower seeds and a bottle of soda, preparing for a small celebration. He found a random seat in the training hall, munching on sunflower seeds while observing the battles on the screen. He sat there for the hummingbird versus sea lion, wild chicken versus goose, wild boar versus rhinoceros, seahorse versus penguin. Their fighting styles were bizarre and varied, with strong lethality and bloody scenes. For Wang Xingrui, who adored transformations and had a slight collecting obsession, it became a form of enjoyment. He went to the cafeteria for lunch and afterwards returned to the training hall to continue watching. Suddenly, a male student stealthily sat down beside him, occasionally glancing at the sunflower seeds in his hand. Wang Xingruo's gaze fell on the display screen as he offered some seeds. Want some? The male student unceremoniously grabbed a handful and said, "It's not that I want to eat, it's because you asked me to, that's why I'm eating." While munching on the seeds, he scooted a bit closer and asked, "Which class are you in?" Wang Xingrui glanced at him, surprised that there was still someone in the academy who didn't know him. Wang Xingrui, crawling department, class E9. The male student immediately widened his eyes, visibly shocked, and exclaimed, "You are the one who rejected Situ Che," only to have him make a decisive comeback, "The one who made a mess of things." The male student looked at him, suspiciously scanning Wang Xingrui from head to toe. He seemed quite ordinary. "I'm a fan from the diving department, class B. I've been watching you for quite some time. You've been sitting here since 9 a.m. Quite persistent, aren't you?" Wafan raised an eyebrow at Wang Xingrui, a mischievous smile on his face. "But the spot you chose isn't great. The view is limited and you can't see clearly. Since you offered me sunflower seeds, I can take you to a much better observation point. What do you say? Are you in?" There are screens hung on both sides of the hall. The spot he was sitting in was less than 10 meters away from the screens. How could he not see clearly? Wang Xingrui maintained a calm expression, but began to suspect that this person was sent by Situ Che to set him up. Was he trying to take him to a secluded place to beat him up? However, Wang Xingrui quickly dismissed that thought. The person's methods were too clumsy. If Situ Che truly wanted to trap him, he wouldn't send such a fool, and straightforward violence didn't suit Situ Che's style. At this thought, Wang Xingrui suddenly froze for a moment, applying slight pressure with his right hand, causing the bottle in his grip to dent. Damn, how strange. Why do I feel that Situ Che has style? Why am I somewhat curious and expectant about how Situ Che might deal with me? Am I actually being swayed by him? Wang Xingrui felt a deep sense of fear regarding his change in mindset. Driven by curiosity, he followed Wafan to a corner he knew could be a trap. It was a spot no one paid attention to, and sitting there he couldn't see anything on the screens. What kind of excellent observation point is this? Sure enough, it was a trap. At that moment, Wafan smugly said, "How about this? Not bad, right? On Tuesday and Wednesday afternoons, many second-year female students come here for simulated battles. TSK, tisk, the view of those fair legs is much better than from where you were sitting." Wang Xingrui thought to himself, "What the hell?" He felt an impulse to slap this guy dead. "No, it was my mistake. I was too dirty-minded, tarnishing your pure heart with my sinister thoughts." After all this guy really did have an excellent observation point to share with him. Wang Xingrui sighed and stood up, speechless. "You enjoy watching? I have something to do. I'm leaving now." "Hey, where are you going?" Wafan spread his arms, blocking his way. "Hey, although there aren't many people now, in an hour, once the second-year girls finish their classes, there will definitely be a surprise." Wafan stood in front of Wang Xingrui, his height similar to Wang Xingrui's, with an utterly sincere gaze. "I came to the training hall to observe the battles and accumulate experience, not to look at long legs. I won't tell anyone about this excellent observation point, don't worry." After saying that, Wang Xingrui patted his shoulder and walked towards the stairs. Wafan was taken aback for a moment, then came to his senses and hurriedly chased after him, following behind Wang Xingrui, while laughing. "I didn't expect you to be a good student. You should have said so earlier to avoid my misunderstanding." "Wang Xingrui, what kind of transformation do you have?" "Mine is fire salamander, also from the crawling department, with an enhancement of 64. Do you know about fire salamanders? They're amphibians with extremely abnormal recovery abilities. Even if all 4 limbs are severed and the head and heart are gone, they can still grow back. They are nicknamed the immortal fire lizard." "Sounds cool, right? I'm in my second year, so I am technically your senior." "Hey, I'm talking to you." Returning to his previous spot, Wang Xingrui focused on the screen. "Giant python enhancement 10. Wafan remarked, "Only an enhancement of 10. Your transformation is quite average." Haha, what a conversationalist. Seeing that Wang Xingrui was no longer engaging with him, Wafan took the initiative to say, "Actually, watching is pointless. I'm not trying to discourage you, but no matter how hard we try, we can't compare to Class A. Just think about the enhancement levels of their transformations. The lowest is above 80. You're at least a level behind them. That kind of gap can't be bridged just by effort." Wang Xingrui replied, "Yeah, I understand. I think it's better to enjoy life now, find a girlfriend, get married right after graduation, and live a solid life." "Is that your dream?" Wang Xingrui asked. "Oh, what dream? Everyone does that, right?" Wu Fan scratched his head sheepishly. Wang Xingrui continued to watch the screen. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Wu Fan suddenly asked, "What is your dream?" Wang Xingrui didn't even know what he wanted to do. His initial goal was to have a powerful transformation, which his brother, after getting the transformation, he wanted to grow stronger. His brother taught him the 5-step breathing technique. Looking back, despite some bumps along the way, everything he wanted his brother helped him achieve. It felt as if his brother was an all-powerful magic lamp, and what's particularly heartwarming is that before he even made a wish, his brother could bring everything he wanted and needed right before him. Recently, however, life had changed dramatically, and everything went too smoothly, leaving him with no time to contemplate. If he had to name one, it would be revenge. He hoped to find Mo-chan and the person behind him and deal with them himself. "I want to become strong enough to take down those who have harmed my family and friends." Wang Xingrui spoke in a calm tone. Wu Fan was stunned for a few seconds and laughed. "Impossible. You only have an enhancement of 10. No matter how hard you try, there's a limit to your potential." Wang Xingrui turned his head to look at him. "How do you know if you don't try?" Undeniably, Wang Xingrui's serious expression was. Suddenly a mocking voice rang in their ears. "Oh, isn't this the great Wu Fan?" Wu Fan shivered all over and quickly lowered his head. 3 individuals approached Wu Fan, and one of them rudely said to Wang Xingrui, "Get out of the way." Wang Xingrui moved to 2 of them sat on either side of Wu Fan, holding his shoulders, while the one in the middle stood in front of him. "Great one, it's been a while since we've seen you. Oh, I've missed you a bit." One person spoke in a sarcastic tone. Wu Fan awkwardly smiled. "3 big brothers, I just paid you this month. I really have no money left. If you don't believe me, search me. Really, just give me a few more days. By the end of the month, my mom will send me money, and then I will." Bang! Wu Fan's head was pressed against the ground. "Our young master Wu is determined to become a great one. How could Moreover, if you're broke, don't you have friends to borrow from?" The person spoke with a pointed implication. "In the training hall. He is my friend." After hearing Wang Xingrui's words, Wu Fan, who was pinned to the ground, was filled with shock, and his heart trembled violently. Although he was in Class B, he had always been a bullied underdog from freshman to sophomore year. Whenever someone was short on cash, they would come to him to borrow money. Now there was someone willing to stand up for him and publicly declare their willingness to be his friend. A warm current of emotion surged from his heart. The 2 people sitting next to Wu Fan exchanged glances, stood up, and approached Wang Xingrui with malicious intent. "Very well, kid, since you are friends, this guy owes us money. As his friend, shouldn't you help him out?" "How can I help? I have no money," Wang Xingrui replied while munching on sunflower seeds. The 3 of them fixed their gazes on the bag of seeds in his hand. After the beast era began, humans discovered that the lands soaked with the blood of super beasts could no longer grow plants, leading to a significant decrease in crop yields and a sharp reduction in the quantity of vegetables and fruits. Perhaps this was another trial set for humanity by the heavens. Since then, prices skyrocketed, with vegetables becoming more expensive than meat. Fruits and snacks became scarce commodities only the wealthy could afford. In the past, fruits were sold by the pound. Now they are sold individually. The bag of sunflower seeds in Wang Xingrui's hand weighed 500 grams. Before the beast era, it would cost only $10, but now it sells for 200 money, while a can of soda costs 150 money. For the children of ordinary families, buying some snacks for a craving was an unimaginable luxury. Wang Xingrui's combination of sunflower seeds and soda was like openly announcing to everyone around him, "I am a fat sheep, come and slaughter me." At this moment, Wu Fan realized that the 3 of them had their sights set on Wang Xingrui from the start. Thus he mustered his courage and shouted at Wang Xingrui, "Who said you are my friend? I am in Class B, and you are in Class E. What qualification do you have to be my friend? Do not be so shameless. Get lost. I don't want to see you." After speaking, he turned to the 3 seniors in front of him and pleaded, "Boss Duan, I am not familiar with him. How about this? At the end of the month, I will give you 3 times the amount. Let us go this time." "Let you go." Boss Duan emphasized the word "you" while sneering. "Wu Fan, you truly are a waste, unable to even lie properly." What do you mean? Get lost." Boss Duan kicked him away and stepped forward to face Wang Xingrui, saying, "Kid, my brothers are tight on cash lately. Lend us some money to spend." "Do you know who I am?" Wang Xingrui calmly replied, standing up and taking a step forward until his face was nearly touching that of the senior in front of him. "Who are you?" "The paramour of President Situ." Wang Xingrui's relationship with Situ Che was already well known in the academy. Many boys in the academy viewed Wang Xingrui with a mix of wariness and shame. Upon hearing Wang Xingrui mention Situ Che's name, the senior leaned in closer and whispered in Wang Xingrui's ear, "Don't think that just because you are with Situ Che we won't dare to touch you. Even if it's 1 against 3, it won't give him any advantage, even if he's in Class A. Besides, you've already been dumped by him. I don't believe he would stand up for you and risk offending us 3. Wang Xingrui remained expressionless and composed. It seems that Situ Che's reputation isn't effective on everyone. All right, then I'll have to handle this myself. I want to battle you now. What's your name?" Wang Xingrui said calmly. Boss Duan was taken aback for a few seconds, then chuckled with surprise. "He Lao Er Lao Sin, did you hear that? This kid said he wants to battle me." Wu Fan looked at Wang Xingrui in disbelief. The talent of Class E in freshman year challenging Class A in sophomore year was a significant disparity. "Has this guy gone mad?" Lao Er replied indifferently, "You scared him. Why not let it go? Bullying a fool isn't interesting." Boss Duan pretended to contemplate, as if genuinely making a significant decision. Fine, in light of you making me laugh, I'll let you off this time. He then slapped Wang Xingruo's face heavily twice. What are you scared? Wang Xingruo's provocative voice came from behind, causing the three who were about to leave to stop in their tracks. Boss Duan cracked his neck and said to the other two, this is his own death wish. Wait for me for 30 seconds. All right, Lao San replied. Lao Er said, just break both his arms. After all, he used to be Situ Chi's person. Boss Duan nodded. The three of them still had some reservations about Situ Che. Boss Duan entered an empty training room, swiped his residence card on the reader, and then walked in with an imposing demeanor. Wang Xingrui followed closely behind. Wu Fan's mind was blank at this point. How could this happen? It's over. Wang Xingrui is definitely doomed this time. No, I must think of a way to inform Situ Che. I don't know if he would still be willing to help. Wu Fan hurriedly took out his phone, took a picture, and posted it on the academy forum. In the training room, Wang Xingrui and Boss Duan were already in combat. Boss Duan's body grew fur, and he shot up to 2 meters tall, transforming into a lynx. The lynx, a creature resembling a cat, but much larger, has a tuft of black fur standing on its ear tips. Its reddish-brown body is covered in black spots with a short tail and agile physique, well known for its hunting prowess. They are the lone wolves of the animal kingdom, cautious and cunning, and are famous for being wolf killers. An adult male lynx can hunt down 3 female wolves alone, and in the transformation realm, it is known as the scaled-down version of the king of beasts. This lynx named Boss has a basic enhancement of 3 and a compound enhancement of 27. He looked down at Wang Xingrui as if looking down at a mere mouse. The dynamic vision of cats is 40 times better than that of humans, not to mention that Boss is a super beast transformation with a dynamic vision enhancement of 27 times, making all of Wang Xingrui's movements appear like slideshows in Boss eyes. Wang Xingrui did not waste words and charged directly at him with a flying kick. The lynx opened its mouth wide to bite at Wang Xingrui, its sharp teeth fully exposed. If it connected, Wang Xingrui would be torn in two. Wang Xingrui leaped with force, pushing off one of the lynx's sharp fangs and performing a backflip in midair. Suddenly, a paw swept in from the side, rapidly enlarging in his vision. Wang Xingrui had no point of leverage in midair, making it impossible to evade. He could only brace himself for the impact, crossing his hands to shield his head as he was sent flying by a powerful slap. 5 sharp claws slowly emerged from the paw, reaching for Wang Xingrui. Lying on the ground, Wang Xingrui watched as the claws descended, feeling the rush of wind from the paw. His pupils constricted and his heart raced. As the cat's paw was about to touch him, Wang Xingrui endured the pain throughout his body and rolled over the paw, hitting the ground. Just this simple action made Wang Xingrui feel as if his body was about to fall apart. His body was painfully reminding him of class as strength. For Wang Xingrui, this could not even be considered a battle. It was purely him passively receiving blows. Seeing Wang Xingrui evade, Boss Duan raised an eyebrow. This guy only began to dodge at the last possible moment before being stomped on. He does have some guts, but this is where it ends. The cat's paw rose high again, deforming the metal floor and leaving a paw print. The lynx spoke human words, a sinister smile spreading across its face. Say goodbye to your arm, Wang Xingrui. I concede. A loud voice suddenly echoed through the training hall. Immediately after, a mechanical voice announced the battle's outcome. The battle has ended. The victor is Boss Duan from the crawling system Class A. The lynx still held its paw high as it watched the training room's door slowly open, displaying a look of confusion on its face. In the training room, a battle always ended with one side unconscious, terminating the match. What does it mean to concede? Give up. What a joke. Duan Kuo roared at Wang Xingrui, his expression twisted with fury. The cat paw continued to press down on Wang Xingrui. Outside, the second and third members looked at the screen in shock, their hearts racing. The battle had already ended. What did the boss want to do? Continuing would violate the academy rules. Wang Xingrui calmly watched the approaching paw, slightly parted his lips, and uttered a name, Situ Che. These 3 words were like a magic spell, causing the sharp claws to freeze before him. The battle has ended. If you dare to move against me, it would be equivalent to violating school rules. For both public and private reasons, Situ Che cannot let you go. So what if I get expelled? I'd gladly trade you 2 arms for it, Duan Kuo said coldly. No, even if I'm no longer associated with Situ Che based on his personality, he wouldn't allow anyone to touch his toys, even if that toy was discarded after he grew tired of it. You injuring me is like publicly trampling on Situ Che's face. Even a slight step would incur his wrath. From what I understand about Situ Che, he won't let you leave the academy. Instead, he'll find ways to keep you around and take care of you, making you his new toy until he grows bored and then breaking your arms. Oh no, not just yours, but both. Nonsense. How could President Situ possibly do something so cruel? President Situ is the most gentle man in the world. Wang Xingrui dares to slander President Situ, you won't end well. Upon hearing Wang Xingrui defame their Situ idol, the girls outside began to voice their outrage. Among the crowd, only the second and third members looked at the screen with gloomy expressions, completely agreeing with Wang Xingrui's words. Situ Che was a beast in human skin, constantly seeking thrills and hunting prey. The academy was his playground, and all the students within were merely toys for his amusement. Memories flashed back to their freshman year. The three brothers aimed to establish their reputation in the academy and decided to make a name for themselves through battles. Situ Che was the first target they selected. In the training room 3 against 1, Situ Che forcefully broke 10 of their fingers. Although they were only freshmen, they could unleash their avatars for a minute, yet even so they couldn't touch a single hair on Situ Che without him releasing his avatar. During the 3 siege, Situ Che maintained an effortless demeanor as if he were merely taking a stroll in the... No one could understand the fear and despair they felt when they saw the smile on Situ Che's face. Yet that was not the worst. They battled with Situ Che in the training room for an entire day. Situ Che continuously instructed them until their stamina finally gave out, collapsing in the training room. He then took them out and shared his nutrient solution with them. Afterward, the three brothers sought Situ Che for battles every day, and he tirelessly continued to guide them. This selfless kindness, the sincerity in returning good for evil, gradually won over the three brothers. Under Situ Che's guidance, their strength increased day by day, fighting with others everywhere. 2 months later, their physical test results ranked among the top in their class, gaining a bit of fame in the freshman year. The three brothers noticed their significant progress, but how much they had closed the gap with Situ Che remained uncertain. After some discussion, they decided to challenge Situ Che again, hoping for a real fight. However, this time the battle was in a closed mode. Once the battle began, it lasted only 1 minute and 15 seconds. Situ Che not only won in a crushing manner, but also broke their arms. His indifferent gaze swept over the three lying on the ground, as if looking at a pile of trash. After 2 months spent on you, this is all you've accomplished. Truly disappointing. This was the last words Situ Che left them before they fell unconscious. They couldn't comprehend why Situ Che had pretended to guide them for 2 months. Was it merely to trample on their dignity and showcase his own power? Regardless of the reason for the three brothers who had already opened their hearts, Situ Che's actions felt like betrayal. The dual blow to their spirit and body did not destroy their will, instead it planted a seed of hatred in their heart. After recovering from their injuries, the three brothers trained day and night, pushing themselves harder than ever, vowing to make Situ Che pay in blood. 3 months later, they challenged Situ Che again. This time they couldn't even last 5 seconds. Previously they had lasted 1 minute and 15 seconds. Now it had dropped to 5 seconds. The harder they tried, the faster they fell. This result was hard to accept. Was the gap between them and Situ Che really so vast? After this battle, the three brothers realized that perhaps the previous battle had been a glimmer of hope deliberately left by Situ Che, meant to make them believe they still had a chance for revenge. And the words he left them before they fainted were to provoke their thoughts of vengeance. They were like 3 lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Situ Che nurtured them in various ways, forcing them to grow. Once they reached a level that satisfied him, Situ Che would strike. Not only did he possess formidable strength, but he was also skilled in calculations. The three brothers truly experienced the terror of Situ Che. From that moment on, they ceased all thoughts of revenge. A year passed, and none of the three brought it up again. Now Wang's incongruous words unearthed that buried memory within them. Wang Xingrui wore a warm smile, but in the eyes of the three, his image slowly began to overlap with the smiling face of Situ Che, ultimately merging perfectly. In the training room, Duan Qua's eyes flickered with a hint of fear, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Duan Qua's gaze fell on the badge on his chest, recalling that Wang Xingrui was a student of Class E, which eased his mood slightly, allowing his mind to calm down. Fortunately, with his avatar, it would be impossible for him to ever surpass me. Duan Qua snorted coldly and left the training room. Wang Xingrui watched his back, letting out a long sigh of relief. Outside the training room, the spectators dispersed. After Duan Qua came out, he approached the second and third members. The third member said, "Boss, my heart nearly exploded from your scare. If that paw of yours hadn't stopped, we would have been done for." Duan Qua didn't respond, his expression fluctuating. "This person gives me the feeling he's very similar to..." The second member said, "We all saw it. Thankfully, his avatar's enhancement multiplier isn't high. However, I feel this person could be troublesome. It's best to avoid provoking him in the future. After all, if someone can't defeat you, but is constantly plotting against you, you'll have to be on guard against his underhanded tactics. Though it doesn't affect daily life, it creates a burden in your heart, and just thinking about it is nauseating." Duan Qua replied, Let's go." "Wait, that kid Wolfen just posted the battle video on the Academy forum," the third member said, holding up his phone. Situ Che should have seen it by now. Duan Qua quickly snatched the phone from the third member and looked at it, instantly enraged. "Damn, that kid dared to leak information. I'll kill him." As he spoke, Duan Qua was about to go find Wolfen for a reckoning, scanning the area, but Wolfen had long since disappeared. "Forget it, he's just a waste. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. We should be considering how to handle Situ Che now. After all, Wang Xingrui was once under Situ Che's wing, who without paying a price, he wouldn't let us off easily," the second member said. Duan Qua pondered for a moment and replied, "Wang Xingrui challenged me first, though I didn't do anything to him. Oh well, at worst I'll forfeit this year's student council subsidy." Wang Xingrui left the training hall amidst countless disdainful gazes. Wafan suddenly sprang out from the side following Wang Xingrui and said with the air of an experienced person, "Do not mind the judgment of outsiders. A true man can bend and stretch. What you did was not wrong, and being scolded a few times is far better than losing an arm." Wafan felt he had found a kindred spirit. Wang Xingruo's cowardly actions made Wafan feel a closer kinship. This is how it should be. Oh, one must recognize reality. Without a good embodiment, what dreams can one talk about? How can dreams be worth more than life? Speaking of which, I've been at the academy for 2 years now, and it's the first time I've heard that someone can admit defeat in the training room. I've never heard of such a rule in the training room before. Wafan certainly had not heard about it. The mechanism of admitting defeat in the training room was introduced by Murong Yi to prevent Wang Xingrui from getting injured in combat. Many had wanted to challenge him recently, and without this rule, Murong Yi feared he might be killed. Moreover, if the training room allows for admitting defeat, it enables Wang Xingrui to find opponents freely and quickly accumulate combat skills without risking serious injuries. After all, recovering from wounds takes time, and this mechanism greatly saves on time costs. This mechanism does not only apply to Wang Xingrui, other students can also admit defeat, but it is limited to first and second-year students. By the third year, one must fight for their life. Oh, after all, the academy is not a warm bed, but a place to forge strong individuals. After accumulating sufficient combat experience, the remaining task is to refine their wildness. The defeat mechanism serves only to provide newcomers with a buffer period. I'm heading back to the dorm. Are you coming with me? Wang Xingrui asked. No, I have something to do, Wafan. The scene shifted. At the entrance of the teacher's dormitory, Wang Xingrui glanced expressionlessly at Wafan, who was warily watching the surroundings. Aren't you supposed to have something to do? Yes, I do have something, but it's on the way to you. After speaking, Wafan cautiously looked around. On the way to the teacher, he must be afraid that Duan Qua and the others will cause trouble for him. I uploaded the video of your battle to the campus network. After the fight, President Situ didn't show up. Did you two have a quarrel? I must advise you, as a man, you should be more magnanimous, although President Situ is also a man. Wang Xingrui had a strange expression as he took out his keys to unlock the door, saying, I have nothing to do with Situ Che. What do you mean you have nothing to do with him? Don't say something out of anger. Wang Xingrui changed into slippers on his own and walked into the room, grabbing a bottle of nutritional liquid from the fridge. The dormitory was empty. At this time, Murong Yi was still in class. Well, it's not completely without relation. Currently it's an adversarial relationship. Then Wang Xingrui looked at Wafan, who stood outside the door with a terrified expression like a wooden stick. What are you standing there for? Come in. Wafan, feeling compelled, walked into the room, closed the door behind him, and nervously asked, What do you mean? Didn't President Situ issue a statement saying you two parted on peaceful terms? This joke shouldn't be made lightly. After all, that's the vice president of the student council, Situ Che. If he decides to go after you, your days at the academy will not be pleasant. No, not just you. I might also suffer along with you. Wafan's thoughts were somewhat chaotic, his lips trembling, and he prayed that Wang Xingrui was just joking with him. Wang Xingrui cooked 2 pots of instant noodles in the kitchen and placed them on the dining table, wearing a gentle smile. Don't worry, the moment we became friends, you were already doomed. Wafan was initially dazed for 2 seconds, then his face turned pale and cold sweat began to pour down his back. He immediately turned to grasp the doorknob, preparing to leave the dormitory. It's too late. Wang Xingruo's voice came from behind. So many people in the hall witnessed our friendship. It won't matter if you go explain to others now, if those people only believe what they see with their own eyes. How would you know without trying? I just want to spend the next 3 years peacefully, not wanting to cause trouble for myself, nor do I want to be enemies with someone like Situ Che, a monster-level individual. Then go ahead, tell others that you are not familiar with me, and see if the 3 scoundrels who bullied you before will come back to find you after hearing this news. Wafan's hand rested on the doorknob, his face filled with conflict, yet he hesitated to open the door. He had to admit that Wang Xingrui was right. From the moment he informed Situ Che about Wang Xingrui in front of those 3 people, his fate had already been tied to Wang Xingrui. If those 3 knew he had distanced himself from Wang Xingrui, without a backing, his future days would surely be worse, as they would extort him even more. To bear the burden of lies and risk being chased by Situ Che's fan club for a moment of glory, or to betray Wang Xingrui and endure humiliation for the next 3 years. At this moment, Wafan's decision would affect his future fate. At this time, Wang Xingrui spoke again. By the way, I just helped you. If you repay kindness with enmity, you will gain another enemy in the academy, one who dares to offend even Situ Che. Wafan's pupils shook and he turned around, his face calm as he sat opposite Wang Xingrui, declaring with righteousness, I, Wafan, am no treacherous villain. I believe you. Wang Xingrui gently pushed the other pot of instant noodles forward. Looking at the steaming noodles, Wafan's throat unconsciously moved up and down. In the past 2 years, Wafan had been exploited by Duan and his gang, handing over half of his living expenses each month. He dared not ask his family for more money, fearing his parents would catch on, so he had been living a frugal life. 30 mani for a pot of instant noodles. It had been a long time since he had eaten this. Picking up the plastic fork, Wafan took a big slurp of noodles, his cheeks puffed up, his mouth and taste buds experiencing immense satisfaction. He kept eating until he drank all the broth and let out a satisfied burp, slowly saying, Actually, I'm quite powerful. I've practiced martial arts, and those 3 seniors are no match for me. At most, I could defeat them in 3 moves, but after defeating them, I would probably be challenged by even more people. It's too troublesome. I'm a person who likes to keep a low profile, which is why I don't engage with them. I believe you. So you won't lay a hand on me. Wang Xingrui, a class student, is actually afraid of me. Any class student? How small is his courage? No. That's good. Later that night, in training room No. 3, a giant spider and a golden eagle stood in front of Morong Yi. From their twisted expressions, it was evident that they were struggling immensely. Morong Yi glanced at his watch. Just hold on for one last minute. The golden eagle said with a bitter face. Morong, how many last minutes have passed already? When will this end? Morong Yi remained unfazed, looking at him. If you can't hold on, you can take a break for a while. Zhang Xuanyu felt a surge of joy. Really? Thank you, Morong. The golden eagle slowly transformed back into human form, sighed deeply, and walked aside to sip some nutritional liquid. Goddess, if you can't hold on, you should also take a break. I can still hold on. The spider's body trembled increasingly. Zhang Xuanyu felt a pang of sympathy. He knew Morong was stimulating the goddess' potential, helping her break through her limits, but he couldn't help but say, Morong, isn't a minute up yet? Not yet. Morong Yi's voice was like that of an emotionless machine. In reality, 2 minutes had already passed. Morong Yi said, hold on for one more minute, focus on your breathing rhythm and relax your body. Imagine that you are a spider. I am only asking you to stand for a few minutes. The spider began to breathe heavily. The hair on its body started to become damp, showing just how exhausted it was. Maintaining the transformation form to train spiritual strength and physical endurance is not only arduous, but also far less effective than the 5-step breathing method Morong Yi taught to Wang Xingrui. The question arises, why does Morong Yi use this method to train them instead of teaching them the 5-step breathing method? Clearly, Morong Yi held nothing back with Wang Xingrui, but could never fully trust the two before him, even though one of them was his disciple. These two might become his younger brother's right-hand men in the future. However, until Wang Xingrui has complete control over their powers, Morong Yi would not impart all his knowledge to them. Morong Yi looked at his watch and decided to let her hold on for one more minute. Zhang Xuanyu nervously observed the goddess' condition. After wobbling left and right a few times, Yu gritted her teeth to stabilize her form. I want to become stronger. I want to give my mother a better life. I want to protect classmate Wang. I must live up to my master's teachings. I cannot fall. Zhang Xuanyu, who was resting nearby, looked at her with concern. It had been 10 minutes. She had already held on for 10 minutes. The passing grade for the sophomore final exam only required maintaining the transformation form for 10 minutes. As a first-year student, Yu had achieved this step in less than a semester, surpassing most people in the academy. Zhang Xuanyu did not expect that beneath Yu's delicate exterior lay such a tenacious heart. He cast a questioning glance at Morong Yi. Still not stopping. It should be enough by now. Yu's form swayed like catkins in the wind. Finally, with a thud, she collapsed to the ground, reverting to her human form, her body as if it had been soaked in water. Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly approached, patted her shoulder, and softly called, Goddess, Goddess Yu. Yu showed no response. Zhang Xuanyu hesitated for a moment, then lifted her onto his back and rushed toward the door. Morong, let's call it a day. The goddess has exhausted her strength, and I need to take her to the hospital for a checkup. It's just fainting. There's no need for the hospital. Put her down, give her some nutritional liquid, and let her rest for a while. Do we still need to continue? Morong Yu is currently exhausted, and her condition is very dangerous. She needs to go to the hospital, Zhang Xuanyu said anxiously. Morong Yi calmly replied, I know better than you whether she needs to go to the hospital. My disciple is not that fragile. In the future, such situations will only increase, so put her down. Zhang Xuanyu stared at Morong Yi, a hint of determination in his eyes. I'm sorry, Morong. After saying this, he bypassed Morong Yi and left the training room with Yu on his back. Watching Zhang Xuanyu's back, Morong Yi's gaze darkened slightly, a hint of coldness in his pitch-black eyes, and he became more certain of his thoughts. Zhang Xuanyu is not someone who will easily obey others. A sharp knife that cannot be controlled by its master is useless to keep. Should I destroy him in advance? The door of the medical cabin slowly opened, and Yu sat up, feeling a sense of emptiness in her head, as if she had rested for an entire day and night, with the fatigue from her body completely dissipated. Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Yu, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Yu shook her head. I feel much better, thank you, Zhang. Why was I lying in the medical cabin? You fainted and couldn't be awakened no matter how much I called. I was worried something would happen to you, so I applied for the medical cabin. He then said to Yu, well, let's go. Yu looked anxiously at the doctor in the white coat and asked, Doctor, how much is my treatment fee? For Class A students, using the medical cabin costs 20,000 money. Your body is generally fine, just a bit of excessive spiritual energy depletion. The medical cabin stimulated your brain cells, allowing your brain to relax. After resting for 2 days at home, you'll be fine. Upon hearing the treatment fee, Yu directly filtered out the doctor's subsequent instructions. Goddess, you don't need to worry about the treatment fee. I've already paid it. Yu politely thanked Zhang Xuanyu again. After the two of them exited the hospital, Zhang Xuanyu excitedly said, I've heard that top-tier medical technology like the medical cabin can not only cure 90% of ailments in the world, but can also regenerate severed limbs. Usually only the families of city lords can afford one. I've always wanted to see it, and thanks to the goddess I finally did. The effects of the medical cabin were indeed immediate. It had been less than 5 minutes since lying down, and his goddess had already recovered to her former self. 20,000 money for 5 minutes. It was incredibly swift. As for Zhang Zuanya's tone, it sounded as if he had gained great favor from Dai Yu, saying this to alleviate her psychological pressure. He knew that given Dai Yu's family's financial situation, 20,000 money was already a considerable expense for her. Knowing her personality, she would certainly be reluctant to owe him, which is why Zhang Xuanyu tried as much as possible to shift the topic. As expected, the moment Zhang Xuanyu finished speaking, Dai Yu immediately said, "Zhang, I will repay you for the medical fee as soon as possible." She currently had only 2,000 money, which was her living allowance for a month. If she gave Zhang Xuanyu that now, she would have to survive on nothing for the rest of the month. "What money are you talking about?" Zhang Xuanyu said nonchalantly, "Goddess, this amount is nothing to me. As long as you are fine, everything is negotiable. Don't mention 20,000 money. Even if it were 20 million money, I wouldn't care as long as it can heal you." As he spoke towards the end, Zhang Zuanya's expression became serious and affectionate, making Dai Yu shy away from gazing into his eyes. Dai Yu understood Zhang Zuanya's feelings very well, but she was even clearer about her own. There was no possibility for her and Zhang Xuanyu, so every time he treated her this way, she felt a heavy stone pressing down on her heart. This wasn't love, it was guilt. It couldn't be delayed any longer. The longer it dragged on, the deeper the harm to Zhang. She had to clarify things with him today. "Zhang, actually Oh, it's already so late. I brought you out without Muron's consent. He definitely won't let me off easily. Let's hurry back." Zhang Xuanyu seemed afraid that Dai Yu would finish her sentence, quickly interrupting and calling for a ride. A giant sparrow transformed and flew down. The giant sparrow spoke, "Friend, where to?" "Training room no. 3. Are you coming?" "Together." The sparrow glanced. "Oh, at this hour I can't pick anyone else up." "Fine, then hop on." Dai Yu got on first, and Zhang Xuanyu sat behind her. When they took off, Dai Yu momentarily lost her balance and leaned against Zhang Xuanyu. "Zhang, I'm sorry." Zhang Xuanyu gently replied, "It's okay." The two sat on the sparrow, returning to training room no. Morong Yi was still waiting inside. "You're back," he said with a smile. "Master, sorry to keep you waiting," Dai Yu replied naturally. Zhang Xuanyu felt a bit awkward and didn't dare to speak with Morong Yi. "Today's training stops here. Seeing you are fine, I can relax. You don't know when Xuanyu carried you out just now, I didn't agree and he almost fell out with me." Morong Yi joked. Dai Yu looked at Zhang Xuanyu. Zhang Xuanyu scratched his head in embarrassment. Hearing Morong Yi's tone, he must have calmed down, and he felt relieved, quickly saying, "Morong, how could I ever fall out with you? I was just too anxious earlier. Not listening to you was my fault. If you're really upset, I accept my punishment without any complaints. You're just eager to save someone, especially when it's my disciple. How could I punish you? However, to be honest, I was indeed quite angry. Xiao Yu is my disciple. How could I harm her? Since I said she was fine, she would definitely be fine. You didn't believe me and insisted on taking her to the hospital. If you want to go to the hospital, then go, but leaving your master behind like this, what does that mean?" Morong Yi's tone grew heavier. Zhang Zuanya's head lowered more and more. "Morong just punished me, but makes me feel better that way." Dai Yu watched Zhang Zuanya's embarrassed expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Morong Yi shot a glance at Dai Yu before addressing Zhang Xuanyu, saying, "Tomorrow maintain your transformation form for 5 minutes. If you can't do it, don't come back at night. Do you have any objections?" "No objections," Zhang Xuanyu immediately replied firmly. "All right, you can go back first. Shall you stay? I have something to discuss with you." Zhang Xuanyu glanced at Dai Yu uncertainly, saying, "Morong, you won't be giving the goddess special treatment, will you?" Morong Yi's eyes curved into crescent moons. "What do you think?" "He see you tomorrow." Zhang Xuanyu knew he was in the wrong and left hastily with that last remark. Once he left, Morong Yi's smile faded and his expression turned serious. "Xiao Yue, I need to ask you something, and I want you to answer honestly. Do you like Xing Rue?" Dai Yu's eyes widened slightly, her gaze flashing with a hint of panic. "Master." She hadn't expected him to suddenly ask such a personal question so directly. She liked Wang Xing Rue, but being new to love Dai Yu didn't know how to express her feelings, and for a moment, she could. "Logically, I shouldn't interfere in your personal feelings, but I'm not just your master. I am also Xiao Rui's brother. Now I'm not asking you in the capacity of a master, but as Xiao Rui's brother. Please tell me the truth, do you like my brother or not? If you like him, nod. If you don't, shake your head." Morong Yi suddenly became serious. Dai Yu hesitated for a moment and shyly nodded her head. "Very good, admitting it is a step forward. Do you like Xuanyu?" Dai Yu looked up in surprise at Morong Yi. Morong Yi's gaze softened. Dai Yu firmly shook her head. Morong Yi continued, "Do you know that Xuanyu likes you?" Dai Yu hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Have you rejected him?" The training room fell into silence for a moment. During this time, Dai Yu felt immense torment understanding what Morong Yi meant. Was Master blaming her for getting too close to Zhang Xuanyu? The atmosphere in the training room was suffocating, and she, who was already not good with words, found herself unable to explain even a single word in such an atmosphere. At such moments, any explanation might just be seen as an excuse. After a long pause, Morong Yi spoke again. "Xiao Yue, please promise me one thing. From today on, keep your distance from my brother. If possible, avoid seeing him. Can you do that?" He then continued, ignoring the despair on Dai Yu's face. "I also retract what I previously said about having you protect Xiao Rue on my behalf. You no longer need to bear any responsibility for my brother. Of course, our master-disciple relationship will remain." Dai Yu's heart plummeted at once. Although Morong Yi's tone was gentle, it felt like a pair of scissors cutting her heart. "Master, Dai Yu's tears burst forth like a flood, unstoppable. Her lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a single word. Xiao Yue, you are a good child truly. Smart, kind, and filial. If it weren't for these three qualities, I wouldn't have taken you as my disciple. But your shortcomings are also very apparent. You are too timid and indecisive. You clearly don't like Xuanyu, yet you know he likes you, and do not reject him continually, giving him hope. This behavior of yours is extremely irresponsible towards both my brother and Xuanyu. I understand you don't want to hurt either of them, but your indecisiveness will only end up hurting them deeper. Your lack of rejection, your acquiescence, will only cause Xuanyu to sink deeper and deeper, making it impossible for him to extricate himself. In the end, Xuanyu might even turn love into hate, possibly directing that hate towards my brother. I cannot allow my brother to bear unfounded hatred because of your mistakes. I also cannot tolerate having a woman like you by my brother's side. Your character is suited for a simple, quiet life, and you might make many friends in the future. But you must understand what my brother's transformation is and what your transformation is. You are content with being ordinary, and I don't care. But my brother Murong, yes, brother, is destined for greatness. His path is still long, and he needs someone who can help him clear obstacles while you will only drag him down. Perhaps right now while you're in school you don't feel it. But once you step into society and truly enter this predatory world, you'll find that your shortcomings could be fatal for Xing Rue. By that time you will be unable to part from him, and he will be unable to part from you. So for the future of both of you, please cut off this thought now. Regardless of whether you can understand it, as a brother I cannot sit idly by while a bomb lies next to my brother. After saying that, Murong Yi bowed deeply to Dai Yu. Dai Yu's face turned pale, her body frozen in place. Murong Yi, in a different authoritative role, entirely negated her, and that feeling was more painful than 1,000 arrows piercing her heart. The extreme pain left her mind blank, and she even forgot to breathe. Unable to articulate, Dai Yu turned and ran out of the training room. She did not intend to agree to Murong Yi's request, nor could she. All she could do now was escape. She didn't know how to face Murong Yi. Murong Yi listened as the footsteps grew fainter, and eventually heard the door, closing, his expression relaxing as he let out a long sigh. Not agreeing is good. If she ran away, it meant there was still hope. If she agreed, that would truly be the end. This girl is intelligent and quick to learn, who I hope this stimulus helps her grow. Murong Yi tossed his hair back with his right hand, a hint of cunning in his dark pupils. Next, as long as Xiao Yu rejects Zhang Xuanyu and he guides things a bit, he can make Zhang Xuanyu turn against Xiao Rue and cause a conflict. With me personally guiding Zhang Xuanyu, his combat power will surely be stronger than Xiao Rui's. When Xiao Rue is at a disadvantage, I can suddenly appear, easily helping him take down Zhang Xuanyu. In this way, my brother will lose one enemy, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Rue will have one less obstacle, and I can also gain Xiao Rui's gratitude. Most importantly, Zhang Xuanyu will simultaneously lose both friendship and love. Killing 4 birds with 1 stone, perfect. Disobedient children should face some punishment. Xiao Yu, please. The dormitory of Class A resembles a shared apartment consisting of 2 bedrooms and a living room covering an area of 80 square meters. Returning to the dorm, Dai Yu rushed back to her room in tears, covering her head with the blanket. Murong Yi's words tonight brought devastating turmoil to her heart. She could no longer bear it and wished to escape from this world. Dai Yu's roommate Zhao Tianjiao noticed that Dai Yu was acting unusually. She walked to the door and knocked on her room. Zhao Tianjiao, who was quite beautiful with short hair, had a personality that was completely opposite to Dai Yu's. She was upright, loyal, and open-hearted. The gentle-natured Dai Yu was like a younger sister to her. Xiao Yam coming in. After knocking for a long time with no response, only hearing the sound of sobbing from inside, Zhao Tianjiao opened the door and walked in. Zhao Tianjiao slowly lifted the blanket, finding Dai Yu curled up on the bed, hugging her knees, her eyes swollen from crying, which made Zhao Tianjiao's heart ache. Zhao Tianjiao gently wiped away the tears on Dai Yu's face with her thumb. Tell me who has offended our Xiaoya. He'll make sure to teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Dai Yu did not reply and continued to cry uninterrupted. The secret of Murong Yi helping her with extra lessons was something she had promised her master not to tell anyone, even though Zhao Tianjiao was her only friend since entering university. Seeing Dai Yu like this, Zhao Tianjiao felt as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She urged, come on, tell me. I'll help you take revenge, and if that doesn't work, we can go to the teacher. We are students of Class A, the teachers will definitely stand by us. I'm fine. Dai Yu stopped crying, buried her head in her knees, and spoke weakly. Furrowing her brows, Zhao Tianjiao thought, this does not look like someone who is fine. She tentatively asked, is the person who bullied you also from Class A? Dai Yu shook her head. If it's not from Class A, what are you afraid of? Is it from Class B? Dai Yu shook her head. Is it from Class C? Dai Yu shook her head. Zhao Tianjiao's temper flared up. Oh dear, you are going to drive me crazy. Which class is the person who bullied you from? What is their name? Just tell me. From Class D. Classy. It can't be the teacher, can it? Upon hearing Zhao Tianjiao's words, Dai Yu's expression suddenly changed. Zhao Tianjiao keenly noticed the change in Dai Yu's expression and asked again in shock. It can't be the teacher, can it? Is it really the teacher? Zhao Tianjiao suddenly exploded with rage. Xiaoya, you must tell me honestly which bastard is bullying you. How is— Zhao Tianjiao held Dai Yu's shoulders, her gaze earnest. Don't be afraid. Even if the other party is a teacher, he can't have complete power in the academy. We can tell the principal about this. I don't believe he will ignore it. Da Yue, hearing that they were going to report to the principal, hurriedly said, "No need, Tianjiao, I'm fine. Don't you have a school event to attend? You should go to your thing, I'm really fine." Worriedly looking at Da Yue, Tianjiao hesitated for a moment before making a call. "Hello, Senior Xiaqing, it's me. I'm sorry, Senior, but something urgent has come up on my end, and I might not be able to attend the gathering tonight." No need for help. I can handle it myself, I just can't attend the gathering." "Oh, okay. Goodbye, Senior." Tianjiao hung up the phone and turned to Da Yue. "Alright, you don't have to deal with those annoying boys now. You need to tell me everything that happened in detail. Who is the teacher that bullied you? Is it teacher Sun? Sun Yue, the sports teacher from the first year bug manipulation department. His age is unknown, and he has a lewd appearance, looking like someone who would stalk young girls. It is said that he is currently the only single male teacher at Tianxin Academy, which is why Tianjiao thought of him first. Moreover, he has not been seen dating any of the female teachers, so perhaps he has some unspeakable peculiarities. Da Yue is beautiful, timid, and innocent, making her the kind of girl who easily stirs a man's protective and possessive instincts. He might have already set his sights on her. The more Tianjiao thought about it, the more anxious she became. This matter must be dealt with immediately, or otherwise, given Xiaoya's nature, she would definitely fall victim to that bastard in the future. Seeing Tianjiao frowning, Da Yue thought, she must have misunderstood. "Tianjiao, don't overthink it, it's really not what you think. Xiaoya, did that bastard do anything disgusting to you?" Seeing Tianjiao becoming even more mistaken, Da Yue hurriedly explained, "No, he didn't do anything at all. No, it has nothing to do with teacher Sun, it's my own problem. Tianjiao, please don't think about it anymore." Da Yue's strong denial, however, appeared to Tianjiao as an implicit suggestion. To alleviate Da Yue's mental pressure, Tianjiao did not dwell on the topic further and stayed with her in the room all night. The two lay on the same bed talking until late. The next day, after waking up, Da Yue rubbed her eyes in a daze and found no one beside her. There was a note by her pillow that read, "Xiaoya, I'm going to buy breakfast, I'll be back soon." Why leave a note just to buy breakfast? Da Yue suddenly felt a bad premonition and hurriedly changed her clothes, rushing out of the dormitory. At that moment, Tianjiao had a stern expression, heading towards the administrative building. Administrative building, teacher's office. Sun Yue was chatting with another male teacher. Tianjiao barged in without knocking. "Sun Yue, are you available now? I need to talk to you." Tianjiao's tone was unyielding. "What do you want?" Sun Yue and the other male teacher looked at her simultaneously. These students nowadays have no sense of propriety, daring to call the teacher by name. Tianjiao shot a glance at the male teacher beside her. The male teacher immediately understood. "I have a class to prepare for in a bit, so I'll head out now." "Alright then," Sun Yue replied. The office was left with just Tianjiao and Sun Yue. Sun Yue said, "What is it? Go ahead." Tianjiao's expression turned unfriendly. "Do you oppose teacher-student relationships?" The sudden question caught Sun Yue off guard. "Why do you ask that? Once a teacher, always a father. If a teacher develops feelings for their student, does that not violate propriety?" Sun Yue remained silent for a moment. "Indeed, it's not very appropriate for a teacher to date a student. Since you know it's inappropriate, why do it anyway?" Sun Yue's expression hardened as he began to tidy up the books on his desk. "I don't understand what you are saying. If there's nothing else, you should go to class." "Teacher, no, I don't even know if I should call you that now. Stop pretending. I already know everything. As a teacher, you continuously harass your student. Your actions make me feel ashamed for you." Sun Yue was taken aback, then lowered his head, his face showing signs of shame. "How did you find out?" He admitted it. Tianjiao coldly replied, "What do you think? Did she tell you?" Sun Yue's expression darkened. "Why doesn't she come to me herself?" "Sun Yue, how dare you say such things? Let's keep a bit of dignity for each other. If you have any sense of responsibility as a teacher, please keep your distance and stop harassing her." Sun Yue suddenly stood up, heartbroken. "Keep my distance? How have I not kept my distance? I'm unmarried, she's unmarried. Why can't I like her? From the first moment I saw her, I fell in love with her. I know this is inappropriate, so I waited for her for so long. Since she doesn't like me, why didn't she tell me earlier? Why did I have to wait until now and send you to inform me? I got dumped and I don't even deserve the right to be rejected by her." Sun Yue returned to his seat with a determined tone. "If she really doesn't like me, she should come and tell me herself. Otherwise, I won't give up. You can go now. Xiaoya has just turned 18 and is timid. How could she have the courage to face you? Ugh, disgusting." Tianjiao's chest rose and fell rapidly. Angered, she shot Sun Yue a fierce glare and turned to leave. Not long after, a student council member knocked on the office door. "Teacher Sun, Dean Wang wants to see you." "Understood," Sun Yue replied flatly. He stood up, adjusted his clothes, and left the office. Dean's office. Sun Yue stood in front of the dean's desk. Dean Wang continued reviewing the documents in his hand. "Do you know why I called you here?" "Yes." Dean Wang adjusted his glasses. "I won't ask too many questions about personal feelings, but I will ask you one thing. Someone reported that you are harassing a student. Is that true?" Sun Yue thought for a moment. "Dean, this isn't harassment. I like her, and she hasn't rejected me yet." Tianjiao rushed out from the side room. "You're just arguing. She is avoiding you and is too scared to reject you to your face." Sun Yue glanced at her. "You're not her. How do you know she wants to avoid me?" This statement was rather unreasonable. The dean's expression turned serious. "Teacher Sun, as a teacher, you should set an example for your students." Sun Yue lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Dean. I misspoke. But I am serious. I have waited for her for so long and do not want to rush things. Even if she wants to reject me, she should say it to my face so that I can give up this hope. So as long as she clarifies things in person, you will choose to give up. Sun Yui's eyes turned slightly red, his gaze firm. The dean looked at Zhao Tianjiao. Zhao Tianjiao said, Dean, she is timid and might not dare to come over. The dean's tone was not up for refusal. Since you came to me, this matter must have a resolution. Call her over, rest assured, I won't let anyone harm the students, even if he is a teacher. Zhao Tianjiao hesitated. All right. Zhao Tianjiao called Da Yue. Da Yue, come to the dean's office. The dean, Zhao Tianjiao, did not directly mention that Sun Yue was also in the dean's office, fearing that Da Yue would not dare to come if she knew. Ah, okay. A nervous voice came from the other end of the phone. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Da Yue walked in nervously, looking at everyone in the office. She saw Zhao Tianjiao, and then saw Sun Yue beside her, and a bad premonition began to rise in her heart. At that moment, Sun Yue looked somewhat bewildered. Why did Zhao Tianjiao call Da Yue? Zhao Tianjiao took Da Yue's hand and brought her in front of the dean. Dean, this. The dean said, Student, what is your name? Da Yue said softly. The dean smiled kindly. Don't be nervous. I called you here to understand some matters. Just speak honestly. Has teacher Sun harassed you, or has he done anything excessive? Sun Yue suddenly turned pale, immediately reacting and asking, Wait, I harassed her. She is my student. When did I ever harass her? Zhao Tianjiao pulled Da Yue behind her. You still know she's your student, yet you keep pestering her. Sun Yue, you are already 16 years old and an adult. You must speak responsibly. When did I pester classmate Da? You just admitted it, and now that she's here you want to deny it, right? The argument between them was getting more intense. Da Yue couldn't interject, and the dean had no intention of intervening, feeling that the answer would soon surface if they continued. Who admitted it? Sun Yue exclaimed. You just said that I should bring someone over to clarify things with you, and you wouldn't pester her any longer. Yes, I said that, but I didn't know you were bringing classmate Da. That's a weak argument. If it's not Xiaoya, who else could it be? Besides Xiaoya, are you pestering other students? The dean's gaze shifted to Sun Yue. Sun Yue hurriedly explained, I haven't. Strictly speaking, she has already graduated from the academy for 5 years and can no longer be considered a student. Zhao Tianjiao exclaimed, If she's not a student, then who is? It's Chuemo. Sun Yue blurted out in a moment of desperation. After saying that, his mind went blank. The dean, Da Yue, and Zhao Tianjiao were all stunned. The office fell into silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. After a long while, the dean spoke, his tone filled with surprise. You, like teacher Chuemo. Chuemo transformed into the insect goose system. Alcon blue butterfly has a basic amplification of 1 and a composite amplification of 3, making her one of the first students at Tianshan Academy. At the entrance ceremony, she sat on the left side of the department head as a representative of the counselors, and it was she who made Long Ao obediently return to his seat after releasing his Tyrannosaurus transformation. Although Chumo's transformation amplification is not high and lacks offensive capabilities, it possesses The strength of the Alcon blue butterfly lies in its ability to perfectly mimic the sounds and scents of other animals, thereby hypnotizing opponents and making them believe that Chuemo is their closest person. In other words, Chuemo can use the power of her transformation to eliminate a person's hostility in the shortest time and gain their complete favor, a capability that can turn enemies into friends. At first glance, it seems insignificant, but one can only imagine. In an unknown scenario, the enemy would find it impossible to strike against Chuemo, while she could attack at will until she kills them. In team battles, her advantage would be even greater. Due to this special ability, Chumo's combat power is considered unparalleled in the academy. In terms of appearance, she ranks among the top 3, and in terms of personality, she has always been seen as a gentle, caring big sister. Situ Che has captured the hearts of all the women in the academy, while Chuemo remains the eternal goddess in the hearts of all the men, an almost perfect woman with countless admirers. In contrast, Sun Yue is a rough man with no advantages aside from his transformation. Especially with his looks, he resembles a pervert just released from prison, and yet he dares to pursue teacher Chuemo. In the office, Sun Yue nodded in response to the dean's question. The expressions of the others were strange, and the dean nearly couldn't help but ask him on what basis. Zhao Tianjiao looked very embarrassed and felt like escaping. After all this time, she had caused a big misunderstanding and forced the PE teacher to expose her relationship. How would she resolve this? The people present exchanged glances. Zhao Tianjiao cast a slightly resentful look at Da Yue, who with a face full of apology took Zhao Tianjiao's hand. Zhao Tianjiao sighed inwardly and looked at Sun Yue. Sun Yui's expression was not much better. What should have been a secret crush had now turned into an open crush due to a misunderstanding. Sun teacher probably wanted to kill her now. Ahem, do you like teacher Chuemo? Finally broke the silence spoken by the dean. Yes, Sun Yue snapped back to reality, staring directly at the dean with sincerity in his gaze. Has teacher Chuemo accepted you? Not yet. I haven't expressed my feelings to her, but she has said she is willing to be friends with me. The dean understood. Teacher Chuemo had said the same thing to all the teachers. It was merely a common polite remark, yet Sun Yue mistakenly believed this was her showing him goodwill, leading him to become infatuated with teacher Chu. Should we say that Sun Yue is too naive or too narcissistic? Does he not have any awareness of his own appearance? Sun Yue said, Dean, I know what you're thinking. I believe teacher Chu Mo is not such a superficial person. Where there's a will, there's a way. I believe that one day she will be moved by me. The others were speechless. You can't even confess, and teacher Chu Mo doesn't even know you like her. You lack courage and harbor some slight inferiority complex. You want to pursue the goddess, but don't dare to take the initiative. You have collected all the qualities of a backup. On what basis would she be moved by you? By your fists. Sun Yi's romance hadn't even begun, yet everyone had already declared it over in their hearts. The dean said now that the misunderstanding is cleared, the next steps will be easier. With that, he asserted his authority. Zhao Tianjiao, you will receive a disciplinary mark and write a 5,000-word reflection to be submitted to your homeroom teacher. A disciplinary mark. Dai Yu and Zhao Tianjiao's expressions changed simultaneously. A disciplinary mark means that any further violation of school rules will lead to immediate expulsion, even for something as trivial as littering. In fact, this is equivalent to being expelled. It's just that Zhao Tianjiao was given a chance to reflect nominally. After 5 years of university, who can guarantee they won't make even a single mistake? Zhao Tianjiao's face turned pale as if struck by lightning. Dai Yu quickly stood up and pleaded, Dean, it was all because of me that Tianjiao approached teacher Sun. Please give me the disciplinary mark instead. After saying that, she bowed at a 90-degree angle. Tears fell to the ground. Sun Yi's heart softened, and he also spoke up to persuade Dean, it was just a misunderstanding, and I didn't suffer any losses, so why not let it go? The dean's expression was cold. Let it go. This is the academy. Without rules, nothing can be done. Whether it is you or her, wrongs must be punished. The dean looked at Zhao Tianjiao. If you want to help her, then you should have stopped her before she did this, not take the blame after she made a mistake. Since you are already adults, you must take responsibility for your actions. Zhao Tianjiao wiped her tears with her sleeve and stubbornly said, I have no problem. I misunderstood the situation and offended teacher Sun. First, I accept my punishment. Dina. Sun Yiwei appeared to want to say something, but the dean did not give him the chance. I will not interfere in your personal matters. If you can truly be with teacher Chu Mo, that is a good thing. If not, do not force matters of the heart. Yes, I understand. In the afternoon, the first-year insect goo department, A1 and A2 classes, had 2 physical education lessons, each lasting 2 hours. After the class started, the first 20 minutes were spent running laps for warm-up, with each lap being 1 kilometer. The students of both classes began to run around the playground, while Sun Yiwei watched them from the sidelines. After 5 laps, the students' faces began to pale, their bodies started to sway, and some at the back of the line slowly distanced themselves from those in front, eventually just strolling along. Sun Yiwei took a glance, but did not urge them on. Someone in the line complained in the past, we only had to sprint for 2 kilometers, why are we running for so long today? Don't you think Brother Wei looks particularly unhappy today? Come on, he's always like this, a mix of dismal and lewd. No, I think Brother Wei seems particularly upset today, right? I noticed too, but feels like he got rejected. What a joke with that look of his, how can he find a girlfriend? In the ranks, voices were raised, all expressing their admiration for everyone. Stop talking and run properly. If the teacher catches you, the whole class will face extra penalties. The class leader running at the front spoke up. The class leader of insect goo department, A1, Jiang Yi, transformed into a Chinese honeybee with a basic amplification of 40 and a composite amplification of 2. Jiang Yi is proud, serious about his work, and considers the teacher's words as absolute orders. He glanced back and saw Zhao Tianjiao and Dai Yu at the end of the line, both sweating profusely while still chatting. I'm sorry, Tianjiao. Dai Yu said apologetically. What are you apologizing for? You stopped me. It was my own recklessness for not clarifying the situation before going to the dean. Oh, it's not your fault. But, oh, it's fine. As long as I am careful in the future and don't make mistakes, I can still graduate, so I will rely on you to look after me. Dai Yu envied Zhao Tianjiao's optimism. A girl with such a personality is truly appealing. Dai Yu said seriously, no matter what, I will definitely help you graduate smoothly, I promise. At this moment, Jiang Yi ran to the back of the line. You two talking disrupts your breathing rhythm and wastes energy. Zhao Tianjiao retorted, we will talk if we want. Who are you to control us? The teacher didn't specify the number of laps, and we don't know how long we'll be running next. If you fall behind, our whole class will be punished. You wouldn't want to be the one holding us back, right? Zhao Tianjiao shot him a glance, but quickened her pace. Dai Yu followed closely behind. After half an hour, more and more people began to struggle. Some fell on the track, some walked, some crossed halfway across the playground to wait for their turn, while others simply sneaked onto the grass to pretend to be from another class and sat down to rest. When other students noticed that even sneaking rest was ignored by teacher Sun, they all followed suit. In the end, only 4 people remained on the track. Class leader Jiang Yi was running in the front with Zhao Tianjiao 100 meters behind, Tang Xiaoling 200 meters behind, and Dai Yu 300 meters behind. Meanwhile, those who had given up early gathered together outside the track, chatting and laughing. My God, are they even human? They've been running for an hour. Too ruthless. Those 4 must be crazy. They are pushing themselves so hard just to stand out. An hour passed, and the class bell rang. The 4 crossed the finish line one after another and gradually came to a stop. Jiang Yi came in first, Tang Xiaoling second, Zhao Tianjiao third, and Dai Yu fourth. Sun Yiwei looked at the 4 with satisfaction. Not bad, there are still 4 who are worth watching. What surprised him the most was Dai Yu. He hadn't expected this girl who looked delicate to have such strong willpower and actually endure until the end. The four stood there leaning on their knees and constantly gagging, their clothes drenched in sweat, as if they had just crawled out of the... They dared not sit down, as suddenly sitting after running for 2 hours would cause blood flow to reduce, leading to heart ischemia and insufficient blood supply to the brain, resulting in fainting and in severe cases even shock. Class leader Jiang Yi was thinking of bringing Dayu a bottle of nutritional liquid, but when he turned around, he saw a boy standing next to Dayu. "You've worked hard. A woman can be as strong as a man," Jiang Yi said, handing over the nutritional liquid. Zhao Tianjiao took a sip of the nutritional liquid. "Phew. You're not bad, either. If it weren't for running to your pace, I might not have been able to last. However, our difference is only 100 meters. Next time, I will definitely be first in class." The class leader laughed. "If you want to be first in physical education class, you might be aiming at the wrong target." "What do you mean?" Zhao Tianjiao asked. Jiang Yi replied, "Don't you notice? After I and Dayu finished the laps, we were all gasping for air. Just standing is already very strenuous, yet Tang Xiaolang is acting as if nothing happened. Although he only came in third, he seemed a bit too relaxed, don't you think?" Zhao Tianjiao turned to look at Tang Xiaolong, who was sitting on the ground fully focused on battling enemies on a handheld game console. Looking at it this way, it does seem strange. "So you're saying Tang Xiaolang is hiding his strength?" Jiang Yi didn't give her a direct answer, but just smiled and said, "I hope you can continue to work hard." After that, he turned and left. On Dayu's side, she heard someone calling her name. Looking up, she saw a boy she didn't recognize, or rather she didn't know anyone in the class except Zhao Tianjiao. "Classmate, do you need something?" At the moment Dayu raised her head, the boy's heart skipped a beat, and he froze. Dayu had not put on makeup, her looks couldn't afford expensive cosmetics, and makeup was not allowed in physical education class. At this moment, with her natural face and glistening sweat, she gave off a pure and alluring aura. "Here, have some nutritional liquid." The boy suddenly felt a bit shy and could not look her in the eye. "Thank you." Dayu wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand and took the nutritional liquid. "Oh, you're welcome." The boy's face turned slightly red, and he spoke haltingly. Dayu walked to Zhao Tianjiao's side. "Tianjiao here." "No need, the class leader just gave me a bottle." Zhao Tianjiao nudged Dayu with her elbow and grinned. "That boy seems to have a... That's great. It's only been a short while since school started, and someone has already begun to pursue our little you." Tianjiao stopped joking around. "I saw it. The class leader just gave you a bottle of nutritional liquid. By your logic, could it be that the class leader likes you?" Zhao Tianjiao glanced at Jiang Yi, who had run over to give Tang Xiaolang some nutritional liquid, and said, "What relationship could I have with the class leader? Come on, he's just being a caring class leader." Zhao Tianjiao's gaze towards the class leader held a peculiar emotion, which Dayu noticed, causing the corners of her mouth to slightly curl. "So do you want to have some relationship with him?" Zhao Tianjiao froze for a moment, and suddenly glared. "What? You dare to make fun of me? You want to fight?" With that, Zhao Tianjiao started playfully hitting Dayu. The boy who had previously given Dayu the nutritional liquid stood not far away watching this scene, his attention wholly focused on Dayu, captivated. He had never seen a girl like Dayu. At first glance, she seemed ordinary, but the more he looked, the more he felt she had an indescribable beauty. Her smile shone like a ray of sunshine, illuminating his heart. Was this the feeling of first love? He was not the only one with such thoughts. Simultaneously, Jiang Yi's gaze also turned towards Dayu, his serious expression softening slightly. During free activity time, all the students sat in a circle on the lawn, and Sunny Wei was among them, wearing a rather unpleasant smile on his face. "In the next class, we won't be training. Instead, we'll discuss some theory." Upon hearing this, the students cheered. For the current students, cultural classes were precious moments of rest, and no one cared whether the physical education teacher's lecture on culture was inappropriate. "Mr. Sun was the first to ask, can anyone tell me what an avatar represents for humanity?" "Power, the power." A student immediately answered. "Are there any other answers?" "Friends, enemies, pets, food, transportation, amplifier." Upon hearing the last answer, Sun Yiwei suddenly raised an eyebrow, scanning the surroundings for the source of the voice, and finally looked towards Dayu. "Wasn't she the one from the principal's office this morning?" "You speak louder, say it again." Everyone's gaze followed the teacher's indication and fell on Dayu. Called out by the teacher, Dayu stood up and weakly said, "Teacher, I think the avatar should be an amplifier for humans." Sun Yiwei said with great interest, "Share your thoughts." Dayu replied, "Since the birth of humanity." "Speak louder, I can't hear you." Dayu took a deep breath and raised her voice. "Since the birth of humanity, we inherit a portion of B cells from our parents. These B cells have not consumed animal genes and remain in their most primitive state, similar to hibernation. The division cycle of B cells is once a year, which means that before consuming an avatar, the B cells within humans are less than 1/10th, and there are no significant changes in humans. After consuming an ordinary avatar, the B cells in the human body will consume the avatar cells and fuse part of their genes. At this point, the B cells in the human body will awaken from their dormant state. Since the power contained in B cells is several times that of ordinary cells during this phase, as the B cells become more active, human physical quality will significantly enhance. As for the super beast avatars, their B cells reinforce their own genes. If the B cells in the human body fuse with this gene, their activity will rise to another level, resulting in qualitative changes in the human physical condition. The most obvious feature is that we can now sprint at 100-meter speed for at least an hour, which was absolutely impossible before we consumed Super Beast avatars. After releasing the avatar, the human body enters the second phase. Although it consumes a large amount of energy, a person's resistance, recovery ability, strength, and speed will far exceed human limits. Depending on the type of avatar, various human characteristics will grow to different degrees. For example, those with eagle avatars have excellent vision, while those with leopard avatars are very fast. Simply put, beast cells will select the advantages of the avatar, eliminate the disadvantages, and attach these advantages to the human body. So I believe that avatars play a role as amplifiers for humanity. Dayu spoke passionately, finishing a long explanation, and then shyly lowered her head. The scene fell into silence with everyone on the grass staring at her in astonishment, including Sunny Wei. Dayu's personality was not prominent in the class. She had never communicated with anyone except Zhao Tianjiao, and in order to avoid drawing attention, she kept her badge in her pocket when going out. Thus, she was the kind of person with very low presence in the class. Sunny Wei did not expect such a talent to exist in it. After a long while, Sunny Wei came back to his senses and cleared his throat twice. Not bad, really not bad. How did you know all this? Why did Dayu know these things? Half of it was her own research and half was what Murong Yi told her. But she certainly couldn't mention Murong Yi, so. Teacher, I've read some related books. Oh, so you learned this from books. Impressive. At this moment, Sun Yiwei couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration. Most people nowadays focus on how to enhance their strength, and there are very few who are willing to delve into books. For someone her age, it's even rarer to be able to settle down. It seems that the other children wore branded sportswear, and only she wore the school's uniform, suggesting that her family's situation was average. Only through extensive experience and enduring life's hardships can one cultivate such a steady character. I remember your name. Dayu, right. You're quite impressive. Sunny Wei couldn't help but compliment Dayu again. Does anyone else want to share their opinions? No one responded. Now that a great talent had already spoken, raising a hand would only be embarrassing. Okay, next I will elaborate. Just as classmate Dayu said, the role of avatars is equivalent to that of an amplifier. Humanity relies on avatars to gain extraordinary strength to resist super beasts and protect the flame of human civilization. Some super beast avatars have astonishing amplification factors. Their strength is far beyond what humans can compare. Not to mention the 5 great individuals who were born during the Chaos era, each with amplification factors exceeding 1,000 times, possessing power comparable to gods. As he spoke, Sunny Wei could not help but reveal a look of longing in his eyes. After pausing for a few seconds, he continued with a serious expression, but today what I want to tell you is not to reiterate the importance of avatar amplification. On the contrary, I want to ask you, are there still many avatars in this world with single-digit amplifications? Do these people have no chance to grow stronger? Yes, replied class leader Jiang Yi. Sunny Wei looked at Jiang Yi. What can be done? Jiang Yi stood up. According to classmate Dayu, since avatars are merely amplifiers, we can set up an equation: strength physical quality x amplification factor. If the amplification factor is fixed, changing the final result is actually quite simple by altering another variable. Having an avatar with a 100 amplification factor and a physical quality of 1 means they are on par with someone with an amplification factor of 1 and a physical quality of 100. Teacher, is this what you're trying to say? Exactly. This is what I wanted to convey to you today. Your Super Beast avatar amplification factors are above 80, but that does not mean you are invincible. You simply have one more opportunity, one more chance to stand at the top of the world. The number of beast cells in a person's body affects their physical constitution. The more beast cells there are, the stronger the constitution. Through continuous training of varying intensities, one can shorten the cycle of beast cells and increase their quantity. But if you do not work hard to enhance your own strength and allow your quantity to remain at 1 with no progress at all, being surpassed by others is just a matter of time. Perhaps it could be those students in Class B with an amplification factor of only 80, or those in Class C with only 50, or even those with only 15. Sunny Wei chuckled coldly. Do you think what I'm saying is exaggerated? You must be thinking, how could the group of useless students in Class E possibly surpass Class A? Let me tell you, never underestimate a person's desire to survive. Precisely because their avatars are ordinary, they cherish the opportunity to become stronger even more and strive harder. Since you can achieve 100 by 1, why deny others the result of 1 by 100? You are the 6th batch of students I have taught. Every time I teach new students, I always say these words. As for how much you take in it, depends entirely on yourselves. University is different from middle school. I won't force you to do anything, won't punish you, and won't beat you up if your grades are. Slacking off in physical education is fine, you're not running for me. Skipping classes is also fine, you're not attending. But I must remind you in advance, when the day comes that you are trampled by the students in class, you don't come crying to me. The students began to whisper among themselves. The idea that Class E could surpass Class A was simply a fantasy. While it might be possible to enhance one's overall strength through improving physical constitution, how long would that take? 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years? In those decades, how could those in Class A possibly not make any progress? As long as their physical condition improves slightly, they will be able to leave those in Class E far behind with the amplification effects of their avatars. Sunny Wei looked at the expressions of the crowd, feeling a surge of helplessness in his heart. Children from wealthy families can have strong avatars handed to them. Without hardship thinking, they have become winners. Not just them, even adults, and even myself when I first obtained an avatar thought this way. This mindset permeates this era. Thinking back to when I had the 200 amplification factor of the bullet ant avatar, wasn't I also arrogant? I thought I had squeezed into the ranks of top experts, but in the end reality slapped me hard, making me wake up. Some truths can only be understood through the price of blood. At this moment, class leader Jiang Yi raised his hand to ask. Teacher, physical training is meant to promote the division of B cells within the body, thereby enhancing physical quality. Consuming the same type of avatar can achieve similar effects. Isn't the efficiency of physical training rather low in comparison? Indeed, consuming similar avatars is a good approach. But why not balance both? University is your golden period for enhancing physical quality. You have enough resources and time. You don't have to worry about whether your children will have enough to eat, whether they'll stay warm, what their avatars will be when they grow up, whether your boss will fire you, or whether you'll be able to pay rent in the future. You don't need to concern yourself with social intricacies or conspiracies. All the trivial matters of life are being supported for you, and you only need to focus on working hard to become stronger. Is that too difficult? Jiang Yi sat back down in silence. Sun Yiwei reminisced, treasure the present. University may be the most free and relaxed time of your life. After class, Jiang Yi and the boy who had given Daiyu the nutrient solution followed Daiyu and Zhao Tianjiao to the cafeteria. After getting food, the boy who brought the nutrient solution sat opposite Daiyu, while Jiang Yi sat opposite Zhao Tianjiao. Seeing Daiyu take 2 servings of food, Zhao Tianjiao curiously said, "You don't look fat. I didn't expect you to eat so much." "No, I also got a portion for my friend." Just as she finished speaking, Daiyu saw a figure and stood up to wave at a certain direction. Zhang Xuanyu, who had just entered the cafeteria, immediately walked over and sat down next to Daiyu. "Xuanyu, I got food for you." "Thanks, goddess." Zhao Tianjiao's lips curved up, looking meaningfully at the two of them. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi and the boy next to him focused their gaze on the badge on Zhang Xuanyu's chest. A 10. The pressure on both of them instantly doubled. Zhang Xuanyu felt the gaze of the other 3 and asked, "Goddess, who are these 3? Daiyu immediately introduced, "These are my roommates, Zhao Tianjiao. This is our class leader, Jiang Yi, and this." Daiyu still didn't know the name of the person who had brought her the nutrient solution. The person introduced himself, "I am Zhu Kong. My avatar is the bamboo locust, a type of grasshopper." "Oh, I'm Zhang Xuanyu. My avatar is the golden eagle." Zhang Xuanyu briefly said. Being a man himself, he could tell what these two were thinking, and naturally, he wouldn't show weakness. After Zhang Xuanyu introduced his avatar, the expressions of everyone except Daiyu suddenly became serious. A flying type avatar, and not just any flying type, the golden eagle is the second fastest bird in the world. Daiyu actually became friends with someone like this, and it seemed their relationship was quite close. Jiang Yi and Zhu Kong were both A4 and A5 respectively. In the freshman insect and sorcery class, there were only 10 students in total, while the flying class had around 100. Although Zhang Xuanyu ranked lower than both of them, he was outstanding in the flying class, while Jiang Yi and Zhu Kong could only be considered above average in the insect and sorcery class. The value of their standings was different. With such a rival present, Jiang Yi and Zhu Kong immediately felt the pressure. Zhao Tianjiao, however, had no such concerns. She subtly nudged Daiyu with her elbow and gave her a meaningful glance. That look seemed to say, "Xiao Yue, you can do it. The quality of those pursuing you is getting higher and higher." Daiyu was confused and did not understand Zhao Tianjiao's meaning. Zhao Tianjiao asked Zhang Xuanyu, "Classmate Zhang, what is your relationship with Xiao Yu?" "Me." Like the other two, I'm a pursuer of the goddess. Zhang Xuanyu directly expressed his feelings, conveniently exposing Jiang Yi and Zhu Kong. Daiyu was taken aback, her face flushed. "Don't listen to his nonsense. He and I are middle school classmates and very good friends." Good friends from middle school, no wonder. Although Daiyu provided an explanation, the vigilance in Jiang Yi and Zhu Kong's eyes did not diminish. Confidence and cheerfulness accompanied by a powerful embodiment indicated that this person was not simple. The two exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other. They both knew that teaming up at this moment was the best choice. Looking at the whole roasted golden eagle on his plate, Zhang Xianyu smiled wryly and said, "Goddess, you really think highly of me. You gave me a whole serving of golden eagle, which I can't finish. By the way, how much is it? They'll transfer to you." The roasted golden eagle wasn't from me. It was given by the cafeteria auntie for free. She asked if it was for Zhang Xianyu, and when I said yes, she served me one. "Wow, Zhang the handsome, you have quite the charm. Even the cafeteria auntie is smitten by you," Zhao Tianjiao teased. Zhang Xianyu glanced toward the food counter, and coincidentally the cafeteria auntie also looked over with a smile. No way, seeing the auntie's smile made Zhang Xianyu shiver, and he awkwardly smiled back at her. "Damn, it's all because of my overwhelming charm. I need to tone it down in the future." In fact, the cafeteria auntie not only served him an extra roasted golden eagle, but also gave Daiyu an additional meatball, although Daiyu didn't pay much attention. The cafeteria provided various embodiment foods, including insects. However, if the insects were simply stir-fried and served, it would be hard to stimulate one's appetite. Hence, the cafeteria chef would prepare them into various other dishes, such as meatballs, dumplings, buns, skewers, and so on. The meat in the meatball served to Daiyu was from the super beast Darwin spider. Daiyu silently finished the meatball before starting on her vegetables. "Have you heard? The scoundrel Wang has appeared again, challenging Duan Qua from Class A of the crawling department. In the training hall, someone at a nearby table said, "Is that true? How many times is this now?" 17th time. These past few days he has only been challenging Duan Qua, and whenever he feels like he can't hold on anymore, he directly concedes quite decisively. Once he recovers, he continues to challenge. If the other party doesn't respond, he curses their ancestors. He truly lives up to the title of Scoundrel King. Duan Qua is quite unfortunate to have crossed paths with such a character. I remember that the Scoundrel King is from Class E, right? Although he is currently in Class E, he has the support of President Situ, who knows he might accidentally get promoted to Class D one day. We in Class A should feel a sense of crisis. After this person spoke, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter, feeling as if university students were mocking children about to graduate from elementary school. As they left, Zhang Xianyu and Dai Yu lowered their heads, their expressions changing as they picked at their plates, lacking the appetite to continue eating. If it weren't for Wang Xingrui's prior advice to them not to stand up for him, Zhang Xianyu and Dai Yu might have already flipped their plates over the heads of those few people. At this moment, Zhu Kong said again, "A grown man relying on another man to rise to power is truly shameless. The less capable a person is, the more they like to show off." Jiang Yi replied, "Birds of a feather flock together. We should show sympathy to the weak, not mock them." Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Dai Yu and Zhang Xianyu subtly furrowed their brows. Zhao Tianjiao said, hearing them talk like this, "I actually want to meet this scoundrel king. How about we go to the training hall together after finishing our meal? Maybe we will run into him." Not going? Oh, what's there to see about someone from Class E? Class leader, since Zhu Kong isn't going, my time is precious. Rather than watching two weaklings fight, it's more meaningful to spend my time improving my own. Xiao Yu. Zhao Tianjiao pouted, shaking Dai Yu's arm in a spoiled manner. Dai Yu smiled and nodded at classmate Zhang. "Are you going?" Zhao Tianjiao asked. "Do I even need to ask? I will always be a loyal follower. Actually, I have nothing better to do. It wouldn't hurt to take a look." Zhu Kong suddenly spoke up. Zhao Tianjiao shot him a glare, then looked at the class leader, who cleared his throat and said, "In every journey of 3 there must be a teacher. Even the weak have their merits." In the training hall, today Wang Xingrui and Wafan were still sitting in the corner. Wang Xingrui was intently staring at the screen, while Wafan's eyes were scanning the training hall like a radar. Suddenly he noticed a girl who was very beautiful, dressed simply without any badge, but not the type Wafan liked. She was surrounded by several from Class A. When Wafan's gaze fell on Zhao Tianjiao, his eyes widened. Short hair, big chest, curvy hips. She was simply his ideal type. Without a second thought, Wafan walked straight to Zhao Tianjiao, pushing aside those girls who wanted to get close. "Hello, my name is Wafan from the water diving department, 16 years old, single. My embodiment is fire salamander." Wafan spoke seriously to Zhao Tianjiao without looking at Dai Yu. "Hello, my name is Wafan from the water diving department, 16 years old, single. My embodiment is fire salamander." Wafan spoke seriously to Zhao Tianjiao. Zhao Tianjiao casually assessed Wang Xingrui, while politely smiling, slightly extending her hand and saying, "Hello, I am Zhao Tianjiao from the bug manipulation department. My embodiment is the ghost dragonfly. Beauty, there are differences between men and women who I want. Shake your hand. Can I touch your butt?" Wafan asked politely. Zhao Tianjiao was taken aback, looking at his serious expression, and for a moment she wondered if she had misheard. "What did you say?" Just as Zhao Tianjiao asked this question, Wafan's hand was already on her buttocks, giving it a gent. Zhao Tianjiao immediately shivered, all the hairs on her body standing on end. Without saying a word, she slapped Wafan back. Slap. The crisp sound made Jiang Yi and Dai Yu react as well. Dai Yu quickly pulled Zhao Tianjiao behind her, while Jiang Yi hesitated for a few seconds before stepping up to block Dai Yu, standing straight in front of Wafan, with a dark expression in broad daylight. "Touching a student from our class, can I interpret this as a provocation against Class A?" Wafan was still savoring the feeling. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to touch you, but I meant no offense." This utterly contradictory statement came from Wafan's mouth. Although his voice was very soft, it sounded like a provocation to Jiang Yi, Zhao Tianjiao, and Dai Yu. Many people's gazes turned towards them. Ouyang Chun had arrived at some point, standing in the crowd watching this scene with great interest as he scrutinized Wafan. A Class D student daring to provoke Class A in public, this person, if not pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, must be having a mental issue. Judging by his gaze, it didn't seem like he was faking it, so it should be the latter. Long Ao beside Ouyang Chun was also assessing Wafan, his expression more serious. The muscles on his thighs and arms were clearly trained, suggesting he had practiced some form of martial arts for at least 5 years. It's a pity that his embodiment is fire salamander, which neither enhances strength nor speed, wasting all his martial arts training. People had various thoughts. Dai Yu's first thought was to control Zhao Tianjiao. She couldn't let her take action. Tianjiao had already been reprimanded. If she couldn't help but retaliate, it could lead to expulsion. As Zhao Tianjiao began to speak, Dai Yu quickly interjected, "I want to have a simulated battle with you." Wafan looked at her and said, "I don't like to hit women." Dai Yu stepped forward and slapped him, showing a strong attitude. Wafan felt a sharp sting on his face. Before he could say anything, she slapped him again. Zhang Xianyu looked at Dai Yu in shock. Was this really the fragile Dai Yu he knew? By the way, the goddess looked incredibly cool when she got angry. Behind them, Zhao Tianjiao's eyes were moist as she knew Dai Yu was standing up for her. Dayu was a girl with a very tender heart, usually too timid to speak loudly. Now she was willing to fight, showing how much courage she had mustered. Feelings of grievance and gratitude intertwined in Zhao Tianjiao's heart as she bit her lip, trying hard not to let the tears flow. Then Dayu swung another slap. This time Wafan grabbed Dayu's hand. At the same moment, Zhang Xian, you caught Wafan's hand coldly, saying, "Let go." "Why should I?" "She slapped me twice." Wafan didn't let go, but from these two sentences it was clear that his momentum had noticeably weakened. "They'll say it again, let go Zhang Xian," you said coldly. Under the pressure of Zhang Xian, yes gaze, Wafan obediently released his grip, still murmuring unhappily, "She hit me first." Class A Zhu Kong challenges Class E Wafan to a simulated battle. Zhu Kong, who had been silent next to Zhao Tianjiao, suddenly announced loudly. Wafan looked at Zhu Kong with a bewildered expression. Everyone's attention shifted to Zhu Kong. Zhu Kong was slower to react than Jiang Yao. He had missed several opportunities to stand up earlier, and if he didn't do anything now, it would be too embarrassing in front of two beautiful girls. Thus he challenged Wafan. Wafan did not accept. He was joking. How could he, a Class E student, be a match for a Class A student? Accepting would just be looking for a beating. Zhao Tianjiao said, "Wafan, you just said you don't hit women, so you won't accept Xiao Yu's challenge. Now Zhu Kong is challenging you, and you won't accept it either. Are you not a man? You haven't slept with me, how do you know I'm not a man?" Wafan muttered quietly. "You." Zhao Tianjiao gritted her teeth, glaring at him fiercely. Wafan glanced at her and said, "If you want me to fight him, it's not impossible. You just have to agree to one condition. If I win, you have to be my girlfriend and let me touch you, but every day." Wow. Gasps filled the surrounding area. Even at this moment, he didn't forget to take advantage. This guy must be crazy for women. Moreover, the girl wasn't even that pretty. She was less attractive than the long-haired one beside her. Why did he have to touch her? But Long Ao turned to leave. He came here to observe the battles of Class A students, and he had no interest in such a farce. Oyangshan followed him, saying, "It's getting interesting. Oh, why are you leaving? Even if they defeat Class A, what difference does it make? With an enhancement of less than 80, even if they win, it's only temporary. Before everyone can freely control their embodiment abilities, their levels are not that different. Even if Wafan wins, it only means his fighting ability is strong. The embodiment is still what affects the final strength." TCH boring. Ouyang Chun glanced back, hands behind his head, whistling as the two left the training hall. "You jerk." Zhao Tianjiao angrily scolded. This guy actually dared to tease her repeatedly in public. She felt like killing Wafan right now. "Do you agree or not?" Wafan pressed again. Zhao Tianjiao looked at Zhu Kong, who understood. "Don't worry, I'm an 8th degree judo expert in hand-to-hand combat. He is no match for me." "Understood." Zhu Kong gave Zhao Tianjiao an okay gesture. Zhao Tianjiao took a deep breath. "I agree." "Tianjiao." Dayu tried to stop Zhao Tianjiao, grabbing her arm, but Zhao Tianjiao gently patted her hand. Wafan's eyes flashed with surprise. "It's a deal." The two entered training room No. 2. The training room was empty, and a patch of bright red blood on the floor was quite eye-catching, remnants of the last battle. As the mechanical voice sounded, the two quickly began their battle. After 30 seconds, a shocking scene occurred. Zhu Kong lay on the ground motionless. Wafan looked at Zhu Kong on the ground in confusion. Was this the strength of Class A? Before the fight began, Wafan had been prepared for a prolonged battle. For the first 25 seconds, he had been on high alert, dodging, but as he dodged, he realized something was off. The speed of the opponent's punches was too slow, much slower than he had imagined. Wafan couldn't help but wonder if this person had a grudge against Zhao Tianjiao and was deliberately losing to him to make Zhao Tianjiao look bad. If that were the case, he would take this opportunity to teach this hypocritical loser a good lesson for his future girlfriend. So Wafan attempted a counterattack, throwing a light punch. Zhu Kong's neck immediately twisted to the side, and two teeth flew out with blood. Before Zhu Kong could regain his senses, a footprint loomed larger in his view, descending from above. Boom. It fell like a heavy hammer. Zhu Kong's head smashed hard against the ground, while his lower body lifted up, and soon after he lay on the ground like a corpse. The victor is Wafan from Class B of the crawling department. As the mechanical voice echoed, the battle came to an end. Outside the training room, the onlookers stared at the screen in shock. In the corner, Wang Xingrui widened his eyes, his mind flashing back to the moment when Wafan had boasted to him. "Actually, I'm really impressive. I've practiced martial arts, and those 3 seniors are no match for me. I can defeat them in, at most, 3 moves." Wow, this kid actually spoke the truth. What a clever act of feigning weakness, even better than he did. The most shocked of all was Zhao Tianjiao. In the instant Zhu Kong fell to the ground, her mind went blank for 10 seconds. When she regained her senses, she felt as if she had plunged into an ice cave, a chill spreading throughout her body. Zhu Kong lost in just 30 seconds. Before the simulated battle began, Zhao Tianjiao had felt anxious, and after the battle concluded, she was overwhelmed with a desire to cry. Could she really be forced to date this perverted guy who liked to touch people's butts? Wafan wasn't handsome, nor was he ugly. He was just average. But when he saw a beautiful girl, his lewd demeanor was simply unbearable. Someone like him was about to become her boyfriend, and she couldn't accept that reality. Wafan stepped forward and shyly smiled at Zhao Tianjiao. The crowd looked at Zhao Tianjiao with anticipation, eager to see her reaction. Would Zhao Tianjiao agree to date with? Probably not. After all, it was just a verbal agreement without any written proof. Even if she reneged, Wafan couldn't really do anything to her. Normal people wouldn't risk their reputation over a bet. However, the onlookers hoped Zhao Tianjiao would say yes to Wafan. They weren't part of the bet and didn't care who would lose or gain, they just wanted the thrill. The crowd eagerly watched the center of the stage. Wafan declared, "From today onwards you are my girlfriend." With that, he reached out to hold Zhao Tianjiao's hand. Zhao Tianjiao's body stiffened, her face showing resistance. "A bet is a bet. Starting today, I am your girlfriend. But even as my boyfriend, you cannot force me to do anything I'm unwilling to do." Wafan immediately replied with excitement, "Of course, I promise not to force you to do anything you don't want to do, except maybe touch your butt once a day." Zhao Tianjiao exclaimed. "You. Wait a moment." Suddenly Jiang Yi spoke up from the side. "Wafan, I want to have a simulated battle with you. Just like before with Zhao as the stake. If I win, you will break up with Zhao. If I lose, I will grant you one request." Zhao Tianjiao was entangled by Wafan, and as the class monitor Jiang, he could not just stand by and watch without taking action. Staying passive would harm his reputation in the class. Through the battle between Wafan and Zhukong, Jiang, he was already confident of victory. Wafan was no ordinary opponent. To win against him, he had to go all out from the very beginning and not give him a chance to counter. Zhukong lost due to underestimating her opponent, but he would never make such a basic mistake. Wafan glanced at Jiang Yi and then at Zhao Tianjiao. "Do you like Tianjiao?" Zhao Tianjiao was taken aback, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Jiang Yi, upon hearing Wafan's question, was initially stunned, then shook his head, glancing at Dai Yu out of the corner of his eye. Seeing Jiang Yi deny it, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Zhao Tianjiao's eyes. "Since you don't like Tianjiao, why do you want to battle me? Besides, I just made a bet with Tianjiao, where she was the stake. Now you want to bet with me using my girlfriend as the stake. On what grounds?" Wafan's tone was not harsh. He seemed genuinely afraid of Jiang Yi. When he said the last 3 words, his voice dropped to a whisper. Yet Jiang Yi found himself at a loss for words. What he said was coarse, but reasonable. "Indeed, you have no close ties to another person's girlfriend. On what grounds do you wager with someone's girlfriend? If their relationship was merely friendship, that would be too far-fetched. The other party willingly accepted the bet. What right does an ordinary friend have to interfere in someone else's romantic affairs?" At this moment, Jiang Yi understood that if he truly wanted to help Zhao Tianjiao escape this predicament, he could only admit that he liked her. Only then could he place himself on the same level as Wafan. But would Dai Yu misunderstand him if he did that? Forget it. At most, he could explain himself to Dai Yu later. If he didn't act, his position as class monitor was likely to be taken away. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi finally gritted his teeth and spoke. "I do like Zhao Tianjiao, but I never intended to force her to be with me, nor will I let anyone else force her. Wafan, if you are a man, accept my challenge. Zhao Tianjiao has more than one suitor. There will be more who challenge you in the future. Prove to me that you truly like Zhao Tianjiao. If you are afraid, leave her now. If you lack the courage to protect her, what right do you have to stay by her side?" The atmosphere reached a climax, and the show was finally on. 2 men fighting over a woman, with the victor winning her affection. Such a cliché plot might turn people off on television, yet in real life it fascinated the crowd endlessly. The onlookers, many of whom were female students, began taking photos and recording videos. Zhao Tianjiao's gaze flickered, her face slightly flushed, her mind filled with unspoken thoughts. Wafan glanced back at Zhao Tianjiao. He knew her heart wasn't with him, but he didn't care. He believed that once Zhao Tianjiao was with him, she would recognize his worth. Wafan looked at Jiang Yi with determination. "All right, I accept. If I lose, I will leave Tianjiao. If I win, you will never interfere with my relationship with Tianjiao again. All right." Sitting not far away, Wang Xingrui raised an eyebrow to fall for such a crude provocation. Is this guy's martial arts really just a trade-off for his intelligence? Despite thinking this, Wang Xingrui did not go to stop them. He wanted to see just how high Wafan's martial arts level was. The door to training room No. 2 slowly closed. Jiang Yi's eyes sharpened, and his body underwent a transformation. Black antennae sprouted from his head, and yellow-brown hair began to grow wildly from his back. 2 almost transparent wings vibrated rapidly behind him, his body levitating. 3 pairs of legs symmetrically grew from the sides of his ribs, each ending with barbed tips. The room echoed with a buzzing sound as a Chinese honeybee about 1 meter in size emerged in the training room. The release of his transformation took less than a minute. Wafan's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinheads, watching Jiang Yi complete the transformation process with wide eyes. If Wafan had interrupted during Jiang Yi's transformation, it could have delivered a fatal blow. But he didn't. This was the first time he had witnessed someone transform so closely, and a strong sense of envy and excitement nearly erupted from his eyes. So cool. Wafan's B cell content had long surpassed 1/10th and was nearing 1,000th. 10 years of martial arts practice were not in vain. Yet he could never find the switch to release his own transformation. Wafan felt very wronged inside. Why could he transform while I cannot? His transformation was given by his parents while mine is earned by myself. Even my girlfriend was won through my own efforts. Why can he be the hero while I am treated like a villain? Why does everyone dislike me? As he pondered, a flicker of jealousy, madness, and murderous intent flashed in his fearful gaze. Wafan's expression darkened as he walked step by step towards it, his pace quickening until he finally charged forward. The Chinese honeybee also lunged at him, its stinger the length of an arm protruding from its plump abdomen. Before Wafan could react, the bee had circled behind him, its nearly 1-meter-long black stinger piercing straight into his body, the tip emerging from his chest. The Chinese honeybee made a sharp turn in the air, and Wafan was flung off the stinger, crashing into the ceiling. He then fell to the ground like a heap of broken meat, not knowing how many ribs were broken, his appearance gruesome. Blood quickly soaked the ground, leaving a stain on the ceiling. Outside, a deep silence reigned as everyone stared at the screen in shock. Wang Xingrui suddenly stood up. Did he just kill him? Did Jiang Yi kill him? According to the Academy's regulations, Chapter 12, Article 2, if a simulated battle results in the death of a student, the Academy shall immediately expel the student and submit them to the public security authorities for review within 3 days. Jiang Yi's action equated to putting an end to his own future and prospects. The phrase "a man will go to great lengths for the woman he loves" was vividly embodied in Jiang. Even if he didn't intend it, to outsiders he appeared to be a man who would sacrifice everything for the one he loved. Female students outside looked enviously at Zhao Tianjiao. While she felt touched, she was also deeply worried for Jiang Yi. She knew full well what kind of consequences he would face next. Zhao Tianjiao's eyes were resolute. She had already made up her mind. If the school wanted to expel Jiang Yi, she would drop out with him. Inside the training room, Jiang Yi returned to human form, bending over with his head down, his hands resting on his knees as he breathed heavily. No one noticed the harsh, indifferent expression on his face, as if everything before him was irrelevant, completely different from his usual warm and friendly demeanor. The stinger had missed by 2 inches, failing to pierce Wafan's heart, but it had shattered his spine. Wafan would not die, but he would likely spend the latter half of his life in bed. The Academy maximized the freedom of combat for the students to cultivate their wildness as long as it didn't result in death. Generally, the teachers would not intervene. Both parties voluntarily entered the training room. No one forced them. It was only Wafan's own foolishness that led him to provoke Jiang Yi despite lacking the strength. Dai, what did you see that? I can protect you. I resolved your friend's troubles. You must be grateful to me, right? You must. As he thought this, a sudden noise came from behind him. Jiang Yi furrowed his brows and turned around. Lying on the ground, Wafan's hands suddenly began to move. Then he slowly stood up like a zombie. Although he still retained a human shape, his surface turned pure black, dotted with yellow spots. His head tilted to one side at a strange angle, his arms hanging naturally, while the wound from the stinger was still bleeding profusely. Suddenly, Wafan straightened his neck. During this process, Jiang Yi could clearly hear the cracking sounds of bones in Wafan's neck. The sound traveled through the screen to the outside, sending chills down the spines of those watching. Some timid female students screamed at the sight of Wafan on the screen. The scene was too bizarre, completely defying physiological norms. Wafan grinned at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi couldn't help but take a step back, gritting his teeth, trying hard to suppress his fear. Even though Jiang Yi was the monitor. Although he held a long position, he was merely a 16-year-old child struggling to accept the strange transformation taking place within Wafan. Even if he released his avatar and had his spine pierced, he would be incapable of any further movement. Jiang Yi remained wary of Wafan, his eyes occasionally glancing towards the door, contemplating an escape. Outside, Wang Xingrui watched the screen with a slight smile, wondering if this was what Wafan referred to as an immortal body. Impressive. Wafan gazed at his own body, his lips nearly stretched back to his neck. Just moments ago, when Wafan was pierced by the tail needle, the intense pain in his chest instilled a deep fear within him, making him feel as if he were dying. It was as if a taut string in his mind had suddenly snapped, prompting a change in his body. Only he knew that his body was rapidly self-repairing, with broken bones reconnecting at an astonishing speed, and even fragments of bone seemed to flow back to their original positions, as if time itself were reversing. No words could describe the joy that filled Wafan's heart at this moment. He had released his avatar. He could finally unleash his avatar. After 6 long years, he had finally waited for this moment. Wafan grinned, his bloodied face and contorted body appearing extraordinarily eerie. The transformation into the fire salamander had not fully manifested, and lacking experience with no one to teach him how to control his avatar, Wafan had not yet covered this in his first-year courses. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, certain parts of his body continued to deform, especially that bloody head with ears and nose vanished, leaving only 2 nostrils. This sight sent chills down Jiang Yi's spine. Outside the training room, Dai Yu remarked, "He looks terrifying. Is he releasing his avatar?" Zhang Xuanyu replied, "Yes, it seems so. However, judging by his appearance, it appears he cannot fully control his form yet." Students in Class A, due to their higher number of B cells, have met the standards for releasing their avatars, thus learning how to release them before studying the theoretical foundations of B cells. Students in Class B have a different curriculum. Wafan likely has not yet mastered the method of releasing an avatar, but has activated it due to external stimuli resulting in this situation. That may be for the best. Releasing an avatar requires a significant amount of energy and mental strength. Before long, Wafan would faint from exhaustion, leaving Jiang Yi the victor without a fight. There was no need for both sides to make a scene. Inside the training room, Wafan felt his strength rapidly depleting. At this rate, in another 7 or 8 minutes, he might reach his limit. He had to act quickly. Wafan swayed left and right as he approached Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, still unclear about the situation, perceived the zombie in front of him as about to go berserk. With every step Wafan took forward, he retreated until his back pressed against the wall. The exit of the training room was behind Wafan, and even if Jiang Yi wanted to escape, he would first have to get past Wafan. Yet Jiang Yi dared not strike easily. He was unsure of the capabilities of Wafan's avatar. He feared that if he were bitten by this creature, he too might end up in such a ghastly state. If he were to become like that, he might as well be dead. Wafan approached him step by step. Jiang Yi could even smell the foul odor emanating from Wafan. He clenched his fists, his stamina had nearly recovered, and he could release his avatar once more. He was determined. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened as he unleashed his avatar again, and the training room echoed with a buzzing sound. The Chinese honeybee revealed its stinger, charging straight at Wafan. Wafan did not dodge, but faced the stinger head-on, allowing it to pierce his body with a splatter. Then he flashed a wicked smile, gripping the stinger with both hands and swinging the Chinese honeybee around. Wafan's body rotated and placed the Chinese honeybee, resembling a helicopter rotor, spinning faster and faster. Wafan suddenly released his grip, and with a bang the Chinese honeybee was thrown against the wall. The Chinese honeybee shook its head. This minor injury meant nothing to it. It quickly flapped its wings, flying back and forth in an 8 shape within the training room. The speed of the Chinese honeybee far surpassed that of the salamander. Wafan could only let the bee attack, allowing the stinger to pierce his body once more. He got you again. Wafan seized the stinger again with the Chinese honeybee, carrying him as it flew rapidly around the walls of the training room. Each time it almost crashed into the wall, the bee would make a sharp turn, gliding along the wall, while Wafan slammed hard against it. The training room was left with one large dent after another from Wafan's impacts, yet he refused to let go. Not only that, he began to climb up the stinger. Seeing this, Jiang Yi pushed off the ground with both hind legs, catching Wafan off guard, and one of his arms was instantly broken. Wafan let out a scream, gritting his teeth, but his other hand clutched the stinger tightly. He couldn't let go. If he did, he was guaranteed to lose. Tears streamed down Wafan's face as he began to wail, showing no trace of masculinity. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, frowned. His avatar could only last another minute, time was running out, and continuing like this was not a solution. The Chinese honeybee spoke, "Let go. If this continues, I will definitely win. How about this? We both take a step back. You break up with Zhao classmate, and I won't cause you any trouble. I won't. Tianjiao is mine," Wafan stubbornly cried. The Chinese honeybee fell silent for a moment. "Final, take a step back. You don't have to break up with Zhao classmate, but 1 month from now, I want to challenge you again with the same stakes as today. Will you agree?" The crowd outside gasped. They did not expect Jiang Yi, whom they had supported, to say such things. Zhao Tianjiao looked at the figure on the screen in disbelief. Inside the training room, Wafan's expression showed hesitation. "I can still last 5 more minutes, will you agree?" Jiang Yi shouted when he saw Wafan's indecision. In truth, he could barely hold on for a minute longer. Wafan actually did not notice that the honeybee was flying lower. "All right, well, call this a draw this time. I'll let me down." Wafan was unsure how much longer he could endure. With no confidence he could defeat Jiang Yi if they continued fighting, he chose to end it here. The Chinese honeybee slowly descended. Seeing the cautious demeanor of the opponent, Wafan thought that the other party must genuinely seek peace. As his feet touched the ground the moment he loosened his left hand, a sharp pain pierced through his shoulder. With a strong tug, he realized that his left arm, along with a large chunk of flesh, had detached from his body, the broken bone exposed. The scream was heart-wrenching, filled with fury, hatred, and a murderous intent. "Damn it, you dare to trick me." Jiang Yi looked at Wafan's miserable state, believing victory was assured, unaware that Wafan's injured body was visibly recovering. Wafan gripped one of the Chinese honeybee's hind legs tightly, the intense pain stimulating every nerve in his body, unleashing several times the strength compared to before. With one hand, he twisted fiercely, rendering the hind leg in his grasp into a twisted mess. The Chinese honeybee let out a cry, then flew up again. This time Wafan would not give him a chance again. He pulled hard, bringing it back down to the ground, then stepped on the honeybee's wing with one foot, while his right hand frantically tugged at the honeybee's stinger. The stinger was connected to the organs within. As long as he pulled it out, the honeybee would surely die. Wafan intended to kill him. With the full force of his right hand unleashed under his relentless assault, the back of his hand revealed exposed bones, and a small area of the honeybee's abdomen caved in. Wafan sharpened his fingers into a blade and thrust them in, feeling something akin to a steel needle inside, and then he pulled with all his might. Blood gushed out. The honeybee let out a howl, collapsing on the ground, twitching uncontrollably, gradually transforming back into human form. Once Jiang Yi returned to human form, his complexion turned ashen, sweat pouring down like rain, one hand covering his abdomen, half of his intestines still exposed, blood seeping through his fingers and sliding down his arm to the ground. His left leg was twisted like a pretzel, the area below his thigh swollen like a purple sweet potato, while his right leg continued to push against the ground, gritting his teeth as he slowly moved towards the exit of the training room. A trail of blood was slowly drawn on the ground. He did not faint nor concede. This match was a draw. He would not lose to a Class B student. Despite possessing an insect-worm-type super beast avatar, the amplification difference between his avatar and Wafan's was 20 times, yet he was reduced to such a wretched state. He could not accept this outcome. Even if it ended in a draw, he absolutely could not concede. Wafan followed closely behind him, his injuries not much better than Jiang Yi, staggering as he walked. Wafan lifted his foot and forcefully stepped down on Jiang Yi's right leg. With a crunch, Jiang Yi's right leg was crushed. He let out a muffled grunt, but continued to crawl forward with great effort, appearing extremely pitiful. The weak always easily garnered sympathy. Outside the training room, some female students began to cheer for Jiang Yi in front of the screen, completely forgetting his despicable act of ambushing Wafan earlier. Zhao Tianjiao watched the screen anxiously, while Zhang Xuanyu seemed indifferent, only concerned about Daiyu. When Wafan's arm was torn off, Zhang Xuanyu had initially covered her eyes. That scene was too bloody for a girl. He did not want his goddess to see that, but Daiyu peeled his hand away, staring intently at the screen. Daiyu no longer wanted to remain a delicate vase. She aimed to become someone who could stand beside Wang Xingrui, determined to change herself. Though her stomach churned and her complexion was pale, she persisted. Outside conversations from inside could be heard. In fact, after Daiyu heard Jiang Yi propose peace in the training room, she began to harbor disdain for him. This act was tantamount to casting Zhao Tianjiao aside, clearing his relationship with her. Dubbed a rematch in a month, but who would know what kind of bullying Zhao Tianjiao might endure during that time? Then, after Wafan agreed to negotiate, Jiang Yi went back on his word and ambushed Wafan, inflicting severe injuries. At that moment, Jiang Yi's impression in Daiyu's heart plummeted to the lowest point. Daiyu immediately labeled him as someone not to be deeply involved with. On the screen, Jiang Yi crawled forward around the training room. Wafan quickly approached him, straddling him, and with his right fist struck heavily down towards his face. Wafan hammered him for a full 5 minutes. Once he released the pent-up rage in his heart, a mechanical voice echoed in the training room: "The winner is Wafan." When one side completely loses the ability to fight or surrenders, the system in the training room announces the outcome. Wafan lay on the ground, gasping for breath, the blackness on his body gradually receding like a tide. Intense pain surged in his heart as he covered his eyes with his right arm. Only his cries remained in the training room. The mechanical door of the training room opened, and Zhao Tianjiao, Daiyue, and Zhang Xuanyu walked in. They didn't even glance at Wafan, rushing straight to Jiang Yi's side, where Zhao Tianjiao knelt down, softly calling his name. Not far away, Wafan watched Zhao Tianjiao's anxious expression, feeling a chill in his heart. He forced a bitter smile and stood up, but after taking just a couple of steps, he suddenly felt dizzy from excessive blood loss, his body swaying back and forth, and the next moment he collapsed to the ground. However, just as he was about to fall, a hand timely appeared to support him. Strange, someone actually cared about his life, or Wafan was puzzled, using all his strength to turn his head. When he saw the person's face clearly, he grinned and without a word, Wang Xingrui hoisted Wafan onto his shoulder and calmly said to Zhao Tianjiao, "Wafan won this battle, don't forget your promise." "Do you know each other?" Zhang Xuanyu asked Wang Xingrui in surprise. "Friends." Wang Xingrui said no more, as his current identity was not suitable for involving Zhang Xuanyu and Daiyu. After speaking, he turned and left. Zhao Tianjiao neither admitted nor denied her relationship with Wafan, merely watching Wang Xingrui's back with a cold expression. In the hospital, Jiang Yi lay on the hospital bed, his whole body wrapped in bandages with only his face exposed. His left leg was suspended, and when he woke up, he found the room filled with people. Beside the bed was the worried Zhao Tianjiao, and next to her was Zhu Kong, whose face was swollen. Behind them stood more than a dozen classmates. A glance around revealed no sign of Daiyu. Zhao Tianjiao was overjoyed. "Class leader, you're awake." Jiang Yi mumbled indistinctly, and no one knew what he was trying to express. Zhao Tianjiao's eyes sparkled like clear springs filled with tenderness. "Class leader, it's okay. Although you lost the battle, I truly thank you for standing up for me. Really thank you." With bandages wrapped around his head, exposing only his eyes and lips, those eyes were filled with disbelief. "I lost. No, it's impossible. My avatar is the strongest in the 4 major systems, the insect manipulation system. How could I lose? It's a draw. Even as he thought this, Jiang Yi gritted his teeth, his fists tightly clenched, filled with anger and murderous intent. At that moment, he recalled the words of Sun Yiwei, who had warned them before. "Slacking off in physical education doesn't matter, as you aren't running for me. Skipping class is also fine, as you aren't attending for me. I just hope that when the day comes that you are trampled beneath, Class E, you won't be crying." Now this reality was happening to him. Although Wafan wasn't from Class E, it was still hard to accept. At this moment, a fellow student comforted him. "Class leader Tianjiao has already told us about the training hall incident. You've done your best. It's an honor for us to stand up for our classmates when they are bullied. You don't need to blame yourself. Just focus on your recovery, and once you are well, you can win back what you've lost. We believe you have the strength." Jiang Yi's anger gradually faded, and he regained his rationality. Lost things. What did he lose? Strictly speaking, aside from the injuries on his body, he hadn't lost much, and had instead garnered the hearts of many. According to the Academy's rules, if a student engages in a simulated battle, the losing side must swap resources with the winning side. That was why he chose to challenge Wafan after Zhu Kong. Zhu Kong ranked 5th in the insect manipulation system A class. After losing to Wafan, his resources would be swapped with Wafan's. So even if he lost in a simulated battle with Wafan again, he could still enjoy a class resources. Jiang Yi looked at Zhu Kong, who seemed hesitant, and said, "Zhu Kong, I'm injured too severely. Even if I receive treatment in the medical chamber every day, it would take at least another month to recover. During this time, using the nutritional liquid wouldn't help much. You can take my share for now." Zhu Kong was taken aback, surprised and delighted. Is that okay? Before Jiang Yi could respond, he immediately added, thank you, class leader. Don't worry, I'll train hard during this time. As soon as Wu Fan is discharged, I'll go find him for revenge. In fact, from the outcome, it was clear that although Zhu Kong and Jiang Yi had both challenged Wu Fan, only Zhu Kong's resources were downgraded, which left him feeling somewhat unbalanced. But now that Jiang Yi had voluntarily offered to give his resources to him, Zhu Kong was surprised, and that little nod in his heart instantly disappeared, replaced by deep gratitude. After witnessing Jiang Yi's actions, the other students' evaluations of him had risen somewhat, and admiration was evident in their eyes. This was exactly the effect Jiang Yi wanted. Several bottles of nutritional liquid could hardly aid in his recovery, and rather than keeping them, it was better to give them to Zhu Kong. This way he could win hearts and gain another helping hand, why not? After the other students had visited Jiang Yi and briefly expressed their concerns, they left the ward, leaving only Zhao Tianjiao by his bedside. Jiang Yi looked at her and softly said, Tianjiao, you should go to class. The hospital has dedicated nurses. Zhao Tianjiao, filled with guilt, said, you need someone to take care of you, especially since you became like this because of me. Tianjiao, you don't need to feel guilty. I was just fulfilling my responsibilities as a class leader. I would never sit idly by for anyone else in our class, especially not for that jerk who bullied you first. Jiang Yi paused, showing an expression of self-blame as he continued, it's just that I ultimately didn't help you much and ended up letting you see a joke. After hearing Jiang Yi's words, Zhao Tianjiao exclaimed, I won't allow you to say that. Realizing her tone was too strong, Zhao Tianjiao quickly shifted her words, what I mean is you are the first person besides my parents who is willing to stand up for me. I'm very grateful to you, really. You are the strongest girl I've ever met, but you really don't need to stay here. I might need a month to recover. Are you really? Jiang Yi hadn't finished speaking when Zhao Tianjiao firmly interrupted, then I'll take care of you for a month. Jiang Yi looked at Zhao Tianjiao with a gentle expression, softly saying, silly. Hearing such slightly ambiguous words, Zhao Tianjiao's face turned red. She stood up somewhat flustered and said, you must be hungry, you'll go buy you something to eat. After saying this, she left the ward without looking back. Once outside, she immediately leaned against the wall, covering her chest with both hands, feeling her heart pounding like a drum. Her expression slightly dimmed as she murmured, would it be the same for anyone else? Meanwhile, in the VIP ward where Wu Fan was located, Wang Xingrui was accompanying him, genuinely amazed by Wu Fan's recovery. Just one night had passed, and his severed arm was already half healed. The dislocated bones had also returned to normal. Now Wu Fan was acting as if nothing had happened, eating a boxed meal and drinking nutritional liquid. Wang Xingrui, how's that bastard doing? You were both put in the medical chamber at the same time. He should be awake now. But he doesn't have your insane recovery ability. He won't be able to get out of bed for at least a month or two. Sai, all I wanted was to date. Why is it so hard? Date? Who starts dating without confessing first, let alone touching the other person first? Wang Xingrui said, by the way, congratulations, you have a girlfriend now. Even if she wasn't willing and was now wholeheartedly caring for another man in another room. I nearly forgot. How's Tianjiao? Guess. Wu Fan seemed to realize something and let out a bitter laugh. Alright, don't look so glum. This time you made a name for yourself in battle, and your fame in the academy is almost catching up to mine. Your resources have also upgraded to a class level. I used your residence permit to get you 2 bottles of nutritional liquid. Wu Fan glanced at the nutritional liquid and said, my avatar's amplification factor is too low and the improvement speed is too slow. Before long, you'll need to switch back. That may not be the case. You can wait until he has just recovered from his serious illness and then challenge him to a match. Wang Xingrui's gaze suddenly turned sharp as that sentence hadn't come from him, and he was all too familiar with that voice. Wu Fan's mouth dropped open, shocked, as he looked towards the window. The window was open and a person with one arm wrapped in a bandage and the other holding a bouquet of lilies was leaning against the window. Wang Xingrui furrowed his brow and looked at the newcomer. What are you doing here? The person climbed through the window, walked to the bedside with a gentlemanly smile, and said, I heard your friend was injured. Since we all live in the same hospital, I came to pay a visit. Wu Fan's lips trembled, unable to speak due to nervousness. See. Wang Xingrui's expression grew stern. Si-Tu Che chuckled twice, placed the lilies into a transparent vase, and set it on the table beside the bed. Congratulations, I remember your name is Wu Fan, right? You defeated a student from Class A within a month of starting school. At this rate, you may soon surpass me. No wonder you are Wang Xingrui's friend. Wu Fan didn't dare to respond. He was nearly scared to death. You seem very bored, Wang Xingrui said with a flat expression. Hearing Wang Xingrui's tone made Wu Fan's heart leap to his throat. Yeah, I'm almost dying of boredom. I originally planned to take a break, but I realized there isn't anyone in the hospital who can escape my control. Do you know how much I miss you? This feeling is so unbearable that it makes me want to go insane. In the entire academy, no one can bring me the kind of enjoyment I've never experienced before like you do. You might not believe it, but if I hadn't met you, I would have planned to drop out this semester. Really? Then I'm really unfortunate. Wang Xingrui glanced at the bandaged arm, speechless. Even if you're pretending, at least pretend a little better. I don't remember. Si-Tu Che chuckled. This isn't pretending, and my arm is really broken. Speaking of which, this arm was broken for you. Can we not be disgusting? I'm just stating facts. There's a student named Long Ao in our academy. You should be not familiar. Wang Xingrui immediately denied. Si-Tu Che smiled. Not long after I fought you, he found me and insisted on challenging me. He claimed that as long as he could win me fair and square, he would have won the match between you and him. I refused, but he actually attacked me directly without any martial ethics, and went all out from the start, making me a bit excited. But you also know that the academy prohibits private fights. As the vice president of the student council, I certainly can't lead the way in violating the rules. As a result, I accidentally got injured by him. The academy strictly prohibits private fights. As long as you report him to the teachers, Long Ao will be expelled. Si-Tu Che raised an eyebrow and stared at Wang Xingrui for a long time before finally, smiling meaningfully, "It seems your relationship is better than I thought. I won't report him. In the entire academy, you are the second person who has managed to injure me. He is the third. I can't bear to let him go." "The third? So besides you and Long Ao, someone else has also injured Si-Tu Che?" Si-Tu Che said, "Are you wondering who else besides you and Long Ao has hurt me? Do you want to know? Just ask and I will tell you." Wafan watched the two of them chatting happily and casually. Even though Wang Xingrui's tone was indifferent, Si-Tu Che showed no signs of anger. He couldn't help but wonder if they were truly friends. After a moment of silence, Wang Xingrui didn't ask who had initially injured Si-Tu Che, but instead asked, "What is your avatar, and how can you control other people's consciousness?" Wafan's eyes widened, his ears perked up. Was he about to witness the moment when the mystery of Si-Tu Che's avatar? He was too excited. Wafan's heart began to race uncontrollably. "Sleep now." A gentle voice rang in Wafan's ears, causing him to feel dizzy. He closed his eyes and lay on the hospital bed like a corpse. If not for the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, Wang Xingrui would truly have thought he was dead. Whatever was said seemed interesting regardless of how many times it was heard. Wang Xingrui hadn't expected Si-Tu Che to answer him. He only asked to break the awkward silence. Si-Tu Che smiled slightly. "The leaf-mouthed bat, a type of vampire bat, has wings that span over a meter and is known as the invisible killer of the animal kingdom, being the most brutal species among bats." Si-Tu Che smiled slightly. "The leaf-mouthed bat, a type of vampire bat, has wings that span over a meter and is known as the invisible killer of the animal kingdom. As for why I can control people's consciousness, you should know that bats discern direction and obstacles through their advanced hearing. They also emit a unique ultrasonic signal, which when it encounters an obstacle reflects back to their brains, forming a holographic image, allowing them to clearly know the position of obstacles. I merely improve this ability by releasing signals to other people's brains at a specific frequency, achieving a hypnotic suggestion effect. Speaking of which, you wouldn't know how much effort I put into mastering this ability. It took me a full month where I couldn't eat or sleep while losing nearly 10 pounds. Si-Tu Che was still complaining, while Wang Xingrui was both skeptical of his words and shocked. If what he said was true, to hypnotize the brain with a specific signal, who knows how many attempts it would take, and what kind of precision would be required to master such an ability. And Si-Tu Che had only used a month. He truly was a genius. So in Tianqian Academy, you can control anyone with your voice. Not exactly anyone. For now, I can only control those who fear me or have a favorable impression of me. Wang Xingrui understood. "So you sculpted yourself into the image of a male god just to make everyone in the academy have a good..." "To correct you, the number of people who fear me is minimal, and for those who are infatuated with me, I haven't actively done anything. If I had to say, my charm is simply like that." "Ugh, so shameless." Wang Xingrui thought to himself, but said seriously, "Si-Tu Che, you really are outstanding." Si-Tu Che was taken aback, then his gaze suddenly turned sharp as he instantly appeared in front of Wang Xingrui, striking towards his neck with a knife hand, stopping just a centimeter away. In 2 years of school, nothing had ever stirred him significantly, but at that moment he was angry. He hated Wang Xingrui for speaking to him in such a superior tone, and what was worse was that he had actually felt a sense of joy from Wang Xingrui's compliment. Si-Tu Che instinctively wanted to eliminate the source of his emotions, yet Wang Xingrui stood still, his expression as calm as water. Si-Tu Che withdrew his hand, adjusted his emotions, and put on a smile again. "Sorry, I lost my composure. You've asked me so many questions, now it's my turn to ask you." "Sure, go ahead," Wang Xingrui replied in the same superior tone. "How did you break free from my control?" Wang Xingrui raised his left hand, revealing a silver-white wristband. The wristband releases an electric current every 5 minutes, lasting for 30 seconds. "So the last time I hypnotized you, the current happened to be released, stimulating your brain and keeping you awake." "I see. I thought your avatar was special and could resist my hypnosis." Talking to a smart person saves time and effort. One only needs to state the first half of the sentence, and the other can guess the conclusion. However, Si-Tu Che's latter half wasn't entirely wrong. Wang Xingrui did indeed have a special avatar, an ancient giant beast, the Titan Python, which just happened to restrain his avatar. Because pythons have no hearing. But there was no need for Wang Xingrui to explain that. Both had revealed enough of their trump cards to potentially destroy each other, yet strangely neither felt any unease. Instead, they felt a sense of relief from sharing their secrets. Perhaps it was because there were too few people in this academy with whom they could share their hearts, and their secrets were too numerous. Rather than being wary of being plotted against, they needed to slightly release the burdens of the secrets piling up in their hearts. Si-Tu Che only asked one question. He then left a statement: "I fulfilled my promise. Also, the over 100 pounds of jerky that you had Duan Kwa send me, I received it. Is that your charity to me? That 100 pounds of jerky has already been exchanged for the types of avatars for your 2 friends and given to them. Then he jumped out of the window, a pair of meaty wings unfolding behind him. With a gentle wave, his body quickly ascended. In the sky, Che looked down at the window, his gaze deep, lost in thought. After pausing for 5 seconds, he turned and flew away. Wang Xingrui left the hospital and arrived at a shopping mall where he bought some Super Beast meat products and 2 boxes of nutritional drinks. A portion was for Wafan, and he also prepared some for his roommates. Wang Xingrui had no intention of being a lone wolf like Long Ao in the academy. Although his roommates had been wary of him in the past, and he had harbored some grievances himself, the recent lack of contact didn't matter. Those few individuals were among the few he was familiar with in the academy. Even if they couldn't become friends, at the very least, an interest-based relationship could be established which would be useful in the academy sooner or later. At checkout, the cashier asked, "Do you have a membership card?" "No." "Would you like to apply for one?" "With a membership card, you can get a 5 discount." "No need." "All right, sir, your total is 50,000 money. We can provide delivery service. Do you need it?" "Yes, I need it." "Okay, sir." The cashier took out a delivery slip and said, "Please fill in your delivery address." "Sir, the delivery fee is 500 money. Will it be cash on delivery or prepaid?" While Wang Xingrui filled in Wafan's ward number and his dorm room number on the slip, he replied prepaid. He handed over his residence permit to the cashier, who swiped it on the card reader at the checkout counter, revealing a characteristic smile. "Thank you for your purchase. Your items will be delivered within an hour. We look forward to your next visit." Leaving the mall, he jogged back to the dormitory. He looked around the room. Morong Yi was not home, and there was no prepared food on the table, which was quite unusual. Wang Xingrui casually ate some food and then began to jog on the treadmill. Until nightfall, Morong Yi had not returned, and the food on the table remained untouched. Wang Xingrui took a nap in his room. Upon waking, he heard the sizzling sound of vegetables entering the hot oil in the kitchen. He hurriedly got out of bed and ran into the kitchen, where he indeed saw a familiar figure. "Oh, you're awake," Morong Yi said with a smile as he turned around. "Bro, where have you been these days?" Wang Xingrui's tone carried a hint of resentment. He wasn't even sure what he was resenting, just feeling uncomfortable. "I went back home for a while." "What's up?" Morong Yi asked. "Nothing." Morong Yi cooked some stir-fried cabbage and boiled 2 bowls of instant noodles. Wang Xingrui took a bite and frowned. "Bro, this instant noodle is expired. It had a sour taste, bitter and astringent." "It's not expired. Ooh, I added some seasoning. Finishing it will be good for your health." Wang Xingrui had never heard that eating instant noodles could be beneficial to health, but since Morong Yi said so, he closed his eyes and began to eat heartily, leaving no broth behind. After finishing, he quickly gulped down a cup of water. Morong Yi's cooking could only be described with 4 words: hard to swallow, worse than traditional medicine. "Bro, what exactly did you put in it?" "Titan python fossil powder." Wang Xingrui's expression changed, instantly horrified. "Bro, you gave me stone to eat." "What's wrong with stones?" "I started eating corpses at 13 to get stronger, and they were raw." "You're eating fossils. I even ground it into powder and cooked it." "Ungrateful." "Ugh." Che immediately shouted, "Don't throw up. If you want to get stronger, swallow it back. The Titan python is extinct, and only by consuming its fossilized kin can you potentially accelerate the division of your beast cells." Wang Xingrui clenched his neck, his face flushed red. After a long while, he swallowed hard and exhaled deeply. This Titan python fossil consists of 3 parts: the spine, scales, and skull, weighing 50 pounds. "Your brother, old bro, stealing fossils is illegal, right?" Wang Xingrui said uncertainly. "Of course, if caught, you could be sentenced to life imprisonment. But don't worry, I handle my business. Once you digest this 50 pounds of fossils, no one will know it was me who stole it." Wang Xingrui stood up and walked to the kitchen, rummaging through the cabinets. "Bro, where did you hide the fossils?" "Enough, don't look anymore. I only brought back 10 pounds stored in the lower left cabinet. The rest is in the villa. 10 pounds is enough for you for a semester, just taking a gamble on a possibility. I'm not sure if it will work. If it proves effective, I'll go get more once this 10 pounds is used up." This sounds a bit sinister. There are no living cells in fossils. How could it possibly have an effect? However, Wang Xingrui only harbored some doubts in his heart. He wasn't sure. There were still many secrets yet to be uncovered in humanity's research on beast cells. What if it actually worked? What if? Wang Xingrui returned to the dining table. "So you were just out looking for fossils these days?" "Mainly looking for fossils, but I also took on a side job on the way back." "I know the side job you're talking about is likely an assassination mission." After hesitating for a few seconds, he asked, "Bro, can I know who you were sent to kill?" Morong Yi and Wang Xingrui exchanged glances, their eyes shifting silently for a few seconds before Morong Yi smiled. "Bad people." "Oh, if you're interested, I can take you along next time I have a mission. Let's talk about it later." Wang Xingrui wasn't afraid of killing, but he had never considered making money from it. He still held a basic respect for life. After finishing the meal, Wang Xingrui continued on to the training hall. In the hall stood a girl with large eyes, a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, and a face reminiscent of a mature woman. What attracted the most attention was her straight legs and her impressive bosom, making her stand out in the crowd. When she walked, her posture swayed, showcasing a perfect-shaped curve that sparked endless imagination. The surrounding boys were mesmerized. Wang Xingrui raised an eyebrow, recognizing her as Shun Xingyue, the class president of Class A2 of the Water Element Department. When he was in the hospital, Wafan had shown him her photo. Shun Xingyue and Wafan were elementary and middle school classmates, and she was also his first love. Wafan had harbored a crush on her for 9 years until he met Zhao Tianjiao, which ended this relationship. Wang Xingrui didn't know how to evaluate Wafan's perspective on love. On one hand, he was brave for having a crush on Shun Xingyue for 9 years without confessing. On the other hand, he was cowardly for touching Zhao Tianjiao's, but on their first meeting using strong-arm tactics to make her his girlfriend. Does long-term affection ultimately pale in comparison to love at first sight? Shun Xingyue's embodiment was a blue-ringed octopus, the third most poisonous creature in the world, capable of killing 26 adults with a single dose of its venom. Currently, there is no antidote to counteract its toxicity. If the opponent's embodiment is a super beast, the toxicity might be even stronger. However, this woman spoke with a seductive tone like a fairy. One wouldn't be able to tell her embodiment was not a fox. As she slowly walked up to him, Wang Xingrui asked, "What do you need?" "Wang Xingrui, I've heard so much about you." She extended her delicate hand, but Wang Xingrui did not respond for a long time. Shun Xingyue did not show any embarrassment. Instead, she raised her hand to cover her mouth and laughed charmingly. "Student, Wang really has a unique personality." Wang Xingrui tried to leave, but Shun Xingyue blocked his path, saying, "Sorry, I'm in a bit of trouble. Could you help me with?" Wang Xingrui looked at her in confusion. "I lost a few matches just now and need to pay the challenge fee. I don't have much money left in my card. Could you lend me some?" "Sorry, I don't have any money. Just 500 money will do." Shun Xingyue put on a pitiful look. "I have no cash." Wang Xingrui was not a kind person. Although this girl was quite beautiful, she had no relation to him. Even if she was connected to Wafan, it was merely as his first love. What right did such a girl have to borrow money from him? Shun Xingyue maintained her pitiful expression. At that moment, a well-dressed boy approached her. "Hi, I heard your challenge fee isn't enough. You can swipe my card. There's no need." "Thank you." Shun Xingyue smiled, lightly glancing at the card in the boy's hand. After saying this, she stepped back and stood beside Wang Xingrui, as if to convey him already with Wang Xingrui. The man's expression stiffened, turning to glare at Wang Xingrui, while Wang Xingrui's gaze remained fixed on the screen, appearing indifferent. "Hey, what's your name?" the boy asked with a hostile tone. "Situ Cheese Man." "Situ Cheese Man? What a long name. Is he a foreigner?" "No way. Oh, he's the rumored Situ Cheese Man." The boy's face instantly broke into a smile. "So you're Situ Chee's cousin. I've heard so much about you. Do you want to fight?" No, haha, I'm not your match." The boy stepped aside jokingly. He knew what happened to Duan Qua entangled with Wang Xingrui. He couldn't win a fight, couldn't escape, and couldn't shake him off, feeling as miserable as if he had eaten shit. Now no first or second year student in the academy dared to challenge Wang Xingrui. The boy secretly cursed, thinking, "You're just relying on your power. Enjoy your arrogance for 3 years. Once Situ Che leaves the school, let's see what you do." Wang Xingrui, of course, couldn't hear his inner thoughts. He was currently observing the group of simulated combatants on the screen. A lark about a meter long and entirely light yellow was battling a lynx over 2 meters tall. Indeed, this lynx was Duan Qua. The lark flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind indoors as the lynx's sharp claws slowly extended from its paws, and the lark quickly ascended. In a battle between flying and crawling species, the flying species has the advantage of space, able to swiftly maneuver around the crawling species' blind spots. Unfortunately, the training room was not large, negating the flying species' advantage. The lynx climbed up the wall a couple of times, its claws digging into the surface. When it reached the same height as the lark, it suddenly pounced in the opposite direction. The lark defended itself with its claws while quickly retreating, but its wings were still slashed, leaving behind 2 blood trails, scattering light yellow feathers everywhere. The lynx also had fresh blood on its abdomen. The lark's figure was reflected in the lynx's eyes as it licked the blood from its claws, crouched down, closed its eyes, and was ready to wait. With its wings injured, the lark couldn't stay airborne much longer. Once it landed, it would be in the lynx's territory. At that moment, the outcome was essentially decided. The power and size of both were not vastly different, but once a bird's wings were injured, it was like a death sentence. However, the lark seemed unwilling to concede. At that moment, the lynx lying on the ground had numerous openings. The lark circled in the air, quickly diving down like an arrow aimed at the lynx's back. The seemingly sleeping lynx twitched its ears, opened one eye, and glanced up. The lark, which should have been plummeting to the ground, sensed this, and was filled with a strong sense of danger. It realized the lynx was deliberately trying to lure it down, quickly making a 90-degree turn in midair to ascend again. Time slowed at this moment. The two locked eyes for a second. The lynx's gaze held mockery, while the lark looked down, its eyes reflecting a sense of fear after narrowly escaping. After a tense standoff, the lark's embodiment began to show signs of losing stability. At the moment it landed, it had already reached the lynx's front. With unstoppable claws aiming for its throat, the lark reacted quickly and immediately cried out in surrender. The claws halted before its face, nearly piercing its skull. The mechanical voice in the training room rang out. "Crawling system class A, Duan Qua wins." The lynx ceased its attack, and this simulated battle came to an end. Once the lark returned to its human form, Wang Xingrui realized that she was a girl drenched in sweat as she walked out of the training room, looking as if she had just emerged from a sauna. It seemed she had only barely maintained her embodiment during the training session. However, the battle had lasted 3 minutes, being able to sustain an embodiment for 3 minutes at the freshman level made them quite outstanding in the academy. This battle was fairly exciting, and Wang Xingrui gained a lot from it. The flying system has significant spatial demands, with its wings being a weakness. In limited space, its attack methods mainly rely on claws and beaks, using a dive as the primary attack strategy. The flight characteristics of birds like larks allow them to ascend in a straight line with a 90-degree turn. In the crawling system, the lynx's primary attacking methods are its claws and bites. As a small feline, the lynx is very fast and agile, with weaknesses in its back and abdomen. After Duanqua exited the training room, he immediately spotted Wang Xingrui sitting not far away. He hurriedly lowered his head as if he had seen a ghost. Just as he was about to quietly leave, he heard two voices call out at once. "Boss! Boss!" His little companions, the second and third, rushed over. Duanqua quickly put his finger to his lips and gestured toward where Wang Xingrui was sitting. The two followed Duanqua's gaze, and Wang Xingrui happened to catch their eyes. The three of them immediately widened their eyes, feeling anxious. "It's so late. I wonder if the cafeteria is closed." Wang Xingrui stood up, nonchalantly shook his head, and through these recent battles with Duanqua, Wang Xingrui had completely adapted to his attack speed and patterns. Although his own attacks still couldn't harm Duanqua, he could easily dodge every one of Duanqua's strikes. Once he could release his embodiment, Wang Xingrui was confident that Duanqua wouldn't last 3 seconds in his hands. Coming to the training hall today, he had hoped Duanqua would surprise him with something. Now it seemed that an opponent of Duanqua's caliber was no longer a match for him. It's over, his inner pride had shown. Meanwhile, Duanqua and his companions let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the 100 pounds of jerky they had given him had not been in vain. In the northern district of K-City, in the central building of a villa complex, Lin Yi jogged on a treadmill, drenched in sweat, his entire body soaked. The fifth one tapped a few times on the treadmill before stopping. "Does the 5-step breathing method really work? I've been running for 3 days and I feel nothing. Is this a joke? No, I'm at my wit's end. For them, I'm the best tool. The stronger I am, the more beneficial it is for Wang Xingrui. He shouldn't be lying to me." Lin Yi wiped his head with a towel, thinking back. Wang Xingrui is much better than Ouyang Chun, considering that he dares to let me take care of his parents. Although I'm not sure if those are really his biological parents, at least he puts in effort on the surface. However, Lin Yi didn't completely trust Wang Xingrui's parents' identities. What normal person would leave their parents in the care of a former enemy? The two people downstairs might be hidden experts sent by Murong Yi to monitor them. "Xiao, dinner is ready. Come down to..." Lin Yi's mother's voice from downstairs interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. "Coming." Lin Yi went to the mirror, revealing a businesslike smile. After checking his appearance for flaws, he headed downstairs. The three sat at the dining table. Lin Yi looked at the dishes on the table and respectfully said, "I didn't expect you, Mr. Wang, to have such excellent culinary skills. You and Xiao Yi are friends. Why call me Mr.? It feels distant. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me." Speaking of which, Xiao Rui's father picked up some meat with the public chopsticks and placed it into Lin Yi's bowl, saying, "Eat up." "Sure, brother Wang," Lin Yi replied with a faint smile, but he did not pick up his chopsticks. Instead, he waited until Xiao Rui's parents took a bite before he placed the meat in his mouth, only selecting the small piece they had touched. After dinner, Xiao Rui's father and mother sat on the sofa in the living room watching television, while Lin Yi took charge. After a while, Lin Yi approached and said, "Brother Wang's sister-in-law, I've finished washing the dishes. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to my room. Come sit down and watch some TV with us. There's a pretty good fantasy drama that recently came out," Xiao Rui's mother said. "No, I have a bad habit of once I eat, I want to sleep. I'm going to lie down in my room." "All right, do as you please," Xiao Rui's mother replied. After Lin Yi returned to his room, she leaned against Xiao Rui's father's embrace and whispered, "Honey, don't you think Lin Yi seems to be on guard against us?" "Why do you say that?" Xiao Rui's father asked, puzzled. "When we were eating earlier, he only started taking food after we had a bite of each dish every time." "Really? I didn't notice that much. Maybe he's just being polite, knowing about the order of seniority," Xiao Rui's father said. Xiao Rui's mother fell silent for a few seconds and then said, "No, there's still something off." "What do you mean?" "I can't put it into words, but I'm sure something's not right." Xiao Rui's father patted Xiao Rui's mother on the shoulder, comforting her. "Don't overthink it. It didn't Xiao Rui tell us. Lin Yi is a friend of Murong Yi. He used to be a big boss, but his company failed and he went bankrupt, still in debt. He's just temporarily staying here and helping us out." Xiao Rui's mother shot him a glare. "Don't be ridiculous. Can't you pick your words?" "What's wrong with my words? Pay attention to the key point. There's a pair of mandarin ducks." Xiao Rui's father raised an eyebrow. "In any case, don't always be suspicious. Since Xiao Yi is fine with him living with us, he must trust Lin Yi's character. Besides, he was once wealthy. His habits are definitely different from ours who have become rich overnight." Just as Xiao Rui's father finished speaking, a loud bang came from outside, and suddenly the glass in the house shattered. The crystal chandelier above them now only had a metal frame, swaying precariously. Cracks appeared in the wall connected to the frame, and the next moment it fell straight down. Xiao Rui's father instinctively shielded Xiao Rui's mother. At that moment, a long snake tail swiftly emerged from Lin Yi's room on the second floor, slipping through the gaps in the railing, wrapping around the falling chandelier and setting it aside. The snake tail pressed against the ground, and the upper body flowed down from the second floor like a black stream, eventually gathering into a person next to Xiao Rui's parents. Lin Yi stood beside Xiao Rui's parents, nervously looking towards the door. The sound of air bursting kept coming from outside. Lin Yi's brows furrowed tighter. From the method of attack, it was likely that the intruder was Mo-chan, and the one battling him was probably a backup left by Murong Yi. Although Lin Yi had anticipated that his former boss would send someone to eliminate him, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Lin Yi hesitated, wondering whether to escape. He glanced at Xiao Rui's parents beside him. When the chandelier fell, Xiao Rui's parents didn't dodge or release their avatars immediately, which made Lin Yi ponder their identities. Could they really be Xiao Rui's parents, two ordinary people? If not, it only meant that their disguises were terrifyingly good. After all these days with them, Lin Yi had not detected any flaws. To know the truth, he had to test it. He was nominally Xiao Rui's subordinate now. If they were hidden experts sent by Murong Yi to monitor him, they shouldn't let him go freely for his safety. Lin Yi walked toward the door. After 5 steps, his expression changed slightly. Why aren't they stopping me? 10 steps later, he reached the door. Still not blocking me. Do they believe I won't go out? Lin Yi took a deep breath, gently turned the doorknob, and as the door opened, his eyes widened, revealing 2 phantoms shifting positions. Wherever the 2 had lingered, a deep pit with a radius of 1 meter would appear out of thin air. They moved too quickly for Lin Yi's eyes to keep up. He could only use the sound bursts created during their clashes to roughly gauge their positions. In the next second, the 2 phantoms flashed in front of him. Their postures made it seem like one phantom was about to attack him, only to be blocked by the other in time. This time Lin Yi saw clearly that neither of them had released their avatars. He politely smiled and said, "Sorry to interrupt, please continue." After saying that, he turned and returned to his room, closing the door. Once back inside, Lin Yi felt as if all his strength had been drained. Leaning against the door, his face turned pale, his throat moved with anxiety, and the fear in his heart surged like waves. This level of combat was definitely beyond his capability to participate in. Looking at Xiao Rui's parents, who were still in the living room looking bewildered, he bitterly smiled, cursing under his breath, nearly losing his life. Seeing Lin Yi's paper-white complexion at the door, Xiao Rui's father immediately asked with concern, "Xiao Yi, are you alright? What happened outside?" "Someone is fighting." "Don't worry, brother Wang's sister-in-law, stay safe at home. Nothing will happen to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the sounds of fighting outside ceased. This time Lin Yi waited in his room for a full 2 hours before opening the door and stepping out. Outside was a scene of devastation. Nearby houses were collapsed and several deep pits in the ground still bore. Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings, and there was no sign of Mo-chan, indicating that it was safe. He turned the ring on his right hand's index finger, pondering privately about the identity of the helper Murong Yi had found, who could even repel Mo-chan. Tianxian Academy Teacher's Dormitory. Wang Xingrui took out the pre-prepared dishes and heated them up. After several rounds of simulated battles in the morning, he hadn't eaten lunch and was now starving. Having been away from home for so long, he was starting to miss his mother's cooking. After finishing his meal, he entered the classroom at exactly 2:30 in the afternoon. Even in class E, there were distinctions. Wang Xingrui ranked last in his grade. He sat at the front row, which was empty. The back row was empty too. No one from his dormitory stood up to sit with him. An older male teacher walked into the classroom, adjusted his glasses, and looked at the front row. "Why are there so many empty seats in the front row? Students from the last row, please come to the front." After the teacher spoke, the students in the last row exchanged glances, but no one moved. Today in this class, anyone sitting in the front row will receive an extra credit point, while those in the last row will lose a point. Still no one moved. They would rather lose points than sit next to Wang Xingrui. It was just 1 credit point. If deducted, they could just participate in more club activities to earn it back. Sitting in the same row as Wang Xingrui meant standing against President Situ, which would mean 4 years of terrible. The teacher sighed and glanced at Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui stood up and under everyone's gaze walked to the last row and said to a classmate sitting in a seat, "Get up, I want to sit here." The boy in front of him was taken aback and disdainfully turned his face away. "Why should I get up just because you want me to? If you don't get up, I'll confess to you in front of the whole class that I like you. Don't believe me. They'll count to 3 and see if I do." Wang Xingrui leaned down and whispered in the boy's ear with a voice only they could hear. The boy's expression suddenly changed, fear flashing in his eyes. 3, 2, 1. Just as the last count was about to fall, bang. The boy stood up, grabbed his backpack, and rushed to the front row, moving as fast as if he were in a sprint. He had every reason to believe that Wang Xingrui was not joking with him. A person who dared to challenge a second-year senior right after enrolling could do anything. The person sitting in the front row let out a long sigh. Oh, it was too thrilling. After Wang Xingrui spoke to him, he was so shocked that he froze for a moment. If he hadn't stood up, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If President Situ found out that he was competing for a man with him, he feared he wouldn't be able to leave school alive. Wang Xingrui sat in the boy's place, and after he sat down, the people on both sides looked at him with disgust before leaving to sit in the front row. The teacher cleared his throat and began the class. "Alright, let's start the lesson. Now today we will discuss the major elements that affect the outcome of battles. Everyone please turn to page 103 in your textbooks." The class lasted for 2 hours with a 10-minute break for restroom use. As the end drew near, the teacher began to ask questions. What elements affect the outcome of battles? Can anyone answer this? The teacher pointed to 3 students, but none of their answers were complete. Finally, the teacher's gaze shifted to Wang Xingrui, hoping he could give him a surprise. Wang Xingrui, can you tell the teacher what the 7 elements that affect the outcome of battles are? When asking others, he asked what are they, but when it came to Wang Xingrui, he directly told him there were 7, which was like lowering the difficulty for him. Wang Xingrui just needed to name the 7 elements. Before class, he helped move the students from the last row to the front row, so the teacher was returning the favor. I can't. Wang Xingrui leaned back in his chair, yawning, recalling the 7 elements that Murong Yi had mentioned. He thought, I know them, but I just won't say. The teacher's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly chuckled twice. Just then the bell rang for the end of class. Alright, that's it for today. Wang Xingrui, next class the teacher will ask you again, and you mustn't give the teacher a negative answer again. Next class. Don't worry, you might not see me again next time. Wang Xingrui turned and left the classroom. He really didn't understand why his brother insisted he attend class. He couldn't learn anything in class. Things that could be taught in 10 minutes were dragged out for 2 hours, purely wasting his time. At that moment, a girl chased out from the classroom, calling out to him, Wang, wait a moment. This girl is the class monitor, Yin Hong, with long straight black hair, wearing glasses, and dressed very fashionably, clearly indicating she was from a wealthy family. What is it? The school is about to organize club activities, and the class is counting the numbers. Nearly 3 months into the semester, some clubs at the academy were starting to recruit new members. I haven't decided yet. Aren't clubs supposed to be a free choice? Why do we need to count? It's like this, ordinary clubs are a free choice, but to join the student council we need to count first, and then filter. The student council is filled with Class A members. Can Class E join too? Yes, this year the student council has relaxed the conditions. This all stems from your influence. If it weren't for you winning against Senior Situ in the simulated battle, the student council wouldn't have looked at Class E members different. Situ Che is at it again. This is clearly a trap. Only a fool would blindly walk into it. The conditions of the student council were better than those of other clubs, but compared to the extra 5 pounds of avatar jerky each month and additional credits at the end of the semester, Wang Xingrui preferred to keep his distance from Situ for a bit of peace. Besides, even if he joined the student council, they wouldn't be able to provide him with prehistoric avatar meat every month. As for the 2 credits at the end of the semester, joining other clubs would still earn him those credits. Wang Xingrui was too lazy to explain, I'm not joining the student council. Is there anything else? Wang, joining the student council allows you to receive 5 pounds of jerky each week. Are you really not considering it? Yin Hong's eyes flickered. This was a task given to her directly by President Situ. If she messed it up, she might not be able to enter the student council. Meanwhile, she thought to herself, no wonder President Situ has taken a liking to this guy. He's quite proud. However, aside from the student council, it seems no other clubs would dare to take you. I think you should reconsider. Hey, raise my number. You can call me anytime if you decide to. She handed him a note. Wang Xingrui didn't even look at the note and asked, is there anything else? No, nothing else. Wang Xingrui crumpled the note and stuffed it into his pants pocket as he headed toward the teacher's dormitory. Clubs. Murong Yi wouldn't let him join the sports-related ones, saying he hoped he could learn some arts to cultivate his temperament. What good is tempering temperament? Can it stabilize one's state of mind and improve cultivation? He wasn't a character living in a novel. Even if he were, he would not belong to that type. As he walked out of the teaching building, he started heading back. There was still a class on beast element history in the afternoon, but Wang Xingrui didn't plan on attending. He could barely manage to listen to the course on the interaction between combat and environment, but he couldn't absorb a single word of beast element history. He had no interest in a class that wouldn't help him increase his strength. Checking his phone, it was only 1030. He wondered if the cafeteria had started serving meals. Entering the cafeteria, Wang Xingrui ordered a meal, 2 chicken legs, a dish, a serving of rice, and 2. The cafeteria lady was very skilled. After a few shakes, she placed the meal into a plastic bag and handed it to Wang Xingrui through the glass window. Just as he received the meal and prepared to leave, it suddenly darkened in front of him. He looked up to see a fierce-looking man 2 heads taller than him and as robust as a tower standing in front of him. A winding scar stretched from his forehead to the right corner of his mouth. The other party wore a grim expression. Wang Xingrui stared at him and said, step aside. The man suddenly grinned, his face twisting into a terrifying, cruel smile, and his right hand twitched behind his back. Wang Xingrui noticed this and instantly became alert. Was he going for a weapon? Why didn't he sense any hostility? As the man's hand came out, Wang Xingrui immediately took a step back. His gaze fell on the man's right hand, which held a crumpled flyer. Looking to join a club, the terrifying face once again bore a cruel smile, his voice deep and heavy. Wang Xingrui was taken aback. What club? He thought the other party was deliberately looking for trouble. The next moment, the man handed over a flyer. Wang Xingrui took the flyer and looked at it. Each flyer contained only 1 line of promotional text. Gardening club, we grow our favorite vegetables and ornamental plants. Dessert club, we make the sweetest tastes. Wang Xingrui looked suspiciously at the man in front of him. Dessert. Gardening. The image was completely mismatched. His brother wanted him to cultivate his temperament, and gardening and desserts were indeed good choices. I want to visit your club first. After Wang Xingrui finished this sentence, he distinctly sensed a flash of excitement in the man's eyes. All right. The man nodded vigorously. What's your name? Wang Xingrui followed him, chatting as they left the cafeteria. During this process, he felt that the people around them were looking at him with an expression of extreme fear. What's with all these expressions? Could this club be strange? Sun Mingming. What? Wang Xingrui didn't catch what the other party said. My name is Sun Mingming, the man repeated. Wang Xingrui stumbled, his foot caught on the door frame, and he stumbled out of the cafeteria. The next second he stood up, brushed off his pants, and said nothing. He felt that if he commented on the man's name, something terrible might happen. They rode in silence as if a Sahara lay between them. The atmosphere was so awkward it was almost tangible. How much farther? Wang Xingrui volunteered. Soon, 60 kilometers left. 60 kilometers. Wang Xingrui halted in his tracks, astonished. That's so far. Wait for me a moment, they'll call a rental bird. I'm too heavy, a rental bird won't be able to carry me. Not even a vulture incarnation. Vultures among birds are fierce. The super beast vulture can lift nearly 1,000 gene. Carrying Sun Mingming should be no trouble. Too expensive. 60 kilometers isn't far, they'll carry you. Sun Mingming, sparing with words, offered his. Most of the Academy's part-time rental birds are small species. Safety regulations stipulate that a single vulture's carrying capacity must not exceed 800 gene. Large flying incarnations generally avoid carrying passengers and focus on cargo transport. The pay is better and the risk lower. Losing cargo means compensation, but carrying passengers invites far greater trouble. Even the slightest injury prompts complaints to the Flight Management Bureau, points deducted at best, license revoked at worst. Besides compensation, you'd have to grovel with apologetic visits. It is a headache few are willing to accept. Thus, very few large avions agree to ferry passengers, and those that do charge exorbitant fees. But for Wang Xingrui, who had money, price was seldom an issue. You're too polite. I already called a rental bird, it should arrive shortly. 2 minutes later, the ground trembled and dust billowed not far off. Wang Xingrui squinted into the distance. A strange dark shape whipped up a miniature sandstorm and hurtled toward them. 5 seconds later, a three-turtle ostrich skidded to a stop before Wang Xingrui. Its small head bobbed left and right. 2 large round eyes stared blankly, glancing at Wang Xingrui, and then Sun Mingming with an almost comical innocence. Who summoned the rental bird? The ostrich spoke in human speech. Me, Wang Xingrui replied in surprise, raising his hand. Where to? Wang Xingrui looked towards Sun Mingming. Zhanaihuapu. 1,500 mani. Any problem? The ostrich asked. Hold on, I called a vulture. Why is an ostrich here? Can an ostrich be a rental bird? The ostrich seemed wounded and raised its voice by an octave. What's wrong with an ostrich? An ostrich is still a bird. Though I cannot fly, I belong to the flying division, and I hold a valid license. Customer satisfaction 90%. Sorry, I meant no offense. Fine, we'll take your price. Wang Xingrui and Sun Mingming mounted the ostrich's back. The ostrich warned, hold tight. No sooner had the words left its beak than its eyes grew sharp. It thrust its legs with force, each stride spanning roughly 4 meters. Sand erupted behind them. The ostrich's figure streaked into the distance and shrank to a speck. 5 minutes later, Wang Xingrui and Sun Mingming clambered off the ostrich. Both looked green around the gills, staggering as they moved to the side, then bent over in unison. Ugh, ugh. Hey, settle up, the ostrich called behind them. Without turning, Wang Xingrui produced a card. Can I swipe? Ugh, that will do. The ostrich buried its head beneath its fan-like black wing and retrieved a card reader. Wang Xingrui swiped. The ostrich glanced at the amount, nodded with satisfaction, and tucked the reader back beneath its wing. Thanks, you too, see you. The ostrich bowed and turned away. Watching its round rear retreat, Wang Xingrui felt an unsettling premonition rise in his chest. Slow down. Before he could finish the last syllable, the sandstorm swept over them, burying both in grit. By the time they recovered, the ostrich had vanished without a trace. Wang Xingrui cursed inwardly. Damn. Sun Mingming led Wang Xingrui to his clubroom, 2 adjoining rooms about 10 meters apart. A wooden plaque reading Zhanaihuapu hung on the door to the left. The right bore the plaque, Aixing Tiandian. Entering Zhanaihuapu, Wang Xingrui was greeted by a heady fragrance and perfectly arranged rows of flower racks bathed in incandescent light. Azaleas, lily of the valley, pansies, canna, pitcher plants, aloe, cacti, and countless unfamiliar species filled the space, all pleasing to the eye. Did you plant all these? Wang Xingrui asked. Half of them are mine, the other half were planted by the previous president. How many in total? Originally 204 pots, but I failed to protect them properly. Only 173 survived. Wang Xingrui drew a deep breath and felt his mind lighten, while his body grew heavy, his muscles unwound, as if in surrender. This is wonderful, Sun Mingming. I didn't expect these flowers to have such a refreshing, clarifying effect. Not at all. You've been poisoned. Sun Mingming's expression remained calm. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Xingrui's eyes rolled, and he collapsed with a thud. Sun Mingming dragged him outside and splashed water across his face with a spray nozzle. Wang Xingrui frowned slightly, then bolted upright, gasping as he opened his eyes. Sun Mingming set the sprayer aside and stood silently by his side. Wang Xingrui shook his head. The cold water prickled every nerve. Brother, next time if it's like this, please warn me ahead of time. Wait, you didn't collapse. How come? Wang Xingrui examined him with puzzlement. Sun Mingming opened his rough palm to reveal 2 emerald leaves. Honeysuckle leaves. Hold them in your mouth to neutralize the toxin. Wang Xingrui took a leaf, inspected it, and placed it between his teeth. It tasted faintly sour and astringent. Sun Mingming explained, "The floral toxin is mild and harmless, don't worry." Once the numbness fades, he turned and entered the room with the Aishin Tiandian plaque. Wang Xingrui followed, scanning the place. "Are there any other club members besides you?" "No." So the names of these 2 rooms were chosen by the nearly 2-meter-tall figure before him. He looked like a hulking man, yet housed the sensibilities of a little princess. "What are you staring at?" Sun Mingming's rough voice rumbled. Wang Xingrui hurriedly looked away and feigned composure. "Nothing. I was just wondering, can you handle all these tools? Making desserts and tending plants are very different. This work is delicate." Sun Mingming offered no reply. He stepped into the semi-open cake room, washed his hands, and in the next instant 3 silhouettes seemed to appear, working in perfect coordination. One figure kneaded dough, another prepared jams and creams, a third baked and sculpted, a dizzying sequence of tasks performed with fluid grace. The entire process flowed like a single seamless current. Wang Xingrui watched in astonishment. Was this a clone technique? No, it resembled afterimages produced by astonishing speed. It seemed the big fellow's fierce appearance belied genuine skill. An hour later, a 3-tiered cake sat before Wang Xingrui. Dozens of vividly colored flowers stood gracefully upon each tier, as if the cake itself were a vast blooming garden. At the very top rested a solitary white peony, blooming in lonely splendor. Every petal and stamen was rendered with crystalline clarity, and compared to the lower tiers, the peony radiated a solitary, poignant beauty. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to imagine such exquisite handiwork coming from the hands of a 2-meter-tall brawny man. The appearance earned full marks, but how would it taste? Without asking permission, Wang Xingrui lifted a spoon and scooped. Silky cream slid across his tongue, sweet but not cloying, followed by bursts of fruit that danced on his palate. Citrus, cherry, dragon fruit, and more unfolded as he savored each bite. When he came to himself, half the cake was already gone. Wang Xingrui licked his lips with lingering satisfaction. "Sorry, I couldn't help myself, I ate a bit much." He then noticed a flash of sharpness on Sun Mingming's face, a faint elusive curl at the corner of his mouth. Sun was pleased, secretly pleased. Apparently Sun Mingming loved this craft. "It's fine," Sun said softly. Wang Xingrui rose and declared, "The cake is delicious and the flowers are beautiful. However, I cannot join your club." Sun's brow tightened, a vein standing out on his forehead. He had waited 3 years and had finally found someone willing to come here with him. He had high hopes for Wang Xingrui. But in the end, they ate, they looked, and still Wang refused to join. He felt mocked. "Why?" Sun Mingming demanded coldly. Wang Xingrui rummaged through the kitchen as he spoke. "You should know who I am. Recently, I've stirred up trouble and become the academy's pariah. Those crazy women in the school all take offense at me. If not for my repeated life-risking simulated duels these days, they'd likely have torn me apart. The student council vice president Situ Che is also scheming against me. Your club's remote location is a rare haven for me. But if Situ Che discovers any connection between you and me, you will inevitably be entangled. So it's better if we don't. By the way, Mingming, do you have any takeout boxes? I'd like to pack some cake to take with me." After Wang Xingrui's casual explanation, Sun Mingming's brow finally relaxed. He stared at Wang for a long moment, and then said, "Join the club, and you can eat. It'll teach you to make it." Wang Xingrui glanced at the cake, sighed regretfully, and prepared to leave. "Thanks for the cake." A large hand clamped onto his shoulder, the palm pressed like a small mountain, pinning him motionless. Wang Xingrui turned his head slightly and glanced at the hand on his right shoulder, frowning. What strange strength. It felt as if iron pincers gripped him. Even when Duan Qua unleashed an incarnate attack, it had not been this forceful. This fellow must be a monster. Sun Mingming regarded Wang seriously, a trace of confidence in his gaze. "With me here, no one will bother you. Situ Che cannot beat me." In mid-December, the first-year students faced their midterm exams. The written test accounted for 30 of the score, while the physical test comprised 70. Students could choose whether to take the written or physical test first. On the playground, people quickly divided into 2 lines. Those participating in the physical test formed a queue several dozen meters long, in stark contrast to the few students who opted for the written test. This phenomenon occurred because as long as they passed the physical test, they would be considered passing, making the written test unnecessary. Most students aimed for a bare minimum of 60 points, viewing the written test merely as a safety net. Those who seek the highest will achieve the middle, those who seek the middle will attain the lower. An individual's goals and determination often dictate their future success. The gaps between people sometimes unconsciously manifest in their choices. In the spacious classroom, only a dozen students were furiously scribbling away. Among them were Wang Xingrui, Dai Yue, Long Ao, Ouyang Chen, Tang Xiaolong, and Yu Ling. Wang Xingrui hardly attended classes, and he did not participate in the written test to improve his score. Rather, the long queue for the physical test was too boring to wait in, so he decided to use this time to do something. Curious about how difficult the written test was that so many people dared not participate, he decided to come. Fortunately, the exam only had one essay question, while the rest were multiple choice. The essay prompt was, "What would you do when faced with an avatar with a power increase exceeding 100 attacking? Please discuss your viewpoint." Wang Xingrui casually wrote a few lines on the paper, stood up, walked to the podium, handed in his paper, and then left the exam room. The invigilator glanced at Wang Xingru's answers, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This kid has some interesting potential. Zhang Xuanyu was at the end of the line and searched for Dai Yu for a long time without success. Seeing Wang Xingrui arrive at the playground, he immediately waved excitedly, but then hesitated and quickly pulled his hand back. Wang Xingrui ignored him and quietly stood at the back of the line. The physical test was organized into groups of 10 with events including a 5-kilometer sprint, standing, long jump, high jump, and shot put. Each person had only one chance. Wang Xingrui was grouped with Zhang Xuanyu. 5-kilometer sprint ready. A physical education teacher raised a starting pistol at the edge of the track. The 10 students, including Wang Xingrui, took their positions on the track, and with the sound of the gunshot, they surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Wang Xingrui left the other 9 far behind. Foolish, starting with such speed, by the end this guy will probably just crawl to the finish line, someone sneered. Yet at this sprinting pace, Wang Xingrui lapped the other 9 repeatedly and reached the finish line, first clocking in at just 4 minutes and 59 seconds, significantly breaking the sprinting record. By the time the other 9 reached the finish line, Wang Xingrui had already completed the other 3 events, and after the physical test, he remained full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. At that moment, the first-year students who had mocked and ridiculed Wang Xingrui began to realize the extent of his strength. Watching him walk away, Zhang Xuanyu bent over, gasping for breath. His hands clenched, his expression complex. Was there really such a huge gap between me and Lao Wang? Just then, Dai Yu, Long, Ao, Ouyang Chun, and others arrived one after another, forming a group to participate in the physical test. Long Ao and Ouyang Chun had similar results in the 5-kilometer sprint, while Dai Yu ran for 15 minutes, just hitting the passing mark. After the results of all 4 physical tests were announced, Long Ao approached the teacher, who praised him, saying, "You want to know your score, right? Don't worry, you placed second among all the first-year students." "Who is first?" Long Ao asked, gazing intently at the teacher, sensing a premonition. The teacher flipped through the record book. "Let me check." This time the top score in the physical test is Wang Xingrui from Class A1 of the Insect Manipulation Department. You ran the 5-kilometer sprint in 5 minutes and 1 second, while he did it in 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Your standing long jump was 6 meters, his was 6.1 meters. Your high jump was 5.1 meters, while his was 5.3 meters. Your shot put was 15 meters, and he also threw 15 meters. Overall, the differences are not significant. After hearing the teacher's scores, Long Ao said nothing more, turned and left, his gaze unnaturally cold. Once the midterm exams ended, various clubs in the academy began their recruitment work one after another. Basketball, soccer, volleyball, and other sports. Drama, vocal, music, crosstalk skits, and stand-up comedy performances. Paranormal and adventure genres. Go anime and entertainment, etc. Most people's first choice was to join the student council, and if they couldn't get in, they would choose to join another club. The streets were bustling with people everywhere. There were banners promoting clubs, and by midnight the academy was brightly lit. The grand event would last about 2 weeks, where seniors would persuade freshmen with earnestness and logic. In the morning, in the teaching building of the Insect Manipulation Department, in areas A and B, the entire hallway was packed with people. In Class A1 of the Insect Manipulation Department, a teacher was giving a lesson when suddenly the door of the classroom exploded open. A senior appeared, maintaining a kicking pose, followed by a group of people with headbands on their foreheads emblazoned with the bloody words "Fighting Club." "Everyone who hasn't joined a club, come out." "You. Have you joined a club? What about you? Have you joined a club?" The senior, like a bandit, questioned everyone in the class, while the teacher stood by silently, not intervening. At this moment, the students were all in a state of excitement. The members of the fighting club looked fierce, as if they would start a fight at any moment. "Who is the top student in Class A? Step forward." The senior's cold gaze swept around. A plump student stepped forward, looking dispirited and defeated. If Wang Xingrui were here, he would instantly recognize this person. It was Yun Potion, Wang Xingru's classmate from middle school, who once ended up in the hospital after eating pork. Yun Potion, after multiple stomach washings in the hospital, fortunately was not found to have an avatar. Later, his father somehow got him a super beast avatar, a leaf-cutting ant, which belonged to the worker ant type. The worker ants among ordinary leaf-cutting ants can lift weights up to 50 times their own, so the base enhancement is 50. Notably, Yun Potion's super beast avatar has a 4-fold compound enhancement, making his total enhancement 200. Such a high enhancement multiplier allowed him to become the top student in the Insect Manipulation Department after arriving at Tianshan Academy, which also caused him sleepless nights, living in constant fear. Before coming to Tianshan Academy, Yun Patian had already memorized the school's rules, knowing that Tianshan had simulated battles. His timid nature made him worry about others wanting to challenge him to a simulated battle, leading to sleepless nights and nightmares. Especially during the month of military training, where he didn't rest well at night and had to train during the day, he felt completely exhausted, and the tension in his mind could snap at any moment. Just when he was about to reach his limit, he had considered exposing his identity and participating in a simulated battle with someone to end it once and for all. However, after entering the training room and seeing the tragic state of the battling students, each one emerging covered in blood, he simply couldn't muster the courage to fight. Yun Patian tried every possible way to keep a low profile up to now, but today, could he finally not hide it anymore? "Forget it, I'm too tired. Oh, let it be destroyed." Yun Patian took out a badge from his pocket, pinned it to his chest, and slowly walked to the front. I am here, what do you want from me? As he spoke these words, Yun Patian felt a sense of relief. The senior, unperturbed by Yun Potion's casual demeanor, was not surprised. Naturally, one who ranked first in the insect manipulation department would stand out. The other students in the class all displayed expressions of astonishment, especially his roommate. How could this chubby guy be ranked A1? Is this for real? Yun Potion's roommate felt a chill run down his spine, his legs beginning to shake. In the dormitory, he had seen Yun Patian looking dispirited every day, often bullying him, eating his snacks, taking his nutritional drinks, and even making him wash his feet several times. Now that Yun Patian revealed his identity, his disdain for worldly matters and lack of desires sharply contrasted with the panic on his roommate's face. The senior, standing opposite Yun Patian, clenched his fists together, a fiery determination igniting in his eyes. He proclaimed, "Junior, join the fighting club. We need talents like you in our club. Yun Potion, join our boxing club. In the academy, strength is everything. Your avatar can greatly enhance your power. Learning free fighting would be like adding wings to a tiger. Our club has professional trainers, and if you join us within a year, you will be invincible among first-year students." After a long while, Yun Patian finally reacted, realizing that the two in front of him were trying to recruit him. Wait a minute, if I join the boxing club, it means having a backer, and I shouldn't have to worry about being challenged at will anymore. Plus, I can learn fighting. Thinking of this, joining the boxing club could be extremely beneficial for me. Seeing the envious gazes around him, Yun Patian straightened his chest and stood tall. Just as he was about to agree, another person walked into the classroom, looking serious and formal, dressed in a suit and tie, clearly a respectable person. Upon entering, he did not look at the students, but walked directly to the teacher, adjusting his glasses, and politely asked, "Hello, teacher. I am Uwinda, the head of the student council's discipline department. May I ask if there is a student named Yun Patian in your class?" Unlike the two who had barged in, this person's demeanor was completely different. His presence was extraordinary and polite, making it easy for others to perceive the difference between him and the previous two club members. The teacher looked at Yun Potion, and Wanda turned his gaze in the direction of his teacher's eyes and walked a few steps to Yun Potion, saying, "Hello, Junior. My name is Uwinda from the student council's discipline department. Have you joined any clubs yet?" Yun Patian suppressed the excitement within him and quickly shook his head. Then, "Would you like to join our student council?" At this, the heads of the fighting club and the boxing club suddenly stiffened, and gasps filled the classroom. Not only were two clubs competing for him, but even the head of the student council's discipline department had personally come to recruit him. Truly worthy of being the top-ranked student in the insect manipulation department's first year. Yun Gu is impressive. Many people began to cheer and whistle. Yun Potion, however, appeared somewhat at a loss, while internally he was overflowing with happiness. He had never thought that so many people would compete for him. He never expected that Yun Potion would have such a moment. The head of the boxing club looked fierce, while the student council's attitude seemed quite good. But upon further thought, the boxing club and the fighting club didn't seem too bad either. If he could learn some combat techniques combined with his 200 times strength, wouldn't he be invincible in close combat? Moreover, the student council members were all from Class A, so joining them might not be particularly outstanding. Conversely, if he chose an ordinary club, given his current ranking, he would likely be treated like a treasure. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. Having made up his mind, just as Yun Patian was about to respond to Uwinda, the boxing club members spoke up. "Uwinda, everything has its order of precedence. Even if you are from the student council, you shouldn't poach from other clubs right in front of them. Your current actions contradict your president's philosophy. With so many eyes watching, it could have a negative impact on your president. The student council never forces anyone to join, nor do we actively poach from other clubs. Did you say I poached your member? Did Yun the Junior agree to join your club?" Uwinda smiled, saying, "He hasn't. I merely offered Yun the Junior a choice. How can that be considered poaching? That's a fallacy." The leader of the boxing club was furious, his body swelling and transforming into a giant kangaroo, its tail propped against the ground as it lunged forward with a powerful punch. Uwinda deftly dodged the attack, placing one hand on the man's chest and giving a gentle push. The boxing club member was sent flying, crashing into a crowd behind him. Without releasing his transformation, Uwinda defeated the boxing club's leader with a single move. Yun Potion's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This Uwinda seemed refined. He didn't expect him to be so powerful. His heart wavered once more. The rest of the boxing club members, along with those from the fighting club, felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They had long heard that even the weakest member of the student council could take on 10 at once, and today they finally witnessed it. The leader of the fighting club looked at Yun Patian with a hint of regret. Just a little more, and they could have succeeded. "Senior Yun, I want to know, if I join the student council, can I still participate in other clubs?" Yun Patian suddenly. Upon hearing this, Uwinda's expression remained unchanged, while the student council members behind him darkened, falling silent for 2 seconds before Uwinda replied, "No." "Then if I join the student council, what position would I be assigned?" "Still an ordinary member," Uwinda replied. Yun Patian hesitated for a long time before saying, "I'll think about it." "That's fine." Uwinda calmly returned to the podium, saying, "Fellow juniors, I am Uwinda, the head of the student council's discipline department and a top 10 student in the grade. Is there anyone who wishes to join our discipline department? If so, I can exercise my authority as the head to exempt you from interviews." After Yuan finished speaking the crowd, "Senior, what does the discipline department do?" someone eagerly asked. "We manage campus conduct and maintain discipline. If anyone violates school rules, the discipline department will be the first to act, apprehending and detaining the violators. To put it simply, you should know how large our academy is. It is akin to a city that can accommodate millions of people. The discipline department is the overseer and enforcer of this city. Moreover, we are also the president's sword in hand. What if a member of the discipline department themselves violates school?" Yuan fixed his gaze on the student who asked, saying, "First of all, this situation you've mentioned has never occurred since the academy's establishment. I believe it will never happen in the future. However, I can still answer your question. If a member of the discipline department breaks the law while knowing the law and disregards school rules regardless of the severity of the violation, they will be immediately expelled from the academy, with no leniency whatsoever." Yuan spoke with righteous indignation, but only the members of the discipline department knew that while violations would lead to expulsion, the enforcement of rules was still at their discretion. Although the rules were rigid, they governed the boundaries of those rules, and if it concerned their own members, they could easily bend the rules. Who could say anything? Opposing the discipline department is equivalent to opposing the student council. Anyone with common sense should know what to choose. "Senior, I want to join the discipline department." A boy stood up. Yuan glanced at his badge. A 10. When the discipline department carries out tasks, they often face violent violators. If one lacks sufficient strength, they could easily end up in the hospital. Some may even suffer lifelong disabilities and be forced to drop out. Therefore, we only accept the strong. Consider carefully before you come to the student council for an interview. The student thought for a moment, but obediently returned to his seat. "Only strong members. That fat guy is strong. I could knock him over with a single finger." Yuan noticed the cold stare directed at him. He ignored it and hurriedly moved closer to the student council. Look, what are you staring at? If you're unhappy, come and fight me." Now with 2 clubs and the student council throwing him olive branches, Yuan suddenly felt emboldened. Afterward, Yuan nodded slightly to the teacher at the podium and led his group out of the classroom, heading towards Insect Manipulation Department Class A2. Similarly, he stood at the podium and went through the formalities, glancing around before finally fixing his gaze on Dayu. However, Yuan did not approach Dayu directly, but paused next to the student beside her. Dayu's deskmate was the class monitor Jiang. He currently ranked A4. "Junior, are you interested in joining the student council?" Jiang noticed the astonished and envious gazes of the surrounding students and immediately felt a sense of pride. Being personally invited by the head of the student council was an honor for the students. However, Jiang still rejected politely, saying, "I am interested, but I do not want to join the discipline department." Yuan adjusted his glasses, said no more, and walked to Dayu's side. She was his true target. "What about you?" Dayu was taken aback and hurriedly stood up, saying, "Senior, I want to join the learning department." Although the learning department is also part of the student council, it has very high requirements for grades in both literature and physical education, especially in literature, where one must rank in the top 3 in the department to qualify for an interview. They only recruit 1 person each year. "Are you sure you want to enter the learning department?" "Senior, don't underestimate me. My written exam score in the midterm was first in the entire department." The entire department refers to the collective of the 4 departments, meaning Dayu's literary scores ranked first in the entire first-year cohort. Yuan was well aware of Dayu's abilities. After the midterm results were released, the student council had already filtered through the scores, which was why he sought her out. "Classmate, although our discipline department advocates for strong candidates, we are also in urgent need of knowledgeable talents like you. If you are willing to join our discipline department, I can promote you to the position of deputy head." Everyone was stunned. The selection process for the deputy head of the student council is through recommendation by the head, followed by a summary of contributions over the past year, and then a vote from all department members to confirm the candidate. Generally, only second-year students are eligible to hold the post of head. However, today Yuan publicly mentioned appointing Dayu as deputy head, which raised suspicions of violating academy regulations. Even Yuan, the top student in the insect manipulation department, had not enjoyed such treatment. People looked at Dayu with a hint of jealousy. They were all in Class A. The differences in transformation amplification were minimal, so why could she in her first semester of freshman year secure the position of deputy head? Why? Just because she had good grades? Or perhaps because the senior liked her sweet and innocent type? Jealousy magnifies others' flaws. Before Yuan spoke that sentence, Dayu was still seen as a naive little rabbit. After Yuan's words, she became a vixen in the eyes of others, using her sweet innocence to disguise herself. Feeling the surrounding malice, Dayu calmly said, "Senior, I still want to join the learning department." Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of regret as he turned and left. The malicious gazes around them did not dissipate. Standing at the door, the deputy head of the discipline department, Tian Shun, was still worried after hearing the head mention appointing Dayu as deputy head. Yuan wouldn't be planning to replace him, would he? Upon hearing Dayu's response, he let out a long sigh of relief. Anyone else who wishes to join the discipline department can come to room 412 in the teaching building for an interview anytime. "I apologize for the interruption, teacher." Yuan politely spoke to the teacher and then led the discipline department members out of the classroom. In the corridor, other clubs blocking the doorway stepped aside when they saw the student council members coming out. Judging by this authority alone, the difference between the clubs and the student council was clear. Yuanda glanced at the deputy head following him and said calmly, "The academy does not stipulate that a department can only have one deputy head. You don't need to worry about my feelings, Minister. As long as it's for the good of the department, I will accept any decision you make." Minister, that Yun Patian seems a bit ungrateful, wanting to have his cake and eat it too. Are we really going? The student council members took pride in joining the student council, as they were all elites who had emerged after layers of screening from thousands of candidates. The student council was their pride. Although the student council never restricted them, anyone who entered the student council had not joined any other clubs, as they devoted all their energy to the student council, which had long been an unwritten rule. However, Yun Patian broke this rule right in front of the head of the discipline department. Yuanda said, "Greedy, aimless, indecisive, and timid. There's no need to invest too much energy in such a person." Understood. The cafeteria, which was usually bustling at noon, was completely empty today, making Wang Xingrui and Sun Mingming sitting at the center spot particularly conspicuous. Why are there so few people today? Is there an exam or something? Wang Xingrui asked as he looked around. "It's the club recruitment," Sun Mingming replied. "The recruitment just started today. Then why did you start handing out flyers a month ago?" Strike first. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Sun Mingming's face. Wang Xingrui put down his spoon, looking speechless. "Mingming, can you control your expression when you speak?" Although Sun Mingming was the president, after spending some time together, Wang Xingrui felt that calling her by her name was more intimate, and Sun Mingming did not object. "What's wrong with my expression?" Sun Mingming pondered for a few seconds, then looked at Wang Xingrui with cold eyes. "Nothing, it's fine, just keep it up." Wang Xingrui said no more, shook his head, and continued eating. At that moment, someone walked into the cafeteria. Wang Xingrui looked up and saw a familiar face. The person also noticed Wang Xingrui and walked over. Before Wang Xingrui could say anything, Sun Mingming stood up first, her right hand slipping into her collar to grasp a flyer. Wafan wanted to greet Wang Xingrui, but immediately stopped in his tracks, feeling the pressure from Sun Mingming beside him, and turned toward the food counter. After getting his meal, he sat down at a table 10 tables away from Wang Xingrui on the right. Wang Xingrui glanced at him and suddenly said to Sun Mingming, "Our club only has 2 members. Should I help you recruit another?" With that, he stole a glance at Wafan. Sun Mingming looked at Wafan and said, "Okay." Placing the lunchbox in front of Wafan, Wang Xingrui sat down. "You saw me, but didn't come over. What are you hiding here for?" "Who's hiding from you? The cafeteria is so big, it's not like it's your family's place. Do I need your permission to sit wherever I want?" Wafan replied, feeling guilty. Wang Xingrui asked, "Did you join a club?" "No. You're in Class B, and you've beaten 2 people from Class A. There should be plenty of people wanting to recruit you." Wafan shot him a glance. "It's all because of you. After the last mock battle, everyone in the academy knows about our relationship. The girls think I'm a pervert, and a very strong one at that, who would recruit an uncontrollable negative factor into their club." Wang Xingrui countered, "I'm not taking the blame for that, buddy. It's not like I encouraged you to touch anyone." Wafan sighed and didn't argue back. Wang Xingrui patted his shoulder. "Anyway, you have nowhere to go. Do you want to join our club?" "You guys." After hesitating, Wafan looked over Wang Xingrui's head at Sun Mingming. "Dessert club and horticulture club." Wafan raised an eyebrow. "How many members does your club have?" 3 including you." Wafan was surprised. "So it's 1 person for each of you, and you're all playing with girl stuff." "Technically, it's 2 people in 2 clubs, and that's gender discrimination. Who says boys can't make desserts or grow flowers? It's stable, safe, and doesn't easily get into trouble." Wafan glanced back at a man radiating coldness with a sinister smile on his face. He simply couldn't associate that man with the beauty of desserts and flowers. Wafan asked uncertainly, "Are you serious? Although being a horticulturist or pastry chef isn't a prestigious club, there's an extremely powerful ally in front of you. Why not take advantage of it?" As he spoke, Wang Xingrui thumbed towards Sun Mingming. Wafan slowly turned to look. "Indeed, that guy didn't look like a good person." Wafan asked, "Is that guy from Class A?" "I don't know." "What's his embodiment?" "I don't know." "What grade is he?" "I don't know." Suddenly, Wafan's expression changed, and he said seriously, "Actually, I've never liked sweets since I was a kid, and I'm allergic to pollen." "Don't be too quick to refuse. Although I don't know him well, from my observation, within 2 meters, no one dares to approach him. Even some student council members will detour around him." "Don't be too quick to refuse. Although I don't know him well, from my observation, within 2 meters, no one dares to approach him. Even some student council members will detour." Wang Xingrui said earnestly. Wafan hesitated. "The student council members detour around him. Is that true?" "Members of the horticulture club and dessert club can each receive a bottle of high-grade nutrition liquid and a pound of jerky every day." Wafan immediately stood up solemnly, saying, "Although I'm not good at cooking, I have a heart to learn. Even though I'm allergic to pollen, I've always hoped to overcome this weakness. I sincerely request the horticulture club and dessert club to give me this opportunity." Wang Xingrui chuckled twice, and the 2 of them came to Sun Mingming with their lunchboxes. Wang Xingrui sat beside Sun Mingming, and Wafan sat across from him. "President, my name is Wafan. I'm currently in Class B1, and my embodiment is the Fire Salamander Amplification 64, ranking B32. Wafan stood straight like a soldier, facing an officer stating his identity. 10 seconds passed with no response, and the atmosphere became awkward. Sun Mingming's face was serious, as if she was about to kill someone at any moment. Wang Xingrui gently nudged her with his arm. "You're the president, no need to be so tense." "Mingming, what's your embodiment?" Wafan was stunned for a moment. Who was she talking to? The next second, he looked at Sun Mingming in astonishment, then quickly lowered his head. Their president was actually called. Mingming. What the hell? Sun Mingming thought for a moment, then put down the chopsticks that had already been broken in her hand, and said to Wafan, my name is Sun Mingming. I'm 19 years old, 192 centimeters tall, a second-year bug manipulation major, in Class A1. My embodiment is the golden spotted tiger beetle basic amplification, 171, composite amplification 3. Repeated 2 years, currently the president of the Love Dessert Club and the True Love Horticulture Club. I just wanted to chat with you. There was no need to be so formal. Golden spotted tiger beetle. Before Wang Xingrui finished speaking, Wafan immediately stood up, slapping the table, and exclaimed, President, is your embodiment really the golden spotted tiger beetle? What's wrong with Mingming's embodiment? Wang Xingrui asked. What's wrong? Are you seriously asking me what? This is a big problem. The golden spotted tiger beetle is the fastest running creature on Earth, said to be able to run a distance equivalent to 171 times its body length every second. If the president's embodiment is indeed the golden spotted tiger beetle, and with a composite amplification of 3, that totals an amplification of 513. Once he starts running, his speed would be nearly 3 times the speed of sound. What does 3 times the speed of sound mean? If the other party wants to kill you in the blink of an eye, your head would be rolling. Wafan was extremely excited inside. He had truly latched onto a powerful ally. He immediately took out his phone and opened a forum, placing it on the table. Look on the rankings of the most desired embodiments. The golden spotted tiger beetle is in the top 3. Wang Xingrui took the phone, placing it between the two of them. The embodiment rankings listed various embodiments and their abilities, with the top 3 highlighted in red and pictures of the embodiments accompanied by descriptions. Rank 1, dung beetle. The embodiment of the Power King, possessing a hard shell and unparalleled strength, capable of lifting weights equivalent to 1141 times its body weight. With it you will sweep away everything. Rank 2, golden eagle. The embodiment of the King of Power, the ruler of the sky, ranked 3rd in flight speed worldwide. Its resilient claws can tear through the sky. With it, Earth's gravity will no longer restrict your movements. Rank 3, tiger beetle. The tiger beetle possesses extreme speed. With it, no one can catch your shadow, free to come and go anywhere. Rank 4, blue whale. The blue whale, the embodiment of the sea king, the supreme being of the sea, can swallow everything and create huge waves. Rank 5, lion tiger. The lion tiger, the embodiment of the beast king, containing 2 types of bloodlines. Whether it eats a lion or a tiger, it can enhance its own strength, making it the fastest way to increase power at present. Rank 6, Tyrannosaurus rex. The Tyrannosaurus rex, a prehistoric existence, a mythical creature, strength unknown. My childhood dream was to have an embodiment of the tiger beetle possessing absolute speed, so no one could catch me. Then, a lewd smile appeared on Wafan's face. Wang Xingrui looked at Wafan, raising an eyebrow. What do you want to do? There cannot be only one tiger beetle in the world. The vast majority of top embodiments have been incorporated by the World Alliance. Can you say that there's no one in the World Alliance who can catch you? If you really think you can rely on your ability to do some underhanded things, the World Alliance will not stand by and watch. Hey, I was just saying that. Why so serious? Wafan glanced at Sun Mingming subtly, quickly changing the subject. By the way, President, why have you been held back 2 grades? Skipping classes, fighting. Wafan asked. Who did you fight with? Students, teachers, Sun Mingming answered simply. Wafan immediately followed up with a question. Why? Because I skipped classes. Wafan. Wang Xingrui. Then why did you get held back 2 years? According to the academy rules, students who fight teachers are to be permanently expelled. Because Wang Xingrui and Wafan unconsciously leaned closer, wanting to hear his explanation. Because I fought with teachers twice. Wang Xingrui and Wafan's eyes widened. Dude, you got the focus wrong. The key is in the latter half of the sentence. We're curious why you weren't expelled for fighting a teacher, not why you were held back 2 years. Because Wang Xingrui and Wafan looked at him with eager eyes. I'm very strong. Wang Xingrui rolled his eyes, and Wafan hit his head on the table. Communicating with our president is quite exhausting. Wang Xingrui said, you'll get used to it. Have you finished eating? Not yet. Wafan still had half of his meal left in his plate. Since you're done, let's go. I'll take you to visit the club. I haven't finished eating yet. Is this how people in your club chat? Remember to help us return the plate, said Wang Xingrui, and he and Mingming stood up and walked out. Hey, I said I haven't finished eating yet. Wafan hurriedly shoveled a couple of bites into his mouth, put Wang Xingrui and Sun Mingming's plates in the sink, and hurriedly followed them. Taking a taxi bird, the 3 arrived at the True Love Horticulture. Sun Mingming wanted to say something to Wafan, but was stopped by Wang Xingrui. Once inside, indeed, after a few seconds, Wafan collapsed. Sun Mingming looked at the changes in his expression and felt very satisfied. Previously, he was the only one in the club, but now 2 new members joined, and they both loved eating his desserts. Sun Mingming looked at the changes in his expression and felt very satisfied. Previously, he was the only one in the club, but now 2 new members joined, and they both loved eating his desserts. Nothing could make her happier than this. At 9 in the evening, in room A106 of the student dormitory in Area A, Zhang Xuanyu had dealt with various clubs' invitations during the day and was now lying on the bed resting. Suddenly, he felt someone appear beside him. Zhang Xuanyu groggily opened his eyes and looked back. A pale-faced person was staring at him with a gloomy expression as if looking at his father's murderer. Zhang Xuanyu broke out in a cold sweat at that moment, and his heart twitched. Without thinking, he immediately released. The enormous body filled the room. Just as he was about to swipe at the shadow on the bed, he realized that the person lying there was Tang Xiaoling. Zhang Xuanyu immediately scolded, "Damn Tang Xiaolong, are you sick? Why are you in my room at night instead of Tang Xiaoling gloomily shone a flashlight on his chin, speaking slowly, "Join the supernatural club." Zhang Xuanyu reverted back to his human form, angrily saying, "What the hell? I've already joined the External Relations Department of the Student Council." Originally, Zhang Xuanyu wanted to join the Learning Department with the goddess, but the Learning Department required fewer people, and the selection criteria were too harsh for a poor student like him. In comparison, the External Relations Department could better utilize his strengths. Tang Xiaoling stared at Zhang Xuanyu for a while, then put away the flashlight and drifted back to his own room in disappointment. Zhang Xuanyu let out a long breath, patting his chest, and covered his head with the blanket. In room A104, Ouyang Chun was running on the treadmill in his room with a Bluetooth in his right ear. "Ling, have you joined a club?" A girl's voice came from the Bluetooth headset. Ouyang Gij, I've joined the Literary and Propaganda Department." "What about?" "I've joined the Learning Department. It's less work and easy. But there's not much room for advancement in the Learning Department." Ouyang Chen smiled. "It's just a title. We're not aiming for that. By the way, Ouyang Gij, I have some leads on the information you asked me to investigate. A month ago, the museum in K-City exhibited fossils of saber-toothed tigers, but that night all the fossils in the museum were stolen and no traces were left at the crime scene. So it means you didn't get the items." "I did, but it was from S-City, and there were only 20 pounds. Far less than half of the saber-toothed tiger fossils in the K-City Museum." "I'm sorry, Ouyang Gij." A girl's aggrieved voice came from the Bluetooth headset. "It's okay, 20 pounds is enough. Ling, but don't cry, you did great." "Really? Really? Tomorrow morning at 6, I'll meet you downstairs at your dormitory to bring the items down. Don't let anyone find out. The next morning, Ouyang Chun arrived early at the girls' dormitory in Area A with Tang Xiaoling trailing behind him. "It's been almost an hour. Why is she taking so long?" "We came too early. Everyone has a desire to look good. Linger, being a young girl, naturally takes some time to dress up beautifully before going out." "Being vain won't fill your stomach," Tang Xiaoling retorted. Ouyang Chun handed him a chestnut, saying, "Anything taken to the extreme will yield results. Although you are still young, never judge a girl with such words. It is impolite and may lead to a lonely life." Tang Xiaoling rubbed his head, wincing in pain. "Got it." Before long, Yuling, dressed in denim shorts and a long-sleeve top with a sweet style, came running down the stairs. Upon meeting Yuling, directly handed him a plastic bag. The most unremarkable items often conceal the most. Ouyang Chun took the plastic bag and handed it to Tang Xiaolong, saying, "There's a safe in my room, and the password is your and Linger's birthdays." "All right," Tang Xiaoling replied, lifting the plastic bag. A pair of nearly transparent wings sprouted from his back, and with a flap, he rose into the air towards the dormitory. Shortly after, Tang Xiaoling returned to Ouyang Chen's side. The three of them had a simple breakfast before heading to the student. They were about to become members of the student council. Before starting, they needed to familiarize themselves with the work environment to avoid unnecessary mistakes later. Each floor of the office building had multiple departments, and each department had one or more independent offices with a rather complex internal structure. New students might spend a long time trying to find their departments. At this time, the office building was empty because the presidents had not distributed keys to the newly joined members yet. Thus, Ouyang Chun and his group could only wander back and forth in the corridors to familiarize themselves with the layout. Remember the locations of each department and build good relationships with them. We will be in this academy for 5 years. Those who can enter the student council are all from Class A. The purpose of coming here is to expand our network. If we can avoid offending anyone, we should. However, if someone causes you trouble, root it out without mercy if possible." "Understood," both Yu Ling and Tang Xiaoling replied in unison. Ouyang Chen walked toward the study department with his hands behind his back. The door to the study department was still open. Ouyang Chen put away his authoritative demeanor and curiously walked inside, where he saw a girl cleaning the room. Wiping tables, sweeping the floor, mopping. She performed the actions with great skill, clearly someone who often did this kind of work. Ouyang Chen knocked on the door, and the girl turned around. "Hello, is this the study department?" "I am a new member," Ouyang Chen said softly. The girl hurriedly set down what she was doing and came over. She appeared somewhat shy and didn't know what to say, standing in front of Ouyang Chen looking a bit flustered. Hello, I just joined the study department too. My name is Daiyu." Daiyu extended her hand. Yuling frowned, saying, "You just finished wiping the cloth. Shouldn't you wash your hands before shaking hands with someone?" Daiyu's face turned red, embarrassed, as she retracted her hand. At that moment, Ouyang Chen gently grasped Daiyu's retreating hand and smiled warmly, saying, "It's all right. My name is Ouyang Chen from the crawling department. You're cleaning the office, right? Let me help you." After a brief self-introduction, he lightly shook her hand and then released it. Yuling glanced over, her expression calm. Daiyu quickly said, "Thank you, but I've already finished cleaning. Here, classmate, this is the key to the study department. Take it, and remember to lock the door when you leave." Ouyang Chen took the key, saying, "Thank you." Daiyu hardly dared to look Ouyang Chen in the eye. After shoving the key into his hand, she hurried out of the office. "Ouyang Gij, that girl can't be a bit silly, can she?" Yuling teased. Ouyang Gij merely said he was a member of the study department and did not present any compelling evidence to prove his identity, yet she handed over the department's key. If they were not part of the student council, wouldn't they be able to steal everything from the study department? Such a person could be called pure in a good way, but frankly could be considered foolish. Ouyang Chun watched Dai Yu's departing figure, and after she completely vanished from his sight, he glanced at the key in his hand, a slight smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. How could someone who achieved first place in the written exam in the entire department possibly be foolish? Closing the office door, Ouyang Chun turned to Yuling, his tone somewhat stern as he said, "What did I just tell you? It's only been 2 minutes, and you've already forgotten everything. I'm sorry, I just don't like those girls getting too close to you." Hee Ouyang Gij, we finally found an open office door, and it's the study department you joined. Why don't you invite us in to sit? Yuling smiled. Ouyang Chin's brow relaxed slightly as he rubbed Yuling's head, saying, "Next time let's wait. She just finished cleaning, and it would be a bit inappropriate to go in now." Yuling pouted, looking a bit unhappy. This was the first time Ouyang Gij had declined her request because of another girl. Ouyang Chin shook his head with a smile, pinching her chubby little face. "All right, we have no classes this afternoon. Let's go shopping." Both Yuling and Tang Xiaoling looked up in surprise, their eyes filled with indescribable excitement. The three of them arrived at the nearest mall to the school. Tang Xiaoling was quite excited, but he didn't make any moves and immediately looked at Ouyang Chun. "Go have fun." With Ouyang Chin's approval, Tang Xiaoling rushed into the mall like a wild horse breaking free. Yuling looped her arm through Ouyang Chin's, looking hopeful as she said, "Ouyang Gij, will you come with me to buy clothes? Please." Ouyang Chun smiled, gently recognizing that a woman's desire for beauty is indeed innate. "Sure." In the women's clothing section on the second floor, various styles of leather clothing were laid out before them. Yuling immediately became captivated. She dashed into a shop, grabbed a pair of leather pants from the rack, and held them up to herself. Not wanting to drop the clothes in her hands, she ran to another rack and picked up a white turtleneck sweater, holding it up in front of her, looking at herself from different angles in a full-length mirror. At that moment, a salesgirl suddenly appeared out of nowhere, wearing a professional smile and speaking in a friendly tone. "Hello, miss. This is our store's new style designed by Master Amy. It features pure goose down inside, providing excellent cold resistance. And these leather pants are made from pure horsehide, moisture-wicking and shaping. Your figure is great and matches these clothes very well. Ouyang Gij, do these 2 pieces look good? I have no imagination, just try them on for me." The salesgirl's eyes lit up as she noticed Ouyang Chun exuding a noble aura. She quickly gestured for Yuling, saying, "Miss, the fitting room is this way." After putting on the clothes, Yuling emerged from the fitting room. Ouyang Chun took a look and was surprised. The combination of these 2 pieces created a unique look, blending purity and allure, especially since Yuling was already beautiful, making the clothes just an embellishment. "Wow, you look stunning. This outfit makes you seem much more mature," the salesgirl began her enthusiastic pitch. Every girl hopes to appear more mature and composed to match her man, while older women wish to appear pure and adorable. They are often most keen to hold on to time and their man's heart. Although this pattern is not absolute, the majority of female customers the salesgirl encounters fit this mold. Indeed, as soon as the salesgirl finished speaking, Yuling's eyes sparkled. "Really?" She looked toward Ouyang Chun. Ouyang Chun received the signal and said to the salesgirl, "Wrap it up." The salesgirl's smile widened. "Of course, sir. By the way, I have a new snow fox coat that just arrived. Would you like to take a look?" The salesgirl noticed a detail. This man did not ask about the price, which said a lot. He was a big spender, not short on cash. At such a moment, if she didn't take the chance to make a profit, it would be as if her years of hard work had been in vain. Let me see it." "Sure, please wait a moment." The salesgirl tried to suppress her excitement, attempting to appear calm. After trying on several items, Ouyang Chin's hands were soon full of bags. At the checkout, the cashier looked enviously at him, saying, "Your boyfriend is so considerate. These days there are fewer and fewer guys willing to accompany their girlfriends shopping and even help carry bags." Yuling glanced at Ouyang Chin shyly, lowering her head. Ouyang Chin simply smiled faintly, saying nothing. As they exited the store, Yuling casually asked, "Ouyang Gij, that sister just misunderstood us. Why didn't you She's just a cashier. There's no need to explain anything to her." Yuling smiled, even brighter, a feeling of indescribable joy enveloping her heart. If only she could always be by Ouyang Gij's side. Next, Ouyang Chun accompanied Yuling to a few jewelry stores, and before they knew it, afternoon had already arrived. Yuling held a candied hawthorn in her right hand, bouncing ahead like a little sprite. Ouyang Chun followed behind, laden with shopping bags and pushing a cart full of items, looking somewhat disheveled. He called out, "Linger, linger." Upon hearing, Yuling turned around and suddenly realized something. She hurried back to take the shopping bags from Ouyang Chun. "I'm sorry, Ouyang Gij, I got a bit carried away." Ouyang Chun had initially thought to suggest they call it a day, but seeing the expression on Yuling's face, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Over the years, Yuling and Tang Xiaoling had sacrificed so much for him, living in that small supermarket in City J without a proper childhood. Now that he had the chance to take them out to relax, it was a way to compensate them. Ouyang Chun smiled gently, saying, "It's all right. As long as you're happy." "Ouyang Gij, let's go back now." Yuling, "Aren't we going to shop more?" Ouyang Chun realized that he must have shown signs of fatigue, and Yuling noticed, which was why these 2 children were so understanding that it made his heart ache. Not being able to let Yuling enjoy herself fully made Ouyang Chen feel a hint of guilt. But honestly, he was exhausted. He had never imagined that accompanying a girl shopping could be so tiring, even more so than a 5-kilometer race. It was utterly draining. Yuling, being considerate, said, "No need. We bought so many things today, it's enough. Ouyang Gij, let's go find Xiaoling. Okay, when I have time I'll take you shopping again." "Really? Yuling happily stood on her toes, and then quickly pecked Ouyang Chen's cheek before lowering her head and running off. Ouyang Chen was taken aback by Yuling's sudden move, momentarily stunned for 2 seconds, then shook his head with a smile. To him, Yuling was still young, just like his sister, so he didn't think there was anything inappropriate about the kiss. The two arrived at the first floor's arcade area where Tang Xiaoling was standing in front of a claw machine, surrounded by 7 or 8 younger kids. Some of the children were complaining. "Hey, are you even capable? You've been at it for 2 hours and haven't caught a single one." "Exactly. If you can't do it, it should be our turn. Stop making noise. I need to concentrate." With his eyes fixed on the mechanical claw in the machine, Tang Xiaoling slightly moved the joystick, focusing intently. "Now, hey Xiaolong, it's time to go back." Just as he was about to push the drop button, a hand appeared from behind him, and Tang Xiaoling lost focus for a moment, causing his right hand to shake slightly, and at the same time his left hand pressed the button. The mechanical claw in the machine descended slowly into the air. Tang Xiaoling stared blankly at the scene before him, then lowered his head, gripping the edge of the claw machine tightly, his heart boiling like a volcano, radiating a faint aura of killing intent. Just a little more, just a little more. Who is the bastard ruining my good fortune? But when Tang Xiaoling turned around and saw that it was Yuling who had tapped him, he relaxed a bit, feeling extremely frustrated. "What do you want?" "We've been playing all day, it's time to go back." "Got it." Tang Xiaoling reluctantly glanced at the claw machine. "Hey, where's my doll? You said 1 game coin for 1 doll." A kid suddenly spoke up. "You owe us our dolls." The children clung to Tang Xiaoling's pants, shouting and refused. "You even scam kids. How shameless." Yuling scoffed. "It's not a scam, or I actually intended to help them get a doll, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult. If you hadn't bumped into me earlier, I would have definitely succeeded." As Tang Xiaoling said, he had been playing shooting games in the arcade when he accidentally spotted this claw machine, and with the intention of helping thought he would give the kid a hand. But after trying once and failing, he tried again and again, failed. He couldn't maintain his pride. Thus he continued trying until now, having not managed to grab a single doll. Yuling bought 10 game coins, and in less than a minute caught 10 dolls, distributing them to the group of kids. Tang Xiaoling was utterly shocked. How could this be? "Idiot," Yuling mocked him. Immediately Tang Xiaoling's stubborn temper flared up. "Brother Ouyang, let me play one more time, just this last time. After this we'll leave, okay?" "All right." On the street, Tang Xiaoling walked with a frown, helping Yuling carry her bag of plush toy in his mouth. He couldn't understand why he couldn't grab even one of these seemingly simple things. The toy in his mouth was still one that Yuling had won for him. No, next time, he must compete with Yuling. Lost in thought, Tang Xiaoling suddenly bumped into Ouyang Chen, who had stopped in his tracks. Ouyang Chen and Yuling stood still, looking in one direction. Following their gaze, Tang Xiaoling saw a commotion happening in a fruit shop, and he recognized the girl inside as the one he had met in the student council that morning. It seemed she had been scolded by the shopkeeper to the point of tears. Ouyang Chen walked toward the fruit shop, but Yuling tugged at him, saying, "Brother Ouyang, it has nothing to do with us, let's not get involved." For some reason, Yuling instinctively disliked that girl. She felt that the way Brother Ouyang looked at that girl was strange. He had never looked at her that way. "What did I tell you this morning? Have you forgotten? We will all have to work together sooner or later, so maintain good relationships with your colleagues," Ouyang Chen said. "Let's go, it's just a show." Outside the fruit shop, a crowd had gathered. Some were recording, some were taking photos, and others were live streaming, all showing sympathy for the girl with her head lowered and reddened eyes, yet not a single person stepped forward to help. Ouyang Chen approached the crowd and learned what had happened from the onlookers. Dayu had come to this fruit shop to buy fruit, but after picking a few apples, the shopkeeper accused her of trying to cheat him, insisting that she buy a whole basket of apples. Such things happen often at school. Unscrupulous shopkeepers take advantage of newcomer senior students, extort new ones, and scams proliferate. As long as it's just about money and doesn't endanger students' lives, the school won't intervene. The school aims to prepare students for society and heighten their vigilance. At this moment, Dayu was both panicked and helpless. She didn't know how to escape her current predicament. A basket of apples cost 2,000 money, and she happened to have 2,000 on her, which was her living expenses for a month. "I'll write you an IOU and pay you back in installments, okay?" Dayu said weakly. The shopkeeper snorted coldly. "No way. The academy is so large, who knows where you might run off to? I don't even know what class you're in." "I'm in class A2 of the insect manipulation department. If you don't believe me, you can check my records at the academic affairs office." "Class A? Oh no." The shopkeeper's expression changed slightly. "Class A students are not to be trifled with, they are all geniuses. What if they grow up and come back to settle the score with him?" The shopkeeper glared at Dayu, and noticing she didn't seem to be lying. "How unlucky. Since you are from class A, why don't you wear your badge?" He could only make this last deal. The shopkeeper was determined. Once this deal was done, he would leave the academy. Since this was the last deal, he couldn't afford to be lenient. He had to make a killing off her. "How much cash do you have?" 2,000 money. "What? Only 2,000 money? How poor." 2,000 money is definitely not enough. Right now, fruits are even more expensive than ordinary transformation meat, An apple costs 200 money, and there are at least 20 apples in this basket. It'll cost at least 5,000 money. 5,000. Dayu's face turned pale. Where would she get that much money? Didn't you just say an apple was 100? The shopkeeper insisted. What I said before is one price, now is another. My apples I can set whatever price I want. Do you have any say in this? Don't cry and disturb my business. Hurry up and pay or get lost. I have no money. Dayu bit her lip, the atmosphere becoming increasingly oppressive. Ouyang Chun, who was among the onlookers, was about to step out of the crowd when someone moved faster than him. That person walked up to Dayu and draped a coat over her head. Come with me. Hearing that voice, Dayu's heart stirred, her eyes sparkling again. Wang Xingrui. Hey, where are you going? You haven't paid yet. A fruit knife, less than a meter long, was pointed at them by the shopkeeper, who said fiercely. Wang Xingrui gripped the knife with one hand, placing the blade against his own neck, feeling the cold touch as he calmly said, Do you dare to kill me? Wang Xingrui turned to face the shopkeeper, his right hand still holding the fruit knife. The shopkeeper tightened and then relaxed his grip on the knife. With just a slight pressure, he could slice through Wang Xingrui's artery, but what he really wanted was to control his trembling hand. If he accidentally cut through, he wouldn't be able to leave the academy. Looks like you don't dare. You won't kill me, but I will kill. As he spoke, Wang Xingrui's expression darkened, and a strong aura of killing intent radiated from him, enveloping the shopkeeper in an instant. Upon sensing Wang Xingrui's killing intent, the shopkeeper's expression froze. To emit such killing intent, this kid has killed before. You bully my friend. If you don't kill me today, I'll make sure you die sooner or later. I promise. This is Tianxian Academy. If you kill me, you will be expelled. I think trading a chance at schooling for your life is a good. The shopkeeper looked into Wang Xingrui's abyss-like eyes and could tell he was serious. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the shopkeeper's forehead. He tried to pull the knife back, but found it firmly pressed against his neck, the blade digging into his flesh. With a hard pull, a line of blood appeared on Wang Xingrui's neck. The shopkeeper was horrified and quickly dropped the knife. At that moment, he saw a light flashing from the left, accompanied by a series of clicking sounds. People outside taking photos and videos were frantically clicking their phones, capturing the scene. Stop filming. Stop filming. Everyone just stop. The shopkeeper rushed out of the fruit shop, yelling frantically at the crowd, trying to snatch their phones. If news of him attacking a Tianxian student got to the principal, he would be finished. There were many onlookers. The shopkeeper only managed to snatch 2 or 3 phones, while the rest had already sent their photos online. Wang Xingrui casually tossed the knife aside and walked out of the fruit shop, ready to take Dayu away. However, the shopkeeper blocked their path again, this time kneeling with a pleading expression. Brother, please don't go. I beg you to clarify this. I didn't mean to hurt you. It was not intentional. Wang Xingrui ignored him and continued forward. The shopkeeper clung to Wang Xingrui's leg. Let go. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made things difficult for your friend. I'm a jerk. Please help me clarify this. If you don't, according to the academy's regulations, any non-student who deliberately harms a student will be handed over to the disciplinary department for prosecution. Even if the harm was unsuccessful, they would still face imprisonment for less than a year. But what does this have to do with Wang Xingrui? Wang Xingrui kicked him aside. The shopkeeper had a streak of blood at the corner of his mouth, a hint of madness and cruelty flashing in his eyes. Why don't we help him? It's not such a big deal. Dayu suddenly spoke. The shopkeeper seemed to see a glimmer of hope. The ruthlessness in his eyes immediately faded as he hurriedly threw himself in front of Wang Xingrui again. Right, it's not a big deal. Brother, your friend loves fruit, right? From now on at my shop you can take whatever fruit you want for free. Please, I beg you to clarify this. I have a 5-year-old child at home to take care of. I can't go to jail. The shopkeeper completely disregarded his image, kneeling and crying. At this moment, from the back of the crowd, a giraffe, nearly 30 meters tall, dressed in a suit, and carrying a koala, also in a suit, on its neck appeared. However, those below could only see a black dot when looking up. The giraffe stepped forward, its long legs moving gracefully like 4 standing bamboo poles as it crossed over. As the giraffe's height slowly decreased, it transformed into a handsome young man. The koala leaped down, its thick fur gradually shedding, also turning into a cute boy. The green armbands on their right arms indicated their identities, with the words Disciplinary Committee written on them, clearly showing they were from the disciplinary department. Hello, we are from the disciplinary committee. We received a report that someone is deliberately harming students within the academy. The cute boy looked at the fruit shop owner, revealing an innocent smile. Please come with us. The shopkeeper took a few fearful steps back, turning to flee, unfortunately heading straight toward Ouyang Chun. Ouyang Chun stood still, while Tang Xiaoling swiftly appeared in front of him, throwing a punch at a speed invisible to the naked. The shopkeeper flew backward like a broken sack toward the cute boy. The cute boy raised a hand to block, catching the 200-pound shopkeeper in one hand, as if he were a basketball. Thanks. Ouyang Chun smiled. You're welcome. The handsome young man turned to Daiyue. Our minister said that as long as you join the disciplinary committee for the 5 years of university, the disciplinary committee will support you, and no one in the academy will dare to bully you. I hope you consider it. Sorry, please thank your minister for the kind offer, but I have already joined the study department. Transferring from one department to another involves complicated procedures, and casually switching departments within the student council would make people think you are indecisive, damaging your reputation. Our minister said that if you want to join the disciplinary committee, just let us know. You don't have to worry about the rest. No one will dare. Really, no thanks. Wang Xingrui asked, "Can we leave now?" The handsome young man glanced at him, stepping aside to let. After Wang Xingrui and Daiyu left through the crowd, the cute boy shouted to the onlookers, "It's all good now, everyone." After saying that, he turned to the handsome boy. The handsome young man sighed, transforming back into his giraffe form, his size gradually increasing. The cute boy leaped up and waved at the crowd below goodbye. Amid the crowd's astonishment, the two members of the disciplinary committee departed. "Let's go too," Ouyang Chen said. "Brother Ouyang, the dormitory is this way," Tang Xiaoling reminded him. "Who said I'm going back to the dormitory?" Ouyang Chen chased after Wang Xingrui, and Daiyu was led to a deserted alley by Wang Xingrui. He frowned and asked with concern, "Daiyu, are you okay?" Daiyu shook her head, hesitated for 2 seconds, and didn't expect Wang to see her embarrassed side. She said shyly, "Thank you so much today, Wang." Wang Xingrui helped her unwrap the scarf again. Her debt to Wang was growing. "Don't be so polite. By the way, what happened between you and that guy? Why was he making things difficult for you?" "I wanted to buy 2 apples, but all the apples there were rotten. After finally finding 2 good ones, he said I had to buy everything I touched, or he wouldn't let me leave." "Wang, will that uncle be okay?" Wang Xingrui frowned upon hearing this. He had just been tricked, and now he was worried about the person who tricked him. He replied coldly, "He won't die, but he will likely lose his qualification to operate at Tianxian Academy. Only those whose children study at Tianxian Academy can do business there, so the principal allows their families to settle in. The academy also provides those vendors with the best benefits. As long as they conduct business honestly, they can easily support their families. Those unscrupulous merchants who cheat students will face whatever consequences come their way. Daiyu, we've known each other for so long, so we'll speak frankly. The more timid you are when faced with bullying, the more they will bully you. Today I happened to encounter this situation, but such coincidences won't happen every time. It's good to be kind, but you must have your limits. Don't be a white lotus. People like that rarely end well." Wang Xingrui gently patted her head, just like Morongyi did to him. Daiyu was taken aback by this intimate gesture, her face flushed red, and she nodded slightly. Her master had also said similar things to her. She had considered changing herself, but she just couldn't control her heart. At the same time, at the entrance of the alley, Ouyang Chen leaned against the wall, eavesdropping on the conversation between Daiyu and Wang Xingrui, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had challenged Situ Che at the start of the semester, and now even Daiyu from Class A of the Insect Manipulation Department had a connection with him. Clearly his transformation enhancement was not even 15. This Wang Xingrui is somewhat interesting. Just now in front of the vendor he had released an intense killing intent resembling a beast, and he certainly did not look like an ordinary person. "Let's go." Ouyang Chen turned to leave with Yu Ling and Tang Xiaoling following him. It's a pity just 1 step away and standing next to Daiyu would have been you, Ouyang Ge. Tang Xiaoling bit into the cotton candy in his hand. That Wang Xingrui is quite a celebrity in the academy. He's from Class E of the crawling department, and his enhancement isn't even 15. He has relied on seeking favors to connect with Situ Che. Yu Ling's tone was filled with disdain, and her disgust was unabashed. "You can't judge a person merely by their appearance." Ouyang Chen replied indifferently. "Today I did indeed lose to him slightly and missed the opportunity to win over Daiyu, but there are still 4 years left, plenty of time ahead. Xiaolang, go test him and teach him a lesson while you're at it." Tang Xiaolang stuffed the last bit of cotton candy into his mouth, removed the badge from his clothes, and then transformed into his magic flower mantis form. The magic flower mantis is one of the largest and rarest mantises that prey on other mantises. It has a stunning appearance with a protective coloration composed of red, white, blue, purple, green, and black. Its head is triangular and can rotate 180 degrees freely, with long filamentous antennae resembling antennas connecting to outer space in a science fiction film. The Tumterheim magic flower mantis descended into the alley. Just as Wang Xingrui and Daiyu were about to leave, 2 green, serrated blades suddenly appeared. Wang Xingrui instinctively pushed Daiyu aside to avoid the strike. Ouyang Chen nodded, observing the scene. Not bad, quick reflexes. The magic mantis then disregarded Daiyu and swung a blade sweeping towards Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui suddenly ducked. The serrated blade grazed the top of his head, and a tuft of hair fell away, leaving a deep scratch on the wall. Wang Xingrui hurriedly dashed towards the exit of the alley, but the magic flower mantis blocked his path with its. Then the magic flower mantis began to wield its dual blades, and Wang Xingrui immediately crossed his arms to protect his head. Countless blade shadows slashed through his body, instantly shredding his clothes, leaving him in nothing but a gray pair of underwear. Seeing Wang Xingrui being attacked, Daiyu quickly stood in front of him and shouted, "This is my fault. It has nothing to do with him. If you have any grievances, come at me." Daiyu thought this mantis was sent by the vendor. Yu Ling, watching from the alley's exit, mocked, "Ouyang Ge, see. I told you he's just a useless person who hides behind others." Ouyang Chen did not respond, quietly observing Wang Xingrui. How could someone who dared to challenge Situ Che lack the courage to resist? Tang Xiaoling shared the same thought, so he increased his attack intensity, gently swinging his dual blades. At the moment the blades descended, Daiyu closed her eyes in fear. When Daiyu opened her eyes again, her pupils contracted sharply as she saw a figure appear in front of her. Wang Xingrui spread his arms wide, blocking all the attacks for her, while he himself had already turned into a bloody mess. Every strike from Tang Xiaoling was precisely controlled, only injuring the skin without harming the bones. Wang Xingrui was covered in dense, crisscrossing blade wounds on his face, limbs, and chest, with bright red liquid continuously oozing from the cuts, dripping to the ground. Ouyang Chun, who was watching from a distance, wiped the smile off his face, while surprise was written all over Yuling's face. Setting aside his strength, just this level of courage was enough to prove that Wang Xingrui was far from the useless person everyone spoke of. Linger, find out the relationship between those two. Don't rely on hearsay, the more detailed the better. Okay. However, Linger feels that although Wang Xingrui's performance today is passable, his transformation enhancement is only 15-0, and his future achievements will be limited. 100 Wang Xingruis wouldn't compare to a single finger of Ouyang Go. Ouyang Chun smiled nonchalantly. It's not that exaggerated, call Xiaolang back. Yuling leaned out her head, gently exhaled, and sent an invisible sound wave that struck Tang Xiaolang. He immediately sensed it, turned around, and was about to leave. Suddenly he felt a thick, killing intent locking onto him from behind. Be careful, Yuling quickly warned. Wang Xingrui immediately turned to look, but he could only see half a silhouette. When Tang Xiaolang heard Yuling's voice and turned back to look, countless crystalline threads were rushing towards him, completely wrapping around his head. A black spider about 1.5 meters in size spun around the magic flower mantis rapidly, while spraying a large amount of sticky silk. Before the mantis could wield its proud dual blades, it was bound up like a dumpling. Even Ouyang Chun hadn't anticipated that Dai Yu could release a transformation and coincidentally counter the magic mantis. It seemed things were becoming uncontrollable, so he calmly said, Linger, go rescue Xiaolang. Without time to respond to Ouyang, Chen Yuling leaned out her head and shouted into the alley. A powerful ultrasonic wave erupted from her mouth, directly blasting both the spider and Wang Xingrui away, causing the walls on both sides to crumble. Yuling seized the opportunity to enter the alley and pulled Tang Xiaolang out. Hey, are you dead? Hurry and return to your human form. The human-shaped dumpling began to tremble and slowly shrink. Yuling grabbed the spider's silk and pulled hard. Her hands had at least 2 tons of strength, but she found it impossible. Ouyang Go. Yuling looked at Ouyang Chun with a sobbing tone. Ouyang Chun's expression was serious as he said, since its spider silk, fire should be able to burn it away. Xiaolang, hold on, your brother will rescue you soon. He carried the human dumpling and ran at full speed to the nearest supermarket to buy a lighter. The head of the dumpling gradually melted under the scorching flames. 5 minutes later, Tang Xiaolang's face finally emerged. He greedily inhaled the fresh air, and Ouyang Chun also breathed a sigh of relief, sitting directly on the ground. Yuling meanwhile hugged Ouyang Chun and cried without regard for her image. This unexpected incident scared all 3 of them, especially Ouyang Chun. It was because he hadn't understood Dai Yu beforehand that he let Tang Xiaolang act recklessly. Because of his negligence, he had placed Tang Xiaolang in danger. If something had happened to Tang Xiaolang, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. He must learn from today's lesson. Just as the 3 were enjoying the joy of having survived, a female cashier approached them politely and said, you 3, the windproof lighter is 20 money. Thank you for your patronage. In the hospital, Wang Xingrui lay on the sickbed. Dai Yu, Zhang Xuanyu, Wa Fan, and Sun Mingming stood by his bedside. Dai Yu lowered her head, feeling guilty, and said, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, classmate Wang wouldn't have been hurt like this. Wa Fan looked at Dai Yu, who was on the verge of tears, and exclaimed, wow, what a pure lotus flower. Zhang Xuanyu and Sun Mingming simultaneously directed their gazes at him. Sorry, that was a slip of the tongue. Wa Fan scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Goddess, don't blame yourself. The doctor has checked, and Lao Wang only has some superficial injuries. He should be able to leave the hospital in a day or 2, as he's nearly healed in the medical pod. Wa Fan murmured softly, easier said than done. Why don't you try being stabbed 1,000 times? You. He's right, Sun Mingming said to Zhang Xuanyu with a cold gaze. Zhang Xuanyu suppressed his anger. This big guy looked tough, and they were friends of Lao Wang, so he didn't want to really fight with them. With Sun Mingming as a backing, Wa Fan suddenly felt bold. So, beautiful lady, there aren't many in the insect manipulation department. Were those guys freshmen or sophomores? What's their name? If you tell me, you'll bring our president to get even. I don't know. They weren't wearing badges. However, one of them transformed into a demon flower mantis male. Such a transformation is rare, even among insect manipulation students, so I speculate they must be rich kids. Besides, its size indicates it is in its juvenile stage, meaning the owner of the transformation should be underage. It maintained its transformation for over 3 minutes, and showed very precise control over its strength, indicating it has trained, likely achieving good results in physical tests. Transformation into a demon flower mantis, male, juvenile, rich, kid, good results in physical tests. After summarizing, Wa Fan looked at Sun Mingming. Sun Mingming said, sophomores in the insect manipulation department, no students with a mantis transformation. Dai Yu added, I haven't recognized all the freshmen yet, but I'll ask around. Leave the inquiries to me, I'll get it done in no time. Saying this, he took out his phone and made a call. Hey, beautiful, what are you up to? A sultry voice came from the other end. What's up? I need to ask about someone. Go on. A freshman in the insect manipulation department transformed into a demon flower mantis, wealthy, good results in physical tests. After about 5 seconds, a puzzled voice came from the phone. Why are you asking about him? A friend of mine got tricked by him. Surprisingly, someone at Tianjin Academy is willing to be friends with you. The voice on the phone was first surprised, and then suddenly turned cold. Xiao Fan, I know what you're thinking, and you should give up on that idea. You can't mess with this person, you won't be able to handle it. Wu Fan said, don't worry, I promised my mom not to cause trouble at school. Just tell me the name. I don't know, bye. The voice at the other end lazily responded. Wu Fan's tone suddenly became serious. Xing Yue, he is the first and only person who has actively tried to befriend me at Tianqin Academy known in my entire life besides you. Please help me, I'm begging you. The voice on the phone fell silent for a long time. Tang Xiaoling. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected, but a smile emerged on Wu Fan's face as he turned and said, I found out it's Tang Xiaoling. We all heard that. Your phone was on speaker, Zhang Xuanyu said nonchalantly. Can you share your source of information? Wu Fan raised his proud head slightly. My first love. Don't worry, absolutely reliable. When it comes to gathering information and gossip, I can guarantee no one in Tianqin Academy can compare to her. Alright, since that's the case, things just got simpler. With that, Zhang Xuanyu walked toward the door. Where are you going? Wu Fan asked. To arrange a duel. Hey, they can release transformations, Wu Fan said. I can too, Zhang Xuanyu turned back with a charming smile. Dai Yu quickly interjected, but the other side can maintain their transformation for at least 3 minutes. I can too. Zhang Xuanyu's tone suddenly halted, and in the next second, he casually walked back. Let's think of another way. At that moment, Wang Xingrui slowly opened his eyes on the sickbed. Dai Yu, a classmate Wang. Zhang Xuanyu, Lao Wang. Wu Fan, Wang Xingrui. Sun Mingming had also planned to express her surprise, but after opening her mouth, she suddenly didn't know how to address him, as it seemed she had never called him by name before. After thinking for a moment, she ultimately closed her mouth. It's my own lack of skill that got me beaten. I will take my own revenge, don't meddle. Wang Xingrui said. What are you talking about? We're all here to help you. Wang Xingrui looked at Wu Fan earnestly and said, thanks, but if I can't take him down myself, I won't be able to sleep at night. You can't even release your transformation right now? How can you fight him? Zhang Xuanyu said. Not being able to do it now doesn't mean I won't be able to in the future. You know what my transformation is. Wang Xingrui said meaningfully. Zhang Xuanyu raised an eyebrow. Alright, since you say so, I won't interfere. You've offended Situ Che and Tang Xiaoling. The B-class students are beneath your notice, aren't they? Can't you take a break? I swear this time trouble really came knocking at my door. By the way, don't tell my brother about me getting beaten, otherwise it will really cause a life-threatening situation. Zhang Xuanyu said with a wry smile. You don't need to tell me. I thought of that long ago. If Mu Rongge finds out about this, we'll probably be having a feast together tomorrow. Dai Yu chuckled at this, and then hurriedly composed herself. Zhang Xuanyu continued. The doctor said you can be discharged tomorrow. You look rosy, you shouldn't die anytime soon. The External Affairs Department has a ton of work waiting for me. If you have no other issues, I'll leave now. You just joined the student council and are already this busy. No choice, who told me to be both handsome and capable. Hurry and get lost. Zhang Xuanyu turned elegantly and left the hospital room. Wang Xingrui turned to Dai Yu and said, Dai Yu, you should go get busy too. I want to stay. Seeing the resolute look in Dai Yu's eyes, Wang Xingrui knew he couldn't convince her otherwise, so he said, alright, can you buy 2 bottles of nutrient solution outside for me? No problem, they'll go right now. After Dai Yu left the hospital room, Wang Xingrui said expressionlessly, you two big brothers, I know you care about me, and I appreciate it, but could you not stand in front of me like 2 door gods? You heard, he'll be discharged tomorrow. Go take care of your own business. Wu Fan ignored Wang Xingrui's words and leaned closer with a mischievous grin. Wang Xingrui, you're really impressive. I originally thought it was a stroke of luck for you to know me and the president, but I didn't expect you to be so familiar with 2 students from Class A. Also, it seems that girl named Dai Yu is interested in you. What nonsense. She's my middle school classmate. Wu Fan shook his head confidently, stating, I dare bet my happiness for the next 10 years that girl definitely wants to be more than just your classmate. Big brother, I'm tired, you should leave. Wang Xingrui lay in bed feeling hopeless. No way. If Tang Xiaoling could trick you once, he can do it again. We have to stay here to protect you. Tang Xiaoling was scared off by Dai Yu. As long as she's here, he won't dare come. What if she gets distracted? What if you want to change clothes? What if you want to use the restroom? What if there are unforeseen circumstances? Having a guy around is still more convenient. Besides, I have nowhere else to go. Wu Fan said with a smile. Although Wu Fan acted in a mischievous manner, Wang Xingrui could clearly sense the hint of melancholy that flashed in his eyes when his last words slipped out. Wang Xingrui sighed softly. Since Wu Fan had put it this way, he couldn't force him to leave. Having one more person to attend to me is naturally welcomed. If you want to stay, then stay. Wang Xingrui turned to Sun Mingming and said, President, why don't you go back to the club and water the flowers? I watered them before coming here. Then someone has to keep an eye on them. What if someone from another club barges in and ruins those flowers? What should we do? Sun Mingming pondered for a moment and said, you're more important than the flowers. Inside the training room, Ouyang Chun smiled lightly and said, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to challenge me since we usually have no interactions. It's precisely because I don't know you that I want to have a match just to make a friend. Ouyang Chin's smile grew wider. It's an honor for someone from Class A of the flight department's top 10 to want to be friends with me, but can't you find a different way to do it? Zhang Xian, you squinted slightly, you talk too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xian, you transformed into a golden eagle. His body began to swell, and his arms turned into wings flapping vigorously, sending gusts of wind sweeping toward Ouyang Chun. The hurricane slammed into Ouyang Chin's body, pinning him firmly against the wall. The golden eagle swooped in its sharp claws piercing into his arms, and soon a deep red stain seeped through Zhang Xianye's clothing. With over 100 pounds of weight pressing down on him, Ouyang Chen remained calm and composed, exerting his arms and slowly lifting the massive body of the golden eagle. Got you. Friend, our strengths are on different levels. No matter what reason you have for seeking me out, I sincerely hope. He apologized first, saying, it might hurt a bit next, so bear with it. With that, Zhang Xianyu grasped the golden eagle's claws and forcefully flung it. The golden eagle was slammed hard into the wall, causing the metal surface to dent. However, seeing that Zhang Xianyu had no intention of conceding, the display outside the training room showed a scene where one person was repeatedly throwing a golden eagle that was over 10 times larger than him. After a minute, the mechanical voice of the training room announced the verdict, and the metal door slowly opened. Ouyang Chen emerged from the training room, carrying a bloodied Zhang Xianyu on his back. Brother Ouyang, Yuling and Tang Xiaolang approached him. Yuling said, Wang Xingrui just went to the hospital, and this guy comes looking for a fight right after. He's most likely sent by Dai Yu and Wang Xingrui to seek revenge. I feel like they must have found out about Xiaolang's identity. I guessed it. He belongs to Wang Xingrui, and he can also, Zhang Xianyu said. Without a heart of compassion, what does it mean to rule the world? Let's go send him to the hospital. As the recruitment for clubs approached its end, the selections for various clubs were nearly finalized. In the student council president's office, Sidhu Che looked at the list of candidates in his hand, which included the best from the 4 major departments Class A along with a few scattered individuals from Class E. The Class E students had all been assigned to the logistics department, but there was one name missing from the list, a name he had been eagerly anticipating. Why isn't Wang Xingrui here? Sidhu Che asked calmly. Lin Ruo Yao replied. He didn't attend the student, so you didn't go looking for him. Lin Ruo Yao was astonished. You want me to look for him? He's just from Class E. Just from Class E, huh? That sounds just like something you would say. Sidhu Che set the list aside and took out 4 exam papers from his desk, handing them to Lin Ruo Yao. Lin Ruo Yao glanced over briefly. Aren't these the exam papers from this midterm? Dai Yu 100, Long Ao 80, Ouyang Chen 95, and Wang Xingrui 5 points. 80 multiple choice questions and 1 essay question, and he actually scored only 5 points. To perfectly avoid all the correct answers is quite an achievement. His points came from the essay. This time the topic mainly assessed how the students would make choices when faced with a super beast with over 100 enhancement levels and an unfamiliar person. Dai Yu's viewpoint was to save the person, using himself as bait to draw away the super beast, which aligned well with the written answer. Long Ao's viewpoint was to counterattack, coordinating with the other person to strike back at the super beast, which was also acceptable. Ouyang Chen's viewpoint was to flee, escaping the super beast's line of sight at the fastest speed, indifferent to whether he saved the person or not. Wang Xingrui's viewpoint, on the other hand, could be summed up in just 2 words. Hearing Sidhu Che say this, Lin Ruo Yao suddenly became interested in Wang Xingrui's answer and pulled out his exam paper. After seeing the content of his essay, her brows raised. Wait to die. Lin Ruo Yao couldn't help but shake her head and said, he doesn't even have the courage to resist. What a cowardly man. Sidhu Che then asked, Ruo Yao, have you ever fought against a super beast with over 100 enhancements? Not yet. I can only leave the academy and participate in hunting operations after I finish my classes next year. I have participated. At that time, I joined a hunting group and took on a task to hunt a super beast, which was a Persian leopard with an enhancement of 9. There were a total of 4 people in the group, including myself, all masters with enhancements over 100, but in the end, I was the only one who returned alive. Lin Ruo Yao was shocked. How could that be? 3 people with enhancements over 100 couldn't even deal with a super beast with an enhancement of 96. Noticing Sidhu Che's gradually cold expression, Lin Ruo Yao quickly changed her tone. Che, that's not what I meant. I just find it hard to believe. In the end, we humans are merely able to utilize the power of animals, while those super beasts have been hunting since birth. They possess rich hunting experience, are familiar with their surroundings, and most importantly, they fight harder than humans. So once we encounter a super beast with over 100 enhancements, if our numbers are fewer than 3, we can only wait. Based on the written answers, Dai Yu would undoubtedly score full marks, but Wang Xingrui's answer was the closest to reality. Lin Ruo Yao looked at Wang Xingrui's paper again, her expression completely different from before now, filled with caution and curiosity. How did Wang Xingrui know this? What do you think? Suddenly, Sidhu Che posed a perplexing question. Ruo Yao, do you like me? Lin Ruo Yao's face flushed, and she complained. After all I've done for you this past year, don't you know how I feel? How could you ask me such a question? Then you should understand that I've only been using you this past year. Lin Ruo Yao's face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth. I know, but I don't care. In 3 years, I'm confident that I can make you like me. Do you want to know why I don't like you? Lin Ruo Yao insisted. Is it because I'm not good enough? Sidhu Che shook his head. Your ability to become the student council president by your own efforts and manage various departments is enough proof of your excellence. However, being excellent doesn't mean I have to like you. I can clearly answer you now. I don't like you. I want now, and I want in the... Why? We are clearly the most compatible pair in the school. Compatible? Sidhu Che said. Though you seem approachable, you carry an inherent pride. When conversing with others, it's as if a princess is addressing a commoner. A princess getting close to a commoner is merely to showcase her etiquette, yet in her heart, she still sees herself as a princess, believing there is an essential difference between herself and the commoner. I detest haughty princesses, loathe the way you look at me as if I were an artwork, and despise how you always act, as if you are the best for me and I am destined to be yours. Lin Ruoyao's eyes turned red, stubbornly opening them, but tears still streamed down her face. She choked and asked, "Then what were we these past 2 years? I want to know, since you were just pretending before, why not continue pretending?" "There's no reason. Just take it as I was moved by you this past year, so I couldn't bear to deceive you again, if that makes you—" "Is it because of Wang Xingrui?" Lin Ruoyao didn't notice that as she said this, Situ Che, who was facing away, slightly curled his lips, then quickly composed himself and lay on the bed, stating flatly, "I'm tired, you can leave now." It really is because of him. Situ Chi's lack of denial only made Lin Ruoyao more certain of her guess. She turned and left angrily. With a bang, she shut the door behind her. After she left, Situ Che finally revealed a carefree smile. His unique divergent thinking, the stubbornness of doing whatever it takes to capture his prey, along with an almost perverse possessiveness and suspicion, were the real reasons why Situ Che couldn't stand her. However, up until now, Lin Ruoyao had no idea that her intense love for Situ Che actually stemmed from a command he had given her the first time they met. A command to make her fall in love with him. Because of this command, the originally timid and introverted Lin Ruoyao began to fervently enhance her knowledge, all to have a conversation with Situ Che. Afterward, to become someone who could stand alongside Situ Che, she forced herself to engage with those around her, spending a year meticulously crafting the image of a pure little rabbit and a caring big sister in order to win people's hearts, ultimately undergoing a transformation and rising 3 levels to become the youngest student council president in the academy's history, while Situ Che naturally became the vice president. It is not an exaggeration to say that Situ Che's words reversed her entire life. Now Situ Che had caused the ideal city she had been building step by step to collapse in an instant, along with her rationality. She needed an outlet to vent her emotions. Situ Che provided her with this outlet. The rest depended on whether Wang Xingrui could withstand Lin Ruoyao's crazy revenge. If it's you, it should be fine, right? I'm actually quite looking forward to it. Tang Xiaoling arrived at Situ Che's dormitory, where Yuling had already clarified Dai Yu's identity and sent it to Tang Xiaoling via an encrypted email. Ouyang Chun, after hearing Tang Xilang's report, exclaimed, "It's astonishing that a maid could raise such an exceptional daughter. Do you know how her avatar came to be?" "It was given by Wang Xingrui." "Who?" Ouyang Chun questioned, doubting his ears. "Wang Xingrui." Wang Xingrui, Dai Yue, and Zhang Xuanyu were middle school classmates. Dai Yu's mother worked as a maid in Zhang Xuanyu's home, and Zhang Xuanyu and Wang Xingrui were best friends. All 3 came from K-City, but no one knew how Wang Xingrui got his hands on the Darwin spider. Sitting at the desk, Tang Xiaoling tapped his right index and middle fingers on the surface, staring blankly at the globe. He sat on Ouyang Chen's bed, quietly reading a book without disturbing anyone. Ouyang Chen suddenly paused his actions and looked up at Tang Xiaoling, saying, "I remember you mentioned that Mo Chan was defeated by someone in K-City, and that person's brother seems to be named Wang Xingrui." "It's the same person. Wang Xingrui's brother was even a bodyguard for Long Yun for a while, preventing Lin Yi from seizing the gene serum. Considering this, we have obtained 1 gene serum, Long Ao used another, and the remaining 1 is likely in Wang Xingrui's hands." He chuckled. No wonder he was willing to give away even the insect avatar. He must have grand ambitions. "What is Wang Xingrui's brother called?" Ouyang Chen quickly pressed for more information, feeling he had grasped a clue. If he followed the lead, he would surely catch a bit. "That person's identity hasn't been clarified yet," Tang Xiaoling replied. "Ouyang Gu, since Wang Xingrui might have the gene serum, we might as well spread this news. And then let his mysterious brother come find us." Ouyang Chen interjected. Tang Xiaoling fell silent. Even Mo Chan was severely injured by his brother. Even if you and Yuling teamed up, you might not gain the upper hand. If the gene serum was indeed used by Wang Xingrui, the fact that his brother allowed him to enter the academy in Class E as the bottom tier indicates that his brother has a powerful background that rivals ours. Acting rashly would lead to a severe loss. "I have already risked your life once, there won't be a second time for this kind of thing," Ouyang Chen stated firmly. "What movements has Wang Xingrui made recently?" "He has been frequently hanging out with Wafan from the diving department, Class B1. Wafan's avatar is a fire salamander with an amplification of 64, ranking 32nd in their department. They have also joined a club called True Love Garden, which has a total of 3 members. Tonight, the student council plans to act against this club, although the reasons are still unclear." After a pause, Tang Xiaoling added, "Should we sell a favor and help them out? They stole my things and injured my people. Oh, it would be incredibly merciful of me not to take advantage of them. To repay evil with kindness. Impossible." Ouyang Chen's tone was filled with disdain, like attracts like weak creatures tend to huddle together for warmth. However, what they do not realize is that this provides opportunities for powerful predators. "We only need to know what the student council wants to do, we shouldn't interfere. Let Linger keep a close watch on Wang Xingrui. I want all his information, every last detail." "All right." A loud bang echoed as a door slammed outside, signaling Long Ao's return. Tang Xiaoling stood up and said, "Ouyang Gu, I'm heading back now." "Go ahead." As Tang Xiaoling left Ouyang Chen's room, he ran into Long Ao, whose bloody scent and fierce gaze indicated he had just experienced an evenly matched battle. Long Ao grabbed a bottle of water from the refrigerator as Tang Xiaoling passed by. Long Ao didn't glance at him. After leaving the dormitory, Tang Xiaoling let out a sigh of relief. Just now as he walked past Long Ao, he had felt a strong sense of pressure emanating from him. It was like a white rabbit sneaking past a sleeping lion, and although knowing it was asleep, he still worried the lion would wake up at any moment and kill him. Monster, he muttered to himself as he returned to his dormitory. Hey, it's me. Tang Xiaoling lay on his bed and said, I've said everything that needs to be said. Ouyang, good, did he say anything? Yuling's voice came from the phone. Ask you to investigate Wang Xingrui further. What else? In the girls' dormitory, Yuling hid under her blanket, anxiously asking her phone. That's all. Yuling hung up the phone with disappointment, tossing it aside and hugging her pillow as memories of kissing Ouyang's cheek flooded her mind. As she thought of this, a blush crept onto Yuling's cheeks. She covered her head with the blanket and began to flail wildly, overwhelmed with emotion. The next morning, Wang Xingrui was jogging with Bluetooth headphones. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he tapped it once on the headset. Hello, who is this? Wang Xingrui, the club has been attacked. You need to come quickly. Wafan's voice was urgent through the headphones. Wang Xingrui's expression tightened. I'm on my way. After hanging up, he turned and dashed toward the direction of the club. Inside the True Love Garden, chaos reigned. All the flowers and plants had been uprooted and thrown outside, with shattered flower pots scattered everywhere. Wafan and Sun Mingming were still tidying up little by little. Upon seeing Wang Xingrui arrive, they said nothing, one by one putting the uprooted plants into the broken pots. Wang Xingrui's face showed no expression as he stepped inside, surveying the surroundings. The nutrient solution and jerky had all been cleared out. Truly ruthless. After coming out, he said nothing and helped the two of them clean up. Sun Mingming was carefully rescuing each plant. Wafan originally wanted to chat with Wang Xingrui, but seeing his focused demeanor and the coldness on his face, he reconsidered that this was not a good time to talk. Once the three of them had tidied up most of the mess, Sun Mingming poured water for the two. Wafan finally couldn't hold it in anymore. It was like this when we arrived. The president checked the surveillance footage. The attackers were a group of masked individuals from the student council acting swiftly and efficiently. They smashed the surveillance camera at the entrance right away. Those bastards. Since they were masked, how do you know they are from the student council? Wang Xingrui asked. Sun Mingming took out her phone and opened a video. The footage showed the masked individuals recklessly vandalizing everything. Each of them wore student council uniforms. The view was from below, resembling an insect gazing up at giants. Wang Xingrui immediately thought of a pinhole camera. So the cameras on the outer door were just for show? This is the real. Did you see that? This is evidence. Wafan said. We need to show the video to the president and see what she has to say. Wang Xingrui replied, this video proves nothing. What do you mean? This video hasn't been tampered with, it's 100 original, Wafan argued. Wang Xingrui responded, because they wore student council uniforms. Thinking from another angle, if you were the president and wanted to destroy a club, would you leave such obvious evidence behind? So you're saying those people are not from the student council, but rather someone trying to frame them. It's a possibility, but there's also a chance that the student council is being deceptive, intentionally leaving a flaw, and then using someone is framing the student council as an excuse to evade suspicion. Wafan scratched his head. Is it really that complicated? I think they are indeed from the student council. President, what do you think? Xingrui is right. Sun Mingming expressed her stance in 5 words, leaving Wafan unsure how to respond. So according to your reasoning, whether we have the video or not makes no difference. Then what should we do? Just swallow this grievance. No, actually, you're not entirely wrong. Given the current position and influence of the student council within the academy, almost no one would dare frame them. Thus, I lean towards the second possibility, but the issue is that they have already prepared an escape route for themselves. The three fell silent. Suddenly, a glint of inspiration flashed in Wang Xingrui's eyes as he said, I have an idea. The three of them huddled together to discuss. After Wang Xingrui finished speaking, Wafan slammed the table and stood straight. No way, that's too big a gamble. In fact, if you think about it carefully, our club hasn't suffered much loss and doesn't need to go to such lengths. Don't you think so? Wafan looked towards Sun Mingming, who remained slightly silent, her expression serious and her gaze dark. It shouldn't. Wafan's fear was entirely normal. His temperament revealed that he was a cautious and timid person. What Wang Xingrui didn't expect was that the president would also choose to swallow her anger. But he could tell that the president was suppressing her emotions. President, when faced with such matters, if we don't resist, what will the consequences be? I think you should be very clear on that. Even if we want to settle things peacefully, they definitely won't stop here. Upon hearing Wang Xingrui's words, Sun Mingming's hand on the table clenched tightly, and the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. Wafan, sensing the killing intent radiating from the president, involuntarily shivered and quietly shifted his chair closer to Wang Xingrui. I can't fight anymore. Sun Mingming's low voice resonated, revealing her inner conflict and guilt. Having already fought twice, the academy hadn't expelled her because of her rare avatar. However, one cannot test their luck repeatedly. A third fight could very well lead to her expulsion. Wang Xingrui looked deeply at Sun Mingming. Understood, you don't need to fight. I just need you to help me deliver something to Sidu Che at a critical moment. Without hesitation, Sun Mengmeng replied, sure. Wang Xingrui stood 50 meters from the entrance of the boxing club, glancing at Wofen beside him. His expression tense, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Have you truly made up your mind? Even if you walk away now, I won't hold it against you. Save your breath. If you, a mere avatar with tenfold amplification, aren't afraid, what do I have to fear? Don't underestimate me. I'm exceptionally capable. Wofen's face had paled to ash gray, his lips quivered as he spoke, rendering him utterly absurd. Yet Wang Xingrui regarded him as profoundly dependable. His gaze was resolute, his expression solemn as he declared, rest assured, my plan is flawless. Nothing will go awry. By the way, where did you get these student council uniforms? Wofen asked. Both wore identical student council uniforms and face masks, indistinguishable from those who'd vandalized their own club, borrowed from a friend. And wait, those two who took you to the hospital last time, and yes, and then why go through all this trouble? Just ask your friend for help instead. No, the true love garden is our club, and vengeance when personal tastes infinitely sweeter. Once inside, leave no fingerprints, no bloodstains. Strike swiftly and vanish. Understood? Understood? Absolutely not. Why must you wear pants while I wear a skirt, especially a short one? I have no such inclination. Apologies, I only borrowed one set of men's attire. And brother, I'm risking my life alongside you today. Surely you should yield the men's uniform to me. I shouldn't. Wang Xingrui strode forward toward the boxing club entrance. Wofen trailed behind, crestfallen. Damn it. What kind of friend have I made? Upon entering the boxing club, they approached the front desk. Before either could speak, a young woman in sharp business attire glided over, her taut legs sheathed in sleek black stockings, a warm smile gracing her lips. Hello, students. How may I assist you? And from the moment she appeared, Wofen's eyes remained fixed on her legs. She noticed his stare, but dismissed it without concern. Such allure was part of her role in drawing patrons, and besides, he appeared to be a girl. She asked no questions about their masked faces. The student council uniforms alone confirmed their identity. Who would dare impersonate the student council, then provoke the boxing club? Wang Xingrui bowed slightly and replied with impeccable courtesy, greetings. We are from the student council. For reasons requiring discretion, we remain masked. We require an urgent audience with your club president. Oh, she blinked in mild surprise, then instantly adopted a deferential tone. Of course, please follow me. And guided by her, Wang Xingrui and Wofen traversed the expansive facility. The boxing club's space was vast. Treadmills, rowing machines, heavy bags, sit-up benches, and every conceivable strength training apparatus lay scattered across the floor as if abundance itself had no cost. At the center stood 4 regulation boxing rings, each hosting a pair locked in rigorous sparring, every detail exuding opulence and professionalism. Wofen's eyes widened with ravenous envy. This was a true club. In stark contrast, their own true love garden displayed nothing but potted flowers and shrubs. Sigh. Wang Xingrui nudged him discreetly with his elbow and murmured, compose yourself. Remember why we— Led by the woman, they arrived at one of the rings. And President, 2 representatives from the student council are here. They say it's urgent. The boxing club president was mid-session. Within 3 seconds, he'd felled his opponent. Leaping lightly off the ring, he removed his gloves and drank deeply from a bottle of nutrient solution. State your business. Wang Xingrui glanced at the woman. And the president said, Xiaofang, you may attend to other matters. Yes, sir. And she turned and departed, only to freeze after a few steps at a sudden thunderous thud behind her. Xiaofang flinched, violently whirling around to see her president sprawled unconscious on the floor, blood streaking his face. And then calmly, and without haste, the 2 masked figures, one clad in a short skirt, stepped past him. Xiaofang shrieked at full volume, help! Someone's challenging our club, and instantly, every trainee halted mid-motion. A wave of bodies surged forward, forming a tight, impassable wall before Wang Xingrui and Wofen. Wang Xingrui swept his gaze across the crowd, roughly 35 upperclassmen, all second years. And to escape, they'd need to incapacitate every single one standing between them and the exit. 15 apiece. Doable, Wofen nodded, though his knees continued trembling violently. The next breath, the boxing club members charged en masse. Jabs, hooks, uppercuts, butterfly footwork, rapid-fire combinations, all converged upon them. Wofen moved like a prophet of motion, ducking left, weaving right, evading each strike with uncanny prescience. Wang Xingrui, however, absorbed several blows and staggered back 3 steps. Wofen shot him a sidelong glance, heart sinking seriously. These are fundamentals, slow, predictable. How can he miss them? And yet he dares storm a club like this. And with no choice, Wofen stepped squarely in front of Wang Xingrui, drawing the onslaught onto himself. But numbers overwhelmed skill. 2 hands couldn't fend off 4, or 8, or more. Stop. Cease immediately, or I will retaliate. Let me make this clear, I am extraordinarily formidable. You stand no chance against me. The front line exchanged glances, then stared at Wofen as though he were a lunatic. A left hook and right hook struck simultaneously. Wofen blocked with both arms, only for a lightning-fast straight punch to land deep in his abdomen, followed instantly by a brutal hook to his jaw. He staggered back 1 step. Warmth seeped slowly from his nostrils. Beneath the mask, his expression darkened. And you leave me no choice. Wolfen advanced. Another fist hurtled toward him. He tilted his head just enough. The knuckles grazed his temple. His left hand seized the attacker's wrist. His right elbow crashed down onto the joint of the outstretched arm. A sickening crack echoed. Bones bent at an unnatural angle. Then came a guttural, ear-splitting scream. Spinning sharply, Wolfen drove his elbow into another's chest, knocking him backward with explosive force. The man vomited crimson midair before crashing into a cluster of teammates. Silence fell like a shroud. Staring at their fallen comrade's mangled limb, every fighter recoiled a step, frozen by dread. Wolfen stood motionless, his icy gaze sweeping the room, his voice low, almost reverent. This isn't fighting. This is self-defense. This isn't fighting. This is self-defense. And then someone shouted, "Don't fear him. He's alone. We outnumber him tenfold. We'll wear him down. Charge together." That cry reignited their courage. The frontline members lunged anew at Wolfen. He snapped his leg upward, his heels slamming beneath the assailant's chin. The man's head snapped back, feet lifted clean off the floor. Two fractured teeth flew from his mouth as he somersaulted once, then slammed prone onto the ground, limbs splayed. Wolfen surged into the crowd, transforming defense into relentless offense. Every pivot, every duck, every evasion became a counterstrike, fluid, decisive, lethal. One by one, opponents collapsed around him. The tide had turned irrevocably. 3 minutes later, bodies littered the floor. Wang Xingrui watched silently from the rear. You didn't lift a finger to help." Wolfen whirled, outraged. Watching you fight is mesmerizing," Wang Xingrui replied. "Your timing, your precision, it's pure artistry. A spectacle worthy of reverence." Wolfen paused, then flushed faintly, lifting his chin with quiet pride. "Naturally. Not boasting. But even 300 wouldn't faze me. Such prowess means the next club rests entirely on you." Wang Xingrui stepped calmly over fallen bodies and strode toward the exit. Wolfen gaped. "There's another one. Brother, enough's enough. Brawling on campus is hardly appropriate." Wang Xingrui boomed back, "Appropriate. Clubs like this deserve erasure. Next target, the Taekwondo club. Let's move." Their banter faded into the distance as they walked away. After they departed, Xiao Fong huddled in a corner, snatched her phone and dialed frantically, "Director Jiang. It's Xiao Fong. The student council has attacked our club. Our president and 34 members are injured." Taekwondo club. The dojang stretched wide and open, its floor polished hardwood. Rows of members lined both sides, exactly 300 strong. Wang Xingrui sat among them. They'd come to challenge the Taekwondo club. Wang Xingrui handled diplomacy, Wolfen combat. Now facing Wolfen stood Song Kai, the club's vice president. Song Kai was colossal, towering over Wolfen by nearly 2 heads, his frame matching Sun Mengming's sheer mass. An ironclad monolith, his dominance undeniable. Drawing from his boxing club experience, Wolfen struck first, lunging forward with a thunderous punch aimed at Song Kai's chest. When it landed with no effect, he whirled into a spinning kick, heel striking Song Kai's neck. Song Kai didn't budge. His gaze held only contempt. In one fluid motion, he seized Wolfen's ankle, before Wolfen could react, then roared, hurling him headlong toward the floor. Crash. Wood splintered beneath him. Song Kai brushed dust from his palms, turned to his president, and received a subtle nod of approval. Then the president frowned. Behind Song Kai, Wolfen struggled upright. Yet everyone saw his legs shaking violently, his body trembling, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. What came next? In a moment, an unimaginable scene unfolded. He unexpectedly knelt down, covering his face with his hands, and a sobbing sound came from behind his mask. Everyone in the dojo whispered to each other, exchanging glances. The vice president looked at the president, unsure of what to do in this situation. The opponent was a girl, surprisingly weak, making it inappropriate to continue attacking. The president, sitting at the front, wore an expressionless face as he gazed at Wang Xingrui, who appeared calm. He then scolded the vice president. "The outcome is still undecided. Why are you just standing there?" The vice president's expression was conflicted as he approached Wafan. "You are not my match. Concede. Concede. You don't hit the face. You made me disfigured. I'll make you pay." Filled with anger, Wafan stood up, leaping in fury. His knee struck the opponent's chest. The sudden attack caught Song Kai off guard, and he took the hit directly, stumbling backward several steps, his face turning red as he clutched his chest and began to cough uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Wafan charged at Song Kai, while Song Kai swung his leg towards Wafan like a whip. Wafan leaned back, keeping his upper body parallel to the ground as Song Kai's leg swept past him. Wafan quickly straightened up, maneuvering behind Song Kai while forcefully kicking at his knee joint. Song Kai immediately knelt on one knee as Wafan's hands reached out from behind, wrapping around his neck, his right hand gripping his left forearm like a lock, tightening it. Song Kai instantly felt difficulty breathing, his face turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, his body began to swell, growing taller, his hair rapidly sprouting until he transformed into a giant panda, black and white with a round figure. The arms covered in black fur grasped back, pulling Wafan in front of him. Among the 2 black spots, a pair of cute, lively eyes sparkled. Wafan met its gaze and felt no hostility. "Oh my, this creature is quite adorable." Wafan looked at the panda with affection, a growing impulse to hug it overtook his reason. At that moment, Wafan suddenly felt himself being thrown into the air, and as he fell, a cute, yet powerful black paw came rushing at him, resembling a ping-pong player serving. The sheer force sent Wafan flying crashing through the nearby wall, leaving a large imprint. Watching from the sidelines, Wang Xingrui shook his head, helplessly supporting his forehead. Idiot, how can you be distracted during a fight? No matter how cute it is, it's still a bear, and besides, it's in its beastly form with amplification. Wafan actually judged the panda by its appearance. Hey, Vice President, you really don't understand how to cherish the fairer sex. After all, she is a girl. Yeah, Vice President, releasing the beast form is a bit too much. The Taekwondo members began to jeer. On the surface, they blamed the Vice President, but the smugness on their faces couldn't be hidden. In beast form, the Vice President scratched his head awkwardly, looking both clumsy and adorable. He said to Wang Xingrui, I won this match. As per our agreement, you should provide us with the same treatment subsidies as the Student Council every month. The President gets 5 pounds of Super Beast Jerky, the Vice President 5 pounds of regular jerky, and each member 3 pounds of regular jerky. That's correct, right? That's right. If you lose, the Taekwondo club will disband. The outcome is quite clear now. Hurry, and take your companion. No. Wang Xingrui said calmly, you only sent my companion flying. He hasn't fainted or conceded. The outcome is still undecided. As he spoke, a figure crawled in from the other side of the wall, and Wafan's mask showed 2 prominent cracks. He stood up, brushing off the dirt from his body, scanning the surroundings before fixing his gaze on the Vice President. In the next moment, without any hesitation, Wafan charged at him. One punch followed another, one kick after another, elbow strikes and knee strikes were all unleashed. The Vice President did not fight back. He simply sat in shock, letting Wafan attack him. The thick layer of fat acted as his natural shield, and Wafan's strikes landed on him, as if hitting a sponge, proving ineffective. Meanwhile, the Vice President looked down at Wafan, astonished and wary. Just a moment ago, he had used 80% of his strength to send him flying. Even if she was the Student Council's beast form, with high amplification, taking that slap shouldn't allow him to stand up so quickly. The power of an ordinary bear's paw is enough to crush an adult into pieces. The Vice President's beast form is a super beast with a 75 amplification. Moreover, he had struck at Wafan's head. Could it be that this person's beast form inherently possesses strong, self-healing capabilities? It must be so. The Vice President raised his hand and swung it again towards Wafan. Wafan performed a backflip, easily dodging the attack. When he leaped again, his knee struck the panda's temple. Surely the fat on its head can't be as thick as that on its belly. The giant body staggered to the left, and as Song Kai stabilized himself, a pair of fists rushed towards him, growing larger. With a solid hit, the panda covered its eyes and roared in place. Apart from the head, the eyes are among the most vulnerable parts of the human body. The Vice President did not expect the opponent to use such underhanded tactics during the match. The others in the dojo also had grim expressions, their faces darkened. However, the next second, Wafan kicked toward. With a scream, the panda fell to the ground, curling up like a shrimp, eyes tightly shut, hands clutching its groin, twitching uncontrollably, its body shrinking back to human form. Vice President. Vice President. Vice President. The members of the dojo stood up, looking at the Vice President with concern, but none dared to step forward. Because the match had not ended and the President had not yet spoken. Song Kai, do you concede? The President looked coldly at the Vice President lying on the ground, shouting loudly. Song Kai took a few deep breaths, then summoned all his strength to reply, no. I won't concede. The President sighed in relief internally, but his expression remained stern. All right, the match continues. Wafan walked over to him and turned to look at Wang Xingrui. Why are you looking at me? We agreed that a match can only end if one side concedes or loses consciousness. She hasn't conceded yet. Don't forget how he treated you earlier, Wang Xingrui said. Wafan's gaze sharpened, and he kicked Song Kai's head fiercely with a powerful knee strike. Song Kai rolled on the ground a few times, lying in a star-shaped, blood continuously pouring from his mouth. The members of the Taekwondo club looked at their president with pleading eyes. The president gritted his teeth and said, Song Kai, concede. I won't hold it against you. Yeah, Vice President, concede. Right, they are from the Student Council. Losing to her isn't shameful. Vice President, the club members started to persuade him. Lying on the ground, Song Kai spoke in a very soft voice, blood bubbles continuously emerging from his mouth, mumbling, I want. Wafan raised his right foot high and then stomped down hard on his chest. Poof. Song Kai spewed blood again, staining the mask red. Watching Song Kai's eyes slowly close, finally rolling to the side, Wang Xingrui stood up and said, President, it seems we won this match. The president also stood up and approached Wang Xingrui, facing him directly, his eyes almost overflowing with killing intent. Yes, the Student Council has won. Please tell Sidu-che something for me. Wang Xingrui silently looked at him. The president continued, tell him to wait for me. In front of all the members of the Taekwondo club, I officially challenge him. The injuries and insults my brother suffered today, I will return them tenfold. I swear. I will relay your words, but please remember the Taekwondo club will not exist before you defeat our president. Wang Xingrui turned to Wafan and said, let's go. The members of the Taekwondo club quickly surrounded them, blocking their, let them go. The Taekwondo club president scolded angrily. But President, some members were still reluctant. We lost the match, do we have to lose our dignity too? The president admonished. The members lowered their heads and parted to create a path. Wang Xingrui and Wafan walked out calmly. In an alley 2 streets away from the Taekwondo club, Wang Xingrui and Wafan removed their masks, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. They didn't follow us, right? It seems not. Old Wang, when the president of the Taekwondo club approached you just now, I nearly peed myself. Ooh, I thought they were going to turn against us. What are you afraid of? Can't you take on 100 at once? Taking on 100 means dealing with rookies like those in the boxing club. If the Taekwondo club members all have strength like Song Kai, let alone taking on 100, even 2 against 1 would be difficult. Fortunately, the president of the Taekwondo club is a straightforward person. He said Onianon, and it was Onianon. Even when his members were almost beaten to death, he didn't intervene. If even a vice president is this strong, how powerful must the president be? If he joined the fight, we'd likely Hey, hold on tight. I suspect the teachers from the academy have already received news and are probably on their way here. Are they coming again? 2 clubs are enough, right? The boxing club and the Taekwondo club are both quite well known in the academy. How could the academy not take it seriously if these 2 clubs were shut down? Let's take on one last club. 3 is a safe bet. Alright then, which club shall we hit next? Let's go with the closest club to Wang Xingrui and his companions is the fencing club. Wang Xingrui and Wafan took a break in the alley for less than a minute before walking into the fencing club. Half an hour later, the 2 of them ran out like madmen with 3 swords sticking out of Wafan's body, their tips protruding from his chest. Immediately following, 7 individuals wielding swords rushed out of the fencing club, each with a fierce glint in their eyes, closely pursuing Wang Xingrui and Wafan. Damn, they have no sense of honor actually using weapons. No kidding, they are from the fencing club. On the street, people coming and going saw Wang Xingrui and Wafan rushing by and quickly stepped aside, avoiding them like venomous snakes. Why are these 2 students wearing masks? Why is one of them still alive with so many swords stuck in him? As bystanders processed these questions in their minds, they instinctively took a step back. For them, it was irrelevant who these masked individuals were or what they intended to do. What mattered was that they were dressed in student council uniforms and exuded a murderous aura. No one wanted to be unjustly accused of obstructing the student council's duties while out shopping. The student council uniforms worn by the 2 acted as a pass, allowing them to escape smoothly without hindrance. The fencing club did not enjoy such privileges. The crowd parted to create a path, quickly merging back together after the 2 passed through. The members of the fencing club were soon dispersed by the throng. Wang Xingrui and Wafan ran nearly 3 kilometers before finding a corner to hide. Wafan leaned on his knee with one hand and gestured to Wang Xingrui. I can't go on. You go ahead. Wang Xingrui glanced at Wafan, whose body was already soaked in blood and his lips were starting to turn pale. Each sword weighed over a pound. With 3 swords, that was over 3 pounds. Although 3 pounds isn't much for someone with a transformation ability, Wafan was essentially running while severely injured. Furthermore, the swords couldn't be pulled out. They had pierced through Wafan's body, blocking his blood vessels. If he were to pull them out, he might bleed to death on the way. Why don't you release your transformation? If Wafan transformed with his abnormal self-healing abilities, such wounds should be easily reparable. I can only transform once a day, and I already used it in the boxing club. You should go. My blood is trailing behind me. If they compare my blood with the academy's gene bank, they can easily identify me. As he spoke, Wafan started to cry pitifully. He had promised his parents to have a stable 5 years in university, yet here, he was facing expulsion after just 1 semester. Wang Xingrui ignored the strange looks from the people around him, glancing around and noticing 2 trash bins across the He then took off his jacket and wiped the blood off the sword stuck in Wafan's body, placing one of Wafan's hands on his shoulder and dragging him to the side of the trash bin. Get in. Big brother, you want me to hide in the trash bin? As the lid opened, a wave of sour and foul odor rushed at them. Wafan covered his nose in disgust and glanced inside. A gentleman may be killed, but must not be humiliated. I'd rather be caught then. Wang Xingrui, disregarding the strange looks from the crowd, lifted him and directly tossed him inside. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to be expelled, just listen to me. Wafan, looking conflicted, eventually squatted reluctantly inside the trash bin. Wang Xingrui said, he'll be back in an hour at most. Just hold on inside. Inside the trash bin, Wafan held his nose with one hand and gave an okay sign with the other. The trash bin could mask the bloody smell emanating from Wafan's body, while Wang Xingrui's clothes were stained with Wafan's blood, which should help divert the members of the fencing club. After closing the lid, Wang Xingrui took out his phone and made a call. As soon as the call connected, he spoke at lightning speed. I took down the fencing club, but left a trail of blood behind. If you don't want me expelled, clear it all up. After finishing, he hung up before waiting for a response and ran ahead. 7 individuals clad in fencing uniforms with swords at their waists raced down the street. In the bustling crowd, they saw people as mere obstacles. Before entering the throng, they anticipated everyone's next moves and determined the best course of action in their minds. The agility of the cats and their exceptional dynamic vision were fully displayed at this moment. The cats had a keen sense of smell, using it to track the direction in which Wang Xingrui and Wafan fled. 2 of the cats approached the trash bin, where a familiar scent abruptly vanished. The 2 cats jumped onto the trash bin, preparing to open the lid and investigate. Inside the trash bin, Wafan heard a thud from above, causing his heart to race. At that moment, a cat shouted. That bastard ran forward, quick chase after him. The two cats heeded the call, leaping off the trash bin to follow. Inside the bin, Wafan let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in the student council's disciplinary department, a first-year student walked into the minister's office where the vice-minister Tian Shun was dozing in a chair. Minister Tian, the first-year student called softly. Tian Shun, eyes closed, replied, "Speak if you have something to say." Minister, a student reported that someone attacked and damaged another club. Should we in the disciplinary department intervene? What's all the noise outside? Tian Shun irritably rubbed his forehead. Which club is the reporter from? The True Love Flower Club. Do we even have that club in our academy? Yes, there are only 3 members in total. The president is Sun Mingming from the second-year bug manipulation class A, along with one from class B and another from class E, both first-year students. The one coming to report today is President Sun Mingming. Hearing her name, Tian Shun opened his eyes. Just find some excuse to send her away, but do it politely. Interclub conflicts are tolerated by the academy. The disciplinary department is only responsible for maintaining order. As long as no one dies and the president hasn't said anything, let them beat, but it has nothing to do with us. The first-year student hesitated for a moment and placed a USB flash drive in front of Tian Shun. Minister, please take a look at this first. What is this? A video. What kind of video? The first-year student didn't answer him, inserting the USB into the computer and opening the video. Tian Shun glanced impatiently, but as the progress bar moved forward, his eyes widened in shock. The footage showed members of the student council destroying the True Love Flower Club. Tian Shun's expression turned grave as he closed the laptop. You haven't shown this to anyone else, have you? The first-year student lowered his head, feeling guilty and silent. Tian Shun took a deep breath. Who have you shown it to? Everyone in the disciplinary department has seen it. What a coincidence. After receiving the USB, this first-year student intended to preview the video to alleviate the minister's stress. If it was unimportant, he planned to refrain from reporting it. However, just as he opened the video, someone nearby asked to borrow a pen. The video volume happened to be at its maximum, and the person borrowing the pen was drawn in by the sound glancing over. Their eyes were instantly captivated by the content of the video, and as others noticed how engrossed he was, they gathered around one by one, and they didn't leave until the video ended, and then there was no more to say. Tian Shun raised his hand, wanting to strangle this idiot, causing the first-year student to flinch back. The vice minister grabbed the USB angrily and stormed towards the door. The first-year student stood frozen in place, and Tian Shun returned to kick him and shouted, "Why didn't you say anything about this sooner? What are you still standing there for? Go to the academic department immediately and find someone who knows about computers to come here." Yes. The first-year student hurriedly ran out of the office. Tian Shun made an effort to calm himself. Just as he was about to exit the office, the phone rang. "Hello, this is the disciplinary department office. Who is this?" "Director Jiang. Is there something wrong?" "What?" "Members of the student council are challenging other clubs." "All right, I'll handle it immediately." After hanging up, Tian Shun walked out of the office with a serious expression. Outside the office, members were gathered in small groups, discussing the content of the video. It was hard to believe that the student council, as the academy's enforcers, would attack other clubs. Within the academy, the two factions of clubs and the student council were meant to balance each other. This was the situation the school authorities wished to see. If the student council were the knife in the hands of the school, then the clubs were the sheath that restrained that knife. Interclub battles were relatively equal in status and strength. Conflicts between departments within the student council were also permitted. However, if the student council secretly suppressed the clubs, the nature of the situation would be completely different. The student council exists to maintain order in the academy, and if one faction becomes dominant, the entire system would collapse. The school authorities would not allow students to do this, let alone permit such trends to emerge. Tian Shun realized the severity of the matter at the first glance of the video. "Are you all done with nothing to do?" The vice minister casually said, "Emergency assembly, I have something to discuss." The members quickly lined up in formation within 10 seconds, standing neatly before Tian Shun. "You all must have heard about the video by now. You must be eager to know whether the content in the video is true and whether those in the video are members of the student council. In fact, I am currently more curious than you about who those people are. Every member of the student council is an elite, carefully selected through rigorous screening. Yet those in the video brazenly wore student council uniforms while still sporting hoods. I can only describe these individuals with one word: foolish. If they truly were members of our student council, I would like to see which fool admitted these idiots." Everyone laughed. The atmosphere became noticeably lighter. "Minister Tian, those people in the video cannot possibly be members of the student council. If they were, how could they leave such obvious evidence?" "Exactly, members of the student council are elite level. Not to mention leaving video evidence. How could they be foolish enough not to change their clothes? This is clearly a frame-up. And a very clumsy one at that." The members started to defend the student council, which was precisely what Tian Shun wanted to see. Tian Shun said, "If you believe those people in the video are not from the student council, then that means some fools are declaring war against the student council. I just received a call from Director Jiang 10 minutes ago. This group went to the boxing club and taekwondo club to challenge them and took down everyone, including the useless presidents of both clubs." "Huh, interesting. I think they must be prepared for expulsion." In that case, as the Vice Minister of the Disciplinary Department, I accept this challenge. I now declare that all members of the Disciplinary Department will mobilize. Within 2 hours, find and capture them. Any resistors can be violently suppressed. Is that clear? No. All the members shouted in unison, their voices deafening. The members of the Disciplinary Inspection Department released their avatars, quickly locking onto Wang Xingrue's approximate location based on scent, which was in the nearest department store to the administrative building. Wang Xingrue was wandering on the 3rd floor, having bought 2 bottles of nutrient solution, carrying some fruits and a bag with his mask removed and wearing a change of clothes. He glanced at the time on his phone. The people from the Disciplinary Inspection Department should be arriving soon. Standing at the edge of the 3rd floor, looking down, the flow of people in the mall was substantial, and the scents mixed together, making it truly difficult to find someone. The members of the fencing club were searching for their target like headless flies on the 1st and 2nd floors. When facing multiple forces, one must learn to use their strength against them. This is what his brother taught him. The tangled love and hatred between the fencing club and the Disciplinary Inspection Department would come to a conclusion today. After staying in the mall for 5 minutes and seeing members of the Disciplinary Inspection Department entering one after another, Wang Xingrue took the elevator down to the 1st floor. Meanwhile, the fencing club members were still on the upward escalator, dramatically missing each other. Fortunately, they were enemies. If they were lovers, such a cliché plot would have the screenwriter criticized to death. Outside the mall, a portion of the members from the Disciplinary Inspection Department were patrolling nearby, and the number of personnel deployed was significantly more than Wang Xingrue had anticipated. Wang Xingrue passed expressionlessly in front of several members of the Disciplinary Inspection Department. That kid Fan should be near his breaking point. He needed to hurry back. Half an hour later, Wang Xingrue rushed back to the previous street and kicked a trash can. The crisis is averted. Come out. No response came from the trash can. Could it be that he fainted? Wang Xingrue opened the lid and found nothing but a foul stench. He opened another trash can, and it was empty as well. As he pondered in confusion, he inadvertently caught sight of a garbage truck turning at the intersection ahead. Wang Xingrue suddenly changed his expression. Oh no, this is bad. He hurriedly chased after it. The streets within the academy were crisscrossed, and the garbage truck sped past, creating a breeze that made the girls on both sides of the road scream while covering their skirts, which were blown up by the wind. In a sports car, a girl wearing a sexy strap dress and heavy makeup leaned against the car door, feeling the breeze, and shouted, "Darling, your co-pilot seat is so thrilling and handsome." Of course. Suddenly, a garbage truck sped past in front of the girl, followed closely by a figure. After a few seconds of being shocked, she complained to her boyfriend beside her, "Baby, can you drive a little faster? The garbage truck is already passing you." Her boyfriend leaned against the car window, running his hand through his hair, and said, "In this academy, there is only one student who can ignore all the rules, and that person is President Situ. Most people, apart from the academy rules, also need to follow some unwritten regulations. You just came to the academy, and there are many things you don't understand. Remember, among the many unwritten rules, there is one called the 3 No's. Do not speak ill of President Situ in front of women, do not resist the orders of the Disciplinary Inspection Department, and do not race against the garbage truck." I see I can understand the first 2, but what the heck is racing against a garbage truck? Have you noticed that in such a large academy there is only one garbage truck? It does seem that way. Why? A garbage truck costs only around 10,000. The academy shouldn't be short on money. 6 years ago, there were indeed 8 garbage trucks distributed across various areas of the academy until that person showed up. That person, Shenhua, who used to be a student at our academy. Technically, he is our senior. It is said that his dream was to become a race car driver, but in this day and age, everyone runs faster than cars, and with ride-sharing services, racing has gradually fallen out of favor. He participated in the last Level 2 Formula Racing Championship and won, after which racing was completely abolished. Senior Shenhua always maintained his initial dream of becoming a race car driver, and his avatar was the Twilight Dragonfly, with dynamic vision that ranks among the best of all avatar types. With top-notch driving skills and superior dynamic vision, he completed a job that originally took 8 garbage trucks half a day in just 2 hours. Because of his appearance, the other 7 left their jobs. But isn't it too dangerous for a garbage truck to drive at that speed in the academy? That's precisely what makes him admirable. He has been in the academy for 6 years, completing the daily task of cleaning all the trash cans in the academy ahead of schedule. Most importantly, up until now, he has not had a single traffic accident. In my opinion, his driving skills are unparalleled. He is someone who truly understands cars. Wow, hearing you say that, it really makes Senior Shenhua seem impressive. Many students with leopard avatars in our academy have challenged him, and they all lost to him by at least 3 seconds. If that's the case, then that person must be here to challenge Senior Shenhua. That person. The man looked puzzled, following his girlfriend's gaze, and saw a figure closely chasing after the garbage truck, the gap between them widening. The man widened his eyes. Seriously, he was just joking, yet someone is really chasing after the back of the truck. It should be. Wang Xingrue was unable to keep up and had to stop, bending over and gasping for breath. Damn it, is this really the speed a garbage truck should have in an academy? A blue convertible pulled up beside him, and the driver took off his glasses, looking at him with enthusiasm. "Bro, you're a real man. I admire you. Strange, you look so familiar. Whatever, it's not important. Don't give up." Saying that, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. What a lunatic. Wang Xingrui rested for a few seconds, and then in despair chased after the direction the garbage truck had left. After running for 15 minutes, he finally spotted the garbage truck again, which was cleaning 2 trash cans, one red and one green, by the roadside. A mechanical arm slowly extended from the back of the truck, grasping the 2 trash cans. At the same time, a figure covered in filth, unrecognizable in appearance, crawled out from the rear compartment. Wang Xingrui exclaimed in surprise, "What fan?" The figure slowly turned its head towards Wang Xingrui. Just as he was about to wave hello, before he could even utter the words help, the 2 trash cans toppled over, burying him once more, and the mechanical arm slowly retracted. Wang Xingrui's expression instantly froze, and he hurriedly quickened his pace. However, just as he was about to reach the garbage truck, he heard the sound of the tires grinding against the pavement at high speed, and in the blink of an eye it disappeared from Wang Xingrui's sight, leaving behind a cloud of dust and exhaust. What? It left again. So close. Just a bit more. Wang Xingrui was so angry he wanted to kill. Damn it, if this continued, both of them would be done for. Wang Xingrui began to recall the routes of the academy. This was Xuanhua Street. There should be a shortcut, and then he ran towards a narrow alley. Before long, Wang Xingrui rushed out from another road, breathless, leaning beside a trash can. Seeing the garbage truck speeding towards him from 2 streets away, Wang Xingrui waved his arms incessantly. However, the garbage truck seemed to be avoiding him, but before it could reach him, it suddenly turned at an intersection in front of him. Wang Xingrui watched helplessly as the garbage truck slipped away right in front of him, on the verge of a breakdown. How could this happen? Why didn't it go straight? Why did it turn halfway? Why? Damn it, cursed garbage truck, don't let me catch up to you. Wang Xingrui shouted in anger and sprinted after it, leaving behind a figure filled with fervor. Wang Xingrui chased the garbage truck to the waste treatment plant, which served as both the starting point and the destination. The driver Shen Kuo opened the door, stepped out of the vehicle, put on his glasses that were clipped to his chest, and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, a freshman, huh? You were the first one to keep up with my speed without releasing your avatar." Wang Xingrui's face darkened, and he remained silent as he approached Shen Kuo. Gradually, he quickened his pace, and, "I'll deal with your mother." Before Shen Kuo could react, Wang Xingrui's fist already collided with his face. "Wait, kid, what are you doing? Let's talk it out. You can't afford to lose, can you?" Wang Xingrui's fists did not stop. Shen Kuo raised his arms to guard his head, his eyes bulging out, taking up a large portion of his head. His body began to transform. 2 additional arms sprouted from his waist, his legs merged into one, and 2 pairs of wings burst forth from his back, tearing through his clothes, vibrating rapidly. His dragonfly avatar was fully released, hovering high in the sky. Wang Xingrui looked up at him for a few seconds before turning around and boarding the garbage truck. The keys were still in the ignition, and next to the seat were 2 control levers. Wang Xingrui didn't know their function, so he started the garbage truck and pushed both levers forward. The rear compartment opened, and a mechanical arm extended out. The compartment tilted at an increasing angle, releasing a foul stench as garbage flowed out, forming a mound nearly as tall as a small hill. The area was instantly filled with a nauseating odor, and Wafan was stuck at the top of the mound, motionless. The dragonfly descended to the ground, returning to human form, shocked as he looked at Wafan. "What's going on? How could there be a person in the truck?" Shen Kuo seemed to have an inkling of what was happening. Wang Xingrui quickly held back his disgust and pulled Wafan out of the garbage heap. Wafan was already unconscious, but fortunately the mask was still on. He checked for Wafan's breath. There was still some. Your friend is seriously injured. Let me take you both to the hospital," said the sanitation worker Shen Kuo, looking apologetically at Wafan, who had 3 swords stuck in him. Wang Xingrui did not respond. He was contemplating how to deal with Shen Kuo, this unexpected factor. What he and Wafan had done would soon spread throughout the academy. If he reported them to the student council, it would be a big trouble. Although he couldn't see his own face, he could hear his own voice. Of course, Shen Kuo might not want to cause trouble and might not report them. But as it concerned whether Wafan and Sun Mingming could continue staying in the academy, Wang Xingrui did not like to place his hopes on others. Looking around, he noticed only one camera near the main gate pointing outward, likely unable to capture anything inside. What if he resolved this here? Shen Kuo looked at Wang Xingrui in disbelief, sensing the killing intent emanating from him. "Are you planning to kill me? It can't be, can it, Junior?" Wang Xingrui frowned, realizing he had lost control and exposed himself. But why wasn't he running away? Was he confident in his own strength? It made sense. He was of the insect curse system. If it came to a life and death struggle, Wang Xingrui might not be his Junior, I have no idea when your friend got into my garbage truck. This matter has nothing to do with me. Our priority now should be to take your friend to the hospital. He seems quite injured. Wang Xingrui's killing intent dissipated as he coldly replied, "We are from the student council directly under President Situ. We were executing a secret mission and my companion accidentally fell into your garbage truck. I was too impulsive just now, please forgive me." Shen Kuo said, bewildered. "It's fine, I also made a mistake. I thought you came to challenge me to a race, so I tried to shake you off. Sorry. Wang Xingrui forced a smile, but upon hearing Shen Kuo's words, a vein popped on his forehead. He suppressed his anger and said, "Today our task is to capture 2 students disturbing the academy's order, but due to your interference our work has been unexpectedly interrupted. Our work is confidential, and if leaked it could cause unnecessary disturbances. Therefore, considering the safety of the academy, please sign a non-disclosure agreement with me. Shen Kuo didn't think twice. All right, no problem. Shen Kuo went to the waste treatment plant office to fetch an A4 sheet. Wang Xingrui drafted an agreement which wasn't formatted correctly, but essentially stated that Shen Kuo guaranteed not to disclose what he saw and heard during his encounter with the student council today to any third party. If he violated this, he would bear full responsibility for any losses incurred by the school, and he had Shen Kuo stamp it with his handprint. Wang Xingrui glanced over the agreement. So his name was Shen Kuo. He was quite honest. Thank you for your cooperation. I apologize for causing you trouble at work. Wang Xingrui put away the agreement and, trying to adopt an official tone, said, No, I should be the one apologizing. Before Shen Kuo could finish, Wang Xingrui hoisted Wafan and straightforwardly said goodbye. Oh, okay. After they left, Shen Kuo felt something was off. Since their work was confidential, why did they disclose their work? They must have overlooked it. Shen Kuo smiled and shook his head. Young people still needed more tempering. Wang Xingrui carried Wafan to a bathhouse first, and apart from the staff and front desk, everyone else avoided them. Wang Xingrui slammed his residency permit on the front desk. We want to take a shower. In the mall, the disciplinary committee and the fencing club's two groups encountered each other. They stood at a distance, neither side advancing, and the atmosphere was very tense. Minister Tian, bringing so many people to the mall, it seems your disciplinary committee is quite idle, said the leader of the. We received a notice that 2 students impersonating members of the student council are disturbing the academy's order. We have been tracking them here. Please step aside and do not hinder us in executing our duties. What a coincidence, those 2 students came to our club to challenge us, but their skills were truly subpar. They ran away as soon as they couldn't win. We've been pursuing them all along. Please watch your wording. Those 2 are not members of the student council, otherwise they wouldn't lose to you. What did you say? The other 6 members of the fencing club suddenly flared with anger, each gripping their sword handles, hinting at a trend towards violence. On the other hand, the disciplinary committee remained calm with smirks on their faces, convinced the fencing club members were just posturing and wouldn't dare to actually fight. In terms of identity, they were members of the student council. In terms of strength, they were all from Class A. In terms of numbers, the fencing club had only 7 members, while they had 23, more than 3 times that of the fencing club. The disparity was evident. In fact, the 7 members of the fencing club did not engage. Suddenly, a student from the fencing club raised an eyebrow. Minister Tian, I would like to ask you, we've been tracking those 2 all the way to the mall, just about to catch them, and instead we ran into you blocking our way. Can you explain that? What do you mean? Tian Shun looked expressionlessly at the speaker. I mean nothing. I will report this to the department head. You need to clarify if you are genuinely apprehending people or just pretending to apprehend while providing cover for them. You know in your heart what's going on. When the department head talks to you, I hope you can still be as tough as you are now. Let's go. Tian Shun frowned, his face cold. A member beside him whispered, Minister, it seems we've taken the blame for others. Tian Shun gritted his teeth and scolded word by word. Of course, why do you think I need you to say that? This time he had underestimated his opponent, not expecting even the disciplinary committee to be part of their scheme. The dirty water splashed on the student council before was already disgusting enough, and now it had happened again. If the minister finds out about this, he would be in deep trouble. Minister Tian, what should we do? What else can we do? Everyone, I don't care what methods you use, you must capture those 2 today. Yes, the group replied in unison. Then Tian Shun rolled his eyes and dialed the student council president's phone number. President, hello, I am Tian Shun from the disciplinary committee. Yes, hello? What's the matter? It's like this, we had some misunderstandings with the fencing club. Tian Shun then recounted everything that happened in the mall, and after finishing, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. President, our minister is not here. I really had no choice but to disturb you. President, are you still there? Are you sure those 2 are not from the disciplinary committee? I'm sure. All members of our department are with me to catch people, not one less, not one more. In that case, you can return the favor with their own methods. Tian Shun's eyes lit up. Understood, thank you for the guidance, President. He smiled slightly and pressed the recording button. Tian Shun had thought of the method of returning the favor with their own methods, but he needed to make this call to have the This way he could not only leave a good impression on the president, but if the school pursued the matter later, he could clear himself with the recording and leave a backdoor for himself. Just after hanging up the phone, it rang again. Tian Shun looked at the caller ID. It was the department head. Just what he feared had come true. Clearing his throat, he answered the call. Hello, director, what's the matter? You should know why I'm looking for you. The cold voice of the department head came from the phone. Yes, our department had a small misunderstanding with the fencing club. The fencing club members said they would report me to you, and I didn't expect it to actually alarm you. Director, please let me explain. It was a misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding. After receiving your notice, we immediately went to catch people, and you know that we tracked them all the way to the mall, just about to catch those 2, but we were blocked by the fencing club. The people ran away, and the fencing club said they wanted to catch them, but who knows if they genuinely wanted to catch them, or just pretended to catch them to provide cover for those 2. So you suspect those 2 are from the fencing club? Director, there are cameras all over the mall. You can send someone to check the surveillance. Although he didn't know who those 2 were, he could assure the director that they were definitely not members of the disciplinary committee. On the other side of the phone, there was a long silence. I will send someone to verify your allegations. For now, you all come to my office. All right, director, we're on our way. After hanging up the phone, Tian Shun frowned as things had become troublesome. In the bathhouse, Wang Xingrui poured a bottle of high-grade nutritional liquid into a fan. His face regained some color, and the wounds on his body began to heal at a visible speed. To prevent the Discipline Inspection Department and the Fencing Society from tracking them down, by scent, Wang Xingrui pulled out the 3 swords from a fan, washing them along with the clothes and mask several times. The swords gleamed brightly, but no matter how hard he scrubbed, he could not rid the clothes of the sour smell and the stench of blood. At this point, there was no option left but to seek external help. He dialed Sun Mingming's number. "Hey Mingming, there's no time to explain the details. Wafan and I are currently at Mirage. Oh, and buy 2 more bottles of nutritional liquid on your way." Just after Wang Xingrui hung up, Sun Mingming's sturdy figure appeared in front of him within 5 seconds. Such speed is truly impressive, Wang Xingrui exclaimed in astonishment. Sun Mingming looked at Wafan and asked, "Is he okay? As long as he has enough nutritional liquid, he won't die." "I'm sorry." Sun Mingming lowered his head, looking regretful, and squeezed the 2 bottles of nutritional liquid in his hands until they burst. In the next moment, Sun Mingming vanished from his spot, and 2 seconds later he reappeared with 2 new bottles of nutritional liquid, clearly having bought them again. Wang Xingrui couldn't help but wonder if Sun Mingming paid for the nutritional liquid. Sun Mingming remained silent as Wang Xingrui snapped back to reality, immediately shoving the closed mask and 3 swords into his hands. "Do you know where Situchi's residence is?" "I do." "With your speed, can you deliver these items to Situchi's room without being noticed?" "I can." "Great, then be careful." Sun Mingming vanished again, and their conversation was that simple and straightforward. Wang Xingrui stood dazed for a long time. Possessing a prehistoric avatar, he surprisingly felt a hint of envy towards Sun Mingming. Could such extreme speed be so impressive? In the office of the department head, Tian Shun and the bruised president of the Fencing Society stood behind the department head, watching the video on the computer. The video showed footage from the mall surveillance cameras. From the content, it was indeed as Tian Shun described. Members of the Fencing Society suddenly appeared, blocking the people from the Discipline Inspection Department. However, the president of the Fencing Society wasn't wrong either. Both sides merely explained the incident from their own perspectives. So which side was providing cover for those 2 individuals? Or were those 2 individuals who attacked deliberately guiding the Fencing Society and the Discipline Inspection Department to cross paths? The department head stared intently at the video, hoping to find some clue. "Director, is it possible that both the Discipline Inspection Department and the Fencing Society were used?" Tian Shun hinted from the side. "The video cannot prove that you are accomplices of those 2, but you also cannot prove that you are not. From now on, all activities and powers of the Discipline Inspection Department and the Fencing Society are suspended until those 2 individuals are captured. Director, this is not acceptable. If you suspend the powers of the Discipline Inspection Department, who will maintain order at the academy and who will capture the culprits?" "I have not revoked your powers." "Have you caught the culprits?" The department head replied coldly. Then the department head took out a bottle filled with bright red soil. "This is the blood collected by the Fencing Society from the culprits. Do you have anything substantial from your Discipline Inspection Department?" Tian Shun glanced at the bottle on the table. Even if he didn't look at the president of the Fencing Society, he could imagine the smug expression on his face. Tian Shun didn't question whether the blood in the bottle belonged to the culprits. Since they dared to present it, it was highly likely to be genuine. Arguing further would only give them the chance to slap him in the face. He picked up the bottle casually, opened the cap, and sniffed it, saying no. "Then there's no need to say more. I will personally deliver the contents of this bottle to the Academy's gene bank for comparison. If you 2 want to clear your department's suspicions, you better behave for a while. You may leave." The decisive style was consistent with the Iron Lady. "Director, one of my members injured one of the culprits during the fight, and that person was carrying a sword from our member, 3 in total. I hope this clue helps you." Tian Shun and the president of the Fencing Society left the office. Outside the door, the president of the Fencing Society began to mock Tian Shun. "I never expected the Discipline Inspection Department to have its day. It feels awful to lose favor, doesn't it? Are you provoking me?" Tian Shun walked up to the president of the Fencing Society, his tone clearly threatening. "The director's punishment is nothing to consider it a vacation. You better pray those 2 fools are not from the Fencing Society, or it'll ensure that every member's files are stained with a dark mark." After saying that, Tian Shun forcefully brushed past the president of the Fencing Society. "Who are you trying to scare? A deputy minister means nothing." The president of the Fencing Society shot Tian Shun a cold glance and turned to leave the office building. Tian Shun led a group of people to the base of the student dormitory. Back in the office, he deliberately opened the bottle just to memorize the scent of the culprit's blood. How ridiculous! In this day and age, one still needs to perform DNA comparisons to track culprits. His avatar was a marsupial, enhancing his sense of smell by 81, making him one of the best-smelling animals in the world, though he had weak attack power. Thus, Tian Shun generally took on the role of a tracker within the Discipline Inspection Department. At the moment he opened the bottle and caught the scent of blood, he immediately memorized it in his mind and quietly led the others to follow the scent, only to be astonished to discover that the culprits were hiding in the student dormitory. Those culprits were incredibly bold to cause such a big incident and then hide in a crowded place. Did they think they could hide in plain sight? Unfortunately, their cleverness led to their downfall. To prevent any injuries to other students during the capture of the culprits, Tian Shun instructed the members of the Discipline Inspection Department, "Behind him, you two go, clear out the students in this dormitory room by room, leaving only the third floor. Remember, don't make too much noise. Minister Tian Director Jiang Fei has already revoked our powers. If we act on our own, won't that violate the disgrace of the Discipline Inspection Department must be cleared by us. Are you expecting that bunch of misfits from the fencing society to clear our name?" "Of course not," the student hurriedly denied. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up." "Yes." Two members of the Discipline Inspection Department entered the dormitory, and soon students began to come out one by one from the building, leaving all floors empty except for the third. Tian Shen led the group to the third floor, following the scent, as an uneasy premonition crept into his heart. Because ahead lay the dormitory of President Situ, from which a faint stench of blood was emanating. Tian Shun was almost certain that the culprit was inside, but he dared not knock on the door. How would he explain himself? "President Situ, we're here to capture the culprit. Sorry, but I need to check your dorm." Damn, just thinking about it made his legs tremble. He never expected this matter could involve President Situ. Minister Yuan was currently absent from the academy. If this incident escalated to the level of the president, the situation could become irreparable. If it turned out that President Situ was wronged, given his influence at the academy, Tian Shun's days at the academy would be over. Not everyone had the courage of Wang Xingrui to be reckless. Tian Shun cursed inwardly. The current situation was something he, as a mere deputy minister, could not resolve. Reluctantly, he took out his phone again and dialed a number, but this time it wasn't Lin Riyao, it was someone else. Everyone at the academy knew about the relationship between Situ Che and Lin Riyao. To investigate Situ Che, he would have to bypass her first. A few seconds later, the call connected. 10 minutes ago. After the teams from the Discipline Inspection Department and the Fencing Society left the office, the department head opened the window holding the bottle filled with blood-soaked soil and leaped out, growing a pair of blue-green wings as her body rapidly descended while the rest of her form retained its human appearance. Just as she was about to fly toward the blood testing center, a shadow grew larger in her vision. Upon recognizing the face of the figure, disbelief washed over her face. "It's you. Sleep now." The ominous voice rang in her ears, and the director's head suddenly felt heavy. As she closed her eyes, her avatar disappeared, and her body fell rapidly. The figure caught the director just in time, gently lowering her back to the ground, whispering in her ear, "Someone has stolen your evidence, but you don't remember what he looks like, only that he is from the flight department." In the teacher's dormitory, the department head's room, the dean stood by the bed, gently shaking her body, with a look of concern in his eyes. The department head woke up, hazily confused. "Dean, are you feeling all right? If something feels off, quickly go to the hospital." "I'm fine. Recently, some students have been causing trouble under the guise of the student council. I obtained the DNA of the culprit and was about to send it to the blood testing center for genetic comparison. Strange, how did I end up here? By the way, where's the bottle?" "Where's my bottle?" The dean replied, "No need to worry as long as you are fine." Standing behind the dean, teacher Chu Imo said, "Sister Jiang, I was in class when I suddenly received an anonymous message saying you were attacked and lying in the dormitory. That's why I rushed over with the dean. Are you feeling any unusual symptoms? Did anyone take advantage of you?" Jiang Fei hurriedly lifted the blanket to take a look, and upon seeing that she was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm okay." "Did you see who attacked you?" Jiang Fei shook her head. "The opponent was too fast. The only thing I can confirm is that their avatar is also from the flight department." The dean pondered for a moment. "Little Jiang, you don't need to worry about this matter. Just rest for a while. I've heard about the academy's situation, and I will have other teachers handle it." "I'm sorry, Dean, for causing you trouble. The academy isn't just yours. As the dean, I bear the primary responsibility for any issues that arise. Furthermore, you as a teacher at the academy were attacked right under my nose. I will definitely provide you with an explanation for this matter." Pausing for a moment, the dean pretended to be angry. "What's wrong? Do you think I'm getting old and unable to handle the position?" "Dean, that's not what I meant." Seeing Jiang Fei's flustered expression, Chu Imo couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Fei noticed Chu Mo's reaction and felt relieved, showing a gentle smile. Only when there were no students around did she dare to relax. "All right, focus on your recovery. We won't disturb you any longer. Chu Imo, stay behind to take care of little Jiang." After the dean left, Chu Imo sat on the edge of the bed and said, "Sister Jiang, you push yourself too hard. If it's just sending something to the hospital, couldn't you have asked the student council to do it? There's no need to do everything yourself. This concerns the innocence of 2 students. I can't be careless. Thankfully, I delivered it myself, and they know I'm a teacher, so they wouldn't dare do anything to me. If I had let a student deliver it, who knows what chaos could have ensued." Jiang Fei said with lingering fear. Students these days are truly increasingly difficult to manage. Just then the phone rang. Chu Imo handed the phone to Jiang Fei. "Hello, who is it?" "Director, it's me, Tian Shun." "Tian Shun, what is it?" "Director, we've found the hiding place of the culprits, but we need your permission to search." "Tian Shun, I have already revoked the disciplinary committee's authority. Why did you act independently?" "Director, as members of the disciplinary committee, we could not stand idly by while the students' interests were being harmed. As long as we can protect the academy's interests and preserve the student council's image, once this matter is resolved, we are willing to accept any punishment." Tian Shun spoke with righteous words, every sentence invoking the academy's welfare, yet inside his heart, he was anxious. Where is the perpetrator hiding? After a few seconds of silence, the department head's cold voice came over the phone. Tian-shin brightened for a moment, then hesitated and said, "The perpetrator's hideout should be in Situ-chi's dormitory." "Tian-shin, do you know what you are saying? The influence Situ-chi wields in the academy is obvious without my point." "I know. He'll ask you only one question. Can you be certain the perpetrator is in Situ-chi's room?" The question was being passed back to him. No wonder the director was not easily fooled. Yes or no? This question was pivotal. He might stake everything on his answer had he truly prepared himself to stand opposed to Situ-chi. Tian-shun felt a tight knot in his chest, a pressure greater than even when facing Lin Ruiyao. "Minister Tian, what are you doing blocking my doorstep?" A gentle voice suddenly rose from behind. Tian-shun and the other disciplinary committee members spun around to find Situ-chi standing there with a smiling face. Cold sweat broke out on their brows as they instantly braced for confrontation. Situ-chi strolled through the crowd with casual composure, approached Tian-shun, produced a key, turned, and opened the door. "If there is something to discuss, come in." His tone was so matter-of-fact it might have been welcoming a guest into his own home. Tian-shun's throat bobbed involuntarily. His phone was still on. When the department head heard Situ-chi's voice, he listened to the situation on that end and fell silent. Taking his phone inside might alert Situ-chi, so Tian-shun handed it to a keen-looking committee member. "You wait outside. If anything goes wrong, communicate with the department head at once." "Yes." The group nodded heavily, wearing expressions of "Minister Tian, go and do what you must." With trepidation, Tian-shun followed Situ-chi into the suite. The president's residence had 3 bedrooms and a living room with close relatives permitted to live there. Because Situ-chi's family was well off and never visited him at the academy, 2 of the rooms remained vacant. The moment Tian-shun stepped into Situ-chi's bedroom, a sour stench and the metallic tang of blood assaulted his nostrils. His face stayed composed, but inwardly he exulted. It was indeed him. He had wagered correctly. No words could convey Tian-shun's exhilaration. Now if he could only smuggle the evidence out, Situ-chi would be finished. Situ-chi smelled the foul odor too. His brow twitched. Following it to the bedroom, he found 2 black plastic bags under the bed. Opening one, he smiled and turned to Tian-shun. "The disciplinary committee put on such a show at my doorstep to find this, did they, eh? Minister Tian, if I say I am being framed, would you believe me?" Tian-shun countered calmly. "President Situ-chi, if our positions were reversed, would you believe it?" Situ-chi laughed. "No. President Situ-chi, please hand over the evidence. If you are truly innocent, I trust the academy will vindicate you." Situ-chi pinched his chin, considered, and gave Tian-shun a chilling reply. "If I kill you now, do you think I could escape?" At those words, Tian-shun's muscles tightened. Forcing his fracturing composure into a smile, he said, "President Situ-chi, assaulting a club at worst breaches academy regulations, but murder violates the law. Consider which is graver. Do not deceive yourself. Don't be afraid, it was just a joke. They'll come with you, but first I need to take a shower and change clothes. I was just exercising and broke out in a sweat. It's unbearable." "No problem." Even if Situ-chi wanted to flee, Tian-shun could not stop him, so he resolved to go along. Situ-chi tossed the black plastic bags to Tian-shun and turned to enter the bathroom. Tian-shun hurriedly opened a bag. A wave of putrid stench hit him. Inside were 2 student council uniforms, one still reeking of blood, and 3 gleaming swords. Soon Situ-chi emerged from the bathroom, shrugged off his robe, and donned a white suit. Before the dressing mirror, he straightened his collar and spritzed himself twice with the perfume on the vanity. "All set, let's go." Situ-chi opened the door and left. Whether Tian-shun's imagination or not, he saw a flicker of excitement in Situ-chi's eyes, the same anticipation a child shows before an outing to the amusement park. At every moment, Situ-chi maintained a celebratory smile, as if any problem before him could be effortless. That was in fact true. Even holding the incriminating evidence against Situ-chi, Tian-shun still lacked the assurance that he could bring him down. He always resolved issues to near perfection. Tian-shun looked at the man before him with fear, disgust, and a begrudging admiration. Outside the dormitory, the disciplinary committee members stood in formation, ready for action. When Situ-chi stepped out, they treated him as an imminent threat and immediately unleashed their manifestations. One by one, insectal beasts crawled low, their fur bristling, baring teeth, and emitting muffled roars, poised to attack Situ-chi at any moment. After all this, was President Situ someone capable of defeating third-year students? Their tension was not unfounded. In truth, they still found it unreal that they had dared to move against the president. Situ-chi scanned the scene and smiled. "Why so tense? I know the disciplinary committee's procedures. Until the tribunal renders a verdict, I still retain my student status and rights. Oh, I am still your vice president, am I not?" The beasts glanced at one another. A katydid-like creature, its 2 green eyes wide, asked, "Where's our Minister Tian?" Situ-chi smiled without answering and fixed his gaze on that creature. The katydid's jade-green eyes flickered with timidity, and it took a step back. At that moment, Minister Tian stepped out of the dormitory. "Put your manifestations away." Seeing the minister, everyone relaxed and reverted to human form. Situ-chi said, "You should have notified the department head. Don't keep him waiting." Tian-shun handed the black plastic bags to a member. "Safeguard the evidence." "Yes." On the other end of the line, department head Jiang Fei judged the situation at the dormitory by voice. Only after learning that Situ Che had been apprehended did she hang up with some relief. The next step was to try Situ Che in the tribunal. Opening the tribunal required a department head to be present. It seemed there would be no rest today. Outside the dormitory, Tian Shun walked beside Situ Che with the disciplinary committee behind them. At first glance, it still looked as if Situ Che were the leader. Surveying the layout outside, Situ Che warned, "To apprehend me, you'd need the dean to act. His office is at least 2 minutes away. You are too few. At least double your number. When you move, divide into 3 waves, each of 5-person squads attacking in sequence. Only then might you restrain me. This time I cooperate willingly. Next time, if the perpetrator matches my level, you cannot expect them to stand there and be a..." Tian Shun forced a bitter smile. There's no choice. The disciplinary committee is a high-risk division of the student council. Minister Yuan's standards are exacting. Only the best, they recruit merely 8 people each year. So apart from Minister Yuan, every member of the committee is here, including the freshman rookies. Moreover, a perpetrator of your caliber could not be matched by another in the whole academy. Situ Che looked toward the meek Yinpatian in the crowd. Such a fat fellow could join the disciplinary committee. Minister Yuan's standards were indeed strict. If your department lacks personnel, you can draw from other departments. Oh, I had forgotten your committee has offended the other departments so completely that I doubt anyone would be willing to help you. Situ Che showed no sense of being a suspect. He continued to critique the committee's personnel deployment. Under his lead, the balance of status between them quietly shifted. President's office. Xia Qing reported Situ Che's capture to Lin Ruiyao. What did you say? Tian Shun arrested Che. Who gave him the nerve to arrest someone without my approval? Lin Ruiyao slammed the desk and shouted. Tian Shun contacted Director Zhang Fei directly. They're already rushing to the tribunal. Lin Ruiyao paced the office. After a moment's reflection, she said to Xia Qing, handle the student council affairs for me. I'm going out. All right. Lin Ruiyao hurriedly left the office, and by the time she arrived at the courtroom, the trial had already begun. The department head Zhang Fei sat at the main judging table, while the class teacher Chu Mo occupied the secondary judging table. In the center below, Situ Che stood within a square enclosure. Lin Ruiyao quietly sat at the back of the jury, nervously watching Situ Che. Originally, she only wanted to teach Wang Xingrui a lesson. How did things escalate to this point? The department head spoke. According to the investigation by the disciplinary committee, Situ Che, as the vice president of the student council, abused his power by instigating students to provoke and assault members of the boxing club, taekwondo club, and fencing club, severely injuring their president and disrupting the order of the academy. Regarding the above accusations, Situ Che, do you have anything to say? I was framed, Situ Che replied calmly. Director, due to his injuries, Situ Che was in the school hospital during the attacks on the 3 clubs and did not communicate with anyone. We have surveillance footage from the hospital as evidence, so it is impossible for the vice president to be involved in the students' actions. Situ Che's defense attorney spoke up. The video was played on the big screen showing Situ Che quietly reading in the room, occasionally standing to look out the window. The hospital nurses would deliver meals on time, simply placing the food in front of Situ Che, casting a reluctant glance at him before leaving with satisfaction. Throughout the video, Situ Che displayed no suspicious behavior. Watching the footage, Situ Che's face showed no signs of joy. He only felt that his defender was a fool. To prove my innocence, they actually fabricated evidence. The fake cannot become real, and the real cannot become fake. No matter how realistic the video is, there cannot be 0 flaws. Such actions would only backfire. Just as Situ Che's thoughts began, he heard the opposing attorney say, Director, this video is fake. After Situ Che was hospitalized, Lin Ruiyao visited him, yet this video shows no trace of Lin Ruiyao. Therefore, I believe it is necessary to request technical personnel to verify this video. Department head Zhang Fei frowned, agreed. Indeed, after verification by the technical staff, it was proven that the video was fake. Lin Ruiyao looked at Situ Che's defense attorney in shock and anger, while the attorney sat calmly in his place. She immediately realized that the other party's reaction was suspicious. Someone wanted to take down Situ Che using this incident, and that defense attorney was likely intentionally arranged. She looked over at Minister Tian, who appeared innocent. Lin Ruoyo's face turned cold as she thought that damned thing. The department head coldly stated, the video is fabricated. This evidence is invalid. Disciplinary Committee Minister Tian, do you have anything to say? Tian Shun replied. I believe that Situ Che edited the video to cover up the truth. The Disciplinary Committee retains the accusations against Situ Che. However, if Situ Che can identify the mastermind behind the scenes, the committee is willing to drop the charges against him. Minister Tian's meaning was clear. It was just short of saying Lin Ruiyao is the mastermind. As long as you expose her, I will let you off the hook. The moment those words were spoken, Situ Che glanced around, his gaze lingering for a moment in one direction before looking elsewhere. She indeed has arrived. Right now, she must be feeling guilty and distressed. Tian Shin knew he could not bring me down, so his real target was Lin Ruiyao. Lin Ruiyao should also see the situation clearly now. Therefore, besides feeling guilty, she must also be angry at the disciplinary committee. This cannot be allowed. If Lin Ruiyao shifts her anger towards the committee, what will happen to Wang Xingrui? Director Zhang, I have something to say. Situ Che spoke. Lin Ruiyao unconsciously clenched her fists, her expression. You may, Director Zhang replied. Situ Che said, "The disciplinary committee found 2 pieces of student council clothing in my room. One belongs to me and the other to Minister Tian. This incident was a collusion between me and Minister Tian, destroying the boxing club, taekwondo club, and fencing club. The reason is that during the student council recruitment, there was a conflict between the disciplinary committee and the boxing club, and Minister Tian wanted me to vent their frustrations for them." The department head asked, "Then why attack the taekwondo club and fencing club as well?" "To confuse the issue. If we only attacked the boxing club, it would be easy to suspect that the disciplinary committee was behind." Tian Shun's forehead immediately bulged with veins as he laughed angrily, saying, "Situ Che, do not slander. As president, you will be severely reprimanded for framing students." Situ Che replied calmly, "Those 2 pieces of clothing have both of our fingerprints. One is male, and the other is female, intended to eliminate the suspicion of our collusion, and no one would suspect that the vice minister of the disciplinary committee would be the one calling out the thief. If the disciplinary committee cannot find the culprit, this incident will ultimately become a cold case, and no one will be punished. The only ones who truly suffer losses are those 3 clubs." Situ Che. Tian Shin stood up and immediately turned to Director Jiang, trembling as he said, "Director, he is spouting nonsense. I have never contacted him. This matter has nothing to do with me from beginning to end. By the way, when collecting the evidence, I was always separated by a black plastic bag and never touched those 2 outfits, so there could not be any of my fingerprints on them." Director Jiang said, "Verify the evidence." The 2 pieces of student council uniforms were brought in, and after professional inspection, they indeed bore Tian Shin's fingerprints. Tian Shin sat down in despair, looking at Situ Che, who was also looking back at him meaningfully with a slight smirk. Tian Shin immediately understood and stood up, pointing at Situ Che, saying, "It was Situ Che's doing. It must have been him. Director, the culprit is not me. I have witnesses." After a while, Wang Xingrui was brought before Director Jiang. Upon seeing him, Situ Che narrowed his eyes. Director Jiang looked down, speaking with authority. "First-year crawling department class E9 Wang Xingrui, did you participate in the club brawl incident?" "Yes." "Who instigated you?" "Situ Che. Please explain your involvement in the entire incident." "Okay." Wang Xingrui recounted the entire process of challenging the clubs in detail, including some specifics when chasing the garbage truck. The story had no loopholes because 99% of the content was true. The only difference was that one of the protagonists in the story, Fan, was replaced by Situ Che. During this time, Director Jiang also posed some questions to him. Wang Xingrui answered smoothly. He was merely narrating the most authentic lie. Until Director Jiang asked the final question, "Why did you conspire with Situ Che to attack other clubs?" Wang Xingrui was not a member of the student council, and the relationship between Situ Che and Wang Xingrui was not close enough to share the same fate. So why did Situ Che approach him? Why did he agree to do this for Situ Che? This was so far the only point of doubt in the interrogation of Wang Xingrui. "Because I was bored." "What did you say?" Not only the department head, but even the class teacher and jury doubted their ears. They all believed Wang Xingrui would say something unavoidable. To gain sympathy, at the very least, he should shift some. Yet Wang Xingrui remained calm, and his reason was unexpectedly straightforward. "Wang Xingrui, if you can honestly state your reasons, Director Jiang will definitely make the most just decision. In the academy, we will also absolutely ensure your safety," said Chu Mo from the secondary judging table. "I am speaking the truth. Do you expect me to concoct a complicated, thought-provoking story that would make you weep? If so, I would need another 2 minutes to think of the story's framework." Director Jiang stared at him coldly, saying, "Wang Xingrui, your current attitude directly affects the severity of the academy's punishment. Please think carefully before speaking. Is the severity of the punishment really determined by attitude? Then what do we need the academy rules for?" "You." Director Jiang was momentarily at a loss for words. Situ Che laughed heartily in the enclosure. Wang Xingrui continued, "According to the academy rules, I am an accomplice. I did not injure anyone, and I turned myself in also providing a witness. I should only be forced to take a month off, right, Director Jiang?" Wang Xingrui lazily lifted his head to meet those eyes filled with rage. Director Jiang's tone was devoid of emotion. "You are correct. Situ Che, do you admit to the accusations against Wang Xingrui?" "I admit, Director Jiang. Can you please hurry up? Although I cannot drag Tian Shin down with me, having Wang Xingrui share the punishment with me is a good option. As for myself, Situ Che has never cared about his own fate. Life is just a game. He only wishes to enjoy the process of the game." Given the circumstances, Director Jiang, seeing the unrepentant attitude of both parties, announced the verdict for this incident in court. Situ Che, as the instigator behind the bullying within the academy, caused multiple serious injuries, damaging the reputation of the student council, and while involved in the trial, engaged in fabricating evidence. According to the Academy Rules, Chapter 1, Article 13, Item 5, anyone who intentionally harms others and disrupts the order within the academy shall be dismissed from all positions within the academy, forced to take a month off, and receive a serious reprimand. Wang Xingrui, as an accomplice, caused financial losses to the clubs and disrupted the order within the academy, and shall be forced to take a month off. As the trial concluded, both Wang Xingrui and Situ Che were taken out of the courtroom, and as he watched their retreating figures, Tian Shun could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. Situ Che is finished. He is done, ha ha. As for Lin Ruoyo's murderous gaze, he completely ignored it. Without Sidu Che, what could a Lin Ruoyao possibly do? Mandatory suspension does not mean that students cannot remain at the academy. It simply means they have lost their qualifications to attend classes and enjoy the various benefits provided by the academy. Given that some students live far from home, with some having to cross several cities, the round trip could require a significant amount of financial resources and time. In today's society, there are very few students willing and able to attend school who meet the enrollment criteria. To avoid discouraging students from pursuing their education, the academy has arranged dedicated confinement rooms to deal with rule-breaking students. The confinement room is located in an independent building in the northwest corner, housing various problem children. Situ Tian and Wang Xingrui were quickly taken to the confinement room, each wearing a ring-shaped device around their necks to suppress the release of their avatars. The wristband that Murong Yi had given to Wang Xingrui was also confiscated. They passed by several confinement rooms and headed toward their own small room. The floor was surprisingly quiet without the noise and commotion that Wang Xingrui had imagined. The two rooms faced each other with a card reader embedded in the door handle. After the supervising staff swiped their cards, the metal door slid open to the right. They cooperatively turned and walked inside, and the door closed automatically. After the supervising staff left a long while passed before Sidu Tian spoke up saying, "I'd rather suffer a loss of 800 than let you drag me down with you. I've cleaned up the bloodstains for you, and this is how you repay me." Wang Xingrui responded with a smile asking, "Are you daring enough to say that the True Love Garden incident had nothing to do with you?" Situ Tian neither confirmed nor denied it, but changed the topic saying, "I had thought you might cause some commotion, but I didn't expect it to be such a grand scale. You've got 3 clubs and the discipline committee all spinning around in circles. Even the upright director Jiang Fei has been manipulated by you. Are you enjoying yourself?" Wang Xingrui continued to ask, "Of course I haven't had this much fun in a long time." Situ Tian paused and said, "The other person must be Wafan, right? You and Wafan led the charge challenging the 3 major clubs, gaining Director Jiang's attention while somehow involving the discipline committee. The student council and the clubs are mutually restraining each other, and you were wearing the student council's uniform while stirring up trouble. Whenever the 3 clubs meet, conflict is bound to arise. As a result, both sides began to question each other, slowing down the pace of finding the culprit, giving you the opportunity to. Clearly Sun Mingming could have helped you clean up the bloodstains, yet you chose to call me, likely to lure me away from the dormitory, allowing Sun Mingming to stash the evidence in my room." Situ Tian, the top genius of Tianshan Academy, had surprisingly guessed nearly all of Wang Xingrui's plans. But so what? Situ Tian was already in the game, and it was useless to talk about it now. "That's about right," Wang Xingrui said. "Now it's my turn to talk about you. First, you used some method to make Lin Ruoyao resent me ruining the True Love Garden. She thought I would endure, but she didn't expect me to blow things out of proportion. When she realized that things were spiraling out of her control, she panicked and had to let you take action. Just at that moment, I called you to help me clean up the bloodstains, and so you took the opportunity to do me a favor. Director Jiang Fei is a very meticulous and fair-minded person. With both the fencing club and the discipline committee under suspicion, she would definitely prohibit the 2 departments from taking any action. At that time, I gave Tian Shin a little encouragement and informed him that the evidence might be with you. As expected, he was tempted and decided to take a gamble. Later, when you returned to the dormitory, you discovered the evidence I had given you, and by then Tian Shun must have already found you, which is why you were caught red-handed. But you also quickly guessed that Tian Shun might tamper with your defense attorney, so before the court session you used your hypnotic abilities to control Tian Shin, leaving his fingerprints on the uniform. Originally, you didn't intend to drag Tian Shin down until you discovered that his true target was Lin Ruoyao, which is when you decided to play that trump card. Unfortunately, in your meticulous plans, you overlooked one detail. You didn't account for the fact that I would sell myself out to solidify your crime. The 2 of them, separated by 2 doors, casually revealed each other's schemes, almost precisely guessing each other's thoughts, as if they were old friends who had known each other for a long time. They did not care whether the other people in the confinement rooms heard them, because even if they did hear, what could they do? Staying here was already a serious violation of the Academy's regulations. The only ones allowed to move freely were the supervising staff in the confinement room. Yet even they dared not act recklessly. Otherwise, what could they do? Report it upward and have the department head reassess the incident. If a reassessment were to occur, and these 2 maintained their original testimonies, the informant would surely suffer. No one dared to take that risk, and no one would be idle enough to seek trouble for themselves. In Situ Tian's confinement room, applause rang out. "Yes, you are indeed ruthless towards yourself. However, there's one thing I'm very curious about. Given Sun Mingming's character, he wouldn't agree to your plan this time. How did you?" Wang Xingrui countered. "Are you very familiar with Sun Mingming?" "Not really, we had a fight." "Who won?" "His avatar is indeed troublesome. I broke 2 of my hands and 2 ribs, while he broke a leg." Wang Xingrui stated. "So that means you lost." Then they heard Situ Tian chuckle lightly, saying, "After that incident, he received a major demerit, while I was rewarded with 5 bottles of nutrient solution by the Academy. Sun Mingming is a straightforward person and definitely could not outmaneuver you, that old cunning." Yet Wang Xingrui understood why the student council members kept their distance from Sun Mingming. One who had severely injured Situ Tian, another who had already received a major demerit. If someone were to touch his bottom line and push him too hard, it would likely lead to fatalities. Wang Xingrui suddenly thought of this, so Lin Ruiyao smashing the true love garden was not only to create trouble for him, but also to force Sun Mengmeng to violate school rules and expel him from the academy. Lin Ruiyao truly harbored deep feelings for Sidu Tian. Wang Xingrui remarked, "Given your current situation, do you think President Lin will find a way to get you out?" "Of course not. After I was dismissed, Tianshan's next target is Lin Ruiyao. She is struggling to protect herself, so how could she come to rescue me?" Tianshan is a person with a honeyed tongue and a dagger behind it, aware of gains and losses, understanding when to advance and retreat, and decisive in his actions, possessing the qualities of a prominent figure. In contrast, Lin Ruiyao has relied on me for so long in the past 2 years. Although I haven't helped her with work, without me as her spiritual support, she might very well fall into Tianshan's trap. In the student council president's office, Tianshan stood before Lin Ruoyao's desk. Lin Ruoyao's gentle gaze fell upon him. "Did you not know to knock before entering?" Tianshan respectfully exited the office, lightly knocking 3 times on the door. Knock, knock, knock. No one inside responded. He knew Lin Ruiyao was intentionally humiliating him, and as there was no response, Tianshan continued to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. Lin Ruiyao could not ignore Tianshan's brazen behavior. With a smirk, Tianshan pushed the door open. "President Lin, what is it you want?" "Situ Che has tarnished the reputation of the student council. I have eliminated this scourge for the council. How does the council plan to reward me?" Tianshan leaned forward, placing both hands on the desk, staring directly at Lin Ruiyao without averting his gaze. "The student council rewards based on merit, but what you are rewarded with is up to the teachers to decide. I am merely the announcer. Based on past experiences, it is highly likely that your position will be swapped with Yuenda's." Tianshan shook his head, looking dissatisfied. "That's not enough." "Then what do you want?" Lin Ruiyao folded her hands under her chin, her sharp eyes fixed on him. "I want your position." As he spoke, he pulled out a phone from his pocket and played a recording. "President, our minister is not available, and I really had no other choice but to disturb you." "President, are you still there? Are you sure those 2 are not from the Discipline Inspection Department?" "Yes, all our members followed me to catch the culprits, not one less." "In that case, you can use their method against them." Lin Ruoyao's expression remained calm. This recording proved nothing. As the student council president, giving some appropriate advice was not a problem. Even if he spread this recording, it would only damage her image slightly. It would not shake her foundations. "I know this recording means nothing to you." Then Tianshan said, "But if I add that you instructed student council members to sabotage the True Love Flower Society, would that evidence be sufficient?" "What are you talking about?" Lin Ruoyao's gaze darkened, her hands instinctively clenched. "If I didn't have enough evidence, why would I dare to threaten our president, Lin?" Tianshan said, "Originally, the student council provoked the boxing club, taekwondo club, and fencing club. You bear some responsibility for this oversight. Tomorrow you will step down voluntarily and nominate me as president. That way the academy will have no reason to punish you, and I will reappoint you as vice president. In front of outsiders, you will still have the final say." Lin Ruiyao mockingly asked, "If you want to be president, why not eliminate the root of the problem? Are you not afraid that one day I will take back the position?" "I am afraid, but I have no choice. Even if I sit in the president's position, it will be hard to win over everyone's support. I still need your help. You will control the various departments of the student council while I control you." Tianshan straightened up. "Don't rush to answer me. Think of Situ Che. Even if he is released from confinement, he has lost everything. Over these 2 years at the academy, he has made many enemies. If you lose even the vice president position, who in the academy can protect him? Consider my conditions. I will give you a day to think." With that, Tianshan turned and left the office. Watching the figure that usually hid behind Yu window with a grin when he saw him, Lin Ruiyao felt a deep sense of powerlessness rise within her. In the struggle between clam and heron, who would have thought that the one benefiting the most in the end would be this person? The next day, Lin Ruiyao resigned from her position as student council president to the department head and recommended Tianshan as the new president. The president of the student council is not directly appointed by the teachers, but is elected by all the departments of the student. To everyone's surprise, among the 11 departments of the student council, 5 departments agreed to Tianshan's presidency, 3 departments abstained, including the discipline inspection department. 3 departments opposed. Tianshan remembered them: the learning department, the external relations department, and the office. Even so, the votes were still in his favor, and Tianshan was officially elected as the new student council president. In the afternoon, the academy issued a notification. Many people were speaking up for Lin Ruiyao, with some even directly challenging Tianshan, while members of the discipline inspection department firmly stood by their leader, accepting his challenges. Tianshan had anticipated such a scene. In the end, as agreed, he publicly reappointed Lin Ruiyao as vice president in front of those dissenters and had her persuade them, thus suppressing the dissonant voices. Just then, Yuenda returned to the discipline inspection department and learned about everything that had happened over the past 2 days. He went to the president's office and, after a moment of thought, knocked on the door. "Please come in." Upon seeing that it was Yuenda, he immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. "Minister Yu, what brings—" However, Yuenda noticed that although Tianshan appeared very enthusiastic, the way he addressed him had changed now. This was to clarify the superior-subordinate relationship. Just 2 days apart, and you've taken down Situ Che-controlled Lin Royale and been promoted 3 levels. I underestimated you before. Yuwenda laughed. It was luck, pure luck. Come, let's chat for a bit. Tian Shun pulled Yuwenda to sit on the sofa. If this were in the past, he would never have dared to act like this. Minister, you rest assured, even though I am now president, I will never forget your guidance. The Discipline Inspection Department holds a unique place in my heart compared to other departments. By the way, didn't you want that girl named Dayu to join the Discipline Inspection Department? Well, the position of Vice Minister in the Discipline Inspection Department has just opened up. Just say the word, and I will immediately transfer her there. What do you think? As he spoke, he picked up the teapot, pouring a cup of tea for Yuwenda, the steam rising from the cup, filling the air with fragrance. I hear you are talking nonsense. Yuwenda replied. No need, everyone has their own aspirations, and I won't force it. I came to tell you that as long as it does not harm the interests of the Academy, the Discipline Inspection Department will definitely support President Tian's decisions. This visit was also to express his stance to Tian Shun. The Discipline Inspection Department would remain neutral. As long as Tian Shun did not endanger the Academy, they would not oppose him. Tian Shun naturally understood the implication behind Yuwenda's words and smiled broadly. It's all for the Academy. He raised his teacup in a gesture of respect, blew on it, and took a sip. Yuwenda did not drink the tea, stood up, and turned to leave. The smile on Tian Shun's face gradually faded. Now that he was president, he was destined to lose friendships and become a solitary figure. He had long been mentally prepared. With only a month left, he needed to carefully plan to ensure Situ Che left the Academy on the day he was released from confinement. In the True Love Flower Society, Wu Fan and Sun Mengmeng looked at the person beside them with serious expressions. You want to help us rescue Wang Xingrui? Why? Tian Shun replied calmly. Because he was the one who helped me get Situ Che into the confinement room. Without Wang Xingrui, I would not be in my current position. A month is neither long nor short. Wang Xingrui's enhancement is only 10. If he falls behind his peers in physical education for another month, it will be very difficult to make up the gap later. And one more thing, please understand, I am not repaying a debt of gratitude, I just don't want to owe anyone a favor. Wu Fan and Sun Mengmeng exchanged glances and said, tell us your plan. It's simple. Find a way to lure Situ Che out of the confinement room, and then let Wang Xingrui report him. You still dare to provoke Situ Che? Do you really have no attachment to this world? Wu Fan said in disbelief. You all know I've already offended Situ Che, he won't let me go. So this time I want to completely drive him out of Tianxian. So you want Wang Xingrui to be your knife? Wu Fan continued his line of thought. Don't say it so harshly. When he reports Situ Che, even in the worst case scenario, it will at least help reduce his confinement time. This is a mutually beneficial deal. Sun Mengmeng said, we need time to think about it. Situ Che's schemes far exceed his own strength. If we want to calculate against him, we need to act quickly and plan carefully. I hope to hear your answer by 1 o'clock this afternoon. Oh, and by the way, let me remind you, there are not only Wang Xingrui in the confinement room. My partners are not limited to him. After Tian Shun left, Wu Fan scoffed. That slippery snake really thinks of itself as a true dragon with a stick stuck to its head. President, although old Wang specifically advised us not to trust his words before he went in, we can't just wait here. Old Wang's avatar is incomparable to us. He can't even release his avatar now. If we drag this on for another month, his physical test scores will definitely not improve. Should I go in and ask? Who will you ask? Old Wang in the isolation room. No one is allowed to visit the isolation room except close relatives. How will you ask? They'll be quick. Wu Fan realized, I see, but there are cameras inside. No worries. In the next moment, Sun Mengmeng vanished from his sight. Wu Fan froze for a few seconds, murmuring, she just left. It seems she doesn't even know which isolation room old Wang is in. In the corridor of the isolation room, all the cameras adjusted their angles simultaneously. Soon knock, a knocking sound echoed outside Wang Xingrui's isolation room. Is anyone there? He thought he was hallucinating, but in the next moment a familiar voice once again pierced his ears. Wang Xingrui's eyes widened, suddenly rushing to the door where there was only a rectangular window, and a pair of eyes peered. Meeting Sun Mengmeng's uniquely sinister gaze, Wang Xingrui exclaimed in shock, what the Mengmeng? How did you get here? Just as I told you, Tian Shun came to find us. He hopes you can lure Situ Che out of the isolation room, and then report him. That way he can help you be released from isolation early. Wang Xingrui immediately wore a bitter smile. Mengmeng, Situ Che is in the room opposite mine. At that moment a refined voice came from the opposite room. No worries, I can pretend I didn't hear anything. Sun Mengmeng stared at Wang Xingrui in silence, a flicker of self-reproach flashing in her eyes. Wang Xingrui reassured. It's fine, after all I can't trick him out. This deal is definitely impossible. Hey, do you two need help? Suddenly Situ Che interjected from the opposite room. If you can't make a deal with Tian Shun, why not come make a deal with me? Wang Xingrui replied, you want me to be a double agent feigning agreement to Tian Shun's terms, luring you out, and then at a crucial moment biting him back in front of everyone, saying all of this was his doing. Situ Che feigned surprise, saying I hadn't said a word, and you've already guessed my thoughts. Does this count as a meeting? Bullshit meeting of minds. Forget it. If I had to choose between you and Tian Shun, it would definitely not be you. You are much more troublesome than Tian Shun. Thanks for the compliment. After learning Wang Xingrui's thoughts, Sun Mengmeng took out a phone and slid it through the rectangular gap. Call me if you need anything. Sure, Situ Che said. If possible next time you come please bring one for me too. My room is filled with books, nothing but books. I'm bored to death here. Sun Mingming ignored him and in the next moment vanished from the spot. Hey Wang Xingrui, consider my proposal again. Though I want to use you, the ultimate beneficiary will be you. Wang Xingrui asked curiously, since you already know Tian Shen's purpose, why are you helping me? Don't give me that disgusting line because I admire you. If you dare say that this month we will have nothing to talk about. Situ Chi's tone suddenly turned serious, tinged with a hint of melancholy. The academy will not expel me no matter what I do. Tianshan Academy will never let me go. Wang Xingrui heard a different implication in his words. He probed, is it because of your avatar? Inside the opposite isolation room, Situ Che chuckled bitterly a couple of times. When you possess an overwhelmingly powerful force, everyone around you fears you, including your parents. It seems our president Situ also has a story. Is your power really that strong? If it's so strong, how can you be locked? Wang Xingrui scoffed disdainfully. The opposite isolation room fell silent. At noon, the staff began. At the bottom of the metallic door, there was a square gap where the staff would throw in the packaged lunchboxes. When the staff arrived in front of Situ Chi's door, a voice suddenly echoed from within the isolation room. Open the door. The staff member was momentarily dazed, slowly pulling out his work ID and swiping it in front of the card reader on the door. With a beep, the metal door slowly slid to the left, and Situ Che swaggered out of the isolation room. Wang Xingrui clearly saw this scene through the rectangular gap. Why can you still use the power of your avatar, even though you are wearing a suppression collar? Wang Xingrui widened his eyes, seeking an answer. Situ Che took a few steps forward. The suppression collar can only suppress 99. 9 of beast cell powers. It cannot completely eliminate them. Before putting on the collar, I had already released part of my avatar. Even if this thing can have a suppressing effect, I can still control others. It's just that the number is reduced to controlling only one person at a time. Then Situ Che waved at the camera above him and returned to his isolation room. Wang Xingrui found Situ Chi's actions absurd. Bro, you are now risking the charge of escaping from isolation, coming out, and then going back and just to prove to me that you are strong. At least you are a genius. How childish. Situ Che turned back, glanced at him proudly, closed the door. The guard swiped his card again, and the metal door slowly closed. At Kaisen restaurant, 4 people, Dai Yue, Zhang Xuanyu, Zhao Tianjiao, and Xia Qing, gathered around a table. Zhang Xuanyu walked over to Xia Qing's side, gentlemanly pouring her a glass of juice. Sister Xia Qing, at the start of the semester you brought Dai Yu and me into the academy, taking great care of us. Later both Dai Yu and I joined the student council, and we've always wanted to treat you, but either you were busy or we were, and we could never meet. Today we finally caught you. Xia Qing replied. We are all working for the student council now, there's no need to be. In fact, I had my own selfish reasons for bringing you two in. Of both of your avatars exceed 100, and I wanted to befriend you and expand my connections. Sister Xia Qing, how candid. Zhang Xuanyu returned to his seat. Even though you had your motives, you did help us. Besides, while there are many fine horses, there are few good trainers. Dai Yu couldn't help but look at the boy beside her with new eyes. His flattery is too sweet. With a man like this around, Dai Yu feels very insecure. Zhao Tianjiao couldn't help but worry for Dai Yu. Alright, save the flattery for someone else. If you have something to discuss with me today, just say it directly. Dai Yu, Zhang Xuanyu, and Zhao Tianjiao exchanged glances. Dai Yu took the lead. Sister Xia Qing, I want to ask you to help me rescue someone from the isolation room. Xia Qing sighed. It's Situ President, right? I would like to help, but this matter is far beyond my capabilities. No, Sister Xia Qing, you misunderstood. I want you to help me get Wang Xingrui out. Xia Qing's brows immediately furrowed, her tone rising by 8 degrees. What did you say? Say that again. Now who in the academy doesn't know that it was Wang Xingrui's testimony that led to Situ Che being locked up? Now you want her to rescue that bastard. Zhang Xuanyu felt that the situation was bad and hurriedly spoke up. Sister Xia Qing, don't interrupt her. Let Dai Yu finish her story before you get angry. What she means is to get Wang Xingrui out so he can testify again, because we all believe that President Situ is innocent. In this incident, President Situ must be the victim. But the crime that President Situ bears is too severe. Getting him out of the isolation room is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In contrast, getting that bastard Wang Xingrui out is much easier. Once he is out, we can find a way to get him to clarify the truth, and wouldn't that clear the dirt off President Situ? Is that so? Xia Qing looked at Dai Yu intensely. Dai Yu nodded vigorously. Xia Qing's expression relaxed, returning to her seat. You should have said that earlier. Why, thought. I was too impulsive and didn't let you finish your words. Little Yue, I apologize to you on behalf of my senior. It's okay, Sister Xia Qing. Dai Yu hurriedly waved her hand. Zhao Tianjiao also chimed in. Dai Yu's character is like this slow and timid senior. Please don't take it to heart. This matter is originally a misunderstanding. Let's not hold it against each other. At this moment, the waiter began bringing out dishes one after another. The dishes are here. Let's eat and chat. Zhang Xuanyu urged. After 2 hours of dining, the three bombarded Xia Qing with sweet talk, and in the end the conclusion was that it was impossible. To get Wang Xingrui out, one person could not be bypassed, Tian Shen. But Tian Shen is neither kin nor friend to Wang Xingrui. How could he possibly agree? How could that be? He agreed. Zhang Xuanyu gazed at Wei Fan in astonishment within the garden of true love. To extract Wang Xingrui, Zhang Xuanyu and Dai Yu had exhausted every stratagem. With no recourse from Xiaqing, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly recalled seeking help from Wei Fan and Sun Mingming. Though uncertain what methods they might employ, strength multiplies with numbers, and indeed an unexpected boon emerged from their collaboration. Are you certain? Why did he agree? Zhang Xuanyu pressed urgently. On conditions, Wei Fan replied, reciting Tian Xin's terms. This was nothing short of eradicating situ, che root, and branch. Zhang Xuanyu mused inwardly. Yet it mattered little, so long as old Wang was freed. Situ Che's expulsion from the academy would render him powerless to retaliate. If Tian Xun had already extended goodwill toward them, why had they taken no action? Dai Yu harbored the same doubt. Assuming Wei Fan and his companion hesitated out of disciplinary scruples, she interjected swiftly. It's all right. If you're reluctant, we'll handle it ourselves. To have one's friendship questioned stung deeply. Wei Fan's expression darkened as he fixed Dai Yu with a cold stare, while Sun Mingming retorted tersely. Wang Xingrui refused. Why, oi? Zhang Xuanyu and Dai Yu turned to Sun Mingming in unison, speaking as one. Sun Mingming lowered her head in quiet remorse. Because mid-sentence her phone vibrated sharply in her pocket. She retrieved it. Wang Xingrui's text message glowed on the screen. Mumming, do you recall the two visitors who came to see me during my last hospital stay? A man and a woman. They're my friends Zhang Xuanyu and Dai Yu. Please tell them not to worry. I'll be released in 1 month. The message arrived with uncanny timing. Sun Mingming immediately held the phone aloft for both to read. Without hesitation, Dai Yu and Zhang Xuanyu seized it and dialed back. Brother, I can't take calls right now, Wang Xingrui whispered mysteriously through the receiver. It's me, old Wang. Cut to the chase. Why did you reject Tian Shun's plan? No need. I'm quite comfortable here. With that, the line went dead. Damn it. Zhang Xuanyu cursed into the silent handset, his shoulders relaxing visibly. Turning to Dai Yu, he declared, let's go, goddess. Where to? What about Wang Xingrui? Dai Yu asked. Zhang Xuanyu wore a confident grin. Leave him be. If old Wang says so, he's got his own scheme. That sly fox is cunning. He'll be fine. In 30 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was now January, the month with 31 days, and tomorrow Wang Xingrui would finally walk free. That month had been anything but idle for Wang Xingrui. 5,000 push-ups, 5,000 sit-ups, and 10,000 stationary marches. Each day, without exception. Sweat drenched his clothes daily, wrung tight. They yielded a full bowl of water. Across the cell, Situ Che remarked wryly. You train this relentlessly. Yet Sun Mingming could bring you 2 avatars to consume instead. Far more effective. To be frank, not to discourage you, the green anaconda ranks among nature's deadliest predators. Alas, your avatar amplification stands at merely 10. Strength-wise, you'll lag far behind others. I suggest you forge another path. Each time Wang Xingrui trained Situ, Che murmured aloud, recounting campus gossip until Wang Xingrui too weary to engage tuned him out entirely. Today, however, proved exceptional. First, liberation from confinement loomed near, lifting Wang Xingrui's spirits. Second, Situ, Che's words unusually carried weight. How? Wang Xingrui asked. At last, you deign to listen. Situ Che seized the opening before silence reasserted itself. Haven't you noticed? When I activate my avatar ability, my body doesn't transform head-to-toe like certain others do. Of course I noticed. I'm not blind. This technique is called differentiation, selectively maintaining avatar form in only one part of your body while the rest remains unchanged. It minimizes energy expenditure, extends your avatar's duration, and sharpens your offensive power. This skill awaits you in your sophomore year, but mastery demands your beast cell concentration reach 1,000th of total cells. And the most unmistakable sign that your beast cell count has reached that threshold is the ability to manifest an avatar. Lying spent upon the floor, Wang Xingrui rasped. What you've just said changes nothing for me now, but consider it a debt. Truly? Then I'll claim it now. What do you want? Cooped up in solitary for so long. I'd like you to accompany. Tomorrow. No, today. Open the door. Instantly. Thump. A body collapsed beside them. Then slowly the metallic door of the adjacent cell slid open, and 2 seconds later Wang Xingrui's own cell door. A tall, striking figure stood framed in the doorway. Wang Xingrui tilted his head, slightly peering past Situ Che at the fallen warden sprawled behind him. What the hell, Situ madman? Tomorrow we're officially released. We don't need this chaos. Official sanction lacks flavor. Situ Che feigned surprise. Oh, your metal restraint band's been confiscated. Without it, can you truly break free from my control? The scene shifted. Wang Xingrui strode barefoot down the corridor, clad only in boxer shorts, while Situ Che trailed silently behind. The corridor lay hushed. Inside, every other cell students read intently. Within those 5 square meter rooms, barren save for books, time gnawed at patience and dulled fury. Unwittingly, inmates turned pages, discovering fascination where once there was disdain. Gradually, reading evolved from chore to habit, then nourishment for the spirit. This enforced bibliotherapy formed one purpose of the academy's detention system. Inhumane perhaps, yet undeniably effective, every graduate emerged markedly enriched in scholarly depth. Except these 2. Under Wang Xingrui's audacious lead, Situ Che stepped beyond the building's threshold. Outside stood Duan Muyu, the freshman entomology department head, accompanied by a cohort of students. He stood average height, unremarkable in appearance. Situ Che met Duan Muyu's gaze, a playful smile dancing across his lips. So soon, how delightful. Duan Muyu's avatar was the carnelian snail, granting a modest total amplification of 3. Rumor named him both the academy's weakest and most formidable instructor. Duan Muyu addressed them softly yet sternly. Your time isn't up, return inside. Situ Che wore a smile as he pulled out a work badge from his pocket, the very one belonging to the guard. Duan Muyu was taken aback, rushing forward in an attempt to stop him. If he were to remove the suppression collar, it would be a major problem. As a result, Situ Che, holding the work badge, gently sliced at his own collar, the motion smooth and fluid. Then with a crisp click, the suppression collar opened automatically and fell to the ground. At this moment, Duan Muyu had already arrived in front of him. Regaining his strength, Situ Che struck with a punch, his fist piercing through Duan Muyu's body. However, not a single drop of blood spilled from Duan Muyu. Instead, thick, viscous liquid oozed from his body, spreading along Situ Che's arm to his upper body. Situ Che's gaze darkened as he spoke softly. Step back 5 paces. Duan Muyu's pupils suddenly contracted, and by the time he came back to his senses, he had already moved 5 paces away from Situ Che. At this moment, he looked ahead and saw that the collar around Wang Xingrui's neck had been removed. Situ Che was shaking the sticky liquid off his arm with a look of disdain. After Situ Che lifted the hypnosis on Wang Xingrui quickly surveyed his surroundings, grasping the situation, and hurriedly explained to Duan Muyu, that teacher over there, I was forced by Situ Che. I shouldn't be considered as escaping from the confinement room now, right? Before Duan Muyu could respond, a giant cute rabbit descended from the sky, landing between Duan Muyu and Wang Xingrui. The cute rabbit blinked and transformed into a human form, looking at Situ Che with a mixture of joy and excitement. Che, are you okay? It must have been Wang Xingrui who used some means to force you and escape, right? Wang Xingrui cursed silently. Damn it, your trick of turning black and white is really clever. But you arrived too late. Situ Che just controlled that teacher behind you in front of everyone, and facts speak louder than words. Wang Xingrui said, hey teacher, you haven't answered my question yet. It doesn't count, Duan Muyu replied calmly. Okay. Wang Xingrui picked up the suppression collar, ready to put it back on. But at that moment, Situ Che said to him, attacked. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Xingrui's eyes suddenly sharpened. He turned, and the suppression collar he held was thrown away. The collar arced through the air, bypassing Lin Ruoyao, and flew toward Duan Muyu. Duan Muyu stood expressionless, not dodging or avoiding, as steady as a mountain. The collar stopped just under 3 centimeters from his face, while the other end was tightly gripped by Lin Ruoyao. As the vice president of the student council, how could she watch her teacher be attacked right in front of her? She tossed aside the collar in her hand, and when she turned back, Wang Xingrui had quietly approached her. Lin Ruoyao immediately kicked out, and Wang Xingrui instinctively retreated, quickly dodging the attack. His right arm suddenly transformed into a thick green snake, tail whipping toward Lin Ruoyao. The eyes of Situ Che, Lin Ruoyao, and Duan Muyu all suddenly narrowed. The 3 of them gasped in shock. This is differentiation. Isn't this guy just a freshman and from Class E? How could he possibly master differentiation? The 3-meter-long snake tail covered in green scales whistled toward Lin Ruoyao, who hurriedly raised her arms to defend. The scene everyone imagined where Lin Ruoyao was flung away did not happen. Instead, the snake tail writhed continuously, wrapping around her body twice, and then tightened with tremendous force, attempting to strangle her. Lin Ruoyao's body began to cave inwards like an air-drained can. Feeling her life slipping away, her eyes turned blood red. In an instant, she released her transformation, her Tumterhai Polish rabbit, gradually pushing against the green ring, but it merely stretched it open, unable to escape the strangulation, while the green snake tail tightened further with her struggles. Lin Ruoyao's blood-red eyes began to roll upward, her lungs compressed to the point where she couldn't breathe. Seeing this, Duan Muyu stepped forward, placing his hand gently on the snake tail. The mouth of a snail is only the size of a needle tip, yet it has the most teeth of any animal in the world, with nearly 25600 teeth per snail. At this moment, while Duan Muyu appeared to merely stroke it lightly, his hand sprouted thousands of teeth, desperately gnawing at the snake tail. But soon he sensed something was off. The scales on the snake tail were exceptionally hard, and his teeth couldn't break its defense. At this moment, Wang Xingrui also sensed something strange coming from his right arm. He flicked his left hand, transforming it into a massive snake head, opening its bloody maw to bite at Duan Muyu with teeth resembling barbs filling its mouth. Facing the sudden attack, Duan Muyu remained calm, his entire body becoming wet, but it was neither water nor sweat, it was a thick, viscous liquid. As the gaping maw lunged at him, his body became soft like clay, deforming in various ways. His head could retract into his neck, his body could bend into a crescent, and his arms could twist and rotate 360 degrees, narrowly avoiding the snakehead's attacks. Meanwhile, his hands kept applying the viscous liquid onto the snakehead. As the slime increased, the snakehead gradually could not open its eyes, and its mouth became glued shut. Wang Xingrui had no choice but to command the snake tail to release Lin Ruoyao, sweeping toward his waist. This time, Duan Muyu gently pushed off the ground with his feet, and his lower body directly retracted into his upper body, leaving his waist suspended in midair. As the snake tail swept past his lower half, he stretched out his hands lying flat on the snake tail, and his lower body emerged again, while Wang Xingrui didn't even notice the added weight on his arm. The snake tail immediately coiled around him, but Duan Muyu slipped through the gap, like a living stream of water, a sticky hand pressing against Wang Xingrui's neck. Move again, and he'll snap your neck. Not far away, C2Che, who was recording with his phone, immediately issued an order to Wang Xingrui, don't move. Both Wang Xingrui and Duan Muyu's bodies stiffened in place. He calmly walked over to the two, inspecting Wang Xingrui's arms, and Duan Muyu's heart tightened. Don't worry, today you've shown me something very interesting. I won't do anything to you. C2Che said the snail belongs to the invertebrates. Its body is liquid, capable of changing shape at will and secreting slime, making it both offensive and defensive. It truly is a tough opponent. Then C2Che gently plucked a thumb-sized piece of green snake scale from Wang Xingrui's arm, examining it closely. It certainly didn't look like a green anaconda. Afterwards, he dragged Wang Xingrui to his side, turning to the others and saying, Wang Xingrui and I have never left the confinement room. You all go back where you came from and forget everything that happened in the last 5 minutes. Duan Muyu remembered to delete all the surveillance footage from today. As the words entered their ears, everyone stared blankly, and Duan Muyu turned to leave with the students behind him. C2Che hoisted Wang Xingrui and turned back to the building. On the way, he saw Lin Royale, who had fainted, hesitating slightly before walking over to her, gently stroking her hair and speaking softly. You are a confident, generous, sincere, and kind woman. You have never liked me, and you will not like me in the future. When he arrived, there wasn't a single member of the student council accompanying her. This foolish girl must have been sidelined. However, even if she was sidelined with her abilities, it shouldn't have taken her this long. It's likely that Tian Shun used me as leverage to force her to comply. I altered your life once. I hope you don't mind if I alter it again. In the years to come, I hope you can live for yourself. These words from C2Che did not come from the power of his transformation. It felt more like he was talking to himself. Confinement room. Wang Xingrui suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up straight and looking at his hands. He had a very strange dream. In the dream, it seemed he had fought against two opponents, a teacher named Duan Muyu and Lin Ming Yao, resulting in a stand. Have you seen enough? That wasn't a dream. A voice suddenly came from the side. Wang Xingrui turned his head and realized C2Che was standing diagonally behind him reading. Wang Xingrui felt no surprise at why C2Che could appear in his confinement room. Compared to that, he was more curious about C2Che's previous statement. You said that wasn't a dream. C2Che looked at the book in his hands and said, half an hour ago you severely beat Lin Royale and Director Duan Mu. And you used the ability of differentiation. Didn't you say that you couldn't use differentiation unless you could release your transformation? Theoretically, that should be the case. C2Che closed the book and said, moreover, what I meant back then was that even if you could release your transformation, you still might not be able to use differentiation. Yet you managed to do it, and the sequence was different from that of ordinary people. As for why you managed to master differentiation without being able to release your transformation and without extensive practice, I want to know the answer more than you do. What is your transformation? C2Che fixed his gaze on Wang Xingrui and said, don't tell me it's a green anaconda. A tenfold amplified green anaconda wouldn't leave Lin Royale unable to fight back. I can't say for now. When I can beat you to the point where you can't fight back, I'll tell you. Wang Xingrui replied. C2Che sneered. You think I can't guess? But it really is surprising. The whole world is frantically searching for people who have injected gene serum, yet Tianxian Academy suddenly has two. If the principal didn't know about this, it would be hard to believe. Principal, you really have a big appetite. Today marks the day when Wang Xingrui and C2Che regained their freedom. At noon, 12 o'clock, outside the confinement building, a crowd of over 100 people has gathered, all of them dressed neatly and bearing serious expressions. Only one person wears a profound smile, and that person is Tian Shun, who now should be addressed as chairman. Standing beside him is Lin Royale, her expression inscrutable, unlike her demeanor from yesterday. It seems as if her presence here to wait for C2Che's release is merely a task to fulfill. Behind them are the heads of various departments along with their members, all lined up in neat rows. Although they are now under Tian Shun's authority, the student council members are well aware that their current chairman ascended to this position through certain means. Given their status, they cannot show too much joy, yet they still wish to express their utmost respect for C2Che in their own way. Zhang Xuanyu and Dai Yu are also in the line, revealing a hint of anxiousness on their faces, but the person they are waiting for is not C2Che. Next to the student council, two solitary figures, one tall and one short, stand there. Why hasn't he come out yet? Wasn't it said that he would be released at 12 sharp? President, should you go in and take a look? Don't rush, let's wait a bit longer. At 12:05, Wang Xingrui and C2Che walked out of the building side by side. Wang Xingrui's complexion is rosy, and on his wrist there is a silver bracelet. Seeing the scene outside, Wang Xingrui couldn't help but click his tongue and say, TSK tisk. Look at him flaunting your former hand, isn't it uncomfortable? Peacocks like to flaunt their feathers with their tails spread out, yet their offensive power is pitifully weak. C2Che replied calmly, do you believe that when he walks over he will definitely inquire about me? Among his words there will be a few boastful remarks, and he will mention Lin Ruiao's name at least 3 times. I bet you 10 money on that. Wang Xingrui said. Why so stingy? We used to bet dozens of avatars before. Wang Xingrui smiled as he looked at Tian Shin approaching them. He is worth that much. Situ Che also gazed forward, a slight smile, curving his lips. You're right. Chairman City, you appear to have lost quite a bit of weight this past month. Did you encounter any troubles inside? No. I know there might be some misunderstandings between us, but I want to tell you that the removal of your vice presidential position was not due to personal grudges. Everything I did was for the academy, and it was certainly not aimed at you. During your term, all matters in the student council were handled by President Lin. You did not assist her in the slightest. You clearly do not care about President Lin or the student council, but now I can help her. My strength may not match yours, but being a president does not solely rely on strength. With Ruoyo's support, I will perform better than you as president. Situ Che lightly brushed off the non-existent dust on his shoulder, nonchalantly saying, it's just the position of a president if you want to take it. Although your words sound grandiose and make me quite nauseous, there is one thing you are right about. I have never cared about the student council. To be precise, I do not care about anyone in the academy. Therefore, do your job as president and do not provoke me, or I wouldn't mind putting in some effort to destroy both you and the student council. After speaking, Situ Che didn't even glance at Lin Ruiyao and walked towards Sun Mingming together with Wang Xingrui. Upon reaching Sun Mingming and Wafan, Wang Xingrui asked Wafan, do you have 10 money? Confused, Wafan pulled out 100 money from his pocket and asked, I don't have change, why do you need money? Wang Xingrui snatched the money, turned around, and handed it to Situ Che. No need for change. Hey, that was my money. I'll send you 2 bottles of high-grade nutritional liquid later. Wafan then fell silent. Situ Che lightly flicked the paper money in his hand, saying thank you. By the way, when are we going back to the club? Wang Xingrui, Sun Mingming, and Wafan all looked at him with puzzled expressions. Why do you all have that expression? Situ Che retorted proudly, you all got me removed, don't you think you should be responsible for me? Our temple is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you. Wang Xingrui protested first. Tian Shun and Situ Che are now at odds. Bringing him in, how could the true Love Flower Garden have a good time in the future? Moreover, Wang Xingrui is certain that Situ Che's intention to join the true Love Flower Garden is to uncover what his avatars truly are. The fact that he possesses prehistoric avatars is a closely guarded secret of utmost importance. If he really finds out, it will affect not just his life in the academy. If I remember correctly, you shouldn't be the president of the true Love Flower Garden, right? Situ Che turned his gaze towards Sun Mingming. Sun Mingming asked, why do you want to join our club? I can no longer join the student council nor hold any position within the academy, so I can only find a club and be. I hate troublesome matters the most. The true Love Flower Garden has no such rules and no miscellaneous issues, making it the most leisurely club. Most importantly, I may not like planting flowers, but I enjoy appreciating them. Lying in a rocking chair admiring flowers while eating desserts, just thinking about it feels wonderful. Sun Mingming fell into hesitation. Although they had past grievances, if they could turn enemies into friends through this opportunity, it might not be a bad thing. At this moment, Situ Che said, there's nothing to consider. Even if you don't welcome me, I will still cling to your club unless you want to use force to drive me away. However, Sun Mingming cannot act, and the two of you together cannot withstand a single move under me. The method of driving me away with force is surely not feasible. Therefore, from the above, I can only conclude that I, Situ Che, am now officially a member of the true Love Flower Garden. Situ Che announced loudly to everyone in the student council. The members of the student council stared at him in disbelief. True Love Flower Garden. Does such a club exist in the academy? The former vice president of the student council wants to join a transparent small club. No, with Chairman Citus addition, this transparent small club will no longer be transparent in the academy. President, I agree with Old Wang's view. Have you forgotten that he hit you and caused you to receive a major demerit? This kind of person is malicious. We cannot accept him in our club. Situ Che, having lost the aura of the vice president, saw his intimidation power drop sharply, and even Wafan, such a person no longer feared him, starting to whisper advice in his son Mingming's ear. Sun Mingming's expression shifted, seemingly agreeing with Wafan. Just as she was about to speak, Situ Che said, Wafan, from now on dance for an hour without clothes. Wafan's pupils suddenly constricted, followed by a look of ecstasy on his face as his body began to twist, gradually taking off his clothes one piece at a time. Some female members of the student council screamed, quickly covering their eyes, but some girls quietly pulled out their phones and turned on the camera. The male members of the student council were more generous. At the moment Wafan began to dance, they had already taken out their phones and started snapping pictures. While taking pictures, they commented, wow, that dance is so enchanting. How come I never noticed that this guy has such skills before? Seeing this, Sun Mingming quickly hugged him from behind, restricting his movements. At this moment, Wafan was down to just a pair of shorts, his body still writhing. Situ Che, you've gone too far, Wang Xingrui said to Situ Che with an unkind expression. Situ Che replied nonchalantly, so may I ask the two of you, am I now considered a member of the true Love Flower Garden? Do you think this can blackmail us? Let me tell you, Wafan is an extremely loyal person. If he finds out you're using him to threaten us, not to mention a strip dance, he wouldn't agree, even if it meant death. At the same time, Wafan's hands had already grasped the waist of his pants, preparing to pull them down. Wang Xingrui and Sun Mingming quickly shouted in unison. Agree. Agree. Stop. After receiving the approval of Sun Mingming and Wang Xingrui Situ, Che immediately issued the order and lifted his hypnosis. Wafan fell to the ground uncertain whether it was due to embarrassment or genuine shock that caused him to faint. I'm glad to be a part of the true love flower garden. I hope we can live in harmony from now on, Situ Che said. After bowing gentlemanly to Sun Mingming and Wang Xingrui, the next moment a pair of black leathery wings unfurled from his back, and with a powerful flap, he soared into the sky. Sun Mingming picked up Wafan and with a slight movement vanished from the spot. Wang Xingrui picked up Wafan's clothes one by one, then looked at the members of the student council and said helplessly, the video can be released, but it must be censored. Tianxin smiled and said, don't worry, the student council won't do anything indecent. Wang Xingrui sighed for Wafan in his heart. Brother, this is all I can do for you now. The scene shifted. Love Dessert Society. Wang Xingrui, Sun Mingming, and Wafan sat at a round table. Wafan held his phone staring at the image of himself posing suggestively with Sun Mingming tightly embracing him in the background, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. This was an old trope, but it fit perfectly in this context. Wafan's hands trembled and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Damn it, I don't know which bastard did the special effects, but the words, pervert, were floating above my head in bright red and glaring. Well, at least they censored it. Wang Xingrui comforted him. Damn it, why is the censoring on my chest instead of my face? Situ Che walked in through the door. Without saying a word, Wafan, his face streaked with tears, picked up a chair and leaped to smash it towards Situ Che. Situ Che walked in through the door. Without saying a word, Wafan, his face streaked with tears, picked up a chair and leaped to smash it towards Situ Che. Situ Che took 2 steps back and exited the room. Wafan immediately chased after him. In the yard, Wafan kept attacking while Situ Che continuously dodged, both of them equally matched in speed. Then Wafan unleashed his transformation, his skin turning pitch black with yellow spots covering his entire body. The fire salamander possessing an extraordinary regenerative ability and a surface coating of neurotoxin. Situ Che instinctively sensed that Wafan in this state was dangerous, so he spread his wings and flew into the air, creating distance between them. Hey, why so angry? Black red is still red. Your name is even bigger than mine now. Do you know how many men in the academy dream of this? Situ Che flew in the air, calling down to him. Dream on. You come down. Anyway, I can't stay in the academy anymore. I'll take you down with me. Come down. Wafan, in a state of breakdown, pointed at Situ Che and shouted angrily. Situ Che paused in the air, his pinky finger digging into his ear, appearing indifferent. In the Love Dessert Society, Wang Xingrui looked through the window, enjoying afternoon tea as he watched this scene, feeling a sense of satisfaction. A few months ago, Wafan was even extorted for protection money, and now he dared to point at Situ Che's nose and yell. This guy's speed of progress is unmatched in the academy. On Wafan's side, he threw the chair he was holding with force towards Situ Che. Of course, he couldn't expect to bring Situ Che down with just a chair. After Situ Che easily dodged, he grabbed a handful of stones from the ground. It should be noted that Wafan's transformation amplified his strength by 64 times. The stones he threw had the power of a shotgun. 7 or 8 stones flew out rapidly as Situ Che danced in the air, constantly changing his posture. Situ Che's transformation was the Yi Ko Ming Chi Bat, with an amplification of 128, using echolocation to gather information about his surroundings. Within a radius of 300 meters centered on him, the environment was presented in 3-dimensional images in his mind. Because of this, Situ Che could even accurately predict the trajectory of each stone flying towards him, merely needing to turn his body slightly to let the stones pass by him. Wafan saw that none of the stones he threw hit their target and felt an intense frustration, yet he was helpless. So you can fly, huh? Fine, let's see how long you can keep flying. Wafan simply sat on the ground, planning to engage in a war of attrition with Situ Che. Situ Che's transformation amplified his strength nearly double that of Wafan, meaning his energy consumption rate was also twice as fast. He would wait until Situ Che couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground, then he would crush him. 5 minutes passed. Wafan's body returned to its original form first. Situ Che returned to the ground, his tumtor-long wings slowly retracting into his back. Wang Xingrui observed Situ Che's transformation closely. This state didn't resemble a division. If it were a division, his arms would have turned into wings, but his wings seemed to grow out from his back. It seems Situ Che's strength is far more complex than it appears. He must possess some unknown special ability. Wang Xingrui pondered this while Situ Che and Wafan had already engaged in battle again outside. Situ Che first took a few punches to the face, received a kick to his abdomen, and then was thrown out by Wafan's shoulder throw, landing on his back. Strangely, throughout the entire ordeal, Situ Che never fought back, his expression calm, allowing Wafan to beat him. Wang Xingrui witnessed all of this. Having fought Situ Che before, even in a pure contest of physical strength, he shouldn't be this weak. Situ Che's way of apologizing was quite unique, but it didn't deserve any sympathy. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have acted so rashly. Although Wafan's reputation in the academy had long been tarnished, well. Sigh. Just saying it made Wang Xingrui feel a bit flushed. Wafan stood gasping for breath, while Situ Che remained standing straight, his face swollen. At that moment, 2 woodpeckers, each about 1 7 meters long suddenly dove down from above the Love Dessert Society, targeting Wafan, who had his back to them. Situ-Che flashed behind Wafan, shouting at the two birds stop attacking. The sound waves stimulated the brains of the two woodpeckers, causing them to immediately change direction just before hitting their target. Wafan thought Situ-Che was trying to sneak up on him from behind, so he retaliated with an elbow strike, hitting Situ-Che in the left rib. With a crisp crack, Situ-Che coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered to the side. Wafan turned around and noticed the two woodpeckers in the sky, instantly realizing that Situ-Che had intended to protect him, which made him feel a sense of frustration. What is this? After making me a laughingstock in the academy, you step up to protect me. Do you think I would appreciate your kindness? Situ-Che ignored him and looked up, using the power of his transformation to ask, who sent you? President Tian Shun. The two woodpeckers replied in unison. Go back and tell Tian Shun just this once. If he dares to send anyone to monitor me again, he'll lose his position as president. Also inform Director Jiang about the news of him sending people to spy on me, saying that Tian Shun disregarded the academy rules and wanted to send you two to eliminate me. The two woodpeckers circled once in the air before flying towards the student council. Situ-Che wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Wafan, are you coming again? Wafan curled his lip, not in the mood today, let's talk another time. Situ-Che walked up to Wafan and extended his hand, saying, let's get reintroduced. My name is Situ-Che, a member of the True Love Flower Society. Wafan did not give him a good expression and turned back into the room. Situ-Che did not feel embarrassed, raising an eyebrow and silently retracting his hand. A trick of self-harm, too cliché, Wang Xingrui said as he walked out of the dessert club and approached him. Old techniques are not to be feared, but rather the absence of an audience. Instead of mocking me, you should think about how to pass the final exam a week from now. Situ-Che brushed past Wang Xingrui, dragging his injured body back into the room. Wang Xingrui's smile froze, and he stood there as if struck by lightning. Final exam. Right, there's the final exam on January 8th. Oh no, my brother mentioned that the main content of the final exam would test whether the students could release their avatars. There's only a week left. Currently, I can only use differentiation to release part of my avatar, and no amount of training now will be sufficient. Moreover, even if I could release my avatar, I couldn't expose it in front of everyone. I need to think of a way to get through this exam. Wait, a spark of inspiration flashed in Wang Xingrui's mind as he ran back into the room and approached Situ-Che, saying, during the final exam, you hypnotized the teacher, making the reviewing teacher believe I have released my avatar. Are you asking me for help? I'll think about it. Situ-Che casually responded, and then turned to Wafan, saying, I have a way to help you shed the identity of a freak and become one of the most popular boys in the academy. Are you interested? Wafan stood up, ready to leave. He didn't want to say another word to Situ-Che or stay in the same room with him. You can source materials locally. Choose to buy flowers or pastries. Wafan paused as if frozen in place at the door. Seeing that his words had an effect, Situ-Che continued, few girls dislike flowers, right? Right next door is the True Love Flower Society. Renovate it and expand it into a flower shop, and many girls will surely come to visit. Wang Xingrui interjected, there are at least 100 flower shops in the academy. Why would they come to such a remote place? Just because of me. The flowers personally nurtured by Situ-Che are worth having, Situ-Che replied. Although I no longer hold the position of vice president, my influence still exists. At least in the short term, this influence won't disappear. With me as the gimmick, who would be afraid of not attracting customers? Wang Xingrui replied, not a single flower here is grown by you. You are deceiving consumers. Sun Mingming immediately frowned and said flowers can be given as gifts but not sold. Every flower in the True Love Flower Society was carefully nurtured by him. He hoped these beautiful creations would be appreciated by everyone, not tied to money. Must you be so rigid? Fine, if flowers can't be sold, can desserts be sold? Sun Mingming replied, sure. You deserve the desserts made with Situ-Che's participation. Situ-Che immediately changed his slogan. You didn't participate in making the desserts either, Wang Xingrui continued. Yet Situ-Che seemed to have anticipated Wang Xingrui's comeback. So he took a piece of cake from the cake room, took a bite, and remarked, the flavor is a bit bland, not enough butter was used when baking, and we could add 1/3 more eggs. Sun Mingming entered the cake room, and after following Situ-Che's suggestion to improve, made a new batch of cakes. Wang Xingrui took a bite and noticed that the texture was indeed softer than before, but could casually making a few suggestions count as participation. Wang Xingrui still felt a sense of deception. How many of these cakes can you make in a day? Situ-Che asked. 100, no problem. Great, then let's sell cakes. With a complimentary flower if you gather 99 roses or other types of flowers, you can dine with me once. At that time, Wafan, you can choose to sell flowers or cakes. If you encounter a girl you like, I can treat her to a meal for free on your behalf. This way she might develop some affection for you. Over time, who knows, you might just win her heart. You treat the girl to a meal, and she will develop feelings for me. What nonsense logic is that? Moreover, it's all because of you. The video of me dancing has spread throughout the academy. If those girls knew I was here, no one would come to the True Love Flower Society to buy flowers. Wrong, very wrong. You are quite famous in the academy now, but the girls know you only through the video. People are naturally curious, who wouldn't want to see what the real person looks like. Therefore, they will definitely come. What you need to do is seize the opportunity, use sincerity to change your image, and let them know the real you. Wafan looked at Wang Xingrui wanting to hear his opinion. Do you think it's feasible? It sounds fine. It can promote the true love flower society and love desserts while making money and help restore your image. 3 birds with 1 stone. I can only say Situ Che is indeed Situ Che, but expanding the building isn't something that can be solved with just tens of thousands of money. It will take at least hundreds of thousands. Who will pay for this? I have no money. Wafan replied immediately. I have no money, Sun Mingming added. I don't have any either, Wang Xingrui said, looking intently at Situ Che. Money. I'll cover it, no problem. I'll start looking for someone to begin work tomorrow, Situ Che said elegantly, his wealthy demeanor unmistakable. After Wang Xingrui, Sun Mingming, and Wafan exchanged glances, they shared a tacitly wicked smile. A fat sheep delivered to their door, oh, why not slaughter it? In truth, at that moment, all 3 of them were unaware that their attitudes towards Situ Che had already changed, and they were gradually beginning to accept his presence. However, from the initial dislike to accepting his proposal, and now feeling fortunate for his arrival, Situ Che had only taken 1 day to secure his place in the club. Wang Xingrui said, now that we've talked about Wafan's matter, it's time to discuss mine. Tell me what your avatar is, and I'll help. Situ Che replied, let's change the condition. He pretended to think, and then asked, who is the person who secretly visited you in the confinement building? I mean, that person is not Sun Mingming. Wang Xingrui's expression stiffened. After Sun Mingming visited him, Wang Xingrui, unable to adapt to the food, there had sent Murong Yi a message complaining about it. After that, Murong Yi visited him in the confinement building several times, or rather 3 times a day. Each time he came, he brought him some home-cooked meals and high-quality nutritional fluid. Murong Yi used the ability of his avatar to conceal his form. The cameras in the hallway couldn't detect him. However, Situ Che could clearly sense his presence through echolocation. Every time the other party appeared, Situ Che's body would instantly be covered in goosebumps. Situ Che had once released killing intent towards the other person, and the next moment, an overwhelming killing intent surged towards him, frightening him into a cold sweat, leaving him sitting there for a long time before he could recover. Wang Xingrui said, that's my brother Murong Yi, who is currently a teacher at Tianxian. But I advise you not to provoke him, or today may very well be our last meeting. Situ Che laughed and said, I know who I can provoke and who I can't. The next morning, Wang Xingrui opened his phone to find out that Situ Che had been hospitalized. He hurriedly got out of bed and walked out of the room. Brother, did someone come to our dorm last night? Murong Yi was preparing meals as he replied, yes, one. Why do you know him? I guess I do. He's the one who spread rumors about me, called Situ Che, and is now in the same club as me. You didn't kill him? No. Wang Xingrui sighed in relief. Thank goodness he's not dead. If he were, he wouldn't find another sucker to expand. After washing up, Wang Xingrui sat down at the dining table, eating the eggs on his plate and gulping down milk. How did you two become friends? Murong Yi asked. Wang Xingrui chewed his food, his words unclear, not exactly friends. He is interested in my avatar and insisted on joining our club. He added, also he saw you while you were delivering food to the restricted area, so he wants to meet you. Wang Xingrui continued, brother, we have the final exam next week. Situ Che's avatar is the night mouth bat, which can hypnotize others. I plan to have him help me get through it. What do you think about my idea? Your avatar is special. Oh, I've already informed the principal, and you won't have to take the final exam. Really? Wang Xingrui exclaimed with joy. Not just the final exam, apart from basic physical tests, you won't have to participate in any tests that require releasing an avatar. Yes. Wang Xingrui clenched his fists in front of him, signaling victory. By the way, brother, there's one more thing. I still can't release my avatar, but... Wang Xingrui pulled out 2 napkins to wipe his mouth, then stood up looking at his arms while holding his breath. Suddenly his arms began to change. His left arm morphed into a thick snake tail covered in emerald green scales, while his right arm transformed into a snake head, flicking its tongue and poised to strike. Murong Yi exclaimed in delight, you've mastered the ability of differentiation. Ha ha ha, to have mastered differentiation without being able to release your avatar, you truly are my brother taking an unconventional path. Why does that sound like you're not really complimenting me? Of course I am. Murong Yi replied. Mastering differentiation is much harder than learning to release an avatar. You are already ahead of Long Ao by 1 step. As long as you maintain the 5-step breathing technique I taught you, learning to release your avatar is just a matter of time. Brother, why do you always compare me to Long Ao? Wang Xingrui felt a twinge of unwillingness. Murong Yi replied earnestly, because you are the protagonist. Wang Xingrui looked confused. I don't understand. 2-year pact burdened with blood feuds, a mysterious teacher, a beautiful confidant, plus an undisclosed trump card. These are all essential elements that make a protagonist. Brother has already gathered all these elements for you. You are destined to be the protagonist in this world. In the near future, you will possess power beyond ordinary people, and you will look down upon the entire world. As for Long Ao, he will undoubtedly become a stepping stone on your path to success. Murong Yi's eyes were filled with fervor, and Wang Xingrui was frightened by his demeanor. Brother, I think being an ordinary person is pretty good. I'd rather pass on being a protagonist. Then do you not want to avenge those friends of yours who have passed away? I do. Do you still want to marry a wife? Yes. Then do you still want to continue being my brother? Of course I do. Good, you don't need to worry about the 2-year pact, because the one who will win will definitely be you. Just do what you want to do and don't worry about anything else. Do you understand? MHM. Wang Xingrui didn't understand why his brother was so insistent on him being the protagonist. Could it be that his brother also had a system like those in novels? Could it be that making him the protagonist was his task? Now that he thought about it, it seemed his brother possessed some of the protagonist's elements as well. Young, orphaned, and after enduring suffering, he had learned a set of extraordinary skills. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed his brother was more like the protagonist. In the hospital, on the sickbed, Situ Che was receiving and 4 drip, his skin swollen like a hot iron and his head swollen like a basketball. Wafan and Sun Mingming stood by his bedside watching his miserable appearance, their shoulders involuntarily trembled. I heard from the nurse that he came to the hospital himself in the early morning, and with such severe injuries, there's not even anyone to take care of him. It's really pitiful, yet truly pitiful. Hey, we came to ask if you still stand by your words about expanding the club. Wafan asked. Situ Che was currently poisoned by Murong Chi's nerve toxin, with a high fever, and his whole body unable to move except for his eyes. He blinked hard to signal yes. That's good. We're not in a hurry regarding the expansion of the club, we were just asking casually. Wafan looked around, and said, I see you're not in critical condition, so take care of yourself. We'll be leaving now. Situ Che closed his eyes. At this moment, Wang Xingrui walked in with a fruit basket. Young Master Situ, how does it feel to be poisoned? Wang Xingrui placed the fruit basket aside, and said, do you know what this is called? You deserve it. Situ Chi's mouth couldn't open, and he could only mumble a few syllables. He said your brother is a very dangerous person, Wafan said. He said he didn't even see how your brother struck, and he felt him. Wafan continued, he said his throat is hoarse, and if he wants to recover it will take at least a week. Good luck with the final exam. Wang Xingrui and Sun Mingming both looked at Wafan in confusion. He only said 4 words from start to finish. How did you understand what he meant? Wang Xingrui, Wafan, and Sun Mingming collaborated to design a blueprint that combined the True Love Flower Garden and Heart Dessert into a 3-story building. The first floor would handle flower delivery and checkout, the second floor would sell desserts, and the third floor would feature several independent rooms. Most importantly, each floor space was 2 to 3 times larger than the previous single-story house, and a plot of land was reserved behind the building for planting. After all the flowers were sent, they still needed to be purchased, and self-production could save a lot of costs. Once the general design was confirmed, they hired some construction workers to begin renovating the club. Wang Xingrui paid a deposit of 50,000 with the remaining 250,000 balance to be settled after the house expansion was completed, and then they would let Situ Che handle the final accounting. 6 days later, the renovations were nearly complete. Wafan went to take his final exams while Sun Mingming and Wang Xingrui stayed at the club waiting for his triumphant return. Muming, why don't you ask me why I'm not taking the exam? If you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. Indeed, that is his style, which is why Wang Xingrui enjoyed spending time with him. The sense of boundaries among friends is... Wang Xingrui smiled and said, now that we've merged the 2 clubs, we should change the name as well. I'm not good at names. You're the president, so you should start. We can think of more names together when Wafan arrives. Sun Mingming pondered for a moment and said, Leisure Club. Sounds good. Eating desserts and enjoying flowers, our club will be responsible for helping busy people slow down and enjoy life. Roar. Roar. As soon as Wang Xingrui finished speaking, the sounds of various beasts roaring echoed from the direction of the college center, and he turned to look in that direction. The exam had already begun. He had never seen Wafan train and had no idea how he was doing. At noon, a rental bird landed in front of the leisure club. Wafan jumped off the rental bird, and seeing his radiant and spirited appearance, it seemed he had performed well. It only took 6 days to complete. The renovation team you found is impressive. Wafan assessed the newly shaped club, addressing Wang Xingrui and Sun Mingming, who were arranging flowers on the first floor. The electricians, masons, carpenters, painters, and tilers totaled 15 people. Providing each with a bottle of nutrient solution per day, it's no surprise the efficiency was not high. Wang Xingrui replied. The house renovations are done. The next steps involve purchasing equipment and arranging the overall layout of the club. We'll leave this work to Situ Che, as he is quite particular and has high standards. Wang Xingrui replied. The house renovations are done. The next steps involve purchasing equipment and arranging the overall layout of the club. We'll leave this work to Situ Che. As soon as the exam was mentioned, Wafan became excited. Let me tell you, during our diving department's exam today, there was a student from Class A whose avatar transformed into a great white shark right in front of me. He nearly scared me to death. A great white shark cannot move on land. Your avatar, the fire salamander, is an amphibian, giving you an advantage over those ocean creatures. What is there to be afraid of? Suddenly, Situ Chi's voice came from the entrance. Wang Xingrui glanced towards the door and said, You've been discharged. Perfect timing. Reimburse me for the club's expansion costs. This is everyone's club from now on. We are family. Why should we differentiate? Situ Che smiled. I knew you weren't hiding anything good. I paid the deposit and the balance belongs to you. Additionally, we need to purchase new equipment for the club. No problem, I'll handle it. Situ Che gladly accepted the task and completed the arrangement of the leisure club in just one afternoon. The first floor was filled with a romantic and natural atmosphere, while the second floor simply had a few round tables and chairs that added an air of nobility and elegance. The third floor was quiet, with independent rooms converted into offices and lounges. At night, under the starlight, the 4 gathered around a table, each holding a soda. Situ Che said, the name of the club has been decided. It will be called the Leisure Club, and the president is Sun Mingming. My initial thought is to maximize profits through the club and ease everyone's burdens. However, it's clear that neither Wang Xingrui nor I lack money. The main concern is you two. I want to clarify a few things. This is a club, not a business. If there comes a day when you no longer wish to make money by selling desserts, please don't hesitate to say so. We can stop. If you agree, we can officially open for business tomorrow. Now we'll start a democratic vote. Those who agree to sell desserts, raise your hands. Wang Xingrui, Wafan, Sun Mengming, and Situ Che all raised their hands. Great, unanimous decision. Wafan, you need to go to the academic office tomorrow to change our club's name, and when you return, you'll be responsible for selling flowers on the first floor. The president needs to prepare your materials tonight. At 5 in the morning, we'll make a batch of desserts to display on the counter. Wang Xingrui will handle the accounts, and I will serve as the waiter. Wait, since Sun Mingming is our president, why are you issuing orders here? Wafan protested. I'm just coordinating. The final decisions will still be made by the president. Situ Che replied. If you find my allocations problematic, you can take over the coordination task moving forward. I have no objections. At this moment, Wafan, Sun Mingming, and Wang Xingrui were all looking at him, and he suddenly felt a bit guilty. Fine, let's do it your way. Wang Xingrui said, on the first day of business there might not be many people, so everyone needs to be mentally prepared. No. Situ Che shook his finger side to side, dismissing Wang Xingrui's idea. You don't think I just laid in the hospital for 7 days, do you? The three looked at Situ Che in confusion. A meaningful smile appeared on Situ Che's face. In front of the Leisure Club, a long line of people wound into the distance, each face radiating anticipation. Not many came to admire the flowers. Most were here to see Situ Che. Zhao Tianjiao and Dai Yu also arrived. They stood in line, initially thinking that on the first day of the Leisure Club's opening there wouldn't be many people, and they were there to support Wang Xingrui and boost the atmosphere. However, upon arriving they realized they had underestimated the situation. The number of people queuing outside the Leisure Club was so great that they could not see the end. Wafan spotted them in the crowd at a glance, and directly led them to the lounge on the 3rd floor. Along the way, Dai Yu wanted to greet Wang Xingrui at the cash register, but seeing him focused on frantically clicking on his calculator, she felt it would be rude to disturb him. In the 3rd floor lounge, Wafan, Dai Yu, and Zhao Tianjiao sat on the sofa. A fruit platter was placed on the coffee table in front of them. Wafan chuckled foolishly. Why didn't you let us know in advance before you came? Why were you waiting outside in line? We didn't expect your place to be so popular, Zhao Tianjiao replied. Honestly, I didn't expect so many people to come on the first day of opening. Wait a moment, I'll go get you 2 pieces of cake. Before long, Wafan returned to the lounge with 2 pieces of cake. In the future, if you want to come, there's no need to stand in line. Just head straight to the 3rd floor. While speaking, Wafan kept looking at Zhao Tianjiao, who avoided his gaze and didn't dare to make eye contact. After a few seconds of silence, Zhao Tianjiao spoke. Wafan, actually, besides coming to support you, there's something else. This was the first time the goddess had actively sought his help, which was a sign of trust, making Wafan feel overjoyed. Jiang Yi's father is seriously ill, and the current medical level may not be able to cure him, so I hope you can help. Wafan's smile gradually faded, realizing Zhao Tianjiao had come to him for Jiang Yi. Tianjiao, although we haven't kept in touch much, you should know your status. You are my girlfriend. At this point, Wafan's tone turned cold. Sorry, I'm not a doctor or a scientist. I can't help with your request. Jiang Yi's father has a medical laboratory, and they are conducting a case study. If the research is successful, it could not only cure Jiang Yi's father, but also benefit thousands of people. What does that have to do with me? Wafan could no longer suppress his anger and grievance. His beloved goddess came to him for another man. He stood up and yelled at Zhao Tianjiao. How ironic. Zhao Tianjiao's face turned red, summoning her courage. She continued, your avatar is a fire salamander, which has a strong regenerative ability. They need to extract some blood from your body for research. Wafan's expression was slightly dejected. Sorry, I'm very busy right now. Let's talk about it after I finish my work. Without giving Zhao Tianjiao a chance to speak again, Wafan stood up and walked out of the room. After Wafan left, Zhao Tianjiao lowered her head, biting her lip, tears streaming down her face as she grasped Dai Yu's hand. I know it's unfair to Wafan to do this. Xiaoya, can you help me? I really don't want anything to happen to Jiang Yi's father. I really like Jiang Yi. Okay, Dai Yu hugged her tightly. Don't worry, since Wafan didn't directly refuse, it shows there's still hope. Outside the lounge, Wafan leaned against the wall, hearing the conversation. Inside, his eyes turned red as he tilted his head and laughed at himself, tears slowly sliding down the corners of his eyes. Then he rubbed his eyes, returned to the 1st floor, forced a smile, and continued delivering flowers. The girls in line glanced his way, but all looked at him with disdain before heading upstairs. Wafan's hands clutching the flowers gradually tightened, a fleeting sadness passing through his eyes. At 10 in the evening, Situ Che finally announced the closing. The girls on the 2nd floor and those queuing outside the Leisure Club were reluctant to leave, but it took Situ Che nearly an hour of persuasion to finally get them to exit. The 4 members of the club showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, they appeared invigorated because each of them had put forth their best effort toward a common goal. Now it was time to reap the rewards. Situ Che asked, how much profit did we make today? Wang Xingrui replied, we sold 250 trays of desserts, each for 20 money. and after costs we netted 4,283 money. Not a single flower was given away. Hearing this, Sun Mingming and Situ Che turned to look at Wafan simultaneously. As soon as people saw me, they treated me like a pile of dung and avoided me. What can I do? Wafan said. Besides, this afternoon Zhao Tianjiao and Dai Yu came to support us, and I took care of them. Wafan, Dai Yu came too. Where is she? Wang Xingrui asked. At this time she should be gone. Didn't you take care of them? You don't know if they left or not. Situ Che pressed. I just chatted with them for a bit, and then went back to the first floor. Anyway, I didn't give out flowers nor did I take care of them. Don't divide my share of the profit today. Oh, I'm not in a good mood. Wafan impatiently finished speaking and hurriedly left the leisure club. At that moment, Dai Yu and Zhao Tianjiao happened to come down the stairs. Wang Xingrui immediately stood up to greet them. Dai Yu, why didn't you let me know in advance before you came? I was in charge of the cash register on the first floor and couldn't attend to you. What do you want to eat? It's just that we haven't eaten yet. Let's have a meal together. No need, Wang. I have something I'd like your help with, Dai Yu said, her tone lacking confidence. What is it? Dai Yu glanced at Sun Mingming and Situ Che. Situ Che immediately understood, saying, President, let's go to the second floor and get something to eat. We've been busy all day and are about to starve. Okay. The two turned and headed upstairs in sync. After they left, Dai Yu recounted Zhao Tianjiao's request for help from Wang Xingrui looked calmly at Zhao Tianjiao after hearing this. I can't help with this matter. Dai Yu and I are good friends, and Wafan and I are also friends. I'm somewhat selfish. I can't persuade my friend to donate blood for someone unrelated. Zhao Tianjiao, I'd like to ask you before coming to find Wafan, did you consider his feelings? You know he likes you, yet you still. Don't you think that's too cruel for him? I'm sorry, Zhao Tianjiao said apologetically. You don't need to apologize to me. I have no ill will towards you. I just simply can't help you. Wang Xingrui said, It's getting late. Let's go up to eat something together, and later I'll take you back. No need. Zhao Tianjiao expressed her thanks and turned to leave the leisure club. Wang, I'm worried about her going back alone, and I'll leave too. With a parting remark, Dai Yu turned and chased after her. Dai Yu made a new friend, which is good. However, her friend seems to be overly infatuated with love, and I always feel there will be trouble in the future. Wang Xingrui glanced at the stairs leading to the second floor. If you've heard enough, come down now. Two heads peeked out. Situ Che said, Wafan is a member of our club. I'm not gossiping, I'm simply expressing concern. Sun Mingming added, so am I. Hypocritical Wang Xingrui felt no need to confront them. Do you think Wafan will agree to Zhao Tianjiao? Wang Xingrui's gaze suddenly became sharp as he looked in the direction Zhao Tianjiao had left. I don't know. But if Zhang Yi's father dares to pressure Wafan, I will not stand by and watch. Zhao Tianjiao perhaps felt guilty for having harmed Wafan, or maybe it was due to Wafan's own feelings of guilt. After returning to her dormitory, she cried the entire night, with Dai Yu comforting her by her side. Meanwhile, after returning to his dorm, Wafan lay on his bed, quietly staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep throughout the night, lost in his thoughts. The next day, as the bright moon and starry sky faded away, sunlight cascaded down through the fluffy white clouds. Zhao Tianjiao and Dai Yu were preparing to head to class together when they encountered Wafan downstairs. What are you doing here? Zhao Tianjiao asked awkwardly. I came to make a deal with you, Wafan said with a mischief. What kind of deal? I can help you rescue Zhang Yi's father, but you have to promise me two things. First, regardless of whether Zhang Yi's father gets better or not after the matter is settled, you have to let me touch your butt, Wafan said with excitement. All right, Zhao Tianjiao replied without thinking. Wafan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled bitterly, saying, Do you really like him that much? What about the second thing? Zhao Tianjiao's gaze flickered. Wafan took a deep breath. Second, when I come back, Zhao Tianjiao looked up in shock. When she met Wafan's sincere gaze, she suddenly felt a pang of regret. I'm sorry. In the end, she could only utter those three words. Zhao Tianjiao was a very independent girl. She knew what she wanted and followed her heart in both life and actions. She couldn't force herself to accept someone she didn't love. Wafan was willing to help, and she was genuinely grateful, but Zhao Tianjiao understood that gratitude could never replace. Indeed, gratitude can never substitute for love. Wafan was well aware of this. Unilaterally giving without reciprocity was not what he desired, so he planned to let go. This is better for both of us, Wafan said. Whenever you're ready, just have Dai Yu call Wang Xingrui to notify me. Wafan had initially wanted Zhao Tianjiao's number, but now he didn't need it. Okay, Wafan, thank you so much, Zhao Tianjiao said once more. Wafan didn't attend class. Instead, he wandered aimlessly to the leisure club. This was the only place in the academy where he felt a sense of belonging. Wang Xingrui, Sun Mingming, and Situ Che were all there. Although friendship couldn't heal the wounds of love, at least it could alleviate the pain. Since they were too busy yesterday, Situ Che suggested that the leisure club implement a reservation system. There would be a fixed number of participants each day with a maximum of 10 people, and the price of desserts would double each serving, costing 30 money, while flowers would still be given for free. This might lead to a loss of some customers and a significant decrease in club revenue, but no one cared. Wang Xingrui and Situ Che were not short of money. They joined the club purely for relaxation. Sun Mingming started the club hoping others could enjoy the desserts she made, while Wafan wanted to change his image through the club. Now, even though the customer flow had decreased, it did not change the four's original intentions. Thus, after a show of hands, everyone agreed to Situ Che's proposal. Afterward, Wang Xingrui counted the money at the cash register on the first floor. Situ Che wiped the dining tables on the second floor, and Sun Mingming cleaned her molds. Watching them all busy with their own tasks, only he wandered around like a ghost. Wafan suddenly felt a bit superfluous in the leisure club. Even without him, the leisure club could operate well. No, it might even operate better. While counting the money, Wang Xingrui inadvertently noticed the emotions on Wafan's face, so he put down his work and walked over, handing him an envelope. "This is for you." "What is it?" Wafan opened the envelope to find a stack of money inside. "We made over 4,000 yesterday, and after deducting the leader's share, each person gets 1,000. It's not about the money. For me, being able to work with my friends on a project is quite enjoyable. That 4,000 money is our collective labor's result." Before the opening, Sidu Che also mentioned that we are not running a company, so we don't judge success or failure by performance. Yesterday was just the first day, and it's normal not to sell much. Don't take it to heart. I promised Zhao Tianjiao to help treat Jiang Yi's father, and have already asked the teacher for leave, Wafan said, stuffing the money into his pocket. Suddenly speaking, without context, I also brought up breaking up with her. Zhao Tianjiao is a good person, and you're not bad either. It's just that her heart isn't with you. Breaking up is better than continuing to be a lovesick fool. Big brother, I just went through a breakup. Can't you say something nice to comfort me? I am comforting you. Can't you tell? Wang Xingrui said puzzledly. I just went through a breakup, and you call me a lovesick fool. How is that comforting? Wafan was certain that Wang Xingrui had never been in a relationship before. But thinking about the other two people in the club and what they would say if they knew about his breakup, he decided it was better not to have any expectations of them. At that moment, Wang Xingrui's expression became serious as he reminded, Jiang Yi is a hypocrite. I suspect his father is not a good person either. If you really go to the laboratory, keep your guard up and call me if anything happens. I'm just going to draw some blood. It should be fine. At 2 in the afternoon, there were hardly any people in the leisure club. Sidu Chi's reservation plan was clearly effective. However, the college's online forum was already filled with complaints mainly targeting Sun Mingming and Wang Xingrui. Some speculated in the forum that Sidu Chi might be earning commissions by selling desserts, but due to Sidu Chi's popularity and high earnings, he was being suppressed by colleagues and the club president. Following this post, waves of insults flooded the entire forum. Without exception, everyone accused Wang Xingrui and Sun Mingming of being snobbish, suppressing employees, and that the implementation of the reservation system was purely out of jealousy for Situ Chi's look, strongly suggesting that Situ Chi should go solo. In short, they were standing up for Situ Chi, who had done nothing yet successfully shifted the blame. Wang Xingrui and Sun Mingming were indifferent. With fewer people, they enjoyed the peace, and as for the forum, as long as they didn't open it, it wouldn't affect them at all. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed in the sky as 2 giant seagulls, each 4 meters long, landed outside. One of them carried Jiang Yi and Zhao Tianjiao, with Zhao Tianjiao in front and Jiang Yi behind, looking as if Zhao Tianjiao was sitting in Jiang Yi's embrace. Wafan, are you there?" Zhao Tianjiao called out twice. After a while, Wafan came out. Upon seeing the two, his expression was calm, but his fists clenched unconsciously. Jiang Yi spoke up. "Wafan, I apologize for our previous confrontation. It was my fault. I truly appreciate your willingness to help me. I assure you, once my father's health recovers, I will fulfill any request you have as long as it's within my family's means." "No need, I'm not helping you," Wafan said. Jiang Yi noticed the look in Wafan's eyes, then turned to Zhao Tianjiao in his arms, saying, "I understand, but ultimately the Jiang family owes you a favor." Wafan leaped onto the back of the seagull. On the second floor, Sun Mingming and Situ Che looked down through the glass. Wang Xingrui approached the door of the leisure club and smiled at Jiang Yi, saying, "I hope you can ensure Wafan's safety, otherwise those two up there might come looking for you." Jiang Yi glanced up, and upon seeing Situ Che on the second floor, a hint of caution flickered across his brow. "I will." The 2 seagulls flapped their wings and quickly ascended, gradually disappearing from Wang Xingrui's sight. When life becomes busy, time passes quickly. Running, attending classes and club activities. It's been 2 weeks since Wafan left the academy. The day after Wafan left, he sent a text message to Wang Xingrui saying he would temporarily stay in the laboratory, joining Jiang Yi's father's research. If it succeeded, he could also receive a share of the profits. After that, Wafan would contact him every 3 days, always punctually. Until today, with the winter vacation approaching, Wafan sent him another message. "I'm not returning to the academy. I'm going straight home. See you after the winter break." Looking at the message on his phone, Wang Xingrui suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity, as if Wafan was drifting further away from them. Was there something more appealing to him in Jiang Yi's father's laboratory than in the club? Wang Xingrui felt a bit uncomfortable, as if someone had snatched something from him, but if Wafan had truly found something he liked and excelled at, he was genuinely happy for him. After the vacation, the students experienced a brief separation except for Sidu Che and Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui glanced at the figure beside him. "Big brother, why are you following me?" "Why else? Of course I'm going home with you. Didn't you invite me?" Situ Che said in surprise. "Could you please stop stating the obvious with such a righteous tone?" Wang Xingrui replied speechlessly. "I did say you could come over to my house if you had time, but it's almost New Year now. Shouldn't you be reuniting with your family first?" Situ Che said nonchalantly. "But from the moment I acquired my avatar, I no longer have a family." Wang Xingrui was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. The weight of that statement was too much to calmly express such a sorrowful sentiment. He wondered if it was true or if Situ Che's acting had improved. He turned to look at his older brother. Situ Che was an uncontrollable factor. Would he let him meet his family? Murong Yi said it's lively with many people. Situ Che's eyes turned into crescent moons as he said, Teacher Murong, I am Situ Che. I've long heard of your great name, and today I finally meet the real person. You encountered someone who could kill you at any moment. You seem quite happy now, Murong Yi suddenly said. Ha ha ha, you saw through me. Situ Che scratched his head shyly. Wang Xingrui was a bit surprised. It was the first time he saw Situ Che acting so childishly. To be honest, apart from your brother, the only one in Tianxian who is not under my control is the dean. However, I am confident that before graduation I will turn him into my toy. I was worried that life after graduation would be boring, as there probably wouldn't be anything fun left in the world. And then you appeared. The moment I saw you, I was both scared and excited. The aura you emit is on an entirely different level from the dean, and it feels like you are a demon that just crawled out of hell. Thank you for restoring my hope in life. I sincerely hope that one day in the future I can turn you into my toy as well. Murong Yi said, my brother's future strength will surely surpass mine. Your life will only become more exciting and will not be boring. Oh. Situ Che pretended to be surprised and asked, is it because he fused with the prehistoric avatar? Upon hearing Situ Che's words, Wang Xingrui stood frozen on the road, a murderous aura suddenly enveloping him. Situ Che and Murong Yi continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. Feeling the aura behind him, Murong Yi turned his head and waved at him. Wang Xingrui controlled his emotions and hurried after him, walking beside Murong Yi. How did you know about this? Murong Yi asked. Situ Che replied, I guessed. Wang Xingrui's temperament, reflexes, combat power, and willpower are beyond what an ordinary family could cultivate. Coupled with his midterm exam results, he even surpassed Long Ao, who possessed a prehistoric avatar. A serpent avatar with only a 10-fold increase has surpassed a Tyrannosaurus Rex with over a 100-fold increase. Anyone not a fool would see the problem. Originally, it was just speculation, but after seeing you in the confinement room, I became 100% sure that Wang Xingrui must have fused with a prehistoric avatar. Someone like you should not allow your brother to become an ordinary person. So Wang Xingrui being assigned to class, he must have been deliberate on your part, probably to cover something up. Good guess. Remember to keep it a secret. If anyone finds out about my brother, it would be troublesome, Murong Yi praised. Situ Che looked at Wang Xingrui through Murong Yi and said, having a brother like you is truly enviable. Up ahead is the rental agency. Oh, let's rent 2 vultures. Actually, 1 vulture would be enough, Situ Che suggested. A slightly larger vulture avatar can easily carry 5. They'll take 1 with my brother, and you take 1 for yourself, and you'll pay for it yourself, Wang Xingrui said, gazing at him. All right. The scene shifted. In the sky 1,000 meters high, Wang Xingrui and Murong Yi sat on the back of a giant vulture passing through layers of white mist. Wang Xingrui asked, brother, do you think he will? No, Murong Yi directly denied. That kid is smart. Smart people don't joke with their lives, so don't worry. Wang Xingrui glanced back. A vulture was closely following them. Situ Che saw Wang Xingrui looking over and smiled, waving at him. Crazy. Wang Xingrui cursed inwardly and turned back. The vulture was fast. It took only 2 hours to travel from F City Academy to K City Villa area. He took out the key and opened the door. His father was cooking in the kitchen while his mother was on the phone unpacking a delivery. When they saw Wang Xingrui return, his parents were surprised for just 2 seconds and casually said, son, you're back from... Then they continued with their tasks. Just as he thought, there were no warm embraces, no delicious meals, just casual. However, when the figures of Murong Yi and Situ Che appeared, Wang Xingrui's parents' attitudes underwent a complete transformation. They beamed with joy, enthusiastically pulling the 2 to sit down. Situ Che gave a brief self-introduction. When Wang Xingrui's parents heard that Situ Che was in the same club as Wang Xingrui, they were incredibly pleased. They never expected that their son, who was lazy and reclusive, could actually join a club and make new friends. However, it was a pity that all his friends were male. If he could bring home a girl, that would be fantastic. Wang Xingrui carried his and his brother's suitcases upstairs. In the study on the 2nd floor, Lin Yi was engrossed in a book. Hearing the noise, he immediately got up and came out. When he saw Wang Xingrui, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, welcome back. Oh, Wang Xingrui replied calmly. Come to my room, I have something to ask you. Lin Yi took the suitcase from Wang Xingrui and followed him into the room. What happened at home? Wang Xingrui asked. Lin Yi did not hide it. A few days ago, Yang sent an assassin here, and the target could be me or your parents. But don't worry, your parents are unhurt. The assassin was chased away by people arranged in advance by Mr. Murong. Your parents were afraid you'd worry, so they wouldn't let me tell you. Are you all right? Wang Xingrui looked at Lin Yi and asked. Lin Yi was now his person, and whether out of concern or just formality, Wang Xingrui felt he should ask. I'm fine, Lin Yi retorted. I cleaned up the battlefield. How did you know something happened at home? When I entered, I noticed some scratches on the steps and the door frame. Also, your parents' expressions were a bit unnatural, probably trying to pretend to be calm out of fear that I would notice. I see. Wang Xingrui handed Lin Yi a bank card. There are 2 million in the card. Go buy some super beast avatars. I need you to quickly increase your strength. Lin Yi smiled and said, I feel like I'm being supported by someone. Wang Xingrui, however, said earnestly, our relationship with Ouyang Chen has reached a point of no return. The assassins will certainly come again. Next time I hope you can deal with him with your own strength. Can you do it? Sure, boss. Lin Yi smiled. His older brother taught him a 5-step breathing technique, and now he was giving him financial support. If Lin Yi's strength can improve, then there's no need to keep him around. By the way, there's a lunatic at home. Go tidy up. Lunatic. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with confusion. Zhang Xianyu wanted to spend time alone with the goddess, so he booked a rental bird a day in advance and returned to K City with Daiyu. Daiyu reunited with her mother after a long time, and Zhang Xianyu tried hard to keep her, so she stayed at Zhang Xianyu's house. No matter how wealthy a family is, once they return, they can't avoid one topic: how are the grades? Zhang Xianyu ranked 7th in the physical test of the midterm exams and 3rd in the final exams for the duration of the Avatar's release, enough to make his parents proud for a while. Zhang Dong asked at the dinner table, by the way, son, how did Xiaorui do? He scored 1st in the physical test of the midterms. He didn't take the finals, but it's okay. Mu Rongge has already arranged everything for him. Zhang Xianyu said, while shoveling rice into his mouth. Look at you, you have no table manners and no eating manners. You two didn't cause any trouble at school, did you? Mom, I just started college. Ew, I don't know anyone. How could I cause trouble? Zhang Xianyu buried his head in the bowl, feeling a bit guilty, as he said, besides, with Mu Rongge around, any trouble can be resolved. Mu Rongyi is not an ordinary person. You'll learn a lot from associating with him in the future, Shinling advised. Mom, you didn't say that before. When you were in the hospital, you told me to stay as far away from him as possible. Why have you suddenly changed your mind now? What was in the past is in the past, and now is now, Shinling said. Actually, every night at the academy, Mu Rongge gives Daiyu and me special lessons and teaches us quite a few things not found in our textbooks. Otherwise, my physical test scores wouldn't have improved so quickly. But, Zhang Xianyu sighed and said in Mu Rongge's eyes, it seems like no one is more important than Xiao Wang. Being content is key. He doesn't owe you anything. Helping you is a favor, not helping you is his duty, Zhang Dong remarked. Shinling pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, why don't we send him something? Send what? Silly boy, whatever he lacks, we send that. Mu Rongge casually gave Xiao Wang a villa and casually gave the goddess a villa. He lacks nothing. When we have time, our family should indeed go thank him. In a few days it will be New Year. After the New Year, you should invite Mu Rongyi to our house as a guest. I'll have a good drink with him. Oh. Actually, Zhang Xianyu promised this verbally, but in his heart, he felt uncertain. Mu Rongyi mainly wanted to guide Daiyu and only casually taught him a few things. He always felt that his relationship with Mu Rongyi was not close enough to invite him over for dinner, and he didn't know if Mu Rongge would accept his invitation. Zhang Xianyu gently nudged Daiyu and whispered, goddess, I'm afraid my face alone isn't enough. Could you come with? Sure. With Daiyu accompanying him, Zhang Xian, you felt slightly more at ease. Suddenly Shinling casually asked, by the way, I haven't asked Xiao Yue, how did your finals go? Oh, Xiao, you can't compare to Xin Yue. As long as she can steadily finish her 5 years of studies, I'll be content. And Zhang, you should have confidence in Daiyu. She did better than me this time. In the midterms, she ranked 1st in the written exam, and in the finals, she ranked 2nd in the entire department. Aunt Zhang immediately turned to Daiyu in surprise. Really? Daiyu nodded. Aunt Zhang covered her mouth, unable to control her emotions, tears of joy streaming down her face. Shinling quickly handed her 2 tissues and advised, Aunt Zhang, why are you crying? It's a good thing. Daiyu reached out to wipe away her mother's tears, while Aunt Zhang gently stroked Daiyu's head, her eyes filled with pride. Zhang Xianyu wanted to ease the atmosphere, so he said, by the way, Mom and Dad, let me show you something. He stood up, walked to the living room, and instantly transformed into a majestic golden eagle. Zhang Dong, Shinling, and Aunt Zhang all widened their eyes, shocked by the scene before them. This was their first time witnessing an avatar with an increase of over 100. The sharp gaze and immense pressure made them momentarily stop breathing. Mom and Dad, am I handsome? Zhang Xianyu flapped his wings, causing a whirlwind in the room that sent the dishes on the table flying. Silly son, if you didn't speak, you would indeed be very handsome, Shinling thought to herself. All right, my son is the most handsome. Hurry and change back, we can't eat like this. Although Shinling's face showed a look of disdain, her pride and joy inside could not be suppressed. Zhang Dong also nodded in satisfaction, rare praise escaping his lips, not bad. Zhang Xian, yes, body gradually shrank, his feathers shedding, returning to human form. Aunt Zhang Dai, you can also release her avatar. Goddess, come quickly and demonstrate for Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. Daiyu walked to the living room and released her Darwin barking spider. Unlike Zhang Xianyu, Daiyu's body was hunched with 8 legs like steel knives protruding from the sides, covered in sharp spines, and a pair of shiny black eyes spinning on her forehead. Spiders, snakes, scorpions, and other creatures that live in the dark world instinctively evoke fear. Moreover, spiders cannot express emotions through their faces. When Daiyu looked at her mother, it was as if she was staring. Aunt Zhang was suddenly so frightened that she covered her mouth and screamed. Daiyu immediately returned to her human form and approached her mother worriedly, asking, Mom, are you okay? Aunt Zhang instinctively wanted to turn and run, but when she thought of her daughter, she stopped herself. Insect and poison avatars are indeed extraordinary. Don't say, Aunt Zhang, I was startled too. Shinling patted her chest. Meanwhile, Zhang Dong unnoticed sighed in relief. Actually, when I first saw Daiyu's avatar, I was startled too. But after seeing it a few times, I gradually got used to it. At this moment, Aunt Zhang suddenly asked Zhang Xianyu, you don't mind that Daiyu has such an avatar, do you? I don't mind, Zhang Xianyu casually replied, not thinking much of it. That's good. In the next second, Zhang Xianyu realized what Aunt Zhang meant and hurriedly asked, Aunt Zhang, what do you mean? It's nothing, Aunt Zhang said. Aunt Zhang just hopes you and Xiaoyu can become good friends and take care of her more in the future. If Zhang Xianyu couldn't understand this, he might as well just give up. He excitedly said, Aunt Zhang, I don't mind her at all. Really, Daiyu is the most amazing girl I've ever met. As soon as he said this, he suddenly realized he had misspoken, his face turning pale. Oh no, I spoke out of turn. At the same time, he noticed Aunt Zhang's gaze towards him softened considerably, while his own parents were looking at him with expressions that seemed to say, you're really useless. Zhang Xianyu obediently sat back down and lowered his head. Mom Zhang is a very important friend to me and will always be a good friend. Daiyu sensed that her mother's words carried an underlying meaning and the atmosphere felt off, so she delicately replied. Zhang Dong, Shenling, and Aunt Zhang were all experienced, they could tell her meaning immediately. Shenling began serving food into Daiyu's bowl, while subtly asking Xiao Yue, how's your college life? Very good. Do you have someone you like? Some things can be considered in college. I do. Zhang Xianyu looked at Daiyu in disbelief. Shenling's actions paused for a moment. Who is it? How long have you been dating? If it's suitable, you can bring him home and let Aunt help you evaluate. The person I like is not Zhang. One sentence turned the atmosphere at the scene to an ice-cold point. Shenling slowly withdrew her chopsticks, stopping her serving. Aunt Zhang sensed a hint of coldness in Shenling's expression and hurriedly said, you silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? You're still so young. Do you even know what it means to like someone? What kind of avatar does that boy have? What do his parents do? Are you sure he can keep you safe in the future? I can protect him in the future. Aunt Zhang stared at her daughter in shock. This was the first time her daughter had ever talked. Her chest heaved with emotion and slap. Aunt Zhang struck Daiyu across the face, causing one side of Daiyu's cheek to turn red quickly. Seeing this, Shenling's coldness faded, and she immediately spoke out to stop it, rushing over to Daiyu's side and holding her protectively. Aunt Zhang, let's talk it over. There's no need to be physical. The child is still young and doesn't understand everything. Zhang Dong also hurriedly tried to mediate. Exactly. There is still a long way to go. Aunt Zhang, please don't get angry. You've only been in college for a few days, and you're already getting bold. Your dad left early. I was afraid you would be wronged, so I never looked for a suitable candidate again. I've worked hard to raise you. Putting you through college was to make you protect others. As she spoke, Aunt Zhang, angry and disappointed, shed tears. Daiyu broke free from Shenling and with a choked voice stepped forward and said, Mom, I'm sorry. Oh, please don't be angry. I know that Uncle and Aunt have helped us a lot. I'm very grateful, and so am I. The help from Uncle and Aunt I will never forget, but Zhang is just a very, very important friend to me. Now and in the future, there's no other relationship. I don't want to deceive myself, nor do I want to deceive him. Aunt Zhang didn't hear a word of Daiyu's explanation. In her eyes, her daughter, daring to talk back, must have been influenced by that boy. After just one semester, her daughter had changed so much. If time went on, who knew what irreversible things that boy might lead her to do. She must cut off Daiyu's connection with him as soon as possible. Thus, she coldly said, I don't care who that boy is. From now on, don't associate with him anymore, or don't acknowledge me as your mother. Daiyu's face immediately showed despair. She never expected that some melodramatic plot from TV would fall upon her, and her own mother would actually use their relationship to threaten her. At this moment, Zhang Xianyu forced a smile and stood up, saying, Aunt Zhang, I know the boy Daiyu likes. He has good character and a good avatar. Please don't pressure her. Let's eat. The food is getting cold. Xianyu. Hearing this, Aunt Zhang was at a loss for words. Alright, we'll talk about this later. Let's eat first. Zhang Dong urged Shenling and Aunt Zhang to sit down quickly. Aunt Zhang wiped her tears and sat back down. Aunt Zhang, I was too impatient. You can't hit her anymore. No matter whether Xiao you can become a daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, it pains me to see it. No, Madam Shun, it's not your fault. It's the child who doesn't understand, and I didn't educate her well. Aunt Zhang hurriedly apologized. Seeing her mother's wronged and humble appearance, Daiyu's heart felt like it was breaking. Why? Why after I have a bug and poison avatar ranked first in the department, does my mother still have to care about others' opinions? Why can't I be the master of my own emotions? This meal was unpleasant for everyone, but at least Daiyu finally took a step forward, clarifying her relationship with Zhang Xianyu, and her guilt diminished. As time passed, day by day, the new year was approaching. On New Year's Eve, the family gathered together to make dumplings, watch TV, summarize the year's harvest, and enjoy their time together. This year was the most tumultuous year Wang Xingrui had ever experienced. He constantly traversed various cities. He felt the sensation of life slipping through his hands, gained a brother fused with a prehistoric avatar, entered university, made many new friends, and established many enemies. At his own dining table, compared to previous years, 3 more people had joined. Former enemies, future family, and a person who plays with the world. These 3 originally unrelated individuals gathered here because of him. No matter what the future holds at this moment, with his parents sitting in front and friends by his side, he truly felt happy. Just as Wang Xingrui was reminiscing about the past and looking forward to the future, his phone suddenly vibrated. He placed the last dumpling in his mouth, took out his phone, and said, "Hello, who is this?" Wang Xingrui, holding his phone, casually ascended to the second floor. After closing the door, his expression darkened instantly. 1 minute, get to the point. After the winter vacation, Wafan hasn't returned home. Yesterday I called him and at first I didn't sense anything unusual. However, I felt something was off, so I tested him. I asked if he had eaten the canned mangoes he bought, and he said he had. But in reality, Wafan never eats canned food and is allergic to mangoes. Are you suspecting that the Wafan you spoke to on the phone is fake? No, I am now certain that the person I spoke to yesterday was definitely not Wafan. How did you know my phone number? Wang Xingrui asked. Although Xin Xingyue was Wafan's first love, he did not know this woman well, and he did not rule out the possibility that she was colluding with others to set him up. Wafan gave it to me. He said if I ran into any trouble and couldn't find him, I could look for you, Xin Xingyue explained. Where are you now? At home. I haven't had the chance to tell Wafan's parents about this matter. Wafan video calls his parents every day, so even if I told them, they might not believe my side of the story. Wang Xingrui continued, I heard you're well informed at the academy. Can you help me find Jiang Yi's home address? Is Wafan's disappearance related to Jiang? It's still uncertain. Okay, wait for me for 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, the phone rang again. Wang Xingrui quickly answered and Xin Xingyue said Jiang Yi's home is in City J East District No. 103 Tianyuan State Villa area. Jiang Yi's father Jiang, who 43 years old, has the form of a reptilian, the 9-dragon yak, with a boost of 24. Jiang Yi's mother Li Xinran, 40 years old, has the form of a flying type, the bean goose, with a boost of 30. That's all I could find for now. That's enough, Wang Xingrui said. Let's not alarm Wafan's parents for now. Tomorrow I'll go find Jiang Yi and talk to him. He'll inform you as soon as I have news. Wang Xingrui hung up the phone and turned around only to find Situ Che standing at the door. Did you hear everything? Wang Xingrui asked. Pretty much. Wang Xingrui said, since you're free, why not come with me? Sure, as long as you're not afraid of me and neurotic costume. Wang Xingrui recalled the previous scene where he cursed Situ Che while sitting on the vulture, and his expression became a bit awkward. Bat ears are really effective. I also need to call Lin Yi. Is that okay? This afternoon, Situ Che and Lin Yi met and efficiently got to know each other. Situ Che said, I am Wang Xingrui's university classmate. My form is a leaf-mouth bat with a boost of 128, currently in the same club as him. Lin Yi, my form is a king cobra with a boost of 64. I went bankrupt because of him and am currently his subordinate. After a brief exchange, they shook hands simply and then didn't pay attention to each other again. Their personalities are quite similar. Both wore amicable smiles while speaking and were telling the truth. But Wang Xingrui could see at a glance that they did not trust each other. Their relationship was like a cup of water and a cup of oil, both liquid, yet unable to merge. To keep enemies close, you really have a broad mind. Otherwise, why would I bring you a neurotic home? Situ Chi's lips curled into a slight arc. It wasn't even 10 o'clock yet, unable to celebrate the new year. Wang Xingrui, Lin Yi, and Situ Che left home that night and hurried to the Jiang family in City J. On the way, Wang Xingrui briefly shared his situation with the two. Situ Che first raised a doubt. Could this be a trap set by Xin Xingyue using Wafan? Thus, Wang Xingrui told Xin Xingyue that he would visit Jiang Yi's house tomorrow just to create a time difference. If it were a trap, they would definitely let their guard down tonight, and he would be able to turn their scheme against them. Wang Xingrui turned to Lin Yi and asked, are we going in directly, or should we grab someone first to ask? Lin Yi had more experience in the matter of breaking into private homes. To avoid alarming the snake, let's grab someone first and ask where the laboratory is. I just hope there aren't any experts like Mr. Murong in the villa. Lin Yi replied. During the last mission, Murong Yi nearly wiped out Lin Yi's brothers, leaving an unforgettable shadow in his heart. Thus he was cautious in everything he did. As soon as he finished speaking, they suddenly realized that Situ Che was missing. Then they saw his figure in front of the Jiang family's door. He stood there, said a couple of words, and the door slowly opened. Then he looked over at Wang Xingrui and waved at them. Wang Xingrui and Lin Yi exchanged glances and walked over. Do you know someone from the Jiang family? Lin Yi asked as he approached Situ Che. Situ Che replied, I don't know them. This is the ability of my form. He did not elaborate further, and Lin Yi, sensing the situation, did not press any further. Wang Xingrui asked, isn't your ability only effective when the other person has emotional fluctuations towards you? Situ Che countered, do you think I've only been improving these past few months? After saying that, he calmly walked in, followed by Wang Xingrui and Lin Yi, passing by the security guard who opened the door for them. Lin Yi cast a slightly concerned glance. The security guard waved at him with a welcoming smile. This made Lin Yi feel a chill in his heart. Afterward, the three wandered around the villa, which felt deserted, occasionally being interrupted by a few security guards attempting to stop them, but Situ Che just gently said to them, sleep now. Immediately, 5 security guards fell to the ground in response, snoring loudly. This display shocked Lin Yi thoroughly. To disable opponents just by speaking. What type of technique is this? How does Wang Xingrui always attract such monsters around him? The room inside was brightly lit, filled with cheerful laughter, lively and bustling. Wang Xingrui pushed the door open. In the hall, only Jiang Hu and his wife were teasing each other with laughter. When they heard the sound and looked over, their initial confusion turned to Jiang Hu's furious reprimand. Who are you and how did you get in here? Wang Xingrui replied, casually instructing Lin Yi, go find Jiang Yi. Lin Yi leaped up, circled around Jiang and his wife's figures, and slipped into the room upstairs. Hello, Uncle Jiang. We are Jiang Yi's classmates. Wang Xingrui introduced himself to the Jiang couple. His older brother had taught him to be polite before resorting to force. Jiang Hu's eyes darkened slightly. Classmates of E. I'm sorry for disturbing you at this late hour. One of my friends named Wafan also attends Tianxian Academy, but suddenly I haven't been able to contact him in the past few days. Have you seen him? Wang Xingrui asked with a smile. Jiang Hu's expression shifted. No, leave my house immediately, or I will have to call security to escort you out. I'm just saying because your son Jiang Yi said you were terminally ill and Wafan could help you. So Jiang Yi invited him to your laboratory, but after that I never heard from him again. But now I see you looking energetic and full of vigor, not at all like someone who is sick. At that moment sounds of fighting came from the second floor. Jiang Hu quickly turned to look, shouting loudly, security, security. After shouting for a long time, the only sound in the entire villa was his own hoarse voice. After a few seconds the second floor quieted down, and then Lin Yi appeared holding someone, leaping down and returning to Wang Xingrui's side. Jiang Hu's pupils constricted, and he was instantly alarmed. I really haven't seen Wafan, we can discuss this, just Wang Xingrui ordered Lin Yi remove one of his fingers. At this point Jiang Yi had already been knocked unconscious by Lin Yi, who grasped Jiang Yi's right index finger and pulled hard. The wound instantly bled profusely. Jiang Yi's eyes shot open, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. When he saw the two people in front of him, he was immediately filled with dread. Situ. President Situ Wang Xingrui. He attempted to unleash his form to counterattack, but as his body swelled halfway, Lin Yi punched him in the abdomen, forcing his form back. Jiang Yi's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of bile. Seeing his son injured, Jiang Hu gritted his teeth. You bastard. You dare to touch him. My son. Jiang Yi's mother Li Xinran instantly activated her form, transforming into a bean goose, frantically flying towards Wang Xingrui. Seeing this, Lin Yi twisted Jiang Yi's middle finger and pulled again. Jiang Yi's piercing scream rang out once more, and Li Xinran abruptly halted, glaring at Lin Yi with a look of pure hatred. Annie, don't be anxious, I haven't finished speaking yet, Wang Xingrui said with a smile. But at that moment in Jiang Hu and Li Xinran's eyes, Wang Xingrui's smile was akin to that of a devil. Li Xinran's eyes radiated a cold light, like two sharp blades aimed at Wang Xingrui, as she coldly said, I will never let you go. Where's Wafan? Wang Xingrui was unconcerned about the woman's threat, and turned to Jiang Yi asking. Jiang Yi glanced at his father, and then shook his head vigorously. You have some guts. Wang Xingrui's right hand transformed into a snake's head, slowly approaching Jiang Yi's neck, sharp fangs piercing his skin, a drop of bright red liquid sliding down. Wang Xingrui then looked at Jiang Hu and asked, Uncle, do you only have this one son? Don't kill me, Wang Xingrui, don't kill me. If you kill someone, your life will be over. Jiang Yi, seeing that Wang Xingrui was serious, began to plead incessantly, tears streaming down his face. Wang Xingrui shook his head and thought, really want Zhao Tianjiao to see this pathetic side of him. I will count to 3. Oh, tell me where Wafan is, or he will die. 3, 2, 1. Li Xinran reverted to her human form, crying profusely. She roared at her husband, what are you hiding from me? That is your own son. After Wang Xingrui finished counting to 3, Jiang Hu's face darkened like water. He still insisted that he did not know where Wafan was. Wang Xingrui suddenly realized that things were not simple. Was Wafan in Jiang Hu's eyes even more important than his own son? Or perhaps he had miscalculated. Could it be that he had indeed fallen into Shun Xingyu's trap? That shouldn't be the case. Wang Xingrui suddenly felt a bit insecure as he turned to look at Situ Che. Situ Che understood and stepped forward, asking Jiang Hu, please answer my question honestly. Where is Waf? East District Experimental Base. Jiang Hu's pupils suddenly contracted, looking at Situ Che as if he had seen his master. Damn, it turns out he is the one who locked Wafan up, Wang Xingrui cursed inwardly. Break your wife's arms, then take us, Situ Che ordered. Jiang Hu stepped forward toward Li Xinran, who tried to flee upon seeing this. Situ Che immediately commanded her, stay in place, don't move. Seeing his father approaching his mother Jiang, he urgently pleaded, President Situ, spare my parents, please. This is all my doing. If you want to take revenge on me, come at me and don't hurt them. President Situ, I'm begging you. Jiang Yi, noticing that Situ Che ignored him, let the snake head approach his skin, allowing the sharp fangs to pierce his flesh, frantically knelt before Situ Che, shouting. At that moment outside, a deep bell began to resonate over the entire city. It was midnight. Every household started to celebrate the arrival of the new year. No one would expect that at this moment, in a corner unknown to them, a near massacre was taking place. Situ Che bent down, looking at Jiang Yi with a hint of malevolence. Happy New Year. In J City Eastern District at the laboratory base, a metallic elevator slowly opened, and Wang Xingrui, Situ Che, Lin Yi, and Jiang Hu stepped out. A faint scent of disinfectant mixed with the unique aroma of experimental substances wafted towards them. The researchers in the laboratory, dressed in white protective suits, wearing rubber gloves and protective goggles, focused intently on their work, completely oblivious to the four entering. Storage bottles filled with green liquid were displayed on both sides, each containing experimental samples. Starfish, geckos, jellyfish, lizards, cheetahs, and others. All of these samples were species with formidable self-healing abilities. Looking at those animals, Wang Xingrui felt a vague sense of foreboding. Jiang Hu led Wang Xingrui and the other. Inside the room, there were 2 operating tables with precise cutting instruments set up beside one of them. Wafan was firmly fixed on one bloody operating table, completely naked, gazing blankly upward. Wang Xingrui approached him, helped him unfasten the restraints, and gently patted Wafan's face. Hey, are you dead? if not say something. A hint of tension laced his indifferent tone. Wafan's gaze slowly shifted to Wang Xingrui, and then back to the ceiling muttering, is it Wang Xingrui this time? Why can't I have a beautiful girl instead? Situche glanced at him, and said he must be mistaking us for an illusion. Crap, why is even Situche here? Our relationship isn't even that close. Situche leisurely walked over, twisted a circle on his thigh, and Wafan remained unfazed, seemingly feeling no pain, but then his lips trembled as he said, is it really you guys? Under the harsh white light the figures appeared somewhat illusory. Wang Xingrui said, Xin Yue called me saying you went. We found your location at Jiang Yi's home, and after a friendly chat learned that you were locked up here. Damn it, why did it take you so long? Wang Xingrui asked. They didn't do anything to you, right? Although Wafan had no visible wounds, his face was pale, as if he were a zombie. It's nothing, just that they drained my blood 11 times, took out my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, and smashed my bones several times. Aside from that, there's nothing else. Wafan spoke in a casual tone. Upon hearing Wafan's words, a thick, murderous aura surged from Wang Xingrui, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Situche smiled slightly, his eyes narrowing into slits. So you had such an exciting month, huh? Has it already been a month? There are no items to measure time in this room. I only know that 44 people have been replaced on the nearby experimental table, and I thought I would be the 45th today. Wang Xingrui removed the metal ring from his hand and carried him on his back, saying, we'll take you home. Are we going to your home? Wafan asked. You choose. I don't want my parents to see me like this. All right. Situche suddenly said, wait, come out in 10 seconds. After saying that, he stepped out of the room. Outside the room, Situche found a glass container and casually tossed it. All the researchers turned their heads at the sound, and he clapped his hands, saying, everyone look over here. All the researchers in the laboratory focused their attention on him. Good, then I wish you all a happy new year. Please go die. A simple sentence, yet the sinister tone pierced their ears. All the researchers' pupils suddenly constricted, and then a strange smile appeared on their faces. 2 seconds later, these people staged a brilliant suicide show before Situche. Some inserted rulers into their throats and pulled hard. Blood immediately gushed from their necks. Some raised microscopes and smashed them against their heads, splattering red and white everywhere. Others took whole bottles of concentrated sulfuric acid from a cabinet and poured it over their heads, their faces dissolving to reveal ghastly white bones. Everyone chose their preferred method to complete Situche's command. 10 seconds later, Wang Xingrui emerged from the room, carrying Wafan on his back, looking at the blood-soaked scene before him, his stomach churning. Situche gave them a bow of thanks. As they stepped over the twisted bodies once outside the experimental base, Situche turned to Zhang Hu and said, I hope you can personally blow up your experimental base. Zhang Hu nodded seriously, saying, I will. You will perish with your experimental base, right? Situche asked. I will. Great, go do what you want to do. Situche encouraged. Zhang Hu eagerly dashed back to the experimental base, arriving at the core control panel, where a button marked with a red skull sat in the center. Situche, full of excitement, raised his right hand repeatedly, saying, I want to destroy the base, I want to perish. In the next moment, he slapped the button. The experimental base shook, followed by a massive wave of fire engulfed, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The flames surged wildly within the base, quickly consuming the entire. Outside the base, Wang Xingrui and the others turned back to look at the distant fireworks blooming and the night sky tinted red, feeling somewhat relieved. On Wang Xingrui's back, Wafan weakly asked, what about Jiang? He's being kept for you. Thanks. Should we go look for him now? Situche suggested. He witnessed his father break his mother's arms. If we go back now, you can still appreciate his despair. Wafan did not respond. Situche looked at him. Wafan had already fallen into a deep sleep. A giant bat flew through the night, slowly landing outside Wang Xingrui's home. Lin Yi jumped down first, opening the door for Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui carried Wafan back home, complaining it took 3 hours to fly just one city over. The bat gradually shrank in size, transforming back into a human form. At this point, Situche was already sweating profusely, panting, yet a dangerous smile appeared on his face. This is the last time I'll be your bird rider. After tidying up his attire, he stepped inside only to find Wang Xingrui and Lin Yi standing at the door being scolded. Wang Xingrui's mother glared at him angrily. Where have you three been? After boiling dumplings, she turned around to find that aside from Murong Yi and her husband, the 3 children were missing. At that moment, the 3 displayed a peculiar tacit understanding, speaking in unison, setting off fireworks. Why is there an extra person? Wang Xingrui's mother noticed Wafan on Wang Xingrui's back. This is my college classmate who came to visit me, but accidentally got knocked out by the fireworks. Wang Xingrui casually fabricated a flimsy lie. Situche silently cursed him as he resignedly closed. However, he heard Wang Xingrui's mother's concerned voice. Quick, take him back to the room to rest. Is he seriously injured? Should we go to the hospital? Situche stared wide-eyed in shock. She actually believed it. This aunt was too naive. Lin Yi, why is your shirt so dirty? What is that? Wang Xingrui's mother pointed at the bloodstain on Lin Yi's shirt and asked. This is Wafan's blood. He was injured by the fireworks and I wrapped his wound with my shirt. Situche stared wide-eyed in shock. She actually believed it. This aunt was too naive. Lin Yi, wise. Wang Xingrui directly carried Wafan around his mother and ran into Lin Yi's room on the 2nd floor. Situche and Lin Yi did the same. Wang Xingruo's father walked over and said, "Did you all hear? The kids are grown up, we shouldn't meddle in what doesn't concern us. Otherwise, even if you're well-meaning, it can backfire." But Wang Xingruo's mother looked worriedly toward the second floor. "There's no but our son knows what he's doing." Wang Xingruo's father wrapped his arms around his wife and returned to the living room. "He sleeps in my room. Where do I sleep?" "In the room," Lin asked. "Sleep on the floor. Tonight you're responsible for taking care of Wafan." "What about me?" Situche then asked. Wang Xingruo's parents had one room, his brother had one room, he had one room, and Wafan and Lin, he shared one room, perfectly filling up the house. Wang Xingruo casually remarked, "This entire villa area belongs to me. You can either sleep on the sofa tonight, or..." Both of them were shocked by Wang Xingruo's wealth. The entire villa area belonged to him. It turned out that this kid was a rich second generation. Situche was quite pleased with Wang Xingruo's proposal. To be honest, living with a group of people he wasn't familiar with would be somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Yi clearly felt the increasingly prominent aura of authority emanating from Wang Xingruo, making his actions a bit more ruthless. Moreover, his methods had become more diverse than before. Just like his arm transforming into a snake's head, he had never seen Wang Xingruo use that trick during their last meeting. Wang Xingruo ignored the two of them, took out his phone, and called Shun Xingyue. "Wafan has been rescued." Shun Xingyue's charming voice came through the phone. "Was it really done by Jiang? You'd better not ask too many questions about this, it's none of your business. Also, Wafan doesn't want his parents to know about this." "Happy New Year." "Happy New Year." Wang Xingruo replied with a smile. After hanging up, there was a knock on the door, and Lin Yi went to open it. Morongyi stood at the door, 6 plates of dumplings floating around him. Once inside, he approached Wang Xingruo, placing 2 plates of dumplings on the desk softly, saying, "You left without eating the dumplings, you must be hungry after working all night." Then he casually tossed the remaining 4 plates of dumplings to Situche and Lin Yi. "Dumplings should be eaten hot, hurry up." "Thank you, Mr. Morong." "Thank you, Mr. Morong." The two picked up their chopsticks and took a bite, both widening their eyes in unison. They could clearly feel the beast cells within them stirring restlessly. The dumpling filling was made from their own beastly incarnations with amplification rates exceeding 100. With one dumpling down, the beast cells within Lin Yi began to rapidly absorb the energy, leading to a swift division. His astonishment far surpassed that of Situche. His amplification was only 64, yet he was now eating an enhanced beast with an amplification exceeding 100, thus the cells within him divided even faster and felt more pronounced. In the next moment, the two devoured the dumplings clean, and then simultaneously extended their plates forward, innocently asking, "Is there more?" "There's none." Morongyi shook his head and smiled. Situche and Lin Yi licked their lips, still feeling unsatisfied, but upon hearing Morongyi's answer, neither was disappointed. An enhanced beast with amplification exceeding 100 is rare to catch, it for them to have eaten it once is already considered lucky. Nearby, Wang Xingruo made retching sounds. Seeing how crazily the two were eating, he grabbed a dumpling to try a bite. However, as soon as he took a bite, a mouthful of sand tumbled on his tongue, and his eyes widened in shock. This familiar taste, it couldn't possibly be. Wang Xingruo looked at Morongyi. Morongyi said meaningfully, "It's hard-earned, don't waste it." At 6 in the morning, Wang Xingruo was pulled up from bed by his mother, ready to go out to pay New Year visits. After getting up, he first took a glance at Lin Yi's room. Lin Yi was sweating on the treadmill, while Wafan lay sprawled on the bed sound asleep. It seemed he had nothing to do. Wang Xingruo gently closed the door and went downstairs. To his surprise, he saw Situche lying peacefully on the sofa covered with a blanket. He had thought Situ would go out to stay somewhere. In the past, Wang Xingruo would have gone to visit acquaintances nearby for New Year greetings. But now, with only their family living in the nearby villa area, Wang Xingruo only needed to make a few calls to relatives living farther away, and then make a quick visit to Zhang Zuanya's house to complete the task. Just as he finished his calls and was ready to head out, Zhang Xuanyu came over with Daiyu. Knock, knock, knock. Old Wang opened. However, when he opened the door, it was Lin Yi who greeted him. Zhang Xuanyu felt a slight tension upon seeing him. He then forced a calm demeanor, walked past Lin Yi with a big smile, and shouted, "Godfather, Godmother, I'm here to pay my New Year respects." Wang Xingruo's father and mother casually walked out from the room, holding red envelopes. Wang Xingruo's father approached Zhang Xuanyu, placing his right hand on his shoulder and squeezing it as he said, "It's been a few months since we've seen each other. You've become more robust. Godfather, it's been a few months, and you've become more handsome, hee." Wang Xingruo's father handed him a red envelope. Wang Xingruo's mother pretended to be serious and asked, "What about me?" "Godmother, you still look as beautiful as before. May you become younger and younger." Wang Xingruo's mother smiled as she handed over the red envelope. "Who is this?" Wang Xingruo's parents had not met Daiyu before, and upon seeing such a graceful girl, Zhang Xuanyu introduced, "This is Daiyu, a classmate of mine, and Lao Wan's from middle school, and we are in the same college now. Hello, uncle and aunt. I wish you good health and success in the new year." Daiyu bowed slightly. Wang Xingruo's parents immediately took out another red envelope and stuffed it into her hands. "Uncle and aunt, you don't need to." Daiyu quickly refused, as her relationship with Wang Xingruo was not close enough for her to accept a red envelope. "Just take it, my parents don't like to push back and forth," Wang Xingruo reminded. Hearing this, Daiyu's face turned slightly red, and she obediently accepted the red envelope, saying, "Thank you, uncle and aunt." Zhang Xuanyu watched this scene with raised eyebrows. Why did this scene feel somewhat off? He couldn't help but wonder if he should have brought the goddess over. Suddenly, he saw Wang Xingruo's father toss a red envelope onto the sofa, and a hand emerged from the sofa skillfully pinching the envelope with 2 fingers. "Thank you, uncle and aunt," a polite voice came from the sofa. Wang Xingruo's father hugged his mother and turned back to looking at their backs. Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but exclaim, "I really envy the way godfather and godmother show affection everywhere, treating others as if they are invisible. Are there guests at home?" He curiously glanced towards the sofa. Situ Che sat up, and when he turned his head, Zhang Xuanyu was startled and took a few steps back, exclaiming, "Damn, President Situ, what is he doing here?" Dai was also shocked to see Situ Che. "Happy New Year," Situ Che said with a smile. "Hello, President Situ." Dai greeted respectfully. "I'm no longer the president, there's no need to be so formal, just treat it like your own home," Situ Che replied. His words were not at all reserved, and Wang Xingruo couldn't be bothered to comment. "Did you think sleeping on the sofa for a night meant the villa became yours? How come you are at Wang's house?" Dai didn't idolize Situ Che like some girls at the academy, so her conversation with him felt quite natural. "Wang Xingruo and I are good friends. He invited me to his home for a visit." Situ Che smiled. Wang Xingruo remained expressionless, internally grumbling, "I merely said come over to my house when you have time. Who knew you would be so free? Old one, you actually became friends with President Situ, that's impressive. I knew President Situ joined True Love Garden. Because of you, this counts as a friendship formed through conflict, right?" Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed excitedly. "Whether we're friends or not is still uncertain, but I did owe him a favor last night." "What did you two do last night?" Zhang Xuanyu asked with a mischievous smile. Wang Xingruo and Situ Che simultaneously replied, "We killed someone." Upon hearing this, the smile on Zhang Xuanyu's face instantly froze. Damn, I shouldn't have asked that. Causing trouble at the academy was one thing, but it was still happening after returning to K-City. The trouble kept getting bigger. With a brother like this, Zhang Xuanyu felt exhausted. He should have asked Wang Xingruo if he encountered any danger, but he didn't. After Dai rejected him, clearly Zhang Xuanyu had a knot in his heart. On one hand was the girl he liked, and on the other was his childhood friend, leaving him unsure about how to handle himself. Zhang Xuanyu mentioned that his parents wanted to invite Murong Yi for dinner. After hearing this, Wang Xingruo did not agree on behalf of Murong Yi, unsure if his older brother would be willing to make that trip. However, after inquiring, Murong Yi surprisingly agreed. The scene shifted. Zhang Xuanyu's parents, Aunt Zhang Xuanyu, Dai and Murong Yi, Wang Xingruo, and Situ Che all sat at the same table. After Dai, Wang Xingruo, and Situ Che paid their New Year respects, they all received red envelopes and were then invited by Xin Ling to stay for dinner. Originally, Zhang Dong intended to book a restaurant, but Xin Ling refused. Xin Ling believed that Murong Yi treated Xingruo like his own younger brother, and with the relationship between her son and Xingruo, it felt more intimate to eat at home. To her surprise, aside from Dai Yu and Murong Yi, there was also a classmate of Wang Xingruo's from university. Moreover, this classmate was even more handsome than her son. Could it be that the person Dai Yu likes is him? Xin Ling felt a sense of crisis for her son. At the same time, Aunt Zhang had been sizing up this boy closely since Situ Che entered. "Hello, uncle, and Aunt Xingruo's friend. My name is Situ Che, sorry to trouble you." Situ Che introduced himself. "What do you mean trouble? Since you are Xiao Rui's friend, you are not an outsider. Help yourself to whatever you want. All these dishes were made by your Aunt Shun." "Good." Then Zhang Dong looked at Murong Yi, raised his glass, and said, "Mr. Murong, I was rude to you in the hospital before, and I apologize. I heard that you took good care of that brat Xuanyu at the academy, so I want to toast you as a sign of gratitude." "No need to be polite." Murong Yi lifted his glass and took a sip. "Your son is not bad. Among the people I've seen, his talent is above average. As long as he is willing to work hard, he will definitely do better than you in the future." "Haha, then I will take your good words, let's eat." Murong Yi turned to Aunt Zhang and said, "Your daughter is now my disciple. She is a rare gem." Oh, Aunt Zhang did not expect Murong Yi would suddenly talk to her, and for a moment she was a bit flustered. "Really? That's wonderful. If Dai Yu can receive your guidance, that is her good fortune for several lifetimes." Aunt Zhang had never participated in such occasions and was not very educated, so she said all the good words she could think of, and everyone at the dinner table could see she was quite nervous. Murong Yi smiled. "Your daughter has a good character. I gifted her a villa, but she always says she doesn't want to take advantage without earning it and refuses to move in." Aunt Zhang was instantly shocked beyond measure, turning to look at her daughter in astonishment. "A villa? How come she?" Zhang Dong and Xin Ling also exchanged glances discreetly. Murong Yi's words were enough to prove his economic strength was extraordinary. Fortunately, they didn't let their son directly give him gifts. "It's not entirely my doing." When her father was still alive, he often told her that if it isn't yours, you must not take it. Aunt Zhang said. Murong Yi replied, "That villa was a gift for her. If you are willing, you can completely stop working. Little Yu did well on her final exams, and her scholarship should be issued in a couple of days, so you don't need to worry about your material life anymore." This no need. Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Shen have treated me very well, and I am quite content." Aunt Zhang instinctively felt a bit scared of the sudden wealth. Compared to becoming rich overnight, she preferred her life to remain the same, feeling more secure. Seeing this, Shenling said, Sister Zhang, you have taken care of our family for over 10 years. You should enjoy some blessings now. Little you has succeeded. How wonderful is that? We are all at this age, and we should consider ourselves too. Aunt Zhang sat silently, her thoughts complicated, unsure of what to say. Mrs. Shen meant well for her, but she couldn't just say she wanted to rely on them. If Morong Yi valued Dai Yue, would he not take her as a disciple if she refused him? But she had already spent over 10 years in such a serving role. How could she change on a whim? She was already accustomed to preparing meals for the Zhang family, washing clothes, and serving them tea. Now to let her live in a villa, it might be fine when Dai Yue is on break, but if she went to school, she would be the only one left in the villa. She simply could not adapt to that kind of life. Situ Che said, Aunt Zhang, Mr. Mirong's intention is just to hope you can live more easily. There is no requirement. If you don't like it, no one will force you. Dai Yue noticed her mother's expression, took her hand, and turned to Shenling saying, Aunt Shen, my mom may need to trouble you for a while longer. Shenling immediately understood Dai Yue's meaning and smiled. It's Sister Zhang who has taken care of this entire family. If Sister Zhang is willing to stay, I would be more than happy. What trouble? Sister Zhang, we will still need your help at home in the future. Aunt Zhang nodded happily, but then looked worriedly at Morong Yi smiled. I'm just making a suggestion. Oh, feel free to decide. Aunt Zhang filled her glass with wine saying, Thank you. I hope Mr. Morong can take good care of my daughter. After saying that, Aunt Zhang was about to down her drink, but suddenly an invisible force snatched the glass away, slowly floating back to the table. You are the mother of my disciple, and your daughter is also classmates with my brother. No need to be so formal, Morong Yi. Mom, there's no need to be nervous. My master is a very kind person, Dai Yue said. Yes, Aunt Zhang, Dai, you even helped me with my studies. We are all on the same side. There's really no need for toasts or anything formal. Wang Xingrui said, Here's the key to that villa. You can move in whenever you like. Dai Yue is reluctant to accept it, so please take it for her first. Wang Xingrui pulled out a set of keys and placed them in front of Aunt Zhang. Looking at the keys on the table, Aunt Zhang thought that this was the second time they had asked her to accept the villa. If she refused again, anyone would be upset. She was not the kind of obstinate person who would ruin her daughter's beautiful future for her own reasons. So Aunt Zhang expressed her gratitude to Morong Yi, saying, For my daughter to become Mr. Mirong's disciple is her fortune from her past life. Since you say this is a gift for her, I will not refuse it. After saying this, Aunt Zhang tucked the keys into her pocket. A satisfied smile appeared on Morong Yi's face, and Wang Xingrui began serving himself food, the atmosphere on the table becoming more amicable due to Aunt Zhang's concession. Zhang Dong and Shun Ling had been chatting with Morong Yi. Although Morong Yi occasionally responded, two fine tendrils extended unnoticed towards the necks of the two. If they were not Zhang Zuanyu's parents, and Zhang Xuanyu happened to have a good relationship with his younger brother, he would have already dealt with these two flies. Zhang Xuanyu behaved unusually, hardly speaking to Dai Yue, and appeared somewhat dejected. Aunt Zhang was engrossed in conversation with Situ Che, discussing everything from height and weight to family background and transformation type. Especially when she heard that Situ Che's transformation was a Yi Ko Ming Chi Bat. With a boost of 128, her attitude towards him immediately showed a significant change. Seeing the satisfaction in Aunt Zhang's eyes, Wang Xingrui couldn't help but wonder if she was considering bringing Situ Che home as a son-in-law. Situ Che and Dai Yue, one a bat, and the other a spider, actually sounded quite compatible. Situ Che had already guessed Aunt Zhang's intentions, and he also noticed that Dai Yue had stolen glances at Wang Xingrui 3 times within 5 minutes, but Wang Xingrui showed no reaction. So there was this layer of relationship between them. Interesting. Situ Che began to ponder just how furious he could make Wang Xingrui if he were to steal his girlfriend. At the seemingly harmonious dining table, everyone's thoughts were different. As the meal neared its end and people began to disperse, it was ultimately Aunt Zhang who cleared the table. Dai Yue entered the kitchen to help her mother wash the dishes. Zhang Xuanyu glanced towards the kitchen, silently returning to it. He was keenly aware that the gap between him and the goddess was gradually widening, with the disparity between wealth and status forming an insurmountable chasm between them. No matter how hard he tried, he could not fill it. Shenling sat on the sofa watching Dai Yu's back in the kitchen and said to her husband, who was reading a newspaper, Dai Yu is practical, capable, and filial. She will surely be a virtuous wife and good mother when she grows up. I must ensure she becomes our Zhang family's daughter-in-law. Zhang Dong said nonchalantly, feelings are a matter for two people who don't meddle unnecessarily. Shenling shot him a glance, saying, You don't care at all about your son's happiness in the future. Is this how a father should act? Zhang Dong replied, If you have to rely on your parents to help secure your own wife, do you think they will be happy when we're gone? I don't care, as long as I'm still alive. I believe Dai Yu is the best fit for our son. Zhang Dong shook his head helplessly. Sometimes it was truly unreasonable to discuss matters with his wife. But he was indeed very satisfied with Dai Yu and hoped that his son and Dai Yu could share that fate. Shenling's mind suddenly flashed to Situ Che's face, and her expression turned serious. She had noticed that Aunt Zhang had been chatting with Situ Che throughout the meal. This won't do, as she decided to act first to gain the upper hand, resolving to investigate Situ Che's family background to prepare her son in advance. Saying this, she took out her phone and made a call. In the kitchen, Aunt Zhang quietly said to her daughter, Among the guests today, there is someone you like, right? Dai Yu softly replied with an I've seen that boy and talked to him a bit. He is indeed very outstanding. His transformation and looks are both fitting for you. I just wonder what his character is like. Aunt Zhang said. Mom, my transformation was given to me by him. Aunt Zhang was instantly taken aback and stopped her movements looking at her daughter. After a long silence, Aunt Zhang spoke, as for matters of the heart, I won't interfere. However, you must remember you can't pin all your hopes on others throughout your life. You must have your own abilities to have a voice at home. Understood, Mom. In the afternoon back at home, Wang Xingrui first went to Lin Yi's room to check on Wafan's condition. That kid was still asleep, his position unchanged. Lin Yi was beside him reading a book. Seeing Wang Xingrui enter, Lin Yi stood up and said, he hasn't woken up since yesterday. Should I wake him to eat something? Let's wait until dinner time to decide, Wang Xingrui said. All right. After hesitating for a while, Lin Yi said, Boss, speak. You used the differentiation method at Jianga's house, right? Yes, Wang Xingrui replied, puzzled why. Lin Yi hesitated, saying, could you teach me? Having traveled the world for over a decade, Lin Yi had seen differentiation in use. This ability could significantly enhance one's combat power. He had also tried to explore it for a while, but never grasped it. Upon seeing Wang Xingrui use differentiation after much hesitation, he decided to inquire about how to master it, though he approached it with a trial-and-error mindset, as their relationship was still in the evaluation stage. Sure, mastering differentiation isn't difficult. Situ Che is here too. Oh, I can call him up in a few minutes. Wang Xingrui answered without hesitation. Lin Yi had a request from him. This was an opportunity to win him over. However, after hearing Wang Xingrui's response, Lin Yi was left with many questions. What does this have to do with him mastering differentiation? Meanwhile, on the first floor, Morong Yi said to Situ Che, you should have figured out the relationship between Zhang Xuanyu Dai Yue and my younger brother, right? Yes. For some reason, Dai Yu's mother seems to think of me as her daughter's boyfriend and has been probing into my background. Situ Che laughed. What do you think of Dai Yu? Morong Yi inquired. Situ Che chuckled, you don't need to test me. Oh, I originally planned to take her from Wang Xingrui, but later I found out that Wang Xingrui doesn't seem to like Dai Yue, so I lost interest. After all, Dai Yu is your disciple. If I were to toy with her feelings and fail to provoke Wang Xingrui, I would only offend you, which isn't worth it. Morong Yi said, in that case, do me a favor and break up Zhang Xuanyu and Dai Yu. It would be best if you could make them turn, and the reward is, I can help enhance your abilities further. Deal. Without asking the reason, they discussed the outcome, and their transaction was clean and straightforward. At that moment, Wang Xingrui happened to walk out of the room leaning against the railing, shouting down, Situ Che, I need your help, come up for a moment. Situ Che looked at Morong Yi and smiled, saying, your brother can sometimes be quite annoying. If it weren't for the fact that he is the only one in the academy who can rival me aside from the principal, I would want Wang Xingrui to keep his mouth shut for the rest of his life. Morong Yi smiled and said, you better hold on tight, otherwise you might not get another chance. Situ Che arrived at Lin Yi's room on the second floor. Wang Xingrui said, I hope you can try to hypnotize Lin Yi to help him master his differentiation ability. Situ Che smiled and replied, this method does not hold. Your ability to master differentiation is purely coincidental, and such luck is unlikely to happen again. To truly master differentiation requires extensive practice, precisely controlling the beast cells within the body to change their form and transform into a part of the avatar. Wang Xingrui's ability to grasp this technique only indicates his remarkable combat talent and willpower. To defeat his enemies, he broke through his limits and unconsciously mastered this ability in an instant. Although Situ Chi's hypnosis played a role, it was by no means the main factor. They cannot perfectly replicate the previous conditions for Lin Yi, and Lin Yi is not Wang Xingrui, so accelerating Lin Yi's growth through hypnosis is fundamentally unfeasible. Give it a try, Wang Xingrui said casually. All right, but if I do, you'll owe me a favor. Situ Che chuckled. Wang Xingrui, slightly impatient, replied, got it. At the moment he agreed to help Lin Yi master his differentiation ability, Wang Xingrui was already prepared for Situ Che to take advantage of him. Situ Che said to Lin Yi, you can use the differentiation ability, right? What Situ Che could do now was to implant a psychological suggestion in Lin Yi's mind, making him believe he had already mastered the differentiation ability and then reverse engineer the process through the results. As the gentle voice penetrated his ears, Lin Yi's pupils suddenly constricted and he looked seriously, saying, I can use the differentiation ability. Lin Yi extended his hand, staring for a few seconds, his expression turning puzzled. Clearly he had the thought of using differentiation, yet his hand showed no changes. How could this happen? He clearly mastered the differentiation ability. Situ Che spoke to him again. You can control a part of the beast cells in your body for differentiation, right? Yes, Lin Yi answered confidently. Then he tried to control the beast cells within him, but still there was no effect. Lin Yi understood too little about differentiation. If his experience accumulated to a certain level, Situ Chi's hypnosis might yield results. A strong psychological suggestion could only help him tap into his potential, not enhance his talent. Wang Xingrui said, I was too hasty. If he were to impart experience to Lin Yi, he couldn't articulate much. It was an indescribable feeling. As long as he recalled that feeling in his mind, his body would differentiate a part of the avatar. It was similar to how a person learns to ride a bicycle and gains a sense of balance which requires no effort to maintain. Once on the bike, that feeling would naturally arise. Situ Che and Wang Xingrui returned to the first floor, while Lin Yi stayed in the room to continue caring for Wafan. However, after the two left, Lin Yi refocused his gaze with a hint of excitement. He opened his right hand, and his 5 fingers began to darken, twisting in a strange manner. In an instant, 5 slender king cobra heads replaced his 5 fingers, their tongues flickering as their bodies stood upright, with 5 pairs of shiny black eyes looking at Lin Yi. Lin Yi attempted to give them commands. Open, bite, turn left, turn right. And the 2 fingers could even intertwine. With just a thought, the 5 slender snake bodies immediately responded, moving in perfect unison. Lin Yi carefully observed his right hand. His right hand was still under his control, only this time each finger had elongated by 5 centimeters and transformed in shape. He constantly controlled his right hand, shifting between finger and snake body forms, familiarizing himself with the newfound power. Is this differentiation? It felt quite unique. Although he had released the avatar, the internal energy consumption was not rapid. At this rate, he could easily maintain the differentiation ability for 24 hours. In fact, after Situ Che posed the first question, Lin Yi already realized he had grasped the differentiation ability. Afterwards, when Situ Che asked again, Lin Yi began to act only to conceal this ability as a means of self-preservation. During the mission to rescue Wafan, he had seen the state of those hypnotized by Situ Che. Perhaps it was because they were young and lacked vigilance, or perhaps it was due to their indifference towards themselves. In any case, he was fortunate to have successfully deceived these 2 youths. On the first floor in the living room, Situ Che sat on the sofa smiling. He should be overjoyed like a child who has just received a new toy. Your subordinate is quite the actor. I almost fell for him, Wang Xingrui remarked. Almost is still just almost. Lin Yi did not understand Situ Che. Showing off his acting skills in front of this old fox who habitually wore a mask in life was truly a case of showing off in front of an expert. This time Lin Yi was being clever for his own sake. Wang Xingrui could understand that since Lin Yi was willing to betray everything, it indicated he had lost trust in everyone. If he did not leave himself an escape route, he felt insecure. Situ Che continued, the lethality of the king cobra ranks among the highest in the animal kingdom, so I advise you to be cautious. If that thing bites you, it could be fatal. Was Situ Che saying this out of concern for Wang Xingrui? Of course not. He simply did not want his toy to be destroyed before he had finished playing with it. Wang Xingrui merely replied with a casual too lazy to offer an explanation. Having the world's most poisonous avatar now as his brother, what did a king cobra matter? Wang Xingrui paused, looking around. Speaking of his brother, he couldn't find him. Mu Rongyi's whereabouts were elusive, and he did not know what he was busy with. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, in a magnificent castle and city, Long Yun sat at the dining table looking at his son with great affection. This was the first time he had actively chosen to have a meal with him and celebrate the new year together. Although his expression was serious and he hadn't said a word since last night, it brought him great comfort. Xiaoyou, I heard from old Chun that you ranked first in your final exams across the entire department. Long Yun said, unsure of what else to say after a moment of thought. Yes, first, Long Ao replied. Ha ha ha, no wonder you are my son. Long Yun laughed heartily. Suddenly the glass in Long Ao's hand shattered, and Long Yun's laughter abruptly halted. Old Chen, standing behind him, coughed twice and leaned closer to Long Yun's ear, whispering, young master lost to Wang Xingrui in the physical fitness test during the midterms. Why didn't you say so earlier? Long Yun raised an eyebrow. I was afraid you would bring up something that shouldn't be mentioned, Old Chun replied, straightening up and taking a step back. Long Yun's expression turned a bit awkward. In the business world, he was a seasoned veteran, able to navigate with ease among business partners and competitors. However, at home, when facing his son, he often reduced the atmosphere to zero within 3 sentences. Weakness often comes with countless failures before one becomes strong. Being brave enough to face failure and seeking one's shortcomings is also a key factor in becoming strong, Long Yun stated with authority. Long Ao gazed at his father for a long time, then loosened his grip on the glass shards, saying, Long Yun felt delighted in his heart. Great. He didn't slam the table and walk out. It seemed his attempt to imitate Mr. Mu Rong was indeed the right path. After spending over a decade, he finally found a way to get along harmoniously with his son. I've finished eating, Long Ao said, standing up and preparing to leave. Wait, Long Yun called out, taking out a red envelope from his pocket and handing it over. For good luck. Old Chin interjected. In previous years, the master would always prepare a red envelope during the new year. He never had the chance to give it to the young master because he didn't know how to face him. Long Ao accepted the red envelope without saying a word and left. After he left, Long Yun immediately turned to Old Chun excitedly, saying, Did you see that? Xiao Ao not only voluntarily had a New Year's Eve dinner with me, but also spoke 2 whole sentences today. The young master has grown up, Old Chun replied with great satisfaction. You shouldn't just stand there, hurry and sit down to drink with me. I tell you, the dumpling filling made today is particularly delicious. Long Yun picked up a dumpling and chewed it. Old Chin shook his head with a smile, sitting down at the dining table. Every year, the dumpling filling for the new year was always the 3-flavor filling that the young master loved, and the chef had never changed. Old Chin picked up a dumpling and put it in his mouth. The familiar recipe and taste were there, but today's dumplings tasted better than those of previous years. In the cafeteria of Tianshan Academy, Most of the serving ladies had gone home for the new year, leaving only a few windows still open. Ouyang Chun Yu Ling and Tang Xiaoling sat at a table, a hot pot in front of them, with the broth bubbling and fragrant. Almost everyone in the academy has gone back home, leaving just us, Situ Che remarked. During such times, an uncontrollable sense of loneliness would always emerge from the depths of his heart. Clearly he had a home, yet he couldn't return. Clearly he had parents, yet he couldn't see them. He called himself the son of a great man. But what did this identity truly bring him? Loneliness, suffering, scheming. Tang Xiaoling fished a piece of lamb from the hot pot, dipped it in his sauce bowl, and put it in his mouth. The freshness of the lamb stimulated his taste buds, bringing a look of satisfaction to his face. Haven't we always been like this? Tang Xiaoling asked. Yes, at least I am not alone. I have you guys, Situ Che. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia crossed his eyes, but he soon smiled. Yu Ling noticed the change in Ouyang Chin's demeanor and mustered the courage to take his hand, saying, Xiao Lang, brother Ouyang, we will always be one family. Situ Che smiled and patted her head. Indeed, my family consists only of you. The winter break is quickly nearing its end. In the early morning, 4 figures are jogging around the villa area, their steps and rhythm perfectly synchronized. For some unknown reason, his brother surprisingly passed the 5-step breathing technique to Situ Che, even though he didn't teach it to Xianyu and Daiyu. Situ Che's talent is already monstrous, and now learning the 5-step breathing technique is like giving wings. Wang Xingrui senses that once Situ Che's strength advances further, his character will surely cause some more trouble, leaving him with no choice but to passively accept everything that happens. Didn't his brother say he would help him clear the obstacles on his path? But now it seems he is only adding to his troubles. As for Wafan, he woke up on the night of New Year's Day, and after waking his temperament changed dramatically. He became less lewd and more aloof, always maintaining a disheveled appearance that suggested he didn't care about anything. Even when Situ Che spoke to him, Wafan dared to look him in the eye, his tone calm and unhurried. In the past, he would have hidden behind Sun Mengmeng just to speak to Situ Che. With Murong Yes' consent, Wafan joined Wang Xingrui's Situ Che and Lin Yi's training, while also learning the 5-step breathing technique. Starting from 5 in the morning, 2 hours of morning jogging followed by combat training after breakfast, where Situ Che paired with Lin Yi and Wang Xingrui, with Wafan switching opponents after an hour. Neither Wang Xingrui nor Lin Yi had learned combat skills. They were simply fighting with raw instincts, and against Situ Che and Wafan, they were only on the receiving end. The duel between Situ Che and Wafan, however, was quite exciting. Neither used their transformation abilities, yet their movements were clean and decisive, each strike targeting vital points with back-and-forth exchanges. After some time, Wafan surprisingly seemed to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, it ended with Situ Che conceding. Wafan's combat skills surprisingly surpassed even Situ Che's, which greatly astonished Wang Xingrui. He and Lin Yi watched from the side, both gaining much from the experience, while also being shocked by Wafan's explosive techniques. Speaking of which, from the time Wang Xingrui and Wafan met until now, they had never understood each other's family backgrounds. At this moment, Wang Xingrui couldn't help but wonder what kind of family could raise such a combat master. Moreover, he noticed that Wafan hadn't returned home during the new year, and even when school started, his family hadn't called, nor had Wafan reported his safety. He couldn't tell if it was because his family was overly trusting of Wafan, or if they simply didn't care. On the first day of school, Lin Yi continued to watch over the house, while Wang Xingrui, Situ Che, and Wafan took a taxi to the academy. Before leaving, Wang Xingrui had gone to find Xianyu, but Xianyu's mother told him that Lao Zhang and Daiyu had already returned to the academy ahead of time. During this recent time, Wang Xingrui couldn't reach Zhang Xianyu by phone, and he couldn't find him anywhere. Now he went to the academy without even telling him. Wang Xingrui always felt that Zhang Xianyu was avoiding him, but he couldn't understand why. Upon returning to the academy, Wafan immediately sought out Jiang Yi. The scene shifts to the battle room, where Wafan and Jiang Yi stand opposite each other. Before the training room door could close, they both charged towards one another, simultaneously unleashing their transformations. The fire salamander and the Chinese honeybee instantly clashed. The stinger of the Chinese honeybee pierced through the chest of the fire salamander directly through its heart. The fire salamander seemed oblivious, continuing to close the distance to the honeybee, seizing its 2 hind legs and brutally snapping them without a word. Inside the training room, the buzzing sound became deafening like a scream as the Chinese honeybee's scythe-like mandibles bit into the fire salamander's back, tearing away a chunk of flesh. In just a few seconds, the fire salamander's wound began to visibly heal at a rapid pace. At the same time, a milky liquid gushed from the glands on its back, spraying into the honeybee's eyes. This was the neurotoxin inherent to the fire salamander, capable of paralyzing humans or animals, leading to suffocation and death. After a moment of intense pain in its eyes, the honeybee's vision plunged into darkness. It flapped its wings and retreated quickly, but the fire salamander had already latched onto its stinger. After only a few steps back, its breathing quickened, and its body began to lose control, slowly transforming back into human form as the stinger gradually withdrew from Wafan's body. Wafan also retracted his transformed state and walked to his side. In their previous battle, Jiang Yi had lasted 5 minutes, but this time he fell in less than a minute. After his father was killed and his mother severely injured, Jiang Yi, in deep pain, spent half of his family's wealth to buy the same transformation, training tirelessly day and night. In just a month, he raised his transformation content from 1,000th to 1/3, a standard only achievable by third-year students. Achieving this level is enough to prove his determination for revenge. But compared to Wafan's experiences in the experimental base, it was simply insignificant. Having endured inhumane torment with his body repeatedly destroyed and healed to survive, both his physical fitness and willpower had to continuously improve. The suffering he faced in the experimental base ultimately made him stronger. Wafan no longer feels pain, although the number of B cells in his body hasn't increased through the painful refining. They have upgraded to a new level with activities and metabolic rates far exceeding those of ordinary B cells. This state is akin to Wang Xingruo's electrotherapy. His self-healing ability has increased several times, and he can now unleash transformations in an instant, mastering the ability to release venom. More importantly, after learning the 5-step breathing technique from Murong Yi and training at Wang Xingruo's house for a month, he can now be said to have undergone a complete transformation. Wafan first struck a knife hand toward Jiang Yi's throat. Jiang Yi's pupils trembled, clutching his neck in pain. After he coughed up a mouthful of blood, Wafan broke all 10 of his fingers, then targeted his eyes, arms, and ribs. Wafan thoroughly enjoyed the process of dismantling building blocks, spending nearly 10 minutes before reluctantly stopping and conceding. Those watching through the screens outside were left in shock. With ruthless strikes and an expressionless face, blood splattered on him without him blinking. Was this really the same lewd boy who only knew how to touch girls' bottoms? Everyone felt that Wafan had transformed from one kind of monster to another. When Wafan walked out of the battle room, all eyes immediately focused on him. People still avoided him like the plague, but this time in their eyes there was not only disdain, but also fear. A graceful figure stepped forward in front of everyone approaching Wafan, and then slap. A crisp sound echoed through the hall. Wafan turned his face, slightly staring directly at Zhao Tianjiao, whose face was filled with anger, his expression calm as a still pond. At this moment he realized he had never entered this woman's heart. Each time she appeared was for Jiang Yi. Every single time. He had put forth nearly his life for her, only to receive this slap in return. "Remember what you promised me before us starting today? We have no relationship," Wafan said lightly. His indifferent attitude caught Zhao Tianjiao off guard, leaving her unsure of how to react. "Why do you have to torment him? Do you think that by beating Jiang Yi I would like you?" Zhao Tianjiao shouted angrily. "My matters with him have nothing to do with you. Whether you like me or not is no longer important," Wafan replied immediately. "You." Wafan walked straight past Zhao Tianjiao, leaving the training hall. Zhao Tianjiao turned to look at Wafan's back, feeling that this person seemed different from before. Without time to ponder deeply, Zhao Tianjiao rushed into the training room, carrying Jiang Yi out of the hall and heading towards the nearest hospital. The next day, Wafan continued to challenge Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi did not refuse, and as a result, all his bones were shattered by Wafan, and he was once again sent to the hospital by Zhao Tianjiao. The next day, Jiang Yi was defeated. On the 7th day, Zhao Tianjiao took the initiative to find Wafan, pleading for him to stop and promising that if he spared Jiang, she would be willing to date him and would no longer contact Jiang Yi. Wafan did not hesitate at all and chose to continue battling Jiang Yi, who suffered a crushing defeat. On the 8th day in the leisure club, the three of them, Wang Xingruo's son Mengming and Sidu Che, sat together with Wafan. "When do you plan to end this?" Sidu Che asked. "The revenge plan has just begun. There are still 358 days left," Wafan replied. Wang Xingruo owed his father, so Wafan would make his son repay it. Wafan had endured a month of being disemboweled while he would torment Jiang Yi for a year. "I'm still not quite used to talking to you like this." Wang Xingruo scratched his head, exasperated. "There's no going back. Oh, just get used to it gradually," Wafan said, looking listless. Sun Mengming beside him shifted her gaze slightly and said, "I'm sorry." After school started, she learned about Wafan's experiences from Wang Xingruo and had been feeling guilty for not helping in time. "President, this is already the 8th time you've apologized to me. I've said it many times. I left old Wang's number for Shun Xingyue, and it wasn't your fault that you couldn't make it," Wafan said. Sun Mengming's expression darkened, remaining silent for a long time. Suddenly her eyes narrowed as she looked out the floor-to-ceiling window. The other three also walked to the window and looked outside. They saw 6 giant insects, bees, dragonflies, locusts, floating in midair, while a stick insect, Darwin's bark spider, and a magic flower mantis guarded the entrance. "Guests have arrived," Sun Mengming said. "I can't take on a pair of 9. Who will lend me a hand?" Wafan said calmly. "I thought you would say they came looking for me." "Oh, it has nothing to do with you." Wang Xingruo imitated Wafan's lazy tone. "You think too much. Although I was bullied for a month, my mind isn't," Wafan said. The 9 people outside were all from Class A, and were all insect manipulation types, quite different from the disorganized crowd in Classes B and C of the boxing club. Wang Xingruo said, "Actually, we don't need to ignore them. They wouldn't dare to force their way in." The boxing club and fencing club had just been destroyed and Sidu Che had been punished. Now no one dared to act recklessly, especially since Sidu Che was right in the leisure club. Sidu Che's strength was enough to intimidate even the entire discipline department. How could a mere 9 second-year students dare to confront him? Having understood the key points, Wang Xingruo and the others no longer paid attention to the people outside and began discussing the details of their opening. "Hey, they don't seem to take us seriously at all. Should we charge in?" A Tian Yo swung its 2 slender antennae and spoke. "Charge. Do you want to get in big trouble?" The fully green grasshopper immediately objected. So are we just going to wait? The nearly hemispherical ladybug asked. Yun Potion, you are the class monitor, what do you think we should do? The magic flower mantis looked down at the leaf-cutting ant. Yun Patian thought to himself, why should I take the blame? After joining the student council, he ultimately became part of the disciplinary committee. He had also participated in the capture of Sidu Che, and with a transformation boost of 200 he was the highest among the new students, so it was only natural for him to be selected as the class monitor. In the first year of the Insect Control Department, Class 1 and Class 2 were brother classes. When Class 2's monitor was beaten, he couldn't just ignore it. When Zhao Tianjiao found him and wanted him to help Jiang Yi seek justice, Yun Patian reluctantly agreed, considering the face involved. On the way, he remembered that Sidu Che had already joined the leisure club. Now standing outside the leisure club, he felt trapped, his heart racing. Inside, Sidu Che was stationed. Charging in would be suicidal. No matter what, he couldn't confront Sidu Che. He had already been here, so he should just go through the motions and leave quickly. I think we should just put away our transformations. If there's something to discuss, we can sit down and talk. There's no need to resort to violence. The leaf-cutting ant was the first to revert to its human form, looking somewhat awkward. Seeing this, Dai Yu also reverted to her human form. Yun Patian felt deeply moved. It's impressive how she, once his junior high classmate, was so considerate. Next was Zhu Kong. He was here only to help Zhao Tianjiao bolster her stance, and had no intention of fighting for Jiang Yi, so he quickly followed suit when he saw others transforming back. With these three leading the way one by one, the students of Class 1 of the Insect Control Department landed back on the ground, reverting to their human forms. Zhao Tianjiao looked somewhat reluctant. Yun Potion's attitude was too lenient, indicating he was unwilling to get involved further. Had he known he was so unreliable, he shouldn't have called him over in the first place. Yun Patian stepped forward and pushed the door open. Recently, due to Wafan's brutal combat methods in the training room, the leisure club had also faced some negative repercussions. The first and second floors were completely empty. Is anyone there? Yun Patian called out, feigning ignorance. Before long, Sidu Che, dressed as a waiter in a white suit, gracefully descended from the third floor, resembling a noble boy from an anime, smiling as he approached. The two girls from Class 1 stared wide-eyed, while the boys' faces wore a more solemn and tense expression. Hello, how can I assist you all? Sidu Che greeted politely. President Situ, is Wafan here? We need to discuss something with him, Yun Potion, as the class monitor mustered his courage to say. I remember you were in the team when Tian Shun captured me, Sidu Che said with a smile, looking at the chubby boy before him. Yun Patian did not expect Sidu Che to bring up the past. His heart sank. Oh no, he wouldn't take this opportunity to retaliate against me, would he? Yun Patian quickly took 2 steps back and forced a laugh, saying, I was just following orders at that time. I didn't intervene when President Tian was capturing you. Don't be nervous. I've been reprimanded by the academy, and I won't act recklessly, Sidu Che replied. Yun Patian suddenly froze for a few seconds. Right, he has been reprimanded. No matter how powerful he is, he can't attack people outside the training room, or he would be expelled. Yun Patian straightened his chest and stepped forward, saying, You. Just as he was about to say something, Wang Xingrui and Wafan came down from the second floor, while Sun Mingming stayed on the second floor to make a cake. Wang Xingrui said, Fat girl, long time no see. I never expected you to become the class monitor and join the student council. You're doing quite well. Back in junior high, Wang Xingrui, Zhang Xuanyu, and Yun Patian were the best of friends, often hanging out together. Yun Potion's character was similar to Dai Yu's. He was timid and often extorted for protection money. Later, Wang Xingrui and Zhang Xuanyu stood up for him, which is how they became friends. But now meeting again, the familiar feeling was gone. Yun Patian spoke with a distant tone, saying, Classmate Wang, I am now the class monitor of Class 1 of the Insect Control Department. Please mind your words. Wang Xingrui fixed his gaze on him, and after a long while calmly replied, Understood. What can I do for you, class monitor? Wafan used extremely cruel methods to injure Jiang Yi, the class monitor of Class 2 of the Insect Control Department. We hope the Leisure Club can provide an explanation. Wang Xingrui retorted, Do you have the confidence to say that? Wang Xingrui continued, You know deep down that nothing will come of this visit. Jiang Yi lost because he was outmatched. Wafan's methods are ruthless, but not fatal. Their confrontation did not violate any academy rules, and even if it escalated to the department head, it would be pointless. He then shifted his gaze to Zhao Tianjiao, saying the two classes came together just to exert pressure, wanting to see our tense expressions for psychological satisfaction. However, I am quite curious, are you 9 really prepared to be our enemies? The students from the Insect Control Department exchanged evasive glances. Zhao Tianjiao replied, You are right, Wafan did not violate academy rules, and we cannot do anything to him. But who can guarantee he will always stay in the academy? We may not be wealthy enough to rival a city, but we all have some connections since we managed to obtain insect control transformations. Once Wafan leaves the academy, his life is bound to be difficult. Oh, I always thought you were a person with a strong sense of justice. I didn't expect you to resort to intimidation as well, Wang Xingrui sighed. After all, you have been influenced by your surroundings. But since you've put it this way, let me tell you bluntly. Do you think the one protected by the academy is Wafan? Wrong. The ones actually protected by the academy are you. A bunch of useless people with insect control transformations dare to bark in front of our club. If there were no academy rules binding you, do you think you could walk out of here alive? As soon as the words were spoken, a strong killing intent surged towards the first-year students of the insect control department. The students, including Dai Yue, felt a shiver run through them as they sensed Wang Xingrui's icy gaze sweep over them. Wu Fan and Sun Mengmeng remained expressionless, staring straight ahead. Situ Che glanced sideways at Wang Xingrui and thought to himself, he pales in comparison to his brother. Having felt the killing intent released by Murong Yi, the difference between that and Wang Xingrui's killing intent was like heaven and earth. One was like a glacier accumulated over millennia, while the other was merely a newly formed ice cube. Yet even if Wang Xingrui's killing intent couldn't compare to Murong Yi's, it was enough to intimidate everyone present. Because insect control transformations are extremely rare, appearing only once in a million, the students of the insect control department were overly proud of their transformations, believing they were chosen ones destined for greatness. Most of them had never even entered the training room. A group of inexperienced individuals faced with Wang Xingrui's sudden killing intent were instantly overwhelmed by fear, beads of cold sweat appearing on their foreheads. Just as they were at a loss and wanted to seek help from their class monitor, the surrounding killing intent gradually dissipated and a strange smile appeared on Wang Xingrui's lips. So cherish your time at the academy. I can't guarantee I'll remember all of you, but I can remember one or two. As he spoke, Wang Xingrui's gaze occasionally lingered on a certain student for a second or two. The students who were met with his gaze immediately tensed up. Zhao Tianjiao gritted her teeth, her fists tightly clenched. She was also intimidated by Wang Xingrui's aura, but deep down, she felt a surge of defiance. Damn it, he's just an E-class student. Without Situ Che and Sun Mengmeng backing him, what gives him the capital to be so arrogant in front of the students of the insect control department? I just remembered we have a class meeting to attend, so we'll be leaving now. You all continue with your business, Yunpatian said. The students of class 1 of the insect control department nodded in agreement. Wait, Wang Xingrui called out to them. He casually picked a few roses from nearby and handed them to them. After all, we were classmates for 3 years in junior high. Since you've come, how can I let you leave empty-handed? Wang Xingrui said with a smile. Yunpatian replied, oh, this is too much trouble. He didn't expect Wang Xingrui to be so nostalgic. Just then he heard a polite voice in his ear. Each rose is 200 money, totaling 1,000. Thank you for your... The members of the bug manipulation class left the leisure club in disarray, leaving only a few familiar faces from the second class: Tang, Xiaolong, Zhu Kong, Zhao Tianjiao, and Dai Yue standing amidst the vibrant flowers on the first floor. Zhu Kong stayed behind because he didn't want to lose his masculinity in front of Dai Yu. Dai Yu remained because of Zhao Tianjiao. If Zhao Tianjiao were to clash with Wang Xingrui, she wanted to be the first to step in and stop her good friend. Zhao Tianjiao did not leave merely to express her stance against yielding to evil forces. As for Tang Xiaoling, his relationship with the others was not deep, and he clearly displayed an attitude of merely watching the drama unfold. Wang Xingrui walked past Zhao Tianjiao, closed the door of the leisure club, and turned to gaze at Tang Xiaolong, saying, without reason, Zhao Tianjiao is here to cause trouble for the leisure club. You instigated it, didn't you? No, Tang Xiaoling replied coldly, his eyes darkening, his body already prepared for battle at any moment. If I say so, then it is. Have you ever been beaten up? Wang Xingrui chuckled. As soon as he said this, Dai Yue, Fan, and Sun Mengmeng instantly understood his intention. But at the same time, they were worried. Should they really fight here? Wang Xingrui had just been released from the confinement room not long ago. Fighting outside the training room could lead to trouble if a teacher found out. Wang Xingrui ignored the worried expressions on everyone's faces and directly addressed Situ Che. Tang Xiaolang is Ouyang Chen's subordinate, and Ouyang Chun is the son of Ouyang Wenfei. I'm going to give him a beating now. Do you want to join in? Is that the Ouyang Wenfei I know? Situ Che asked tentatively. Who else could it be? Situ Che's lips curled into a smile. You always manage to surprise me. Seeing Situ Che's smile, Wang Xingrui felt assured, then let the game begin. Wang Xingrui's right hand transformed into a green snake's head, which darted past Zhao Tianjiao and Zhu Kong before swiftly lunging at Wu Fan. After a month of training over the new year and persistently consuming fossil powder for another month, the snake head Wang Xingrui manifested had grown nearly 2 meters long. Tang Xiaoling reacted quickly, his arms transforming into 2 green serrated curved blades that crossed to block the snake head's sharp fangs, but the immense force still sent his body flying towards Situ Che. Situ Che reached out to brace Tang Xiaoling's back, seemingly helping him, but Tang Xiaoling felt a strong sense of danger from behind. Instinctively, he swung his right arm back with a blade-like slash. A delicate hand gently squeezed, capturing the curved blade. Fast enough, fierce enough, but you're lacking a bit in strength, Situ Che commented. Another curved blade followed, swiftly slicing towards Situ Che's fingers with a gust of wind. Situ Che exclaimed, suddenly loosening his grip on the curved blade, leaning slightly to the side as the blade swept past him. Tang Xiaoling chose not to continue his assault, but quickly took 2 steps back to assume a defensive stance. Seeing this, Zhao Tianjiao furrowed her brow tightly. Tang Xiaoling was brought here by her, and regardless of the reason, she couldn't just stand by and watch him being outnumbered by the leisure club members. Holding on to the idea of capturing the leader first, Zhao Tianjiao dashed towards Situ Che. It was said that Situ Che had exceptional combat prowess, and today she would test whether his reputation was well-deserved. Zhu Kong's eyes widened instantly. This crazy woman actually intended to attack Situ Che had she lost her mind. It was over, they were doomed this time. While his thoughts raced, he heard Situ Che calmly say kneel. Tang Xiaoling and Zhao Tianjiao immediately dropped to their knees, struggling desperately, but their knees felt as if they were glued to the ground. Zhu Kong glanced at Situ Che in front, and then at Wang Xingrui behind him. Suddenly his legs went weak, and he knelt down as well. Brothers, I'm just here to cheer, I haven't done anything from start to finish. Wang Xingrui directly ignored him, walked up to Wei Fan and patted his shoulder. Zhao Tianjiao, is your responsibility. Whatever decision you make, we support you. Wei Fan nodded slightly. Situ Che, I need to ask him a few questions. I need your help, Wang Xingrui said. You owe me another favor now, Situ Che joked. Sure. Then Wang Xingrui turned to Daiyu and said, you take that useless one back first, I'll find you again when I have time. Daiyu hesitated for a long time before pleading, Wang, can you not hurt Tianjiao? Regarding everything about Zhao Tianjiao, I have no say. Wang Xingrui turned and took Tang Xiaoling up to the third floor, and Situ Che followed. In the lounge, Situ Che looked at Tang Xiaolong. From now on, you must answer every question Wang Xingrui asks truthfully and completely. Tang Xiaoling's pupils suddenly constricted. Okay. Is Imo-chan one of yours? Wang Xingrui asked. Yes. His question yielded two pieces of information at once. Imo-chan is under Ouyang Chun, and Ouyang Chun already knows his true identity. Wang Xingrui didn't care about the reasons Ouyang Chun had for sending someone to kill him. Now that the enemy was clear, all that was left was to retaliate with fury. Has Ouyang Chun merged with his prehistoric avatar? Yes, he has. What is his avatar? Saber-toothed. How much has he enhanced? I don't know. Besides Xinghui Tower, what other forces does Ouyang Chun have? Wang Xingrui didn't believe that the son of the Golden Eagle King had only one enterprise. Ouyang Chun did not disappoint him. For the next half hour, Tang Xiaoling revealed the entirety of Ouyang Chun's force distribution, leaving Wang Xingrui astounded. Ouyang Chun's forces spanned 26 cities. Aside from the Xinghui Tower in K City, the experimental base in J City Jianghu was also one of his forces. His own fate clashed with Ouyang Chun's. At the same time, Wang Xingrui couldn't help but compare himself to him. Ouyang Chun was clearly his age, but could gather multiple forces through his own ability, while he without his brother couldn't even acquire an avatar. In order to grow stronger, he believed he had always been working hard, yet today, he finally understood just how vast the differences between people could be. Even as an enemy, Wang Xingrui couldn't help but commend him in his heart. Ouyang Chun was indeed remarkable. Why did Ouyang Chun fund Jianghu to establish the experimental base? What were they researching? Ouyang Gu wants to merge different animal genes to create the strongest avatar. Jianghu aims to utilize the abilities of avatars to achieve immortality. Although their research directions differ, they still share commonalities. So Ouyang Gu funded him for 2 years. I heard that last year, just a month ago, he made some breakthroughs in his research. Ouyang Gu intended to check the results, but on New Year's Eve I received news that Jianghu injured his wife and detonated the experimental base for unknown reasons. Wang Xingrui frowned, contemplating that he had eliminated Ouyang Chun's men twice in succession. They would surely know. Wang Xingrui glanced at Situ Che, smiling. Situ Che, I need to trouble you again. Give him a hint to let him lurk around Ouyang Chun and be ready to assassinate him at a critical moment. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaolang's face twisted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he unleashed his Wraith Mantis avatar, ready to fight Wang Xingrui to the death. Kneel, Situ Che commanded. But this time Tang Xiaoling merely bent his knees, slightly gritting his teeth as he stood upright, his arms slowly morphing into serrated curved blades. Kneel. Situ Che's voice turned colder. Tang Xiaoling knelt on one knee. Kneel. Situ Che shouted. Only then did Tang Xiaoling drop to his knees, the fury in his eyes almost consuming Situ Che. Situ Che chuckled. Did you see that? The moment Ouyang Chun was mentioned, this kid went berserk. My hypnosis nearly failed to control him. I can't make him go kill Ouyang Chun right now. Then change the demand, have him break his own arm in front of Ouyang Chun. The most formidable aspect of the mantis was its lightning-fast dual blades. Losing them would mean losing its combat ability. Situ Che issued a new order to Tang Xiaolong, who momentarily appeared dazed before sincerely stating, okay, I will break my hands and feet in front of Ouyang Chun. Situ Che smiled, realizing that Ouyang Chun was more important to Tang Xiaoling than even himself. Go ahead. Tang Xiaoling excitedly rushed out. Wang Xingrui approached Situ Che, watching Tang Xiaoling leave, and remarked casually, once this game starts it will be a fight to the death. Is Ouyang Chun really the son of the Golden Eagle King? Situ Che couldn't help but question. Without a doubt, Wang Xingrui raised an eyebrow at him. Exciting, isn't it? If Ouyang Chun calls on the Golden Eagle King, we'll have no chance at all. What? Afraid? I'm excited. Wang Xingrui and Situ Che returned to the first floor, discovering that only Wei Fan remained there. There were no traces of blood on the floor, nor did they hear any screams. As they suspected, Zhao Tianjiao had been let go by Wei Fan. Wang Xingrui and Situ Che exchanged glances, tacitly pretending not to know, and did not mention her again. Afterward, the three returned to the second floor, enjoying the pastries made by Sun Meng Meng, while discussing Ouyang Chun's identity and the potential for retaliation. Wei Fan felt there was no reason to remain on constant guard, suggesting they take the initiative. However, after much discussion, they still couldn't come up with a solid plan. Their opponent possessed a prehistoric avatar and controlled multiple forces. His father was one of the greats. Their opponent had too many cards while they were merely 4 second-year students. Even if they were exceptionally talented, they could only demonstrate their abilities within the academy. Without sufficient wings, they couldn't take to the stage. Wang Xingrui thought about asking his brother for help. Although Murong Yi had stated during enrollment that college was a trial for him and that he wouldn't intervene against enemies on his behalf, he believed that if he begged sincerely, Murong Yi would definitely help. However, in the end, he still abandoned that thought. His brother was his ultimate trump card, and unless the Golden Eagle King acted personally, he would never use that card. Revealing his strength too early would not only be disadvantageous to him, but could also put his brother in the sights of the 5 greats. Tang Xiaolang returned to the dormitory and went to Ouyang Chen's room. His behavior seemed no different from usual. Ouyang Chen asked what's wrong Xiaolang. Without saying a word, Tang Xiaolang transformed his arms into blades, crossing them under his armpits before forcefully waving them upward. In an instant, his arms severed and fell to the ground, and at the same time blood sprayed from the severed stumps, splattering across Ouyang Chen's face and staining his bed. 2 seconds later, Ouyang Chen snapped back to reality, immediately grabbing the 2 severed arms on the ground, scooping up the unconscious Tang Xiaolang, and rushing out of the dormitory, his usual composed smile replaced by an unusual calm, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Ouyang Chen reached the hospital at the fastest speed, and after treatment in the medical chamber, Tang Xiaolang's arms were temporarily reattached. However, due to excessive blood loss, he remained unconscious. Upon receiving the news, Yuling quickly arrived and also gathered some information. This afternoon, Zhao Tianjiao invited Xiaolang to the leisure club. Upon meeting, Yuling immediately reported to Ouyang Chen, "Bring Zhao Tianjiao to me," Ouyang Chen said in a flat tone. Yuling's expression turned serious as he turned to leave. Shortly after, he returned with Zhao Tianjiao. After they met, Ouyang Chen immediately grabbed her by the neck, pulling her close. His palpable killing intent surrounding her explained everything that happened after you arrived at the leisure club. Every word, every breath. If you miss even a single detail, it'll kill you. Zhao Tianjiao nodded tearfully, then recounted everything that transpired at the leisure club. After listening, Ouyang Chen pondered for a moment. Do you want revenge? Do you have a way? I heard you have a good relationship. A month passed after Tang Xiaolang severed his own arms. At 6 in the evening, as usual, Dai Yu and Zhang Xuanyu arrived at the training room as promised. Xuanyu, Ouyang Chen hasn't made a move in a month. What do you think? A month ago, after leaving the leisure club, Dai Yu had already informed Zhang Xuanyu and Murong Yi about everything that happened in the club. Tang Xiaolang's arms have long since healed. With Situ Che in the leisure club, it's likely that Ouyang Chen doesn't want to seek trouble, or perhaps he's conserving his strength for something significant. Zhang Xuanyu said, Murong Gu, if Ouyang Chen really is Ouyang Wenfei's son, and he calls on his father for help, can you protect old Wang? Testing is the beginning of estrangement between people, especially for someone as suspicious as Murong Yi. Zhang Xuanyu's words directly touched his sensitive nerve. If he answered his question, it would expose his own strength. Murong Yi smiled silently, casting a meaningful glance at the young man before him. In order to break the awkwardness, Zhang Xuanyu had to say, old Wang should be fine. Since he dares to act, he surely has his own plans. Dai Yu nodded in agreement. I believe in Wang. Every time I thought he was in dire straits, he managed to turn the situation. Zhang Xuanyu watched as admiration unconsciously flickered in Dai Yu's eyes, his fists tightening in secret. Murong Gu, I'm a bit tired today. Can I head back first? Sure. Zhang Xuanyu left the training room with a somewhat lonely silhouette. After he left, Dai Yu continued, Master, there's one more thing. Recently, the academy has a selection for members of a hunting team, and I want to give it a try. As a second-year student, you aren't qualified for hunting outside. You can find some part-time jobs in the academy. They pay just as well as the hunting team. Murong Yi offered his advice. But Dai Yu was not looking to earn money. She sought the experience of battling beasts. Her expression suddenly turned serious as her lower body transformed into that of a giant spider, 8 legs planted firmly on the ground, while her upper body maintained a human form. The oval-shaped abdomen shot out, silk leaping and wandering back and forth in the training room. She was demonstrating her current strength to Murong Yi. Master, the beast cell content within me has reached 1/3, and I have mastered the ability to differentiate. Dai Yu controlled her spider body, standing on the wall, looking down at Murong Yi. How did you learn to differentiate? I went to the library and found some books on the advancement of transformation abilities. I followed the methods in the books and then learned it. Tisk, that enviable talent. Being able to learn differentiation just by reading. Even Murong Yi could not compare. Xiao Yue, you are usually very composed. Why are you suddenly eager to go hunting? Dai Yu jumped back to the ground, resuming her human form. While learning to differentiate, I also came across a capability related to transformation where a human can release something called killing intent that can intimidate enemies and foresee dangers at critical moments. When I was in the leisure club, I felt that Wang used this ability. The book says that to cultivate killing intent, you can hunt beasts or people. So are you afraid that Xingrui is progressing too quickly and you can't keep up? I just want to become stronger. Why? Only by becoming stronger do I have the right to choose. Dai Yu dared not directly admit that she wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wang, as she had yet to gain Murong Yi's acknowledgement. Since Murong Yi denied her, Dai Yu had been trying to avoid the topic. Even after the new year, she clearly rejected Zhang Xuanyu, and Murong Yi had not rescinded his previous words. What is the task of the hunting team? Currently, the hunting team consists of 4 members, 3 third-year seniors from Class B and 1 fourth-year senior from Class A. Their task is to capture a black-bellied mole with an amplification factor of 85 alive in City H. The difficulty isn't too great. Murong Yi pondered for a few seconds, thinking that letting her go out to shed some blood would be good for her to adapt in advance, and it might change her personality. Go ahead. I'll speak to the dean. Thank you, master. Dai Yu finally broke into a smile. The next day, Wang Xingrui was in class when he suddenly received a call from his mother, her voice tinged with tears. She said that 2 police officers had come to take his father away, accusing him of murder. How could that be? His father was a turtle in transformation, a defensive type. How could he possibly commit murder? Wang Xingrui immediately packed his things and ran out of the classroom to call Murong Yi. Bro, something's wrong at home. I need to go back. What happened? My mom called saying my dad is suspected of murder and has been taken by the police. I'm not clear on the details. Can you confirm it was Auntie who called? Yes, I video called my mom and asked her a few things about my childhood, and she— Wait a moment, I'll ask for leave and go back with you. Okay. In the meantime, 2 police officers arrived at Situ. Situ Che opened the door, and upon seeing the police officers outside, he was not too surprised. Officers, what? Situ Che, we are from the O City West District Public Security Bureau. You are suspected of murdering someone from Jianghu in O City. Please come with us for a while. Situ Che extended his hands, allowing the officers to put handcuffs on him. Officers, have you made a mistake? I'm just a student. How could I commit murder? May I ask if you have an arrest warrant for cross-city law enforcement? One officer took out an arrest warrant and said, let's discuss this at the police station. All right. Leisure Club. Several members of the disciplinary committee stood outside. We are from the disciplinary committee. Please have the president come out. We received reports that someone purchased pastries from you and later exhibited symptoms of food poisoning. The door of the leisure club opened and a burly figure walked out to stand before them. The members of the disciplinary committee looked up at Sun Mingming, their faces filled with shock and tension, while only Yuan De stood there calmly. Someone ate the cake you made and got food poisoning. Come with me for a while. Yuan De repeated his previous words out of respect. Okay. Sun Mingming was confident that the cake she made was fine, so she wasn't afraid of their investigation. At that moment, Wafan ran out from the club asking, President, what's going on? You've been taken away. What about me? Watch the club. Sun Mingming left those words and turned to leave with the disciplinary committee. Wafan hurriedly took out his phone to call Wang Xingrui. It didn't connect. Then he tried to call Situ Che. Still, the president was taken by the disciplinary committee, so someone must be plotting against them. Where had these two gone at such a critical moment? At that time, Wang Xingrui and Murong Yi were speeding home on Zhang Xuanyu's Golden Eagle transformation. Old Zhang, can you go any faster? Don't rush me, I'm already doing my best. We'll be home in 10 minutes. After a year of training, Zhang Xuanyu's B cell content had also reached 1/3, allowing him to maintain his transformation for 15 minutes. He was currently flying over the sea at 3 times the speed of sound, and the immense speed created white waves on the surface of the water. Suddenly, a cicada's cry came from a distance. Murong Yi, Wang Xingrui, and Zhang Xuanyu were all very familiar with that sound. Quick, take a detour. Wang Xingrui urged. Murong Yi said in a deep voice, it's too late. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Yuan Gaofei and Mo Chan, subordinates of Ouyang Chun. Yuan Gaofei had a pair of eagle wings fluttering behind him, while Mo Chan had 2 pairs of cicada wings vibrating continuously. Upon seeing Mo Chan, Wang Xingrui immediately guessed that this was all a trap set by Ouyang Chun. He had fallen for it, but he hadn't expected Yuan Gaofei to be one of Ouyang Chun's men. Bro, what should we do? Xuanyu, you take Xiaorui back first. I'll deal with them, and then find you. As he spoke, Murong Yi's body floated up using invisible tendrils to stabilize himself above the sea. Okay. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xuanyu flew towards K-City with Wang Xingrui. Yuan Gaofei and Mo Chan did not pursue them. Their orders were simply to delay Murong Yi. Yuan Gaofei's hands and feet transformed into eagle claws, taking the initiative to attack. With a flap of his wings, he appeared behind Murong Yi, and his claws pierced fiercely into the opponent's body. Mo Chan disregarded Yuan Gaofei and directly unleashed sound wave attacks on Murong Yi. The sound waves penetrated through both of their bodies, causing Yuan Gaofei to cough up blood and release his grip as he soared into the sky. In contrast, Murong Yi remained completely unharmed, still hovering in place. What are you doing, Mo? Yuan Gaofei sneered coldly. Completing the task assigned by Mr. Ouyang, Mo Chan replied simply. Yuan Gaofei looked at Murong Yi and suppressed the anger in his heart. He would settle the scores after the task was completed. Just as Yuan Gaofei was about to strike again, he suddenly sensed something approaching him and flapped his wings to ascend. But it was too late. 50,000 invisible tendrils wrapped around his limbs. Seeing Yuan Gaofei hanging in a cross shape in midair, Mo Chan's pupils shrank, and he turned to flee. But the next second, he heard Murong Yi's devilish voice behind him. My transformation is of the aquatic type. You two actually dared to fight me on the surface of the sea. I respect your courage. As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Yi suddenly pulled the 2 of them down, sinking into the sea. Yuan Gaofai's sharp claws could easily sever the tendrils binding him, but there were simply too many to cut through all at once. Moreover, as he broke free from some of the tendrils, even more would ensnare him. Emo-chan found himself in a similar situation. As they sank deeper, the pressure of the water increased, their movements slowed, and the seawater began to compress their lungs, flooding into their mouths and noses. Meanwhile, Murong-yi felt as if he had returned home free and relaxed. In City F, in the Academy's interrogation room, Situ Che sat in a metal chair, wearing suppression handcuffs. Across from him were two officers responsible for his interrogation. What is your relationship with Jianghu? Why did you kill him? Officer, your question is leading. I don't even know anyone named Jianghu, let alone commit murder. Officer, what were you doing on New Year's Eve at 7 o'clock? Situ Che, I was at a classmate's house eating dumplings. Officer, which classmate? Situ Che, Wang Xingrui. Officer, where is that classmate now? Situ Che, he should be at the academy. Officer, call him over. Situ Che, sure, if you give me a phone I can call him. One officer took out a phone and placed it in front of Situ Che. Call him on speakerphone. Situ Che dialed, but no one answered after 2 minutes. He might be busy. I have another classmate who can also prove that I was at Wang Xingrui's house that night. Can I call him? Situ Che called Wafan and the call connected quickly. Hey, where are you? The president has been taken away by the disciplinary committee. I suspect someone is plotting against us. Hearing this, Situ Che immediately understood his predicament, and Ouyang Chen's face floated up in his mind. So that's how it is. After a month of forbearance, is it finally about to erupt? I've been arrested by the police. They suspect me of murder, and I can't go back for now. Wow, you're more impressive. What about old Wang? Can't reach him. All right, I'll guard the empty house myself. Hang up. Wait a minute, I need your help with something right now. What help me? I need you to prove that I wasn't killing anyone on New Year's. Damn, Situ Che, did you kill someone? Situ Che raised an eyebrow. I meant for you to help me clear my name, not to solidify the charges against me, you idiot. No. Oh, is the police officer next to you? Yes. Officer, I don't know this person well. Whether he killed someone or not, I'm not sure. You decide what to do. After saying this, he hung up. Situ Che looked at the disconnected call and smiled warmly. Xiaofan, when I get back, I'll definitely make you run naked for 3 days and nights. Do you have anything else to say? The officer asked. I hope you can arrest the real culprit as soon as possible. At that moment, a student knocked on the door and walked in. Hello, officers. I'm Ouyang Chun from Class A of the Freshman Crawling Department. May I have a word with Situ Che alone? It might help with the case. Ouyang Chun took out a form and said, by the way, hey, race the dean's approval document. Please take a look. The dean of F City Academy is equivalent to the lord of F City. With the lord's permission, there's no problem. The officer took the document and glanced at it. Okay, but don't take too long. Fine. The two officers left the interrogation room, and Ouyang Chun walked up to Situ Che, turned off the recording device, and politely said, hello, I'm Ouyang Chun. I've long admired President Saitis' name. Hello, Situ Che smiled. I've always wanted to be friends with you, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. Situ Che responded, your way of making friends is quite unique. If you have a way to prove my innocence, I wouldn't mind being friends with you. Are you innocent? Ouyang Chun retorted. The two stared at each other for a long time in silence. Actually, I'm very curious. How could someone like you choose to associate with Wang Xingrui? I don't know how you controlled Tang Xiaolong, a power I've never heard of, and I admire it greatly. Since you dared to make him sever his own arms in front of me, I believe that with your cunning you must have figured out my identity. Situ Che, I truly admire you. Among my peers in the academy, only you possess strategies and means that rival mine. Therefore, I, Ouyang Chun, formally extend an invitation to you, hoping we can form an alliance. If we join forces, we would be unstoppable in the academy and beyond, even against great figures. Situ Che replied, you're making me a bit excited. However, you've misunderstood two things. First, Wang Xingrui and I are not that close, we're merely playmates at best. Second, rather than being unstoppable, I prefer the feeling of overcoming desperate odds. Wang Xingrui has already left the academy and is probably on his way home now. The distance between City F and City K is 1,000 miles. Oh, I hope he doesn't encounter any danger. Ouyang Chun spoke with a hint of meaning. Situ Che's eyes glimmered with a smile. How could he not discern the hidden meaning in the other's words? You clearly know that it was I who controlled Tang Xiaolong to sever his own arms, yet you wish to kill Wang Xingrui. It seems that in your heart he poses a greater threat than I do. Ouyang Chun replied, I wish to be friends with you, not enemies. Then you are likely to be disappointed. I mean that both your desires to be friends with me and to kill Wang Xingrui will not come to fruition. You have such confidence in Wang Xingrui's strength. The people I send out have transformations exceeding 100 E. Do you think he can still return? Undervaluing your opponent can lead to great losses. How about a bet? If Wang Xingrui doesn't come back, we will form an alliance with you as the leader. But if Wang Xingrui returns alive, you must take your subordinates and leave the academy. How about that? Ouyang Chun smiled faintly. I would be happy to oblige. 2 days later, due to insufficient evidence, Situ Che was released, and coincidentally, Wang Xingrui also returned to the academy at that time. The two met at the leisure club. So it turns out that when something happened at Xingrui's home, Situ Che was taken away by the police and the president was taken away by the disciplinary committee. This was all part of Ouyang Chun's plan aimed at isolating Wang Xingrui and drawing him out of the academy to assassinate him on his way home. Wafan exclaimed in shock. It should be like that. When Wang Xingrui and I went to Jiang He's house, we left no fingerprints, footprints, or recordings. Jiang He's wife was taken out by him, and the experimental base was blown up by Jiang Hu himself. The police cannot trace it back to me unless someone reports me anonymously. The four immediately thought of Jiang Yi. The student who reported me didn't have food poisoning, Sun Mingming said. Strange, all of you were lured away by Ouyang Chun, yet no one came to bother me. Wu Fan asked in confusion. Perhaps he thinks your presence does not obstruct his plan, Wang Xingrui replied. Hey, that sounds a bit rude, Wu Fan said looking at Wang Xingrui. By the way, I forgot to ask, are your uncle and aunt alright? Wang Xingrui's mind recalled the scene from 2 days ago when Zhang Xuanyu was rushing home with him and Murong Yi. The surface of the sea reflected the shadow of a golden eagle spreading its wings. This was Zhang Xuanyu's first time maintaining high-intensity flight. He hadn't even taken the test for the rental bird certification. Suddenly, a wide-toothed dolphin leaped out of the water below and then submerged only to leap out again in the next moment, repeating this action while closely following. Immediately, an incredibly piercing noise drilled into Wang Xingrui's mind, like countless claws scratching at glass, causing him excruciating pain. Even when he covered his ears, the sound continued to wreak havoc in his head. Zhang Xuanyu did not notice anything unusual. It seemed only Wang Xingrui could hear that sound. Old Wang, what's wrong? Damn, kill that dolphin. Wang Xingrui yelled, clutching his head while lying on the back of the golden eagle. Zhang Xuanyu looked down at the water, swiftly diving down, his claws reaching towards the surface, but unfortunately the dolphin dove underwater and vanished from sight. The sound in Wang Xingrui's mind did not cease. At that moment, a light and airy voice echoed in Zhang Xuanyu's mind. As long as Wang Xingrui is dead, Dai will be yours. Zhang Xuanyu was slightly taken aback, then looked down to search for the source of the voice. A slender black shadow swam directly beneath him, pursuing him relentlessly. You don't need to do anything extra, just throw him into the sea and leave the rest to me. The voice continued to. The golden eagle's eyes sharpened. Good heavens, you can transmit sound. My top speed is 3 times the speed of sound. If your voice can't catch up with me, how do you expect to communicate? Although Zhang Xuanyu liked Dai Yue, he would never sacrifice old Wang's life for his own love. With a pair of powerful wings, he flapped them fiercely, his speed suddenly increasing, creating a sonic boom behind him. In just a few seconds, he left the dolphin behind. At that moment, a smooth little head broke the surface of the water, its lively eyes flashing with indignation. Damn, so close. After Zhang Xuanyu carried Wang Xingrui to the sky above Wang Xingrui's home, he was already exhausted, and his body returned to its human form. Xuanyu, are you alright? Don't worry about me. I just need to rest for a bit. Let's check on my godfather and godmother first. Wang Xingrui opened the door and hurried inside. His father was watching a live stream on the balcony, practicing Tai Chi according to the instructions in the broadcast, while his mother was scrolling through her phone, selecting clothes to wear in the spring. Hearing the shout at the door, Xingrui's mother looked up. Son, why are you back? She asked in confusion. Is everything alright at home? Seeing his parents safe, Wang Xingrui felt a sense of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked around the house asking, what could happen at home? Why aren't you staying at the academy? Why did you come back? Were you expelled? Wang Xingrui's mother asked with concern. Mom, could you please stop having such expectations of me? No, I forgot something at home and came back to get it. Then Wang Xingrui went to the study on the second floor. Lin Yi was indeed there. After Wang Xingrui returned home, he heard the commotion, but upon realizing the identity of the visitor, he continued to read peacefully. Every time you come back, you're reading. Is the book really that interesting? Lin Yi replied. I used to be constantly busy, always thinking about how to survive until tomorrow. Even after becoming the owner of Xinghui Tower, I was still thinking about how to make more money. I had no thoughts or time to read. Now it's rare to have a stable life, and with some leisure time, carefully finishing a book is very enjoyable for me. Ouyang Chun has discovered my identity. I'm worried he might harm my parents, so you need to stay alert in the future. Mr. Murong has left experts nearby, Lin Yi said. I know my brother told me, but he only left one. If my parents act separately, I still need you to take action. No problem. In the leisure club, Wang Xingrui returned to his thoughts and said, my parents are fine, just like last time. Ouyang Chun probably used some technology to forge a video of my mother. However, on the way back, I encountered 2 assassination attempts. Fortunately, I managed to escape both. The other 3 did not delve deeper, Situ Che said. I made a bet with Ouyang Chun. If you can come back alive, he will take his people and leave the academy. And where is he, eh? He left 2 days ago after we made the bet. Where did he go? Wang Xingrui asked. I'm not his father, why should I care where he went? Wang Xingrui stared at him. After a long time, Situ Che sighed. Well, he probably went to find Daiyu. From the looks of it, he seems to want to recruit her. Upon hearing this, Wang Xingrui immediately stood up. I can't let that brat harm Daiyu. Situ Che hurriedly stopped him. The entire hunting team has been bought off by him. You can't take him on alone. Aren't you going? Could you please stop looking at me like it's a given? Situ Che said, in situations like this, you should be begging us. I'm begging you, please don't go. Let me take all the credit for the slap in the face from Ouyang Chun all by myself. Wu Fan said helplessly, that bastard always manages to hit our soft spots. It's because of this that we keep getting used by him time and again. So what? Sun Mingming asked. Wu Fan replied, this is the last time. In H City within a certain forest in the eastern district, Yu was exploring forward with the hunting team. The team consisted of 5 members, one of whom had transformed into a cat, with vertical pupils and cat ears sprouting from the sides of their face, white whiskers growing from their lips, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Another member had transformed into a hunting dog with a dog's head and human body responsible for tracking prey, while a member transformed into a leopard and another into a lion, their hands turning into sharp claws to clear the way. Yu's role in the team was as a backup responsible for leading everyone out of the forest. Her right hand sprouted a gland capable of shooting spider silk, which was far tougher than steel. Upon entering the forest, Yu had left a strand on a large tree outside, while her left hand released 4 strands of spider silk wrapping around her teammates. If anything changed, she could quickly find her way back along the spider silk with her companions. "We're almost at the black-bellied mole's nest. Oh, everyone watch your step," said the captain, who had short hair and an air of solemnity. Ordinary black-bellied moles prefer to live in groups measuring around 30 centimeters. Adult black-bellied moles are brownish-gray, aggressive, and feed on roots and fruits, typically nesting about a meter underground. The super beast black-bellied mole, measuring around 80 centimeters, has dark brown fur and possesses exceptional digging abilities, typically nesting 5 meters underground, feasting on insects and human flesh. Once they capture prey, they will immediately drag it underground, restricting its movements. Yu recalled the content from her books and slowly spoke, and when she came to her senses, she found her teammates ahead had stopped and were looking back at her in terror. While being cautious is correct, if the team becomes overly tense, it would hinder cooperation during combat. Ahem. The captain coughed twice and said, "Yu, everyone is quite tense right now. Oh, please don't make such joke." Yu replied earnestly, "Captain, I'm not joking. This is basic biology knowledge from middle school. The black-bellied mole with an 85 enhancement can easily bite through steel. It's extremely dangerous, and we must be cautious." The captain forced a smile, glancing at the other teammates whose faces had subtly changed, hinting at a retreat. He hurriedly reassured, "Among us 5, we have a leopard transformation, a lion transformation, and 1 skilled in insect manipulation. As long as we are careful, catching a mole should be no problem." "Huang Yu, it's Yu's first mission. She'll inevitably be nervous. Take care of her." Huang Yu, being called out, relaxed slightly upon hearing the captain's words. "Okay." Just then, the other 2 teammates, having just relaxed slightly, suddenly saw the dog-transformed member being violently pulled and disappearing into the ground in the blink of an eye. A hole the size of a head appeared in the ground, the bottom of which was unfathomable. Yu's expression grew tense as she gripped the spider silk tightly, knowing that if she let go, that team member would never return. "Help!" The captain was the first to react, shouting loudly. Suddenly 5 furry heads popped out of the ground. They all gazed at the members of the hunting team, their lively eyes filled with greed and bloodlust. The hunting team turned pale at the sight of these 5 heads resembling plush toys. Except for the captain and Yu, the other 2 turned and ran. "Yu, let go, retreat quickly," the captain called out. But by then it was already too late. The 5 little heads retracted underground, and when they reappeared, they had already surrounded the 2. The pulling sensation on the other end of the spider silk suddenly vanished, and Yu yanked hard, pulling up a bone soaked in blood. Startled, Yu tossed it aside, instinctively crouching down and covering her head while screaming. At that moment, the 5 black-bellied moles leaped up and pounced towards Yu. The captain transformed into a lion, but this lion stood upright like a human. It swung its arms in a cross motion, using its sharp claws to swat 2 of the moles away, while 3 others lunged at him and began greedily gnawing at his body. Chunks of flesh tore away, blood spraying as the captain removed the 2 moles clinging to him, bringing them to his mouth, where a row of sharp fangs like a guillotine aimed to crush their heads. The sharp fangs and claws were the lion's most formidable weapons. But how could the moles allow themselves to be slaughtered? With their sharp incisors, they pierced the captain's hand, biting off his index finger with a slurp before swallowing it, followed by his thumb. With 2 fingers severed, the moles made their escape. Another mole quickly followed suit. The captain's pupils constricted as he forcefully threw the 2 moles far away, then continued to pluck off those that were gnawing at his flesh, tossing them away as if picking fruit. "Run!" the captain urged Yu behind him. Yu stood up in a panic, running towards the forest exit, but after only a few steps, she turned back to see the captain had not followed. Wiping her tears, her expression became resolute. The captain lay on the ground, having reverted to human form, his face as pale as paper. Suddenly, he vaguely saw a figure standing before him. "Didn't I tell you to run? Why are you back?" The captain's voice was barely a whisper. Yu remained silent, lifting the captain onto her back. Just as the captain was about to rise, several little heads poked out from the ground beneath him. The little creatures that the captain had thrown away had returned, and they were mere moments away from claiming this body. Yu ran with all her might, while carrying the captain, constantly observing the soil beneath for any signs of loosening. The moles dug rapidly and could determine the location of their prey through vibrations in the ground. Thus, if the soil beneath her showed any sign of loosening, or if something seemed ready to surface, she would immediately. Soon after, a cute little head would pop up from that area, searching for the direction of the fleeing prey. Once its gaze fell on Yu, it would flip its body and burrow back into the earth. As Yu was sprinting out of the forest while carrying the captain, 2 moles blocked their path. Yu immediately transformed her 8 legs supporting her somewhat large body. With her tail facing the hole in the ground, she continuously sprayed spider silk to seal the entrance. However, the 2 moles kept popping up from various holes, and the number of holes on the ground increased. Their dodging speed grew faster, and they kept closing in on the 2. Yu was gradually forced back into the forest. Despite her current size being 100 times that of the moles, her eyes were filled with fear. At that moment, a massive beast towering like a small mountain fell from the sky, landing right in front of Yu. The ground collapsed and boulders scattered. 2 moles were instantly crushed to nothing beneath the giant beast. Yu stood in the shadow of the creature, her 2-meter-tall figure unable to reach even its chin. Each of its legs was as thick as a tree that 3 people could hug, covered in golden fur, with 2 nearly 1-meter-long icepick-like fangs exposed above her head. Yu recalled the name of this type of giant beast, and suddenly narrowed her eyes, murmuring, "This is the prehistoric giant beast, the saber-toothed tiger." The giant beast roared, its thunderous roar reverberating instantly, spreading the majesty of the king of beasts deep into the forest, declaring its sovereignty. Scenting the blood, nearby animals scattered in an instant, startling countless birds into flight. At that moment, the animals in the forest celebrated, knowing that an unapproachable presence had arrived in their territory. And Yu beneath the saber-toothed tiger trembled at the sight of this legendary creature, yet dared not take a step until Tang Xiaoling sat up on the saber-toothed tiger's back, waved at her, and as the body of the saber-toothed tiger gradually shrank, returning to human form and revealing Ouyang Chen's appearance, Tang Xiaoling was perched on his neck. Yu's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. "You're Yu, right? I'm Ouyang Chen. We met before in the student council." Ouyang Chen spoke calmly. "Can you save him?" Yu immediately asked Ouyang Chen for help in a trembling voice. This was a rare opportunity for Ouyang Chen to win hearts. Just as he was about to agree, 2 more figures fell in front. "Damn, couldn't you say something before you transformed? Although my pain tolerance has increased, it doesn't mean I like pain." 2 voices of complaint echoed, one gasping for breath, the other sounding extremely languid. Upon seeing who had arrived, Yu dashed forward without a second thought, throwing herself into one of their arms. "What's wrong?" Wang Xingrui looked at the girl crying in his arms, initially shocked, then spoke gently. Nearby, Sidu Che whistled, watching the scene with interest. "Is this the legendary act of throwing oneself into someone's arms? I see it now." Wafan's expression was calm, but a hint of envy flickered in his lifeless gaze. Then Wang Xingrui turned to Ouyang Chen ahead and said coldly, "What have you done to her?" Unexpectedly, Ouyang Chen's face turned frostier, his voice even colder. "What happened to Linger?" Fish Spirit was sent by Ouyang Chen to assassinate Wang Xingrui. The fact that Wang Xingrui stands here unharmed only indicates that something happened to Fish Spirit. "Are you talking about that little girl who can install speakers in people's brains?" Wang Xingrui smiled faintly and replied straightforwardly, "She's dead." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 green serrated blades rushed toward Wang Xingrui's neck, stopping just a centimeter away. Wang Xingrui stood firm like a mountain, looking at the figure blocking him, Wafan, casually saying thanks. Wafan crossed his arms, gripping the 2 serrated blades, the tips embedded in his neck, blood dripping steadily through his. Tang Xilang's strength was clearly inferior to Wafan's. His twin blades caught, as if trapped in a vice, the blades gradually turning toward himself under immense force. Helpless, Tang Xiaoling transformed his blades into hands, his arms pinned to his chest by Wafan. Wang Xingrui thought Wafan had completely suppressed Tang Xiaolong, but the next second Tang Xilang's right leg transformed into a serrated blade and kicked upward with force. Blood immediately splattered, a deep wound visible to the bone extended from Wafan's abdomen to his right eye. Most people would have perished from such a severe injury. Yet Wafan not only held on tight with both hands, but also exerted more force. Blood flowed back into his body as if time were reversing, and the horrifying wound began to visibly heal. He kicked toward Tang Xilang's left knee while twisting his hands, causing Tang Xilang's shoulders and arms to dislocate instantly. Not done yet. While Tang Xiaoling could barely stand, Wafan swiftly turned, delivering an elbow strike to his face. Tang Xilang's face contorted, and his head smashed into the ground. Ouyang Chen calmly observed the entire process of Wafan's attack. He broke Tang Xilang's arms while the kick he delivered was from the Maya technique, and the elbow strike was from Muay Thai. Both of these martial arts are renowned for their ferocity and power. Last year in his freshman year, Ouyang Chen had focused on winning over targets like Long Ao Situ, Che Dai Yue, and others from Class A, never realizing that the seemingly sleazy guy had such strength. He underestimated him. Ouyang Chen stepped forward, supporting the swaying Tang Xiaolong, and looked directly at Wang Xingrui. "Step aside, I'll handle this." "Ouyang Gij, that person is very powerful," Tang Xiaoling said, a hint of trepidation flashing in his eyes as he looked at Wafan. "Don't worry, not a single one of them can escape." Wafan remarked, "If I understand correctly, this guy intends to take on the 3rd year. This guy isn't the type to just boast." Situ Che added. "Senior is seriously injured. I'm a kind person and truly can't bear to watch him die without help. I'll leave this guy to you, you all get busy now." After saying that, Wang Xingrui picked up the senior and pulling Dai Yue ran toward the edge of the forest. Wafan looked at Wang Xingrui's back, confused. Why is he always so decisive when he betrays others? Talented Situ Che smiled. Ouyang Chen naturally wouldn't let Wang Xingrui leave. He unleashed his avatar, a sturdy tail sweeping through with immense force, snapping a thick tree in half, blocking Wang Xingrue's path. Wang Xingrue slowly turned around, looking at the saber-toothed tiger, as large as a small mountain, and couldn't help but sigh. "Dai Yu, can we still leave?" "Yes," Dai Yu replied. "You first take the senior to the academy." Wang Xingrue slowly laid the senior down, handing him over to Dai Yu. Looking at the pale, barely breathing senior, Dai Yu lifted him and said, "I'll go find the master, you must hold." Dai Yu carried the senior and leaped over the fallen tree. Watching her back, Wang Xingrue noticed that Dai Yu seemed no longer as hesitant as before. It seems this trip to the forest was not in vain for Dai Yu. But what did she mean by hold on? Wang Xingrue looked up, meeting the saber-toothed tiger's gaze. Able to unleash an avatar is impressive. Alright, it is indeed impressive. Among the three who possess prehistoric avatars, only he remains unable to unleash his. The reason he can't unleash his avatar must be that his avatar is stronger than theirs. It must be the case. Typically the protagonist makes their grand entrance last. That's how it always goes on TV. Thinking this way, Wang Xingrue charged at the saber-toothed tiger, his hands transforming into green snake heads. Situ Chi's black wings unfurled behind him, rising into the air, and Wafan's body gradually darkened, yellow spots spreading across him. The three converged in front of the saber-toothed tiger, synchronously unleashing their strongest moves against it. The scene shifted. The saber-toothed tiger stood firm, not moving an inch, completely unscathed, while Wang Xingrue and the others lay on the ground covered in dirt, unable to rise. In terms of strength, speed, and defense, the three of them were not on the same level as Ouyang Chun. Ouyang Chun reverted to his human form and walked toward Wang Xingrue. Wafan, lying on the ground, was the first to move, his fingers slowly propping himself up. When he stood, Ouyang Chun happened to reach his side. "After taking 2 hits from Tang Xiaoling and 1 claw from me, you can still stand. Your self-healing ability is impressive enough to make even me envious. However, this abnormal self-healing ability should have reached its limit, right?" Ouyang Chun waved his hand, and Wafan was sent flying. At that moment, a fist suddenly appeared, striking Ouyang Chen's right cheek. Ouyang Chen staggered back a few steps. Across from him, Situ Che was flexing his wrist, smiling at him. "You're the same, otherwise you wouldn't have transformed back to human form so quickly. Are you going to be my enemy as well?" Ouyang Chen lamented. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you. The whole world is my enemy. Sometimes I don't even spare myself. I genuinely want to be friends with you. Stop this. My hypnosis didn't work on you, and if you cared even a little, you'd be the one lying on the ground right now." Situ Chi's eyes narrowed into a slit, killing intent bursting forth from the gap. "It seems you don't intend to fulfill our previous wager. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. We're currently outside the academy. After taking care of the 3 of you, I want return." Ouyang Chun approached Situ Che. They exchanged a few blows, and Situ Che was hit in the abdomen, a fist-sized hole exploding in the back of his clothes. Then he rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Then Ouyang Chun came to Wang Xingrue, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up, exclaiming, "These two are willing to fight for you. What exactly do you rely on?" In an instant, a green snake head lunged from the side. Ouyang Chun remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated it, and firmly grasped it with his left hand. The snake head transformed into a fist in his palm, but then a surge of electricity suddenly surged into his body. Ouyang Chen's body trembled for 2 seconds before he quickly threw Wang Xingrue aside and stepped back. Tang Xiaoling hurried forward, limping to support Ouyang Chun. "TSK tisk 200 V of voltage, that must not feel good." Wang Xingrue rolled on the ground for 2 rounds, and then patted the dust off his body, standing up as if nothing had happened. He lay on the ground, pretending to be half dead, not to let Ouyang Chun lower his guard. A person as deep-minded as Ouyang Chun would certainly be wary of him at all times, and his sneak attack was a deeper level of disguise, ultimately aimed at making contact with Ouyang Chun the moment the metallic wristband released the electric current. As of today, the current released from the wristband was enough to paralyze a person with a super beast avatar for 10 minutes. If Wang Xingrue hadn't gotten used to the electric shocks, he would probably be unable to move. Wang Xingrue glared fiercely at Ouyang Chun and Tang Xiaolong. 3 times, I can split into 3 again, and at least one of you will be left behind. Are you prepared to fight? Situ Che left with Tang Xiaoling. His whole body was numb, his movement sluggish, and he had already lost his advantage. Although there was a certain chance to deal with Wang Xingrue in this state, Ouyang Chun never engaged in uncertain matters. If the success rate was less than 90%, he would decisively give up. Wang Xingrue leaned against a tree, savoring the joy of surviving a calamity. Damn, if Ouyang Chun had really chosen to fight, just now he would have definitely been finished. What triple differentiation? That's all nonsense. Wang Xingrue could barely stand up now. "Hey Wafan, are you dead?" "Not yet. Didn't your self-healing ability improve? How come you still can't stand up?" Wafan lay on the ground, speaking in a voice filled with exhaustion. "My self-healing ability has only increased in speed, like switching from a regular charger to a fast charger, but the battery capacity is still the same." So if Wafan wanted to maintain his transformation ability, there was only one way: continuously increase the number of B cells in his body, thus increasing the electricity he could store. Hey, what kind of look is that? If you have the ability, try taking a hit from that bastard Hedon. Its claws are much sharper than Tang Xiaoling's knife. If it weren't for my self-healing speed, keeping up, you would have been sliced into 6 pieces by now. Wafan disdainfully countered Wang's incongruous look of contempt. Wafan, I can't move. You have 2 corpses of gophers over there to bring them to me. Wang Xingrui retracted his gaze and looked at the sky. Call me daddy. Stop playing. The smell of blood will attract other beasts. Hurry up and bring them here. Wang Xingrui urged. Wafan picked up one of the headless gophers and bit down on the bare part of its neck, chewing. The rich smell of blood filled his mouth. Wafan immediately frowned and tossed it back to Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui was just about to enjoy this feast when suddenly a voice came from the side. Wait, you can eat the meat, but let me drink the blood. Don't waste it. Call me daddy, Wang Xingrui replied calmly. Situ Che smiled and struggled to stand up. Wang Xingrui sensed the killing intent on him and hurriedly said, all right, don't move, I'll bring it to you. Wang Xingrui dragged his heavy body carrying the still warm corpse in front of Situ Che humbly, saying your Situ Che politely replied thank you. Then he bit into the neck and took 2 deep gulps. Situ Che's eyes turned blood red and the corpse in his hands shrank rapidly like a deflated balloon. Only when the size was half of what it was before did Situ Che finally stop. Although its appearance was somewhat nauseating, the blood of an A-class super beast was highly nourishing. Every beast cell within Situ Che rapidly absorbed the energy from the blood, as if encountering a long-awaited rain, gradually becoming plump. He moved his limbs, his body cracking like frying beans. Wang Xingrui picked up the withered gopher, skinning it with his... Fortunately, his brother had taught him some outdoor survival skills. In less than 2 minutes, he had cleaned out the internal organs and skin. Without that layer of fur, the meat looked much less disgusting. Wang Xingrui closed his eyes and began to devour it. This is chicken, this is chicken, this is chicken. Situ Che quietly watched him, waiting until he finished eating before saying, let's go, we'll take you out. Wang Xingrui immediately spat it out. You still have the strength to fly. Flying back to the academy is impossible, but taking you out of the forest is no problem. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? If he had known Situ Che could take them out of the forest, he wouldn't have had to eat that gopher meat to recover his strength. I just didn't want to disturb you while you were focused on your meal, Situ Che smiled. Nonsense, this guy definitely wanted to take someone along since he had already drunk the gopher's blood. Wafan thought to himself. Situ Che grew meaty wings from his back, carrying one in each hand and flying the 2 out of the forest. Carrying both of you is already quite strenuous. Why are you still holding onto the gopher's corpse? Situ Che asked. After all, it's a super beast. It would be a waste to throw it away, Wang Xingrui replied with a smile. Wafan teased, isn't that for his girlfriend? Almost dying on my first mission, it would leave a psychological shadow if I had no spoils. Daiyu is not my girlfriend, Wang Xingrui denied. I believe you. The 3 chatted as they made their way back. After walking for about 2 hours, they finally saw the familiar skyscrapers. The 3 found a restaurant. Once they entered, their tattered clothes covered in blood and exuding killing intent immediately attracted the attention of most customers. We are from Tianxian Academy. Please prepare a private room for us. Wang Xingrui took out his residence card with a waiter in a dark suit took the card and pulled out a micro card reader from his pocket. After scanning it, the card reader immediately sounded an alarm and then displayed that the person was not found. The waiter frowned. This person's residence card had not been registered. He looked like he wasn't wealthy and was even carrying a dead animal. Could he be a poacher from another city? Situ Che noticed the waiter's suspicious expression and immediately stepped forward, pulling out his own residence card. He took the wrong one. It should be this one. Situ Che's residence card was pure black, looking very luxurious. The waiter's eyes widened upon seeing that card, and he took it with both hands. This is the black gold card that only city lords possess. The black gold card grants permanent residency in all cities, and all purchased items are at a 20% discount. Most importantly, it is a symbol of status. The waiter was so shocked that he began to doubt the authenticity of the card. After saying, please wait a moment, he immediately turned to find the restaurant manager. After a while, the restaurant manager hurriedly walked up to Situ Che. Why had no one notified him in advance about such a distinguished guest? Why had they come to his restaurant, and why did they look so refreshing and out of place? A continuous stream of questions surged in his mind, but the restaurant manager didn't dare to delay for a second. After confirming the authenticity of the black gold card, he immediately slightly bowed and led the 3 to the top VIP room. It is truly an honor for 3 of you to dine at my restaurant. May I ask which city lord's son you are? The latter half of the sentence was directed at Situ Che, who was being observed with keen interest. K-City Situ, Che replied casually. Wang Xingrui raised an eyebrow, not exposing him. He was from K-City and had never heard of the city lord having a son. The manager suddenly realized, oh, so you are the son of the K-City lord. My apologies. May I ask what service you require from our establishment? We will definitely cooperate fully. Don't overthink it. We are just passing by, stopping here for a meal. After eating, we will leave, Situ Che replied. Wafan said, hurry up and serve the dishes. I'm hungry. All right, no problem. They'll get them to bring out the dishes. The manager turned to leave only to suddenly stop at the door, realizing that the 3 had not yet ordered. What would you 3 like to eat? Situ Che meat. Wafan fast. Wang Xingrui expensive. All right, I'll have the kitchen prepare it right away. After the restaurant owner left, Wang Xingrui quietly scolded, it's just a meal. Why do you have to pretend to be the city lord's son? Can't you just settle down for a bit? I'm not pretending. I really am the city lord's son of K-City. Don't come to me with that. I'm from K-City as well. I've never heard of the city lord having a son, Wang Xingrui said. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean I don't exist. Wafan yawned, resting his head on the table. Please tell your story. I gained my transformation at the age of 7, created and mastered hypnosis at 8, and at 9 I hypnotized my parents to fight each other. That same year I was sent to Tianqian Academy, and I've been there ever since. Impressive, concise, yet full of twists, Wafan said with a lack of sincerity. So what's with this black card? Wang Xingrui asked. In terms of material needs, as long as they aren't too outrageous, they will fulfill them. This is just a subcard of the K-City Lord Situ, Che said, pinching the black card between his index and middle fingers. For his nominal parents, he didn't even want to call them mom and dad, only referring to them as the city lord or they. This shows how harmonious Situ Chi's family relationship was. During the meal, Wang Xingrui took out his phone and called. That silly girl was still planning to call his brother. The academy was separated by several cities. By the time his brother arrived, he would have been dead long ago. If Dai weren't worried, she wouldn't have made such a brainless move. Wafan glanced at him enviously. Old one, you have someone to report your safety to. That's nice. If you really envy me, you can give me a call. I don't mind comforting you, Situ Che said, rolling his eyes. At that moment, his phone started vibrating. Wafan glanced at the caller ID. Xinxingyue. Hello, what's up? What do you mean, what's up? Do you know that leaving school without authorization violates school rules? Do you know you're only a sophomore and not qualified to hunt in the forest? Do you know that if you die out there, the teachers at the academy won't even have time to collect your body? The voice on the other end of the phone scolded Wafan without mercy, with a hint of playful annoyance. Wafan was stunned, his movements halted, but an unstoppable warmth surged in his heart, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Hey, speak up, are you mute? Did something happen? Hello. The voice on the other end continued. Wafan softly replied, got it, I'm fine, just having a meal. Beep, beep, beep. The other side hung up directly. She must have been angry. A girl worrying for you, anxious for you, only to be met with 9 words that have nothing to do with her. She's bound to be mad. Situ Che patiently advised. Wafan's eyes sparkled with a hint of pride. Are you envious? If you really are, you can give me a call. Oh, I wouldn't mind comforting you. As soon as he finished speaking, Situ Chi's phone vibrated. He waved the phone in front of Wafan. It was Lin Ruyao calling. After answering, there was a 2-second silence before the voice on the other end came through. Are you okay? Situ Che simply replied. Then the other side hung up cleanly. Although Situ Che had lifted Lin Ruoyo's hypnosis, he had left a deep impression on her over the past year. Not long after Wang Xingrui and the others left the academy, students received news that Lin Ruyao had ultimately given in and called Situ Che. But their relationship was no longer as it once was. Even after the call connected, they didn't know what to say. After confirming that Situ Che was okay, they could only hastily hang up. Immediately after, Situ Chi's phone vibrated again. Wafan's expression turned a bit jealous. The call connected. Che, are you okay? It was a woman, her voice very gentle and knowledgeable. This time Situ Che revealed a faint smile. Just out to play for a bit, I'll be back soon. Okay, I'll wait for you to return. Wafan was seeing Situ Che show this expression for the first time. That smile came from the heart, and he slowly leaned closer to Situ Che. Situ Che pushed Wafan's head aside with his hand, and after chatting for a bit, he hung up the phone. Eavesdropping on others' conversations is not the act of a gentleman. I wasn't eavesdropping, I was listening openly. Wafan said, is that girl your new girlfriend? Situ Che shook his head. For now, we're just friends. TCH, who believes that? What year is she in? Situ Che stopped answering and silently began to eat. That woman was his only weakness in the academy, and he wouldn't expose his weakness to anyone, not even the 2 who had just fought alongside him. Inside the academy, Yuling gradually opened her eyes. The surrounding environment was extremely familiar. After looking around, she realized that she was in the girls' dormitory in her own room. Her throat hurt like fire, unable to speak, and all her communication devices had been taken away. She immediately got out of bed, not even bothering to put on her shoes, and ran to the hallway to borrow a phone and send a message to Ouyang Chun. Ouyang, brother, I'm in the girls' dormitory at the academy, currently safe. Let's meet at the agreed location at 7 in the evening. Missing you, Linger. After sending the message, Yuling returned the phone to her classmate. Immediately afterward, a sweet voice emerged in that girl's mind. Thank you. After finishing their meal, the 3 of them took a shower. Logically, they should have showered first and then eaten, but the 3 hungry souls were eager to satisfy their appetites. Without caring about appearances, after indulging their cravings, the 3 took turns showering. Then they asked the restaurant owner for help in finding a rental bird, and after settling the bill, they rode the bird back to the academy. Upon returning, Wang Xingrui didn't even have time to tidy up in the dormitory before being called to the office of the department head. Long Ao Yun, Potion Zhang Xuanyu, and Dai Yu were also present. From the moment he entered, Wang Xingrui sensed the unfriendly gaze of Director Jiang Fei fixed on him. Had he offended her before? Surely not. Why is there so much blood? Are you injured? Director Jiang Fei inquired, puzzled. It's nothing, I just had a simulated battle with Situ Che. The blood is his. What do you need us for? Wang Xingrui asked. Director Jiang Fei's confusion deepened. Oh, when did this kid become so formidable? Given the amount of blood, Situ Che must have been injured quite badly. Ahem, now that everyone is here, I will begin. To broaden students' horizons, every year in their 2nd year, the academy receives several exchange student spots to learn from the other 3 major academies, sharing strengths and compensating for weaknesses for a duration of 1 year. This year there are 2 spots for studying at Inglong Academy, and the academy leaders have decided to select 2 from among you as this year's exchange students. I voluntarily give up this spot, Wang Xingrui immediately said as soon as Director Jiang Fei finished speaking. No way. With his brother backing him at Tianquan, why would he need to go? Dai Yu glanced at Wang Xingrui and hesitated for a few seconds before saying, Director Jiang Fei, I also. Before she could finish, Zhang Xuanyu interrupted, Goddess Inglong Academy is the best among the 4 major academies. Opportunities like this don't come often, you need to think carefully. In fact, this was not only an opportunity for Dai Yu, but also for Zhang Xuanyu. His plan was to go to Inglong with Dai Yu and use this year to cultivate their relationship. Thus, he was very hopeful that Dai Yu would apply for this spot. I give up the opportunity to apply for the exchange student position. Dai Yu was still pondering when Long Ao spoke up. Director Jiang raised an eyebrow saying, What's wrong with all of you? In previous years, students would fight tooth and nail for a few exchange spots. But here you are, none of you seem to want it. Let me clarify, although our Tianxian is not lacking, to be honest, the faculty at Inglong Academy is indeed slightly better than ours. There is only this one chance for exchange students in 5 years. If you miss it, it will truly be a missed opportunity. Director Jiang, is there anything else? If not, I'm going to train now, Long Ao said calmly. If this is your final decision, Long Ao turned and left the office without a moment's hesitation. What about you all? Director Jiang scanned the other. Director, I want to apply for the exchange student spot. Zhang Xuanyu spoke up. He wanted to inspire Dai Yu with his firm attitude, but unfortunately, he overestimated his significance in her eyes. All right, Dai Yu and Potion, what about you both? Zhang Xuanyu cast an expectant glance at Dai Yu. However, she maintained her original decision, saying, I give up. Yun Patian was aware that his strength was the weakest among the group, so he waited until everyone finished speaking before saying, since they all give up, and there is 1 spot left, I won't be polite. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu grasped Dai Yu's arm, and somewhat unwilling to give up asked, Are you really not going? Dai Yu first looked at Zhang Xuanyu in surprise, and then shook her head resolutely. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes trembled slightly, his expression dimmed as he lowered his head. Was this a complete rejection? Then it's settled with you too. I will send the materials needed for the exchange student application to your email. Please fill them out and return them to me by the weekend. If there are no further questions, you may leave. As they stepped out of the administrative building, Zhang Xuanyu wore a cold expression and left without exchanging a word with Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui also didn't know how to face Zhang Xuanyu and walked in the opposite direction. Dai Yu silently followed beside Wang Xingrui. Dai Yu, actually ever since that time I had dinner at Xuanyu's house, I've known your feelings, Wang Xingrui said. Dai Yu kept her head down and said nothing, continuing to walk forward. Wang Xingrui glanced at her saying, You are very talented, really. Even my brother said that your talent surpasses his by a great deal. In comparison, forget it. Ew, I can't even compare to you. If it weren't for my exceptionally strong brother always helping me, I probably wouldn't even have the qualification to talk to you. I don't have Siduchi's looks, nor do I possess Ouyang Chen's ability to manifest an avatar. I can't even defeat Wafan. Sometimes I think about it, and I find it ridiculous. I clearly possess an avatar that others dream of, yet I can't beat anyone. In the 4 major academies, there shouldn't be anyone more useless than me. Don't waste time on me, we really aren't suitable. Dai Yu quickened her pace, blocking Wang Xingrui's path. Taking a deep breath, she said earnestly, I don't feel like I'm wasting my time with you. Without your help, I wouldn't be who I am today. I like you. Even if my mother disagrees, even if my master disagrees, even if you disagree, I still like you. After saying this, she lowered her flushed face and ran away without looking back. Wang Xingrui stood there stunned, unsure how to react to the sudden confession. The last woman who confessed to him had been shot in the head by his brother. By the time Wang Xingrui came back to his senses, Dai Yu's figure had already vanished from sight. He scratched the back of his head in confusion. Although it was troublesome, the feeling of being confessed to was indeed somewhat delightful. The scene shifted to the leisure club. Wang Xingrui sat at a table with 3 others, namely Situ, Che Wafan, and Sun Mingming. So you just stood there like a wooden block and said nothing? Wafan asked. I didn't have time, Wang Xingrui replied. Do you like her? Situ Che asked. I don't know. I once liked a woman and wanted to give her everything, but that woman once tried to kill me over a few hundred. Since then I've been more cautious around all the women. This caution I want to let go of, but I can't. Wang Xingrui said calmly. Being with Dai Yu feels very stable, but that's all there is to it. Wafan said solemnly, I understand you. Once you've tasted the bitterness of love, you become afraid to easily savor its sweetness. Wang Xingrui, Sidu Che, and Sun Mingming all gave Wafan a thumbs up simultaneously. You and Dai Yu still have 3 years, there's no rush. Let's put romance aside and talk about the exchange student matter. Your choice is the right one. Situ Che said, there are actually 5 spots for exchange students. Ouyang Chun and his 2 subordinates used some connections to secure 3 in advance. If you really go to Inglong, you will face a 2 against 3 situation. Ouyang Chun chose to go to Inglong Academy as an exchange student, thus temporarily fulfilling his bet with Sidu Che while leaving a year to improve himself. 1 year from now, the day he meets Wang Xingrui and Situ Che again will be their doomsday. Thus, this year is extremely important for both you and Ouyang Chun. Wang Xingrui was a latecomer, having only trained for a little over a year under Morong Yi. In contrast, Ouyang Chun, as the son of the Golden Eagle King, began receiving elite-style education from a young age, including political strategy and armed combat. As he grew, the number of B cells in his body had long reached the college graduation standard and was advancing to a higher level. Wang Xingrui needed this year to make up for the gap of over a decade with Ouyang Chun. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Wang Xingrui's mouth. I initially wanted to be a lazy idler, but unfortunately opponents keep coming to my door. Other students will be held back for not working hard. If I don't work hard, I'll be eliminated. The cost of obtaining a prehistoric avatar is becoming unbearable for me. Until Zhang Xuanyu left the academy, he hadn't contacted old Wang at all. The 5 exchange students from Yinglong Academy also arrived today, 2 from Class A specializing in diving, 1 from Class E specializing in crawling, 1 from Class A specializing in flying, and 1 from Class A specializing in insect manipulation. After entering the academy, they were directly assigned to their respective classes. Coincidentally, Wang Xingrui had some free time today and attended a class where he met the new exchange student. Whether it was his illusion or not, ever since that guy with the starry sword brow entered the classroom, it seemed he had been staring at. Hello everyone, I am an exchange student from Yinglong. My name is Zheng Ji, 20 years old. I hope to get along well with everyone in the coming year. Meanwhile, inside the Public Security Bureau in the West District of K-City, Chun Tuxing sat at his messy desk, a lollipop in his mouth, desperately searching through the documents. The serial murder case in K-City had yet to be solved, and the killer Lao Wu had escaped from prison and had yet to be apprehended. He made a personal vow that until he captured the criminal, he would quit drinking and smoking. Suddenly, Chun Tuxing sneezed, wiped his nose, and said irritably, I haven't seen that brat lately. I wonder where he's been running around. Young people are unreliable. Oh, every time I need him, he disappears on me. Hey classmate, what's your zodiac sign? Do you have a girlfriend? What kind of girls do you like? After class, Zheng Ji found himself surrounded by the girls in the class. His looks were striking. True to his name, his features were resolute, and he carried an air of maturity and steadiness. I'm 2 years older than you. I've interned with the police for 2 years. My dream is to become a proper police officer after graduation, Zheng Ji said with a smile. Wow. The girls cried out in unison, stars seemingly dancing in their eyes. So you must have faced those ruthless criminals often before, right? That sounds so dangerous. Zheng Ji replied, not really. My tenure is brief. I've only shadowed a mentor to inspect crime scenes. I don't yet have the ability to take cases on my own. During the conversation, Zheng Ji cast a furtive glance toward Wang Xingrui's seat. Lin Yi had already noticed him at the police station before. If Lin Yi were connected to Wang Xingrui, then Wang would surely be aware of his identity. So rather than hiding and making him more suspicious, it was better to expose himself a little. Let Wang think he was merely eager to boast of his credentials. While the chatter remained lively over there, Wang Xingrui sat in a corner with his head on the desk, his thoughts tumbling. Zheng Ji. He was from Keicheng, his hometown, and he happened to be a policeman. A coincidence. Wang Xingrui rose and left the classroom through the back door. Seeing this, Zheng Ji quickly excused himself to the people before him, slipped away from the crowd and followed. No sooner had he stepped through the doorway than he saw Wang Xingrui leaning against the wall, waiting by the door, as if on purpose. Wang smiled and turned, extending his hand politely. Hello, I'm Wang Xingrui. Hello, Zheng Ji. Zheng Ji took his hand and answered calmly. If you have time, drop by our leisure club sometime. I will. Wang Xingrui turned and left with an even broader smile. Zheng Ji's expression, however, grew grave. He had been too hasty and warned his quarry. From now on, uncovering Wang Xingrui would be all the more difficult. Yet the fact that Wang was watching him only confirmed he was hiding something. His suspicion was not unfounded. Wang could not be disentangled from the Keicheng homicide. Leisure club, 3rd floor. Wang Xingrui, Situ Che Wafan, and Sun Mengmeng were all training on the treadmills. Have you seen the 5 new exchange students? For our from Class A, 1 from Class E, Wafan asked. I saw the Class E1. Handsome used to be a cop, Wang Xingrui replied. This year's exchange students include just 2 girls, both rather ordinary. None as pretty as our Xingyue. The other 3 immediately turned their gaze toward Wafan. Our households. Xingyue. Already hunting for a new favorite so soon. The 3 had worried Wafan might collapse after the Zhao Tianjiao incident. It seemed his physical and mental resilience were extraordinary. What's up? Wafan asked. Nothing. The 3 recovered their composure and answered in unison. By the way, President, your avatar runs almost faster than sound. Why are you still running with us? I don't want to be an odd one out. Wafan raised an eyebrow and had no rebuttal. At that moment, Wang Xingrui caught sight of the exchange students' photos on Wafan's phone. When he recognized the face, his stride faltered, he stumbled backward and collapsed onto the floor. Wang sprang up and stopped Wafan's treadmill, demanding, where did you get that photo? Xingyue sent it to me. Why? Do you know her? Wang grabbed Wafan's phone and scrolled through it. His shock doubled. Of the 5 exchange students, 2 were old acquaintances. Situ Che said, so you know her, an ex-girlfriend. Sort of. We work together, Wang replied. Wang slid to one of the photos and told the others, if you ever see this girl, stay away. Your ex. Why should we hide? Wafan snatched the phone back. First off, let me clarify, this tiny brat is not my ex. Secondly, her name is Zhang Yuqing. Her avatar is little-scale water shooter. She looks like a lowly but is wildly ferocious inside. A professional hunter who once worked as a bodyguard under I Cheng's city lord Long Yun. You, especially you Wafan, do not provoke her. In a second, she could pepper you like a sieve. Why single me out? I have my Xingyue. Hello, is anyone there? Is Brother Xingrue around? A sweet voice called from below. The four in the leisure club peered through the floor-to-ceiling window. A delicately carved little girl with two small buns doll-like stood outside the club, cupping her hands to her mouth like a megaphone. Utterly adorable. Wang's face darkened, his heart heavy. Whatever he feared had come to his door. Why had she tracked him down? For now, see what she wanted. She ought not to dare act recklessly within the academy. Thinking this, Wang turned back. On the third floor, he was left alone. The other three had already gone downstairs and were talking with the two exchange students. Wow, senior, you're so handsome. Like someone out of an anime. Zhang Yuqin gazed at Situ, Che, her eyes sparkling. You are cute too, Situ. Che replied politely. Little sister, could you tell us how you met old Wang? Sun Mingming handed over 2 pieces of cake. We met while working. Brother Xingrue was very kind and looked after me a lot, Zhang Yuqin said, without the least shyness. She bit into a cake and exclaimed, Big brother, did you make this? It's delicious. The boy beside her bowed his head and murmured thank you. When he saw Wang emerge from the club, Zhang's eyes flickered with mischief and the boy's face lit with joy. Wang ignored Zhang and walked straight to the boy. Long time no see, Mu Chun, he said. He still remembered me. Mu Chun grew nervous and stumbled over his words. Long time no see. I heard you went to Tianxian, so I came to find you. Friend, I can't hear you well. Could you speak up? Fan clutched his ear. Mu Chun simply lowered his head and fell silent. I didn't say anything harsh. Such thin skin, Fan scoffed. Fan is a bit introverted, don't mind him, Zhang Yuqin said. Brother, beautiful one, though you seem small in every way, we really can't be sure who's older between us. Zhang's brow darkened and menace crept into her expression, while Fan maintained his indifferent demeanor. Situ Chi's lips twitched into a smile as he waited quietly for Zhang Yuqin to make a move. Sun Mingming gripped Fan's shoulder. If things went south, they'd flee at once. Zhang Yuqin, we're not friends. I know you might have other motives for coming to Tianxuan, but to be frank, it's a little heartwarming to see you two again. Wang broke the awkwardness. Really? Zhang asked with a smile. Of course that was a lie. Really, Wang said earnestly. Don't stand out there. Come in and talk. Zhang snorted softly and followed him into the club. Mu Chun trailed after them. A flicker of regret passed in Situ Chi's eyes. If Fan had just said one more sentence, there would have been a show to watch. Don't say much. Don't start trouble, Sun Mingming warned Fan. Then Sun and Situ returned inside, flipping the sign on the door from welcome to closed. What did I say? Fan stood outside the club, alone, bewildered. Wang led the two inside to the second-floor leisure area. As soon as they climbed the stairs, Zhang Yuqin was captivated by the cakes in the display and the warm scent of baking that filled the room. Breads, cream cakes, and fruit tarts. So indulgent. Her eyes widened and her face pressed against the glass cabinet. Sun Mingming entered the cake room and took out 2 pieces, placing them on a tray and offering them to Zhang. Zhang didn't take them right away. Instead, she licked her lips and asked how much. They are free, Sun answered. Free things are always the most costly. If they're free, I want to eat them. Still, her gaze never left the cakes on the tray. 580 money. Zhang produced her residence permit and said, swipe it. Settle the bill on the first floor when you leave, Wang said from the round table. President, get one for Mu Chun too, my treat. Okay. Sun Mingming brought the cake over and placed it before Mu Chun. Zhang clutched her cake and stormed to Wang. Why him and not me? She demanded. Of course you are invited. Eat as much as you like. No need to pay, Wang said with a grin. Fan watched and grumbled inwardly, such fawning, yet he insists it's not an X. That's more like it, Zhang said, took a bite and savored the burst of fruit, sweetness clinging to her tongue as she closed her eyes with pleasure. It's tasty, but fruit and vegetables are so expensive now. Do these cakes even turn a profit? We don't make cakes for money, Situ Che explained. Then what's it for? To provide for our families, Fan added. Zhang rolled her eyes. Stop worrying about our business. Tell us about yourself. How did someone with your abilities get exiled to Tianxian? Wang asked. Each of the 4 academies had varying faculty. Tianxian usually selected top students as exchange students, while the other 3 schools chose differently. Zhang Yuqin replied casually, oh, to kill you. Wang's smile froze. Could you be any more blunt? I could, but I can't think of a more blunt way. Fan gave her a thumbs up silently. Brilliant. Wang turned to Mu Chun. You're not also. Mu Chun hurriedly shook his head. I heard. He came to stop her from killing you. Do you know how much you're worth right now? One second-year student from Class E. He shouldn't be worth over 1 million, perhaps not even. Do tell. Zhang held her cake in one hand and raised 5 fingers with the other. 50 million. Everyone but Mu Chun wore expressions of astonishment. He was worth that much. Hey, why does everyone look like they're smitten? Gentlemen, we're all in the same club. Have you forgotten last year's hardships together? Wang said, unnerved. We're just curious. How did you get that price? Fan asked lazily. Who issued the bounty? Situ Che inquired. After a brief constriction of pupils, Zhang unexpectedly adopted a sincere tone. I haven't met the employer. I claimed the bounty online. You cut Wang Xingrue into pieces, photograph his corpse, upload it to the designated site, and you get the money. Aside from you, who else claimed the bounty? I don't know. The site's confidentiality is extreme. Each account is independent. Killers don't know one another's identities. The only visible thing is how many people claimed it. The bounty was posted a week ago. That day it showed 1154 claimants. So the other 3 exchange students might also be infiltrating assassins. Over 1,000 people want me dead. Every shrub and tree is an enemy. Is there any way to cancel the bounty? Wang asked. There is. Kill the person who posted it, Zhang answered matter-of-fact. Wang had made few enemies, but someone willing to spend 50 million to take his life. Any fool could guess whose handiwork the bounty notice was. Or should he post a counter-bounty? If he wanted Ouyang taken out sooner, the sum would have to be doubled, 100 million. Money was not the problem, his brother could cover it. The problem was the employer's special status, the son of a great man. Even if posted, who would dare accept it? Any other options? Wang continued. Yes, have me kill you, and the bounty will naturally be claimed. Split the 100 million 50-50, 50 million for your family, and at least your death wouldn't be in vain. Before she finished, Situ, Che snapped his fingers, and Zhang trembled as the hypnosis was lifted. After mastering the 5-step breathing method, Situ, Chi's control of sound had become precise. He could induce hypnosis at will and erase the subject's memory of the hypnotized interval, though for now only with one person at a time. Zhang continued, eating her cake, unaware of anything amiss. Yet the Wang who had been smiling a moment ago now wore a face full of worry. Old Wang, for a while I'm going to spend private time with our Xingyue fan, said, placing a card on the table. There's 300 on it. It's my year's living expenses. He offered a bounty for you, and you offered one for him. This is all I can help with. Thanks, Wang replied calmly. My mother has only me, son, Meng confessed guiltily. Understood. What about you? Wang asked Situ Che. Situ lowered his head and murmured, being chased by over 1,000 assassins. That kind of thrill is something ID never imagined. Since Zhang is a killer, the identities of the other 4 exchange students must be in doubt. 50 million is enough to mobilize killers with clever avatars, or higher. Appearing together would be too risky, assassins would likely infiltrate in waves. The academy had round-the-clock security, so to slip in without alarming guards you would first need to coerce or bribe some insiders. The bounty was posted a week ago, so it's quite possible that assassins have already infiltrated. A week passed with no attack. Are they waiting for a target to expose themselves? Situ turned to Wang, excitement in his eyes. Sorry, what did you just say? Nothing, Wang replied. Wang Xingrui, don't worry. For the foreseeable future, I will protect you inch by inch, Situ Che promised. Are you protecting me for my sake? Certainly not. He wanted only to play a Catan mouse game. Well then. Thanks. Suddenly a vibration came from his pocket. Wang Xingrui took out his phone and saw it was a call from Long Ao. Why would the battle maniac think to call me? I hope he isn't looking for a fight again. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Wang Xingrui stood up, walked to the side, and answered the call. Hello, Long Shao, what can I do for you? You are being targeted. Someone has placed a bounty on you, Long Ao said coldly and briefly. How do you know this? Wang Xingrui asked. Long Ao, not wanting to explain due to his temperament, worried that Wang Xingrui might not take him seriously, said, My dad told me there are a total of 2032 people. What? It's doubled. Long Yun's intelligence network is too unreliable. It's been a week, and only now did Long Ao call me. Suddenly a dazed look crossed Wang Xingrui's eyes. Wait, Long Yun is the lord of a city. The news shouldn't be this obstructed. He must have deliberately delayed for a week, intending to let the assassin sent by Ouyang Chun take me out, and then have Long Ao replace me as the elder brother. A week has passed, and I am still safe. It seems the original plan has failed, so he decided to go with the flow and sell me a favor. Old fox, your calculations are quite astute. Hey, could you have your dad send some bodyguards over? There are quite a few people trying to kill me, and I'm struggling to hold my ground alone. You consider it a favor I owe you. With teacher Murong around, do you still need anyone else's protection? Come on, my brother says I need to toughen up and deal with such fighting matters on my own. Then you should listen to the teacher's arrangements. No way, connections are a form of strength too. After all, we've both trained under my brother. We can be considered half-friends, so please help me out. You still owe me a fight. Don't make me look down on you. Beep, beep, beep. Looking at the hung-up phone, Wang Xingrui couldn't help but complain. Is he really that heartless? Wang Xingrui turned back to his seat, forcing a bitter smile, and said to Situ Che, I have good news. The number of people wanting to kill me has risen to 2032. In the next moment, Sun Mengmeng vanished from her spot, and Wafan immediately opened the window and jumped out howling. Brothers, I have no relationship with Wang Xingrui, I just came to the 2nd floor to buy a cake. Please don't mistake me. Zhang Yuqin looked at the dashing figure below and sighed. Be careful with your friends. Wang Xingrui was somewhat uncomfortable with Sun Mengmeng and Wafan's attitude, but he could truly understand facing over 2,000 assassins. Even if they were willing to stay by his side to help, he wouldn't want to drag them down with him. Are you still going to kill me? Wang Xingrui ignored the fool and turned to Zhang Yuqin, asking, Since brother Xingrui treated me to cake, I won't kill you today. Thank you for sparing my life. If you can protect me a bit during this time, I will remember your great kindness. First of all, brother Xingrui, it seems you misunderstood. I'm only sparing you today. As for tomorrow, it depends on my mood. Secondly, if you want me to protect you, it's not impossible. Just pay me. You should know what price Long Yun offered. Zhang Yuqin chewed the cake with delight. 50 million in cash or 100 million in debt. Which one do you choose? Zhang Yuqin raised an eyebrow. Can you really earn 100 million? Even if I say I can, you might not believe me. It depends on whether you're willing to invest in me. High risk, high return. Wang Xingrui said. Zhang Yuqin exchanged a meaningful glance with Wang Xingrui. Wang Xingrui's aura was no weaker than hers. After a long moment, Zhang Yuqin spoke. I'll think about it. Wang Xingrui, don't worry, I will help you, Mu Chun said, lowering his head. Wang Xingrui didn't even notice him speaking and was lost in thought gazing out the window. Now that he only had Sidu Che by his side, although his abilities were somewhat abnormal, he still needed to recruit more people to help share the burden. Suddenly, a righteous figure appeared in Wang Xingrui's mind. If he was pursuing the case in K-City to the academy, he shouldn't just watch me die, right? Sidu Che stood up and said, I have something to attend to him, leaving first you all take your time eating. Really? Didn't we agree to stick together? Wang Xingrui said. Don't worry, those assassins won't be stupid enough to act during the day. They'll come find you tonight, Situ Che said softly. Yuck, Zhao Yuqin said with disdain. Until 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Yuqin and Mu Chun only left the leisure club. Wang Xingrui stayed with them, or rather they stayed with him. After all, it was too dangerous to be alone right now. After that, he went to the student dormitory where he used to live. Inside, the conversation was lively and harmonious. Wang Xingrui pushed the door open. Everyone immediately turned to look at him, and the dorm fell silent. Wang, do you need something? Zhang Ji, unaware that Wang Xingrui had lived in this dormitory, keenly noticed that his roommates seemed a bit off since Wang Xingrui appeared. I need to talk to you about something, can we chat privately? Wang Xingrui said. What can't be said in front of everyone? Nian Shuo frowned, clearly trying to protect his boss. It seemed Zhang Ji's social skills were quite good as he quickly integrated with them and seemingly took over Nian Shuo's position as dorm leader. Wang Xingrui remained silent, quietly watching him. He'll step out for a moment, you all continue chatting. Zhang Ji patted Nian Shuo's shoulder, stood up, and followed Wang Xingrui to a secluded area. Wang Xingrui turned around and faced him, saying, Are you here to investigate me or to kill me? Wang, I don't quite understand what you mean. Zhang Ji replied, puzzled. Since it's just the two of us, can we simplify our communication? Must we go through the awkward back and forth like in a drama, leading to an embarrassing silence before revealing our true identities to each other? Do you have some misunderstanding about me? I did work in the police department, but I came to Tianxian purely to learn with no other motives, Zhang Ji explained. Wang Xingrui rolled his eyes. Why is it so hard to communicate? The necessary procedures still have to be followed. 15 minutes later. Yes, I am a police officer. I suspect you were involved in a serial murder case in K-City a year ago, so please come with me. Zhang Ji transformed into his platypus form, maintaining a 2-meter-tall beastman shape. Finally, the conversation could continue. I can't leave the academy. Some fool has placed a bounty on me, and there are over 2,000 assassins waiting for me outside. Moreover, I suspect they might have infiltrated the academy. If you want to solve the case, then please protect this vital clue, Wang Xingrui said with a wicked smile, poking his thumb at his own chest. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly descended and immediately turned to attack Wang Xingrui. In an instant, Wang Xingrui's hands transformed into snake heads, revealing fangs as they lunged at the shadowy assassin. The assassin in black spread his wings, retreating, while briefly ascending, then landed on Wang Xingrui's snake head, quickly pressing down. Just as the assassin's right hand morphed into a knife strike aimed at Wang Xingrui's neck, Beastman Zhang Ji timely seized the assassin's wrist and forcefully swung him away. The black-clad assassin momentarily lost balance in midair. After quickly flapping his wings a few times, he hovered in the air again, slowly descending and walking towards Zhang Ji. A mere enhancement of only 15 can actually utilize Beastman form and contend with my strength. The beastly cell content in his body must at least be 30%. Quick, call the department head, Zhang Ji said to Wang Xingrui behind him. Are you kidding? Teachers and students have a generation gap, but don't you know I could never have her number? Then hurry and find someone. Find someone. How can you be sure there's only him? If I go search for someone and 2 more pop up, we might not see each other in the next life. 2 against 1, let's deal with him first, then go find the teacher. Zhang Ji pondered and felt Wang Xingrui's reasoning was valid. As soon as he finished speaking, they both charged at the black-clad assassin with a tacit understanding. During the fight, apart from flying, the assassin had not revealed any other abilities of his transformation. He was simply relying on pure physical skills and strength. Each time the assassin attacked, Zhang Ji seemed to predict his next move. The black-clad assassin was equally mad. To Wang Xingrui, their exchanges appeared vigorous, fluid, and deadly, yet neither could land a hit on the other, looking almost choreographed. What's going on? Are you two putting on a show for me? Suddenly, as the black-clad assassin struck halfway, he was hit by Zhang Ji's kick and propelled towards Wang Xingrui. Oh no! Zhang Ji immediately thought something was wrong. He rushed forward, but his speed couldn't match that of the black-clad assassin. He watched as the assassin approached Wang Xingrui. Just then, Wang Xingrui's feet transformed into 2 snake tails that coiled tightly like springs. Then, with a sudden burst of force, Wang Xingrui's body shot sideways like an arrow. He crashed directly into a pine tree 10 meters away. This scene left the black-clad assassin stunned for a few seconds. Wang Xingrui stood up, bloodied and swaying, saying, Hee, it's a newly invented technique. I haven't mastered it yet. Don't worry about me. You two continue. The black-clad assassin immediately charged at Wang Xingrui. Zhang Ji, however, stepped in front of Wang Xingrui. The black-clad assassin unleashed a powerful punch, which Zhang Ji instinctively dodged by tilting his head, but the fist landed squarely on Wang Xingrui's face behind him. He quickly covered his nose with one hand, blood seeping through his fingers. Damn, my nose is broken. At that moment Zheng Ji seized the black-clad assassin's arms, and in a fit of anger Wang Xingruo's right hand transformed into a snake tail, disregarding Zheng Ji in front of him, and swung hard. Including Zheng Ji, the thick snake tail sent both of them flying. The sound of bones cracking resonated clearly in the ears of all three. Both Zheng Ji and the black-clad assassin coughed violently, falling to the ground. Just then Wang Xingruo's right hand transformed into a snake, head opening wide as he lunged at the black-clad assassin. The black-clad assassin rolled on the ground to evade the attack, and at the same time wings sprouted from his back. He swiftly flapped them and vanished into the night sky. Wang Xingruo helped Zheng Ji up, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Zheng Ji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, clutching his ribs as he gasped, "You truly are full of surprises. I apologize for the trouble. Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" Wang Xingruo inquired. "It's just a broken rib, no need for that. The black-clad assassin has failed, but he will surely return. Come back to the dorm with me tonight." "No need. I live with my brother. However, it's unsafe to walk alone at night. Just escort me back." It sounded somewhat off, but upon reflection, he couldn't pinpoint any flaws. "All right, I'll take you back." On the way back, Wang Xingruo noted down Zheng Ji's phone number and promised him that if he helped him through this ordeal, he would assist Zheng Ji in investigating the serial murders in K City afterward. In truth, there wasn't much to assist with. The murder was simply Lao Wu, once a subordinate of Lin Yi. However, not long ago, Lao Wu had escaped from prison using some means, and Zheng Ji had traced the clues back. Though Lao Wu was indeed a nuisance, he seemed trivial compared to the thousands of assassins he was soon to face. After returning to the dormitory, the room was empty. He had no idea where his brother had gone, leaving him completely devoid of a sense of security. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. It wasn't until 9 o'clock that the doorbell rang. Wang Xingruo quietly approached the door and looked through the peephole to see Situ Che standing outside. He took a deep breath and opened the door. Situ Che waved his hand casually. "Hi." Wang Xingruo pulled him inside, closing the door with a serious expression. "That black-clad assassin this afternoon was you, wasn't it?" "How did you figure it out?" Situ Che asked. "Who else in the academy besides you would grow a pair of bat wings when releasing their avatar?" Situ Che suddenly realized he had overlooked that detail. "Why did you attack me?" Wang Xingruo asked next. "To draw out the real players. Your bounty is as high as 50 million, yet your actual strength is surprisingly weak. Therefore those assassins might hesitate to act, fearing that you have some powerful allies nearby. This is also the reason why no one has moved against you since the bounty was issued a week ago. So I took the role of the scapegoat to show that you have no one protecting you, which would encourage them to make their move. I have already inquired with the academy's security. You two people took bribes to let in 258 individuals." Wang Xingruo's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Suddenly, over 200 more people entered the academy, without anyone noticing. Situ Che stated, "Tianxin Academy is a city. Even if 200 people suddenly appeared in a city, who would care before any fatalities occur?" What he said was quite reasonable. Wang Xingruo felt anxious, thinking, "You were the vice president of the student council. Do you have the president's phone number?" "No, I don't get along with that old man," Situ Che replied. "Do you know where the president's dormitory is? I need to find him now." After hesitating for a few seconds, Wang Xingruo said, "Forget it, it's safer to go see him tomorrow during the day." "Where will I sleep?" Situ Che asked. "You can sleep in my room. He'll stay up on the sofa. Good night." As Situ Che walked into the room, both of them sighed simultaneously from behind the door, truly envious of his life of being targeted for assassination. The next morning, Wang Xingruo arrived at the president's office and explained his bounty and the fact that assassins had infiltrated. "Wang Xingruo, I hope you understand what you are saying and the implications your words might have on the academy. President, you must believe me, the assassins have really infiltrated. If we don't act now, there will be casualties. Where's the evidence?" "Who did you hear say that someone is putting a bounty on you?" the president asked. "I." Wang Xingruo fell silent. He couldn't possibly expose Zhang Yuqin, could he? "I have my channels of information. By the way, I have a witness. I was attacked yesterday, and the newly arrived exchange student Zheng Ji was present. You can call him in to verify if I'm telling the truth." The president responded, "Even if someone attacked you last night, it could just be a conflict with a fellow student, which cannot be classified as an assassination attempt." Wang Xingruo was stunned, exclaiming, "So according to you, I have to wait until I'm dead to prove that there are assassins in the..." The president replied, "Don't be so extreme. Have you considered that if a group of assassins infiltrates the academy, once that information spreads, the entire F city would fall into panic? We can't let your few words put the whole city at risk." Wang Xingruo found it hard to comprehend the president's logic. If there were even a 1 in a million chance that assassins had infiltrated the academy, as the president, he should immediately send someone to verify its authenticity. How could he shift all the responsibility onto himself? What an old fool, devoid of any sense of responsibility. How could someone like him be fit to be the president? "I've learned my lesson." Wang Xingruo's expression darkened as he turned and left the office, slamming the door behind him. At that moment, a shadow indistinct like flowing water appeared beside the president. The president glanced at him helplessly. "That kid must be hating me right now. Because of you, I have to play the villain this time. Don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. Just give me a name, and he'll take care of it. I wouldn't dare trouble you. I just want to be a good teacher at the academy. If you could avoid causing me more trouble, I'd be eternally grateful. By the way, there are quite a few who have infiltrated the academy. Are you really not planning to take action? I've already screened them. They're just small fries. My brother can handle them. However, I should remind you to keep an eye on them. Even if those assassins are low level, they are not the kind of obedient students that can be dealt with easily. They are not comparable to my brother. No need for your reminders. Everything is under control. Outside the administration building, Situ Che waited at the door, not wanting to make things awkward for some members of the... Seeing Wang Xingrui storm out with an angry expression, he chuckled. From the looks of you, it seems things didn't go as planned. Wang Xingrui retorted angrily. That old fool doesn't believe me, saying something like we can't let the academy fall into panic because of my word. Situ Che pondered. Perhaps the president doesn't disbelieve you, he simply made a choice. What do you mean? That old fool the president is also the city lord of F City. He once followed great individuals to subdue 26 cities holding great power. In terms of strength, he ranks among the top 5 of the 26 city lords. Such a person can't possibly be unaware of the assassins infiltrating the academy. The reason he won't investigate is likely that he knows those assassins are coming for you. Once you are dead, they will leave on their own. Exchanging your life for the stability of the entire academy is quite a bargain. Wang Xingrui thought for a moment it might indeed be the case. That old fool is willing to sacrifice an arm to survive. Situ Che reminded him, friend, don't be so full of yourself, you aren't even close to being his arm. Since there's nothing to do, why not check out the training room? Today there's a match between Yuqin and Muchuan. Wang Xingrui paused, confused. How did they end up fighting? It's all because of you. One wants to kill you, and the other won't let that happen. In training room number 2, Zhang Yuqin and Muchuan had already begun to fight. Surrounded by blue arcs of electricity, Muqin's hair stood on end as he dashed swiftly around the training room, leaving behind several afterimages, while Zhang Yuqin stretched her arms wide, aiming at his figure, her palms splitting open to reveal a mouth-like aperture that continuously fired energy blasts powerful enough to rival 2 sniper rifles. As Zhang Yuqin spun around, the metallic walls were blasted out with large dents. A minute later, she looked in shock at the boy before her, who remained unscathed, her brow furrowed. Damn, how did this guy run so fast? Outside the training room, many students were drawn to the battle between the two. As more and more gathered, our dragon Xiao was naturally among them. What the hell is this, a battle of second-year students? Even fifth-year seniors wouldn't be this impressive, right? No wonder they come from Yinglong Academy. Oh, I am in awe. If I went in, it would probably only last 2 seconds. Outside the crowd, Long Ao leaned against a stone pillar in the hall, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes glued to the display screen. In his mind, he simulated a battle against either of the two. Even if he were to release his avatar against either of them, he knew he wouldn't win. To be able to use the abilities of one's avatar on a part of the body, that's differentiation. Just in time, Class A had just covered differentiation in their last lesson. This means that both of them had achieved a beast cell content level of 30%. Long Ao's gaze turned cold as he tightened his grip on his arms slightly. Inside the training room, Muchuan spoke softly. You aren't my opponent. Oh, just give up. Zhang Yuqin was too busy attacking to hear him, only noticing Muqin's lips moving. The 2-year pact. If you had not mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten. I can no longer even manifest my avatar, and assassins have me in their sights. Whether I can hold out is still an open question. It is highly unlikely I can grant your wish, Wang Xingrui sighed. After a brief pause, he continued. Why not have your father send some people, or simply withdraw the bounty? When the 2 years are up, I will willingly submit to you. How does that sound? You are, after all, Teacher Murong's younger brother. Do you have no dignity at all? Long Ao spoke with a hint of disgust. One must stay alive to grow stronger. Only with strength does one have the right to speak of dignity. I have no strength now. My life is hanging by a thread, and I cannot reach my brother. Last night, if not for this person staying with me through the night, I might have completely broken down. Wang Xingrui nodded towards Situ Che at his side. If you cannot endure it, that only proves your ineptitude. The inept are unworthy of being my rivals. Long Ao's tone was cold as frost as he turned and left. Consider that encouragement then. To be honest, at times he genuinely admired Long Ao. Long Ao's pursuit of power remained unwavering as ever. He could not imitate that. Wang Xingrui too had once contemplated abandoning everything to grow stronger. But when forced to choose between life and strength, the scales in his heart always tipped toward life. Then he would comfort himself with the proverb, as long as the green hills remain, there will be plenty of firewood later. Being rejected twice by the same man must feel awful, Situ Che quipped. I only made one last attempt. I never truly expected him to help me. Wang Xingrui's attention returned to the display. In the training hall, Zhang Yuqin and Mu Chun were locked in a heated duel, evenly matched. Mu Chun pressed the attack low, targeting Zhang Yuqin's left foot. Seized that, and the contest would be decided. Zhang Yuqin did not merely dodge, but she went all in. The center of her right sole formed something like a mouth, her shoe and sock suddenly tearing apart as an air projectile burst forth. Who do you think will win? Wang Xingrui asked. A fight can turn in an instant. Oh, I cannot be certain, but for now Mu Chun seems slightly more likely to prevail. Zhang Yuqin split both her feet. The air she inhaled when expelled divided from 2 into 4 streams. Her assaults grew denser, yet each strike lost much of its force. Mu Chun exploited electric currents to stimulate his muscles and reflexes, pushing his body to the brink. He dodged most of the air blasts. If he touched even the smallest patch of Zhang Yukin's skin, the duel would end. After all, being wrapped in electricity is a torment not many can withstand, Situ-Che remarked. TCH, I was going to bet with you. I did not expect you to pick Mu Chun as well, Wang replied with a trace of regret. No sooner had he finished speaking than the match had a result. Winner Mu Chun. His face was a map of bruises, and a thin line of blood stained one corner of his mouth. You bully, Zhang Yuqin said in a trembling voice as she collapsed to the ground motionless. Aside from her bare feet, there were no obvious injuries. Mu Chun had held back. The current he released was insufficient to render her unconscious. Of course, had Zhang Yuqin not surrendered when she did, the outcome might have been different. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You are impressive. Among our peers, you were the first to spar with me for half an hour. But I cannot allow you to harm my only friend. If possible, I would like to be your friend, Mu Chun said, lowering his head as his index fingers nervously tapped together. I came to school to make friends, but nobody pays me any mind. You asking me to duel made me happy, he added softly. Hey, what are you mumbling? Are you insulting me? Zhang Yuqin scolded playfully. Mu Chun flushed, waved his hands, and carried her out of the training room on his back. As they emerged, countless gazes of admiration, envy, and worship fell upon them. Mu Chun lowered his head in bashful shyness. Zhang Yuqin stuck out her tongue and struck a cute pose, though inwardly she scoffed, what are you staring at, a bunch of provincial frogs who've never seen the world. Wang Xingrui watched them walking toward him. Zhang Yuqin bossing Mu Chun while he dutifully followed made a lovely picture. In dramas, such opposite natures often lead to a pairing. There was a feeling they might have a chance. Do you know what I am thinking right now, eh? Wang asked, a strange glint in his eyes as he looked. I can probably guess, Situ-Che replied with a smile. Shall we bet? All right. I bet they will not become a couple. Very well, this wager is on. I bet they will end up together, Wang Xingrui said. 100 money. Deal. Zhang Yuqin, having spotted Wang, immediately put on an innocent act, her face filled with mock grief. Brother Xingrui, I meant to come find you today, but that person insisted on stopping me and even injured me. If I did not have self-defense ability, I might have been killed. Mu Chun glanced nervously at Wang Xingrui, wanting to explain, but too flustered to find words. Wang Xingrui warned, be careful how you speak. You are on his back. Do not bully Mu Chun just because he is kind. If he loses control and releases the current, you could die. Zhang Yuqin looked at Mu Chun. His head was bowed and his expression hidden, and she suddenly panicked. She forced a bright smile and changed her tone. Brother Mu, I was only joking, don't take it to heart. Among our peers, you are the most formidable young man I have seen. Thank you, Mu Chun murmured. What do you want with me? Wang asked. Zhang Yuqin said, of course I came to discuss an investment. While you are under bounty, I will protect you, and you will owe me 100 million and the chance to save me once. Wang Xingrui and Situ-Che exchanged a look and with perfect tacit understanding turned and walked toward the hall exit. Hey, where are you going? Zhang Yuqin shook herself and ordered Mu Chun, don't just stand there. Go after them. Mu Chun quickened his pace with Zhang Yuqin on his back. Outside the training hall, Wang Xingrui and Situ-Che strode briskly forward without looking back. Did they catch up? Wang asked. Situ-Che's ears subtly shifted, dividing into bat-like ears, and the surrounding scene instantly unfolded in his mind. Mu Chun, carrying Zhang Yuqin, was rapidly closing the distance. Congratulations, you have another helper, Situ-Che said with a smile. Wang's expression eased. Good, they followed. He had been worried his feigned retreat would misfire. Mu Chun set Zhang Yuqin down beside Wang Xingrui. Zhang asked, Brother Xingrui, what do you mean? Do you no longer need my help? Wang replied, I dislike making promises lightly. You want both money and favors, I cannot give so much. Zhang's eyes darted. No, the deal is negotiable. Wang halted and turned to her. Only 1 day has passed. Why has your attitude shifted so drastically? If you do not want to say now, fine. When you are ready, we will continue talking. Wait, I'll tell you, she pleaded. Zhang Yuqin seized his arm, her eyes flickering. After a brief hesitation, she said, because I had someone check your background and discovered you are just an ordinary person. What do you mean? Brother Xingru's avatar is a Cernran with tenfold amplification, and his uncle and aunt are ordinary people. Yet over the past year, the enemies you faced grew ever more formidable. First Lin Yi, who commands a spectacled king cobra, then Mo Chan, ranked 56 among assassins, and after you entered the academy, you offended the son of K City's lord. At that, she glanced at Situ-Che and added, and then, Yang Chun, even I would not dare to provoke those people recklessly. The fact that you angered them all and still remain unscathed indicates a powerful force shields you, crafting the appearance of an ordinary life. 80% of her guess was correct. In truth, since Wang Xingrui fused his avatar, it had been only his brother quietly supporting him. Wang asked, so you sided with me because you fear reprisals from whoever stands behind me? Not entirely, she replied. Mainly I worry that my brother might be in danger. Zhang Yuqin smiled. If Brother Xingrui finds my terms excessive, then change them. I will give up the 100 million. If I ever get into trouble, I hope Brother Xingrui will save me once. Think carefully, Wang warned. Over 200 assassins infiltrated the academy. Even with you and Mu Chun, I still have only 3 helpers at my side. Are you sure you want to help me? Do not worry, Brother Xingrui. I already checked among those 258 assassins on S-City's assassin rankings. They are all beyond the 3,000 mark. Not worth fearing. With Mu Chun and me handling them will be a piece of cake. Wang raised an eyebrow. By her account, she too had made the assassin lists and seemingly with a not insignificant rank. He did not press further. Everyone keeps secrets and clear boundaries preserve long friendships. It was 2 in the morning and the bright moon hung high. The academy streets lay deserted, only the lampposts stood and a cold wind prowled through the empty avenues. Suddenly a figure flashed through the lamplight and hurried toward the teacher's dormitory. So late. Where are you going? The figure looked up to find a listless boy in pajamas standing before her. He swept his gaze over her, a masked woman in black leather, a long whip in hand, her curves radiating a dangerous tisk, nice outfit. They'll have Xingyue by one of these, the boy joked. You are not my target. Mind your own business, the woman replied. Enough talk, get on with it. I want to go back to sleep after this, the boy said impatiently. The boy grew impatient. The figure snapped her whip down hard, a sharp crack split the night. 3 more silhouettes leapt from the darkness, identical in dress and bearing. Oh man, a foreign late at night. So thrilling. Quick question, are you wearing perfume? If so, I will have trouble explaining to my girlfriend, he quipped. The leader laughed. Perfume or not, come smell and see for yourself. The boy twisted his head, rolled his shoulder, and the bones in his arm made soft cracking sounds. Okay then. I'm coming. The woman with dreadlocks at the forefront lashed her whip towards Wafan. Wafan initially intended to retreat and dodge, but suddenly he felt an invisible rope binding his legs. At the same time, the woman's whip struck him fiercely, leaving a bloody mark. Wafan touched the wound, placing his blood-stained fingers in his mouth. As he felt the sting on his body and the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, he shook his head and said, You enjoy playing this game, huh? We aren't compatible. Ooh, I fear pain. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the others. Wafan noticed a purple-haired woman beside him gaping at him as if waiting for him to feed her. But upon closer inspection, her mouth was empty and her tongue seemed to have vanished. Connecting this to his bound feet, Wafan quickly deduced the nature of the purple-haired woman's transformation. With a tongue as a weapon and the ability to turn invisible, she was either a frog or a lizard. You're out of luck for encountering me. Wafan's skin gradually turned a glossy black marked with faint yellow spots while still maintaining his human form. This was Wafan's beastman form. In less than 2 seconds, a large amount of venom seeped from his skin surface. The purple-haired woman's tongue began to feel pain and numbness, gradually revealing a 4-meter-long crimson tongue that wrapped around Wafan's ankle. The purple-haired woman controlled her tongue, retracting it back into her mouth like rubber. Since you can turn invisible, you shouldn't have stood in front of me, so openly abandoning your greatest advantage by using your tongue to fight. How foolish. And let me kindly remind you. As Wafan said this, the woman's body began to sway. My skin is toxic. As soon as Wafan finished speaking, the woman collapsed to the ground. Wafan walked towards the other 3, his expression calm, as he said, Leave now, and I will pretend I never saw you. The woman with twin ponytails released her transformation, becoming a 2-meter-tall hedgehog. The hedgehog curled into a ball and rolled towards Wafan. Is this your answer? Wafan stood his ground, opening his arms to embrace the hedgehog, allowing its sharp spines to sliding back 2 meters. He halted in place, then exerted pressure with his arms, and the sound of breaking bones echoed. The hedgehog let out a cry as its spines began retracting, returning to human form. Wafan looked at the girl in his arms and gently placed her on the ground, then turned to the remaining 2. You want to engage in a war of attrition, exhausting my stamina. A sound strategy, but unfortunately you underestimate my strength. You have 2 choices. 1, take your good sister and leave the academy. 2, be knocked out and handed over to the academy. I remember that intentionally harming a student of the academy, especially with the intent to assassinate, will at least earn you a 30-year sentence. Ladies, even if you somehow get past me, you can't defeat Wang Xingrui. I can't hold out for even a minute against him, let alone. You think I can be intimidated? Wang Xingrui's enhancement is only 15. Anyone can take him down, the leading woman coldly replied. A student with a 15 enhancement is worth 50 million. Wafan retorted. Fine, since you don't believe me, let's. The 2 women exchanged glances and released their transformations. The woman with a bun turned her hands into brown pincers, while the woman with dreadlocks transformed into a giant watermelon bug. Sister, since you've both chosen to attack with your transformations, what's the whip for? The ponytailed woman's pincers clamped towards Wafan. He dodged while saying, Your pincers don't look like a crab's. Your transformation should be a lobster, right? No, the woman denied. Wafan retreated to the side of a street lamp and the pincers lunged at him. He suddenly ducked and the pincers snapped the lamp clean in half. Meanwhile, the watermelon bug took the opportunity to slip past Wafan. Seeing this, Wafan immediately picked up the broken street lamp with both hands and swung it towards the watermelon bug. The watermelon bug tumbled several times on the ground before stopping. The woman, who returned to human form, lay on the ground spitting blood. Meanwhile, Wafan was caught in a gap by the woman wielding the pincers, which clamped down on his arm, exposing bone at the deep wound. If you don't want to be crippled, just behave. Wafan smiled slightly. It's not appropriate to be tugging around at this hour. Do you want my hand? Here, take it. With that, he leaped up forcefully, and with a crack, both arms broke. At the same time, in the woman's shocked gaze, he delivered a knee strike directly to her temple. The woman collapsed and couldn't get back up. Wafan returned to the center of the road looking at the disheveled woman not far away saying you're the last one left. They'll give you one last chance, will you leave or not? Her eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Even if I can't kill Wang Xingrui, I will kill you. Her arms were already incapacitated and she was no match for me. Wafan put away his lazy demeanor looking at the woman as if she were a corpse. I overestimated the relationship. For 50 million you forsook your 3 sisters. After all, you are a group of assassins. If feelings should be the least. The woman stood up again, releasing her watermelon bug transformation, charging at Wafan like a high-speed train. At this moment, Wafan's severed arms had already regrown identical to his original arms. He clenched his fist, his biceps bulging like a half-sphere, and hurled a punch at the oncoming watermelon bug. The 2 immense forces collided, neither side retreating an inch. Wafan's skin on his arm suddenly ruptured, exposing bright red muscle. Ripples began to surge from the head of the watermelon bug to the back. 3 seconds later, the watermelon bug curled into a ball, toppling to one side, its massive body quickly deflating like a balloon returning to human form. Wafan shook his right hand, and the skin on his arm visibly regenerated. Afterward, he bundled the 4 women together and hung them on a conspicuous tree, labeling them with the words, "I am an assassin." Just as he prepared to return to the hotel to sleep, a towering figure approached slowly from the opposite side. Wafan sighed, readying himself for another battle. But when he saw the appearance of the person, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "President, what are you doing here?" Sun Mingming was equally astonished. The 2 examined each other's attire. Wafan was in pajamas with both sleeves torn and his upper body stained with large patches of blood. Sun Mingming, though dressed as usual, appeared somewhat eerie on the empty street at this hour. "How many did you deal with?" Wafan asked. 17, and you?" Sun Mingming replied. "For all beautiful." Wafan stretched lazily. "I hope this is the end of today. If I leave Xingyue alone in the hotel, she might kill me." Sun Mingming said the ones that appeared at first were all minor characters. The assassinations will continue for some time. Wafan sighed, "Alas, I chose my friends poorly." A month has passed since the bounty was announced, and Wang Xingrui is still living intact. Throughout this month, every morning several bound individuals would be found in the academy stripped of their clothes and wearing signs that read, "I am a killer." Before the crowd could gather to take photos, personnel from the Discipline Inspection Department would promptly appear to take these individuals. At first they thought it was just a prank by someone in the academy, but after verifying their identities through big data comparison, the inspectors were shocked. Although they were just minor characters, it was unbelievable that they were actually all assassins from City S. The academy was targeted by assassins from City S. The head of the Discipline Inspection Department immediately reported the matter to the Student Council president. Upon learning of this, President Tian Shun ordered the news to be sealed to avoid causing public panic, while simultaneously reporting it to the dean. The presence of assassins in the city was beyond what these students could handle. The dean's only response was 3 words, don't worry about it. In the Student Council office, Tian Shun held the phone, his mind racing. After a moment of hesitation, he respectfully replied, "Understood, Dean." "You really won't do anything?" Lin Royale, sitting in the vice president's seat, asked with furrowed brows. "Listening to advice leads to a full meal. Since the dean has already instructed us, we should refrain from overstepping our bounds. After all, with the dean in charge, nothing major will happen." Thus, a month later, the Discipline Inspection Department captured 1234 assassins. On one occasion, 50 naked men were delivered to the entrance of the administrative building. Tian Shun did not instruct the Discipline Inspection Department to investigate who was behind these good deeds. Everyone has their own secrets. The fact that the other party did not expose themselves indicated they did not wish to be revealed. Recklessly probing might lead to unforeseen complications. In the leisure club, this is so strange. How could this happen? Zhang Yuqin logged onto the assassin website, showing Wang Xingrui his bounty notice. The number of claimants had dropped from over 2,000 to 835. What happens if the bounty is claimed, but the task isn't completed? If the bounty is claimed and the assassin fails to eliminate the target within 7 days, the system will automatically determine the task as failed, and the same task cannot be claimed twice by the assassin. In other words, the longer I hold out, the fewer enemies there will be, and the greater my chances of survival, right? Hard to say, because those who make it to the end are all elite. The last assassin might be a formidable one, and you may not survive till then. Wang Xingrui looked at her expressionlessly. "Do you usually talk like this?" Situ Che chuckled. "It's better to keep pleasant wishes to oneself rather than express them openly." "Is it possible that the force behind you has made a move?" Zhang Yuqin asked. Wang Xingrui immediately thought of his brother, but if it were his brother, there would be no survivors. "I'm not sure," Wang Xingrui replied. He answered, "Not sure, not no." Zhang Yuqin seized on the loophole in his words excitedly, standing up. "Haha, you finally admit that there is a force behind." "What I mean is I'm not sure if there's a force behind me," Wang Xingrui stated. "It's too late to change your words now. Remember, you promised me that after the job is done you would protect me," once Zhang Yuqin asserted. Wang Xingrui did not argue with her. Now was not the time to turn away a skilled ally. Situ Che interjected. "Yuqin, can I borrow your account to place a bounty on someone?" "Brother Situ, did someone offend you? We're so familiar with each other, the benefits should stay within us. You can hire me directly, I'll give you a 5 discount, and the quality is guaranteed." Zhang Yuqin said. "I want to place a bounty on myself." Situ Che chuckled. He wanted to experience the thrill of being assassinated, fully aware that the girl before him was no match for him. Zhang Yuqin stared at Situ Che in astonishment. She always thought that someone being mentally unstable was just a metaphor, but today she was surprised to meet one in person. Without asking too many questions, Zhang Yuqin agreed, immediately sure the service fee is 1,000 money. Wang Xingrui was already accustomed to Situ Che's behavior. However, he hurriedly interjected, not out of concern for Situ Che, but because if Situ Che truly got killed by the assassin he hired, he would lose a valuable ally. Can you postpone it for 2 days? Let me finish my business first, and then you can start. No. Situ Che pulled out his phone and transferred 1,000 money to Zhang Yuqin. What is the bounty amount? 100 million. Situ Che raised a finger. Do you have that much money? Brother Situ, once the bounty is issued, if the task is not fulfilled and the payment not made as agreed, City S will issue a higher level bounty to hunt down the person who posted the bounty. Since you're using my account, if you get killed, I'll have to take the blame. Don't worry, I'll transfer the money to you shortly, Situ Che replied. Wait, Situ Che, do you really have 100 million? Yes, my family has a mine. Situ Che looked at Zhang Yuqin. What other information do you need? Types of transformations, amplification, multiples. Haven't you already investigated these? Situ Che said with a smile. Zhang Yuqin chuckled awkwardly. After the assassination task was issued, the number of claimants was 0. Of course, that was on the first day, or it might increase in a couple of days. Night fell. The sound of fighting echoed through the empty streets. Before long, the fighting ceased, and two figures. Wafan's clothes were tattered, and Sun Mingming was drenched in sweat, looking grave. The assassins appearing recently were getting stronger, taking more time, and he was beginning to feel his stamina waning. How many did you take down? Sun Mingming asked. Wafan replied, 13. Sun Mingming said, I got 2. Wafan remarked, you're quite unlucky. There were 2 flying type ones, and I took a hit. Sun Mingming noted. Wafan and Sun Mingming had set up a tent near the student dormitory. After fighting, they would take turns going to the nearby bathhouse to clean up, and then alternate nights on guard. The idea of pitching a tent was suggested by Sun Mingming. Wafan wanted to stay in a hotel with his girlfriend, but he often sneaked out at night, leaving Xin Xingyue unable to sleep peacefully, which led to him being kicked out and paired up with Sun Mingming. I've nearly quarreled with my girlfriend for my friend's sake. I can see her from just one building away, yet we can't meet. President, do you know how painful this is for me? I know. No, you don't. I know. No, you don't. You've never had a girlfriend. How could you understand my pain? Because you've repeated it 60 times, and I've memorized the words. Sun Mingming replied. Is that so? Then do you find me annoying? But I still want to say that I really love her. I'm already 18, and I've missed 18 years with her. I can't miss any more. Suddenly, Wafan's tone faltered, and he helplessly looked at Sun Mingming. Someone was approaching. Sun Mingming said, get up and get to work. As Wafan and Sun Mingming stepped out of the tent, they saw Situ Che standing outside in a white suit. Hey! Situ Che greeted the two. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Wafan and Sun Mingming exclaimed in unison, astonished. Before Situ Che could respond, a figure suddenly appeared 10 meters behind him. Sorry, the assassin I ordered has arrived. I'll talk to you later. Wafan and Sun Mingming were momentarily stunned, staring blankly ahead. They saw Situ Che turn around, his gaze fixed on a corner shrouded in darkness. A man equal in stature to Sun Mingming emerged from the shadows, sporting a buzz cut and wearing a sleeveless vest with a dragon tattoo slithering down his right arm. Sorry to ask, but are you here to kill Wang Xingrui or to kill me? Situ Che inquired. It wouldn't be good if he killed the wrong person. The man's actions provided the answer. He transformed into a beastman, specifically a Komodo dragon. The Komodo dragon is one of the largest lizards on land, with rough skin covered in numerous protruding bumps. Its coloration is dark brown and can secrete venom. Its saliva contains a vast amount of bacteria, primarily feeding on carrion. Once bitten, the target has a high chance of death. Now those eerie pupils were fixed on Situ Che, and with each step the massive dark brown body took forward. Stop! Situ Che's calm voice resonated through the street. The lizard man's body immediately froze in place, motionless. Situ Che felt a twinge of disappointment. Can't handle it. He walked up to the lizard man, the considerable height difference making him appear like an elementary school student. Are you an assassin from City S? Yes, the lizard man replied sincerely. What is your rank? 73. Even being in the top 100 is at this level. Are the assassins from City S really this weak? Situ Che hesitated, pondering whether to take him out. But if he killed him, would that discourage other assassins from taking his... No, he had to keep him alive. Situ Che slowly said, Ouyang Chun is your father's enemy. From now on, you will seek revenge on him at any cost for the rest of your life. Very well, I will kill Ouyang Chun and avenge my father. The lizard man's eyes glinted with intense hatred. Good, go ahead. The lizard man reverted to human form and turned to leave. Wafan had never seen Situ Che. With Chi's hypnotic ability, witnessing this scene, a rare look of surprise appeared on his lazy face. Just by moving your lips, you can eliminate the enemy. You've got to cheat. Returning to the two, Situ Che smiled and said, just a little trick, nothing to mention. If you can make the enemy work for you, wouldn't that make you invincible, eh? Wafan remarked. Not quite. My hypnosis ultimately relies on sound to influence others. The farther away, the less effective it is. If the opponent has a soundless avatar like Dai Yu's Darwin biting spider, or possesses a supersonic avatar, this trick. At this point, Situ Che looked at Sun Mingming. This the president should have a deep understanding of. Fan was stunned. He suddenly remembered that there had always been a rumor in the academy that in their freshman year Situ had a physical confrontation with the president. Who lost, and who won there was no conclusion. The president's extreme speed versus Situ's hypnosis, who was truly superior. What's the deal with that assassin? Fan asked. I mentioned it before I arranged it. Wang Xingruo's experience is truly enviable, so I pulled some strings and got a bounty on myself. However, the standard of the assassins in City S is quite disappointing. I hope those coming tomorrow will be better. Situ was a madman putting a bounty on himself on the assassin network, something he would definitely do. Fan said, since you can hypnotize your opponents, why not use your ability to have those trying to assassinate you take out the assassins who want to kill Wang Xingruo? It's a bit convoluted. Do you understand what I mean? Attack with poison. Situ summarized. Exactly. The assassins have come all this way, we can't let them waste a trip. What do you think? Depends on my mood. After all, I have no obligation to help Wang Xingruo eliminate his enemies. Don't be like that, you're worried about him, aren't you? Otherwise you wouldn't have stayed by his side for so long. Fan remarked. Do you think him staying by Wang Xingruo's side to protect him? Situ laughed. Indeed, in this academy the only one who truly understands me is Wang Xingruo. Today I came to remind you that assassins targeting me might resort to kidnapping or bribing those around me to carry out their assassination. In the eyes of those assassins you are my friends. So be careful from now on. Wow. Although the lizard man didn't attack, just now the pressure he felt was clearly on a different level compared to the assassin he dealt with tonight. Dealing with the assassin for old Wang is already exhausting. If another lizardman level threat comes, I really won't survive. Should I thank you for the reminder? Fan glared at Situ. Situ smiled slightly. You're welcome. The next day during the day, Wang Xingruo ordered a batch of high-grade nutrient solution. Indeed, it was a batch. He had been holed up at home for a month, and the number of people trying to kill him had decreased by more than half, so he planned to stay in for another month until the bounty was lifted. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Hello, is this the home of Teacher Moro? The high-grade nutrient solution you ordered has arrived. To prevent revealing his identity, the recipient's name was written as Muronyi. He placed the order just 10 minutes ago. That's some impressive delivery speed. When Wang Xingruo opened the door and saw the delivery person, he suddenly froze. Are you here to kill me? Wang Xingruo felt a cold sweat break out on his back, his heart filled with unease. Wenlang, one of those hired by Long Yun to protect the genetic drugs, with an avatar of a porcupine and extremely now he was standing in front of him dressed as a delivery person. I'm here to deliver the nutrient solution. May I ask, is this Muronyi's home? Yes. Wang Xingruo forced himself to remain calm. He had seen Wenlang's methods before, and he was now acutely aware of what it felt like to be hanging by a thread. Hey, what takes so long to bring the nutrient solution? Zhang Yuqin complained as she walked out, followed by Mu Chun. Upon seeing Wenlang, their hearts suddenly tightened. Damn it, why is he here? This is a huge problem. Wenlang remarked meaningfully. You guys actually gathered together? Yes, what a coincidence that we gathered again, brother Wenlang. Zhang Yuqin innocently walked up to Wenlang, naturally linking her arm with his long time no see. Yuqin really missed. Right, long time no see, come in and have a seat. Wang Xingruo forced a smile. Oh my god, I'm going crazy, what am I even saying? Is he really here to kill me? Brother, wherever you are, please come back. Oh, I really can't hold on much longer. Wang Xingruo roared inwardly, but the smile on his face couldn't diminish. Running is definitely not an option. I can only pray that he is here to find Situ. The scene shifts, and the four sit at a table with the nutrient solution piled on one side. Wang Xingruo picked up the teapot and respectfully poured a cup of boiled water for Wenlang. There are no tea leaves at home, so please make do with this. Wenlang took out a palm-sized book and began to flip through it quietly while casually asking, I heard that you and Situ are quite close. Upon hearing this, Wang Xingruo felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Yes, he is here to find Situ. It's okay, are you looking for him for something? Wang Xingruo asked knowingly. Yes, to kill him. Wang Xingruo replied calmly. Oh, that's unfortunate, he went out last night and hasn't returned yet. If you're in a hurry, I can give him a call. Just as Wang Xingruo took out his phone, 3 thin needles suddenly shot over, piercing through the screen and pinning it to the ground. Wenlang would not be foolish enough to give Wang Xingruo a chance to call for help. That old man in the courtyard, even for him, would be quite troublesome to deal with. Since you don't agree, then never mind. Wang Xingruo had just been thinking of calling for reinforcements. He had previously visited the principal's office, and although he couldn't persuade him, he at least left a phone number. However, now the last thread of hope for rescue had been shattered. The 3 of them were all tense, not daring to move. To reiterate, your bounty is not worth me taking action, but if you seek trouble for yourself, I wouldn't mind adding 50 million to my account. Wang Xingruo's face changed, and he immediately said seriously, don't worry, from now on I will obediently stay here and won't move at all. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Wang Xingruo, are you there? Zheng Ji's voice came from outside. Wang Xingruo immediately cursed inwardly. The people who should come haven't arrived, but the last person who shouldn't appear is here. Wang Xingruo, Zhang Yuqin, and Mu Chun obediently sat in place waiting for Wenlang to speak. Go open the door, Wenlang said. Alright, I'll go. Wang Xingruo hurriedly spoke before Zhang Yuqin and Mu Chun standing up and rushing to the door. After opening the door, Wang Xingruo did not let Zheng Ji enter. What do you want? I came to tell you that I've used some connections to try to lift your bounty, but it has all been suppressed. The person who issued the bounty on you has a very powerful background with a status that is even on par with the city lord. Zhang Ji advised seriously, during this time before I find a solution, don't go out. Okay, is there anything else? Nothing more. Zhang Ji paused for a moment then replied. See you later. Just as Wang Xingrui was about to close the door, he heard Wen Lang's voice from inside. Let him in. Wang Xingrui closed his eyes, his face filled with worry. This is bad. He shot Zhang Ji a displeased glance and gestured for him to come in. You can only blame yourself. Zhang Ji walked in feeling puzzled. After all, he was invited. From the sound, it seemed like his brother was also at home. After entering the house, Zhang Ji saw Mu Chun and Zhang Yuqin. Guests at home. These two are my hired bodyguards, Wang Xingrui introduced proactively. I see. Zhang Ji then looked towards Wen Lang, who was sitting at the table, exuding an elegant aura. This person must be Wang Xingrui's brother. Under the curious gazes of Zhang Yuqin and Mu Chun, Zhang Ji walked up to Wen Lang and said cheerfully, Hello, Mr. Moro, my name is Zhang Ji and am Wang Xingrui's classmate. Wen Lang replied, nonchalantly still reading his book. I have some matters regarding Wang Xingrui that I would like. Wang Xingrui has recently stirred up some trouble. I wonder if you are aware of it. Zhang Ji was also unsure if Wang Xingrui had told his brother about the bounty on him, but since it concerned Wang Xingrui's life, it was a matter that should be known by the family. Are you talking about the bounty on Wang Xingrui? Wen Lang inquired. Yes, since you are aware, it will be much easier to communicate. Recently, I discovered that a group of assassins has infiltrated the academy, likely targeting your brother. Cough, cough. Wang Xingrui suddenly started coughing violently. Zhang Ji instinctively turned to look at Wang, then he asked in confusion, What's wrong with your eyes? Wang Xingrui was blinking rapidly, and Zhang Ji keenly sensed something was off, but then thought again there were no outsiders in this room, so what could not be said? No, the only ones who seemed like outsiders were Wang Xingrui's two bodyguards. Could it be that their identities were questionable? Out of caution, he chose to remain silent. At that moment, Wen Lang said, Your brother has a bounty on him, why are you so nervous? As far as I know, you've only been at Tianxian Academy for a month. Is his charm that great? Zhang Ji replied, I can't tell you the specific reason, I can only assure you that I will do my utmost to protect your brother's safety. Don't say any more, don't say any more. Wang Xingrui silently prayed. Zhang Ji replied, I can't tell you the specific reason, I can only assure you that I will do my utmost to protect your brother's safety. Don't say any more, don't say any more. Wang Xingrui silently prayed. I am a police officer. After Zhang Ji finished this statement, the room fell into a prolonged silence. The reactions of the others varied. Wen Lang maintained an expressionless face, leisurely flipping through the book in his hands. Mu Chun and Zhang Yuqin both felt a bit surprised. Wang Xingrui had already begun to silently mourn for Zhang Ji. However, Zhang Ji retorted, Does Mr. Moro not believe me? Wen Lang casually replied, I do. Zhang Ji did not expect Wang Xingrui's brother to remain so indifferent after learning that his younger brother was in danger, which was quite different from the brother described by Wang Xingrui. He frowned slightly, wanting to say something more, but Wang Xingrui interrupted, saying, We already understand the situation. Thank you for coming all this way, but since there's nothing more to discuss, I won't keep you here for dinner. If the conversation continues, Zhang Ji might not be able to leave. In that case, I won't disturb you any further. Wang Xingrui's meaning was quite clear, and Zhang Ji, being someone who cared about his reputation, turned and left the dormitory. At the moment Zhang Ji stepped out of the room, Wang Xingrui's heart raced. Fortunately, the anticipated bloodshed did not occur. Wen Lang seemed disinterested in silencing Zhang Ji. Speaking of your brother, isn't he employed at the academy? Why haven't I seen him? After Zhang Ji left, Wen Lang suddenly asked. Every assassin has their own intelligence network. In Wen Lang's understanding, Morong Yi was one of the few people capable of exchanging blows with him, and he had naturally done his homework before coming. Wang Xingrui did not answer his question. Wen Lang refraining from taking action against him likely stemmed from his wariness of the hidden Morong Yi. If he admitted that he hadn't seen his brother for over a month, Wen Lang might develop murderous intent toward him. Who knows, I haven't seen him since the bounty was lifted, Wang Xingrui replied. Wen Lang raised his eyelids, giving him a deep look before falling silent. Zhang Yuqin suddenly said, Brother Wen Lang, during our last mission together, I noticed you were holding your book upside down. How come it's the right way up now? Wen Lang replied, Previously I had a tumor in my brain that pressed on my nerves, causing memory loss. Holding the book upside down was a way to exercise my brain. So that was it. You must have agreed to become Long Yun's bodyguard in order to use the medical pod of the city lord, right? Have you recovered a bit? Wen Lang looked at Zhang Yuqin. Zhang Yuqin quickly explained, It's not a test, just Wen Lang did not respond to her. Zhang Yuqin continued, Brother Wen Lang, what book are you reading? The Original History of Earth is a book compiled based on memories of those born before the Beast Era, recounting the history prior to the Beast Era, a fantastical world dominated by humanity. It not only includes local customs and practices from various places, but also intersperses some leisurely anecdotes from ordinary households. Wen Lang was deeply engrossed in this material and had divided the book into 20 volumes, each with 30 pages. He was now on the third volume. It's almost noonish, should I go make some food? We can eat while reading. Wang Xingrui tentatively suggested. Wen Lang replied affirmatively. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Wang Xingrui was speechless. No one had visited all year, yet today, it was as if ghosts were popping in one after another. Wang Xingrui was about to get up to open the door. Outside, Situ Chi's voice suddenly rang out. Wang Xingrui, do we have guests? The one inside, are you here to see Wang Xingrui or me? Before Situ Che returns, he always uses his echolocation ability to check the situation inside the room. It is an instinctive self-defense mechanism. The heartbeat frequency of an assassin differs slightly from that of ordinary people, and Situ Chi's shape-shifting ability enables him to keenly detect this distinction. While in the corridor, he had already sensed the heartbeat of an extra person in the room. He had heard Morong Ye's heartbeat before. It was steady, slow, and powerful. The person inside the room was definitely not Morong Ye. Realizing this, he felt a surge of excitement. In broad daylight, daring to come into the teacher's dormitory openly indicated a high level of confidence in his own abilities. I hope this does not turn out to be as disappointing as that little lizard from last night. Just as this thought crossed his mind, several fine needles shot out from inside the door. Situ Che tilted his head to the side, narrowly avoiding the ambush, but the edges of his ears were grazed, leaving 3 bloody marks. Situ Chi's eyes curved like crescent moons, a glimmer of cold light flashing within as a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, inside the room, Wen Lang raised an eyebrow, closing his book. The outside was surprisingly silent had he avoided it. Following that, hundreds of fine needles simultaneously shot out, penetrating the door. The door was instantly covered in a dense array of tiny holes with sunlight streaming through, casting many black spots on the floor. Wang Xingrui nervously glanced towards the door. Situ Che wouldn't have died, right? He can't possibly have fallen within a second. Just as this thought arose, Situ Chi's voice came from outside. Don't move. The hypnotic voice was directed at Wen Lang, yet there was no hesitation in Wen Lang's actions as he walked to the door, his hair bristling like a hedgehog shooting out one by one. He opened the door. The corridor outside was empty, but there were many needle holes on the walls. Situ Che unfolded a pair of black wings behind him, hovering in the air, looking down at Wen Lang, standing outside the door. Wen Lang looked at Situ Che, understanding in his heart. So it was a flight type. A college student could evade 3 of his attacks, but not bad. A hint of satisfaction appeared in Wen Lang's eyes. I'll give you 10 seconds to leave your last words. According to his character, he would not have been so lenient with previous targets. Situ Che asked, what's your rank? 38. As soon as the words fell, Wen Lang's hair stood on end, his head resembling a cactus with sharp spikes, all aimed at Situ Che. Rain needle. Wen Lang softly uttered. In the next second, thousands of fine needles, dense as raindrops, were unleashed towards Situ Che silently and without a sound. Such a large-scale and rapid attack was impossible to evade. In an instant, Situ Che brought his arms together to protect his head while curling his body, leaving only his wings to flap as he ascended. 5 seconds later, Situ Chi's arms, legs, and wings were all filled with needles, yet Wen Lang's attacks showed no sign of stopping. At this point, Situ Che was still within Wen Lang's shooting range. Realizing the strength gap between them, he flapped his wings, exposing his back to Wen Lang as he flew away from the area. The battle between the two did not create much noise, but it still caught the attention of 2 teachers downstairs. The 2 teachers exchanged glances and returned to the dormitory building, intending to inquire about the situation. Meanwhile, Wen Lang had already jumped down from the upper floor, chasing after Situ Che. Only Wang Xingrui remained in the corridor, staring in astonishment at the scene. Situ Che actually escaped. Situ Che has fled. Wang Xingrui suspects that he is experiencing an illusion. Someone like Situ Che, who treats everything in life as a game, solely seeking pleasure and excitement, shouldn't he disregard life and death? Could it be that he is also afraid of death? Or is it that he deliberately lured Wen Lang away to buy himself some time? No, he is not that noble. The former possibility seems more likely. However, hypnosis does not work on Wen Lang, and it is uncertain whether Situ Che has any tricks left. Even if he cannot win, he should still be able to escape, right? Situ Che flies in the sky, while Wen Lang chases him on the ground. The bat is the king of the night. It does not hold an advantage during the day. Even if he skillfully weaves between the buildings, Wen Lang is still able to accurately track his position. The two chase each other through the city, drawing considerable attention. Situ Che stays airborne until night falls, when a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appear in the darkness. Although Situ Che is already covered in wounds, his body almost riddled with needle holes, this racing game fills him with immense excitement. Wen Lang's combat ability exceeds his expectations, and what surprises him the most is that Wen Lang can break free from his control. This indicates that the person possesses an extremely tenacious will. Thus, he can let loose and play with Wen Lang. Situ Che leads Wen Lang into a man-made forest within the city. This area was originally a training ground designed to help trainees adapt quickly to a jungle environment during combat. The towering trees in the jungle serve as natural cover for Situ Che. Each tree stands dozens of meters tall with trunks as thick as an adult's thigh. Even if Wen Lang's hair can penetrate the tree trunks, its speed would be significantly reduced. Once the two enter the jungle, Situ Che uses echolocation and his agile flying skills to weave between the trunks, evading Wen Lang's successive attacks. Meanwhile, Wen Lang walks leisurely through the forest, his hair continuously shooting out, giving Situ Che no chance. At the same time, Fan and Sun Mingming arrive outside the jungle, each holding a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution. President, I feel that the people chasing Sidu Che this time are not ordinary. Are you sure you want to go in? Wafan asks. During the day, Wafan and Sun Mingming saw the scene of Situ Che being chased while on their way to the leisure club, so they quietly followed. The two followed all the way here and saw Wen Lang make his move with their own eyes, but they did not sense any killing intent from Wen Lang. What does this indicate? Killing is already a daily routine for him. To achieve this, he must have killed thousands. Thinking of this, Wafan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine and his brows furrowed. If the other party had discovered us tracking him once he decided to abandon Sidu Che and counterattack us then, the president would definitely escape, but I would most likely be finished. I want to go in, Sun Mingming said. Sidu Che is a member of the leisure club. As president, he cannot stand by and do nothing. Moreover, the building of the leisure club was funded by Sidu Che. Sun Mingming only emphasized that she wanted to go in, and whether Wafan would go in was entirely up to him. While Wafan was pondering, Sun Mingming had already disappeared from the spot. Hey, I didn't say I wouldn't go. Wait for me. Wafan gulped down the nutrient solution in one go and then rushed into the jungle. In the heart of the jungle, Situ Che leans against a large tree, his face pale, holding his breath and focusing. He pulls each needle out of his body and blood immediately flows profusely from the wounds. He looks up at the sky, his eyes devoid of any fear that one should feel when facing death. Instead, there is a hint of regret. Can't win, can't escape. Oh, is the game about to end? It is a pity that the villain boss has not yet been dealt with. Before facing death, Situ Che's heart is tranquil, and the face that appears in his mind is not that of his parents, but rather one with a slightly mischievous grin. What am I thinking? I must be crazy. That guy is struggling to save himself, and I'm actually fantasizing that he would come to rescue me. However, just at that moment. Judging by your expression, I guess you must be thinking of me now. Don't be afraid, son, a dad is here. A familiar voice suddenly comes from ahead. Situ Che is momentarily stunned, then looks at the person opposite him and coldly says, Wang Xingrui, stay away. I don't need your help. Translated, it should mean this place is very dangerous, hurry and leave. The next moment, a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution is thrown over, and Situ Che instinctively catches it. If he really didn't want him to help, he should have hypnotized himself. But now he can't even use his transformation ability and is still being stubborn. Wang Xingrui walks past him with a smile, walking leisurely to the other side of the tree. You want me to listen to you? Who do you think you are? And Wen Lang is standing less than 10 meters in front of him. Wen Lang, are you trying to stop me? There is a hint of surprise. If Wang Xingrui truly intended to stop him, this act would be tantamount to seeking death. Brother Wen Lang, let's make a deal. I know who issued the bounty. I can get him to cancel the bounty, and you can take that 100 million directly. Can you let Situ Che go? Wang Xingrui said with a smile. Hee, if you want me to listen to you, who do you think you are? Wen Lang sneered at him. Not even accepting a free 100 million. He really has personality. Wen Lang takes a step forward. Wang Xingrui's heart tightens, and he quickly says, dare to bet with me. I can wait until I kill Situ Che, then I'll bet with you. A burst of hair shoots out from Wen Lang's head, and a thumb-sized hole instantly appears in the trunk of a tree as thick as 6 people's embraces, penetrating Situ Che's chest. Immediately afterward, Wang Xingrui hears the sound of Situ Che spitting out blood from behind the tree. Let's bet on whether I can bring Situ Che out of the jungle alive today. If I win, you will stop hunting him. Of course, you also cannot turn around and kill me, Wang Xingrui immediately adds. Wen Lang chuckles, okay. His hair tips have imperceptible barbs, once shot into the body, the more motion made, the deeper the hair will embed. At this moment, Situ Che has already been planted with hundreds of them. Even if he is taken out, he would not survive. Wen Lang is curious about what method Wang Xingrui could possibly have to take someone away right under his nose. Wang Xingrui looks ahead seriously. Judging by the battle between Situ Che and Wen Lang during the day, Wen Lang's hair has an effective shooting range of at least 50 meters faster than a bullet and is all-directional with no blind spots. His dynamic vision is also beyond ordinary. Thus, they only have one chance. Make your move. Wang Xingrui suddenly shouts. Before his words could drop, Sun Mingming suddenly appears in front of Situ Che, picks him up, and turns running in an shaped curve toward the jungle exit. At the same time, Wen Lang's hair has already launched, piercing through the trunks of several giant trees. Just as the hair, sharp as steel needles, is about to land on Situ Che, suddenly a water column shoots from somewhere, cutting that strand of hair in half. Immediately afterwards, Wafan suddenly bursts out from behind a big tree, a wet rope tied around him, recklessly lunging toward Wen Lang. What awaits Wafan is, of course, countless fine needles. In the blink of an eye, he is shot full of holes like a hedgehog, yet he remains fiercely undeterred, charging towards Wen Lang with reckless abandon, wrapping his arms around him. Hiss! Wafan inhales sharply. This sensation feels like hugging a cactus, countless arrows piercing through him. Electrocute him! Wafan shouts loudly. The other end of the rope tied to him, Mu Chun immediately exerts all his strength to release 2,000 volts of high voltage. The current travels along the wet rope and almost instantaneously reaches Wafan, who is clinging tightly to Wen Lang like a koala. Almost simultaneously, Wen Lang is overwhelmed by the high voltage, rendered immobile. The voltage continues to release for 2 seconds. 2 seconds is enough time for Sun Mingming, who possesses 3 times the speed of sound, to take Situ Che out of the jungle. When the voltage stops, a burnt smell can already be detected from both Wen Lang and Wafan. Wang Xingrui picks up a stick from the ground, carefully prying Wafan off Wenlang, then looks at Wenlang, releasing a strong, killing intent at that moment. You rely on the muscles in your body to launch your hair out. Now that your muscles are paralyzed and you cannot move, you should be unable to shoot your flying needles anymore, right? Wenlang glares at him, his face as dark as water. Wang Xingrui steps closer, clenching and unclenching his fists repeatedly 5 times in total. Now is the best time to kill him. Miss this opportunity and you won't have another. Zhang Yuqin appears beside him at some point and says. Wang Xingrui locks eyes with Wenlang for a long time, then says, first-rate assassins have their own style. You did not attack me and my friends in the dormitory before I consider this repayment for that. I believe you will honor the bet, right? After saying this, he turns and carries Wafan away from the scene. Zhang Yuqin immediately blocks his path and says, only the dead are truly safe for you. What credit are you talking about with an assassin? Killing him would be best for everyone. Wang Xingrui glances at her, then you go and kill him. Killing Wenlang. Do you really think I'm stupid? Wenlang is ranked 38 among assassins in S City. How could he be easily taken down by a few college students? Wang Xingrui is certain that he must still have a trump card left. If he really takes action, the worst-case scenario might force Wenlang to perish together with himself. Zhang Yuqin probably thought of this too, which is why she urged him instead of taking action herself. Since he has already rescued Sidu Che, there is no need for him to take this risk. As for whether he would face Wenlang's revenge afterward, Wang Xingrui has also thought of an escape route. Once out of the jungle, he will immediately seek protection from the dean. Isn't the dean skeptical about the presence of assassins in the academy? This time I will bring the assassin right in front of you. Let's see how you will continue to feign ignorance. Seeing Wang Xingrui leave so decisively, she turns back to glance at Wenlang, then smiles and says, Brother Wenlang, I was just testing Wang Xingrui. If he attempted to kill you, I would definitely stop him. I have something to do, so I'm leaving now. Goodbye, brother. Outside the jungle, Mu Chun clenched a rope in both hands, anxiously waiting. Suddenly a gust of wind swept by, and he turned to look, but saw nothing. After a while he saw Wang Xingrui running out with Wafan on his back, Zhang Yuqin following closely behind, and only then did his anxious heart settle. Hurry up, it will be troublesome once Wenlang regains his ability to act. Wang Xingrui urged as he ran past Mu Chun. Mu Chun dropped the rope and turned to follow. Before long the three arrived at the dean's office. Looking at Wafan, who was sitting on the sofa charred all over, the dean asked, What happened to you? Wenlang, ranked 38th on the assassin leaderboard of S City, entered the academy. His target is not me, but C2 Che. 10 minutes ago we fought to save C2 Che, and he is likely to come after us soon. Dean, you might not care, but C2 Che is a top student in the academy and the son of the city lord of K City. If he gets killed by Wenlang, you won't have a good explanation, will you? Wang Xingrui did not answer him, but instead questioned. The dean stood up, a hint of anger appearing on his face. You would use a classmate's life as a bargaining chip to force me to act. It's simply outrageous. A strong sense of oppression fell upon Wang Xingrui. Sitting on the sofa, Wafan struggled to speak in a weak voice. Dean, you misunderstand Lao Wanghe. There's no time to explain so much. Old man, just tell me whether you will take care of this or not. Wang Xingrui interrupted Wafan, facing the dean under the pressure. He had been displeased with this old man for quite some time. Ever since the dean refused to search for the assassin last time, his image in Wang Xingrui's mind had already plummeted. This time, involving the son of the city lord of K City, Wang Xingrui was certain that the dean couldn't shirk this matter, so there was no need to give him a good face anymore. If you are unwilling to act, then I will force you to comply. Where is C2 Che now? The dean asked. In the hospital. Don't worry, he won't die for now, but once Wenlang finds him it will be hard to say. Wang Xingrui replied. Which hospital did he go to? Take me there quickly. In the treatment room of the hospital, C2 Che lay in the medical pod while the machine scanned his body, releasing healing gas, making the pod gradually hazy. Wang Xingrui, Sun Mengmeng, Wafan, Zhang Yuqin, Mu Chun, and the dean quietly stood by waiting for the doctor's word. Dean C2 is only slightly injured. Although some of his hair pierced his body, fortunately, he protected the vital areas. The healing gas will accelerate his self-healing ability. Once he wakes up, as long as he eats more meat to replenish and rest for 2 days, he will be fine. Dean, thank you for your trouble. It's my duty. The doctor turned and left. The dean scanned the people present. Although he appeared to be blaming them, he was secretly shocked. As the dean of the academy, he naturally knew about the assassins in S City. Those ranked in the top 50 were born before the Beast era and had survived the Chaos era, each having at least thousands of lives on their hands. Wenlang was even known as the deadly physician. It was simply incredible that these young kids could save someone from his. After arriving at the hospital, Wang Xingrui recounted everything that had happened in the jungle. When Wenlang left the dormitory to chase after C2 Che, he truly hesitated for a long time. It concerned his own life and death, and the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. If things went wrong, he could very well lose his own life. After much thought, Wang Xingrui ultimately decided to help. Having shared a New Year's Eve dinner together, it was simply impossible to say that there was no bond at all. After discussing a plan with Zhang Yuqin and Mu Chun, the three arrived outside the jungle. According to the plan, Mu Chun would wait outside ready to release electricity with all his might at the first signal. Originally, the plan was for Wang Xingrui to pounce on Wenlang, thereby drawing the current towards him. There were two over. First, Wang Xingrui was very likely to be shot before getting close to Wen Lang. Second, the rope was not long enough, making it very possible that it would not reach Wen Lang's body at a critical moment. But time was pressing, and he couldn't care about so much. He could only take a risk. As a result, when Wang Xingrui was searching for Si-Tu Che in the jungle, he happened to encounter Sun Mengming and Wu Fan, so he temporarily changed the plan, allowing Wu Fan to take his place. Zhang Yuqin was responsible for blocking Wen Lang's attacks. Sun Mengming was in charge of taking Si-Tu Che away, while Wang Xingrui had to find a way to bring Wen Lang and Wu Fan closer together. In this way, their chances of success increased by a fraction. Although it was their first time working together, they managed to seize the moment perfectly, and each task was completed smoothly, ultimately saving the person. After hearing this, the dean couldn't help but silently praise their brilliance. For a group of teenagers, being able to successfully complete such a plan was already quite remarkable. What was most surprising was that Wang Xingrui, a student from Class E, actually had the ability to coordinate these students from Class A. He possessed a rare charm that garnered everyone's trust. In the near future, try to stay close to me in terms of food and accommodation. Once I have settled the matter of Si-Tu Che with Wen Lang, we will all return to our homes. The dean said. Grandpa Dean, what if it doesn't work out? Zhang Yuqin asked. Just then, a person whom everyone least wanted to see walked into the treatment room. Speak of the devil and he shall appear, Wang Xingrui muttered under his breath. Upon seeing Wen Lang, who was holding a book, the dean immediately stepped forward, shielding the students behind him, and looked at him with a kind expression. Hello, Mr. Wen Lang. I've already heard about your situation from our academy students. The children are still young and don't understand things. I wonder if you could spare them this time for the sake of an old man like me. Wen Lang did not look up, engrossed in flipping through the book in his hands. The dean of Tianqian Academy transformed into a Galapagos giant tortoise, the largest land tortoise in the world, with a defense of 280. I've heard you're invulnerable. Ooh, I wonder if that's true. At my age, what, invulnerable or not? It's just that people outside spread rumors, and when 3 people say it, a tiger. The dean smiled. In the next moment, 3 strands of hair shot towards the dean's chest without warning, while at the same time a piece of bone armor instantly formed at his chest. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 crisp sounds, the steel-like strands of hair fell to the ground. The dean stood upright, unfazed, with only a barely noticeable pinhole on his clothes. Your aim is not bad, hitting the same spot 3 times, the dean praised. But you still can't break my defense. It's important to note that Wen Lang's strands of hair could easily pierce through a tree that 6 people could encircle, and now, standing only 5 meters away from the dean, he had failed to harm him even a little despite 3 consecutive attacks on the same spot. This was enough to prove that the hardness of the bone armor in front of the dean had reached an unimaginable level. Wen Lang closed the book and looked directly at the dean. No wonder you are someone who has fought alongside great men. Your reputation is well deserved. It's just that I'm tougher than an ordinary person. It's not worth mentioning. Without you, the world wouldn't have stabilized so quickly, and I wouldn't have had the time to read. You are worthy of me making an exception this once, but only this once. Then I'll thank you in advance, old man, the dean said with a smile. Wen Lang looked at Wang Xingrui. You are very clever. If you had attacked me in the jungle just now, death would have become your luxury. After saying this, Wen Lang turned and left, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No one noticed that Si-Tu Che in the medical pod had also woken up at that moment. Through the glass cover of the medical pod, he saw Wen Lang's back, his fists gradually clenched, and then he closed his eyes and fell back into a deep sleep. Student Council Office. Tian Shun sat at the desk, holding a landline phone, his brows furrowed deeply. Si-Tu Che is being chased. Are you sure? Is he dead? A few seconds later, Tian Shun's expression eased slightly as he hung up the phone and leaned back in his chair. If anyone in the academy wished for Si-Tu Che to be safe, it was definitely him. He had just become the student council president not long ago, and the former vice president had been assassinated. It was too coincidental. Not to mention those outsiders who were unaware of the truth. Even he felt that this incident might somehow relate to him. Yet Tian Shun couldn't fathom who besides himself would go so far as to employ an assassin to deal with Si-Tu Che. Or perhaps the target wasn't necessarily Si-Tu Che, or it was very likely that someone was trying to frame him using this incident. Tian Shun glanced at the desk beside him where Lin Ruiyao was handling documents. She showed no particular reaction. Previously, she had been infatuated with Si-Tu Che, but now that something had happened to him, her calmness was rather unsettling. Had she truly moved on, or was it? Tian Shun said, Ruiyao, Si-Tu Che is injured and currently receiving treatment at the hospital. After all, he was a member of the student council. Please represent me and the council to check on him. Sure, Lin Ruiyao replied in a flat tone while burying herself in work. In the hospital treatment room, Wang Xingrui knocked on the glass door of the medical pod. Hey, are you awake? Si-Tu Che slowly opened his eyes, and through the glass window saw a face full of smugness and resignedly closed his eyes again. He was currently very weak due to excessive blood loss. Wang Xingrui mocked. Don't pretend to be asleep. I saw you open your eyes. Si-Tu Che, you really messed up this time. If it weren't for my quick thinking, you'd be game over today, you know. My life-saving grace is worth at least 5 class. Then already recovered Wu Fan leaned closer to the glass cover and said with a deadpan expression, I even sacrificed myself to Wen Lang for you. Do you know what it feels like to be shocked by 1,000 volts? At least 4. Sun Mingming said. I brought you here so you figure it out. Zhang Yuqin added. I'm here too. I helped you block Wen Lang's attack, otherwise brother Sun might have delivered a corpse instead. I want 3. In the corner Mu Chun didn't dare to approach. He wasn't familiar with C2 Che and didn't know what to say. Inside the medical pod C2 Che wore an impatient expression. This group is so noisy. He turned his head to the other side, hiding his expression from others, but a faint smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Lin Ruoyao entered the treatment room with a bouquet in her left hand and a box of high-end nutritional liquid in her right, glancing at Wang Xingrui and the others. In the corridor, she had already heard the commotion inside. The group turned to look at her simultaneously. Sister, didn't you knock before entering? Wang Xingrui asked. I knocked 3 times, but no one answered. Lin Ruoyao placed the flowers and nutritional liquid aside and approached the medical pod, gazing at C2 Che inside. How is his recovery? Before Wang Xingrui could speak, Wafan coldly replied, can't you see for yourself? Lin Ruoyao turned to look at Wafan. What do you mean, haven't you seen a handsome guy before? I'm someone with a girlfriend, you don't have a chance. Wang Xingrui stepped in front of Wafan and whispered, did you choke on your medicine? Why are you so angry? Wafan slightly turned his body and leaned closer to his ear, saying, that girl kicked my girlfriend out of the student council yesterday. Your girlfriend? Zhao Tianjiao. Childhood friend Shen Xingyu. What? When did you two get together? Wang Xingrui asked in surprise. At that moment Lin Ruoyao suddenly interjected, so it was her. Shen Xingyu often chats with people around her during work, disturbing others, especially the boys. A woman who only knows how to flaunt herself has no reason to stay in the student council. Who are you calling flaunting? Wafan suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. Wang Xingrui quickly stopped Wafan while coldly turning to Lin Ruoyao, saying, Lin Ruoyao, clean up your mouth, no one here cares about your vice president status. However, I shouldn't interfere in your personal life. Still, out of humanitarianism, I'll remind you stay away from that woman or you might end up losing both money and love. After saying that, Lin Ruoyao left the treatment room. Wafan, furious, pushed Wang Xingrui aside and chased after her. Soon sounds of a fight came from outside. From the sound, it seemed Wafan was being surrounded and beaten. Wang Xingrui looked at Sun Mingming, who quickly understood, vanished from the spot, and reappeared with someone in hand. Wafan was thrown on the ground by Sun Mingming. Wang Xingrui looked at him and said, being reckless only creates problems, it doesn't solve them. That girl is indeed annoying, but she's the vice president. This is a hospital. If you act against her in front of so many people, those here will definitely help her, not you. I don't need their help. Wafan stood up and calmly leaned back against the sofa. Wang Xingrui sighed and left the treatment room, returning half an hour later. Xingrui, go, where have you been? Zhang Yuqin asked. Wang Xingrui replied, solving problems. Just then Wafan, who was scrolling through his phone on the sofa, suddenly stood up. A post was published on the Academy's forum. Shocking. Shen Xingyu is going to battle the vice president. Below it was an accompanying image. The two had already entered the training room. Wafan grabbed Wang Xingrui's collar from behind. Did you go looking for my girlfriend? Yes. What did you say to her? Wafan asked coldly. Time rewound 30 minutes earlier. Wang Xingrui had called Shen Xingyu out and informed her about Wafan being beaten. That idiot Wafan actually wants to lay hands on Lin Ruoyao. Shen Xingyu scolded. He likes you, but he's unsure if you're genuinely fond of him. Lin Ruoyao's words made him very angry and scared. To establish oneself in the academy, one must master certain things. Chatting with others is just to gather intelligence. Wang Xingrui responded, you shouldn't have said that to me. Wafan's lack of confidence is his problem, while your overly open personality is yours. One must be methodical in their actions. One problem cannot have just one answer, and gathering intelligence doesn't mean having to use charm. Of all the men I have encountered, all they think about is how to possess my body, but only that idiot thinks about how to take good care of. I Shen Xingyue am not someone who lacks self-awareness. This matter I will clarify with him. The feelings between Wafan and me do not require outside interference. Back to the present. Wang Xingrui played the recording on his phone. Of all the men I have encountered. After listening to the recording, Wafan's eyes turned red, deeply moved. Stop crying here, hurry, and check on your girlfriend. It's Lin Ruoyao. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, she won't gain any benefits. Wang Xingrui reminded him. Then why did you let her go? Wafan scolded. I swear to heaven, I truly had no idea she was going to fight Lin Ruoyao. Wang Xingrui looked innocent. Wafan shot him a glare and turned to run out of the treatment room. Arriving at the training hall, Wafan happened to see Lin Ruoyao walking out of the training room with no obvious injuries. Instantly, her fans surrounded her, showering her with praise. Wafan hurried into the training room and saw Shen Xingyu lying on the ground, her clothes torn and tattered. His heart ached. Shen Xingyu hadn't fainted, but was staring blankly at the ceiling. In front of everyone, Wafan picked Shen Xingyu up and walked out of the training hall. Meanwhile, disdainful voices constantly came from behind. Not long ago, he was pursuing Zhao Tianjiao, and now he switched targets so quickly. Not only is he a weirdo, but he's also a big-heart flirt. Birds of a feather flock together, I suppose. Wafan ignored the comments behind him and looked gently at the woman in his arms. You really didn't need to act like this. I didn't lose. I had already gathered intel on her incarnation type and combat habits. Anyone who dares to bully my man must pay the price. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Ruoyao suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. The surrounding fans immediately erupted into chaos. Shen Xingyu's incarnation was a blue-ringed octopus which was highly venomous. During the battle, she injected some of her venom into Lin Ruoyao's body. Though it wouldn't be fatal, it would definitely be an unforgettable experience for Lin Ruoyao. Collecting intelligence on opponents before a battle is indeed very important. Inside the treatment room, Wang Xingrui asked Sun Mingming, "Mingming, do you know about Wafan's romantic affairs?" "I know." "Then tell me about it," Wang Xingrui said playfully. Zhang Yuqing quickly raised her hand. "I want to hear it too." Mu Chun quietly said from the corner, "If possible, can I join you? I've never discussed gossip with friends because I have always been alone before meeting you. If I can share this with you today, will be one of the most unforgettable days of my life. Although I am not sure if there will be even more unforgettable events in the future, I really want to gossip with you about others." Wang Xingrui and Zhang Yuqing simultaneously looked towards the corner. What is this guy mumbling about again? It looks so dark. Sun Mingming hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, "The story begins a month ago. After I learned that Xingrui was wanted, I decided to go undercover to help him eliminate some enemies. At that time, I didn't know Wafan had the same idea. One night we happened to meet, and he told me about his affair with Shen Xingyue. He asked Shen Xingyue for help to identify the assassin who infiltrated the academy, and then he stepped in to resolve the situation. Before long, the two got entangled. The development of the story is very cliché, but enviable. Just as Wang Xingrui was about to ask who pursued whom between Wafan and Shen Xingyue, before the question could come out, Wafan happened to return. Sun Mingming quickly fell silent. Seeing Wafan's delighted expression, Wang Xingrui asked, "How does it feel to be a hero saving a beauty?" "Not bad, but I need to make one thing clear to you in advance. In the future, you can use your so-called rhetoric to persuade me to help you, but I don't want my woman to encounter any danger because of you, otherwise we won't be friends anymore," Wafan said seriously. "Okay," Wang Xingrui responded with a reassuring tone. "Is your partner all right?" "She was slightly injured, but it's not serious," Wafan said. On the way back, Xingyue received a message. "We cannot confirm if it's true yet, but I think it's necessary to inform you." Wang Xingrui didn't interrupt, but waited for him to finish. Wafan pondered for a moment and said, 3 days ago your brother Morong Yi was attacked by dozens of experts in City S and unfortunately perished." Upon hearing the news, Wang Xingrui felt as if struck by lightning, stunned in place. His brain malfunctioned for nearly a minute before he refuted, "Impossible. You haven't seen my brother's strength, so you don't know how powerful he is. No one in this world could kill him. Where's Shen Xingyue? Take me to find her." This time Wang Xingrui grabbed Wafan's collar, his eyes slightly red as he questioned. "Don't rush. I just said the authenticity of the news hasn't been confirmed. I'm telling you this only to help you prepare mentally." "Prepare mentally? Prepare for what? To accept my brother's death?" Wang Xingrui retorted. It's true that he hadn't been in contact with his brother for a long time. Thinking of this, Wang Xingrui felt increasingly uneasy. It can't be, it's impossible. He released Wafan and immediately dialed the principal's phone. "Hello principal, where is my brother?" "Which brother are you referring to?" "Still playing dumb. Didn't my brother tell you I was his brother when he asked you to help him?" "Morong Yi," Wang Xingrui stated directly. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. "Your brother's situation is quite complex, and it's difficult to explain clearly right now. I just want to know if he is dead. As his brother, do I not have the right to know?" Wang Xingrui's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth and asked. The principal said, "Do you know something? Please tell me, is Morong Yi dead or not?" Wang Xingrui's veins bulged on his neck as he nearly shouted this at the phone word by word. Morong Yi was besieged by others and fell off a cliff during the battle. "His body has not been found yet," the principal said in a deep voice. Wang Xingrui's chest heaved repeatedly. "Understood." After finishing, he directly hung up the phone and walked towards the door. "Where are you going?" Wafan blocked his way. "I need to get some fresh air. Everyone present isn't a fool. No one believes this. It's obvious that Wang Xingrui is going to leave the city to find his brother. There are many assassins waiting outside for you. You can't even protect yourself right now. Leaving the academy would be suicide," Wafan advised. Wang Xingrui closed his eyes, forcing a smile, and walked out of the treatment room. Sun Mingming disappeared from the spot and reappeared holding the bewildered Wang Xingrui. "You can't go. Mingming, I know you're looking out for me, but you have to understand me. In this world, someone willing to unconditionally sacrifice for you is unaccounted for, and if it were you, would you choose to stay in the academy like a wooden puppet?" Wang Xingrui asked. "I wouldn't, but you can't go." Wang Xingrui slipped off his outer clothing like a golden cicada, shedding its shell, and ran towards the treatment room door. In the blink of an eye, Mingming appeared before him again. Zhang Yuqing also pleaded, "Brother Xingrui, please calm down. In your current state, going out will lead to trouble." Wang Xingrui's expression darkened as he looked at Sun Mingming. "President, please step aside." "No," Sun Mingming said firmly. Her figure disappeared again, and when she reappeared, she held a chain. At an incredible speed, she circled around Wang Xingrui more than 10 times, tightly binding his upper body. Mu Chun had been watching from the side, and seeing that Sun Mingming was acting for Wang Xingrui's safety, he did not intervene. Sun Mingming said, "Once Situ Chi's body recovers, I will go with you." Situ Che was still lying in the medical chair. "If I leave now, and the assassins come looking for me relying solely on Wafan, Zhang Yuqing, and Mu Chun, Moreover, Zhang Yuqin, Mu Chun, and Situ Che have only known each other for a couple of days. If danger strikes, they might not necessarily come to my rescue. Why do you want to go with me? Wang Xingrui asked. We are friends, Sun Mingming replied simply. Wang Xingrui's eyes flickered slightly, calming his emotions, and sighed. All right, it's better to have more helpers than to fight alone. A cold smile crept across Sun Mingming's face. The principal, burdened with heavy responsibilities, had too many matters awaiting his attention. He couldn't always stay with Situ Che. After persuading Wen Lang to leave, the principal left the hospital and dispatched 2 teachers to guard the vicinity. Wang Xingrui and the others were unaware of the principal's arrangements. To ensure that Situ Che would survive until his body recovered, the group gathered in the treatment room, taking turns keeping watch. 5 people each, taking a shift of 1.5 hours. When it was Wafan's turn, Wang Xingrui opened his eyes, his lower body transformed into a serpent tail, propping himself up. The 2 exchanged glances, and Wafan showed no intention of stopping him from leaving. He knew that even if he could prevent him this time, Wang Xingrui would still find ways to leave the academy in the future. Wang Xingrui mouthed a thank you without speaking. The serpent tail gently turned the doorknob, opened the door, and slipped out. After he left, Wafan leaned against his forehead, his face full of helplessness. When the president wakes up, how should I explain this to him? It's troublesome, that's why I don't like owing favors to others. Yet I owe this guy a life.